Amidst the grandeur of the matching temple, graduates from the Planetary Academy gathered in unison. The outstanding graduates, having emerged from fierce competition, were now matching with literary planets that suited their attributes. Upon successful matching, they would journey to their respective planets, ascend as planetary lords, and cultivate their own civilizations. The graduates observed the colossal, three-dimensional projections within the temple, captivated by the incessant stream of matching information, engaging in animated discussions. Oh my, someone actually matched with a cultivation civilization. What incredible luck. The angelic civilization is even more enviable. The angelic race has always been the arbiter of cosmic rules. Alas, my qualifications are insufficient. I can only match with the elven civilization, which pales in comparison to the angels. The elven civilization is commendable, as well establishing a dark elf legion could yield sacrificial and curse attributes, enhancing combat prowess. Could someone assist me in analyzing my options? As an insectoid, what direction should I take for civilization development? For insectoids, choosing chaos and catastrophe is advisable, particularly the catastrophic frenzy attribute, which aligns perfectly with our development. Is there anyone who can advise me? My qualifications are also low, and I'm matched with the Beastkin. They seem rather underwhelming. Beastkin, like humans, are deemed lower-tier races, yet if one avoids technology, their developmental potential far surpasses that of humans. I've heard that the pinnacle of technology leads to theology. Why can't the Beastkin opt for technology? Technological paths are weak initially, unless matched with a planet boasting advanced technology. As a graduate of the Holy Kin, it's best to refrain from selecting a technological civilization, as it would be a thankless endeavor. Naturally, if one were to match with a higher race, developing a technological civilization wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Regardless, technological advancement is sluggish, and high-end combat power within various microcosms seldom features technological civilizations. Just as the planetary graduates engaged in fervent discourse, an abrupt alert resonated, drawing their attention back to the three-dimensional projection. Graduating student Jiang Yu has forfeited system matching, self-selecting the human planet, opting for a technological civilization. Upon witnessing this announcement, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Goodness, has this individual lost their mind? To voluntarily abandon system matching. Abandoning the system's matching is one thing, but to choose a human planet, one universally scorned, is quite another. Choosing a human planet is one thing, but opting for a technological civilization, does he intend to renounce his status as a sacred citizen? In the realm of higher dimensions, citizens are classified into ordinary citizens and sacred citizens. Ordinary citizens must toil relentlessly to ascend to the status of sacred citizens. However, some are born as sacred citizens, such as the Overlord and his progeny. Only by becoming a planetary sovereign and distinguishing oneself as the most exceptional ruler within a microcosm can one attain dominion over the higher dimensional world, securing immortality and the opportunity to be received by the overlord of the higher dimensions. Should one fail to cultivate their planetary civilization effectively after becoming a sovereign, or worse, be vanquished by other civilizations, they may revive in the higher dimension as a higher being, yet they would forfeit their sacred citizen status and regress to being an ordinary citizen. This individual, named Jiang Yu, appears to be engaging in an astonishing endeavor. Nevertheless, as a graduate of the Sacred Citizen Planetary Sovereign Program, Jiang Yu remains unfazed by the peculiar gazes and murmurs of those around him. Originally, Jiang Yu is not a being of the higher dimensions, but rather an illustrious scientist who traversed from Earth. Upon his arrival in the higher dimension, through relentless effort, he ascended to the rank of a newly minted sacred citizen and became a student at the Planetary Sovereign Academy, earning the qualification to become a planetary sovereign. Upon entering the higher dimension and becoming a sacred citizen, Jiang Yu came to comprehend that this realm is one that transcends all universes, wielding dominion over countless microcosms and myriad star systems. Within each microcosm and star system, innumerable civilizations have emerged. Periodically, the higher dimensional world dispatches sacred citizens to assist these civilizations in their development. The more prosperous these civilizations become, the greater the unseen fortune that blesses the higher dimensional realm. Only the rulers and overlords of the higher dimensional world can attain eternal life and govern the myriad universes more effectively. Jiang Yu's choice of the human race and a technological civilization stems from his origins on Earth, where he was once a part of humanity. Moreover, there exists another significant reason. As a traveler from another realm, he has acquired a unique advantage: the transdimensional technology system. Considering these two factors, Jiang Yu resolutely chose to forego the matching of the temple system. As the most distinguished graduate of the Planetary Sovereign Program, he applied to autonomously select the human race and advance its technology. Of course, Jiang Yu must first become the sovereign of the human planet and promote technological development before he can activate the transdimensional technology system. While the potency of the technologies within the system remains uncertain, Jiang Yu is confident that a product of the system is bound to be exceptional. In the higher dimensional world, technological humans are largely held in contempt by the majority of higher beings. They perceive the pace of technological advancement as sluggish, particularly in the early stages, which are deemed feeble. Furthermore, individual humans are frail, often becoming prey to other races and encounters. Even the cultivation-focused humans face similar fates within the realm of cultivation. In any case, few are willing to choose the technological humans, unless they are automatically matched by the temple system. Historical records of the higher dimensional world indicate that previous graduates of the Planetary Sovereign Program have indeed been matched with technological humans. Yet, without exception, they all met with failure, and even the planet's sovereign was slain. Upon returning to the higher dimensional realm after their demise, the sovereign was stripped of their sacred status among the populace. With such a cautionary tale, the choice of the technological human clan would inevitably invite derision and scorn from the graduates of other planetary sovereigns. Some of these graduates even relished the misfortune, for they could effortlessly obliterate the technological human clan to claim their own fortune. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained steadfast in his belief that his choice was not erroneous. He held an unwavering conviction that humanity would flourish and technology would ascend. The ancient human beings of Earth existed during an epoch dominated by ferocious beasts such as saber-toothed tigers, colossal crocodile wolves, and titan pythons. They never faltered utilizing their intellect. They repelled the onslaught of these predators and tenaciously survived. In a world rife with peril, they struggled, procreated, and evolved, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of civilization and ultimately ruling the Earth. The human race on Earth accomplished all of this in merely a few tens of thousands of years. From gazing up at the stars to stepping into the vastness of space took them a mere few thousand years. High-dimensional beings possess extensive lifespans, and as long as Jiang Yu is granted sufficient time, he will undoubtedly lead the technological human clan towards resplendence, standing tall at the zenith of the grand universe. Chapter 002. The main planet of transmission. Numerous graduates were engaged in the matching process, yet only Jiang Yu opted out of the system's selection, choosing instead the path of autonomy. Remarkably, he gravitated towards the often derided technological human race, marking him as an outlier. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained unfazed by the peculiar gazes and scorn of others. He harbored no regrets regarding his decision. He stood quietly in a corner, awaiting the conclusion of the matching process, after which he would be transported to his home planet. At that moment, a graceful figure approached him. In the high-dimensional world, aside from the immutable nature of gender, one could select any form they desired. Since his arrival in this elevated realm, Jiang Yu had consistently manifested in the guise of a human. The enchanting figure striding towards him also bore the human form, albeit with a pair of wings adorning her back. She was Kaisha, matched to the angel planet. Undoubtedly, Kaisha's chosen form resonated profoundly with Jiang Yu's aesthetic sensibilities. Jiang Yu, with your accomplishments, you could have easily matched with a more prestigious literary planet. Why did you forsake the system's match for the scorned technological human race? Hearing the melodious voice of the young lady, Jiang Yu turned to meet her gaze. Miss Kaisha, as you know, I relish challenges. Jiang Yu casually fabricated a rationale, responding with respect. Unlike others, Kaisha was born a sacred citizen and the 658th offspring of the Overlord. As one of the many progeny of the ruler of the high-dimensional world, her status commanded respect. Kaisha did not content herself with the role of a mere princess. She actively participated in the planetary trials alongside numerous young sacred citizens. It was evident why she had become the enviable ruler of the angel planet. However, this did not diminish Jiang Yu's admiration for her. All princes and princesses remained sacred citizens for life, not requiring the title of planet ruler to validate their worth. Yet, Kaisha had chosen a divergent path. Once you arrive at your home planet, you may share your interstellar coordinates with me. Kaisha's statement trailed off. Yet her intent was unmistakably clear. Should Jiang Yu divulge his home planet's coordinates, she could offer him protection, affording him more time to advance his technological pursuits. Kaisha wished to shield Jiang Yu from being obliterated by other planet rulers, thus preserving his status as a sacred citizen. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Kaisha. The 50-year novice protection period is ample for me to develop human technology and to withstand any malicious challenges from other planet rulers, ensuring the survival of the technological humans. Furthermore, disclosing or inquiring about the interstellar coordinates of other planet rulers is a violation of regulations. Jiang Yu fully grasped Kaisha's intentions, yet he did not require anyone's protection. Just as Kaisha was about to respond, a disdainful voice interrupted. Miss Kaisha, your goodwill has been rejected once more. Jiang Yu is indeed an arrogant and ungrateful fellow. Both Jiang Yu and Kaisha turned to see the haughty Adolf approaching them. Unlike Jiang Yu, Adolf had not ascended to sacred citizenship through the perseverance of an ordinary citizen. Because Adolf's father is one of the nobles and rulers of the higher dimensional world, it is well known that Adolf has long pursued the beautiful and noble Kaisha. Yet, Kaisha is enamored with Jiang Yu, a mere commoner. This incites jealousy in Adolf, who keeps a watchful eye on Jiang Yu. Adolf, this matter concerns Jiang Yu and me, Kaisha said coldly. Miss Kaisha, I merely feel it is unjust for you. Besides, what makes me, Adolf, inferior to an ordinary commoner? Adolf protested, unwilling to accept his fate. For he is the son of a minor cosmic ruler, while Jiang Yu is merely a lowly commoner who has struggled to become a sacred citizen. Jiang Yu has ascended to sacred citizenship through his own efforts. With that alone, you cannot compare to one born a sacred citizen. Kaisha unabashedly affirmed Jiang Yu's diligence while dismissing Adolf. There are few commoners who ascend to sacred citizenship through hard work, and Jiang Yu is among them. Kaisha favors ambitious sacred citizens rather than dissolute scions like Adolf. The circumstances of my birth are beyond my choosing. However, had I been a commoner, I could achieve the same, Adolf retorted, raising his voice. This drew peculiar glances from the surrounding sacred citizen graduates, making Kaisha somewhat uncomfortable, as she does not relish being the center of attention. At that moment, the temple's notification echoed. The planetary ruler's graduation matching has been completed. All planetary rulers, please prepare for transportation to the main star. Kaisha took Jiang Yu by the hand and led him toward the teleportation area, ignoring the bothersome Adolf. Watching their departing figures, Adolf's expression darkened further as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Jiang Yu, wait for me. I shall obliterate you and reduce you back to a commoner. However, Adolf's blatant provocation did not capture Jiang Yu's attention. At that instant, portals began to activate, radiating brilliant light. Kaisha held Jiang Yu's hand until they could no longer remain together, then tightened her small fist and said, Jiang Yu, do your best. Jiang Yu smiled in response. You too, Miss Kaisha. With that, he stepped into his portal. A prompt chimed. Welcome, esteemed planetary ruler. Based on your selection, the temple system has matched you with the human race planet. Planet coordinates, main star system Tianhe, substar system Alpha, planet name, Blue Star. In 10 minutes, you will be transported to the human race planet Blue Star and will descend upon your racial territory. Before this, please remember the following rules. First, all planetary rulers of the same batch will arrive in the same main star system, Tianhe. Second, depending on system matching and the diversity of planetary populations, a single planet may host one or multiple planetary rulers simultaneously. Third, within the entire Tianhe system, planetary rulers of the same substar system or planet can cooperate and develop together. Fourthly, the galaxy operates under the dark forest principle. Thus, one must remain vigilant against assaults from other planetary sovereigns who may seek to plunder your resources. Fifthly, the planetary sovereigns of the galaxy are granted a novice protection period of 50 years, during which you need not concern yourself with the incursions of rival sovereigns. Sixthly, within the same galaxy, planetary sovereigns engage in fierce competition. Those who achieve remarkable success will be rewarded handsomely. Seventhly, should you be vanquished by other sovereigns amidst this intense rivalry, you shall forfeit your status as a sacred citizen. Eighthly, planetary sovereigns are afforded the utmost protection under the law. Upon death, they are transported back to the higher dimensional realm to be resurrected, albeit at the cost of losing their sacred citizenship. It is imperative for planetary sovereigns to expedite the elevation of their planetary civilization levels. For the light of glory shall illuminate your journey. The introduction of rules has concluded. The transmission shall now commence. Wishing you good fortune, esteemed planetary sovereign. Upon the conclusion of the rules, Jiang Yu was instantaneously sent forth by a mysterious force from the higher dimensional realm, traversing towards the depths of the boundless universe. En route to his home planet. Chapter 003. The descent of the human emperor in the Alpha star system lies Blue Star, an ecological planet with a diameter exceeding 120,000 kilometers. It is divided into 3 vast continents and 4 great oceans, with the oceanic expanse covering 70 of its surface. The cerulean seas encircle this beautiful and bountiful land, which boasts a diverse array of geographical features, including towering mountains, sprawling plains, arid deserts, and lush marshlands. This is undoubtedly a vibrant realm, teeming with life and ideal for the flourishing of all beings. Yet, on the continent of Jojo, within a dilapidated city, the scene is starkly different. The population is sparse, and soldiers armed with spears and bows patrol the crumbling walls. Sentinels stationed in watchtowers vigilantly scan the horizon, ever alert to any disturbances beyond the city gates. The soldiers bear rudimentary weapons and wear tattered armor, while the city walls are riddled with gaping breaches. The dwellings within the city are no better. The citizens, clad in medieval garb, wear expressions of despair. At the heart of the city stands a grand palace complex. Yet it too has fallen into disrepair over the years. Only the hall of the human emperor within this complex has been meticulously restored and kept immaculate. Inside the palace, the reigning emperor, Zhu Qiming, convenes with his ministers to discuss the state of the nation. Both the emperor and his officials wear somber expressions, burdened by the weight of their circumstances. General Su Wanjun is reporting dire news to the emperor. Your Majesty, the Orc Legion has captured the capital's gateway, Ningyuan, resulting in the loss of all our soldiers. Following the city's fall, the Orcs have committed unspeakable atrocities. 200,000 civilians have been devoured. Now, the Orc Legion has amassed great forces and is advancing southward to launch a full-scale assault on the Imperial capital. The Orcs seem to have evolved. Our blades and weapons struggle to penetrate their tough hides. Cities are being overtaken and laid to waste. Our soldiers are in rapid retreat, and the populace endures unimaginable suffering. Without formidable external assistance and a more effective strategy to counter the threat, the Imperial capital, the Ming dynasty, and indeed all of humanity face dire peril. As General Su's report reverberates through the hall, a profound silence envelopes the chamber. Emperor Zhu Qiming is consumed by worry, while the ministers are left in a state of helplessness. For millennia, the conflicts between humanity and the orcish tribes have raged on the surface of Blue Star, maintaining a precarious balance of power. However, in the past century, the orcs' evolution has accelerated, while advancements in human weaponry have stagnated. Aside from traditional arms, the armaments department has developed firearms and cannons, yet these innovations have proven insufficient to quell the orcish onslaught. Amidst the orc-led campaigns of conquest, plunder, and brutality, the human population has plummeted from a peak of 50 million to a mere 2 million. The remnants of humanity now live under the constant shadow of the orcs, leading lives fraught with fear and uncertainty. Alas, if only the human emperor were still with us, our people would not have fallen to such depths. Sighing deeply, Emperor Zhu Qiming reflects on the arrival of the human emperor 5 centuries prior, who had aided humanity in developing agriculture and commerce, forging weapons to combat the orcish threat. Under his guidance, humanity experienced a fleeting period of glory, with the population reaching its zenith. However, with the departure of the human emperor, humanity has once again succumbed to endless suffering. Now, The very survival of the human race hangs by a thread. The Imperial capital stands as the final bastion for humanity, the last stronghold of resistance. Should the Beast clan conquer this city, all hope for humankind shall be extinguished, leaving them powerless against their adversaries. At this critical juncture, the city's general burst into the grand hall in a state of disarray, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Beast legions are upon us." In that moment, the hearts of Zhu Qiming and the assembled officials plummeted into despair. Was this the end for humanity? Zhu Qiming sighed deeply, his face contorted with reluctance. General Su Wanjun knelt resolutely, his expression unwavering as he declared, "Your Majesty, I shall personally lead 100,000 warriors to confront the Beast clan." The assembled ministers, fueled by a shared sense of purpose, rose in unison to proclaim, "Though our people have waned, we shall not shy away from battle. We shall don our armor, seize our weapons, and fight the Beast clan to the last drop of blood. Should our warriors fall, the citizens will rise to take their place, even if it means fighting to the last man." Moved by the fervor of his ministers, Emperor Zhu Qiming, clad in armor except for moments of rest, stood resolute. Drawing his sword, he declared with fierce determination, "In this moment of life and death for humanity, all shall follow me to the front lines." Outside the Imperial capital, a vast army of beasts surged forward, a relentless tide reminiscent of an ant swarm. Each beast towered with a fearsome visage, their skin as rugged as iron. The forefront brandished massive clubs, while the rear pushed siege engines, descending like an overwhelming storm. Within the city, all soldiers stood ready for battle, while the citizens rallied spontaneously. Emperor Zhu Qiming and his ministers ascended the city walls, facing the dark mass of the Beast army, with no human retreat in sight. "Warriors, the Imperial capital is the last refuge for our kind. I shall lead you into battle against the Beast clan." Zhu Qiming's voice resonated through the skies. "To the last drop of blood, humanity shall never falter," echoed the soldiers in unison, their cries piercing the heavens. Among the citizens below, some led the charge, shouting, "If our warriors fall, we shall take their place. We will fight until the last one stands. To the last drop of blood, humanity shall never falter." At that moment, both soldiers and civilians ignited with indomitable spirit. With no path of retreat before them, they grasped their blades, spears, and firearms, preparing their artillery for the imminent clash. Just then, in the heart of the Imperial capital, within the Grand Hall, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens. This brilliance illuminated the sky, dispelling the stifling clouds. Instantly, this celestial light captured the attention of all the warriors and citizens in the city. Excitement erupted as voices cried out, "The Emperor has descended! The Emperor has come to save humanity!" In this moment, this column of light connecting heaven and earth instantly bestowed hope upon millions of souls. All knelt, raising their voices toward the direction of the Emperor's divine palace. "Your Majesty, it is the human Emperor. After 5 centuries, the human Emperor has once again descended. In this perilous moment for the human race, the human Emperor has come to deliver salvation." The entire assembly of civil and military officials has knelt, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. Even Emperor Zhu Qiming stands frozen in place, no one more exhilarated than he. He is the Emperor of the Ming dynasty, as well as the Emperor of humanity, bearing the immense burden of the survival of his kind, which weighs heavily upon him. Now, as humanity teeters on the brink of extinction, the return of the human Emperor brings forth a glimmer of hope for survival. With all his strength, Emperor Zhu Qiming tremulously proclaimed, "All my loyal ministers, heed my command. Accompany me to the divine temple of the human Emperor to welcome his glorious return." Having uttered these words, he hastened down from the city walls and strode purposefully towards the temple. All the ministers, with the exception of the general guarding the city, followed the Emperor to the divine temple of the human Emperor. Chapter 004. The human race never fears battle in the human Emperor's divine hall. Jiang Yu arrived through a teleportation. The divine hall appeared to be an ordinary palace. However, it was, in fact, a conduit connecting the high-dimensional world with the human race of Blue Star. The people of this era could not fathom its principles, and thus, they could only enshrine it in myth. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, the moment his feet touched the ground, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! The high-dimensional technology system has been successfully activated. Planet Master, Jiang Yu. Civilization level 0, 2. Technology points 0, obtainable through advancements in technology and civilization. The level 0, 5 civilization mall has been unlocked. Technology points can be consumed for upgrades. The Planet Master may exchange technology points for any scientific and technological data in the civilization mall. Given the current predicament of the human race, the system grants the Planet Master 3 beginner gift packs. Will you accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu chose to accept the gifts. Congratulations, Planet Master, for receiving the first beginner gift pack. It includes 100 scientists across various fields such as social sciences, economics, geology, physics, and chemistry. As the system's voice faded, 100 experts, professors, and scientists from diverse disciplines materialized beside Jang Yu. To his astonishment, the system was indeed generous, providing him with 100 of the finest talents at once. The civilization of the Blue Star human race had yet to attain even a level 0, 5 civilization, making these top-tier individuals invaluable to him. Jiang Yu couldn't help but inwardly marvel at his good fortune. Prior to his teleportation, he had already familiarized himself with the Alpha Star system and the technological level of Blue Star. The Alpha Star system was an inconspicuous subsystem of the Milky Way, akin to the solar system of his previous life. It contained 1 star, 3 terrestrial planets, 2 gas giants, and a belt of asteroids. Blue Star was one of the terrestrial planets and the only one to host life. Blue Star boasted 3 continents, the 9 continents, New Continent, and America. The 9 continents and New Continent were separated by a narrow strait, while America was isolated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. Throughout tens of thousands of years, the beast race dominated America, while the human race occupied the 9 and New Continents. Initially, both races developed their civilizations independently, unaware of the existence of continents across the sea. However, with the continuous evolution of the beast race, flying beasts capable of long-distance travel and colossal sea creatures that could traverse the ocean emerged. Consequently, the beast race began to venture across the seas, first reaching the barren New Continent and subsequently infiltrating the bountiful 9 continents. Sensing a grave threat, the human race launched a counteroffensive, igniting a conflict that spanned thousands of years. The beast race directed their evolution toward enhancing their strength, while the human race focused on the advancement of civilization. Yet, it was evident that the pace of evolution for human civilization lagged far behind that of the beast race. The balance of warfare began to tilt in favor of the beast race, who initially seized control of the New Continent before advancing toward the 9 continents. Since then, the living space for the human race has been further constricted. Presently, the territory occupied by the human race has dwindled to less than 1 million square kilometers, and the population has plummeted from its peak of tens of millions to fewer than 2 million today. Indeed, the human race once experienced a glorious epoch, marked by the arrival of the previous human emperor. During this era, they flourished in commerce, agriculture, and science, propelling the advancement of civilization and securing an advantage in their conflicts against the Beast clan. However, as the human emperor stood against the Beast emperor, the former ultimately succumbed to the latter, who in turn fell to other civilizations. In the absence of both emperors, the 2 races continued their warfare, with the Beast clan gradually gaining the upper hand, while the humans retreated in defeat. Jiang Yu speculated that the previous sovereign of the human world must have lacked a technological system or a cultivation system. Otherwise, the human civilization could not have remained entrenched in the rudimentary ages of blades, firearms, and artillery. It appeared that the humans had no evolutionary path beyond the development of technological and cultivation civilizations. Yet now, Jiang Yu had acquired a transcendent technological system. The first novice gift package bestowed upon him contained 100 elite talents from various fields. He could undoubtedly utilize these exceptional individuals to educate and enlighten the people of Blue Star. Upon claiming the first novice gift package and attempting to obtain more, the system responded. The second and third novice gift packages belong to the 0-5 level civilization category. The planetary sovereign must lead the human race into the 0-5 level civilization before they can be claimed. Race name: human. Current population: 2 million. The human civilization teeters on the brink of extinction. Resource level: level 2. capable of rudimentary utilization of resources such as firewood, bronze, and crude iron. Civilization level 0. 2. Possessing primitive technologies such as gunpowder, textile weaving, papermaking, and needlework. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the conditional restrictions on claiming a novice gift package. Frustration welled within him, yet he remained undeterred. The 50-year novice protection period would be sufficient for him to lead the human race into the 0.5-level civilization era. With his thoughts organized, he proceeded with his 100 elite talents toward the temple's exterior. As they approached the temple entrance, they encountered a throng of individuals clad in ancient official garb, kneeling at the foot of the steps. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and his entourage emerge, the crowd erupted in unison. "We humbly welcome the arrival of the human emperor. We humbly welcome the arrival of the human emperor. We humbly welcome the arrival of the human emperor." Jiang Yu, having been a modern individual from the 21st century, was unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. However, as the human emperor, he could not forsake his dignity and cleared his throat, saying, "Please rise, everyone." Yet, the crowd remained prostrate, their heads bowed to the ground, trembling slightly as if stifling their sobs. The leader of the group straightened, clasped his hands together, and cried out mournfully, "Emperor Zhu Qiming of the Ming dynasty, I beseech you to save our human populace." The other ministers echoed in sorrow, "Please, human emperor, save our human populace. Please, human emperor, save our human populace. Please, human emperor, save our human populace." Jiang Yu had begun to grasp the plight of the human race on Blue Star, and his heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. Though they were not the same humans as those on Earth, they were nonetheless part of the same race, bound by brotherhood. The human kin had suffered greatly at the hands of foreign predators, with their population dwindling from tens of millions to a mere 2 million. The territory of the human race has been reduced from occupying millions of square kilometers across 2 vast continents to less than 100,000. For millennia, the human race has suffered successive defeats and massacres, with city after city falling into enemy hands, yet they have never relinquished their resistance. The remaining humans live under the shadow of the beast tribes, enduring a precarious existence on the brink of extinction. As a member of the human race, even though he is not the emperor, Jiang Yu cannot bear this fate. Having chosen the path of technological advancement for humanity, he will not allow such atrocities to persist. With a deep sigh, Jiang Yu proclaimed, "Everyone, please rise. I am fully aware of the current plight of our people. My arrival here is to alter our circumstances. However, I cannot effect change alone. It requires the collective effort of all humanity." As his words resonated, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. "May the Emperor bear witness. We shall never shy away from battle. May the Emperor bear witness. We shall never shy away from battle. May the Emperor bear witness. We shall never shy away from battle." Chapter 005. Comprehensive Development of Technology. Your Majesty, the Beastmen have retreated. Just as Emperor Zhu Qiming and his ministers were welcoming the arrival of the human sovereign, the city defense general reported this news. Upon hearing it, everyone exhaled in relief, and then once again knelt in reverence, chanting fervently, "The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years. The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years. The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years." At that moment, all attributed the retreat of the beastmen to the arrival of the human sovereign, believing that his presence had frightened them away. Only Jiang Yu understood that this was merely the 50-year protection period granted to each planetary ruler by the higher dimensional world. Soon, the news of the human sovereign's arrival and the retreat of the beastmen spread throughout the Imperial capital and across the entire human race. Whether in the Imperial capital or among the surviving populace in the other regions of the 9 continents, all felt a profound sense of gratitude. They bowed deeply in the direction of the human sovereign's temple, chanting loudly, "The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years. The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years. The human sovereign has descended, blessing our race. May the human sovereign reign for 10,000 years." In light of this situation, Jiang Yu did not offer any explanations or show concern. for he alone knew that the retreat of the Beastmen was only temporary. 50 years hence, the evolved Beastmen would launch another massive offensive against humanity. If, during these 50 years, humanity failed to develop and strengthen itself, it would inevitably face the fate of enslavement or even total annihilation. Jiang Yu dared not delay for a moment. He promptly summoned the reigning emperor and all officials. Within the grand hall of the palace, Jiang Yu sat regally upon the dragon throne, while Emperor Zhu Qiming respectfully took a seat beside him. Your Majesty, all officials of the 5th rank and above have assembled. Please instruct us, reported Emperor Zhu Qiming with deference. Jiang Yu nodded and surveyed the sea of officials in the hall, noticing the expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces. After gesturing for everyone to rise, he delved directly into the matter at hand. Esteemed officials, the Beastmen have only retreated temporarily. They will return. Their rate of evolution has far surpassed the technological advancements of humanity. If we do not strive to surpass them, we will remain unable to escape the fate of extinction. He continued, henceforth, I shall assist humanity in undertaking comprehensive reform, elevating our military and technological prowess. Resisting the Beastmen requires the concerted effort of all our people. As Jiang Yu's words resonated in the hall, an overwhelming chorus erupted. Long live the human sovereign. We, the human race, shall never shy away from battle. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly, stating with utmost gravity, firstly, we shall abolish the imperial system. The position of emperor shall no longer be hereditary. His initial task was to dismantle the archaic feudal system, implementing reforms inspired by his understanding of the governmental structures of Earth prior to his arrival. As these words fell, the ministers exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. The centralization of power and the hereditary rule of emperors had been entrenched for millennia, deeply rooted in their minds. None had anticipated that the first decree following the arrival of the human sovereign would be to alter the established system. However, upon the exalted dais resided the Emperor of humanity, and none dared to voice dissent or even engage in whispered debate. The formidable aura and majesty emanating from the high-dimensional realm left no room for the subjugated populace to entertain thoughts of rebellion. To the astonishment of all present, it was the current Emperor Zhu Qiming who first stepped forth, kneeling before the Emperor of humanity. The Emperor, wise and just, accepted the voluntary abdication of his subordinate, who sought only to remain by his side, devotedly serving the human race. As Zhu Qiming spoke fervently, he removed his crown and prostrated himself before the Emperor. While indifferent to Zhu Qiming's opposition, the Emperor was nonetheless pleased with his demeanor. Rise, commanded Jiang Yu, stepping forward to assist Zhu Qiming to his feet. Despite the abolition of feudalism, the human race still required a ruler. Jiang Yu would not personally govern the human populace. He needed a loyal proxy. Emperor Zhu Qiming was no tyrant. He enjoyed the support of the officials and the affection of the masses. His mere presence on the battlements, leading the human race in resistance against the Beastmen, greatly satisfied Jiang Yu. The illustrious Emperor Zhu Qiming would serve as the inaugural supreme executive and military commander of the reformed government. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Qiming expressed his gratitude before rising and respectfully standing aside. Jiang Yu, standing upon the platform, addressed the civil and military officials. The human race's current cold weapons cannot penetrate the thick armor of the Beastmen. Our overall combat capability is woefully inadequate. We must advance our technology to enhance our strength. To achieve this, we require a more formidable human army and the development of new weaponry. Our immediate task is to consolidate all resources and dedicate ourselves to the advancement of military and military-related technologies. I have brought with me 100 top-tier talents from various fields to illuminate the technological path for our people from the ground up, encompassing social sciences, fundamental sciences, steel smelting, electrical communications, energy extraction, military-industrial systems, and more. While the specifics of my words may elude their understanding, it matters not. They need only to cooperate with me to ensure the future development of the human race, adhering strictly to the technological trajectory I delineate. The human race must enter the era of firearms to contend with the barbaric beastmen. Jiang Yu eloquently expounded from his elevated position, while below, all officials listened intently. heads bowed. Each reform proposal he presented stirred tumultuous waves within their minds, each idea surpassing their comprehension yet resonating as a measure to augment the strength of humanity. They felt a profound sense that Jiang Yu was a true deity, destined to lead the human race back to its former glory. Furthermore, the 100 elite talents he brought were regarded as the emperor's entourage, divine figures beneath the emperor. Subsequently, under Jiang Yu's personal guidance, an unprecedented and vigorous reform for the human race commenced. With a 50-year grace period for novices, there was no concern for incursions by the beastmen during this time. Jiang Yu could concentrate all efforts and gather the resources of the human race for reform, illuminating the technological landscape. Concurrent with governmental reform, schools would be established in the imperial capital, providing free education to all eligible children and youth. Jiang Yu envisions a span of approximately 20 years to cultivate a substantial cohort of advanced intellectuals, thereby amassing high-caliber talent across various domains. Subsequently, he intends to establish an academy of sciences to embark on research in social sciences and fundamental scientific inquiries. This will encompass geological surveys, energy extraction, steel smelting, and the production of high explosives. He aims to initiate studies in primary electricity, radio communications, basic chemical engineering, and elementary internal combustion engines. Moreover, the establishment of military factories alongside corresponding defense enterprises is paramount for the development of diverse foundational military equipment. Naturally, various sectors including civilian manufacturing, commerce, agriculture, and even the internet must also be established and refined. In summary, within a 50-year horizon, Jiang Yu aspires to forge a formidable military equipped with modern weaponry while simultaneously liberating humanity from feudal constraints, ushering them into a democratic and free civilization. After all, the annihilation of the beast races on Blue Star is merely the beginning. Jiang Yu's ambitions stretch towards the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 006, The Great Industrial Construction. The various reform measures and decrees of Emperor Jiang Yu have been disseminated and effectively implemented. A profound transformation has begun within the capital city, as throngs of surviving humans flock to the royal capital. Beyond the city, an expansive area of nearly 1 million square kilometers of human territory has also witnessed significant changes. New schools have emerged across both urban and rural landscapes, mandating the enrollment of all eligible children and adolescents. Regardless of gender or age, a vigorous literacy campaign has commenced, with the motto "Knowledge is Power" resonating deeply within the hearts of every human. In addition to universal education and literacy initiatives, industrial development is underway. Thanks to the efforts of the electricity sector, the first thermal power plant has been officially completed and has commenced operations. This facility is a comprehensive thermal power station, encompassing power generation equipment, storage warehouses, and associated modules. Although it operates on coal, under conditions of sufficient coal supply, it can generate 1 million kilowatts of power daily. Training for the core technical personnel and ordinary workers at the power plant has been finalized, rendering it ready for immediate operation. As the first batch of students, having completed examinations equivalent to high school on Earth, emerges from the school, the system rewards Jiang Yu's electrical engineers, who then initiate the construction of the plant. While top talents in electricity boast more efficient generation technologies, such as wind, water, solar, and even nuclear energy, the optimal method of power generation under current conditions remains coal. Jiang Yu nodded, indicating that once the power plant is operational, industrial needs will take precedence, and considerations for civilian life will follow once an adequate number of power plants are established. The thermal power plant itself is a vast and intricate facility for producing electrical and thermal energy, comprising fuel systems, combustion systems, water vapor systems, electrical systems, and control systems. Each segment demands a substantial number of specialized technical personnel, a resource still in short supply. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the newly appointed Minister of Energy with respect. "The monarchy has been abolished, and humanity has embraced a republican system. The Emperor of the Great Ming has become the supreme executive officer and has established several departments. Most of the department heads are former ministers who, through education, have assumed these roles. Those who serve in the court possess a foundational knowledge, at the very least being literate. Gathering this group for further learning is considerably more feasible than for the general populace. When they first witnessed bulbs that illuminated without the need for candles, powered by electricity, they were taken aback. Yet, when they recalled that this advancement stemmed from the scientific knowledge brought forth by the emperor, it seemed entirely reasonable. What further instilled confidence in the populace was the realization that the thermal power plant is but one of countless monumental projects. Through years of geological exploration, numerous iron, coal, and rare metal mines have been identified, with rich oil reserves even discovered in the southern deserts. The Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure has united to commence the extraction of these mineral resources, albeit hindered by a lack of skilled personnel and mining equipment, resulting in significantly low extraction efficiency. The extraction of oil and mineral resources similarly suffers from a lack of skilled technicians and appropriate equipment. A top-tier geological expert, rewarded by the system, reported to Jiang Yu, "Let us proceed with the mining and refining of mineral resources given our current capabilities. The training of technicians and the manufacture of various equipment must be undertaken gradually," Jiang Yu remarked with a furrowed brow, expressing his helplessness. The foundational infrastructure of the human race's planets is exceedingly underdeveloped. Achieving this level within a mere 20 years is commendable. Your Majesty, our cement and steel smelting plants are now fully operational. However, the raw materials for the cement factory are limited, and its production capacity is not high, necessitating the excavation of more resources. Currently, the daily production capacity stands at around 20,000 tons, in the scale of the cement factory, including its warehouses and raw material zones, is substantial. The cement plant is the cornerstone of industrial development, and Jiang Yu held high hopes for its production. Although a daily output of 20,000 tons is somewhat unsatisfactory, such a scale is indeed impressive. Even by the standards of late 20th century Earth, this output would position us as leaders in the industry. Yet, Jiang Yu's expectations are lofty, causing the heads of relevant departments to report with trepidation. The development of the steel smelting plant has progressed smoothly, having established a steel mill with a daily capacity of 100,000 tons. Certainly, we shall continue our efforts to construct more steel mills and produce higher quality steel. The growth of the steel plant slightly exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Yet the heads of the relevant departments dared not hope for the emperor's praise, fully aware that His Majesty demands a robust expansion of the military industry. With an increasing production of steel being paramount, Jiang Yu stated, the produced cement will first be utilized for the construction of roads and bridges in the imperial capital. Subsequently, we will connect the imperial capital with the surrounding major cities through highways. The construction of roads and bridges is of utmost importance in foundational development, greatly facilitating the rapid mobility of our military and significantly impacting the livelihoods of our people. You must understand that to achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. While advancing military and related industries, Jiang Yu did not neglect the improvement of civilian life. Establishing solid infrastructure is crucial for enhancing logistical efficiency, thereby promoting commercial growth. The war between humans and beasts can only conclude with the complete annihilation of one side. To secure ultimate victory, the military and civilian industries of the human race must progress in tandem. The heads of various departments reported their work progress to Jiang Yu, confidently assuring His Majesty of their commitment to fulfilling their tasks. After receiving the emperor's highest directives, they departed from the imperial palace. Subsequently, the entire imperial capital and its surrounding cities became increasingly bustling. All humans dedicated themselves to the urgent construction efforts, with no one shirking their responsibilities. The development of various industrial projects and foundational initiatives resolved countless employment issues. Within the factories, innumerable workers toiled during the day and organized study sessions in the evenings. On the highways, countless laborers busily laid down asphalt, with every major road paved with cement. The vast quantities of cement and steel required for the construction of roads and bridges have been continuously delivered from cement factories and steel mills. In addition to roads and bridges, river transportation is also a critical focus for the future, necessitating the emphasis on the development of various ports and docks along the way. Jiang Yu places particular importance on the construction of both road and waterway networks, as these are vital for the rapid mobilization of military machinery and troops in times of conflict. He frequently visits the construction sites to inspect the progress of each foundational project. It brings him great solace to observe the high spirits and fervent dedication of the workers, who seem to harbor a collective determination. Jiang Yu often notices local government officials rolling up their sleeves to join in the labor. In this era, large-scale construction machinery is scarce, and the work relies heavily on human effort. Each construction site is a vivid tableau of industrious activity, stirring deep emotions within those who witness it. Jiang Yu consistently reminds the officials around him that all endeavors are aimed at preparing for the impending invasion of the Beastmen. To achieve victory in the battles against the Beastmen, one must fully engage in grand construction efforts. Chapter 007. Entering the era of firearms. In addition to the development of industry and infrastructure, the exceptional talents awarded to Jiang Yu included agricultural experts. The remaining land of the human race was primarily located along the southern coast, predominantly dedicated to rice cultivation. Through the expertise of these agricultural specialists, the yield per acre was enhanced from 2 to 300 pounds to 5 to 600 pounds. Moreover, Jiang Yu implemented a land distribution policy, alleviating the tax burdens on farmers and gradually mitigating land disputes. With the rapid increase in population, not only did famine become a non-issue, but government granaries also began to overflow. While technology, industry, agriculture, and infrastructure were of significant concern, Jiang Yu's foremost priority remained the enhancement of military strength. After 30 years of foundational development, the landscape of the human realm underwent monumental transformations. A network of cement roads emerged, and waterways were restored to facilitate smooth navigation. The invention of the steam engine led to the construction of several railways, making travel and transportation more expedient. Cities began to witness the rise of towering skyscrapers, illuminated by electric lights. Production in factories transitioned from manual labor to mechanized manufacturing, gradually evolving from steam engines to internal combustion engines and electric power. In the bustling streets of the city, a diverse array of people flowed continuously, their numbers swelling and breathing life into the surroundings. With a solid foundation established, Jiang Yu issued a command, redirecting a considerable amount of resources towards military manufacturing. The dilapidated earthen walls were replaced with reinforced concrete structures. Soldiers transitioned from cavalry and foot soldiers to vehicles, including cars and tanks. Their weaponry evolved from swords, spears, and primitive firearms to automatic rifles and artillery. Even in the skies, the swift flight of propeller-driven fighter planes became a common sight. As the 50-year period of new protection drew to a close, the human race officially entered the age of firearms. In the Imperial capital, Jiang Yu ascended the review platform, accompanied by the Supreme Chancellor Zhu Qiming and the Chief Military Commander Su Wanjun. The review platform, a towering edifice of steel and concrete reaching 100 meters, was adorned with a red carpet. "Long live His Majesty the Emperor," reported General Deng Jianjun, commander of the 1st Army Corps. A formidable and upright general raised his right hand and rendered a modern military salute to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded, ascending to the highest point of the platform. Gazing over the vast expanse of the imperial capital, his heart swelling with emotion. In these 50 years, the human race had made significant strides. The absence of incursions from the beast races provided a much-needed respite. Through 2 generations of growth, the population surged from 2 million to 20 million. The territory of the human race expanded from 1 million square kilometers to 3 million square kilometers. Thanks to the efforts of Jiang Yu and the entire human populace, the civilization index rose from 0.2 to 0.5, while the technological index evolved from that of a feudal dynasty to the scale witnessed during World War II on Earth. The military completely abandoned cold weapons, smoothly transitioning into the era of firearms. Despite the lack of invasions from the beast races, the human race never forgot the looming threat they posed, consistently maintaining a stringent conscription system and an all-encompassing military readiness. Despite having a mere population of 20 million, the standing army astonishingly numbers 3 million. Should the beastmen strike again, a full mobilization could swell the ranks to tens of millions at any moment. However, the colossal military expenditures have, to a certain extent, constrained advancements in technology, industry, and agriculture. In Jiang Yu's perspective, Although the human forces possess weaponry reminiscent of Earth's World War II, there remains a significant disparity overall. This is largely due to the small population base and the unfavorable developmental environment. The fact that they have achieved such progress is commendable in itself. Seemingly attuned to Jiang Yu's sentiments, the senior officials behind him exchanged glances. Among them were veterans from the previous dynasty, as well as those promoted more recently. Figures like Xu Qiming and Su Wanjun have aged considerably, yet their emperor appears to be merely in his 20s. This only fortifies their belief that Jiang Yu is the savior of humanity. Concurrently, they observe the profound dedication Jiang Yu exhibits for the advancement of their kind. At such a tender age, he exudes an air of maturity and wisdom. His relentless efforts for the future of humanity move the elder statesman to tears, urging him to take care of his health. Although feudal customs have long been abolished, the likes of Xu Qiming still kneel humbly behind Jiang Yu. They witness the sacrifices their emperor makes for the future of humanity. Were he merely mortal, there is no doubt he would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. The seasoned officials who have accompanied him for 50 years feel a mix of gratitude and concern. Jiang Yu casts a glance at these weathered ministers, a tinge of sadness washing over him. Having traversed into a higher dimensional world, Jiang Yu possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan. However, these individuals are mere mortals, their lives limited to a century at most. After 50 years of companionship, he regards them as family. Without the unwavering cooperation of these venerable ministers, humanity would not have reached its current heights. Yet, they age, and inevitably, they will depart from this world, leaving Jiang Yu to bear the sorrow of losing these kin of humanity. He hopes they can endure until the successful development of the genetic elixir. Among the elite talents rewarded by the system is a biogenetic scientist. However, these scientists are also mortals, starting from scratch without any foundation. The quest to rapidly develop a genetic elixir that extends life and enhances vitality is no easy feat. Moreover, these top 100 talents have also aged. Without the genetic elixir, they too will perish. This would be an unbearable loss for Jiang Yu. Fortunately, they have nurtured a multitude of students, among whom are individuals of exceptional ability who will inherit the legacy of their predecessors. Casting aside his thoughts, Jiang Yu once again gazes towards the reviewing stand, focusing on the formidable human army. At that moment, the commander of the First Legion, Deng Jianjun, proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty." The ground combat group has assembled and awaits your inspection. As the 50-year period of novice protection draws to a close, the beastmen begin to stir restlessly. Some cities have even witnessed large-scale gatherings of beastmen troops, poised to launch an offensive, particularly at the frontline fortifications surrounding the imperial capital of Ningyuan. There are 300,000 human soldiers stationed there, safeguarding the first line of defense. Intelligence indicates that a formidable force of 500,000 beastmen is approaching. As the imminent battle looms, Jiang Yu resolves to hold a grand military parade to bolster morale. Upon receiving news of the impending beastmen invasion, the human soldiers remain armored and vigilant, ready to engage at a moment's notice. They stand prepared to march to the front lines, determined to fight for the future of humanity, resolute in their commitment to victory or demise. After enduring 50 years of hardship and preparation, the human soldiers are poised to confront the beastmen in a decisive struggle. Under the leadership of the Emperor of Humanity, the present-day humans are no longer the frail beings of yore. Their weapons have evolved from swords and spears to long rifles and artillery, and their steeds have transformed into armored tanks. Moreover, they are no longer powerless against the aerial capabilities of the beastmen, for humanity now possesses its own fleet of rotorcraft. Jiang Yu nodded, signaling the commencement of the grand parade. After saluting Jiang Yu, Deng Jianjun turned to address the assembled troops below the reviewing stand, commanding, "All present, the parade begins." Chapter 008, Mushroom Bombs and B-52 Bombers. This parade stands as the most monumental in the annals of human history, marking the first grand display since the advent of modern weaponry. In preparation for this event, the military commenced arrangements months in advance to bolster the morale of the troops and instill in the populace a profound confidence in their military's might. The Royal Capital Television and the Royal Capital Daily began their promotional campaigns a fortnight prior. Citizens from the royal capital and Ningyuan among other towns, arrived early to witness this spectacle. At this moment, the expansive square outside was thronged with spectators, forming layers of onlookers eager to watch the parade. Though they had gleaned a general understanding from television broadcasts that the human military had entered the era of advanced weaponry, they remained largely ignorant of the formidable arsenal at their disposal. They were equally uninformed about the military's discipline and the true extent of the combat capabilities bestowed by these modern arms. Today, they would not only witness the grand parade up close, but also behold His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, standing on the reviewing platform. It was universally acknowledged that all these transformations were the result of His Majesty's visionary leadership. He had dismantled the feudal system, ushering humanity into a resplendent era of modern civilization. In addition to the live audience, Royal Capital Television was set to broadcast the entire event. At this moment, those unable to attend were eagerly gathered in front of their screens, brimming with anticipation. As the command for the parade to commence was issued by the commander of the First Legion, a surge of energy coursed through the 100,000 human soldiers. Subsequently, on the grand expanse of the square, imposing formations of soldiers began to advance in unison. They marched in groups of 5,000, ready to undergo inspection by His Majesty. The resonant strains of military music echoed above the square as 20 colossal formations marched in precise rhythm towards the viewing platform. Leading the procession was the infantry battalion. Clad in dapper combat attire, steel helmets gleaming, rifles at the ready, and chests held high as they passed before the Emperor. Each soldier bore a solemn expression, their eyes glimmering with determination and ferocity, their faces etched with the resolve to lay down their lives in defense of humanity. The sight of the infantry battalion sparked fervent enthusiasm among the audience, both present and those watching at home. Countless youths felt their blood surge with fervor, yearning to enlist and confront the beastmen in battle, defending their kind. Meanwhile, the older generation, witnessing such a formidable force, could not suppress their tears as they reminisced about the frail armies of yore. Following the infantry were the mechanized infantry divisions and mountain troops, flanked by armored units commanding imposing Tiger tanks, while behind them trailed vehicles equipped with Katyusha multiple rocket launchers. Trucks towed an array of colossal artillery pieces, and atop armored vehicles, 50-caliber machine guns stood poised. The overwhelming presence of this assembly was nearly suffocating, igniting a fire within the hearts of many. After 50 years, the soldiers of humanity had transformed. They marched with spirited resolve, their bloodline imbued with even greater valor. Countless spectators raised their heads in awe, gazing at the azure sky as iron birds soared overhead. These were the remarkably elegant propeller-driven fighter planes of the Air Force. The pilots of these aircraft had become the aspirational figures in the hearts of innumerable youth. In this moment, humanity not only possessed a formidable army on land, but also wielded a powerful air force. From this instant onward, humanity would no longer cower before the beast clans, nor fear the flying beasts above. Each battalion that paraded past the reviewing square incited resounding cheers from the audience. As each formation passed before the reviewing stand, they turned their gazes upward, saluting and proclaiming, "Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" The soldiers' fervent shouts ignited the passion of countless spectators, who echoed their cries with admiration, "Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Without His Majesty the Emperor, such a majestic and powerful army would not exist. Without His Majesty the Emperor, humanity would not enjoy its current flourishing state. From this moment forth, all of humanity was imbued with unwavering confidence. They no longer feared the beast clans and were filled with determination to eradicate them. They believed that under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor, humanity would stride toward a more glorious tomorrow. Humanity would henceforth stand tall at the pinnacle of Blue Star, which would undoubtedly become humanity's Blue Star. The viewers before their television screens likewise joined in the chorus, "Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Those who had not witnessed the grand parade in person would carry this regret for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials in attendance struggled to contain their excitement. Veterans of the former dynasty, such as Zhu Qiming and Su Wanjun, could not hold back their tears of joy. Such a formidable army, such advanced weaponry, tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter planes, these were dreams they could scarcely have imagined 50 years ago, all made possible by His Majesty the Emperor. Only Jiang Yu remained relatively composed, for he understood that the current combat capabilities and technology of humanity were merely foundational steps toward the era of advanced weaponry. The Beast clans had also evolved over the past 50 years, and winning the impending war would not be an easy feat. He even sensed the presence of a planetary lord from a higher dimensional world aiding the Beast clans in their rapid evolution. It is well known that the evolutionary methods of the Beast clans are far more efficient and brutal than those of humanity. Had Jiang Yu not acquired the transcendent technological system, and had the Beast clans not received assistance from a high-dimensional planetary lord, he would have harbored little confidence in triumphing in the upcoming conflict. The capabilities of conventional weaponry still required enhancement, particularly in nuclear power. Jiang Yu could not help but sigh, contemplating how a level 0.5 civilization devoid of nuclear capabilities was inherently incomplete. Although he had been awarded top-tier talents, including nuclear experts who had been diligently working over the years, the lack of a robust nuclear industry made the prospect of developing nuclear armaments within a short time frame exceedingly unrealistic. Just then, the voice of the system, long silent for 50 years, echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Congratulations, Planetary Lord, for leading humanity into level 0.5 civilization. The second and third novice gift packs have been credited. Would you like to claim them? Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Yu momentarily froze, nearly forgetting that he possessed a system. Regaining his composure, he promptly chose to accept the reward, and the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, Planet Master. You have received one B-52 bomber. Congratulations, Planet Master. You have received 3 little boy atomic bombs. The bomber and atomic bombs have been stored in the system space, and the Planet Master may materialize them at any time. Note, the system is equipped with 6 B-52 pilots, allowing the Planet Master to use them with confidence. A B-52 bomber? Little boy atomic bombs? Jiang Yu's heart soared with joy. It seemed that what one desires truly does come to fruition. Just moments ago, he lamented the fact that he had not yet developed atomic bombs, and now the beginner's package from the Transcendent Technology System had graciously bestowed upon him 3 atomic bombs. Moreover, it had thoughtfully provided a strategic bomber capable of carrying and deploying these atomic bombs. Although there were only 3 and their yield was modest, Jiang Yu felt immensely satisfied. Chapter 009. Small-scale combat. Jiang Yu understood that the B-52 bomber is a long-range strategic aircraft capable of delivering both bombs and nuclear weapons, as well as launching cruise missiles. With a combat radius exceeding 8,000 kilometers, it can soar to altitudes of 16,000 meters and achieve speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour. In addition to its astounding payload capacity of over 10,000 pounds, it is equipped with remote-controlled turrets that create a 360-degree fire network. Although the little boy nuclear bomb lacks immense destructive force, it possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire city and claim countless lives among the Beastmen. Furthermore, once the Beastmen are annihilated, the territory will belong to the human race, making it imprudent to employ overly potent nuclear weapons, as the radioactive contamination renders an area uninhabitable for over a century. As a grand military parade unfolded within the Imperial capital, over 100 kilometers away at a stronghold near Ningyuan Fortress, a battalion equipped with 3 Tiger tanks and a dozen armored vehicles stood ready. In response to the recent aggressive movements of the Beastmen, each stronghold had bolstered its firepower and armored capabilities. Upon the return of a reconnaissance team from their mission, Battalion Commander Lu Hongyuan approached to gather information. Report, Commander. The activities of the Beastmen have become increasingly frequent. According to our intelligence analysis, they appear to be preparing to assault Ningyuan City. During our covert reconnaissance, we discovered a large contingent of Beastmen gathering. The reconnaissance squad leader elaborated while producing a map that delineated several Beastmen strongholds. Commander Lu Hongyuan furrowed his brow and stated, "We must relay this intelligence to Ningyuan Fortress." However, before he could summon the communication soldier, an alarm abruptly sounded. What is happening? Lu Hongyuan felt a surge of alarm. It had been quite some time since an alarm had been raised in this area. Shortly thereafter, a sentry hurried over to report. A legion of Beastmen has been spotted approaching. Lu Hongyuan immediately turned to the reconnaissance team. The squad leader hastily clarified, "Commander, we were extremely cautious on our return. The entire squad can assure you that we were not followed by the beast men." With no time to dwell on these concerns, Lu Hongyuan shouted, "All soldiers, prepare for combat. Communication soldier, report our military situation to Ningyuan Fortress." Instantly, the battalion of over 1,000 soldiers sprang into action, maneuvering tanks and armored vehicles to the stronghold's entrance. The artillery unit unveiled the mortar, raising the barrel high, ready to load shells. Lu Hongyuan ascended the watchtower with the reconnaissance soldiers, raising his binoculars to survey the distance. Indeed, he spotted a large number of beastmen riding over 100 bone-crushing six-legged beasts advancing towards them. The beastmen typically possessed a degree of intelligence and the capability to command their six-legged mounts. While the beastmen themselves were not particularly fearsome, the true threat lay in the formidable bone-crushing six-legged beasts, which stood around 5 meters tall and weighed several tons. Their 4 powerful legs enabled astonishing speed, while their 2 forelimbs could run through any obstacle. This contingent of over 100 bone-crushing six-legged beasts divided into 2 groups, with about 20 of them advancing steadily under the control of the beastmen. Clearly, the preceding beast soldiers and the bone-eating six-legged beasts served as the vanguard, scouting the path for the main forces behind. They evidently detected the traces of wheels upon the ground and caught the alluring scent left by human passage. The infantry battalion readied themselves to fire, while the armored units stood poised for support. The artillery platoon prepared to unleash their firepower. Qi Hongwei promptly issued a series of combat orders. Instantly, the battalion's 1,000 soldiers loaded their automatic rifles and heavy machine guns. Both the armored company and artillery platoon were simultaneously prepared for battle. As Lu Hongyuan anticipated, the beastly contingent was advancing. The main forces trailed closely behind the vanguard, clearly having located the human stronghold and intent on seizing it, aiming to eliminate all its inhabitants. This marked the first clash between the beast and human races in nearly half a century. Although the battalion was equipped with modern firearms, the soldiers still felt a bead of sweat trickle down their palms in the face of the formidable and bloodthirsty beast forces. Their ancestors had repeatedly warned them of the beast's terrifying nature. As the beast forces drew nearer to the stronghold, when they were within 1,000 meters, the beast soldiers began to spur the bone-eating six-legged beasts into a full charge towards the stronghold. The several-ton beast raced forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. When the beast battalion reached a mere 500 to 600 meters from the hidden fortification, Lu Hongwei commanded, "Open fire, indiscriminate bombardment." Instantly, the sound of automatic rifles and heavy machine guns erupted. A ferocious hail of gunfire enveloped the beast battalion, to the astonishment and terror of everyone within the stronghold. Their automatic rifle rounds merely grazed the skin of the bone-eating six-legged beasts, while only the heavy machine guns could inflict bloodied wounds, yet not deliver a fatal blow. The thunderous blast of mortars and tank cannons soon followed. Shells detonated violently within the ranks of the beast soldiers. Yet the mortars striking near the bone-eating six-legged beasts only left behind splashes of blood. It was only the more powerful tank cannons that could topple or slay the rampaging beasts, regardless of the random gunfire or the bombardment from mortars and tank cannons. Nothing could deter the onslaught of the beasts in an instant. Both sides were engulfed in fierce combat. Neither the human race nor the beast race showed any signs of retreat. The ultimate outcome was singular: the complete annihilation of one faction by the other. After half an hour, the human forces began to exhibit signs of despair, suffering devastating casualties. The majority of the bone-eating six-legged beasts had been either slain or grievously wounded. Yet the remaining 30 or so became increasingly ferocious and savage. At this moment, Lu Hongwei found himself injured, and as he surveyed the battlefield, he had prepared himself for the possibility of death in combat. However, these beast soldiers, particularly the bone-eating six-legged beasts, were evidently far more formidable than what the instructors and predecessors had described. They moved with greater speed, possessed enhanced strength, and boasted tough, resilient hides, rendering ordinary bullets and mortars ineffective against them. This intelligence was of utmost importance. It was imperative that the Ningyuan fortress be informed, that the high command be made aware. Thus, he commanded with urgency, "Armored units, break through and report everything you observe to the commander of Ningyuan Fortress. Others provide cover for the armored units to break free from the encirclement. Chapter 010. The Beast Emperor Adolf. This minor skirmish swiftly reached its conclusion. On the human side, only 5 armored vehicles and a handful of soldiers managed to escape, while the remainder perished. The Beastkin also suffered significant losses, with hundreds of formidable bone-eating 6-legged beasts and beast warriors slain or severely injured. News of this small-scale battle rapidly returned to Ningyuan Fortress. The fortress's commanding general promptly notified the military authorities in the Imperial capital. At that moment, the grand military parade had just concluded. Emperor Jiang Yu convened a meeting and addressed the assembly. This parade has showcased the latest weaponry and equipment of our forces to the public. Although there were minor imperfections, the overall event was quite successful. Our military not only displayed its discipline and appearance, but also bolstered the confidence of our citizens. Jiang Yu's summary garnered unanimous approval from all present. After 50 years of relentless efforts, the achievements of the past 50 miles were evident to all. The human race had definitively exited the era of cold weapons and fully embraced military modernization. Both the individual qualities of the soldiers and the advanced power of the weaponry had undergone remarkable advancements. All these monumental accomplishments were the result of His Majesty the Emperor's leadership. Without him, the human race would not enjoy the prosperity of today. Nor would there be such a formidable army or advanced military equipment. Even the mightiest of Beastkin no longer instilled fear in the hearts of humans. At that moment, a military aide approached the Supreme Commander Su Wanjun and whispered a few words in his ear. Su Wanjun's expression darkened immediately, his gaze filled with fury and intent to kill. Once Emperor Jang Yu concluded his address, Su Wanjun rose, saluted Jiang Yu, and gravely reported, "Your Majesty, the Beastkin have begun to invade our territory and have attacked a stronghold outside Ningyuan Fortress." A small-scale battle has ensued. As Su Wanjun spoke, he presented a stack of photographs to Jiang Yu and distributed them to all present. Was their impatience so palpable? Jiang Yu pondered, examining the photographs. Just as the 50-year protection period for novices had concluded, the Beastkin launched their assault. This did not surprise Jiang Yu. Rather, it validated some of his suspicions. It was evident that, alongside him, a Beastkin planetary sovereign had also descended upon Blue Star. Otherwise, the Beastkin would not be so eager to attack the humans. What truly astonished Jiang Yu was the ferocity of the bone-eating 6-legged beasts that assaulted the human stronghold, towering at 4 to 5 meters. These agile creatures possessed tough hides and substantial flesh, making them resistant to ordinary bullets. Clearly, the evolution of the Beastkin had progressed rapidly over the past 50 years, even surpassing Jiang Yu's expectations. This was merely a small contingent. One could only wonder what other formidable evolved beasts lay hidden within the vast ranks of the Beastkin. While Jiang Yu maintained a relative calm, the others present began to fidget restlessly. Notably, the older generation of officials wore expressions so grim they could squeeze water from them. They had witnessed firsthand the might of the Beastkin, even engaging in combat with them. However, the power of the bone-eating 6-legged beasts depicted in the photographs far exceeded that of their predecessors. The bone-eating 6-legged beasts astonishingly remain impervious to bullets, surviving even amidst explosions. Had the Beast clan possessed such formidable creatures 50 years ago, the human race on Blue Star would likely have been extinguished long ago. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room, Jiang Yu realized that the dread stemming from the Beast clan had permeated the very marrow of humanity. He understood the necessity of instilling confidence within his people. Rising to address the assembly, Jiang Yu remarked, "From the photographs, it is evident that the Beast clan has evolved over the years. Furthermore, we remain unaware of what other powerful beasts may exist beyond the bone-eating 6-legged beasts. Yet, our weaponry has instilled fear in the Beast clan, and they are equally oblivious to the full extent of our capabilities. Thus, we must cultivate a firm belief in our ability to triumph over the Beast clan. We shall undoubtedly secure victory in the imminent war." Esteemed colleagues, the war that will determine the survival of our race has commenced, and in this conflict, none among us can remain aloof. As Jiang Yu's voice resonated, the assembly rose in unison, fervently shouting, "Victory for humanity! May humanity endure for 1,000 years! and may our emperor reign for 1,000 years." The fervent cries reverberated throughout the conference room, shaking its very foundations. With the emperor present, they felt invincible. Jiang Yu gestured for calm before continuing, barring unforeseen circumstances. "The Beast clan will soon launch a full-scale assault on our territories. Ningyuan Fortress stands as our first line of defense against their advance, and it shall serve as the vanguard for our counteroffensive. Our immediate task is to fortify the defenses of Ningyuan Fortress and deliver a crushing blow to the Beast clan." Following his pronouncement, military ministers and generals commenced discussions regarding troop deployments and devised a detailed operational plan. Meanwhile, intelligence regarding the skirmish reached the Beast Emperor, Adolf, who ruled over the Beast clan. He was taken aback, although the bone-eating six-legged beasts had nearly annihilated the small contingent of humans. The humans had also succeeded in exterminating a significant portion of the beasts. Furthermore, Adolf was astonished by the weaponry wielded by the humans. As a being from a higher dimensional world, he understood the concept of technological systems and was familiar with the various weapons of the technological legions. However, just 50 years prior, the human race on Blue Star had still been in the age of cold weapons. The rapid transition to the era of firearms within such a brief span was unfathomable. This was merely a minor stronghold, yet firearms and tanks had emerged. Who knows what more powerful weaponry the humans might possess? "Jiang Yu, how have you achieved this?" Adolf's eyes brimmed with shock, along with an intensified loathing for Jiang Yu. He yearned to eliminate him post-haste. Jiang Yu was merely an ordinary citizen. Despite having earned the status of a sacred citizen through his efforts, he remained a lowly peasant in the presence of Adolf, who was born a sacred citizen. Even more infuriating was the audacity of this peasant to vie for the affections of the noble and beautiful Miss Kaisha. Thus, Adolf resorted to various schemes. Descending upon the human planet matched with Jiang Yu, assuming the mantle of Beast Emperor. His intent was to expedite the evolution of the Blue Star Beast clan, obliterate the human race on Blue Star, and utterly defeat the planet's master, Jiang Yu. As long as the human race of Jiang Yu is eradicated, Jiang Yu will lose his status as the planet's sovereign and will ultimately be stripped of his identity as a sacred citizen, a fallen planet master, a mere denizen of a higher dimensional realm. How could he possibly vie for the affections of the esteemed Kaisha against the noble sacred citizens? Gathering the entire Beastman Legion of the new continent, Adolf resolved to annihilate the human race in one decisive strike. He aimed to replenish his Beastman army with fresh sustenance, hatching more of his kin to bolster their strength. Beyond vanquishing Jiang Yu, Adolf aspired to be the most illustrious planet master, earning the admiration of Miss Kaisha. He sought to demonstrate to all the lords of the Tianhe star system that he had attained his formidable status through his own merit, rather than merely inheriting it from his father, the dominion of a star system. Chapter 011, The Beastmen at the Gates. At this moment, Ningyuan City had been transformed into a magnificent military fortress. The small-scale skirmishes at the forward outpost heralded the onset of war between humanity and the Beastmen. The entire Ningyuan fortress was shrouded in an atmosphere of impending conflict, with a palpable tension etched upon the faces of its inhabitants. The vast army of 500,000 human soldiers was mobilized, making the final preparations for battle, while even the citizens within the city organized themselves spontaneously. Upon the sturdy walls, constructed of concrete and steel, heavy and light machine guns were mounted, accompanied by a line of mortars. Within the artillery positions, thousands of 102 mm, 105 mm, and 122 mm howitzers readied themselves for action. In addition to the howitzers, hundreds of Kaisha rocket launchers stood lined up, fully loaded with rockets. Behind each city gate, thousands of Tiger tanks and armored vehicles awaited, prepared to surge forth to confront the enemy. Ningyuan City had also constructed several airfields, with propeller-driven fighter planes poised for takeoff at a moment's notice. Besides the 300,000 troops stationed at the fortress, additional forces were hastily arriving from various regions. To the rear of Ningyuan Fortress lay the Imperial capital, home to the esteemed Emperor of Humanity. The soldiers pledged to defend Ningyuan Fortress to the death, vowing to prevent the Beastmen from trespassing even a step into human territory. According to the Emperor's directives, this stronghold served not only as a bulwark against the Beastmen's advances but also as a forward base for launching counterattacks following their repulsion. As the military prepared for the impending clash, countless civilians were mobilized. Men would transport supplies and ammunition to the front lines, while the wounded would be evacuated to the rear for treatment. Even women and the elderly took it upon themselves to contribute to the forthcoming war effort. Centuries of harsh living conditions and a legacy of combat had ingrained a battle-hardened spirit into the very essence of humanity. In the face of a formidable enemy and the specter of survival, retreat was not an option. Every individual resolved to defend their homeland fiercely. In the Imperial capital, Jiang Yu presided over the military office, wielding full command over the forthcoming battle. Through landlines, radio communications, and video feeds, he remained constantly informed of the ever-evolving dynamics on the front lines, even from his position in the rear. He strategized based on battlefield assessments and intelligence relayed from various units, orchestrating the campaign from afar. Beyond 100 miles from Ningyuan Fortress, a million-strong Beastmen Legion had gathered. The vanguard comprised 500 ferocious beasts and orc warriors. Their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the human stronghold, claws scraping against the earth. The central forces consisted of 300 barbarian warriors, their weapons standing like a forest. The sound of war drums echoing like thunder, accompanied by deep, resonant breaths. The rear guard featured 200 formidable bone-eating six-legged beasts, their savage presence unmistakable under the command of their beastly riders. Lastly, there loomed the terrifying Elephantine Legion, these colossal creatures towering at heights of 20 to 30 meters. Their legs akin to stone pillars. Though the elephant corps numbered fewer than 100, they were the pinnacle of war beasts, crafted with utmost care by Beast King Adolf, obeying only his commands. At the heart of the Elephant Legion, a gigantic beast carried a grand military tent. Within the tent, Beast King Adolf sat regally upon his throne. This time, Adolf resolved to personally visit the battlefield, witnessing firsthand as his beastly army trampled the human race as if they were mere ants. Over the past 50 years, the human population had multiplied by several times. Such a vast number of human lives would serve to facilitate the further evolution of the beast folk, potentially giving rise to formidable cosmic beasts. Adolf rallied most of the high-ranking beast folk from the entire continent of Nu. He intended to strike decisively, flattening the entirety of human territory and capturing the human emperor, Jang Yu. Jiang Yu, do not disappoint me. If the human race proves too feeble, it would lack any thrill. I would not want Miss Kaisha to discover that I take pleasure in tormenting the weak. Standing within the military tent, Adolf gazed towards the Ningyuan fortress. For 50 years, a novice protection period had prevented conflicts between planetary sovereigns. Due to the existence of barriers, even reconnaissance into the opponent's strength was exceedingly difficult. Adolf was uncertain about the heights to which the human race had developed over these 50 years. However, following a previous minor skirmish, he had gained some insight. Firearms and tanks could indeed slay beast folk, but that was the extent of their might. Even if the humans possessed other hidden cards, Adolf remained unperturbed. The technological advancement of the human race lagged far behind that of other factions, which was precisely why planetary sovereigns were reluctant to choose the technologically inclined humans. However, Jiang Yu's technological humans somewhat surprised him. In merely 50 years, they had transitioned from cold weapons to the era of firearms, astonishing Adolf with a sense of disbelief. Taking the initiative was essential. Time was of the essence to eradicate the human race before any unforeseen complications arose. With a thought, Adolf signaled to the kneeling barbarian general beside him. The general approached the head of the colossal beast and sounded the horn. As the horn echoed, millions of beast folk surged forth as if breaking free from shackles, their primal ferocity unleashed in full force. They clawed and bared their fangs, rushing towards human territory like a tidal wave. The throng of beast folk advanced without any semblance of coordinated attack. Whether encountering canyons or forests, they charged indiscriminately forward. Only the barbarian warriors maintained a semblance of formation, some wielding crude blades while others brandished spiked clubs, and still others operated catapults and siege engines, marching in disciplined strides. Though the barbarian warriors may not have been the most formidable fighters, it was evident that they possessed a measure of intelligence. Yet, in the presence of their king, Adolf, such attributes were inconsequential. After the complete annihilation of the human race, the majority of beast folk would similarly become sustenance, for Adolf harbored ambitions that extended beyond a single planet. He aspired to traverse the vast cosmic seas. If he was to venture into deep space, evolving into cosmic beasts was an imperative choice. Amidst the beast folk's advance, the air was occasionally filled with thunderous roars, signaling reconnaissance aircraft conducting aerial surveys. The beast folk regarded these iron birds with utter disdain. Adolf, too, paid no mind to the humans' knowledge of the beast folk's march. All schemes and reconnaissance efforts were rendered futile in the face of absolute power. In the command center of the Imperial capital and the Ning fortress, aerial reconnaissance aircraft transmitted photographs and footage back to the base. Upon witnessing the relentless tide of the beastly legions, the commanders and their staff felt a shiver run down their spines. Trembling slightly in the face of such a terrifying spectacle, the beastly horde, numbering at least 1 million, seemed to embody the collective strength of the entire new continent. Not only was their number staggering, but their level of evolution was equally alarming. The formation of the beastly warriors exhibited no hint of disarray, clearly indicating they had undergone rigorous military training. The ferocious beasts in the orc legions appeared even more bloodthirsty, their combat prowess far surpassing that of any human warrior. We had already witnessed the formidable might of the bone-eating six-legged beasts. Evidently, they constituted the backbone of the army. While these beastly legions had existed before, they had now evolved into a more formidable force, yet the colossal elephants at the rear appeared to be an entirely new species, towering like small mountains. It was likely that our firearms, even our most powerful explosives, would be of little consequence against them. Chapter 012. Carpet Bombardment, Ning Fortress, Command Center. The commander of the 1st Legion, Jiang Yu, acting under the imperial edict of His Majesty, the Emperor, held full authority over all military forces at Ning Fortress to repel the onslaught of the Beastmen. As the Beastmen army advanced menacingly towards the fortress, Jiang Yu had long since commenced his strategic preparations. Despite the formidable approach of the Beastmen, his gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of trepidation. His grandfather had once been a general in the struggle against the Beastmen, instilling in him from a young age the deep-seated belief that humanity and the Beastmen were irreconcilable foes. On this planet, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Either the Beastmen would annihilate humanity, or humanity would eradicate the Beastmen. For centuries, countless battles had been waged between the 2 factions. Although humanity had achieved numerous victories, many had also fallen prey to the Beastmen's insatiable hunger. The Deng family had a storied lineage of warriors who faced the Beastmen, with innumerable ancestors perishing on the battlefield. As a descendant of the Deng lineage, there existed no room for fear in the face of the Beastmen. Even if it meant dying in battle or becoming fodder for the Beastmen, one must still take a piece of flesh from the bloodthirsty foes. As time passed, the Beastmen army drew ever closer to Ning Fortress. The ominous presence of the advancing Beastmen cast a heavy pall over the spirits of the human defenders. When the vanguard of the Beastmen reached artillery range, Jiang Yu issued the command to engage. On the artillery positions, thousands of howitzers and rocket launchers stood ready. Commands and shouts echoed among the artillerymen. The Beastmen vanguard is within cannon range. All howitzers and rocket artillery are fully loaded. Adjusting firing parameters. Azimuth 231, 268, elevation 60 to 80. Once the adjustments were complete, the target was designated, the area occupied by the Beastmen vanguard. Fire at will. At the command of the artillery commanders, the gunners, already poised for action, ignited the fuses and pressed the launch buttons. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted as countless shells and rockets were unleashed. The sharp whooshing sounds of projectiles sliced through the air, reverberating throughout Ning Fortress. The tremendous recoil shook the entire artillery position violently. The friction of the shells against the air produced brilliant flashes, while the tails of the rockets illuminated the heavens. A relentless barrage of shells and rockets, imbued with overwhelming momentum, rained down upon the Beastmen vanguard. The ferocious beasts and the beastmen warriors, upon witnessing the myriad bright points soaring from the distance, began to ponder as the objects drew nearer and brighter. Some of the sentient beasts scratched their heads in contemplation, attempting to discern whether the incoming projectiles were a meteor shower or missiles launched by humanity. If it were a meteor shower, they would need to evade. However, if it were rockets, there was no cause for concern. The archery of humanity posed little threat to them, likely only inflicting minor scratches. Nevertheless, their deliberation lasted but 3 seconds before they dismissed the thought, for they were now perilously close to the human fortress. They could almost scent the essence of human flesh and blood, causing them to salivate uncontrollably, driven by their insatiable bloodlust. Instinct propelled them forward, relentlessly charging ahead. The flesh of humans was a potent sustenance, significantly enhancing their evolution. In the race for evolution, none wished to be left behind. Weakness could render one prey to their own kind. In their extreme hunger, the Beastkin showed no regard for the lives of those around them, be they kin or not. The feral beasts and the orcish horde, devoid of any sense of discipline or battle formation, descended into madness once more. They opened their gaping maws, brandishing bone daggers and clubs, charging towards the human stronghold. Yet, amidst their frenzy, the sound of thunder erupted. Explosions rained down like a torrential storm of artillery shells and rockets. The deafening blasts tore through the ranks of beasts and orcs, sending countless bodies flying. The shockwaves from the detonations instantly toppled many of their number, while shrapnel tore through flesh and bone. In the aftermath of the explosions, a gruesome scene unfolded, wretched remnants of bodies and severed limbs scattered in all directions. Those who remained unscathed gazed in confusion, their thick hides and immense strength rendering arrows little more than a mere irritation. Why did the falling rain of destruction rip apart their comrades? Amidst the chaos, not a single intact body remained in the wake of the blasts. Only dismembered limbs and scattered entrails littered the ground around them. The horde had no time to react as more projectiles descended upon them. The relentless bombardment continued, decimating thousands and leaving a gruesome tapestry of carnage. The staggering casualties sowed confusion among the beasts and orcs, their instinctual fear rising with the cacophony of agonized wails. Their once proud hides and armors felt as fragile as paper against the onslaught. The relentless barrage transformed the area into a nightmarish realm of blood and flesh. And for the first time, the beasts and orcs felt a twinge of fear towards the human firepower they had deemed mere prey. However, without the command of the Beast Emperor, they dared not retreat, compelled to charge forward. Even if their legs were shattered or their bodies torn, as long as they drew breath, they instinctively pressed on towards the human bastion. Yet, even if they managed to evade the carpet bombing of shells and rockets, a far greater nightmare awaited them near the walls. Upon the orders of the human general, a myriad of machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire. Streams of bullets poured forth, the terrifying onslaught of 12 7mm rounds capable of shredding through the flesh of beasts and orcs alike. Many fell in their charge, their bodies and severed limbs forming small hills, while rivers of crimson blood flowed across the ground. Even those who survived the shelling and gunfire found themselves ensnared in a web of devastation. The ferocious beasts and orcs charging towards the city walls found themselves enveloped in a deepening despair. The lowest sections of the human fortifications towered at least 20 to 30 meters high, constructed from reinforced concrete. With the arrival of the barbarian horde, lacking siege ladders, they were utterly bereft of any viable strategy. What awaited them was inevitable death as the soldiers atop the walls unleashed a relentless barrage from their automatic rifles. When confronted by groups of 3 or 5, they simply hurled grenades down upon the beasts and orcs, who could not withstand the explosive onslaught. The fearless charge of the feral creatures and orcs resulted in their numbers dwindling rapidly. The advancing barbarian forces met a similar fate, decimated by artillery fire. In desperation, they brandished their weapons and hurled arrows towards the humans on the battlements. Yet, the walls loomed too high. The bone arrows they shot fell short, rendered ineffective as they approached their targets. Even the siege ladders they brought proved insufficient in length to reach the summit of the walls. Compounding their hopelessness was the impenetrable steel gate, which withstood the assault of their battering rams. The only means by which they could inflict any harm upon the human soldiers were the massive stones and fireballs launched by catapults. However, the meager damage inflicted was well within the realm of tolerance, having no significant impact on the humans' formidable firepower. Chapter 013. The Colossal Elephant and the Pterosaur Beast. The human race unleashed a cacophony of artillery fire, executing a carpet bombing against the Beast clan. Any beast that dared to approach the city walls suffered catastrophic losses under the deluge of bullets. The city walls were constructed of reinforced concrete, and the gates forged from iron, rendering them utterly indomitable. Whether it was the bloodthirsty feral beasts, the battle-hardened orc warriors, or the even more formidable bone-eating six-legged beasts, reaching the gates or ascending the robust ramparts seemed an insurmountable challenge. The onslaught of the Beast clan proved futile, with countless carcasses strewn before the city, forming mounds while rivers of blood flowed. News of the front, middle, and rear armies being thwarted and suffering significant casualties swiftly reached the ears of Beast Emperor Adolf. A look of disbelief and unbounded fury crossed his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The firepower of the humans could not be so overwhelming. The technological advancement of the human race could not have progressed so rapidly. As a sacred being of the higher dimensions, Adolf understood well that once the human race's technology flourished, their firepower would be formidable. Yet, in merely 50 years, the transition from cold weapons to the era of firearms was astonishing, and the intensity of their firepower was beyond his expectations. In the span of 50 years, under Adolf's guidance, the evolution of the Beast clan had surpassed that of the previous 5 centuries in both degree and speed. He had initially believed that flattening the Ningyuan fortress, invading the Imperial capital, and capturing the human emperor Jiang Yu would be a mere formality. However, the unexpectedly high level of human technology and their fierce firepower was completely beyond his anticipation. After a fit of furious roars, Adolf quickly regained his composure, revealing a sinister smile. If that is the case, I must unleash my trump card. He commanded the Colossal Elephant Legion and the Pterosaur Legion to advance. Charge into Ningyuan, and wash it in blood. Let all humans become the sustenance for our evolution. The Colossal Elephant Legion and the Pterosaur Legion were Adolf's meticulously crafted high-tier beasts of the Beast clan. These were top-tier creatures evolved from the flesh and blood of countless beasts. The two types of beasts had transcended the realm of ordinary creatures. Initially, Adolf had no intention of deploying these monstrous legions, but given the circumstances, he had no choice. Upon Adolf's command, the general of the orc warriors sounded the horn once more. The blaring notes echoed, and immediately, 100,000 colossal elephants, towering at heights of 20 to 30 meters, began to advance with their robust legs. These elephants were not only immense, but also exceptionally sturdy, their bodies covered in formidable scales, resembling oversized elephants. Their tusks and trunks served as weapons. Each colossal elephant bore a massive military tent upon its back, within which stood dozens of orc warriors. Armed with swords, spears, bows, and crossbows, these warriors were not only intelligent, but also rigorously trained. The 100,000-strong elephant army, carrying hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, surged forward. Though their movement appeared slow, each stride spanned several meters. With each step, the earth trembled, and anything standing in their path was crushed to dust. Simultaneously, the sky behind the beast army darkened ominously. An indescribably terrifying aura sent shivers through the beast soldiers. It was a gigantic pterosaur-like creature, with a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters and a length of 40 to 50 meters. Its razor-sharp claws could crush any object, and its tail, measuring over 10 meters, could sweep away anything in its path. The creature was covered in thick scales, more impervious than any steel known to man. Such terrifying pterosaurs numbered in the tens of thousands, undoubtedly the elite among Adolf's meticulously crafted forces. These pterosaur beasts represented the pinnacle of the beast race's evolution. They could traverse the planet with ease and would soon venture into the cosmos. Adolf spared no effort in using all human, beast, and any living being on Blue Planet as sustenance for the pterosaur beasts, hastening their evolution into cosmic titans that would soar beyond Blue Planet and contend for supremacy in the Milky Way. As 1,000 pterosaur beasts took to the skies, They densely filled vast expanses of the heavens, obscuring the sun. My heavens, what monstrosity is that? In the reconnaissance aircraft observing the movements of the beast race. The pilots not only beheld the colossal beasts on the ground, but also the pterosaurs soaring above. The sight of such formidable creatures, especially the aerial pterosaurs, stirred tumultuous waves of fear in the pilots' hearts. They instinctively understood the formidable combat prowess these beasts possessed. Quick, report the enemy situation to the command center. The reconnaissance team leader urgently commanded. Boom. No sooner had the team leader spoken than a violent explosion erupted. One of the reconnaissance aircraft was struck by the tail of a suddenly appearing pterosaur, reducing it to countless fragments. Evade. Immediately return. The team leader was drenched in cold sweat, hastily instructing his team to maneuver and retreat. Their reconnaissance aircraft were not only lacking in agility, but also devoid of offensive capabilities. Faced with the sky-darkening pterosaurs, they had no means of resistance. The remaining 4 aircraft quickly turned in the sky, hastening towards Jang Yu fortress. Yet, it was all too late, for pterosaur beasts soared towards them. The pterosaurs were swifter and more agile than the reconnaissance craft. Within mere seconds, the sky erupted with 4 dazzling bursts of flames. At the Jang Yu fortress command center, the massive television screen was suddenly filled with static. The commanders lost all real-time surveillance of the beast army. The command center was plunged into an eerie silence, with the faces of all commanders and operational advisors etched with dread. In the final moments, they had witnessed the colossal beasts on the ground and the pterosaurs in the sky. Each enormous beast resembled a moving mountain, while each pterosaur was akin to a powerful fighter jet. With at least 100,000 giant beasts and tens of thousands of pterosaurs, they represented the beast race's most formidable forces. Confronted by such horrifying creatures, a profound sense of fear and helplessness arose within every heart. Deploy all aircraft. Prepare the anti-aircraft artillery for battle. Utilize armor-piercing shells against the giant beasts. Just as everyone in the command center was left in shock from the scenes transmitted back by the reconnaissance aircraft, the voice of the Emperor Jiang Yu resonated through the real-time radio communication channels. The scene captured by the reconnaissance aircraft was also relayed to the Imperial military office in the capital. Jiang Yu beheld the formidable giant elephant and the winged dragon, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. He could not help but think to himself, the Beast clan must have descended upon the Beastman planet. Otherwise, such powerful aberrations could not possibly have evolved. Jiang Yu further substantiated his suspicions. Yet he remained uncertain as to which Beastman planet from the higher dimensional world had manifested on Blue Star. It seemed imperative for humanity to accelerate the advancement of their technology. He mused. Blue Star comprises 3 continents and 4 oceans, and even in the new continent and 9 continents, such formidable aberrations already exist. Given the vast distance of over 10,000 kilometers to the Americas, there must undoubtedly be even more powerful and terrifying aberrations. For humanity to endure on Blue Star, it is essential to eradicate all members of the Beast clan from the planet. However, with the current level of their technological prowess and civilization, achieving this goal is far from feasible. Chapter 14. The Artillery Barrage. Upon witnessing the devastating losses of the Beastman army, the Beast Emperor Adolf was compelled to unleash his trump card. The formidable ground forces of colossal elephants and the aerial legions of wyverns surged forth simultaneously. However, the wyverns, with their superior speed, far surpassed the lumbering giants, lacking any concept of coordinated aerial combat. Sensing the sanguine essence of the human race, the wyverns hastened towards the human stronghold. These creatures possess the ability to devour any living being to facilitate their evolution, including both humans and beastmen. Yet it was evident that human flesh was more palatable, significantly benefiting the rapid evolution of these beasts. Meanwhile, upon receiving the command from Emperor Jiang Yu, the command center of Jang Yu fortress swiftly initiated battle preparations. The artillery battalion, long poised for combat, sprang into action. Thousands of multi-barreled anti-aircraft guns, ranging from 40 to 100 millimeters in caliber, were aimed skyward. These guns, equipped with radar or electro-optical fire control systems and mounted on vehicles, formed a triad self-propelled anti-aircraft system alongside machine guns and long-range artillery. The anti-aircraft guns were characterized by their lengthy barrels high initial velocity, broad firing range, rapid rate of fire, and remarkable accuracy. With the integration of radar or electro-optical fire control systems, they could automatically track and target foes. Beyond engaging aerial threats, they were also capable of striking ground or maritime targets. The smaller caliber rounds utilized impact fuses to damage targets upon direct hits, while some employed proximity fuses to inflict harm through shrapnel. The larger and medium caliber rounds were equipped with time fuses and proximity fuses, relying on shrapnel for damage or the kinetic energy of armor-piercing projectiles to penetrate targets. All anti-aircraft systems were mounted on vehicles or towed for agile and swift deployment to various locations. The commander of the anti-aircraft unit, peering through his binoculars, closely monitored the dark specks approaching from the sky. The soldiers were already prepared, with ammunition loaded and ready for action. The machine gunners stood vigilant, poised to unleash torrents of bullets at a moment's notice. The anti-aircraft troops were acutely aware of the formidable aerial beasts possessed by the Beastmen. Their commander had informed them that these aerial entities had evolved, becoming even more powerful and agile. Thus, every soldier in the anti-aircraft unit remained steadfast and focused, tinged with a hint of tension. Like their comrades in other units, they faced the Beastmen for the first time, and to claim they felt no anxiety would be a disservice to the truth. Yet, they were not afraid. Rather, they felt an insatiable urge to engage after witnessing the prolonged clashes between ground forces and the Beastmen. They understood that coexistence between humans and Beastmen was a futile dream, and the only path to survival lay in the annihilation of their adversaries. For centuries, the calamities and blood-soaked vendettas inflicted upon humanity by the Beastmen had been etched into the very marrow of every human being. At this moment, the soldiers atop the city walls reveled in the slaughter of the Beastmen ranks. Their eyes, alight with the fervor of battle, were fueled by the support of the artillery. Countless Beastmen fell before their gaze as they relished in the destruction of their foes, their hearts filled with gratitude towards the great emperor. Until now, humanity had wielded only simple weapons, swords, spears, and bows. Whenever the Beastmen launched an assault, the human race was compelled to engage in close-quarters combat. The combat prowess of the Beastmen far exceeded that of the humans. Even the weakest of the ferocious beasts and orcs were fearsome. Time and again, the humans found themselves outnumbered by several times in order to contend with the Beastmen, resulting in more defeats than victories. However, the situation has now transformed dramatically. The weapons in their hands have been replaced by firearms. The terrifying power of cannons and rocket launchers is beyond mention. Even rifles and machine guns can take down foes from hundreds of meters away. Since the onset of the conflict, at least hundreds of thousands of Beastmen have fallen to their might, while the casualties on the human side are nearly negligible. Despite the Beastmen having also evolved, the tide remains overwhelmingly in favor of the humans. Without the benevolence of the human emperor, the diverse array of formidable weapons would not exist. Without such weapons, the consequences of another Beastmen invasion would be unimaginable. The entire human race feels that the emperor has indeed saved them. Just as countless Beastmen continued their relentless assault, the human defenders on the walls were engaged in a fierce counterattack. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming pressure weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Instinctively looking up, they beheld a vast swarm of colossal, unfamiliar creatures hurtling towards them. These were wyvern-like beasts, never before seen even in historical texts. It was evident that these terrifying creatures were a new evolution, endowed with remarkable combat capabilities. The soldiers atop the walls instinctively raised their automatic rifles and machine guns, firing wildly. Yet, the speed and agility of the wyverns were astonishing, making it exceedingly difficult for the soldiers to land a hit, even if they did. The impact was minimal. The beasts were covered in thick scales, causing bullets to merely spark against their armored hides, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In retaliation, the wyverns launched their assault. One of the beasts soared above the walls and opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that spanned dozens to hundreds of meters into the throng below. The human soldiers engulfed in the inferno were reduced to ash within mere seconds. Soon, more and more wyverns breached the ranks of the human defenders atop the walls. Fiery tongues shot, for they once again brandished their weapons or swung their razor-sharp claws. madly charging towards the human stronghold, fearful of falling behind and missing the opportunity to feast upon human blood. As an increasing number of wyverns and bizarre creatures surged towards the city walls, even soaring into the heart of the city, an astonishing spectacle unfolded once more. Under the command of the officer, thousands of anti-aircraft guns erupted in a cacophony of fire. Shells of various calibers and bullets from anti-aircraft machine guns surged skyward with reckless abandon. The projectiles, in their furious ascent, created dazzling flashes as they scraped against the air, forming angry tongues of flame. Countless tongues of fire struck the wyverns, causing bright sparks to erupt or scattering scales and flesh in their wake. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the wyverns, the massive, agile beasts, clad in armor-like scales, plummeted from the sky. Chapter 15. The deployment of fighter aircraft. The speed of the pterodactyl beasts is indeed remarkable, coupled with their agility. Yet, can even the swiftest of creatures outpace the projectiles of anti-aircraft artillery and machine guns? Clad in formidable armor, the pterodactyl beasts possess formidable defenses. However, can a single bullet or shell fail to penetrate their scales? What of 10 or even 100? It is crucial to understand that a simultaneous volley from thousands of anti-aircraft guns results in a torrential downpour of shells and bullets numbering in the thousands. Under such concentrated fire, even the most heavily armored pterodactyls stand little chance. One by one, these majestic beasts are wounded or slain, plummeting from the skies like raindrops. With each fallen creature, an armored vehicle rushes forth. It is one thing to be slain by anti-aircraft fire, but should any survive, they are quickly dispatched to ensure that each pterodactyl is rendered utterly powerless, as the relentless barrage of anti-aircraft guns assails them. The pressure on the city walls and towers diminishes instantaneously. While infantry may struggle against pterodactyls, they can efficiently eliminate the ground forces of the Beast Clan. The Beast Army, having endured the carpet bombing of artillery, has only just arrived at the base of the walls or is halfway up the siege ladders when they are met with renewed fire. Their assault is once again suppressed, with not a single beast soldier managing to ascend the walls. However, the concentrated fire has thoroughly enraged the pterodactyls. They abandon their attacks on the soldiers atop the walls and fearlessly charge towards the distant anti-aircraft positions. Although many pterodactyls fall during their reckless advance, their bloodthirsty nature blinds them to fear. Their eyes are filled solely with visions of slaughter and the taste of human blood. Any adversary that dares to provoke them must be obliterated. As they soar towards the human anti-aircraft positions, the pterodactyls unleash a barrage of fireballs. These projectiles hurtle through the air with the velocity of cannonballs. Within mere moments, hundreds, if not thousands, of fireballs rain down upon the anti-aircraft batteries. There is no cacophony of explosions, yet upon striking any surface, the fireballs erupt. Any human or flora that comes into contact with the flames is instantly reduced to ashes. Even if they touch the concrete fortifications, anti-aircraft, the heavy-lift aircraft, possesses an impressive capacity to carry bombs and rockets, showcasing remarkable ground attack capabilities. The A-1 attack aircraft is also equipped with dual 37mm cannons, providing commendable air-to-air combat potential. The P-51 Mustang, almost purpose-built for aerial combat, features an advanced autopilot system. Its exemplary aerodynamic design significantly reduces drag during flight. In comparison to similar aircraft, it boasts a threefold increase in fuel capacity, achieving a range of 370 kilometers, sufficient to escort bombers on long-range bombing missions. The P-51 is armed with 4 20mm cannons and 6 12.7mm heavy machine guns, while simultaneously carrying 2 0.000 rounds of 20mm ammunition and 5 0.000 rounds of 12.7mm ammunition. With such an arsenal, it resembles a mobile armory. At this moment, over the Jang Yu fortress, more than 2,000 A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters fill the sky. Should the need arise, additional fighters can be swiftly dispatched from the Imperial capital. Brothers, it is finally the Air Force's turn to take the stage. His Majesty the Emperor has declared that the Air Force is the true pride of the heavens. Today, the Air Force must eliminate the greatest number of aerial beasts and ground monstrosities. The Air Force cannot afford to disappoint His Majesty, nor the entirety of humankind. General Zhou Zhenghang, commanding the Air Force Base, rallies all pilots over the public radio frequency. Each pilot has been meticulously selected as an elite of humanity, and their training has demanded vast resources. His Majesty holds the Air Force in high regard and has placed great expectations upon them. Now is the moment for these chosen ones to bravely confront the enemy. Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! The radio frequency erupts with the fervent cheers of the pilots, fully aware of the weight of their responsibility in determining the outcome of the battle. They understand the formidable threat posed by the incoming winged beasts, humanity's greatest adversary. The anti-aircraft positions are engaged in combat with the winged monstrosities. Although they have downed numerous foes, the anti-aircraft units have also suffered significant casualties. Should they fail to defeat or repel the onslaught of these winged beasts, more of humanity's forces will fall victim to their fiery wrath. All pilots push their aircraft to maximum speed, charging towards the bloodthirsty horde of winged beasts. Soon, the vanguard of the aerial fleet encounters winged monstrosities larger than their own aircraft. They circle in the sky, dive down, and unleash fireballs in indiscriminate attacks on the anti-aircraft positions. Below them, flames rage uncontrollably, with some areas merging into a vast inferno. The fire spewed by the winged beasts appears to burn and spread without the need for combustible materials, at least for the time being. The flames show no signs of extinguishing or abating. Within the Ninjua, the entire Ningyuan fortress is destined to be engulfed in a conflagration. Fire at will. Let them perish. Upon sighting and targeting the pterosaur monstrosities, the pilots unleashed a relentless barrage. Instantly, a multitude of cannon and machine gun rounds surged towards the designated targets. The A-1 attack aircraft further augmented the assault by launching rockets, weaving a formidable tapestry of firepower. The air was soon filled with chilling cries of agony as clouds of blood mist erupted in the sky, with pterosaur beasts plummeting from above, clad in scaled armor. These creatures boasted remarkable defenses, and perhaps one or a few rounds might not faze them. However, when faced with dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of bullets, no challenge remains insurmountable. For this day of reckoning, His Majesty the Emperor and the entirety of humanity have prepared for decades, amassing an extensive arsenal of weaponry and munitions, with every armory brimming to capacity. Moreover, military factories continue to operate tirelessly, producing supplies around the clock. Thus, they are not lacking in weaponry, nor in the diverse ammunition required for sustenance. Chapter 16. Adolf's private emotions with the arrival of the Air Force fleet. A fierce aerial battle between humanity and the beast tribe commenced. Although the human fighters numbered merely over 2,000, the winged beasts far outnumbered them. However, in terms of speed, the winged beasts, which could only soar through the skies, could not compete with the fighters' velocities of 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. The A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters, being the pinnacle creations of Earth's World War II, boasted exceptional agility. Coupled with their cannons and machine guns that had a longer range, they could engage the enemy from a distance, allowing them to evade after an attack. In contrast, the fire breath and fireballs of the winged beasts could only reach a distance of 200 to 300 meters at most. They could only strike once they had closed the distance to the fighters. The human aircraft adeptly exploited their advantage of range. After engaging the enemy from afar, they would proceed forward if they succeeded in downing their opponent. If not, they would swiftly maneuver to evade the enemy's counterattacks. Hence, the outcome of this aerial confrontation was unmistakable. Supported by the full force of ground anti-aircraft artillery, humanity clearly held the upper hand. Whether it was the attacking beast army, the defending human legions, or the civilian populace, all could witness the fierce aerial skirmish above. Thousands of winged beasts flapped their mighty wings, releasing furious roars, while over 2,000 propeller-driven fighters roared with deafening engines. The sky was densely populated with this deadly dance of life and death. The winged beasts continuously unleashed fire tongues and fireballs, illuminating the darkened sky with bursts of flame. The air grew oppressively heavy under the scorching heat. The human fighters relentlessly fired their cannons and machine guns, while the anti-aircraft units launched shells and bullets into the heavens. A dense web of firepower was woven from the shells and bullets, despite the winged beasts being clad in tough scales. Their formidable defenses could not withstand such a relentless assault. Periodically, massive winged beasts would plummet from the sky, splattered with their own blood. Of course, there were instances when human fighters were struck by fire tongues or fireballs, or fell victim to close-range attacks from the winged beasts. Nevertheless, the overall outcome of this aerial, I shall undoubtedly eradicate your human race, casting you back into the higher dimensional realm, thereby stripping you of your sacred status as a populace. As a mere commoner, you shall no longer garner the favor of Lady Kaisha. She will undoubtedly choose me. Adolf bellowed his command. Unwilling to concede the retreat of his beastly army, he firmly believed that once the human defenses were breached, the human race could not withstand the onslaught of the beast folk. Though the humans wielded formidable firepower, inflicting significant casualties upon the beasts, this was predicated upon their robust fortifications. Should their walls be compromised, the frail humans would no longer pose a threat to the beastly horde, and ultimate victory would be theirs. The competition among the myriad races of the cosmos is fiercely intense and brutally merciless. In pursuit of their own civilization's advancement, it is not uncommon to suppress or even annihilate other races. Such actions might be deemed justifiable, yet Adolf's motives were tinged with a hint of personal sentiment. The exquisite and precious Lady Kaisha, despite being the 658th offspring of the supreme ruler of the higher dimensional universe, maintained a status that was far too noble for one of Jiang Yu's lowly stature. Upon receiving the command from Beast Emperor Adolf, the general of the savage troops sounded the horn once more. The deep, resonant echoes of the horn reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The beastly army, invigorated by the will of their emperor, surged forward with fervor. The ferocious beasts and the orcish legions, alongside the savage troops and the bone-crushing six-legged behemoths, charged into the fray amidst a barrage of gunfire. They incessantly unleashed a rain of arrows upon the walls, hurling boulders and fireballs into the fortifications and the human stronghold. The colossal elephantine beasts, personally led by the emperor, quickened their advance. The savage warriors atop these majestic creatures brandished their bone blades and clubs, roaring fiercely. Observing the densely packed formation of these towering beasts, akin to small mountains, approaching rapidly, the defenders atop the walls could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. The sheer size of the elephantine beasts, towering at heights of 20 to 30 meters, was daunting. Clad in formidable armor, their defensive capabilities were astonishing. Even the most violent explosions failed to bring them down. The blasts might only shatter their thick plating, revealing bloodied flesh beneath, yet they could not halt their relentless advance. The rifles and machine guns wielded by the human defenders proved ineffective against such titans. Bullets merely sparked upon impact. More alarming was the fact that these colossal beasts dwarfed the walls of Ningyuan Fortress. Should they close the distance, the beastly soldiers atop their backs would easily scale the fortifications. The human soldiers understood all too well that engaging the beasts in close combat, even with superior numbers, would yield little advantage. The emperor had repeatedly warned the generals, who in turn cautioned the soldiers, one must not engage the beasts in melee. Anti-tank units were deployed, launching anti-armor missiles. The commanding general recognized the looming peril, and the military-industrial complex had devised strategies to counter the formidable defenses of the beasts. They developed large-caliber rifles and rocket-propelled grenade launchers specifically designed to pierce the beast's heavy armor. In particular, the armor-piercing projectiles and shrapnel rounds of the anti-armor missiles were deemed exceptional weapons against the colossal elephantine beasts. Armor-piercing projectiles and armor-defeating rounds rely on penetrating armor to incapacitate their targets. In contrast, shrapnel rounds utilize explosive shockwaves to compromise armor integrity. These shrapnel rounds are crafted with plastic explosives encased in a fragile, thin-walled shell, equipped with a delayed fuse. Upon impact, the shell shatters, allowing the plastic explosive to adhere to the target's surface due to inertia. Following this, the detonation generates shockwaves that traverse the armor, resulting in catastrophic failure of the inner surface. The principle of lethality resembles the concept of striking an object from a distance. Even without breaching the armor, the transmitted shockwaves can inflict internal damage. Under the command of the fortress general, the soldiers of the human race shouldered their anti-material rifles and anti-tank rocket launchers, unleashing a fierce assault upon the slowly advancing colossal beast, the formidable giant elephant. Chapter 017. allowing the beastmen to enter the pass as the colossal elephant-like beasts gradually approached. The anti-material snipers and rocket artillerymen commenced their counterattack. Braving the onslaught of arrows and fireballs from the horde of beastmen, they took their positions to launch their strikes. The towering giants, standing at heights of 20 to 30 meters and weighing several thousand tons, required little time for aim. The anti-material rounds, armor-piercing shells, and shrapnel projectiles they unleashed struck the massive creatures with precision, the resounding cracks of armor being breached and the dull explosions of penetrating hits filled the air as the wounded beasts let out anguished cries of pain. Those that sustained multiple hits collapsed heavily, crushing a significant number of beastmen soldiers who had relied on the giants for their assault. Witnessing the evident lethality of the anti-material weapons against the elephantine beasts, the human soldiers erupted in cheers, intensifying their counteroffensive. Meanwhile, in a tent atop one of the colossal beasts, Adolf seethed with rage as he observed the giants fall one after another. The ferocity of the human firepower and its devastating impact made him increasingly apprehensive. Determined to trample the human territories, vanquish the planetary lord Jiang Yu, and establish himself as the sole sovereign of Blue Star, Adolf had, over the past 50 years, sacrificed the majority of the beastmen to enhance the evolution of his elite troops. This had resulted in the creation of the astonishingly resilient elephantine beasts and the fearsome flying fire-breathing wyverns. To his dismay, the lowly Jiang Yu had led his people into the era of firearms, developing an array of formidable weaponry. The relentless bombardment on his beastly forces had already inflicted substantial casualties. To add insult to injury, there were now fighter jets designed specifically to target aerial foes and armor-piercing weapons aimed at the beastmen's front lines. Within merely half a day of battle, the million-strong horde had suffered catastrophic losses, their corpses piling up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers. Even the elite wyverns and elephantine beasts had failed to overpower the humans, unable to breach their fortified walls. This reality was unacceptable to Adolf, compelling him to issue even more frenzied orders for the beastmen to advance. He understood the crucial nature of this battle for Miss Kaisha. The daughter of the supreme ruler of the higher dimensional world possesses the unparalleled resources of the angelic civilization. Adolf, her rival, is not without his own advantages, as his father reigns over a small universe. With diligent development, it would not be difficult for him to evolve his beast race into cosmic titans, millennia hence. Even if he does not ascend to the throne of the Tianhe galaxy, he could still become a dominant force within it. In fact, should Miss Kaisha aspire to rule the Tianhe galaxy, her ambitions would hinge upon Adolf's disposition. At that time, he could marry the enchanting Miss Kaisha, becoming the son-in-law of the supreme ruler of the higher dimensional realm and achieving immortality. However, just as Adolf took his first steps toward his grand ambitions, he encountered formidable obstacles and setbacks, primarily instigated by his rival, Jiang Yu, representing the technologically advanced yet scorned human race. The mere thought of this rivalry ignited a tempest of fury within Adolf, who wished nothing more than to obliterate Jiang Yu. In a moment of wrath, he issued a decree to all attacking beast races. If they failed to seize the human stronghold today, they would become fodder for the evolution of the beast race. Upon receiving the Emperor's command, the attacking beast races were engulfed in a chilling dread. Sensing an oppressive will from the higher dimensional world that instilled a fear greater than death itself, instantly their ferocity intensified. They charged toward the human cities with reckless abandon. Among them, the colossal elephantine beasts quickened their advance, braving a hail of gunfire. Even when grievously wounded, they struggled to rise and continue their assault. In the Imperial capital, at the military headquarters, the front line's dire situation was broadcast live. Even from a distance, Jiang Yu could feel the fury of the beast races. High-ranking officials, including Governor Zhu Qiming and Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun, trembled with anxiety as they witnessed the relentless onslaught of the beasts. Oblivious to the carnage unfolding on the battlefield, cameras installed throughout the front lines allowed them to monitor every corner of the conflict. The artillery units relentlessly unleashed their barrages, the cannon barrels glowing a deep crimson, yet the gunners remained resolute, refusing to yield to complacency. On the city walls and within the towers, the human soldiers fought valiantly. disregarding the rain of arrows and the onslaught of boulders and fireballs. Anti-aircraft positions continuously fired their ordnance into the sky, undeterred even as flames engulfed them. Fighter pilots similarly cast aside their fears, engaging in fierce combat with the fire-breathing draconic beasts, refusing to retreat. Moreover, the citizens of Ningyuan Fort displayed equal valor as they navigated the battlefield, tirelessly transporting ammunition and supplies to the front lines, while also carrying away the fallen and the wounded. In that moment, Ningyuan Fort was shrouded in the chaos of war. Whether on the front lines or among the populace, fear was absent. They vowed to fight the beast races to the last man, refusing to yield even an inch. They understood that this was a battle for the survival of humanity, leaving no room for retreat. They are acutely aware that behind them lies the Imperial capital, where resides His Majesty the Human Emperor. Under His Majesty's guidance, humanity has transitioned from a feudal society into a civilized one. The Human Emperor has spearheaded the advancement of industry, agriculture, and commerce, thereby bestowing upon the human race a prosperous living environment. It is through his leadership that humanity has acquired formidable strength to counter the incursions of the beast tribes. Every gain has been hard-won, and they are resolved to defend it with their lives. The entire military affairs office is shrouded in a stifling, tense atmosphere. They have done all that they could. Now they can merely await the final outcome of the battle. Jiang Yu's gaze is fixed upon the colossal army of siege elephants. He has discerned that the fortifications of Ningyuan Fortress will inevitably be breached. The frail bodies of humanity simply cannot contend with the brute strength of the beast tribes in close combat. With a silent sigh, he issued the command, "Withdraw the soldiers from the wall defenses and allow the beast tribes to enter the city. Dispatch the armored units, air forces, and ground troops from the Imperial capital to swiftly reinforce Ningyuan Fortress." Chapter 018. The Emperor's personal expedition in response to Jiang Yu's command. The assembly did not perceive any wrongdoing. They had witnessed the beastmen's colossal elephants steadily approaching the city walls. Although many of these gigantic creatures had fallen under the assault of anti-material weaponry, the army of elephantine beasts numbered at least 100,000. It was impossible to eliminate them all. Inevitably, some would reach the very edges of the walls. They harbored no fear of the elephants crashing against the fortifications. The walls of Ningyuan Fortress were constructed of reinforced concrete. Even with the immense weight and strength of the elephants, toppling such formidable barriers was no trivial task. However, these elephants stood 20 to 30 meters tall, surpassing the height of Ningyuan's walls. Each elephant bore upon its back several dozen awakened barbarian warriors. These warriors were not only robust and agile, but their combat prowess exceeded that of human soldiers by several folds. Should they leap onto the walls, the advantages of the human soldiers' firearms would be rendered moot. In fact, 3 to 5 human soldiers might struggle to defeat a single barbarian beast. The stark disparity in physical capabilities between humans and beastmen could not be altered in the short term. Consequently, the human soldiers stationed atop the walls would inevitably suffer heavy casualties, while failing to prevent the beastmen from breaching the fortress. It would be more prudent to withdraw the human defenders from the walls, forming a secondary line of defense to continue the fight. This course of action bore a significant advantage. The impregnable, imposing walls would serve to keep the colossal elephants at bay. The pressure and sense of oppression exerted by the beastmen would vanish in an instant. The human soldiers could then leverage their familiarity with the terrain, continuing to eliminate the invading beast horde from a distance. Of course, the loss of the sturdy wall as a defense would place Ningyuan Fortress in a precarious position. Even perilous, Jang Yu felt compelled to dispatch elite troops from the Imperial capital to promptly aid Ningyuan Fortress. He sensed that the beastmen had committed their finest warriors, at least those from the entirety of the 9 continents. Given this, it was unnecessary to sacrifice Ningyuan Fortress or the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians to exhaust the beastmen's strength. Instead, all forces should be mobilized to annihilate the incoming beast horde in one decisive blow. Moreover, Jiang Yu resolved to lead the charge himself. He was eager to discover the identity of the formidable overlord from a higher dimensional world who commanded such a powerful beast army, surely intent on his demise. As he declared his intention to personally lead the expedition, he faced vehement opposition from all officials. "Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. Your life is invaluable. Do not expose yourself to danger. Should anything untoward occur, we would bear the weight of eternal blame. The Beastmen are formidable, and we have 100,000 soldiers willing to fight to the last breath. Even if 100,000 fall, there remain millions of civilians and loyal ministers like us. You, Emperor, are the future and hope of our entire race. How can you venture to the front lines of battle, even if you were a god? Possessing an immortal body, allowing the blood of beasts to touch you would be a great disrespect." Jiang Yu responded with a calm smile. "There is no need for concern. For our human race is currently strong and resolute, with morale soaring. With the formidable strength of Ningyuan Fortress alone, it could contend evenly with a 1,000,000-strong beast army. Now, with hundreds of thousands of elite forces dispatched from the Imperial capital, a complete rout of the advancing beast horde was inevitable. My presence on the front lines would ensure robust protection, rendering any danger non-existent. Furthermore, my direct involvement would significantly bolster the morale of the troops." Despite Jiang Yu's assertions, the officials remained opposed. However, Jiang Yu's resolve was unwavering, and they could not deter him. The Chancellor, Zhu Qiming, solemnly entrusted General Su Wanjun with the mission. "General Su, you must ensure the Emperor's safety." To which General Su pledged with fervor, "Rest assured, Chancellor, even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I would not allow a single hair on His Majesty to be harmed." With this assurance from the military minister, the officials felt a modicum of relief. Under Jiang Yu's orders, the elite forces of the Imperial capital swiftly mobilized. Thousands of fighter jets took to the skies from various military airfields, racing to the battlefield to strike at the beast army. Subsequently, armored and ground troops were deployed. Jiang Yu stood atop an armored vehicle, allowing the soldiers to witness their emperor leading the charge. While Jiang Yu brimmed with confidence in achieving victory, he understood the paramount importance of morale. Elevated spirits often yield enhanced combat prowess, unlocking the latent potential within the soldiers. The roar of tank and armored vehicle engines thundered as the formidable steel torrent surged toward the city gates. Along the expansive highway leading out of the city, the citizens of the Imperial capital lined the sides. Fresh from witnessing a grand parade, they were nonetheless awestruck by the might of the ironclad army. They understood that this formidable force was bound for Ningyuan Fortress to confront the invading beast horde. Confidence surged within them. The mightiest beast legion was but a paper tiger before such steel. Suddenly, someone spotted Jiang Yu atop one of the armored vehicles. After rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they exclaimed, "Look, it is His Majesty the Emperor. Is His Majesty leading the charge? Surely, His Majesty is personally commanding the expedition." As more citizens recognized their revered emperor, they swiftly deduced his intent to direct the battle from the front lines. In an instant, tens of thousands of citizens along the highway knelt and fervently chanted, "Long live His Majesty the Emperor." Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. He had repeatedly stated his abolishment of feudal customs and his disinterest in such reverent displays. Yet, whether officials or commoners, it seemed his words fell on deaf ears, as they continued to pay homage to him with profound bows reserved solely for the emperor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's orders reached the command center of Ningyuan Fortress. Commander Deng Jianjun promptly issued the necessary directives. Upon receiving the orders, the human soldiers stationed along the walls began an orderly retreat. As the colossal beast army approached the ramparts and the savage warriors leapt onto the walls, not a single human soldier remained on the entire defensive line. Even the fallen and injured had been carried away. Tens of thousands of barbaric warriors, brandishing their bone knives and heavy clubs, swiftly seized the defensive walls and flung open the gates. An uncountable horde of ferocious beasts, alongside the orc battalions and the barbarian army, surged into the Ningyuan fortress like an overwhelming tide. At last, they had breached the human stronghold. Observing the chaos of the battlefield, the Beast Emperor Adolf finally exhaled in relief. He had long discerned that the walls of Ningyuan Fortress were built of reinforced concrete. Even the gates were forged from thick iron, rendering them nearly impervious to brute force. With the strongest line of defense of the human race now fallen, There would be no barrier left to impede the advance of the beastly legions across the plains. Although the humans wielded formidable firearms that posed a significant threat to the beasts, they were mere fragile creatures in the face of the beastly onslaught. The individual combat prowess of the Beast Chapter 19. The final confrontation. Jiang Yu. You are certainly not in Ningyuan City, but rather cowering in the Imperial capital like a turtle retreating into its shell. However, that matters little. Once I conquer and annihilate Pingyuan City, I shall lead the Beastmen army to assault the Imperial capital and eradicate the entire human race. I will personally ensure your defeat, rendering you a failed planet lord. Even if you return to the higher dimensions, you will be reduced to a despicable commoner. The very thought of vanquishing Jang Yu and seizing dominion over the entire Blue Star, while simultaneously winning the favor of the noble and beautiful Miss Kaisha, fills Adolf with exuberance, prompting him to laugh heartily. Following the previous battle, amidst the relentless bombardment from the human forces and the valiant resistance of the defending soldiers, the Beastmen army suffered significant losses, their ranks decimated, blood flowing like rivers. Yet, with the involvement of the Elephant Legion and the reinforcement of several 100,000 barbarian warriors, the Beastmen's numbers were substantially restored, still boasting an impressive force of 700,000 to 800,000. More crucially, the Beastmen had breached the formidable city wall defenses and infiltrated the human stronghold. Although tens of thousands of colossal beasts were hindered outside the sturdy walls, the number of beastmen that had entered the city was sufficient. The humans, having lost their robust defensive lines, could no longer thwart the onslaught of the Beastmen army. The Beastmen would undoubtedly seize control of the entire Ningyuan fortress, slaughtering millions of humans within the city. With such a vast quantity of human lives as sustenance and nourishment, Adolf's Beastmen would undergo a significant evolution. It would not be long before Adolf's forces became even more formidable, instilling fearlessness against human artillery. When the time comes, a single command from Adolf would make the assault on the final human stronghold, the Imperial capital, an effortless task. At this moment, 700,000 to 800,000 beastmen surged into Ningyuan fortress. Emperor Adolf ascended the battlements built by the humans, standing at the pinnacle and gazing down upon the flood-like army of beastmen. His bloodthirsty expression was unmistakable as he surveyed the distant human towns. The only regret he bore was the excessively sturdy walls constructed by the humans. His colossal beasts were too massive to enter through the various gates and join the ensuing battle. Even though the brute strength of the giant elephants could cause them to crash and bleed, they could not topple the thick concrete walls. As for dismantling the walls bit by bit, Adolf had no inclination to do so. After capturing Ningyuan fortress and flattening the entire city, the Elephant Legion could simply maneuver around, without impeding their assault on the last bastion of humanity, the Imperial capital, where Jiang Yu awaited. Observing the 700,000 to 800,000 beastmen swarm towards Ningyuan City like a horde of ants, Adolf spirit soared. Meanwhile, the human soldiers and civilians defending the wall had retreated beyond Ningyuan City, establishing a second line of defense. The artillery and rocket launchers had also withdrawn to a strategic position within the city, preparing for another round of bombardment against the beastmen. The anti-aircraft artillery units have also retreated, leaving only over 1,000 fighter jets engaged in a fierce struggle against the Wyvern beasts, providing cover for the entire army's withdrawal. Undoubtedly, this human air force, facing a legion of wyverns that outnumber them severalfold, has prepared itself for total annihilation. However, they have already fulfilled their purpose. With the combined assault of over 2,000 fighter jets and anti-aircraft units, they have successfully eliminated more than half of the wyvern beasts, achieving a remarkably impressive record. Now, having completed their mission to safeguard the retreat of ground troops, their contributions are invaluable. Their families will take pride in them, and the human air force will regard them as paragons of aerial valor. Outside Ningyuan City, the second line of defense has long since been established. The withdrawing troops need only to take their respective combat positions. Yet, there are no solid city walls here, only countless trenches and bunkers. They will construct numerous strongpoints to unleash their firepower upon the advancing beast horde. Simultaneously, this location serves as the final bastion protecting Ningyuan City and the millions of human lives within. Before them lie thousands of tiger tanks and even more armored vehicles. The shells loaded in the Tiger tanks are all tail-finned armor-piercing rounds. Their adversaries will be the bone-chilling six-legged beasts driven by the Beastmen. The armored vehicles are equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, ready to confront the ferocious beasts, orcs, and barbarian warriors. The armored units will form the first line of defense, while the artillery positions within Ningyuan City will rain indiscriminate fire upon the densely packed beast army. Previously, the relentless bombardment had left all cannons and rocket launchers glowing red-hot. During the retreat, these artillery pieces have completely cooled down. Next, the artillery units will once again unleash a fierce barrage, firing their last round of shells and rockets. The command center of the Ningyuan fortress has moved forward, directly behind the positions of the ground troops. This is the final line of defense. If it falters, all of Ningyuan City and millions of its citizens will be lost. The overall commander, Dang Jianjun, stands atop the highest tower, peering into the distance with a telescope. In the sky, the air force of Ningyuan Fortress continues to grapple with the Wyvern beasts, but the number of fighter jets is dwindling. On the ground, savage beasts and orcs, alongside barbarian warriors in the bone-chilling six-legged beast legion, kick up clouds of dust as they charge forward. Despite having annihilated a significant portion of the beast army in previous skirmishes and achieving commendable success, the command center remains vigilant. The expressions of all personnel have grown increasingly grave. They have readied weapons for the guards. Should the beast horde breach their defenses, they will fight to the last with the beasts. There is no retreat left for them. They must either coexist with Ningyuan City or perish alongside it. Order the long-range artillery units to fire. Let every shell be unleashed, commanded Commander Dang Jianjun in a resounding voice, as the beast army has now entered the range of the cannons and rocket launchers. At the artillery positions, all heavy artillery and rocket launchers have been calibrated for their trajectories, with shells loaded into the barrels and rockets positioned in the launch tubes. Beside the heavy artillery and rocket launchers, a mountain of various shells and rockets lay piled high. The artillerymen, weary from previous battles, showed no signs of rest. Their uniforms were drenched in sweat, their faces smeared with dirt, yet none paid heed to their disheveled appearance. The command from headquarters rang out, and the commanders of the artillery battalions vigorously waved their flags, shouting, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" In an instant, the artillerymen pulled the fuses and pressed the launch buttons. A cacophony erupted as the skies roared with the thunderous roar of countless cannons, unleashing a barrage of shells and rockets that soared through the air. Driven by the artillerymen's boundless fury, crashing down upon the enemy. Anti-aircraft guns, fire! Bring those great birds down! The commanding officer bellowed once more, his voice hoarse with urgency. Most of the wyvern-like beasts ceased their skirmishes with the human aircraft, now flying toward the human positions, poised to launch their assault. Chapter 20. The Tiger tanks rampage under the command of the overall commander, Dang Jianjun. Artillery and rocket launchers unleashed a relentless barrage. Countless shells and rockets cascaded upon the ground forces of the Beast clan like a torrential downpour. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, shaking the earth, as flames, smoke, and clouds of dust ascended skyward. Numerous ferocious beasts, orcs, savage warriors, and bone-devouring six-legged creatures were obliterated, their bodies torn asunder, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Yet, this onslaught failed to deter the fearless charge of the Beast clan. Instead, it ignited their fury and wildness even further. Anti-aircraft guns and machine guns roared to life, tongues of fire dancing in the air as they unleashed a fierce assault on the incoming wyverns. One by one, these creatures were blown apart, their flesh wings perforated, showering the battlefield with sprays of blood and remains before plummeting heavily to the ground, whether it was the wyverns or the arrows from the savage warriors. Their effective range barely exceeded 200 to 300 meters. In stark contrast, the human artillery and rocket launchers could strike from over 10 kilometers away, while the anti-aircraft guns could reach heights of 5 to 6 kilometers. Before closing in on the human ground forces, they were first subjected to the devastating fire of human long-range artillery and anti-aircraft fire. As the poised Tiger tank battalion roared to life, their engines emitting a thunderous growl as plumes of black smoke billowed behind them. With a sudden surge, they charged forth like a colossal iron beast. A multitude of armored vehicles followed suit, revving their engines in unison, preparing to join the tigers in their relentless assault against the beast horde. Instantly, the vast plains outside Ningyuan City reverberated with the roar of engines, as clouds of smoke and dust spiraled into the air. Over 3,000 tiger tanks and 5,000 armored vehicles raced forward, their formidable presence rivaling that of the beast army. There were no human walls to impede their advance. The blood-boned six-legged beasts, propelled by their speed, led the charge at the forefront, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a ferocious hunger. However, as the distance closed, they would soon be met with a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. Bright flashes illuminated the front lines as deadly projectiles hurtled toward them with terrifying velocity. With a staggering multitude of over 100,000 blood-boned six-legged beasts, the tank gunners hardly needed to aim. A mere press of the launch button sufficed. In the blink of an eye, the majority of 3,000 armor-piercing rounds struck mercilessly against the blood-boned beasts. The armor-piercing rounds first penetrated the thick shell of the bone-eating six-legged beast, followed by a series of explosive detonations, with a cacophony of explosions echoing. All the bone-eating six-legged beasts struck by the rounds were instantly shattered, transforming into clouds of blood mist, with severed limbs and scattered flesh strewn across the ground. The tiger tanks abandoned high-explosive shells, loading instead with tail-shedding armor-piercing rounds. Their mission was to obstruct and eliminate the scaled beasts, the bone-eating six-legged beasts, with their tough hide and agile movements, constituted the absolute backbone of the beastmen's ground forces. The tank battalions were tasked with eradicating as many of these creatures as possible to alleviate the pressure on the infantry positions. Even if they found themselves encircled by the bone-eating six-legged beasts and faced annihilation alongside the beastmen, they would not flinch. From the moment they became armored soldiers, their fates were sealed. They could only engage in close combat with the beastmen, perpetually at risk of encirclement. The tiger tank's long-range slaughter did not endure for long. At a distance of over 2,000 meters, the swift bone-eating six-legged beast found it to be a mere stroll. The vanguard of the bone-eating six-legged beast surged into the midst of the tiger tank battalion, launching their assault. However, they were up against a more resilient and robust iron behemoth. The claws and teeth of the bone-eating six-legged beasts could not breach the steel armor of the tanks. As for the bone knives and clubs wielded by the beastmen atop the beasts, they were utterly ineffective, merely able to scratch and pound against the tiger tanks. With the might of their powerful engines, the tiger tanks rampaged wildly through the ranks of the bone-eating six-legged beasts. The massive, strong creatures were sent flying and crushed before the tanks. The tiger tanks moved as if in a no-man's land, continuously ramming, crushing, and firing, harvesting lives with relentless efficiency. The bone-eating six-legged beasts and their orcish riders were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such an indomitable iron box from the human race. The scent of human vitality wafting from within the iron boxes only intensified their hunger. Yet, despite the tantalizing blood feast laid before them, they found themselves unable to breach the tanks and savor the delicacy. This infuriated the bone-eating six-legged beasts and the orcish cavalry, igniting their boundless rage. They surged forward, intent on trapping these iron boxes, determined to pry them open and slay the humans inside. However, no matter how many bone-eating six-legged beasts charged, they could not subdue these powerful iron boxes, only to be crushed and slaughtered in return. This further enraged the bone-eating six-legged beasts, who roared incessantly, rushing to claw and batter the tanks, neglecting the armored vehicle units behind them. The armored vehicles unleashed a torrent of fire from their large-caliber machine guns. Soldiers hoisted anti-armor rocket launchers, relentlessly firing shrapnel rounds that dispatched the bone-eating six-legged beasts and orcish riders alike. The armored vehicle's sole purpose was to protect the tanks, ensuring they did not fall into a tight encirclement. Although the beastmen could not penetrate the armor of the tiger tanks, they were powerless against the tank crew within. Yet, once encircled by a multitude of beastmen, there remained no means to maneuver the artillery or unleash the armor-piercing shells. The human soldiers aboard the armored vehicles valiantly fired upon the besieging tiger tanks, striving to clear the obstacles. Countless bone-eating six-legged beasts and orcish cavalry fell, their corpses and severed limbs strewn haphazardly across the ground. The Tiger tank battalions and armored vehicles coordinated their efforts, rampaging through the throngs of bone-eating six-legged beasts, leaving devastation in their wake. However, as ever more bone-eating six-legged beasts approached, accompanied by a relentless tide of fierce creatures, orcs, and barbaric warriors, the Tiger tanks and armored vehicles were destined to be overwhelmed. Once their ammunition and shells were exhausted, they would ultimately be engulfed. The humans had little hope of rescue. Their fate seemed destined to be profoundly tragic. Yet, they continued to charge forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 021. The peril of Ningyuan City. The Tiger tanks are undeniably the bane of the Beastmen's ground forces. When coupled with armored vehicles, they can charge forth fearlessly, wreaking havoc upon their foes. Yet, the sheer number of Beastmen's soldiers is overwhelming. Driven by the will of their Beast King, they fear neither death nor defeat. Ultimately, even the formidable armored units succumb to the relentless tide of innumerable beastmen. Countless beast warriors besiege each Tiger tank, clambering atop them to gnaw with their teeth and strike with their weapons. Although such efforts may seem futile, the countless warriors cling to the tanks like parasites, obstructing the tank crew's line of sight, rendering the turret immobile, and preventing the firing of shells. The armored vehicles, lacking the robust armor of the Tiger tanks, find themselves trapped with little hope of escape once surrounded. For the vast multitude of beastmen, it requires only a handful of troops to contend with the human armored forces. More and more beastmen surge toward the human positions outside Ningyuan City, drawing ever closer to the front lines. Meanwhile, the aerial wyverns have breached the anti-aircraft defenses and are now approaching the human front as well. As they behold the surging tide of beastmen and the fire-breathing wyverns in the sky, the soldiers of the human front lines remain undaunted, fully prepared for battle. With the air support of Ningyuan Fortress extinguished and the armored units engulfed by the beastmen, tens of thousands of brave comrades have either been trapped or slain. Now, it is their turn to confront the beastmen army. What is there to fear? At worst, they face death, but they shall take a few beastmen down with them before they fall. Behind them lies Ningyuan City, home to millions of civilians. Should they fail to halt the beastmen's advance, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire city would be trampled, and countless human lives reduced to mere prey for the beastmen. There is no retreat. All are resolute in their preparation to fight to the death against the beast forces. 3 defensive lines have been established outside Ningyuan City. At the forefront, the soldiers stand ready. One captain bellows to his troops, "Brothers, the beastmen are upon us. Their numbers are vast. Are you afraid?" The soldiers, already prepared for a desperate fight, respond in unison, "Not afraid." The captain nods with satisfaction, "Excellent. I trust that none among us is cowardly." Our air force and armored units have been decimated, with tens of thousands of pilots and armored troops lost. Yet they have claimed countless beast lives. They are heroes. We, too, shall not shy away from sacrifice, striving to slay even more beastmen. Behind us lies Ningyuan City and millions of citizens. Beyond that is the Imperial capital, where our emperor resides. We must hold our ground to ensure the safety of both Ningyuan City and its inhabitants. We must repel the beastmen beyond the walls of Ningyuan City to safeguard our emperor. We, the humans, never shy away from battle. For 1,000 years of humanity. For 1,000 years of our emperor. Upon the captain's words, the entire battalion echoes in unison. We, the humans, never shy away from battle. For 1,000 years of humanity. For 1,000 years of our emperor. The human race has never known fear in battle. For millennia, they have stood resilient under the reign of their emperor for countless years. The fervent cries from the camp spread like wildfire. Echoing across the first defensive line of Ningyuan City, the human race has never known fear in battle. Long live the human race. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. In this moment, the soldiers of the human race standing on the front line were devoid of any trepidation, their hearts ablaze with fervor. For the sake of their kin and the emperor, they would not allow the beastly horde to trample upon their homeland or threaten their sovereign. All were prepared, weapons loaded and aimed at the surging tide of the beastly army approaching. Gritting their teeth, they watched as countless grotesque figures emerged from the swirling dust. Fingers poised on triggers. The distance closed. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters. As the beastly army approached to within 800 meters of the first defensive line, the commander finally roared his orders. Fire. Unleash indiscriminate fire. Let loose every round you possess. In an instant, the heavy machine guns erupted, unleashing fiery tongues towards the enemy. Mortar crews swiftly launched their projectiles, and as the distance diminished further, automatic rifles joined the fray with relentless ferocity. Leading the charge were the formidable bone-crushing six-legged beasts. A single bullet could not fell them, yet a volley of dozens or even hundreds might. Moreover, the human soldiers were equipped with an array of anti-armor rocket launchers. Ultimately, the bone-crushing beasts were still flesh and blood, and a torrential barrage of bullets could indeed claim their lives. Following the earlier skirmishes, their numbers had dwindled, giving way to weaker beasts, orcish warriors, and barbaric legions. These foes could be dispatched with but a few rounds. The might of the mortars, with their greater destructive power, further compounded the devastation. Under the relentless assault from the frontline soldiers, the beastly horde fell like wheat before the scythe. Yet, driven by the will of their beast emperor, they charged forth fearlessly. For every fallen beast, another surged forward, treading upon the bodies of their fallen comrades. The beasts pressed on, employing their sheer numbers to face the human weaponry, inching closer to the human positions. Ultimately, they crossed the remaining distance and collided with the first defensive line. He witnessed the soldiers on the first line of defense engaged in fierce combat with the beastmen. His expression grew increasingly somber, for he understood that the first line could not be held any longer. The tens of thousands of human soldiers stationed there were destined to perish. Yet not a single soul would flee. Their sacrifice was not in vain. While they delayed the beastmen's advance, they simultaneously depleted the enemy's fighting strength. Next would come the second and third lines of defense, employing the same grim strategy of attrition against the beastmen's legions. This tactic was harsh, yet unavoidable. The beastmen's numbers were overwhelming, and their individual combat prowess formidable. For the future of the human race, the sacrifice of these valiant soldiers was inevitable. He commanded the logistics department to distribute weapons to the citizens of the city. With a heavy sigh, Deng Jianjun made this difficult decision. Once the three lines of defense WER Chapter 022, the despair of the beastfolk as the beastfolk army launched their fierce assault. The second line of defense in Ningyuan City fell. Despite suffering immense casualties, the relentless advance of the beastfolk showed no signs of abating. At this moment, tens of thousands of human soldiers prepared to engage in a final, desperate battle against the beastfolk at the third line of defense. Within the city of Ningyuan, countless human citizens had armed themselves with weapons distributed by the military, ready to fight to the death against their adversaries. In the rear of the beastfolk army, Emperor Adolf stood atop the city walls, gazing out over the distant battlefield, his countenance radiant with confidence. Though he sensed the heavy losses suffered by his forces, he was acutely aware that the human casualties were considerable as well. If they could breach the last line of defense, the beastfolk would storm into Ningyuan City. Within its walls resided millions of human citizens, a veritable feast and sustenance for the evolution of the beastfolk. Capturing Ningyuan City and securing a vast supply of nourishment would justify any losses incurred. To Adolf, the ordinary beastfolk were expendable. What he truly sought was to facilitate the evolution of the primary exotic species. Moreover, his obsession lay in defeating the technologically advanced human faction led by Jiang Yu. Only by vanquishing Jiang Yu and slaying the human emperor could he diminish Jiang Yu to the status of an ordinary citizen, thereby winning the favor of Miss Kaisha. With his hands clasped behind his back, Adolf stood on the city wall, filled with anticipation and confidence. Jiang Yu, I know you are not in Ningyuan City, but cowering in the Imperial capital, you truly are a coward. However, it matters not. Once I seize Ningyuan City, the blood of millions will suffice for the great evolution of my kind. I shall then march into the Imperial capital to claim the lives of tens of millions of humans, ensuring the evolution of my primary exotic species into colossal beings of the cosmos. In a mere 50 years, you have elevated the human population to tens of millions, ushering them from the age of cold weapons into the era of firearms. I must admit, you are the most extraordinary among all the planetary sovereigns I have encountered. But what of it? You remain my defeated foe, and the burgeoning human race will ultimately serve as sustenance for my beast folk, a stepping stone for our evolution. With these thoughts, Adolf's spirit soared, and he commanded the beast folk to intensify their assault. Outside Ning Yuan City, at the third line of defense, chaos reigned. Explosions echoed thunderously, and a torrential barrage of bullets rained down. Waves of beast folk soldiers fell in droves, yet new ranks surged forward. Countless beast folk marched over the bodies of their fallen kin, fearlessly charging towards the last line of human defense. The soldiers stationed at the final line braced themselves for close-quarters combat, determined to take down at least one beast soldier with them, even if it meant death. Within the Ning Yuan Defense Command Center, the operational staff, communication officers, and even administrative officers had taken up arms. The highest commander, Jiang Yu, seized an automatic rifle, chambered a round, and addressed the assembled crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen. In our resistance against the beast folk assault, countless human soldiers have already laid down their lives. They displayed exceptional bravery, annihilating over 1 million beast folk and achieving commendable victories. Yet, the beast folk are numerous, and our last line of defense is on the verge of collapse. The beast folk are poised to invade Ning Yuan City. The military has distributed weapons to the citizens of Ning Yuan City, and they shall share in its fate. The human race has never shied away from battle. I, the Supreme Commander of the First Legion of Humanity, shall lead you and the entire populace of the city to fight against the beast horde until the last man stands." At that moment, everyone in the command center raised their weapons aloft and shouted in unison, "Humans never fear battle. We shall fight the beasts to the bitter end." Gazing around, Jiang Yu saw no trace of fear in their eyes. Satisfied, he nodded and declared, "Excellent. All of you, follow me into battle." With that, he turned and strode out of the command center, followed fervently by the others, their spirits soaring. Outside Ning Yuan City, countless young men stood ready, armed with weapons issued by the military, prepared to confront the impending assault of the Beast Legion. They would form the last line of defense for Ning Yuan City, fighting valiantly to buy precious time for the evacuation of the city's elderly, women, and children. For thousands of years, the war between humans and beasts has raged on without pause. The essence of battle is etched into the very DNA of every human. Faced with the ferocious beasts that prey upon humanity, the human race has never faltered. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the heavens. Everyone looked up toward the source of the sound and beheld a multitude of dark specks filling the sky behind them. As the specks drew nearer, they realized each one was a fighter jet. The number of approaching aircraft was overwhelming, weaving a canopy that obscured the sun above. It was fighter jets. From the Imperial capital, "Our reinforcements have finally arrived." Cheers erupted, and some even wept tears of joy as they glimpsed the hope of victory. The Air Force of Ning Yuan had exhausted its resources, and such a multitude of fighter jets could only have come from the Imperial capital. No one could ascertain the precise number of aircraft aloft, but their presence instilled immense confidence. Thanks to the efforts of Ning Yuan's Air Force and ground defense units, the numbers of the Beast Legion's wyvern-like creatures had dwindled significantly. With the overwhelming firepower of the fighter jets, annihilating the wyvern forces would be a straightforward task. Once the wyverns were eradicated, a fierce bombardment could be unleashed upon the ground forces of the beasts. Without the wyverns, the ground troops, they were initially prepared to perish alongside the beastmen's formidable army. Yet upon witnessing the arrival of the Imperial Air Force, their spirits soared. The latent potential of humankind was fervently ignited as they unleashed a frenzied counterattack with the weapons at their disposal. The bombardment intensified, and the barrage of bullets became increasingly relentless as the soldiers of humanity vented their fury and firepower. A dense swarm of aircraft descended upon the battlefield, not only instilling a glimmer of hope for victory among the human forces, but also casting a shadow of terror and despair over the beastmen's ranks. The iron birds soaring through the skies not only obliterated the remaining wyverns, but also unleashed a relentless bombardment upon the ground forces of the beastmen. With few flying creatures left to challenge the aerial onslaught, the beastmen on the ground found themselves utterly powerless against the assault from above, left only to endure the devastating strikes. Chapter 023. Adolf's retreat in dismay. When a swarm of fighter jets filled the sky, Adolf was rendered utterly speechless, roaring in disbelief. How is this even possible? How could so many fighter jets be manufactured? As a being from a higher dimension, he was well aware that the advancement of technological civilizations was typically gradual, especially in the early stages of humanity, which was notoriously weak. Yet, the inhabitants of Blue Star had managed to transition from a feudal society to a modern one in a mere 50 years, evolving from cold weaponry to the era of firearms. What was even more unfathomable for Adolf was that the technological humans of Blue Star had begun a massive military expansion. He had assumed that the forces at Ningyuan Fortress represented the entirety of humanity's power, and he had been thoroughly impressed by their capabilities. After laboriously destroying over 2,000 of their fighter jets, he was met with an influx of even more. Faced with such a multitude of aircraft, the remaining Wyvern beasts stood no chance. Without the Wyvern beasts, the ground forces of the beast tribe were left defenseless, merely enduring the bombardment without any means to retaliate. Even if the ground forces managed to annihilate humanity's ground troops and breach Ningyuan City, it would hold little significance. Under the relentless aerial bombardment, the beast army was destined for annihilation. Even if Adolf urgently summoned more Wyvern beasts, time was against him. Jiang Yu, how on earth did you accomplish this? Adolf's expression darkened, grappling with the incomprehensible reality. Was it not said that the progression of technological civilizations was slow and that humanity was exceptionally weak in the early stages? Yet, what he witnessed was a human faction not only possessing the strength to contend with the beast tribe, but also capable of a massive military buildup, producing such an overwhelming number of fighter jets that it instilled a sense of dread within him, regardless of Adolf's inability to comprehend or accept this reality. He could only watch helplessly as humanity began their counteroffensive. A vast array of human fighter jets commenced their final purge against the Wyvern beasts in the sky, while others unleashed a relentless barrage upon the beast army that threatened humanity's last line of defense. The ground attack aircraft dove down, deploying cannons to eliminate targets with precision. Under the onslaught, they had all witnessed the formidable Tiger tanks, armored vehicles, troop carriers, and mechanized forces of the Ningyuan Fortress. However, they were taken aback to discover that even more armored and mechanized units were passing before their eyes. Among this torrent of steel stood Jang Yu, emanating an air of defiance, his gaze fixed fiercely ahead. Instantly, some citizens of the human race recognized him as their emperor. With the advancement of television broadcasting, Jiang Yu had frequently appeared in the news, allowing almost every citizen to instantly identify him. He was their revered emperor. The emperor had come to rescue us. For millennia, the human race has endured, and for millennia, the emperor has stood as their beacon. The people of Ningyuan were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes as they knelt and cried out in reverence. Jiang Yu's armored forces advanced steadily, the road flanked by the fervent cries of the kneeling citizens. Their shouts eclipsed even the roar of the engines, echoing throughout the skies of Ningyuan City. Swiftly reaching the command center of the fortress and the ears of the brave citizens and soldiers who had ventured outside the city to combat the beast horde. What? The emperor has taken to the battlefield himself? The emperor is personally leading the army to our aid? Initially, the citizens and soldiers outside the city were skeptical. Yet, as the thunderous engines roared and the relentless tide of steel approached, their doubts vanished upon seeing their esteemed emperor standing atop an armored vehicle. A wave of exhilaration surged through them, and they began to chant in unison, "Long live the human race, long live the emperor." They parted to make way for the armored and mechanized forces, then grasped their weapons tightly and surged forth alongside the powerful tide of steel. They were resolute in their belief that under the relentless onslaught of this iron storm, the beast horde would prove to be mere straw dogs. They had to join the charge and slay the beast warriors with their own hands, for this was their only chance. In no time, Jiang Yu's armored and mechanized divisions burst forth from Ningyuan City, charging toward the beast army outside. The Tiger tanks unleashed a barrage of fire, while the heavy machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles raked the battlefield with deadly precision. The citizens and defenders of Ningyuan, following closely behind, launched themselves into the fray. Exacting Vin, although the battlefield lies far away, he can perceive the presence of the beast men through their consciousness. The human race has deployed not only thousands of fighter jets, but also an even greater number of armored and mechanized units. How is this possible? How could you achieve such a formidable assembly of aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, and various weaponry? It would require an immense reservoir of resources and a terrifying level of productivity to manufacture all of this. In a mere 50 years, starting from just a few million people, it is inconceivable that the development of such weaponry could be accomplished in a short span of time, let alone the production and the recruitment and training of such a vast number of pilots and operators. This is simply an impossible occurrence, unless the humans have resorted to some form of external assistance. However, this is not the time for Adolf to ponder the reasons. The outcome of this campaign has been sealed, with 1,000,000B Chapter 024, the great counteroffensive of the human race under the direct command of Jiang Yu. The Air Force, armored units, and mechanized divisions launched a counteroffensive that shattered the Beastmen's army, sending them fleeing in disarray like headless flies. Accompanying photographers from the Imperial capital documented the entire event. An excited reporter from the Imperial Capital Television addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, I am a reporter from the Imperial Capital Television. I am currently positioned on the battlefield situated between the outskirts of Ningyuan City and the defensive fortifications. Previously, the resolute resistance of the Ningyuan garrison resulted in the annihilation of over 1,000,000 invading beastmen. The battlefield is strewn with mountains of beastmen corpses. However, the defenders of Ningyuan have paid a grievous toll, suffering the loss of 500,000 soldiers in this war. With unwavering morale and steadfast conviction, the Ningyuan garrison successfully repelled the onslaught of the Beastmen army." The reporter briefly recounted the preceding events of the war, his tone suddenly rising with fervor. "To eradicate the invading Beastmen, His Majesty the Human Emperor has personally taken command, leading the main forces of the Imperial capital. He has traversed hundreds of miles to reach the battlefield at Ningyuan. Under the Emperor's guidance, the main forces launched a formidable counterattack. We can observe that, faced with such overwhelming military might, the Beastmen army is utterly defenseless. The Air Force has obliterated the formidable winged dragons of the Beastmen, while ground troops have advanced relentlessly. The Beastmen are now in full retreat, as the Emperor leads the troops in purging the remaining Beastmen forces. They seek vengeance for the fallen defenders of Ningyuan and the countless human lives lost, sparing no Beastman left alive. His Majesty has initiated the largest counteroffensive in the history of our race. Victory is assured." The voice of the embedded reporter echoed across the human territories through radio broadcasts and television transmissions. Countless citizens gathered before their radios and televisions to listen and watch. Previously, they had witnessed the Beastmen breaching the defensive borders and overwhelming 2 lines of defense outside Ningyuan City, leaving everyone anxiously concerned for the city's fate. However, with the Emperor's personal involvement, the counteroffensive had the Emperor of humanity not descended to guide the human race into the era of firearms. Facing the formidable beast tribes of today, humanity would stand no chance of resistance. At this moment, the prestige of His Majesty the Emperor has reached its zenith in the hearts of all humans. The 1st and 2nd Mixed Armies shall proceed to the city defense fortress under my command. The 3rd Mixed Army will eliminate the remaining foes, while the 4th Mixed Army will purge the surrounding beast tribes. With a unified resolve, our forces will eradicate all beastly aberrations from the land of Jiuzhou. Within an armored command vehicle, Emperor Jang Yu issued the highest orders to the commanders of various units. They promptly relayed the commands while simultaneously broadcasting a mobilization order to the entire army. For countless centuries, the beast tribes have slaughtered innumerable members of our race, repeatedly threatening our very existence. Yet, under the leadership of our great emperor, we have finally arrived at the moment of counterattack. Now is the time to fight for the survival of humanity, for the honor of His Majesty the Emperor. To all soldiers of humanity, let us follow the Emperor in the pursuit of the beast tribes. We fight not only for the glory of our people, but also to avenge our fallen brethren. With the general's rallying call, the morale of our forces soared even higher, their blood surging like boiling water. The Air Force dove down, targeting the beast army with precision strikes. The armored and mechanized divisions revved their engines to chase down the enemy forces. 200,000 ground troops advanced at a brisk pace, closely following the armored divisions. Each soldier gripped their steel rifles tightly, their fervor palpable, their faces resolute, their battle cries echoing through the air. Emperor Jiang Yu personally led the first and second mixed armies toward the walls of Ningyuan Fortress. He was acutely aware that beyond the walls lay tens of thousands of colossal beasts and hundreds of thousands of savage warriors. He also knew that the Beast Emperor was undoubtedly among the giant Elephant Legion. Jiang Yu was eager to discover which planetary sovereign from the higher dimensional world had not only evolved the beast tribes of Blue Star into such powerful and bloodthirsty entities, but had also launched a relentless campaign against humanity. Or rather, against him, Jiang Yu. Though they may be fellow sovereigns from the higher dimensional realms, perhaps even former classmates, their unjust actions would leave no room for mercy from Jiang Yu. With this thought, he commanded his troops to accelerate their pace. However, when Jiang Yu reached the defensive line of the fortress, the giant Elephant Legion had already vanished from sight. He was not surprised. Would they not flee rather than wait for humanity to capture them? What caught him somewhat off guard was the fact that the giant Elephant Legion did not flee in a single direction but instead split into 7 or 8 smaller units, scattering toward various points, each leading to a beast tribe stronghold. The escape routes of the giant Elephant Legion were promptly detected by reconnaissance aircraft and reported to Jiang Yu. He ordered the first and second mixed armies to pursue them in a dispersed formation. Every fleeing giant beast must be annihilated, and the Beast Emperor must be captured alive. The third and fourth mixed armies, upon completing the eradication of beast tribes within and around Ningyuan City, would immediately come to provide support. The Jiuzhou continent spans nearly 30 million square kilometers, littered with beast tribe strongholds and their traces everywhere. However, Jiang Yu was not concerned that the pursuing human forces would fall prey to an ambush and counterattack by the Beastmen. This large-scale offensive by the Beastmen against human territory undoubtedly rallied the entire elite beast army from the 9 continents. The majority of their formidable combatants had been annihilated, leaving only insignificant remnants that posed no threat. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Jiang Yu commanded his main forces to mobilize completely. His objective was not only to eradicate the colossal Elephant Legion but also to eliminate the Beast Emperor. Subsequently, he aimed to cleanse the entire 9 continent of all beast armies, followed by a counteroffensive into the new continent and even the Beastmen's stronghold in the Americas. The ultimate goal was to eradicate the Beastmen's influence across the entire planet, establishing humanity as the sole sovereign of the Blue Star. Jiang Yu envisioned accomplishing this feat within 20 years. There could only be one ruler on Blue Star, and that would be Jiang Yu and his technologically advanced human race. Chapter 025. The annihilation of the Beast Tribe under the command of Jiang Yu. The Human Legion divided its forces to pursue the remnants of the Beast Army. The colossal Elephant Corps, with the intent to capture the Beast Emperor. The main forces of the Beast Tribe had been nearly obliterated, with only small detachments remaining, posing little threat. Furthermore, although the giant elephants were massive in size, their mobility was somewhat sluggish. Once they ventured a few hundred kilometers beyond the Ningyuan Fortress, propeller-driven fighter planes became ineffective. However, the armored and mechanized units, as well as the infantry, were not significantly hampered. Coupled with their formidable firepower, the morale of the human soldiers was soaring, fueled by a long-standing animosity towards the Beast Tribe, allowing them to advance relentlessly. At this moment, within the retreating giant elephant corps, Beast Emperor Adolf sat in a military tent, utterly disheveled. He could not fathom how, in a mere 50 years, Jiang Yu had achieved such remarkable development. The human population had surged exponentially, evolving from a feudal society to a modern one, and their military technology had reached staggering heights, particularly in terms of production capabilities. They possessed at least tens of thousands of tanks, thousands of fighter planes, countless armored vehicles, long-range artillery, and anti-aircraft guns. Not to mention the overwhelming quantities of automatic rifles, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, and rocket launchers, numbers that were simply terrifying. To produce such an abundance of weaponry and ammunition required a sophisticated industrial foundation, vast resources, and immense productivity. Even Adolf, with the backing of a star system-dominating father, found it hard to muster the confidence to achieve such feats. Yet, an ordinary citizen of a higher dimensional world, Jiang Yu, accomplished this without any resources. Moreover, Jiang Yu's command abilities and combat talents were far beyond what Adolf could compare. Had it been Adolf, he would have initially deployed all military forces at the Ningyuan fortress, preventing the Beast tribe from setting foot there while annihilating the majority of the invading forces. Instead, Jiang Yu allowed only the garrison at Ningyuan to engage the Beasts, progressively relinquishing the city walls and luring the Beast army in. Only when the defenders of Ningyuan had sufficiently exhausted themselves against the Beast forces did he dispatch the true main forces to mount a counterattack, eradicating the incursion at the cost of hundreds of thousands of human troops. Such audacity was befitting of a planetary sovereign. As this realization struck Adolf with a chill, he understood he had underestimated Jiang Yu. However, he had no time for further contemplation. His immediate priority was to escape the relentless pursuit of the human legion. For this battle, Adolf had assembled all the high-ranking beasts from the entire continent of Jiuzhou. The remaining brutish beasts stood little chance against the technological might of the humans. Henceforth, the next military actions of the human forces would undoubtedly involve a relentless pursuit to eliminate any remaining beast strongholds and secure complete dominion over the Jiuzhou continent. For now, retreating to the new continent was imperative. The new continent lay separated from Jiuzhou by the Normandy Strait, a natural barrier that the human armored and ground forces could not cross. Once he gathered the beast forces from the new continent, he would also summon advanced alien combat strength from their base in the Americas. As he contemplated a counteroffensive against the 9 continents, Adolf vowed to eradicate the entire human race to avenge his humiliating defeat that day. He acknowledged his underestimation of the situation, which had led to his current downfall. Nevertheless, he still held dominion over New Continent and America, commanding an army of countless savage beastmen. The strength of the beastmen far surpassed that of the humans, who were ultimately mere prey for the beasts. Jiang Yu's arrogance would not last long. He, Adolf, would eventually vanquish him completely. The entire human race remained nothing more than sustenance and nourishment for the evolved beasts. Jiang Yu remained a mere stepping stone for Adolf's supremacy in the Galactic river system. With this thought, Adolf, who had been somewhat despondent, was once again filled with confidence. He ordered his elephant legion to hasten their pace as they fled towards the new continent. Simultaneously, under the command of the Beast Emperor, the Wyvern beasts of the new continent began to assemble and cross the Normandy Strait to intercept any pursuing human legions, welcoming the retreat of their Emperor Adolf. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Shells streaked across the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. The thunderous explosions echoed around Adolf, injuring several giant elephants as the shockwaves and shrapnel wreaked havoc. Although the wounds were not fatal, they left a trail of blood. Adolf paid no heed to the wounded elephants and the cries of his severely injured warriors. He urged the remainder of his elephant legion to continue their frantic escape, desperately trying to break through the encirclement. Despite the absence of precise airstrikes, the advance of the human armored units remained swift. Although Adolf commanded thousands of giant elephants to scatter and flee, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of the human armored forces. The human armored units proved devastatingly effective against the giant elephants, particularly with their armor-piercing rounds. A single well-placed shot could spell doom for an elephant. Coupled with the elephant's sluggish pace and lack of support from other beast units, the Elephant Legion found itself in a dire predicament. However, Adolf was not overly concerned about being encircled by the human armored units. The Elephant Legion was not far from the mountains ahead. Once they crossed the small hill, they would be safe within the vast mountain range, where the human armored units could not follow. Yet, before long, Adolf witnessed a scene that filled him with despair. On the hill ahead, hundreds of Tiger tanks and armored vehicles were arrayed in formation. The tank cannons, coaxial machine guns, and heavy-caliber machine guns on the armored vehicles were all aimed at the Elephant Legion. The human armored units had somehow maneuvered to block Adolf's escape route. With pursuers behind and a blockade ahead, Adolf found himself in a perilous situation. His eyes burned with fury as he let out a furious roar. Damn it! Adolf realized that Jiang Yu was intent on complete annihilation, and every move he made was calculated by Jiang Yu. I will fight you to the bitter end. Adolf let out a thunderous roar, commanding the thousands of colossal elephants and monstrous beasts to charge recklessly. Sensing the will of their beast emperor, The massive creatures bellowed fiercely and surged forward, raising clouds of dust in their wake. The fierce warriors upon their backs drew their powerful bows and crossbows, preparing to launch an assault on the encroaching armored forces of humanity. On the hillside, the commander of the armored battalion scoffed coldly and issued a loud command. By the decree of His Majesty the Emperor of Humanity, we shall not spare a single ferocious beast. Brothers, unleash your fury. Fire all shells and bullets at will. Whoosh. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tanks unleashed their cannons in unison, and the heavy machine guns spewed forth a torrent of bullets, targeting the advancing legion of colossal elephants. Although the monstrous beast boasted tough hides and formidable defenses, the tiger tanks fired fin-stabilized armor-piercing rounds, exhibiting astonishing armor penetration capabilities, coupled with the relentless barrage of gunfire. Even these titanic creatures found it difficult to withstand the onslaught, as they fell in droves. Chapter 026. The contest has just begun on the hilltop. The thunderous roar of tank cannons resonated alongside the fierce bursts of machine gun fire. From a distance of over 2,000 meters, the sluggish giant elephants, the aberrant beasts, fell one after another. Behind this colossal legion, an even greater number of armored and mechanized forces surged forward. Encircled from both sides, the giant elephants suffered countless casualties, the air thick with the scent of blood. Observing the numerous fallen giant elephants and savage warriors, Adolf seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The lumbering beasts moved too slowly, their size rendering them conspicuous targets. Adolf could only command the savage warriors to dismount from the backs of the giants and launch a desperate charge toward the human armored divisions. After incurring significant losses, the remnants of the savage warriors finally reached the human front lines. Realizing their bone knives and clubs could not penetrate the armored tanks, the warriors redirected their assault toward the armored vehicles and mechanized troops. Although these vehicles boasted superior mobility, the mounted machine guns were nearly overwhelming in their lethality. Nevertheless, they served to divert fire away from the lumbering giant elephants, buying them precious time to close in on the enemy. Once the giant elephants reached the armored divisions, even the most fortified tiger tanks could be crushed beneath their massive feet. Of course, the tiger tanks could not remain idle, awaiting the stampede of the giant elephants. Yet, they could at least create a breach to facilitate the Beast Emperor's escape into the mountains. It was evident that Adolf's strategy was effective. Undeterred by the hail of bullets, the savage warriors leapt toward the armored vehicles and mechanized forces with agility. Many armored and infantry vehicles were caught off guard as warriors clambered aboard. Once ensnared by the savage warriors, the human soldiers within the vehicles found it exceedingly difficult to fend off their attackers. The inevitable outcome was the slaughter of soldiers and the incapacitation of the combat vehicles. As more and more savage warriors surged forth, the human defensive lines descended into chaos. In addition to the armored and mechanized forces, numerous savage warriors also mounted the tiger tanks. Although the warriors were unaware of how to breach these iron boxes and eliminate the soldiers concealed, several formidable elephant legions suffered complete annihilation, all succumbing to the relentless pursuit of the human forces. In the end, only 3 legions, comprising thousands of colossal elephants, managed to flee into the mountains or primordial forests. Despite several days of relentless pursuit, the Beast Emperor of the Beastkin remained elusive. Upon receiving the reports from the pursuing units, Jiang Yu sighed deeply. The failure to capture the Beast Emperor equated to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The Beastkin on the entire Blue Star numbered in the millions, with just the high-ranking Beastkin of the 9 continents amounting to 1 to 200,000. As for the numbers in the new continent and the Americas, no one could ascertain. Your Majesty, we have sinned. We failed to apprehend the Beast Emperor. Please, let your Majesty punish us. The officers tasked with chasing the colossal beast were filled with remorse, pleading for the Emperor's reprimand. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, "You have all done your utmost. What sin is there? Although it is regrettable that we did not capture the Beast Emperor, it was beyond our control. Today we may not have succeeded, but there will be future opportunities. I shall eventually eradicate the Beastkin of Blue Star. When that day arrives, whether or not we capture the Beast Emperor will be inconsequential. The annihilation of all Beastkin signifies the elimination of the planetary sovereign of the Beastkin." Jiang Yu will stand as the sole planetary sovereign dispatched to Blue Star from the higher dimensions. At that moment, an intriguing message reverberated within Jiang Yu's mind. It was a communication sent via the privileges of a planetary sovereign, utilizing a unique communication technology exclusive to the higher dimensions. Within a certain distance, beings from higher dimensions can communicate through an unknown method. Jiang Yu, I have not been defeated. Our contest has merely commenced. As the voice echoed, the visage of Adolf materialized before Jiang Yu. At that moment, Adolf bore a fierce countenance, complete with fangs and wings, embodying the essence of the Beastkin of Blue Star. According to the regulations of the Planetary Sovereign Academy in the higher dimensions, beings could assume any form. However, upon becoming the sovereign of a particular planet, their physical form typically solidified to reflect the beings they ruled over. In addition to enjoying the supreme protections of the higher dimensions, possessing prolonged lifespans and the ability to resurrect in that realm, their physical constitution and abilities closely resembled those of the beings they governed. For instance, Jiang Yu's physique and capabilities were not markedly different from those of an ordinary person. Naturally, improvements in physical attributes and abilities were possible, especially as one governed a civilization, such as enhancing oneself through genetic modifications and acquiring knowledge in the higher dimensions. Upon hearing Adolf's voice, Jiang Yu finally grasped the reason behind the Beastkin's large-scale invasion of the human race shortly after the 50-year novice protection period had lapsed. During their time at the Planetary Sovereign Academy in the higher dimensions, Adolf had always been at odds with Jiang Yu. One reason was that Jiang Yu's ordinary subjects had ascended to become divine citizens through their efforts, while Adolf, born a divine citizen, looked down upon Jiang Yu's status. However, the primary reason lay in Adolf's relentless pursuit of Miss Kaisha, who, in turn, held a deep affection for Jiang Yu and harbored disdain for Adolf. Now, both Adolf and Jiang Yu found themselves matched on the same planet, while for thousands of years, the Beastkin and humankin had remained sworn enemies. Adolf naturally seeks to annihilate the human race represented by Jiang Yu. However, what Jiang Yu fails to comprehend is that there are hundreds of graduates from the Planetary Master Academy, apart from Jiang Yu, who actively chose the technological human race planet. The other graduates were matched to planets based on their individual capabilities. What a coincidence that Adolf was matched to the same planet as him. Yet, this is of little consequence. Regardless of who it is, Jiang Yu is determined to eliminate them. On any given planet, there can only be one planetary master, and only one civilization can thrive. In response to Adolf's fury and provocative remarks, Jiang Yu nonchalantly retorted, "Adolf, our competition has truly only just begun. Today, I can repel the beast race's assault. Tomorrow, I shall launch a counteroffensive against them. There can only be one planetary master on this planet, and that is I." Jiang Yu. Chapter 027. Population is the foundation. At this juncture, Adolf's provocative message to Jiang Yu undoubtedly signified his escape from the relentless pursuit of the human army. Jiang Yu remained unfazed by the fact that Adolf had slipped through his grasp. As Adolf had articulated, the contest between the human race and the beast race had merely commenced. The confrontation between the human Emperor Jiang Yu and the beast Emperor Adolf was just beginning. Upon returning to the Imperial capital, Jiang Yu promptly convened a high-level meeting with the leaders of the human race. In the conference room, the palpable excitement among the attendees was impossible to contain. Chief Minister Zhu Yoming stood resolutely, his body trembling slightly as he saluted Jiang Yu and proclaimed, "Under the sagacious leadership of His Majesty, the human Emperor, our race has achieved unprecedented victory." The others echoed this sentiment with equal fervor. Some even moved to tears. For millennia, the human race had been at a disadvantage in its struggle against the beast race. Particularly 50 years ago, the entirety of humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation by the beasts. It was the arrival of the human emperor that salvaged the human race from the precipice of danger. Under the enlightened guidance of the human emperor over these years, the human race had undergone a profound transformation. Emerging from ignorance, the human race now enjoyed economic prosperity, a burgeoning population, and had entered the era of advanced weaponry. We firmly believe that under the wise leadership of His Majesty, the human race shall ascend to new heights and secure an invincible position. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, Jiang Yu responded with a smile, signaling them to ease their formalities, and remarked, "I take great solace in our achievements today and our victories against the beast race. However, the contest between our races has only just begun. We must continue our efforts. I have significant military and political matters to discuss with you all." Zhu Qiming rose and stated, "Your Majesty, we shall exert our utmost efforts in compliance with your directives. Without the human emperor, there would be no present for the human race. Every command issued by the emperor must be executed unconditionally." Jiang Yu gestured for Zhu Qiming to be seated and continued, "I have several requests that require the cooperation of all departments in executing the military's plan." Jiang Yu firmly believes that after 5 decades of development, humanity has established a solid foundation. With economic growth and advancements in medical care, the population of humankind is poised for exponential increase. While speaking, Jiang Yu approached the battle map, pointing to a beastman stronghold along the coast of the Normandy Strait, stating, "Our immediate objective is to seize this beastman stronghold and establish a military base here, complete with an airport capable of accommodating large aircraft. From this base, we will launch extensive bombardments against the beastman strongholds on the opposite side of the Normandy Strait. This strategy will not only thwart any potential counterattack by the beastmen from the Normandy Strait to the Jiuzhou continent, but also significantly suppress the evolutionary capabilities of the beastmen in the new continent. Currently, humanity possesses a formidable army and air force, yet lacks a navy. Jiang Yu's forthcoming focus will be on developing a naval force, constructing large warships, and even aircraft carriers. Only in this manner can we successfully traverse the Normandy Strait to assault the new continent and prepare for future offensives against the beastmen's stronghold in the Americas. Until the navy is established, Jiang Yu's only recourse will be to continue aerial bombardments of the beastman strongholds in the new continent. The Air Force not only boasts a plethora of fighter jets, but Jiang Yu's system also conceals a B-52 bomber. The B-52, a long-range strategic bomber, possesses a combat radius that encompasses the entirety of the new continent. Furthermore, Jiang Yu has 3 little boy atomic bombs at his disposal. Given the B-52's flight altitude and penetration capabilities, the winged beasts of the beastmen stand no chance of interception. The meeting extended for a considerable duration, predominantly featuring Jiang Yu issuing directives, while other officials occasionally offered suggestions, leading to the final commands for execution. Following the conclusion of the meeting, relevant departments swiftly mobilized. The commander of the 1st Legion, Deng Jianjun, personally led the forces toward the beastman stronghold along the Normandy Strait. A plethora of construction machinery, a multitude of construction personnel, and countless supplies accompanied the army. Following the beastmen's recent defeat, the lower-tier beastmen across the Jiuzhou continent are now like startled birds, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Capturing the beastman stronghold along the Normandy Strait posed no challenge for Deng Jianjun's forces. Upon seizing this stronghold, a vast military base will be constructed, and even a city for humans will be established. This location will serve as the front line for humanity's future offensives against the new continent, and Jiang Yu places great importance on its development. With the Emperor's directives, the military and associated construction departments dare not exhibit the slightest negligence. Simultaneously, within the largest beastman stronghold in the new continent, in a vast cavern, Beast Emperor Adolf sits upon his throne. His visage bears a hint of disarray, yet it is predominantly marked by fury. In his pursuit to vanquish Jiang Yu and to become the greatest sovereign of this planet, he has exploited his father's privileges to descend upon Blue Star and become the Beast Emperor. Over the past 50 years, he has orchestrated a sweeping evolution among the beastmen across Blue Star. He has gathered the elite beastmen from the entire Jiuzhou continent, preparing to obliterate Jiang Yu's humanity in one decisive blow. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu's human race had developed a highly advanced technological civilization, boasting a formidable military force. Not only did they annihilate the beastly army that attacked their stronghold, but they also expelled the esteemed Beast Emperor from the 9 continents. This was a profound humiliation. How could Adolf possibly swallow such disgrace? Upon fleeing to the new continent, he swiftly issued the will of the Beast Emperor. Beasts from all corners of the new continent began to converge. Adolf aimed to initiate a comprehensive evolution of the beast race, enhancing their combat prowess. He felt a deep sense of regret for underestimating his adversary during the previous assault on the human stronghold. However, he vowed that it would not happen again. He intended to fortify the entire beast race, gathering an even greater array of elite warriors. Then, he would launch a counteroffensive against the 9 continents, utterly eradicating the human race and transforming them into sustenance for the evolution of the beasts into cosmic giants. Furthermore, he was determined to thoroughly defeat Jiang Yu, avenging the shame of his recent defeat. On Blue Star, there could only be one sovereign of the planet, and that would be him, Beast Emperor Adolf. Chapter 028. The Mushroom Bomb Airstrike Plan. Within the cavern, before the Beast Emperor Adolf, lay a vast pool brimming with blood and corpses. Troops of barbarian warriors poured vessels filled with the essence of beast kind into the sanguine reservoir. Adolf's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the crimson bubbles that surged forth in the pure essence that wafted into the air. Hasten, pour it all in. I require more of the beast folk to offer their vital blood, commanded Adolf, his gaze a deep crimson. The warriors continued to empty the vessels into the pool. In an instant, the entire blood pool began to bubble and churn violently, resembling boiling water. Although it contained only the essence and remains of the beasts, it emitted a chorus of mournful wails. Yet, there was no trace of compassion upon Adolf's visage. Adolf was engaged in the creation of a more potent evolutionary liquid for the beast kind. Initially, utilizing the blood of humans would have been the optimal choice for crafting the evolution fluid. However, that was no longer feasible, necessitating the use of a greater quantity of beast blood as raw material. This method of evolution was exceedingly cruel, yet it represented the swiftest path to advancement. Under the will of the Beast Emperor, countless beasts sacrificed their essence, transforming into the quintessence of this blood pool. What Adolf sought was not mere numbers of beasts, but rather elite warriors of higher evolutionary caliber. As more beast blood was poured into the pool, an increasingly pure essence rose from its depths, refining the evolution liquid further. Witnessing this, excitement and elation began to manifest upon Adolf's face. The conversion rate of the evolution liquid is soaring. Soon, I shall cultivate a higher-tier beast king. At that juncture, I will be impervious to the technological onslaught of humanity's firearms. To produce a superior evolution liquid, Adolf had invested considerable effort and resources. Although he was the Beast Emperor, all beasts were merely fodder for his aspiration to evolve superior beast kings. As a being from a higher dimensional world, having studied the methods of beast evolution at the Planetary Academy, Adolf possessed his own unique approach to this process. While not the most optimal, it was effective enough to yield results in a short time frame. To secure victory in the war against Jiang Yu and the technologically advanced humans, any method of advancement was permissible. Once Adolf led his high-tier beast army to counterattack the human strongholds, he would utilize human blood as sustenance, undoubtedly developing an even more efficient evolution liquid. At that point, he might not seek to annihilate all humanity, but rather to domesticate them, providing a continuous supply of blood and nourishment for the evolution of his beast kind. Though undeniably cruel, Adolf was wholly indifferent. The law of the universe dictated survival of the fittest. Meanwhile, the First Legion, led by Deng Jianjun, arrived at the shores of the Normandy Strait. Swiftly, they occupied the beast stronghold, clearing all beasts within a radius of several hundred kilometers. A grand construction endeavor commenced, with various military facilities rising from the ground. Airports of all sizes were rapidly established, and human cities began to take shape around the military base. In addition to the troops, a substantial number of human citizens would be relocated here to partake in the construction. With the initial establishment of the military base and the completion of the first large Air Force airport, a greater number of human troops arrived, bringing along an increased arsenal of tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. More A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters landed successively at the airport, accompanied by shipments of munitions. Among these, the most remarkable was the B-52 bomber, materialized from the system by Jiang Yu. In stark contrast to the A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters, the B-52 appeared as a colossal behemoth measuring 48.5 meters in length, 12 meters in height, and boasting a wingspan of 56 meters. Anyone who beheld this bomber would undoubtedly be awestruck. A larger aircraft signifies a greater payload capacity, which in turn means the potential to inflict greater casualties upon the Beastmen. The impending bombardment against the Beastmen of New Continent was bound to instill a sense of despair among them. However, unbeknownst to them, the true harbinger of catastrophic disaster would be 3 nuclear bombs. Your Majesty, we have drafted the air raid plan, but the final nuclear strike strategy requires your decree, reported Deng Jianjun as Jiang Yu arrived at the Normandy military base. Jiang Yu nodded and said, "Let us proceed to the command center." Deng Jianjun respectfully requested, "Your Majesty, please follow me." Subsequently, under Deng Jianjun's guidance, Jiang Yu entered a spacious operations room. The commanders and operational advisors of various troops had been awaiting his arrival. "We welcome your Majesty." Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the officers saluted in unison, exclaiming in reverence. After acknowledging them, Jiang Yu promptly stated, "Please present your air raid plan against the Beastmen of New Continent." Deng Jianjun approached the operational map and indicated a forested area, explaining, "Your Majesty, this is our panoramic map of New Continent and its surrounding islands. Recently, we have dispatched multiple reconnaissance aircraft to survey most regions of New Continent. We have discovered that the Beastmen are massing in this area." Jiang Yu glanced at the location Deng Jianjun pointed to and inquired. "This area lies in the central region of New Continent. What is the Beastmen's intent in gathering here?" Deng Jianjun shook his head, responding, "Due to the interference of pterodactyl beasts, the reconnaissance aircraft could not fly too low. From the photographs captured, we cannot discern the purpose of the Beastmen's assembly." Frowning, Jiang Yu remarked, "The Beastmen are congregating deep within the mountains, which introduces considerable uncertainty regarding our bombing operations." Deng Jianjun pointed to 2 locations on the map and replied, "Based on terrain analysis, we have formulated 2 nuclear bombing plans. We will deploy the B-52 bomber to drop a nuclear bomb here, ensuring precise deployment. Subsequently, we will drop a second bomb here, serving as a potent supplement to the first bomb's blast radius. This strategy will secure the maximum lethal range and effectiveness of the nuclear bombs." Jiang Yu studied the map, quietly evaluating the situation. Undoubtedly, a substantial number of Beastmen were gathering, although the purpose of the Beastmen's assembly remains unclear. One thing is evident to all: the considerable gathering of Beastmen in the mountains is a strategic consideration by Emperor Adolf, who is evidently preparing for potential aerial assaults from the human race. Conventional bombs, when detonated amidst the intricate terrain and dense forests, would undoubtedly inflict fewer casualties upon the Beastmen. However, Adolf remains unaware that Jiang Yu possesses even more formidable mushroom bombs. While these bombs may not achieve their maximum effectiveness in such a landscape, the sheer number of Beastmen amassed could still result in significant losses. Deng Jianjun's supplementary bombardment would undoubtedly enhance the lethality of the assault. Without further ado, the execution of the mushroom bomb airstrike plan is imperative. Orders are dispatched for the B-52 bombers, armed with mushroom bombs, to depart immediately. To ensure the safety of the B-52s, P-51 fighter planes will escort them, while A-1 attack planes will patrol outside the strike zone to engage any fleeing Beastmen. Jiang Yu promptly approved Deng Jianjun's mushroom bomb airstrike plan, filled with anticipation for the outcome of this bombardment. Chapter 29, Deployment of Mushroom Bombs with Jiang Yu's command issued, the Normandy Air Force Base became a hive of activity. A large, sci-fi-inspired bomber slowly emerged from the hangar, making its way to the runway. Simultaneously, thousands of modified A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters took to the skies, each equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks. The A-1S and P-51S were tasked with clearing all obstacles for the B-52 bomber, ensuring its smooth execution of mushroom bomb strikes against the Beastmen targets. B-52 calling tower. "I am ready for takeoff," the bomber announced. The B-52 was a reward from the transdimensional technology system to Jiang Yu, accompanied by 6 pilots specifically assigned to this formidable aircraft. The advanced capabilities of the B-52 were indisputable, and the pilot skills were equally commendable. "Cleared for takeoff. Good luck," the tower promptly responded. Under the guidance of ground personnel, the B-52's engines roared to life, spewing crimson flames that ignited the surrounding air. As the engine power surged, the bomber hurtled down the runway and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern, Adolf continued his research on the evolution liquid. Continuous streams of barbarian soldiers poured beastmen blood into a blood pool. The pool churned violently, and piercing screams echoed throughout the cavern. An atmosphere of sheer terror enveloped the expansive cave, causing the barbarian soldiers to tremble in fear. Only Adolf wore an expression of rapture. The more intense the blood pool's reaction, the more effective the evolution liquid became. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he sneered. Have you finally lost your patience? However, even if you deploy all your aircraft to bombard me, what can you truly achieve? The pterosaur beast relayed a message to Adolf. Thousands of iron birds from the human race had arrived over New Continent, flying toward the depths of the mountains where Beast Emperor Adolf resided. The human race had long dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to scout the skies above New Continent. Noting the rush of beastmen from various regions toward Adolf's secluded mountain lair was hardly surprising. Subsequently, a large number of fighter jets were deployed to conduct bombings, an action that did not catch Adolf off guard. The reason Adolf chose the depths of the mountains rather than the plains was precisely due to this consideration. The current technological level of the human race was still quite primitive, and the bombs they manufactured lacked significant power, rendering them relatively ineffective in the wooded terrain. Adolf was unconcerned about the potential casualties among the beastmen, nor did he view the human fighter jets as a substantial threat to his research on the evolution liquid. Thus, regardless of how many fighter jets the humans dispatched or how many bombs they dropped, Beast Emperor Adolf remained unfazed. The reactions from the blood pool indicated that his high-grade evolution liquid was on the verge of successful development. Soon, he would be able to evolve more advanced beasts, rendering him impervious to the human race's conventional weaponry. Adolf would then lead his army of beasts to counterattack the 9 continents, launching a massive offensive against human strongholds. At that time, not only would he avenge his previous disgrace, but he would also ensure that millions of humans served as nourishment for the evolution of the beastmen. It is imperative to eliminate Jiang Yu. Even if he resurrects in the higher dimensional realm, he shall forfeit his status as a sacred citizen. At that juncture, Adolf will surely doubt whether the enchanting Miss Kaisha would still deign to regard an ordinary citizen like Jang Yu. Jiang Yu, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me, Adolf declared menacingly. Subsequently, he turned his attention away from the incoming human fighter jets and immersed himself in the research of the evolution fluid. The study of the evolution fluid had reached a critical phase, and Adolf would not permit any unforeseen incidents. Despite his lack of concern regarding the bombardment by the human aircraft, he nonetheless issued a decree through his Beast Emperor's will, commanding the pterodactyl beast to intercept. After all, he required a substantial quantity of beast blood to cultivate the evolution fluid. Excessive casualties among the beasts would be counterproductive. In an instant, swarms of pterodactyl beasts soared towards the direction of the human fighter jets, their sheer numbers nearly obscuring the sunlight. In the sky, thousands of fighter jets formed layers around the B-52 bombers, offering protection. Soon, the fighter jet formation detected the overwhelming tide of pterodactyl beasts approaching. As they prepared to engage, the escort pilots promptly discarded their auxiliary fuel tanks, ensuring their aircraft were agile for combat, fingers poised over the cannon fire buttons. As the distance between the two forces diminished, a fierce aerial battle loomed on the horizon. At the Normandy military base's operational command center, Deng Jianjun's fierce gaze was fixed on the large screen mounted on the wall. Some of the fighter jets were equipped with high-definition cameras, transmitting real-time footage to the command room. Deng Jianjun observed countless dark specks advancing towards the fighter jet formation. Simultaneously, the radio crackled with the pilots' combat communications. They were now within 7 kilometers of the pterodactyl beasts and 500 kilometers from the bombing zone. Everyone prepared to unleash their cannons and engage in close combat with the pterodactyl beasts. 81192, cover my flank. I am preparing to charge into the beast horde, came one voice. 81192 acknowledges. Your flank is secure. Leave it to me. 81156, be advised, 3 pterodactyls at 10 o'clock. The 8th Combat Squadron suffered losses as the pterodactyl swarm collided with their engines. Some pterodactyls attempted to approach the B-52 bombers, and nearby aircraft were fully engaged in interception. Witnessing the dense throng of pterodactyl beasts on the screen and hearing the fighter jets engaging in combat, Jiang Yu felt a tightness in his chest. He immediately seized the wireless phone and shouted, "All squadrons, take heed. We must ensure the safety of the B-52 bombers. It is vital that they successfully drop their payload and accomplish their bombing mission. His Majesty the Emperor awaits your triumphant return." The radio was immediately filled with the resolute voices of the squadron leaders. "Commander, rest assured. We vow to protect the B-52 bombers at all costs. Brothers, follow me. Let us carve a bloody path for the B-52 bombers." On the front lines, in the combat zone, fighter jets darted rapidly, weaving in and out of the fray. The relentless and fierce bombardment continued, aimed at annihilating the pterodactyl-like beasts while simultaneously ensuring that they did not impede the B-52 bombers. In the vicinity of the pilots, there were at least tens of thousands of these creatures. Although the number of pterodactyls was overwhelmingly disadvantaged, the aircraft had been significantly upgraded. In terms of flight speed, maneuverability, and lethality, they had become considerably more formidable. Thousands of aircraft, leveraging their agility and formidable firepower, weaved through the throngs of pterodactyls, wreaking havoc with relentless efficiency. Despite the occasional proximity of these beasts, who unleashed tongues of fire and fiery projectiles, the highly trained pilots adeptly evaded their attacks. Under the onslaught of high-caliber cannon fire, each pterodactyl was systematically shot down, allowing the B-52 bombers to advance with great difficulty. Even when a few pterodactyls drew near, they were swiftly dispatched by the cannons mounted on the B-52 itself. Beyond its astounding payload capacity of over 10,000 pounds, the B-52 was equipped with remote-controlled turrets, forming a comprehensive 360-degree fire network. With the valiant defense of the squadron and the B-52's powerful penetration, the bombers gradually approached the designated bombing zone. After the bombing pilot reconfirmed the coordinates, he pressed the button to deploy the mushroom bomb. Chapter 030. The cataclysmic explosion within the vast mountains. Countless creatures of the beast clan converged from all directions. Among them were ferocious beasts, beastmen, barbaric soldiers, bone-devouring six-legged beasts, and colossal exotic elephants. They were compelled by the will of the Beast Emperor to gather at a designated point deep within the mountains, offering their lifeblood. These beings had largely attained sentience. Despite their desire to survive, the Emperor's command was absolute. Some rushed forward with great speed, while others crawled along the ground, traversing the forests and hills, pressing onward in determined succession. Suddenly, they seemed to sense an impending danger and collectively raised their heads. A massive parachute descended from the heavens, resembling a magnificent flower unfurling in the sky. Concurrently, whether B-52 bombers, A-1 attack aircraft, or P-51 fighters, all disengaged from their battles with the winged beasts and accelerated with utmost urgency. Nevertheless, the catastrophic explosion that followed subjected every pilot to violent turbulence. Behind them, a mushroom cloud soared to heights of 20 to 30,000 meters, surpassing even the tallest peaks on the planet. The ferocious nuclear reaction instantly heated the surrounding air to thousands of degrees, producing a radiance brighter than that of the sun. Then came an even more terrifying shockwave, erupting from the epicenter of the explosion and rapidly sweeping outward. Countless creatures at the core of the nuclear blast were vaporized by the extreme heat, leaving no trace of their remains. The distant beast army stared in bewilderment, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the shockwave advancing toward them. They were oblivious to the calamity unfolding, yet fear gripped their hearts, rendering them immobile. In an almost instantaneous moment, the lush forests and hills were reduced to barren wasteland, transforming the once vibrant earth into scorched desolation. Under the terrifying force of the explosion and the searing temperatures, the land was ravaged, and innumerable beasts were obliterated. Even at the periphery of the affected area, where the shockwave and heat had significantly diminished, the radiant light continued to heat the air to over 1,000 degrees Celsius. All the creatures, before their annihilation, remained in their original postures, experiencing but a fleeting moment of terror before being engulfed by oblivion. Deep as Adolf contemplated the countless beast clans gathered from various regions of New Continent, obliterated in the nuclear explosion, a tempest of fury surged within him, rendering him nearly irrational as he roared in anguish. At the Normandy military base, The command center received the report confirming the success of the nuclear strike by the B-52 bombers. Deng Xianjun and his fellow generals, along with operational advisors, erupted in jubilant cheers. However, Deng soon regained his composure, his gaze radiating authority as he issued another command. The bombers and fighter jets are to return immediately for a second nuclear strike. He then instructed his chief of staff, relay this news to His Majesty the Emperor at once. Yes, General, the chief of staff replied, promptly turning and rushing out. Once these tasks were completed, Deng Xianjun's attention returned to the large screen displaying the footage of the mushroom cloud ascending. This video, captured from a distance as the bombers and fighter jets retreated, was not particularly clear, and the scene of the nuclear explosion itself was obscured. Nevertheless, they possessed a rudimentary understanding of the mushroom cloud's devastating power. The Human Military Nuclear Research Institute had long since commenced studies on the mushroom bomb, and many high-ranking military officials had received education and even conducted research in this field. They knew that the mushroom bomb wielded destructive capabilities 1,000,000 times greater than any existing weapon. Though this was hard to believe, had not His Majesty the Emperor already bestowed upon humanity numerous technological marvels? Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, despite the protection of the supreme laws, Adolf, covered in dirt and in tattered clothing, fled the nuclear blast zone in a state of disarray. Although the mushroom cloud had completely dissipated, the surrounding temperatures remained unbearably high, with fires raging everywhere. As he escaped, Adolf unleashed the will of the Beast Emperor, remotely guiding the remaining beast warriors on the periphery of the nuclear explosion to flee. He understood that while the beasts on the outskirts had survived, they would suffer severe radiation exposure if they did not evacuate immediately. After a frantic effort, he managed to regroup fewer than a third of the beasts, directing them towards the vast grasslands several hundred miles away. This grassland served as the largest stronghold for the beast clans of New Continent, abundant with food supplies and healers tending to the wounded beast warriors. He was determined to preserve as many high-ranking beasts as possible for a future resurgence. However, before Adolf could make significant distance, the thunderous roar of aircraft engines reached his ears once more. He hastily turned back to see a swarm of tiny black dots approaching from the distance. Damn it. That cursed Jiang Yu. Adolf's hatred for Jiang Yu peaked. The second wave of the human assault had arrived far too swiftly, striking just as he was consolidating the surviving beast forces. Since the humans had executed the first mushroom bomb strike, a second and a third would undoubtedly follow. To study the evolution liquid of high-ranking beasts, Adolf had summoned all the high-ranking beasts across New Continent. Only the essence of those beasts who had attained sentience could serve as the raw material for his research into the evolution liquid. The humans had chosen the most opportune moment to decimate the majority of the high-ranking beasts of New Continent with a single mushroom bomb. Should the remaining high-ranking beast folk fall victim once more to the mushroom bombs, Adolf's dominion over the beast folk in New Continent would be irrevocably shattered. At all costs, he must thwart another aerial assault from the human race. Adolf issued a command to all the wyvern-like creatures. The sole defenders capable of intercepting the human aerial forces were these majestic beasts. Responding to the summons of the Beast Emperor's will, all wyverns mobilized. Thousands of these formidable creatures flapped their powerful wings with fervor, charging towards the human iron birds. These wyverns had awakened their intelligence and had witnessed the colossal terror of the recent cataclysm. Many had suffered from the catastrophic explosion, instantly reduced to ashes. Numerous wyverns on the periphery had sustained varying degrees of injury from the shockwaves and searing heat, whether for their own survival or to safeguard the retreating beast herd. They were compelled to exert their utmost efforts. They must bring down those iron birds and prevent the human race from deploying such terrifying weapons of mass destruction once more. Chapter 031. The Grim Reaper's scythe strikes again at this moment. A B-52 bomber, equipped with a mushroom bomb, surged rapidly towards the designated coordinates. Flanked by thousands of A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters. Unsurprisingly, all pilots encountered a swarm of pterosaur beasts hurtling through the skies. Instantly, the pilots unleashed a frenzied barrage of firepower to pave the way for the B-52. In an instant, tongues of cannon fire erupted, weaving a network of destruction across the heavens. Under the overwhelming onslaught, pterosaur beasts began to plummet from the sky in droves, their shattered bodies and sprayed blood transforming the sky into a blinding crimson. However, this display of brutality failed to intimidate the pterosaur beasts. Instead, it only fueled their ferocity. The army of pterosaurs charged with a madness greater than ever, recklessly launching themselves into the fray. Many soared to the highest altitudes they could reach, only to descend with tremendous force. Though their flying speed did not compare to that of the fighter jets, their size allowed them to accelerate significantly as they fell, intent on shattering the escorting aircraft and assaulting the colossal iron bird. With their fleshly wings guiding them, each pterosaur's descent was astonishingly precise. Faced with this reckless and novel tactic, the human aerial forces found themselves in disarray. Numerous fighters, unable to evade in time, were struck by the pterosaurs, resulting in explosive collisions that obliterated them both. Reports flooded into the command center. "We are under attack from suicidal pterosaurs. The 7th Escort Formation has lost 16 fighters. The 9th and 16th formations have been scattered by the pterosaurs. More pterosaurs are launching suicidal assaults on the B-52. At the Normandy military base, the command center quickly relayed a series of grim updates. Deng Jianjun furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that the second mushroom bomb strike would not unfold as smoothly as the last. Yet, he had not foreseen the pterosaurs adopting such a suicidal approach, placing immense pressure on the escort formations. Before Deng could devise a more effective countermeasure and issue commands, the fighter formations sent another report: 81,192 requests to perish alongside the pterosaurs. 81,163 requests to intercept the pterosaurs' suicide attacks. 81105 requests to block the pterosaurs' collision with the B-52. Observing more pterosaurs recklessly diving towards the B-52, several pilots quickly discerned their intent and made swift decisions. Confronted with the imminent suicidal onslaught, the A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters found themselves lacking effective means to counter the assault. In aerial combat against the pterosaurs, the A-1S and P-51S could dominate with their formidable firepower and agility. Yet the pterosaur beasts completely disregarded the assaults from the A-1 attack aircraft and the P-51 fighters, plummeting from the sky like meteors. Their apparent target was the B-52 bomber. The pterosaur beasts aimed to annihilate this colossal iron bird with their immense bodies. Although the B-52 bomber boasted superior speed, enhanced evasion capabilities, and formidable firepower, it could not guarantee immunity from the onslaught of these high-speed descending pterosaur beasts. In the realm of aerial warfare, even a collision with a small bird could yield catastrophic consequences, let alone with a creature weighing several tons. Upon grasping the pterosaur beast's intent and lacking any more effective means of interception, the escort pilots swiftly resolved to act. They were acutely aware of the B-52 bomber's mission and its significance upon completion. To eradicate a greater number of beast kind, they chose to make the ultimate sacrifice. Although they transmitted requests over the radio, they were indifferent to whether or not they would receive approval. As they witnessed the pterosaur beasts descending and realized that their firepower could not eliminate them, they charged forward without hesitation. With a series of thunderous explosions, fighter jets collided with the pterosaur beasts, erupting into brilliant flashes of flame. When Deng Jianjun received the pilot's requests, his instinct was to refuse. However, upon seeing the blinding burst of light illuminating the screen, he instantly comprehended that his opposition had become futile. A tremor ran through the hearts of everyone in the command center, and tears welled in their eyes. They too understood the resolute determination of the fighter pilots. In their quest to slay more of the beast kind, they unflinchingly chose to face annihilation alongside them. Deng Jianjun grasped the radio receiver, striving to maintain his composure as he issued a new command. "I grant your request. I order you to clear all obstacles for the B-52 bomber at any cost." The radio crackled back with unwavering responses. "Understood, Commander. Farewell, my comrades. Please take care of my family." Tears streamed down Deng Jianjun's face. He picked up the receiver once more, his voice thick with emotion. "It is my lifelong honor to serve as your commander. Your selfless sacrifices bring pride to all of humanity. The military will care for your families. They will be proud of you." On the front lines, amidst aerial combat, the B-52 bomber forged ahead valiantly. Surrounding it were a cadre of A-1 attack aircraft and P-51 fighters providing escort. The pterosaur beasts ahead, poised for interception, would face an onslaught of relentless cannon fire. Falling from the heights, those pterosaur beasts that could not be shot down would be met with head-on collisions from the fighter jets. Each wave of fierce firepower would bring down successive pterosaur beasts. Each resounding explosion marked the demise of a fighter jet in a mutual thousands of A-1 attack, and P-51 fighter aircraft have dwindled to fewer than 100. Nevertheless, they continue to gallantly undertake escort missions. The B-52 bomber opens its bomb bay, and a colossal bomb is released. After descending to a certain altitude, a parachute unfurls, allowing it to drift gently to the ground. At the command center, the long-awaited report from the bomber pilot finally arrives. B-52 bombing completed, requesting return. Upon hearing this, everyone in the command center is filled with exhilaration. Jiang Yu seizes the radio handset, exerting all his strength to shout, "Return immediately. I command you to return at once." Upon receiving Jiang Yu's directive, the B-52 bomber and its escorting aircraft cease their entanglement with the Wyvern beasts. They swiftly turn around, breaking free from the clutches of the Wyverns at maximum speed, heading back to the Air Force Base. Across the vast expanse of land, the panicked Beastkin sense an impending crisis. They lift their gazes, catching sight of a deadly blossom of parachutes once more descending. In the eyes of each Beastkin, an overwhelming fear resurfaces. They had barely survived the last cataclysm, and now they find themselves once again confronted by a similar fate. The specter of death raises its scythe once more. Chapter 032. Upgrading the civilization Mall. The mushroom cloud ascended once more, unleashing a terrifying shockwave and searing heat that swept across the landscape. Trees and hills were reduced to mere rubble, and the earth itself was charred. Countless beasts of the tribe were turned to ashes in the cataclysmic explosion. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Beast Emperor Adolf. Previously, during the nuclear detonation, he had been sequestered in a cave, engrossed in his research on evolution fluid. This time, however, Adolf bore witness to the event with a tumultuous storm brewing within his heart. He had anticipated a subsequent nuclear blast, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly enough that he could not secure the safe relocation of the remaining high-tier beasts. It was so rapid that he had not yet distanced himself from the nuclear blast zone, were it not for the protection of the supreme laws of the higher dimensional world. Even being outside the epicenter would have subjected him to irreversible harm. At this moment, he could scarcely afford to indulge in anger or despair. He spread his wings and fled the area. If humanity could unleash a first and second mushroom bomb attack, who could assure him there would not be more? Should he find himself at the heart of the next explosion, he would face immediate death and irrevocably lose his claim as the sovereign of the planet. Desperately, he soared southward, striving to evade the range of the human bombers and fighter jets. Adolf's gaze dimmed, and his spirit waned. He could not accept the near-total annihilation of the high-tier beasts of New Continent. In his quest to develop high-tier evolution fluid, he had summoned all the high-tier beasts from the entire New Continent, only to inadvertently assist humanity by congregating them for bombardment. The high-tier beasts of the 9 continents were nearly obliterated, and those of the New Continent were virtually finished as well. For Adolf, the Beast Emperor, this was an unbearable and colossal loss. The legion of beasts he took pride in, his ambitions of dominating Blue Star, and his long-cherished plans for the evolution of the celestial beasts were, in that moment, rendered almost illusory. He had envisioned countless times the moment he would vanquish humanity, anticipating how the human emperor, Jiang Yu, would plead for mercy. He had dreamed repeatedly of defeating Jiang Yu and reigning supreme over Blue Star, returning to the higher dimensional world to bask in the adoration of Miss Kaisha. But now, with the combined might of the 9 continents directed against humanity, the high-tier beasts of the entire 9 continents had been almost entirely decimated. After a dismal retreat to the New Continent, he foolishly gathered all the high-tier beasts there, serving them up to humanity on a platter. Adolf could not accept such an outcome, nor could he tolerate his own failure. In a fit of rage and resentment, he reactivated the communication channel to the higher dimensional world and sent a message to Jiang Yu, continuing to provoke the adversary. Jiang Yu, do not revel too much in your triumph. This time, I was careless. I did not foresee that your kind had developed the mushroom bomb. resulting in the grievous losses of my high-tier beasts in the new continent. But what of it? The 9 continents in the new continent are not the stronghold of my tribe. America is the true bastion of the beasts, separated by vast oceans. If you wish to dominate Blue Star, you must traverse the boundless sea. I am eager to know how many years it will take for your technological race to develop the capability to cross the ocean and invade the American continent. However, you will not have the opportunity, for by that time, my beast race will have evolved into colossal creatures capable of traversing the cosmos. Rest assured, I shall return. And I will undoubtedly defeat you, reclaiming both the new continent and the 9 continents, utterly annihilating your human race. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood on the sandy shores of the English Channel, gazing across to the new continent. He was already aware of the consequences of the mushroom bomb bombardment, though the extent of the effects still required reconnaissance. Yet, upon receiving the message from Adolf, Jang Yu felt reconnaissance was unnecessary. Adolf divulged the answer. The high-ranking beasts of the new continent were essentially doomed. Sensing Adolf's resentment and fury, Jang Yu could not help but respond with a laugh. Adolf, you are the most foolish planetary sovereign I have ever encountered. You dare to launch a massive assault without fully understanding your opponent's development. What astounds me even more is that you gathered all the high-ranking beasts of the new continent in one place. You have spared me a great deal of trouble by allowing me to vanquish them all at once. Overwhelmed by the ridicule and disdain present in Jiang Yu's message, Adolf spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly plummeting from the sky. Jiang Yu, do not be so arrogant. The outcome of our duel remains uncertain. Once I return to America and evolve the colossal cosmic beasts, I shall come back and trample you beneath my feet. Adolf had resolved firmly. He could not remain in the new continent any longer. He must return immediately to the American stronghold. The new continent and the 9 continents were merely separated by a strait, allowing the human race to traverse easily. However, America was a different story. Lying thousands of miles across a vast ocean from the 9 and new continents, at the current pace of technological advancement of the human race, they would not possess the capability to cross such a distance within a century. Yet, the beasts of Adolf's race would not require such a lengthy period to evolve high-ranking exotic beasts capable of traversing the sea, even colossal cosmic beasts. By that time, not only would human firearms be ineffective, but even mushroom bombs would pose no threat to his high-ranking exotic beasts, let alone the colossal cosmic beasts. Jiang Yu merely responded to Adolf with a dismissive "heh." At that moment, he had no intention of engaging with such a fool, as he had discovered new developments within the transdimensional technology system. Planetary Sovereign, Jiang Yu. Civilization Level, 0.5. Technology Points, 1,000 points, which can be obtained through the enhancement of technology and civilization. The 0.5 Civilization Mall has been opened, allowing for the expenditure of technology points to upgrade the mall's level. The Planetary Sovereign may exchange technology points for any technological data available in the Civilization Mall. It appeared largely unchanged from before, the only distinction being the addition of 1,000 technology points. Jiang Yu understood that technology points could be acquired through the advancement of technology and civilization levels, though the calculation method of the transdimensional technology system eluded him. This, however, was inconsequential. What mattered was that he finally possessed technology points. With these points, Jiang Yu could accomplish many endeavors. Firstly, he noticed that all items in the 0.5 Civilization Mall had shifted from gray to selectable red. However, Jiang Yu had lost interest in the goods available in the level 0.5 Civilization Mall. He opted to upgrade the mall's level, and the system promptly announced, "Ding." Consuming 100 technology points, upgrading from level 0.5 Civilization Mall to level 0.7 Civilization Mall. Following the upgrade, all items within the level 0.7 Civilization Mall transformed into selectable red options. This signified that Jiang Yu could now exchange his remaining technology points for the desired items from the level 0.7 Civilization Mall. Reflecting on Adolf's earlier words, he was curious about how long it would take for humanity to traverse the vast ocean. A faint smile graced Jiang Yu's lips as he gazed at the level 0.7 Civilization Mall. Was it not the very means to cross the expansive sea that had arrived? Destroyers, cruisers, aircraft carriers, large transport aircraft, strategic bombers, intercontinental missiles. Which of these vessels could not conquer the great ocean? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu embarked on a frenzied exchange, depleting all his technology points in the process. Chapter 033, The Vigorous Advancement of Level 0. 7 Civilization. The technological archives of the Civilization Mall are exceedingly vast, encompassing all the advancements necessary for the human race to elevate to a level 0. 7 Civilization. However, Jiang Yu's limited technological points prevent him from redeeming them all. Even if he could, he would lack the capacity to develop them comprehensively. Therefore, Jiang Yu must judiciously choose pivotal technological data to entrust to the human race for research and production. For instance, warships, aircraft carriers, third-generation fighter jets, missiles, rockets, and satellites. Jiang Yu is confident that, with these technological materials and ample time, the human race can develop all these armaments, thereby elevating their technological standing to a level 0. 7 Civilization. For the foreseeable future, there is no necessity for the human race to deploy forces across the Normandy Strait to seize new continent. However, constant aerial reconnaissance and strikes are imperative to suppress the evolution and development of the Beastmen on new continent. Upon returning to the Normandy military base, Jiang Yu addressed the commander of the 1st Legion, Deng Jianjun. "Yes, Your Majesty," Deng Jianjun replied respectfully. "The current population of the human race is insufficient for eradicating the remnants of the Beastmen across the 9 continents and for constructing the new continent. They must await a population increase and further foundational development before occupying and establishing themselves on the new continent." After conveying several instructions, Jiang Yu set off back to the Imperial capital. His next task is to develop the redeemed technological materials, particularly to expedite the enhancement of military technology, facilitating the human race's swift progression to a level 0. 7 Civilization. The Beast Emperor Adolf has retreated to his stronghold in the Americas. He will not rest easy and is certain to return with renewed vigor. The evolution of the Beastmen is rapid, and the crisis faced by the human race remains unresolved. As the human forces achieved successive victories against the Beastmen on the 9 continents, and following 2 mushroom bomb assaults on the Beastmen of the new continent that decimated a significant portion of their active forces, the war between the human race and the Beastmen has reached a temporary cessation. The human race has gained a comprehensive advantage in this conflict. Overall, the existential threat to humanity has been momentarily alleviated, ushering in a period of accelerated development. In the imperial capital, the populace adorned their surroundings with festive decorations, holding a grand welcome ceremony to greet their emperor and the returning troops. Multitudes lined the streets, paying homage to their protectors with flowers and kneeling in reverence to the illustrious emperor. Soldiers marched through the city streets with heads held high, their faces radiating immense pride. Wherever Jang Yu passed, citizens knelt along the roadside, chanting, "Long live the human race! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" The entire imperial capital was enveloped in the joyous aura of victory. As night fell, a magnificent fireworks display illuminated the sky. Standing atop the grand city tower, Jiang Yu gazed at the bursting fireworks, a contented smile gracing his face. The Chancellor, Zhu Qiming, and Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun, along with other high-ranking officials, stood behind Jiang Yu, collectively admiring the enchanting nightscape of the imperial capital. The following morning, Jiang Yu convened a meeting attended by the upper echelons of both government and military, in the presence of esteemed representatives from various scientific and engineering fields. Jiang Yu sincerely addressed the assembly in the conference hall. Over the past few decades, through the collective efforts of the entire human race, the Blue Star civilization has evolved from a backward feudal society into a modern civilization, particularly in the realm of military affairs. We have transitioned comprehensively from the era of cold weapons to that of firearms. Our military strength has attained unprecedented growth, enabling humanity to triumph in the war against the beast race. I commend each and every one of you for your hard work. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed, and I am exceedingly pleased. Those present here are the guardians of humanity and the harbingers of our future development. Upon Jiang Yu's conclusion, Zhu Qiming from the executive government rose respectfully and stated, The achievements of humanity today are solely attributable to the sagacious leadership of His Majesty the Human Emperor. We are but humble servants, adhering to the directives set forth by His Majesty. The Minister of Military Affairs stood in agreement, affirming, "It is indeed our sacred duty as soldiers to bravely combat enemies and protect humanity. Our victories in the war against the beast race are equally a testament to the wise leadership of His Majesty." The Minister of Technology, with a voice thick with emotion, added, "The rapid advancement of human technology has liberated us from ignorance, instilling in us a profound understanding that technology is the primary productive force. Only through the development of technology can humanity flourish. All researchers within the human faction shall dedicate themselves under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty to continue advancing technological progress." Despite his discomfort with the flattery he received, Jiang Yu did not intervene. His prestige among the human race was unparalleled, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a deity. Some customs, even though Jiang Yu had explicitly prohibited them, could not be eradicated. For instance, the kneeling and bowing rituals of the feudal dynasty had long been banned by Jiang Yu, yet all members of the human race continued to prostrate themselves before him. Raising his hand for silence, Jiang Yu stood, and the entire conference hall fell into a hushed stillness. He turned to the scientific representatives and solemnly declared, "Technology remains paramount to the advancement of humanity. We have progressed from a level 0, 2 civilization to a level 0, 5 civilization. However, this is merely the beginning. Our next goal is to elevate our civilization to level 0. 7. I have compiled relevant technological information pertaining to level 0. 7 and placed it within the Academy of Sciences. All scientists and engineers must swiftly familiarize themselves with these technologies and commence development efforts. This information encompasses naval vessels, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, various missiles, rocket technology, and global satellite systems. Moreover, all related departments must fully cooperate with the Academy of Sciences to transform this technological data into tangible reality." Upon hearing of the extensive technological resources Jiang Yu had prepared, the representatives of the scientific community were overcome with excitement, their bodies trembling in anticipation. In truth, these scientists had long been striving toward the goal of a level 0. 7 technological civilization, albeit with vague direction, insufficient technological reserves, and no benchmarks to guide them. However, at present, His Majesty the Emperor of Humanity has not only delineated the path forward, but has also provided invaluable research materials pertaining to the technological advancements of a level 0. 7 civilization. How can this not evoke excitement among the scientists? How can it not cause tremors of anticipation among government officials and military leaders? When the Emperor first descended, he brought with him a cadre of 100 elite scientists. This not only laid the groundwork for the foundational technologies of humanity, but also nurtured a multitude of human scholars, facilitating the rapid ascent from ignorance to enlightenment and from the age of cold weapons to that of firearms within a mere few decades. Today, humanity has fully entered the era of level 0. 5 civilization, establishing a robust foundation for the advancement towards level 0. 7 civilization. In both the cultivation of scientific talent and the construction of industrial infrastructure, unprecedented achievements have been realized. The scientific community is confident that with these technological materials guiding their endeavors, coupled with the industrial base of humanity, and bolstered by the unwavering support of His Majesty the Emperor, as well as the government and military officials, they can elevate the technological civilization of humanity to the level of 0. 7. Much like the progression from level 0, 2 to level 0. 5. Chapter 034. Return to the high-dimensional world. Following the conclusion of the meeting, all departments sprang into action. Jiang Yu personally led the scientists to the Academy of Sciences, eager to deliver the technological materials into their hands. He intended to directly engage in the research and development across various scientific fields. As a being from the high-dimensional world, his capacity for learning and development was unparalleled compared to ordinary beings. Moreover, as the proprietor of the transdimensional technology system, he could swiftly transform technical data into tangible results. On the governmental side, a cadre of officials led by Governor Zhu Qiming was at the helm. The military's construction and development were entrusted to Minister Su Wanjun and other officials. Jiang Yu did not need to involve himself in every minutiae. He only needed to ensure that the overarching direction was sound. While Jiang Yu was immersed in scientific research, achieving notable progress, a message resonated in his mind from the high-dimensional world. In light of the completion of preliminary civilization development by the planetary lords, please select a day to return to the high-dimensional world for a status report. This communication was personally dispatched by the president of the Planetary Lords Academy in the high-dimensional world. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yu immediately halted his work and began to contemplate. According to convention, the planetary lords dispatched to various star systems were required to return periodically to deliver work reports. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to acquire knowledge pertinent to the development of their respective planetary civilizations at the Planetary Lords Academy. This presented an excellent opportunity for all planetary lords to elevate the civilization level of their worlds. The high-dimensional world governed countless celestial realms, standing as a supreme entity above the myriad of smaller universes. The Planetary Lords Academy possessed a comprehensive repository of technological materials for civilization development, freely accessible to the planetary lords, with instructors available to elucidate complex topics. The extent of knowledge each planetary lord could master depended solely on their individual capabilities. Jiang Yu, equipped with the transdimensional technology system, had access to all technological materials pertaining to the advancement of the human race. However, there were still many technical documents he lacked, such as those related to biological genetic engineering, which were absent from the current Level 0.7 Civilization Mall. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the average lifespan of the human race on Blue Star was approximately 80 years. Although advancements in civilization had led to a slight increase in longevity, the reality remained that, at best, individuals would return to dust after a century. In stark contrast, beings from the high-dimensional world enjoyed protracted lifespans. Since their arrival on Blue Star, both the 100 scientists bestowed upon Jiang Yu as rewards and figures like Zhu Qiming and Su Wanjun had aged significantly. Perhaps in a few years, the majority of them would meet their end. These individuals were of paramount importance to Jiang Yu. Their loss would be immensely detrimental. The 100 scientists were each luminaries in their respective fields, while Governor Zhu Qiming and Minister Su Wanjun had made substantial contributions to the advancement of human civilization. Their capabilities had earned Jiang Yu's recognition, and their loyalty to him was beyond question. Jiang Yu wished to retain these individuals, and the sole means to achieve this was to enhance their biological genetics. Even if he could not augment their physical strength, he at least wanted to prolong their lifespans. The technological development of the human race on Blue Star was still in its infancy, and Jiang Yu desperately needed the assistance of these people. He was convinced that the Planetary Master Academy possessed pertinent technical documentation in this field. Upon returning to acquire and master these technologies, he intended to return to the Blue Star human race. Developing a genetic serum to delay aging should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, the evolutionary pace of the beast race was inherently swifter than that of the human race. With the Beast Emperor's intervention, this speed would only accelerate. Over the past 50 years, the evolution of the beast race had been extraordinarily alarming. Had it not been for the 100 scientists rewarded by the transdimensional technology system, aiding the Blue Star human race in advancing from the age of cold weapons to that of thermal weaponry, the human race would have stood no chance against the beast race's onslaught, ultimately becoming mere sustenance for their evolution. According to Jiang Yu's knowledge, Adolf was the son of a dominator from a certain star system, and he had access to resources far superior to those of ordinary students. No one could predict what technological advancements Adolf would acquire upon returning to the high-dimensional world. However, it was certain that the weapons of the technological human race, classified as a Level 0.5 civilization, would be utterly inadequate against the highly evolved beasts of the beast race. Even the weaponry of a Level 0.7 civilization might not guarantee victory in the forthcoming conflict with the beast race. Thus, beyond obtaining relevant genetic engineering data, Jiang Yu also sought superior strategies to combat the beast race. With this in mind, Jiang Yu once again convened a meeting with Zhu Qiming and others. During my absence, you must not become complacent. The advancement of technology is crucial to the future of the entire human race. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu would be leaving for a period, the group found it difficult to accept. Your Majesty, are you truly departing? Jiang Yu nodded. I will leave today. When will your Majesty return? At least 3 years, at most 10. As these words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. They had grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's presence, yet he was about to depart. Although he assured them he would return, that could not quell their anxiety. The previous emperor had also claimed his departure was temporary, yet he never returned. Having eagerly awaited the emperor's return, which had led the human race to its current achievements. They had just celebrated a significant victory against the beast race, yet the threat remained, as they had not entirely eradicated it. Should the beast race return with even greater strength, could the human race prevail? They had observed the astonishing evolution of the beast race within a mere 50 years. Without the emperor guiding the human race from the era of cold weapons to that of thermal weaponry. The recent invasion by the beast race would have left them with no hope of victory. If the emperor were to depart without return, what fate awaited the human race? Seeing the worry etched upon their faces, some even shedding tears, Jang Yu offered reassurance. Do not fret. I shall not abandon the human race. I shall undoubtedly return to lead humanity in the obliteration of the beast race, to claim dominion over Blue Star, and to traverse the vast cosmic seas, Jiang Yu proclaimed. The assembly fell silent, harboring a fervent hope that the Emperor of Humanity would fulfill the promise made today. Zhu Qiming managed a faint smile and remarked, Your Majesty, we await your return. The crowd, too, wiped away their tears, echoing in unison, We await your return, Your Majesty. Jiang Yu bestowed a gentle smile upon them, uttering no further words, and then resolutely strode towards the Imperial Palace. The crowd trailed behind him until they reached the entrance of the Divine Palace, their hearts heavy as they watched him ascend the steps. Jiang Yu did not pause nor glance back. He entered the Divine Palace with unwavering determination. He would assuredly return, needing no further assurances. Upon reaching the teleportation portal, he underwent identity verification. The teleportation system activated, enveloping Jiang Yu in a soft radiance. Following a gentle hum, a soothing voice emerged, Welcome, esteemed planetary sovereign. We are facilitating your return to the higher dimensional realm. Chapter 035. Adolf's incompetent fury. Upon returning to the high-dimensional realm, Jiang Yu stepped through the portal, only to find the matching temple filled with an array of beings, each distinct in form. They were all alumni from the same prestigious planetary master academy as Jiang Yu, summoned back from their respective home planets by the call of the academy's president. After a separation of 5 to 6 decades, the classmates were reunited, brimming with excitement. They gathered in small clusters, enthusiastically discussing their achievements and trials over the years. Yet, without exception, none revealed their respective interstellar coordinates. Even the best of friends from their days at the academy offered evasive responses when questioned. The years had evidently matured the alumni, who had begun to grasp the brutal realities of the dark forest theory. After exchanging greetings with a few fellow students, Jiang Yu was preparing to depart when a melodious and gentle voice called out, Jiang Yu. He turned, smiling, to behold a graceful figure approaching him. It was none other than Miss Kaisha, the daughter of the supreme ruler of the high-dimensional world, exuding both nobility and beauty. Although 5 to 6 decades may seem insignificant to the beings of this realm, the experiences of those years had shed some of Kaisha's youthful naivete. Clad in golden battle armor and adorned with a pair of exquisite wings, Kaisha radiated a regal aura. Her arrival instantly captivated everyone present, who were eager to forge connections with this esteemed queen. The students were aware that within most star systems, the angelic race served as the architects of cosmic order, with the rulers of angelic planets regarded as indisputable sovereigns. However, this illustrious queen paid them no heed. Instead, approaching Jiang Yu with a radiant smile and eyes brimming with affection. This only intensified the envy and jealousy of the other planetary masters towards Jiang Yu. It has been a long time, Miss Kaisha, Jiang Yu remarked, undeterred by the gazes of the onlookers, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it has been a while. Jiang Yu, how have you fared all these years? Kaisha replied, akin to long-lost lovers reunited, as she took his hand in hers. I am well, and you appear even more regal. Miss Kaisha, Jiang Yu generously praised her noble demeanor. If I were a queen, I would wish for you to be my prince. In the high-dimensional world, the husband of a queen is referred to as the king consort or prince. Kaisha publicly declared Jiang Yu's esteemed position in her heart before the assembly. Upon uttering this, Jiang Yu noticed a blush swiftly rising to Kaisha's cheeks. Back in their time at the Planetary Master Academy, Kaisha had already proclaimed their romantic relationship. Now, she had taken it a step further, informing all present that Jiang Yu was her prince. In truth, Jiang Yu understood Kaisha's intentions. Her actions were not only an expression of her affection but also a warning to the other planetary masters to refrain from unduly harassing him. It was common knowledge that humanity was considered the lowest of races, facing formidable challenges in technological advancement. Yet, Jiang Yu had chosen to forsake opportunities to align with superior races and civilized planets, opting instead for the path of the technological human race. Though others may not comprehend, Kaisha steadfastly supports Jiang Yu's choices and is willing to protect him. Jiang Yu, grateful for Kaisha's goodwill, gently declines, saying, "Miss Kaisha, it is truly unnecessary." His refusal is not an affront to Kaisha's affection, but rather a rejection of her overt guardianship. To put it in terms familiar from his previous life on Earth, Jiang Yu is unwilling to live off another's bounty. Moreover, he is a man endowed with a system. Despite the arduous development of the technological human race, it is not insurmountable. He is determined to demonstrate to the universe that humanity is not a lesser species. Once the technological human race flourishes, it can ascend to the pinnacle of a small universe. Any planet or cosmic civilization that seeks to trample humanity shall face dire repercussions. How audacious! At that moment, an angry voice erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned to see Adolf striding forth, radiating an aura of menace. With a green visage and fangs, wings sprouting from his back, his muscular physique exuded an air of dominance. Regarding Adolf's chosen final form, Jiang Yu could only describe it as grotesque, even somewhat painful to behold. Perhaps he believed that sprouting wings would make him worthy of the noble angel queen, Kaisha. Jiang Yu understood Adolf's fury and dissatisfaction. After all, the lady he pursued was infatuated with Jiang Yu, and he had just suffered a crushing defeat in the recent conflict between humans and beasts. In every regard, Adolf had ample cause to unleash his ire upon Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu would not coddle him, regardless of his lineage as the scion of a minor cosmic sovereign. "Adolf, we are all graduates of the same Planetary Dominion Academy. It has been decades since we last met. Please do not mar the joy of our reunion. If you harbor grievances against me, you are welcome to settle them in the ongoing conflict between our races," Jiang Yu retorted, and finding no satisfaction in this exchange. He cast a sidelong glance at Adolf, smirking, "Yet, you have already been defeated by me, and you shall continue to be vanquished until you are entirely subdued and stripped of your status as a planetary lord." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Did Jiang Yu imply that Adolf's beast race had engaged in battle with his human race? From Jiang Yu's words, it seemed that Adolf's forces had suffered a grievous defeat. Could it be true? Wasn't the technological human race the weakest of all? Who could say for certain? The look on Adolf's face indicated that Jiang Yu spoke no falsehood. Indeed, Adolf had been bested by him. As the crowd speculated, Adolf's expression darkened further. He had intended to mock Jiang Yu, only to be met with a bold rebuttal. Moreover, Jiang Yu had publicly disclosed the humiliating defeat of the beast race. Did he not care for his own dignity? Jiang Yu, do not revel too much in your triumph. Victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare. The outcome of a few battles does not signify anything definitive. Who knows who will ultimately reign supreme on Blue Star? Adolf's face was contorted with fury, wishing nothing more than to pummel Jiang Yu on the spot to alleviate the humiliation of his defeat. The outcome of one or two battles certainly does not encapsulate the entirety of a conflict. Yet, I shall demonstrate through a multitude of victories that your beast clan is ineffectual. I will utterly eradicate the beast clan from Blue Star, allowing humanity to reign supreme. Jiang Yu, disinterested in further discourse with Adolf, boldly issued a challenge in front of all. The enmity between Jiang Yu and Adolf had been firmly established. Their grievances could only be resolved on the battlefield. After speaking, Jiang Yu turned on his heel, taking Kaisha with him. Behind them, Adolf's impotent rage echoed. Jiang Yu. I will not be defeated. I will completely vanquish you, transforming your humanity into nourishment for my beast clan's evolution. There can only be one sovereign of Blue Star, and that is I, Adolf. Chapter 036. Gene Transfer Technology. Emerging from the Temple of Matching, Kaisha remained silent. Jiang Yu understood her concern for him. Yet he refrained from offering consolation. Many matters can only be validated through success. Until that triumph is achieved, any fervent declarations appear rather hollow. Jiang Yu possessed a transdimensional technological system and had the capability to return to the higher dimensional world to acquire further knowledge. He harbored no doubt that the technological human race would not succumb to Adolf's evolutionary beast race or any other civilized species. Jiang Yu traversed a considerable distance when Kaisha, still apprehensive, grasped his arm and said, Adolf's matching with you to the same planet is undoubtedly intentional. As the son of the sovereign of the Virgin Major Galaxy, accomplishing this is not a challenge for him. Moreover, due to this connection, the resources of Adolf's planetary domain far exceed yours. You defeated him on Blue Star, but he will certainly seek revenge. Observing Kaisha's delicate features and sensing her genuine care, Jiang Yu felt a wave of emotion. Miss Kaisha, what you say holds truth. Adolf's planetary resources are indeed more abundant than mine. However, an abundance of resources does not equate to greater strength. The true measure of a planetary sovereign lies in their innate capabilities. Since you have chosen to believe in me, trust that I will not be outmatched by Adolf or any other planetary civilization. As he spoke, even without intent, Kaisha could not help but perceive the unwavering confidence he exuded. Unable to resist, she nodded and smiled. Yes, I believe in you, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gently patted Kaisha's flawless cheek and smiled softly. We have not seen each other in a long time. Let us not allow trivial matters to overshadow the joy of our reunion, shall we? With that, disregarding Kaisha's reaction, he took her back to his residence in the higher dimensional world. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke from a deep slumber, the fatigue that had burdened him dissipating entirely. During his years on Blue Star, he had toiled tirelessly for the advancement of the human race. Although he was a higher dimensional being, he still felt weariness after becoming the planetary sovereign of the technological human race and required ample rest. As Jiang Yu opened his eyes, he was greeted by a visage of unparalleled beauty. You look lovely in your slumber, Kaisha remarked, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. After their profound exchange, he had come to appreciate Kaisha's immense strength, not solely due to her higher dimensional nature or the formidable genes of a sovereign, but also because she was the queen of the angel race, the ruler of the angel planet, whose physical prowess far surpassed that of the human race. At that moment, Kaisha had retracted her wings, appearing entirely as a young human girl. Don't you need to sleep? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. Higher dimensional beings are not machines. They too require rest, and angels should be no exception. Indeed, we require it, and our rest periods are quite lengthy. However, angels do not rest for the sake of resting. Instead, it was to empower herself further. Kaisha succinctly elucidated the mechanism of angelic repose. In other words, does sleeping enhance one's strength? Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. It was only now that he comprehended why the angelic race was regarded as the most formidable among all small universes. Quite so. Observing Jiang Yu's envious expression, Kaisha chuckled merrily. Today, I shall visit the academy to procure some information. Will you accompany me? As Jiang Yu rose from his bed, adorning himself with his garments, he replied, I must meet my father. I won't be able to join you in the coming days. Kaisha shook her head, and Jiang Yu discerned a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. It's of no consequence. I too shall be quite occupied. Jiang Yu aimed to discover resources that could enhance the genetic makeup of the human race. After acquiring knowledge, he would also need to conduct relevant experiments, thereby reducing the time spent with Kaisha. Once he completed his morning ablutions, he proceeded to the Planetary Master Academy, with Kaisha accompanying him until the very entrance. Reluctant to part ways, are you truly intent on pursuing genetic engineering research, particularly gene transfer technology? Surely you jest? Upon entering the academy and articulating his request to his instructor, Jiang Yu was met with incredulity. The rationale was straightforward. Humanity was among the most primitive races in the cosmos. The frailty of the human body rendered it ill-suited for genetic modification. Even the beast and demon races, which evolved towards civilization, found it a formidable task to attain strength, fraught with peril. Gene transfer technology involves the transference of superior genes from one organism to another. Even in higher dimensional realms, this endeavor is far from simple, necessitating consideration of genetic compatibility, rejection responses, and species differences. Moreover, as higher dimensional beings, they often disdain such undertakings, possessing inherently lengthy lifespans and formidable physiques. Thus, even at the Planetary Master Academy, any knowledge pertaining to this technology is far from complete. Instructor, I wish to give it a try, Jiang Yu implored with unwavering resolve. Genetic engineering existed on Earth prior to Jiang Yu's arrival, albeit with little significant progress since its inception. The enigma of genes has perpetually eluded humanity, and gene transfer technology represents a particularly daunting challenge within this conundrum. Do you grasp the magnitude of difficulty inherent in gene transfer technology? The technological race should focus on advancing technology, not squander time on genetic engineering. In the eyes of many educators at the Planetary Master Academy, Jiang Yu was an exceptionally gifted student. With his academic performance, he could easily qualify for a superior planet. Yet, he had previously forsaken the Academy's system matching, opting instead for the technological race to develop a scientific civilization. This decision left many instructors lamenting his potential. Now, Jiang Yu was eschewing the study of technological knowledge, instead delving into gene transfer technology. Was that not a waste of time? As Jiang Yu's teacher, I can only feel profound sorrow regarding his actions. The advancement of human technology does not pose significant issues. Within my realm of human ingenuity, there exists a plethora of exceptionally gifted individuals. The sole predicament lies in the brevity of their lifespans and the frailty of their bodies. If only we could extend their lives and ensure robust health, they would possess ample time for learning and research. I believe this is one of the most expedient paths to accelerate the development of human technology. Jiang Yu possesses a transcendent technological system, equipped with an abundance of scientific resources. However, the transformation of these scientific materials into tangible entities still necessitates the expertise of scientists. Jiang Yu's energy is inherently limited. He requires the collective effort and collaboration of all humanity to thrive and progress. Chapter 037. Affectionate sentiments. Although Jiang Yu's instructor could not comprehend his unwavering determination to study and delve into genetic engineering, he ultimately granted Jiang Yu access to the genetic engineering database, yielding to his persistence. Jiang Yu immediately immersed himself in his studies, recognizing the necessity of thorough preparation prior to commencing his research. The Planetary Master Academy's database housed the most extensive repository of technological achievements in the universe. Despite only possessing minimal access rights, the plethora of technologies available to Jiang Yu was indeed vast. His primary focus remained on sourcing research materials pertaining to genetic engineering. With the advantage of a hyperdimensional technological system, he required no other forms of technology. As a high-dimensional being, Jiang Yu's learning and memory capabilities were unparalleled, far surpassing those of ordinary humans. To illustrate, if the cognitive capacity of a typical human were likened to a mechanical hard drive, then Jiang Yu's brain would be akin to an extraordinarily large solid-state drive, exhibiting qualitative differences in both read-write speed and storage capacity. Furthermore, the augmentation provided by his hyperdimensional technological system enhanced his learning and comprehension abilities beyond those of other high-dimensional beings. Armed with such formidable capabilities, Jiang Yu embarked on an intense period of study and research. Numerous literary planetary masters, akin to Jiang Yu, enrolled at the Planetary Master Academy, predominantly comprising his contemporaries. They too sought to acquire knowledge and advance their respective civilizations. However, rumors began to circulate within the academy of a madman. As Jiang Yu's relentless diligence set him apart from his peers, he spent his days absorbed in the academy, akin to an indefatigable, high-precision machine, voraciously acquiring knowledge. In tandem with his studies, the academy also granted Jiang Yu access to the biological laboratory, allowing him to conduct experiments while learning, thereby facilitating a deeper mastery of the subject matter. With such advantageous conditions, Jiang Yu naturally seized the opportunity. Aside from his studies and experiments, he remained largely isolated from the outside world. Even when Miss Kaisha visited him, she would join him in the laboratory, assisting him by passing materials, organizing database information, or tidying up. Jiang Yu's industriousness, or perhaps his fervor, was unparalleled within the Planetary Master Academy. He rarely engaged in social interactions, maintaining a routine that revolved around the research lab, his residence, and the dining hall. During particularly busy periods, it was Kaisha who delivered food to him, ensuring he consumed every morsel under her watchful eye, as Jiang Yu often neglected meals and sleep when entrenched in his studies. This fervent pursuit of knowledge gradually eroded the disdain harbored by those who had previously looked down upon Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu's partner, Kaisha felt both concern for him and a deep sense of companionship. She often found herself gazing intently at his focused figure, captivated by his relentless ambition. In Kaisha's eyes, the diligence exhibited by other planetary masters paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's relentless drive. On this particular day, Kaisha approached Jiang Yu just as he had completed preparing a culture medium. "Jiang Yu, it's time for you to eat," Kaisha reminded with a hint of exasperation. "Thank you, Miss Kaisha," Jiang Yu replied, snapping back to reality as he removed his research attire and took a seat. Kaisha placed food suitable for the human race before him and inquired, "How is the experiment progressing?" "I encountered some difficulties regarding gene rejection when attempting to merge the genes of species A with those of species B. I need to acquire more knowledge, consult further materials, and conduct additional research." The high-dimensional world boasted an abundance of species, with an ecologically beautiful environment akin to paradise. Jiang Yu's biological genetic engineering studies were never short of experimental subjects, as he selected several species similar to that of Blue Star. His research revealed that the challenges of gene fusion were considerable. "You are currently in a human body and require adequate rest." Observing Jiang Yu's relentless pursuit of learning and research, Kaisha could only continue to remind him. Once high-dimensional beings became the planetary sovereigns of various civilizations, they essentially merged with the species of that civilization. Apart from enjoying the protection of the supreme laws of the high-dimensional world, they possessed extended lifespans and the opportunity for resurrection after death, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from the species of their respective planets. Kaisha had already gleaned insights into the physiological functions of the human race from Jiang Yu. His frenzied pursuit of knowledge and research was draining his physiological capabilities. "I will be mindful of that, Miss Kaisha. In truth, you need not accompany me every day." Although it was said that angels could grow stronger simply by resting, Jiang Yu was aware that even angels required time for learning. Through their conversations, Jiang Yu learned that Kaisha was researching something called the Void Engine, a technology that could be equipped onto angelic beings to forge a formidable void divine body and initiate a divine creation project. Jiang Yu did not comprehend the nature of the Void Engine, nor did he understand how to construct a void divine body, but he recognized its immense potential. "With my father's assistance, I will soon develop my Void Engine. I have ample time, yet the moments we share together are few," Kaisha said with a touch of melancholy. Both Jiang Yu and Kaisha had their respective civilizations to advance, and neither knew the locations of each other's star systems. Even if they were to disclose their positions, the vast distances and light years would remain a mystery. Kaisha's angel civilization and Jiang Yu's technologically advanced human race lacked faster-than-light travel technology, leaving them with the opportunity to meet only upon their return to the high-dimensional world. Kaisha was uncertain how long they could remain together in that realm, which made her cherish their time together even more. Feeling the depth of Kaisha's affection, Jiang Yu couldn't help but gently caress her cheek. Kaisha tilted her head slightly, relishing Jiang Yu's tender gesture. "Once my civilization develops faster-than-light travel technology, our opportunities to meet will multiply, so I must strive diligently." As a being of the high-dimensional world, Jiang Yu was well aware that faster-than-light technology was indeed attainable. The portals connecting the high-dimensional world to various civilized star systems were a manifestation of such technology. "Jiang Yu, you can certainly achieve it. At that time, I shall reveal to you my interstellar coordinates. I await your arrival aboard your faster-than-light spacecraft." Kaisha nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I believe that day will not linger in the distant future." Soon, we shall be able to meet frequently. Both Jiang Yu and Kaisha cannot remain in the high-dimensional realm for extended periods. Having chosen this path, they must predominantly reside on their respective home planets. If they wish to see each other often, they must expedite the development of faster-than-light travel technology or even a portal. Jiang Yu possesses a superdimensional technology system, and thus, the creation of faster-than-light technology or even a portal will not take an excessive amount of time. In truth, Kaisha's angelic civilization is even more adept at achieving this. This is not solely due to the inherent advantages of the angelic race, but also because Kaisha's father is the supreme ruler of the high-dimensional world. With such formidable assistance, it would be challenging for Kaisha to progress slowly. Moreover, Kaisha herself is exceptionally intelligent and endowed with remarkable talent. Chapter 038. The Superman Jiang Yu. As the years unfolded, Jiang Yu immersed himself fervently in the study of genetic engineering. He conducted countless live experiments, amassing a vast array of experimental data. Within the confines of the laboratory, he found himself alone. Kaisha had not visited in several days. Jiang Yu had labored continuously for over 90 hours. He was engaged in a task of paramount importance, extracting the genes of a certain animal to formulate a gene-enhancing serum tailored to his own genetic makeup. The notion of performing gene transference on himself had long lingered in his mind, yet he had hesitated to act upon it due to the inherent dangers. Despite being a high-dimensional being, the risks remained perilously real. To ensure the success and safety of his experiments, Jiang Yu had conducted over 1,000 related transference trials on other species, achieving a success rate exceeding 95%. The subjects of his experiments exhibited remarkably robust capabilities. However, he could not enlist members of the human race for trials, nor could he predict the changes that might occur within himself should the experiment succeed. Yet, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the monumental responsibility he bore in advancing human technology. He needed to become formidable. Over the years, his inadequate physical constitution had deteriorated due to relentless study and research. If he failed to strengthen himself, how could he possibly lead humanity towards greatness? Thus, he resolved to transform himself into a superhuman to cultivate his own strength. Jiang Yu was extracting the gene of a creature known as the grass nematode, which bore resemblance to the tardigrades of Earth prior to his arrival. These diminutive nematodes measured merely 50 microns in size, with the largest not exceeding 1 millimeter, visible only under a microscope. Yet, despite their minuscule dimensions, they possessed remarkable resilience and tenacity. They could endure extreme temperatures, cosmic radiation, and even gamma rays could not obliterate them. They could survive in the vacuum of space without any protective measures, with such tenacious vitality and tolerance for extreme environments. It was indeed a perfect organism. Observations revealed that this tiny creature was a flawless amalgamation of power and speed, capable of propelling itself with a force equivalent to 1,800 times its own weight, achieving a staggering velocity of 0.6 meters per second. Considering its size of merely 1 micron, the implications for humanity were terrifying. Jiang Yu had meticulously analyzed his genetic sequence and subsequently transferred the grass nematode's genes, thereby concocting a gene-enhancing serum uniquely suited to him, devoid of any side effects. However, he remained uncertain about any undiscovered risks that might lurk within. It was time to commence. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yu seized the serum, resolutely injecting it into his vein. Why Jiang Yu was not taken aback. Rather, he had mentally prepared himself for this moment long ago. Altering biological genes is inherently a monumental undertaking. The absence of suffering would indeed be peculiar. Despite his efforts to remain silent, the pain was akin to a knife slicing through flesh, something beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the genetic transfer and modification reached completion. Jiang Yu felt utterly drained, his sweat soaking his garments completely. He slumped in his chair, motionless, as though he had succumbed to death itself. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes. Had he succeeded? Jiang Yu murmured weakly to himself, bracing against the chair in an attempt to rise. However, in the next moment, he was utterly astonished. The armrest of the chair had crumbled beneath his grasp. It is worth noting that this chair was constructed from titanium-chromium alloy, a material far more resilient than any alloy found on Earth prior to his journey. Yet, He had exerted no force. He merely sought to lift his own body. Even so, the incredibly sturdy armrest disintegrated at his touch. He had succeeded, ignoring the pain coursing through him. Jiang Yu sprang from the chair, slamming his palm onto the laboratory table before him. His eyes widened again, for he had left a deep imprint of his hand on the table's surface. This table, too, was made of titanium chromium alloy, and it was even thicker than the armrest. Yet it yielded before him as though it were mere tofu. He quickly reined in his newfound strength and activated various instruments to conduct a comprehensive scan of his body. The data projected in 3 dimensions before him was blinding. His speed had surged by 600 times, his physical strength had increased by 900 times, his lifting power had escalated by 1,600 times, his endurance had amplified by 800 times. What did these figures signify? He could effortlessly lift a tank weighing dozens of tons. Bullets striking him would leave no mark. No car or plane, even at full throttle, could match his pace. Even if he were cast into molten lava, he could swim comfortably for 3 days. At this moment, Jiang Yu had transformed into a true superhuman, with bodily functions that could self-regulate. In everyday life, he would appear no different from an ordinary person, yet when the need arose, his extraordinary abilities could erupt in an instant. A sudden clatter broke Jiang Yu from his astonishment. He turned to see Kaisha, her beautiful eyes wide in shock, gazing at the 3-dimensional projection. So taken aback was she that the tray containing the meal she had brought for Jiang Yu slipped from her grip and fell to the ground, unnoticed. "What is it, my dear Kaisha?" Jiang Yu inquired, waving a hand in front of her eyes. "Has your gene modification experiment succeeded?" Kaisha asked, pointing at the 3-dimensional display. "Yes, I have succeeded." A look of pride blossomed on Jiang Yu's face. Although his body had grown several hundred to 1,000 times stronger, he still paled in comparison to certain extraterrestrial beings. Before the angel Kaisha, he felt insignificant. However, Jiang Yu is merely a feeble member of the human race. His strength has been acquired through the transfer of genes, which carries an entirely different significance. "Congratulations, Jiang Yu," Kaisha exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp his hand with fervent excitement. Her elation at Jiang Yu's success surpassed even his own. "Thank you, dear Miss Kaisha," Jiang Yu responded earnestly. "Why thank me? I haven't aided you in any way." Kaisha replied, her confusion evident. "Over the years, you have been the one to care for my daily needs, so I must express my gratitude," Jiang Yu asserted. Without Kaisha's companionship and support, his research would not have progressed so swiftly. "These are things I ought to do. I am curious to know how much stronger you've become," Kaisha said, her cheeks flushed, her fingertips lightly tracing Jiang Yu's chest. "I cannot ascertain how much stronger I am, but we could certainly conduct an experiment." Jiang Yu understood Kaisha's implication instantaneously and had no intention of denying her request. Chapter 39. The Return of the Emperor. A decade has swiftly passed, and Jiang Yu found himself bidding a bittersweet farewell to Kaisha as he stepped through the portal. Kaisha, too, was destined for her celestial angelic realm, making her way towards another portal. On Blue Star, the Emperor's temple once again erupted in a resplendent golden light, visible throughout the entire Imperial capital. The city of the capital was immediately engulfed in fervor, as its inhabitants knelt and exclaimed, "The Emperor has returned. The Emperor has descended. Long live the Emperor." The government and military factions in the Imperial capital echoed with excited cheers. In a hospital within the capital, the aged governor, Zhu Qiming, struggled to sit up from his sickbed, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely called out, "Quick, take me to the Emperor's temple." Jiang Yu had promised upon his departure that he would return. Now, the Emperor had fulfilled that vow, once again gracing the human race of Blue Star with his presence. How could the military, political officials, and millions of citizens of the capital not be moved to tears? High-ranking officials from the military and government promptly proceeded to the Emperor's temple to welcome him. The official television station of the capital hurried to the temple, preparing to broadcast the Emperor's arrival to all of humanity. As military and political dignitaries gathered outside the Emperor's temple, ready to receive him, the grand doors swung open, revealing an imposing and dignified figure emerging from within. Upon recognizing that familiar countenance, the crowd outside the temple erupted into tears, kneeling in reverence and exclaiming, "We welcome your majesty. Long live the Emperor. We are grateful for the return of the great Emperor." Your radiant wisdom shall once again guide the human race of Blue Star. The Emperor's temple stood majestically at the heart of the Imperial capital, towering above all. From the entrance, one could almost overlook a significant portion of the city. Transformed by genetic enhancements, Jiang Yu's gaze had become piercing and expansive. As he surveyed the landscape, he beheld a modern metropolis where towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, bustling streets filled with traffic, and shops lining the avenues. At the center of the vibrant satellite New City Square, Jiang Yu spotted a statue towering several hundred meters high. The statue was exquisitely crafted, with striking features and an imposing stance that exuded greatness. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu was taken aback. This statue, is it not me? The area surrounding the Emperor's temple was heavily guarded, rendering it inaccessible to the general populace. Consequently, the citizens of the capital flocked to the satellite New City, gathering around the statue of Jiang Yu, kneeling and exclaiming their admiration. The elder generation of humanity remained steadfast in their belief, while the younger generation had been instilled with the notion of the Emperor reigning for eternity. The Emperor had saved humanity, serving as its savior and guiding the race towards brilliance and greatness. Though he had departed a decade ago, all remained resolute in their conviction that he would return, that he would once again descend upon them. After a decade of anticipation, the Emperor had indeed arrived, stirring immense excitement within the hearts of every citizen. Tens of thousands gazed upward at the magnificent figure in the center of the square, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The statue of the Emperor radiated an aura of brilliance, enveloped in a golden haze. The live broadcast from the royal capital television disseminated the news of the Emperor's arrival to every corner of the human realm. Televisions in the homes of the populace and the advertisement walls in the bustling markets were filled with scenes of the Emperor's descent. At that moment, all of humanity ceased their labors, kneeling and raising their voices in reverence towards the direction of the Emperor's temple. Modern education had led humanity to abandon the feudal customs of grand kneeling ceremonies. Yet an exception remained deeply ingrained in the very essence of every human being. A man's knees are beneath gold, kneeling to heaven, to the earth, and to parents. Most importantly, kneeling before His Majesty the Emperor. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze and looked upon the kneeling crowd. Leading the assembly were the Chancellor, Zhu Qiming, and the Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun, among others. They appeared quite aged, accompanied by doctors and nurses. Additionally, there were several high-ranking military officials, political dignitaries, and scientists whom Jiang Yu recognized. However, some elder officials and scientists were conspicuously absent from the gathering. Jiang Yu's heart felt heavy as he gazed upon the frail forms of Zhu Qiming and his contemporaries. Those elder statesmen and scientists who were not present must have departed from this world. Thankfully, pivotal figures like Zhu Qiming and Su Wanjun were still among the living. During his decade in the higher dimensions, Jiang Yu had devoted himself to the study of human genetic engineering, hoping to develop a longevity serum suitable for the technological conditions of the human realm. He noticed in the forefront, kneeling between the two most significant figures, Zhu Qiming and Su Wanjun, a young woman adorned in a crimson cloak, clad in a flowing white silk gown, and crowned with a platinum tiara. Jiang Yu had no particular recollection of this young lady, yet her proximity to Zhu Qiming and Su Wanjun indicated her extraordinary status. Descending the steps, Jiang Yu approached the assembly and gently assisted the elderly Zhu Qiming to his feet, speaking softly, "You have worked tirelessly over the years." Observing Zhu Qiming's frail form, hunched and nearing the end of his days, Jiang Yu was reminded of the time he first descended, a time when Zhu Qiming was still a young and valiant emperor, leading humanity in battle against the beastly hordes. Under Jiang Yu's series of reforms, Zhu Qiming had dutifully guided his officials to implement them without fail, dedicating himself to the service of his people with unwavering diligence. These memories were etched deeply in Jiang Yu's heart. Yet now, Zhu Qiming had reached an advanced age, his body frail and life force waning. The long-awaited arrival of the emperor signified that the loyal servant could finally rest in peace. Zhu Qiming gazed into Jiang Yu's handsome and dignified visage, his eyes devoid of any lingering regrets. After uttering these words, the light in his eyes gradually faded, his life force gently slipping away. His eyelids fell, a serene expression gracing his face as he leaned into Jiang Yu's embrace. Jiang Yu held Zhu Qiming tightly, feeling his eyes moisten. He understood that Zhu Qiming had persevered until now solely on the last thread of hope. 10 years prior, Jiang Yu had promised Zhu Qiming that he would return. Now, with the emperor's arrival, Zhu Qiming was free from all burdens. The entire scene was suddenly enveloped in silence. Jiang Yu stood there quietly, embracing Zhu Qiming. The bodies of all present trembled slightly, tears of sorrow cascading down their cheeks. The spectators before the television screens were equally hushed, their hearts heavy with grief. Everyone understood that their esteemed governor, the former emperor of the Great Ming, had departed from this world. Over the years, all had witnessed Zhu Qiming's diligent governance and his unwavering devotion to the people, tirelessly dedicating himself to the welfare of humanity until his last breath. It could be said that in the hearts of all, aside from the emperor of humanity, Zhu Qiming held the most exalted position. I have ultimately arrived too late. After a long while, Jiang Yu sighed deeply with profound regret. He then addressed the gathered crowd. Everyone, please rise. The emperor of the Great Ming, Zhu Qiming, has passed away. A state funeral will be held shortly. As Jiang Yu's words echoed, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, and the sound of weeping filled the air. Chapter 040 Achievements over a decade. In the following 3 days, Jiang Yu personally presided over the national funeral of Zhu Qiming, during which the entire family mourned deeply. It was only after 3 days that Jiang Yu convened military, political officials, and representatives from the Academy of Sciences for a meeting. The vast conference hall was filled with attendees, with Jiang Yu seated at the head of the table. Flanking him were Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun and the newly appointed governor. Once all participants had arrived, the new governor respectfully addressed Jiang Yu. Your Majesty, I am Zhu Luoyu, the daughter of the former governor. I am grateful for the support of my esteemed uncles and have accepted the position of governor. May I continue to serve in this capacity? I humbly seek your Majesty's decision. Jiang Yu cast a glance at the woman before him. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her demeanor exuded regal elegance, and she bore a striking resemblance to a queen. Among Zhu Qiming's many children, it was only his youngest daughter who had succeeded him as governor, indicating her exceptional qualities. Jiang Yu nodded with composure. Madam Governor, please take your seat. I trust your father's judgment. You shall remain the chief governor of the human race. Upon receiving the emperor's approval, Zhu Luoyu's face lit up with excitement, and she bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, Thank you, your Majesty. I shall endeavor to uphold my father's legacy, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the advancement of our people until my last breath. Jiang Yu raised his hand to signal her to sit, and then turned to the assembly. I have been away for a decade. Please share the developments of these past 10 years. It was imperative for Jiang Yu to comprehend the progress made in the last decade to formulate future plans. Everyone understood that the emperor placed great emphasis on military and technological advancements. Thus their gazes shifted towards the Minister of Military Affairs and the Minister of Technology. Minister Su Wanjun rose to report, Your Majesty, the construction of our military has been paramount over the last decade. In addition to the increase in active duty personnel, the combat capabilities of our soldiers have also seen significant enhancement. With assistance from the departments of technology and industry, military equipment has experienced explosive growth. The Army has been equipped with the Type 99 third-generation tanks, mid-range missiles, and long-range strategic missiles are currently under development. The Air Force has acquired the J-16 third-generation fighter jets, alongside compatible air-to-air missiles, and the White Swan ultra-long-range strategic bombers. The Navy has been outfitted with the Type 055 destroyers, Type 054 frigates, and large amphibious assault ships, while nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are under development. All that Su Wanjun detailed consisted of weaponry and equipment exchanged from the Transcendent Technology System, classified as Level 0.7 civilization. In just a decade, a portion of these military assets had been integrated, while others were in the midst of rigorous development. Jiang Yu could not help but nod in satisfaction at the remarkable accomplishments of the military. Next, Minister of Technology Wang Shui rose to report, Your Majesty, the progress of technological advancements over the past decade has also been quite favorable. We have launched over 100 military and civilian satellites. including the Beidou Positioning and Navigation Satellite System, which currently only covers the 9 continents region. The development of our satellite system has remained a top priority in technological advancement. We have also made remarkable strides in nuclear energy technology. In addition to successfully developing the mushroom bomb, nuclear energy has also been harnessed for power generation. Furthermore, we have engineered the hydrogen bomb, with the largest hydrogen bomb possessing an explosive yield of approximately 170 million tons of TNT. Due to concerns regarding the severe environmental impact of nuclear fallout from test detonations, no related experiments have been conducted on high-yield hydrogen bombs. After listening to the report from the Minister of Technology, Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim in disbelief. A hydrogen bomb with an explosive yield of around 170 million tons of TNT, could this not be likened to the Great Ivan on Earth? Indeed. The human race shares a common trait: the insatiable pursuit of weaponry's destructive power. Overall, the potential of the hydrogen bomb is virtually limitless. As long as the materials are sufficient, manufacturing conditions permit, and threats exist, it is entirely feasible to create a hydrogen bomb capable of shattering a planet, or even a star. Ideally, high-yield hydrogen bombs should not be detonated unless absolutely necessary. Blue Star is our home. Jiang Yu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The destructive capability of such a weapon is far too great for our homeland, Blue Star. Even against the beast race, it should not be deployed lightly. Jiang Yu does not wish to employ this formidable weapon against the beast race. For Blue Star shall ultimately remain the domain of humanity, and conventional weapons suffice to eliminate the beasts. After the military and technology ministers concluded their reports, the ministers of commerce, industry, and agriculture subsequently presented their updates to Jiang Yu. It was unexpected that in these 10 years, humanity had achieved such remarkable accomplishments. I am greatly pleased and hope that all present will continue to strive diligently. Jiang Yu was immensely satisfied with the achievements of humanity over the past decade, even exceeding his expectations. Your Majesty, the success we have attained today is entirely due to the technological documents you left a decade ago, as well as the solid foundation laid during your 60 years of leadership. Without Your Majesty's blessing and assistance, humanity would not be where it stands today, expressed the military minister, Su Wanjun, with a deep bow of gratitude. The military minister's words ring true. Without Your Majesty, there would be no present for humanity. With Your Majesty at the helm, our race shall endure for countless millennia. The officials and scientists present rose in unison, bowing deeply in loyalty to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his hand to gesture for everyone to take their seats, then turned to the scientist responsible for life sciences. What achievements have been made in life sciences over the past decade? He inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's question, the head of life sciences appeared visibly anxious. Please, Your Majesty, do not punish us. The Life Sciences Institute has yet to achieve any significant technological breakthroughs. We have failed to meet Your Majesty's high expectations, and I humbly request permission to resign from my position as the head of the Life Sciences Institute. The director of the Life Sciences Institute was an elderly man, his hair and beard white, with disheveled locks, a yellowed academic robe, and a face lined with wrinkles, indicative of a scientist engrossed in research. He was not merely a research enthusiast, but undoubtedly a devoted savant of scientific inquiry. Jiang Yu does not reproach the School of Life Sciences for its lack of technological achievements. Life sciences, by their very nature, stand as the most intricate of all scientific disciplines. The absence of any related technical documentation within Jiang Yu's hyperdimensional technological system underscores that life sciences are realms beyond the grasp of a Type 0.7 civilization. Even for Jiang Yu, a high-dimensional being possessing comprehensive scientific resources and optimal experimental conditions from the Planetary Master Academy, it took a full decade merely to glean the most superficial insights into the complexities of life sciences. There is no need for self-reproach. A decade ago, I did not leave behind any research data pertaining to life sciences. Moreover, as a nascent field, life sciences have the latest inception, and it is hardly surprising that no research outcomes have been achieved thus far. I have brought with me research materials relevant to life sciences, and I shall personally lead the School of Life Sciences in conducting pertinent studies. Our primary focus will be on genetic modification and transfer projects aimed at extending human lifespan and enhancing human physicality. Chapter 041. Methods to extend life undoubtedly. Prolonging the lifespan of humanity is immensely beneficial for its advancement. Competent governmental officials can govern more effectively, while exceptional commanders can lead their armies with greater efficacy. Distinguished scientists can accelerate the development of human technology. Enhancing the physical constitution of humanity will likewise fortify its overall strength. To achieve these objectives, the advancement of life sciences is paramount. This is precisely why Jiang Yu returned to the higher dimensional realm to delve into the study of genetic engineering. Observing that the majority of military, political officials, and scientists present at the conference were advanced in age, Jiang Yu recognized the urgent need to develop a genetic potion to extend human lifespan. The individuals gathered were the elite among humanity, and the loss of any one of them was a prospect Jiang Yu wished to avoid. Consequently, following the conclusion of the meeting, he promptly proceeded to the Institute of Life Sciences, assembling leading life scientists to embark on the research and development of longevity genetic potions. Extending human lifespan necessitates the modification of human genes to achieve this goal. During his studies on various longevity organisms in the higher dimensional world, Jiang Yu discovered a particularly intriguing phenomenon. In the blood samples of these organisms, he found a segment of protein at the ends of eukaryotic chromosomal telomeres, commonly referred to as telomeres, which were considerably longer than those of other species. Extensive research conducted by Jiang Yu confirmed that telomeres play a crucial role in determining the lifespan of living cells. When telomeres are severely worn down to a critical length, organisms experience accelerated aging and may even face death. The longer the telomeres, the greater their resilience to wear, thereby extending the corresponding lifespan. Aging occurs because cells cease to divide or do so at a sluggish pace. The ability of cells to divide or halt division is influenced by the length of telomeres. With each cell division, telomeres shorten incrementally until they reach a length too short for further division. Thus, organisms with longer telomeres enjoy extended lifespans, while those with shorter telomeres naturally possess shorter lifespans. This astonishing discovery filled Jiang Yu with elation. However, upon attempting to research his own genes, he encountered obstacles imposed by the supreme laws. It was evident that the longevity of higher dimensional beings stemmed from prohibitions against any biological research. Being in the higher dimensional realm, devoid of human subjects for experimentation, he could not pursue further studies. He then redirected his focus toward genetic transfer research, achieving remarkable success that elevated him to a superhuman status. Now, having returned to the territory of humanity, Jiang Yu could resume his research in this domain. He immediately collected blood samples from several scientists, examining them under an electron microscope. Soon after, he was astonished to discover that the telomeres of those scientists, previously bestowed upon him by the superdimensional technology system's novice gift pack, were indeed longer. Calculations revealed that these scientists could potentially live to be 200 years old, more than double the lifespan of ordinary humans. Over 200 years, quite impressive indeed. Jiang Yu could not help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of the superdimensional technology system. Even the scientists bestowed upon him are not ordinary members of humanity. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's self-reflection, the scientists nearby wore expressions of bewilderment. Come and take a look. Jiang Yu generously shared his findings with the group of scientists. He had intended to impart the knowledge he acquired from the high-dimensional realm to the scientific community. Given his limited energy, future research in life sciences would rely on these individuals. The group of scientists quickly turned their attention to the computer screen. Although they were all esteemed figures in the realm of life sciences, they could not immediately discern the anomalies in the DNA sequence displayed. Jiang Yu pointed to the cap structure at the ends of the linear chromosomes in eukaryotic cells and earnestly inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" One scientist suddenly gasped, "How is this possible? The telomeres in this DNA profile are over twice the length of those in an average person." The other scientists immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Such lengths of telomeres were unprecedented in their experience. In fact, they had never previously considered the issue of telomere length in their research. Jiang Yu turned to one of the scientists and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. You could live to be over 200 years old. This particular DNA profile belonged to this scientist, who was one of those gifted to Jiang Yu by the system. The scientists were unaware of their origins. They merely knew they were ordinary members of humanity. Upon hearing that he could live for 200 years, the scientist could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. This way, I can contribute an additional century to the advancement of humanity." As a scientist, the prospect of living for 200 years did not evoke thoughts of prolonged enjoyment of life, but rather the opportunity to further the technological development of humanity. The director of the Institute of Life Sciences immediately grasped the critical point, trembling as he asked, "Your Majesty, are you suggesting that if we find a way to extend the telomere structure, any member of humanity could achieve a longer lifespan?" Jiang Yu nodded and added, "Within the human body exists a remarkable enzyme known as telomerase. It is the presence of telomerase that maintains the original length of telomeres. However, the quantity of telomerase in the human body is typically insufficient, leading to an inevitable aging process. Therefore, your current research direction should focus on how to adapt and enhance this telomerase, increasing its concentration within the body, slowing the rate of telomere shortening, or even lengthening the telomeres. Alternatively, you might seek methods to inhibit telomerases wear on telomeres to achieve the goal of extending lifespan." As they absorbed Jiang Yu's explanation, all the life scientists experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed as if a window had been opened in their understanding of life sciences, revealing the hope of extending humanity's lifespan. Telomerase is a highly common protein within the human body, and adapting and improving this enzyme would not pose a significant challenge for them. In fact, they might only require specific agents to stimulate the efficacy of telomerase. Observing the group of scientists, animated and eager, their faces flushed with excitement, Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he reminded them, "This is merely a means to extend the lifespan of humanity. According to my calculations, even if we optimize telomeres, the human lifespan will reach a mere 500 years at best. My aspiration is to prolong human life as much as possible. Thus, the burden upon your shoulders remains exceedingly heavy. A few centuries is but a fleeting moment in the vastness of the cosmos, and the advancement of our scientific civilization is a formidable journey ahead. The longer humanity lives, the greater the contributions made, which in turn will benefit the progress of our scientific endeavors." Jiang Yu's words swiftly brought the scientists back to a state of composure. The esteemed director of the Life Sciences Institute solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. We shall undoubtedly discover more effective methods to extend human lifespan within the next 500 years. Chapter 42. The Great Miracle of Life with the advent of genetic engineering technology brought forth by Jiang Yu, and the accompanying plans he provided. A gene serum aimed at extending the lifespan of humanity was swiftly developed under his guidance. Ordinarily, the new gene serum would necessitate experimental trials on animals, followed by prolonged observation. However, Jiang Yu was not afforded the luxury of time. Numerous distinguished elders in administration, military, and scientific fields were on the precipice of mortality. For instance, Su Wanjun, the Minister of Military Affairs, aged alongside Zhu Qiming, was likewise nearing the end of his days. Jiang Yu had already suffered the loss of an exceptional statesman and national steward like Zhu Qiming. He could not bear to lose another illustrious military strategist and architect of the army like Su Wanjun. Once the first batch of gene serums was developed, Jiang Yu made an immediate decision. In the Life Sciences Academy's administrative hall, a dozen venerable individuals in need of medical care were summoned. Some arrived in wheelchairs, while others were carried on sickbeds, all drawn to present themselves before the Emperor of Humanity. Chief Administrator Zhu Luoyu personally escorted Su Wanjun and other esteemed elders, eager to witness the miracle of life bestowed by the Emperor. Upon entering the administrative hall, Jiang Yu led a group of experts from the Life Sciences Academy to meet the Emperor. As the assembly beheld the Emperor, many attempted to rise from their wheelchairs or beds to pay their respects. Jiang Yu swiftly gestured for them to remain seated. An elderly gentleman in a wheelchair respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, may I ask the purpose of your summons?" These venerable souls were well aware of their mortality. their lives nearly buried beneath the weight of years. They had either ceased to work or were in the process of handing over their responsibilities to successors. Today, the emperor had called upon them, and nearly all were on the brink of death. Except for a select few, like Zhu Luoyu and Su Wanjun, most were uncertain of the reason for their gathering. Jiang Yu, with unambiguous clarity, announced, thanks to the tireless efforts of all the scientists at the Life Sciences Academy, we have finally developed a gene serum capable of extending the lifespan of humanity. As his words resonated, astonishment swept through the assembly, their eyes widening in disbelief before igniting with hope. A decade earlier, the emperor had mandated research in this domain, yet tangible results had eluded them. The mere fact that a gene serum capable of prolonging human life had been developed in such a short span since the emperor's return was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, considering the emperor's personal involvement in the research, nothing seemed impossible. In their eyes, he was akin to a deity. The director of the Life Sciences Academy added, should this gene serum prove successful upon injection, it will not only extend human lifespan to 500 years, but will also enhance physical constitution. However, clinical trials have yet to be conducted, and there exists an element of unpredictable risk. His Majesty has gathered you here to prepare for these clinical trials. Should any adverse reactions or anomalies arise, the participants may swiftly lose their lives. Yet, should we succeed, the significance of this achievement is monumental. This experiment is entirely voluntary. His Majesty the Emperor will not compel anyone. There are no clinical trials, and they are to be injected directly. It is evident that these individuals are being used as subjects for experimentation. However, there is no sense of aversion among the crowd. Instead, they are filled with boundless anticipation, unable to contain their excitement. After all, this is a miraculous medicine that could extend human life to 500 years. Su Wanjun was the first to speak. Your Majesty the Emperor, please administer the injection to me first. I am but an old relic. Even if the experiment fails, there will be no great loss. Another elder chimed in. Your Majesty the Emperor, allow me to be injected first. The Minister of Military Affairs has significant responsibilities and cannot afford the slightest risk. Others clamored to voice their requests. Indeed, the Minister of Military Affairs should not take any risks. Let me be the first test subject. If successful, then the minister may proceed with the injection. I must be the inaugural participant, for I have already delegated my duties. Indeed, I have even penned my last will. Should the experiment fail, I shall harbor no regrets in this life. Although they placed their trust in His Majesty the Emperor and the efficacy of the genetic potion he presided over, the absence of clinical trials left a lingering apprehension about potential risks that could lead to irreparable consequences. They all aspired to make a final contribution as their lives neared their conclusion. These individuals were pure of heart, willing to sacrifice themselves for the advancement of humanity. Su Wanjun, with eyes wide open, summoned all his strength to bellow, "You old geezers, while it's one thing to seize credit in ordinary times, now you wish to become lab rats and yet remain so eager? I shall not contest other matters with you, but this time I must go first." With that, Su Wanjun forcefully propelled his wheelchair to the front of the Academy's president. He rolled up his sleeves and, in a commanding tone, declared, "Pay them no mind. Administer the injection to me first." As the Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun was notorious for his fiery temper and unwavering resolve. Witnessing his outburst, the others refrained from contesting him further. The president of the Academy glanced at Jiang Yu, and upon receiving a nod, he said, "Very well. I shall administer the genetic potion to the Minister of Military Affairs first. Come now, let us not dawdle," Su Wanjun urged. The president retrieved a vial of blue serum from the incubator and personally injected it into Su Wanjun. Under the scrutiny of all, the blue liquid flowed into Su Wanjun's veins. After the injection, everyone fixated their gaze on Su Wanjun, eager to observe his reaction, not daring to blink. Simultaneously, various instruments were positioned against Su Wanjun's body to monitor his physiological responses following the injection of the genetic potion. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, and all were oblivious to the swift passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, Su Wanjun's body began to tremble. His face contorted in agony. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, displaying evident distress. Yet, as a soldier, Su Wanjun was indifferent to such pain. Even enduring a bone-scraping treatment would not elicit a flinch from him. The experts anxiously observed the fluctuations in the readings on various instruments. This was their greatest achievement in extending the lifespan of humanity. The success or failure of the critical bed experiment was pivotal, not only for the efficacy of the genetic serum, but also for the future of mankind. Time passed slowly, and after intense fluctuations, the readings on the instruments began to stabilize. Su Wanjun's trembling body gradually calmed, and the look of anguish on his face vanished. Remarkably, the doctors and nurses beside him noticed that Su Wanjun's previously pallid complexion began to take on a healthy flush. After a considerable duration, the quivering voice of the Academy president suddenly resonated. All data is normal. No signs of rejection. Bodily functions are slowly recovering. The clinical trial of the genetic serum has been successful. Your Majesty, this is nothing short of a miracle of life. Chapter 043. The creation of super soldiers. As clinical monitoring data emerged, the remarkable physiological characteristics exhibited by Su Wanjun prompted jubilant cheers from life scientists, heralding the successful development of the genetic potion. At that moment, Su Zhengjun felt a newfound ease in his chest and breath, effortlessly ascending 8 flights of stairs. In fact, he bravely attempted to rise from his wheelchair, sensing that his legs had once again become his own. Witnessing Su Wanjun not only standing but also gracefully pacing back and forth, both Su Zhengjun and the onlookers were astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief, as they beheld a magnificent miracle. Overcome by the transformation of his body, an exhilarated Su Zhengjun knelt before Jiang Yu, expressing his profound gratitude. Long live your Majesty. The human emperor, Jiang Yu, stepped forward to assist him, his face brimming with satisfaction. General Su, you are a pillar of our race. You deserve longevity. Su Wanjun, unable to contain his tears of joy, bowed deeply once more. To strive for the future of humanity is the duty of a humble servant. Your Majesty has bestowed upon me life and health. I am at a loss to repay such kindness. With the successful clinical trial of the genetic potion lifting his spirits, Jiang Yu laughed heartily. General Su, there is no need for such formalities. I hope you will continue to shine brightly for the future of humanity. Su Wanjun resolutely replied, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly until my last breath. Jiang Yu nodded, commanding, Since the clinical trial has been successful with General Su, let's commence the injections for others. Yes, Your Majesty, came the reply. The life scientists, reigning in their jubilation, began their work, retrieving the genetic potion from the incubators to administer to others. Once the injections were completed, the subsequent scenes astonished everyone once more. Whether seated in wheelchairs or lying in hospital beds, the elderly began to rise with newfound vigor, their vitality seemingly rejuvenated by 20 years. They radiated energy and enthusiasm, subsequently bowing before Jiang Yu, their voices ringing out in exuberance. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Long live the human emperor. Though they had long since come to terms with life and death, who would not desire longevity, especially a lifespan extending to 500 years? They felt as if they were Mi Zhu Luoyu cautiously articulated his thoughts. I believe that the longevity gene serum should not be administered to all members of humanity. Only those who have made significant contributions to our kind should be eligible for such treatment, thus having the opportunity to attain longevity. The government could very well utilize the longevity gene serum as a form of reward, making it accessible to the general populace. This approach would inspire every individual to strive for excellence and contribute to the future development of humanity. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, his joy clouded by this insightful notion. Zhu Luoyu's suggestion was indeed commendable, allowing the unremarkable or even the unscrupulous to extend their lives would be a tremendous waste of limited resources. Your proposal is excellent. The specifics of its implementation shall be arranged by you. Jiang Yu graciously acquiesced to Zhu Luoyu's counsel. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhu Luoyu replied, bowing in acknowledgement, unable to resist a furtive glance at the regal countenance of the emperor. Each encounter with Jiang Yu left him hesitant to meet the emperor's gaze directly. Every stolen glance ignited a flurry of emotions within him. akin to a thief caught in the act. The individuals who have received the longevity gene serum will require further observation. Clinical experts must gather additional data to refine the serum, Jiang Yu instructed, oblivious to Zhu Luoyou's countenance as he made his way to the laboratory. After respectfully seeing the emperor off, the clinical experts turned to the assembly, stating, "Everyone, please follow me." The crowd complied, departing the hall, leaving Zhu Luoyu momentarily lost in thought. My lady, it is time for us to return," a handmaiden gently urged, prompting Zhu Luoyu to hastily divert his gaze from the emperor's retreating figure. Upon his return to the laboratory, Jiang Yu's next undertaking was the gene transfer process. In comparison to the formidable beast race, humanity's physical constitution was regrettably frail, although humanity had entered the era of firearms. Reducing the likelihood of close combat with the beast race, Jiang Yu aspired to forge a powerful military capable of executing specialized operations. Moreover, soldiers endowed with superior physical prowess would be better equipped to operate modern weaponry. For instance, genetically enhanced pilots could endure greater G-forces, while operators of high-caliber weapons could withstand more significant recoil. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's aspirations extended far beyond the confines of the small blue star. They reached into the boundless cosmos. Warriors imbued with tardigrade genes could potentially undertake missions in space without the need for cumbersome spacesuits. In summary, possessing warriors with formidable physical attributes would bring about countless advantages. Nevertheless, the creation of super soldiers necessitated a gradual approach. It was unrealistic to begin with the transfer of tardigrade genes. After all, ordinary humans could not be compared to Jiang Yu, a being of higher dimensions. The transfer of genes from such powerful organisms was not something the average person could endure. Jiang Yu conducted profound research into gene transfer technology within the realm of higher dimensions, achieving remarkable results. He assimilated the genes of the nematode into his own, transforming himself into a formidable superhuman. Although the nematode does not exist on Blue Star, there are numerous other powerful organisms. For instance, the strength genes of ants, the weight-bearing genes of rhinoceros beetles, and the speed genes of cheetahs. If one or more of these genes were to be transferred to a warrior of the human race, they would stand their ground even in close combat against the beastmen. The conflict between humans and beastmen is inevitable, and Jiang Yu must prepare thoroughly. The Beast King Adolf, the son of the ruler of the Virgin Star System, possesses significant resource advantages. While Jiang Yu's technological human race is advancing rapidly, Adolf's beastmen are also undergoing intense evolution. Jiang Yu remains unaware of the evolution resources that Adolf may acquire, nor the heights to which he might elevate the beastmen. Chapter 044 Human Experimentation. Jiang Yu, accompanied by a cadre of life scientists, embarked upon the endeavor of gene transference experimentation. The scientists initially succeeded in extracting the strength gene from ants, the speed gene from cheetahs, the load-bearing gene from rhinoceros beetles, the pushing gene from dung beetles, and the endurance gene from tardigrades, among other genetic samples. Subsequently, they extracted human genes and placed them in a vessel for transference, conducting countless trials. Ultimately, the strength gene of ants, the speed gene of cheetahs, and the load-bearing gene of rhinoceros beetles were all successfully integrated with human genes. Furthermore, the amalgamation of two mixed genes with human genes also yielded successful results, with the transference of the ant strength gene and the cheetah speed gene proving to be most harmonious. However, attempts to fuse three mixed genes with human genes ended in failure. The effort to integrate the tardigrade gene into human genes resulted in a complete collapse. This failure stemmed from the fact that when the tardigrade gene was introduced, it dominated the process, making it impossible to achieve a balance. In essence, if the human gene's strength were forcibly combined with the tardigrade gene, humanity would cease to exist as we know it, gradually transforming into an oversized tardigrade. This left the life scientists feeling both helpless and regretful. The tardigrade is nearly the epitome of biological perfection, possessing an impeccable genetic structure, despite its diminutive size, ranging from 50 micrometers to 1 millimeters. The tardigrade boasts remarkable resilience and vitality. It can enter a cryptobiotic state in harsh environments, surviving for up to 30 years without sustenance. Additionally, it can endure temperatures of 150 degrees Celsius and approach absolute zero, withstand radiation from supernovae, and resist the crushing pressures of oceanic trenches. If such formidable genes could be successfully transferred to humanity, spacefarers would no longer require spacesuits. Alas, the scientists found themselves unable to achieve this goal. The strength of ants, capable of lifting over 400 times their own weight, combined with the speed of cheetahs, could still render humanity considerably powerful. As for the transference of the tardigrade gene, further research was required. Jiang Yu let out a sigh, realizing that the situation was indeed as he had anticipated. The human gene was too fragile for a significant evolutionary leap. Continued research was necessary to find a balance. Or perhaps humanity would need to grow stronger before attempting to transfer the superior genes of tardigrades or other organisms. At that moment, the president of the Academy of Sciences approached Jiang Yu with a report. Your Majesty, the Minister of Military Affairs has arrived with personnel. They are ready to commence the gene transference experiment in the laboratory. Given the successful integration of human genes with the strength gene of ants and the speed gene of cheetahs, Jiang Yu resolved to create a cadre of super soldiers endowed with the strength of ants and the speed of cheetahs. Upon entering the laboratory, he found the governor, Zhu Luoyu, and the Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun, already in waiting. Your Majesty, we have procured the test subjects you required. Su Wanjun respectfully addressed the assembly and then gestured with his hand. 20 robust human warriors approached with steady strides. They formed a line, saluting Jiang Yu before standing resolutely like statues. Jiang Yu could distinctly sense that these 20 soldiers were undoubtedly the strongest among the human race. Each of these warriors had been meticulously selected according to Jiang Yu's stringent criteria, as he had personally endured the excruciating agony of gene transference. The average individual could scarcely withstand such torturous torment. Only those with formidable physiques and unyielding wills could endure it. As Jiang Yu passed before each warrior, he lightly struck a few of them. He then solemnly declared, I shall now conduct gene transference experiments on you. Given that there have been no prior experiments conducted on human subjects, there exists a certain degree of risk. Should the experiment succeed, you will gain the strength of an ant and the speed of a cheetah. However, if it fails, you will perish and in great pain. If any of you wish to withdraw now, I will bear no resentment. Every experiment carries the potential for failure, especially one as audacious as altering human genes. Jiang Yu understood the necessity of preparing these warriors mentally. Those with fragile psyches were unworthy of becoming stronger. For the sake of the human race's ascendance, what fear was there in death? The 20 warriors shouted in unison. Prior to their arrival, their commander had gravely informed them that entering the Life Sciences Research Institute offered but two paths, to emerge standing or to be carried out. They had chosen to accept the experiment, fully prepared in their minds. Besides, it was the Emperor himself conducting the experiment on them. For the Emperor and for the strength of humanity, they would not flinch even at the prospect of death. Very well, let the experiment commence, Jiang Yu commanded. The first warrior stepped into the laboratory without hesitation. He seated himself in a specially designed chair, his body and limbs shackled securely. The staff injected the gene solutions for ant strength and cheetah speed into his body sequentially. Minutes later, the warrior's fists clenched tightly. Veins bulging as an agonizing pain emanated from the depths of his soul, spreading throughout his entire being. An unparalleled torment, akin to the tortures of the netherworld, afflicted him. Yet, this warrior gritted his teeth and endured in silence, exhibiting an unwavering will of steel and an unshakable faith in the Emperor. The Emperor had first developed a miraculous elixir to prolong life, and now he had created a gene serum to empower the human race. Everything the Emperor did was for the brighter future of all humanity. As an exemplary soldier, he feared not death, much less the physical suffering. Everyone watched as this warrior, on the verge of shattering his own teeth, bore bloodshot eyes filled with determination. They all understood that the pain he endured had reached its zenith. Yet he remained resolutely silent. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the warrior felt the pain from the genetic transfer experiment gradually dissipating. Now, he sensed an utter lack of strength, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. leaning motionless against the chair. He struggled to open his eyes, the previously blurred surroundings slowly coming into focus. "How do you feel?" The voice of the Emperor resonated in his ears. "I feel exceptionally well, as if a formidable power resides within me." His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Attempt to rise. Jiang Yu did not command the removal of his shackles, but rather issued a direct order. Without the slightest hesitation, the warrior complied with Jiang Yu's command. He first lifted his right hand, and with a sound akin to a crack, the shackles binding his wrist shattered as if they were made of paper. He then freed his left hand and both feet, ultimately standing firmly and steadily. Chapter 045. The Great Evolution of Humanity. The staff promptly conducted a physical examination of the experimental subject. The DNA simulation map of the subject appeared before Jiang Yu. The DNA sequence of the subject displayed a heightened level of activity and perfection compared to before, although there remained some disarray. This was a normal phenomenon resulting from genetic recombination. Jiang Yu observed that a series of reactions had occurred due to the merger of two animal genes, leading to the reactivation of several recessive genes, which were either fused or consumed. These recessive genes had, to some extent, suppressed the potential of humanity. Now, with some being reactivated, it was as if a door had been opened, poised to unleash the vast potential of human genes. This also implied that once the subject's genes fully adapted and stabilized with those of the two animals, the perfect merging with the genes of the tardigrade might become feasible in the future. At last, the president of the Academy of Sciences announced the results of the genetic transfer and fusion. The transfer of the two genes had been remarkably successful, with no signs of rejection. Vital signs were normal and heart rates were stable. Upon hearing this, all life scientists erupted in cheers once more, as they had created yet another extraordinary miracle following the longevity gene serum. Zhu Luoyu, Su Wanjun, and other military and political officials were particularly ecstatic, their admiration for Jiang Yu intensifying. The warriors who accompanied the first experimental subject trembled with excitement, eager to undergo genetic transfer themselves. They were all exceptional soldiers selected from the military, capable of enduring pain that others could not, and they too could become immensely powerful. "Very well. Let us continue with the genetic transfer," Jiang Yu interjected with a smile, breaking through the scientist's jubilation. The success of the human trials signified the emergence of a new breed of super soldiers. Jiang Yu needed to expedite the process to forge more legions of these super warriors, as humanity was not merely facing a war against the Blue Star Beast clan. They were stepping into an interstellar era, vying for dominance with other planets, conquering or being conquered. Jiang Yu did not partake in the subsequent genetic transfer operations, but summoned Zhu Luoyu, Su Wanjun, and the president of the Academy of Sciences to the conference room. Jiang Yu inquired, "What is the status of the mass production and promotion of our longevity gene serum?" Zhu Luoyu rose to respond, "Your Majesty, the mass production of the longevity gene serum is proceeding exceptionally well. Relevant departments have begun administering injections to the elderly who have made outstanding contributions, along with a public awareness campaign. The entire human race is now aware that Your Majesty has bestowed upon them a miraculous medicine, and there is widespread anticipation for its immediate rollout." Simultaneously, the publicity department announced to the populace the regulations regarding the recipients of the longevity gene serum. The results have been quite remarkable, with a significant drop in crime rates and an unprecedented surge in the work enthusiasm of the entire human race. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the longevity gene serum, the strength and speed gene serum must also be widely promoted. Only those with the most formidable physical qualities and indomitable willpower can simultaneously receive two types of genetic serums. However, any healthy member of humanity can endure the injection of just one. I aspire for the entire human race to undergo an unprecedented grand evolution. Naturally, the requirements for these two genetic serums mirror those of the longevity serum. Only law-abiding individuals who contribute to the advancement of humanity may partake. If humanity can not only attain longevity but also robust physicality, it signifies that each individual will possess greater time and energy for learning and labor. Jiang Yu believes that the advancement of the scientific community will accelerate and reach even greater heights. His words ignited excitement within every individual present. as this marks a monumental stride in the evolution of humanity. The Emperor of Humanity is the true deity of our kind. Jiang Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "I shall personally oversee the promotion of the genetic serums to ensure that the grand evolution of humanity unfolds without any untoward incidents." Su Wanjun also rose to assure, "I will personally supervise the creation of super soldiers, establishing a legion capable of rivaling the beast tribes." The meeting swiftly concluded, with all attendees hastening to execute Jiang Yu's directives. The Life Sciences Institute entrusted the formulas for 3 genetic serums to capable pharmaceutical companies for mass production. Upon receiving this substantial order, the companies immediately ramped up production, sparing no effort. Concurrently, all official media engaged in extensive coverage, heralding the dawn of the era of humanity's grand genetic evolution. In an instant, the entire human race was ablaze with fervor. I once believed the longevity serum to be truly extraordinary, yet I was astounded by the introduction of strength and speed serums. The Emperor not only advanced humanity's development, but also repelled the incursions of the beast tribes. Now he has unveiled 3 miraculous genetic serums, facilitating the grand evolution of all humankind. With these 3 serums, how could humanity fear the beast tribes? The injection of these genetic serums comes with stipulations. Only those who have contributed to humanity may partake. This is essential, for those who contribute nothing and hinder progress are a waste of resources. These 3 genetic serums, bestowed upon us by the Emperor, herald the millennium of prosperity for humanity. Long live the Emperor! Long live humanity! 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 In that moment, the air resonated with the fervent cries of humanity bowing in reverence to their Emperor. At this juncture, Jiang Yu's prestige among humanity reached its zenith once more. The launch of the longevity serum stirred tremendous waves within the populace. The injection of the longevity serum grants humanity an astonishing lifespan of 500 years. The introduction of the strength and speed serums elicited equally thunderous cheers. With the injection of either of these 2 serums, one's physical condition can be significantly enhanced. In the event of renewed conflict with the beast tribes, even the common folk would stand a chance to engage and potentially prevail with ease. Once the power gene is injected, humanity gains the ability to lift objects weighing up to 400 times their own weight. Even colossal beasts, such as elephants, could be effortlessly toppled, while other beastly races would scarcely warrant consideration. Furthermore, the injection of the speed gene confers the swiftness and agility of a cheetah, rendering the beastly races utterly incapable of competing with humankind. It is important to note, however, that the injection of the power gene requires an exceptionally robust physique and formidable willpower. Only those individuals who have undergone thorough medical examinations and received approval from physicians are permitted to proceed with the injection. Otherwise, the excruciating pain may inflict reversible damage to the body or even result in death. As these 3 gene serums become widely available and government agencies open their doors to the public, queues immediately form at every injection site, with countless individuals moved to tears by the prospect. Every person seeking the gene serum must undergo rigorous political scrutiny and medical evaluation. From this moment forth, humanity is poised to embark on an unprecedented collective evolution, igniting a fervent anticipation among the masses. Chapter 046. The fiery scene of evolution in a certain gene injection center within the bustling city of Huangjing. A long line had formed even before dawn. A significant deployment of police was present to maintain order, yet some chaos still ensued. However, it remained within manageable bounds, as no one wished to bear the stigma of disrupting public safety and consequently forfeit their qualification for evolution. The Evolution Gene Injection Center was not only staffed with police officers ensuring order, but also included life scientists, personnel, and healthcare workers. All individuals who had passed the political review were required to undergo a secondary medical examination to ascertain their eligibility for evolution. Soon, a few robust men successfully passed the examination and approached the injection station. One particularly tall man, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to the injection area, submitting his political review and medical examination reports to the staff. After reviewing the documents, the staff inquired, "Sir, which gene serum would you like to inject?" Without hesitation, the tall man declared. As a fitness coach, I naturally wish to inject the strength gene serum. The staff nodded, explaining the necessary precautions and the potential discomfort associated with the strength gene injection. The tall man grinned. Just a bit of pain, nothing to worry about. Hurry and inject me. I can hardly wait. His words drew the attention of those waiting in line, inciting cheers of encouragement. Well said, buddy. I'm rooting for you. Bolstered by the support, the tall man strutted confidently to the designated chair and seated himself. The staff secured his arms and legs to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Subsequently, they retrieved a vial of blue strength gene serum from a temperature-controlled cabinet and administered it into his vein. All eyes were fixed on the tall man. And once the injection was completed, he chuckled. That wasn't so bad. Felt like just an ant bite. His jest elicited laughter from the crowd, who felt a wave of relief, as the anticipated agony touted by official media seemed to be overstated. However, in the next moment, the man's expression stiffened. His face flushed crimson, and veins bulged in his neck. He endured the excruciating pain with remarkable fortitude, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, quickly dampening his clothing. The onlookers witnessed him nearly clenching his teeth to the point of Shah surveying his surroundings. He found no objects to unleash his power upon. So he stomped his foot against the concrete ground. Instantly, a muffled sound resonated, and the concrete beneath him fractured like a spider's web. This spectacle astonished everyone present, including the tall man himself. My goodness, how unbelievable. The concrete was actually caved in by his foot. Such formidable strength. Could this be the sheer potency of the power gene? I, too, yearn to inject the power gene serum. No matter the pain, I must obtain such strength. The might of the power gene enhancement is extraordinary. I, too, wish to evolve. The crowd erupted into a fervor, their anticipation intensifying. At that moment, a shadow darted past, leaving everyone baffled as to its identity. The tall man merely felt a gust of wind and had no time to respond. What use is brute strength? Speed and agility reigned supreme. A voice, brimming with arrogance and provocation, cut through the air. The crowd turned to see a rotund figure standing not far from the tall man. As he captured everyone's attention, the plump man grew increasingly self-satisfied. I have injected the speed gene and undergone evolution. I feel swifter than a cheetah, my movements more agile. Once again, the crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring among themselves, my heavens, this is astonishing. I barely caught a glimpse of a shadow. The speed is incredible, like a bolt of lightning. With such velocity, surely he could evade bullets. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers regarding which type of evolved individual, strength-based or speed-based, was superior. It's simple. Let the tall man and the plump one compete right here and now. However, regulations forbade evolved individuals from engaging in combat, lest they face confinement. Just as the tall man and the plump one basked in their triumph, casting disdainful glances at one another and inciting a commotion. A contingent of armed soldiers jogged into view. Each soldier was robust and fully equipped, exuding an aura of evolution that swiftly quelled the disturbance. The previously confrontational tall man and plump man immediately tempered their demeanor, transforming into obedient individuals. They recognized that despite their newfound power, the military remained the first to evolve and grow stronger. The military not only possessed enhanced abilities, but also wielded modern weaponry. No matter how formidable an evolved individual might be, they could not withstand the onslaught of firearms. However, these armed soldiers were not there to quell the potential conflict between the tall man and the plump man. Instead, they surrounded one of the injection sites, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. They witnessed an evolved individual, drenched in sweat, breaking free from the shackles of his chair. His eyes burned crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura of fury, resembling a ferocious beast on the verge of breaking free from its cage. Upon seeing the dark muzzles of guns aimed directly at him, the evolved individual gradually began to regain his composure. The squad leader pressed down on his hand, prompting the soldiers to lower their weapons. He approached the evolved individual, saluted, and said, "Congratulations on becoming a hybrid of strength and speed. To attain the status of the strongest evolved being is a rarity, a true gem among countless stones." Upon hearing the squad leader's words, everyone gazed incredulously at the evolved individual. To be classified as either a strength or speed evolved being was already a source of immense envy. The human applicants who queued for the injection of evolutionary gene serum had passed the political review. Yet the ultimate determination of their transformation into evolved beings hinged on the results of their physical examinations. Now, here stood someone who had undergone the injections for both strength and speed genes, emerging as the most formidable evolved being. It was hard to fathom the pain endured and the immense physical and mental fortitude possessed by this individual. To become the strongest evolved being was a dream cherished by all, and before them stood a living embodiment of that aspiration. Chapter 047. Preparations for Oceanic Warfare. Only the rarest individuals possess the potential to become the most formidable evolvers. The military requires extraordinary beings like you to vanquish the alien beasts and safeguard the homeland of humanity. Naturally, the armed forces will not coerce you into enlistment. The government honors the choices of every individual. The squad leader addressed the evolver who had simultaneously injected both strength and speed gene serums. I am willing to join the military, and even more eager to slay the alien beasts and protect our home, the evolver responded. Having regained his composure and without a moment's hesitation, becoming a soldier to fight against the beast race and defend the human realm is a dream cherished by nearly every young human. On behalf of the military, I welcome your enlistment. Every strongest evolver is afforded the opportunity to meet His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity. After saluting the powerful evolver once more, the squad leader escorted him away. It was evident that the strongest evolver had drawn the envious gazes of all around him. To be a soldier, especially one of such prowess, presents an undeniable chance for glory on the battlefield against the beast race. This would be the pinnacle of honor for a soldier. In an instant, the injection site erupted with excitement. All those waiting in line for gene injections were filled with eagerness. The news of the strongest evolver being recruited by the military spread like wildfire through television broadcasts, astonishing countless humans. In the ensuing days, every gene injection site overflowed with people, and the pre-stock gene serums quickly ran low. Even those who had previously hesitated were no longer indecisive, rushing to the injection points. This was an unprecedented event in human history, and no one wished to miss out. Although not everyone could ascend to the status of the strongest evolver, or even attain singular abilities, their enthusiasm remained unquenched. At the very least, they could opt for longevity gene injections, granting them an astonishing lifespan of 500 years. 500 years. This is 6 to 7 times the average lifespan. Indeed, one could call it a form of immortality. As for these matters, Jiang Yu did not concern himself overly. Such tasks would be handled by those beneath him. With the dawn of the human evolution era, a multitude of powerful evolvers would emerge, posing some challenges for governmental management. Fortunately, the human settlements were equipped with an omnipresent surveillance network and increasingly commonplace police helicopters and drones. Should any evolver with a sense of superiority instigate trouble, apprehending and bringing them to justice would be quite manageable. No matter how powerful an individual may be, could they surpass the military or cutting-edge technological weaponry? Furthermore, who would be foolish enough to forsake a lifespan of 500 years, seeking their own demise? After completing the initial development of the gene serums, Jiang Yu chose not to linger at the Institute of Life Sciences. He had imparted all his knowledge of biological gene engineering to the life scientists. The subsequent endeavors of gene modification and evolution for humanity would be entrusted to the researchers and developers in life sciences. Jiang Yu had faith that within 500 years, these scientists would undoubtedly advance gene engineering to even greater heights. Jiang Yu subsequently visited the tri-service military establishments, various military research institutes, and numerous defense production units. The Blue Star is comprised of 3 vast continents and countless islands, both large and small. The human race has dominion over 9 continents and the new continent, while the largest, the American continent, remains under the control of the beast race. The stronghold of the beast race, the Americas, lies over 10,000 kilometers across the boundless ocean from the 9 and new continents. Capturing the Americas and utterly annihilating the beast race is no trivial endeavor. Just traversing the vast expanse of ocean requires a significant fleet of large warships, strategic bombers, and transport aircraft. Although Jiang Yu has exchanged a plethora of advanced weaponry from the 0.7-level civilization marketplace, the development and production of these technologies remain imperative. In the past few decades, The technological advancements achieved by the human race have laid a solid foundation in various fields, including science and industry. Yet, the human race's foundational strength remains insufficient, with countless areas still in need of development, far from realizing the capabilities of a 0.7-level civilization. Moreover, the beast race is not stagnant. Under the rule of their emperor Adolf, who knows how far they have evolved. Thus, Jiang Yu cannot afford to be complacent. The human race must vigorously advance in population, technology, military, and industrial sectors. However, it brings Jiang Yu solace that the entirety of humanity is united in purpose, with each individual laboring diligently. The beast race continues to occupy the Americas, poised to make a resurgence at any moment. They are also aware that a beast emperor has descended upon them, likely guiding them through a significant evolutionary leap. No one can ascertain the extent of the beast race's power after decades of evolution. As long as the beast race endures, it remains a Damocles sword hanging over humanity. The entire human populace cannot afford to relax, always preparing for a decisive confrontation that will determine the fate of both races. Over the past several decades, the human population has surged to approximately 100 million. This population growth is advantageous for constructing a more formidable military and propelling advancements in science, military, economy, and industry. The development and widespread application of longevity genes, strength genes, and speed gene medications have injected powerful momentum into the overall direction of human technological advancement. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Yu gained a deeper understanding of the overall strength of humanity, particularly its military prowess. The army is equipped with the Type 99 third-generation tanks, medium-range and long-range strategic missiles. The long-range strategic missiles have a range of 18,000 kilometers, capable of covering much of the Americas. The Air Force is outfitted with J-16 third-generation fighter jets, along with accompanying air-to-air missiles and ultra-long-range strategic bombers. Jiang Yu halted the development and deployment of the J-16 fighters, opting instead for the mass production of the F-14 Panda fighters. The rationale is simple. Although the J-16 is more advanced and has a greater missile capacity, it cannot reach the Americas for combat. The F-14 Panda is a carrier-based aircraft, and it will be deployed on aircraft carriers and even amphibious assault ships to engage in operations in the Americas. The Navy is armed with Type 055 destroyers, Type 054 frigates, 60,000-ton amphibious assault ships, and 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Jiang Yu has similarly halted the production of the 054 frigate manufacturing equipment, deeming the 055 destroyer sufficient for air defense. The focus will now shift to the production of the 60,000-ton amphibious assault ships and the 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The amphibious assault ships are capable of transporting helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and soldiers to the American continent. Meanwhile, the nuclear-powered aircraft carriers can deploy a substantial number of F-14 fighter jets into the skies above the Americas. As for other reconnaissance and early warning aircraft, they are deemed unnecessary. A single 100,000-ton aircraft carrier can accommodate approximately 80 F-14 fighter jets. Jiang Yu aspires to transport at least 1,000 F-14s to the Americas in one endeavor. Furthermore, both civilian and military satellites are areas Jiang Yu has particularly emphasized for vigorous development. Satellites not only serve reconnaissance purposes across the blue planet, but will also be indispensable in the interstellar era. In summary, the research, development, and production of military equipment must primarily focus on capabilities for long-range oceanic operations. The entire human race must exert its utmost effort to develop sufficient weaponry and forge a formidable military force, capable of traversing thousands of kilometers across the ocean to land upon the American continent and engage in a decisive confrontation with the beast tribes. Chapter 048, A Surprise for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu entrusted the scientific materials exchanged from the Level 0.7 civilization mall to the scientists for development. He emphasized that the manufactured weaponry must be tailored to the biological characteristics of the beast race rather than aimed at enemies of similar technological civilization. For instance, The active radar guidance of missiles should primarily rely on infrared radar, and fighter jets should prioritize maneuverability over stealth capabilities. Furthermore, all weaponry must be designed with the primary objective of enabling operations across the seas. Upon conducting an inspection, Jiang Yu gained a comprehensive understanding of the current state of human technology. Overall, he found himself quite satisfied, even pleasantly surprised. For example, today, he visited the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute to assess the progress of their electromagnetic cannon research. The electromagnetic cannon is an advanced kinetic energy weapon that utilizes electromagnetic launch technology. Unlike traditional artillery, which relies on the pressure of gunpowder gases to propel projectiles, the electromagnetic cannon accelerates metal shells using the ampere force generated by electromagnetic fields. Electromagnetic cannons are primarily classified into two categories: railguns and coilguns. Railguns use the magnetic fields created by currents between rails to accelerate projectiles, while coilguns generate magnetic fields instantaneously through coils to attract and accelerate the projectiles. This technology is not only applied to projectiles but also to aircraft carrier electromagnetic catapults. Hence, Jiang Yu pays particular attention to electromagnetic launch technology. During a previous inspection of the naval equipment, he had already observed the electromagnetic catapult on the aircraft carrier and expressed satisfaction with the efficiency of the F-14 Panda fighter's launch. Today, he specifically came to evaluate the development progress of the electromagnetic cannon. Compared to conventional artillery, the electromagnetic cannon boasts a greater range, increased power, and lower launch costs. It is undoubtedly the optimal shipborne weapon for combating terrestrial beast races, effectively supporting landing forces in battle. At the electromagnetic cannon launch site, the newly developed electromagnetic cannon was ready for action. The director of the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute respectfully introduced it to Jiang Yu. "Your Majesty, this is the electromagnetic cannon just developed by our institute. If the test launch is successful, we can commence mass production and equip our naval vessels with it." Jiang Yu nodded, "Then let the test launch begin." Upon receiving the Emperor's approval, the director promptly issued the launch command. Jiang Yu observed as a remarkably futuristic 300mm caliber cannon raised its muzzle. Following the launch command, the electromagnetic cannon began to charge, with faint currents flickering inside and outside the barrel. Suddenly, the cannon trembled slightly, and a shell was instantaneously launched. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yu witnessed on the screen as a temporarily constructed reinforced concrete building erupted in a spectacular explosion. This target was situated a full 300 kilometers from the electromagnetic cannon's firing position. The electromagnetic shell successfully struck the target, obliterating the sturdy structure. At such a great distance, with such high precision and such tremendous explosive power, the projectile fired by the electromagnetic cannon could no longer be referred to merely as a shell. It should be deemed a short-range missile. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu merely nodded in satisfaction, showing no significant surprise. He provided them with comprehensive research materials on electromagnetic cannons. They merely needed to fabricate them. Of course, Jiang Yu expressed profound affirmation towards all the members of the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute, as such recognition would invigorate their motivation to enhance the performance of the electromagnetic cannon, striving to develop a weapon with greater stability and formidable power. After the electromagnetic cannon tests, Jiang Yu returned to the conference room. "Your Majesty, in the standard model, the fundamental Fermion weak current interactions exist only in alternating current, leading to a certain non-conservation of weak interactions. The scientists specializing in electromagnetic launch technology were seeking Jiang Yu's insights on pivotal issues. Originally, Jiang Yu had come to inspect the advancements in electromagnetic launch technology, but he found himself besieged by the scientists with numerous inquiries. Their minds were pure, and in their eyes, Jiang Yu was a genius in the realm of physics. Once the discussion turned to academic matters, they became animated, speaking passionately. Jiang Yu listened attentively to their narratives, occasionally interjecting crucial insights that resolved the dilemmas faced by the scientists. He possessed an ultra-dimensional technological system, wherein each scientific document exchanged from the system would first enter the host's consciousness, allowing for profound comprehension. Furthermore, as a high-dimensional being, Jiang Yu could grasp these technical principles with even greater depth. Thus, in their eyes, he was not only the emperor of humanity, but also an omnipotent deity, a pioneer and cornerstone capable of leading humanity from primitive civilization to advanced civilization. Jiang Yu spent 3 days at the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute, most of which were dedicated to discussions with the relevant scientists. After he had acquainted himself with the achievements of the institute and addressed most of the scientists' queries, he prepared to depart. The scientists, reluctant to see him go, escorted him to the door. At that moment, the chief expert in electromagnetic launch technology suddenly remarked, "Your Majesty, we have completed the development of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. We can commence experiments in 3 days. Will you be able to observe and provide guidance?" The chief expert expressed this with a hint of nervousness, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. "How is it that you possess such technology?" The electromagnetic pulse cannon is an extraordinarily devastating weapon, theoretically capable of striking from blue star into outer space. If mounted on a satellite, it could achieve a comprehensive strike on the entire blue star, categorizing it within the realm of primary energy weapons. Jiang Yu recalled that he had only provided them with materials on electromagnetic launch technology. The electromagnetic pulse technology was not even present in his Level 0.7 civilization mall. His understanding of the electromagnetic pulse cannon stemmed from the technological weaponry of Earth prior to his transmigration. The cannon has a brief charging time, with a single shot capable of obliterating a city, and it is nearly impossible to predict or intercept. It launches without any forewarning, rendering it a formidable threat. Prior to Jiang Yu's transmigration, major nations on Earth had merely conceptualized such a weapon. However, now the chief expert in electromagnetic launch technology unexpectedly informed Jiang Yu that they had developed an electromagnetic pulse cannon. During the research of the electromagnetic cannon, they inadvertently discovered the technology for electromagnetic energy pulses. After several years of technological advancements, they have successfully created the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The chief expert, while introducing this to Jiang Yu, blushed with excitement, his words tumbling over each other. This formidable weapon is entirely their independent creation. If it earns the Emperor's endorsement, it would be an unparalleled honor. Moreover, judging by the Emperor's expression, he too seemed astonished. To evoke surprise from the seemingly omnipotent Emperor is already a testament to their success. "I will definitely come to see it," Jiang Yu said with a reassuring smile, affirmatively. The electromagnetic pulse cannon is undoubtedly a devastating weapon for humanity. How Chapter 49, The Might of the Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon 3 days later. At a secluded experimental base nestled deep within the mountains, a highly anticipated experiment was set to unfold, drawing the attention of the entire human race. The electromagnetic pulse cannon, developed by the Electromagnetic Launch Technology Research Team, was undergoing assembly and calibration at this site. Due to the cannon's immense power, precautions were necessary to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could lead to collateral damage. Thus, the experiment was conducted in this remote and desolate wilderness. To ensure the smooth execution of the trial, military authorities granted the research team exceptional privileges. In addition to mobilizing ground troops for safety, several military satellites were deployed for surveillance. Although the 9 continents had become the dominion of humanity, a few beast tribes still roamed the land. Should the electromagnetic pulse cannon achieve successful test firing, it would become yet another formidable weapon for humankind, and the military would not tolerate any interference from the beast tribes. At that moment, several armed helicopters sliced through the sky, landing on the base's helipad. As the cabin doors swung open, the Emperor of Humanity, Jiang Yu, the Chancellor, Zhu Luoyu, and the Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun, emerged. The highest echelons of human leadership had gathered to observe the trial of the electromagnetic pulse cannon, underscoring the significance attributed to this groundbreaking technology. "Your Majesty, we await your arrival." The director of the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute stood outside the helipad, ready to greet them. "How prepared is the test firing?" Jiang Yu inquired as he made his way toward the experimental facility. "The test firing is ready. We are currently fine-tuning the apparatus," the director replied, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the main control room for the electromagnetic pulse cannon's test firing. There, The chief expert of the electromagnetic launch research team was conducting final adjustments, accompanied by his team. Various screens displaying intricate data flickered, overwhelming to the untrained eye. After all, the electromagnetic pulse cannon, a concept once relegated to the realm of science fiction, transcended the ordinary understanding of most. What are the test results? Jiang Yu asked as he approached the chief expert. Everything is normal. We can launch in 20 minutes, the chief expert replied, fully engrossed in his scientific duties. Even when addressed by the emperor, he remained focused on his work, responding without turning his head. This was not a matter of arrogance or disregard. Rather, the calibration required absolute precision, as any error could lead to failure. Jiang Yu, well aware of the scientist's intense focus, did not take offense at their apparent indifference. As time passed, the chief expert finally exhaled deeply, turning to face Jang Yu with a respectful bow. Your Majesty, the electromagnetic pulse cannon is ready for test firing. Let us commence, Jiang Yu nodded, his demeanor calm. At such a moment, he was determined not to add any undue pressure on the scientists. Following the command, the chief expert approached the control panel, lifted the safety cover, entered the password, and verified his fingerprint. After unlocking the system, he pressed the red launch button under the watchful gaze of all present. Suddenly, amidst a mountain, an unremarkable hill split open, revealing a fissure. A colossal artillery platform, comparable in size to a heavy tank, slowly emerged. The barrel was short and stout, and the turret could rotate freely, while the launch base promised immense power. The entire apparatus gleamed in a silvery gray hue, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. The short, robust barrel was particularly unsettling. This was the electromagnetic pulse cannon developed by the research team specializing in electromagnetic launch systems. Upon the chief expert pressing the launch button, the base instantly energized the turret. Under immense voltage, a formidable electromagnetic pulse wave rapidly coalesced into a radiant orb of light. In the next moment, this brilliant white sphere was abruptly propelled forward, its mighty electromagnetic pulse beam shooting into the cosmos. A thick, straight ray surged forth from the depths of the mountains, piercing the atmosphere in an instant, striking a target satellite in space. The speed of the electromagnetic pulse beam was that of light, targeting a satellite located tens of kilometers away. Almost simultaneously with the cannon's discharge, the satellite was shattered at the molecular level, obliterated without a trace. The immense energy of the electromagnetic pulse cannon sustained the beam for over 10 seconds before finally dissipating. A colossal column of energy connected the Earth to the heavens, scorching the very air it traversed. The moment the cannon's energy vanished, the electromagnetic pulse beam also evaporated instantaneously. As if nothing had transpired, only the ripples of searing air in the sky bore witness to the recent event. Within the main control room, only Jiang Yu maintained a semblance of calm. Everyone else was rendered speechless, stunned by the overwhelming power of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The test fire had been a resounding success. After a brief silence, the chief expert excitedly announced the achievement. Instantly, an exuberant cheer erupted within the control room. The electromagnetic pulse stream launched by the cannon broke through the atmosphere, accurately striking the satellite in outer space. At the moment of impact, the target satellite was instantly disintegrated into molecules, disappearing entirely from its original orbit. Such range and power surpassed any weapon known to the technological race. The speed of light was terrifying, leaving no possibility for evasion. The scientists involved in the development of the electromagnetic pulse cannon were overwhelmed with exhilaration. They were engulfed by an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and pride. This moment would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the technological race's history. Excellent! 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 Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim 3 times in affirmation. Undoubtedly, the electromagnetic pulse cannon had entered the realm of primary energy weapons. He had provided these scientists with the technical data for the electromagnetic cannon, yet they had ingeniously developed the electromagnetic pulse cannon based on that foundation. It was undeniable that the potential for advancement within the human race was boundless, instilling Jiang Yu with greater confidence to lead humanity into a higher echelon of civilization. The electromagnetic pulse cannon was to be mass-produced immediately, not only to be equipped on warships and land vehicles, but also to be mounted on satellites, thereby developing space-based weaponry. We were poised to execute a tridimensional assault on the beast. Jiang Yu promptly issued a directive, declaring that such weaponry must be equipped regardless of the cost. The leaders, including the director of the Long-Range Artillery Research Institute and the head of the Aerospace Department, immediately expressed their commitment. They pledged to assist the Electromagnetic Launch Research Team in developing naval, terrestrial, and space-based versions of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The Minister of Science announced that he would bestow the highest scientific honors upon all members of the Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon Development Team. I shall personally host a grand celebration in honor of the Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon Research Team, recognizing their immense contributions to humanity. For these scientists, Jiang Yu deemed it essential to confer the highest honors. Yes, Your Majesty, the Minister of Science promptly replied. Even without Jiang Yu's instructions, he would ensure that the relevant personnel were rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The members of the Electromagnetic Cannon Development Team collectively expressed their gratitude. It was unprecedented for the Emperor to host a celebration for scientists, and the privilege of receiving such esteemed recognition would surely invoke envy among countless peers. Chapter 050. To the realm of the Beastmen, time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 decades have passed. Under the impetus of Emperor Jiang Yu and the collective efforts of the human race, the superdimensional technology system indicated that humanity had successfully ascended to a level 0.7 civilization. Jiang Yu acquired 1,000 technology points, sufficient to elevate the level 0.7 civilization marketplace to level 1 in exchange for technological resources. However, time did not permit Jiang Yu to continue leading humanity in a tranquil development. This urgency arose when the head of the Satellite Monitoring Department reported some unsettling news to Jiang Yu. After years of advancement, various low, medium, and high-orbit satellites had enveloped the entirety of Blue Star. Every corner of the planet was under constant surveillance of the satellite system, with remarkable precision. Observing the photographs and video footage captured by the satellites, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly convened a meeting. In the Human Council Hall, military and political elites, along with heads of relevant departments, gathered. On each official's computer terminal screen, high-definition photos and footage captured recently by the satellites were being displayed. All attendees gazed at these images, descending into profound reflection. As the chair of the meeting, Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun spoke first. Over the past several decades, human technology has experienced tremendous growth. Yet, as everyone can see, the Beastmen have similarly evolved during these years. Moreover, their rate of evolution has surpassed our expectations. This is merely the surface phenomenon detectable by our satellite system. As for what terrifyingly advanced beasts lurk within the primordial forests, deep mountains, or even within caves, we cannot ascertain at present. In summary, the Beastmen have become exceedingly formidable, and they possess the potential to strike back at any moment. Su Wanjuan's words darkened the expressions of all present, instilling a sense of unease. After he concluded, Governor Zhu Luoyu rose to speak. As Minister Su has articulated, humanity is about to face unprecedented challenges and crises. However, under the sagacious leadership of His Majesty the Emperor, humanity has undergone a remarkable transformation. Our population has reached 200 million, with a standing army of 5 million, and we can mobilize tens of millions of our kin to serve. Our military strength has made significant strides, with our naval, land, and air forces equipped with weaponry that far surpasses previous standards. Our warriors have received at least one type of evolutionary gene serum, rendering their combat capabilities unparalleled. I firmly believe that under the guidance of His Majesty the Emperor, humanity has nothing to fear from the threats posed by the Beastmen. As Zhu Luoyu delivered his impassioned speech, the spirits of those present were invigorated. What the governor has stated is indeed correct. We need not cower under the ambitions of the Beastmen. While they have achieved unprecedented evolution, humanity is no longer the same as it was a century ago. Should the Beastmen dare to invade our territory once more, we shall repel their assault again. For millennia, humanity has never shied away from battle. Under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor, we shall never concede defeat. I propose that henceforth, the human race should enter a state of full military preparedness, ready to thwart the impending invasion of the beast tribes. In addition to maintaining a standing army of 5 million, we should mobilize at least 20 million young individuals to enlist and distribute arms to the populace. We must engage in a total war to eradicate the invading beast tribes, instilling in them a profound fear of overstepping their bounds. Should the beast tribes return, they would have to traverse thousands of kilometers of ocean, necessitating the evacuation of coastal human settlements. The invasion is expected to occur from both sea and air. Thus, our naval and aerial forces must be prepared for coastal defense, striving to eliminate as many of the beast tribes' combatants as possible. Once they land, our missile units, rocket artillery, and long-range artillery will deliver crippling strikes against them. Following these two layers of defensive bombardment, even if remnants of the beast tribes penetrate inland, they will be overwhelmed by the tide of our total war effort. In that moment, the atmosphere in the assembly hall was electric, with fervent discussions and strategies being proposed, as everyone brimmed with confidence. Although satellite images reveal the beast tribes have evolved into a formidable threat, boasting not only more powerful aerial monstrosities and ground beasts akin to ants, but also the capability to traverse vast oceans, the military might of humanity is equally formidable. Our naval, land, and air forces are equipped with technology far surpassing that of 30 years ago. Moreover, humanity has largely achieved a grand evolution. As for our soldiers, their combat capabilities are by no means inferior to those of the beast tribes. A significant number of our populace have received a genetic enhancement serum, rendering us unafraid of close combat with the beasts. With such confidence, what do we have to fear from an invasion? At this juncture, Jiang Yu slowly rose to his feet, prompting immediate silence in the council hall. All present recognized that His Majesty the Emperor was about to issue a paramount directive. The suggestions and strategies offered by the assembly would serve merely as reference points, for the course of action against the beast tribes ultimately lay in the Emperor's hands. Jiang Yu surveyed the room, feeling satisfied with the fervor and confidence exhibited by the attendees. However, he harbored distinct plans regarding the proposals made. All eyes turned to him as he began to speak. As you all have observed, the beast tribes have evolved significantly over the past 30 years. Yet, what we have captured through our satellites does not reveal the full extent of their hidden strength. Nevertheless, humanity has made a monumental leap into the 0-7 civilization era, particularly in terms of military prowess. We possess a formidable navy, air force, and army, equipped with aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, destroyers, and supply vessels. We also have an extensive fleet of third-generation aircraft, long-range bombers, and transport planes, alongside a robust arsenal of short, medium, and long-range missiles, as well as nuclear munitions. Our soldiers have all received at least one form of genetic enhancement serum, granting them the combat capability to engage with ordinary beast tribesmen. Furthermore, we possess a solid industrial base, exceptional manufacturing capabilities, and a comprehensive logistics support system. We have spent nearly a century evolving from a backward feudal society into a modern civilization, with our population surpassing 200 million and the establishment of prosperous, modernized cities. The human race has achieved a comfortable living environment, leading a life free from the worries of basic necessities. Everything we possess has been earned through the collective efforts of our people, a hard-won accomplishment. We shall never permit the beast tribes to invade our territories and disrupt our harmonious existence. At this point, Jiang Yu paused momentarily, allowing the audience to reflect deeply. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and proclaimed with resounding clarity, "Esteemed guests, the times have changed, the strength of the human race has reached unprecedented heights, and our civilization flourishes like never before. We must not only safeguard our homeland but also expand our vast territories. Therefore, it is imperative that we transcend our long-held notions. When confronting the beast tribes, we should not merely focus on defense, but rather initiate an offensive stance. If they can advance, so too shall we." Chapter 051, The Mobilization of the Entire Nation. When Jiang Yu spoke, he astonished all attendees. For millennia, the formidable beast clan has relentlessly attacked the human clan. From initially occupying two vast continents, the human clan gradually retreated to a single continent, ultimately settling in a corner. Yet, despite this, the beast clan remained intent on annihilating the human clan. Nearly a century ago, had it not been for the emergence of the human emperor, which repelled the beast clan's massive offensive, the human clan would have faced the peril of extinction. Following the human emperor's arrival, A precious 50 years of developmental time was secured. Under his leadership, the human clan transitioned from the era of cold weaponry to that of hot weaponry. When the Beast clan launched another significant assault, the human clan rose in defiance, successfully driving back their adversaries, nearly obliterating the Beast clan across the 9 continents and the new continent. Subsequently, the human clan entered a period of rapid advancement. However, even with their current developments, with a population reaching an unprecedented 200 million and individual capabilities and military strength at an all-time high, their mindset remained trapped in a state of passive defense, waiting for the Beast clan to strike. Yet, their emperor shattered this entrenched mentality by opting for proactive engagement, launching an assault across vast oceans to the Beast clan stronghold. How could such audacity not astonish? How could such resolve not leave one in awe? At the same time, the emperor's decision sparked concern. After all, this was a proactive strike, a venture across unfathomable seas, an undertaking none had ever contemplated, and for which no one was psychologically prepared. However, upon reflecting on the emperor's endeavors over the past 30 years for the human clan, they were suddenly awakened. The emperor had vigorously advanced technology, elevating human civilization to a level 0.7, bringing forth unprecedented prosperity. Particularly in military development, the emperor had focused on strengthening the navy above all. They recognized that the Navy's prowess now surpassed that of the Army. There were 10 aircraft carriers, each weighing 100,000 tons, 10 amphibious assault ships, each weighing 60,000 tons, and 20 destroyers, each at 12,000 tons, along with numerous other warships and supply vessels, not to mention the unseen nuclear submarines lurking beneath the waves. Moreover, the emperor mandated significant advancements in the shipping industry. In recent years, extensive renovations of water conservancy projects and the construction of large civilian cargo ships and fishing vessels had taken place. Most of these vessels boasted tonnages exceeding 10,000 tons or greater. The 10 aircraft carriers could accommodate nearly 1,000 advanced F-14 fighter jets, while the 10 amphibious assault ships could carry an even greater number of armed helicopters and armored units. The 20 destroyers, equipped with precision-guided air-to-ground missiles, were formidable in their capabilities. Other warships also exhibited impressive combat effectiveness, especially those armed with electromagnetic pulse cannons. A multitude of large supply vessels ensured the logistical support of warships, aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, and landing troops, to transport even more ground forces, in addition to warships. Additional large cargo ships and fishing vessels could be requisitioned at any time. Moreover, the ultra-long-range bombers can provide aerial bombardment support, while the ultra-long-range transport aircraft are capable of transporting weapons and equipment. The Army's missile units have deployed long-range missiles that can nearly encompass the entirety of the Americas, facilitating precise long-distance strikes. The satellite systems have enveloped the entire blue planet, keeping the movements of the beast tribes on the American continent under constant surveillance by humankind. With such formidable naval, land, and air forces, coupled with terrifying long-range delivery capabilities and enhanced individual combat prowess akin to a divine perspective from satellite systems, humanity has undeniably acquired the might to conduct remote operations across oceans. The development of military equipment has proceeded under the directives of His Majesty the Emperor. It has become evident to all that an assault on the Beast tribe stronghold in the Americas has been meticulously prepared by the Emperor. He has been orchestrating strategies in the shadows, diligently planning for today's decisive confrontation, which can finally commence. In the conference hall, none opposed the Emperor's resolution, and subsequently, his edict was thoroughly executed. Chancellor Zhu Luo initiated a nationwide mobilization, proclaiming, "Wherever they go, so too shall I." Upon learning that the Emperor intends to rally the entire human race to traverse the vast ocean and attack the Beast tribe's stronghold, excitement erupted in every human settlement. The emotions of the people surged like a volcano that had been suppressed for a millennium. Is the grand battle against the Beast tribes about to commence? Will the blood feud between humankind and the beasts finally be avenged? To wage war across such a wide expanse of ocean is indeed a monumental endeavor. With a formidable navy at humanity's disposal, why should they not cross the sea to confront the Beast tribes? 30 years ago, humankind repelled the beast tribes 30 years later. They are even more capable of defeating them. Wherever they go, so too shall I. Only His Majesty possesses such audacity. For too long, the beast tribes have been the aggressors against humankind. Now, the tide has finally turned. Humanity has awaited this day for far too long. Regrettably, I am not a soldier and cannot partake in this war. Yet, even from my position, I can contribute. My cargo ships can transport troops and munitions, and my fishing boats can ferry soldiers across. We can ensure the smooth flow of supplies and even ramp up weapon production overnight. In an instant, the entire human race has been mobilized. Though I cannot fight, I can still lend my strength in my own capacity. The military's reaction to this news was even more fervent. At last, they can engage in a life-and-death struggle with the beast tribes. After enduring extensive training, they are finally poised for battle. The deep-seated grievances of humankind can now be thoroughly settled. I have penned my farewell letter. I vow not to return home until the beast tribes are vanquished. Humankind can finally abandon passive defense and take the offensive. Our weaponry is more advanced. Our individual combat capabilities superior. This battle is destined for victory. Under the protection of His Majesty the Emperor, we shall achieve resounding success and return in triumph. The soldiers of the three armies are all eager and ready, with morale soaring to unprecedented heights, determined to engage in a fierce battle with the beast tribes. This battle is primarily characterized by the naval fleet leading the charge in conjunction with the Marine Corps and ground forces executing landing operations. The Air Force's involvement is limited to long-range strategic units, which have the opportunity to deploy ultra-long-range bombers, transport aircraft, and refueling planes. Long-range strategic missile units will carry out remote strikes against the beastmen under the command of frontline officers, guided by satellites. Due to the vast oceanic expanse involved in this operation, numerous military branches will be unable to participate, leading to considerable dissatisfaction and anxiety among many soldiers. They fervently petition their superiors to be reassigned to other combat units where they might have the chance to engage in battle. Some officers express a willingness to serve as privates in other combat divisions, as long as it allows them to step onto the battlefield. Those fortunate enough to confront the beastmen are filled with fervor, displaying an air of audacity that exacerbates the frustration of those left behind, who wear expressions of deep grievance. In summary, the formidable war machine of humanity is set into motion at this moment. Chapter 052. The Human Expeditionary Force sets sail on the southeastern coast of the 9 continents. Lies the largest military port constructed by humankind. It serves as the home port for the formidable Eastern Sea Fleet. At this moment, the military harbor is bustling with unprecedented activity. Numerous warships are docked in the harbor, while fleets returning from training exercises gradually make their way back. Additionally, a multitude of requisitioned cargo ships and fishing vessels are approaching the port. The sea is adorned with 4 colossal nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, each brimming with an array of F-14 Panda fighter jets. Slightly smaller in size are the 60,000-ton amphibious assault ships, which host 30 armed helicopters on their decks, with another 30 housed within their hangars. Even smaller are the 12,000-ton Type 055 destroyers, known as the Blade Guards. The dimensions and tonnage of the large supply and transport vessels rival those of the aircraft carriers. However, they lack the imposing presence of the carriers, amphibious assault ships, and Type 055 destroyers. Beyond these warships lies an even greater number of large cargo ships and fishing boats, some of which are significantly larger and heavier than the nuclear-powered carriers. These vessels are tasked with transporting ground troops and munitions. Above, aircraft and helicopters fill the skies, while tanks and armored vehicles, along with artillery and missile launchers, continually stream into the military port, armed to the teeth and brimming with fervor. The soldiers march in disciplined formation towards the harbor. All military supplies and personnel will adhere strictly to the Navy's command in boarding designated warships or civilian vessels. The Eastern Sea Fleet base is awash with a flurry of activity, while outside the base, countless citizens gather to bid farewell to the departing soldiers. Everyone is acutely aware that humankind is about to embark on an unprecedented expedition. 1,000,000 brave warriors will traverse the vast ocean, launching an assault on the stronghold of the beast folk. This will mark the largest-scale war against the beast folk in the annals of human history. The hearts of all human soldiers surge with passion and indomitable spirit as they prepare to vanquish every beast folk they encounter. The citizens, gathered to see off their loved ones, are equally filled with anticipation, hoping for the triumphant return of the expeditionary forces. Reporters from various television stations capture these exhilarating scenes, broadcasting them to the entire human populace. As the citizens witness the aircraft carriers on the ocean, the carrier-based aircraft, the amphibious assault ships with their armed helicopters, the Type 055 destroyers, as well as the large supply and transport vessels, and countless civilian cargo ships and fishing boats entering the military port to transport soldiers and munitions, they become as fervent as boiling water. Today, I have come to realize the immense strength of our Navy. Each nuclear-powered aircraft carrier appears as a floating island upon the sea. And this is merely the Eastern Sea Fleet. We also possess the Northern and Southern Sea Fleets. Although the Beihai Fleet and the Nanhai Fleet may not rival the formidable Donghai Fleet, their scale is not insignificant. Warships and merchant vessels shall bear brave warriors across the vast oceans to assault the stronghold of the Beastkin in the Americas. This unprecedented large-scale military operation in the annals of humankind is destined to eradicate the Beastkin. Compared to 3 decades ago, our weaponry is far more advanced, and the combat prowess of our soldiers has significantly strengthened. In addition to the Navy and the Army engaged in amphibious operations, we shall deploy long-range bombers and strategic missiles for precise bombardment. With such an invincible force at our disposal, no matter how the Beastkin may evolve over the past 30 years, they remain no match for humankind. This time, we are certain to achieve a decisive victory over the Beastkin, seizing their stronghold. Regrettably, I am not a soldier and cannot partake in this historic conflict. While it is a source of sorrow to miss the battle, we shall bear witness to this war. War correspondents will present us with harrowing scenes from the battlefield. Regardless of the circumstances, we, as humankind, shall emerge victorious. Long live humankind. Long live our emperor for 1,000 years. Countless citizens of our race cheer loudly before their televisions, bidding farewell to our valiant soldiers as they embark on their expedition. They brim with confidence in our victory. For the great emperor protects us. At the Donghai Fleet Base, the Minister of Military Affairs once again knelt in supplication, urging the emperor to reconsider. For the battlefield is fraught with peril. The administrator Zhu Luoyu and numerous military and political officials similarly besieged. Their emperor is set to lead the charge personally, commanding the war himself. The journey spans thousands of kilometers across treacherous seas, landing in the unpredictable and perilous stronghold of the Beastkin. Despite the formidable military strength and high morale of our forces, the inherent dangers of penetrating the heart of the Beastkin cannot be overlooked. The vast ocean itself harbors threats, with dangers lurking both on land and beneath the waves, potentially even more formidable. In this expedition, the loss of 100,000 soldiers is conceivable, and the war itself could end in failure. However, the emperor must not encounter any misfortune, otherwise it would be an unbearable transgression for all humankind. The prosperity and strength we have attained today are all thanks to our great emperor. You need not plead further. I have made my decision. Moreover, this battle shall surely be victorious. What danger could I possibly face? Do you harbor doubts about our 100,000 soldiers or about me? This conflict transcends mere warfare between humankind and the Beastkin. It is a confrontation between the emperor of humankind and the Beast Emperor. Jiang Yu is filled with confidence for this war. He must personally vanquish the Beast Emperor Adolf. Otherwise, this troublesome being will continue to cause chaos in higher dimensions. Seeing that their repeated pleas have proven futile, the others find themselves at a loss. Su Wanjun could only turn to Deng Jianjun and Shi Minghai, saying, "The safety of His Majesty the Emperor is entrusted to you too. If a single hair on His Majesty's head is harmed, you shall present your heads before me." Deng Jianjun, formerly the commander of the foremost legion of the human race, had now been promoted to the supreme commander of the 3 armies. He would jointly lead this war alongside Admiral Qi Minghai, while ensuring the absolute safety of the emperor. The weight of the responsibility upon their shoulders was indeed considerable. Rest assured, esteemed Chancellor. Rest assured, Minister of Military Affairs. Even if 1,000,000 generals perish in battle, and even if Commander Qi and I meet our demise, we shall guarantee the safety of His Majesty the Emperor, Deng Jianjun, and Qi Minghai, assured Su Wanjun, the Minister of Military Affairs, and Chancellor Zhu Luoyu. How is the expeditionary force prepared? Jiang Yu inquired, disregarding the others, as he addressed the Chief of Staff of the three armies. The expeditionary force is ready. The Chief of Staff replied emphatically. Then, let the human race's expeditionary force set forth at once. Jiang Yu commanded in a resounding voice. Chapter 053. The mobile island at sea. With a commanding shout from Jiang Yu, the Eastern Sea Fleet commenced its departure from the naval port. Massive warships and civilian vessels spread across the vast ocean like colossal sea beasts. The resounding sound of ship horns echoed between the sea and sky, eliciting exuberant cheers from the onlookers. This was undoubtedly the largest fleet ever assembled by humanity, a testament to a century of technological advancement and industrious effort. The older generations of humanity, reminiscing about the state of affairs a century prior, could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. 100 years ago, humanity lacked even a decent fishing vessel and dared not engage in coastal fishing activities, for the beastmen roamed the land and the seas, even lurking in freshwater rivers. Yet now, humanity boasted such an immense fleet, equipped with extraordinarily advanced weaponry. Not only had the beastmen in inland rivers been eradicated, but those at sea also dared not show their faces. The elusive creatures of the deep could find no refuge against the scrutiny of biological sonar. Even Zheng Shou, standing on the deck of the Huangjing 055 destroyer, felt a wave of sentiment as he gazed upon the grand naval fleet. No nation on Earth, even in the world he had traversed from, possessed such formidable naval power. Shortly after the Eastern Sea Fleet set sail, it merged with the Northern Sea and Southern Sea Fleets. The formation included 10 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, each weighing 100,000 tons, 10 amphibious assault ships of 60,000 tons, and 20,000-ton destroyers, supplemented by large supply and transport vessels. Numerous smaller corvettes, missile boats, and attack craft rounded out this formidable armada, capable of decimating most nations on Earth. The vast fleet covered the expansive ocean surface, while helicopters and fighter jets occasionally soared overhead. At the heart of this naval display were more large cargo ships and fishing vessels, brimming with fully armed soldiers. In the face of such a massive fleet, any beastman from the blue planet would tremble in fear at the mere sight of it, too intimidated to approach. Nevertheless, the fleet remained vigilant. Helicopters and fighter jets patrolled the skies, ensuring the fleet's safety. At times, threats from the ocean proved even more daunting, as the sea-dwelling beastmen could be larger and more formidable. Since the establishment of the Navy and the advent of large warships, the military began its campaign to cleanse rivers and coastal areas of beastmen. Naval personnel encountered a myriad of deep-sea creatures, such as colossal octopuses, ferocious man-eating whales, and cunning merfolk. However, despite their formidable and terrifying nature, these deep-sea creatures were ultimately flesh and blood, rendering them vulnerable under the scrutiny of biological sonar and anti-submarine helicopters, often dispatched in the blink of an eye. Of course, this represented only the deep-sea creatures known to the Navy thus far, and only those discovered in coastal waters. As the fleet journeyed deeper into the boundless ocean, approaching the beastmen's stronghold in the Americas, no one could predict what other terrifying deep-sea creatures lay in wait. Despite possessing a formidable fleet and advanced weaponry, the naval commanders and soldiers responsible for the fleet's security remain vigilant and cautious. Satellites in space constantly monitor the waters traversed by the fleet, while simultaneously intensifying their comprehensive surveillance of the beastmen's stronghold on the American continent. Any irregularities are promptly reported to the Flagship, the royal capital. The Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Deng Jianjun, and the Navy Commander, Qi Minghai, are prepared to issue strike orders at any moment. In addition to the Navy's heightened readiness, long-range missiles on the homeland of Jiuzhou are also primed for immediate launch. Bomb-laden strategic bombers, equipped with missiles and even thermonuclear devices, stand ready for takeoff to execute bombing missions. Fuel tankers will transport these bombers to designated areas, refueling them before returning. In essence, the military units of the human race operate in tight coordination, functioning like an exquisitely crafted war machine, ever in motion. The million-strong expeditionary forces are filled with zeal, determined to obliterate the Beastmen's stronghold thousands of kilometers away, vowing not to return until their mission is accomplished. Their loved ones and the entirety of humankind await with bated breath for the expeditionary forces to vanquish the Beastmen and return in triumph. Accompanying photographers and journalists relay real-time updates from the front lines, keeping the populace informed of the battlefield situation. As days pass, the vast naval fleet advances steadily. A month into their journey, they have covered half the distance, sailing through calm waters. Yet, Supreme Commander Deng Jianjun and Navy Commander Qi Minghai remain unyielding in their vigilance. Even at night, they take turns on watch, ready to issue the highest combat orders at a moment's notice. On this particular day, the weather remains clear. Jiang Yu stands before the window of the command room aboard the royal capital, gazing at the horizon where sea meets sky, contemplating the activities of the Beast Emperor Adolf at this very moment. Over the past 30 years, to what heights has he elevated his beastmen? Besides what has been captured by satellites, how many hidden capabilities and strengths remain concealed? As the son of the sovereign of the Virgo star system, Adolf possesses more resources than other planetary lords. He has access not only to knowledge of beastmen evolution at the Planetary Lords Academy, but also to the invaluable insights of his predecessors in the realm of beastmen. No peer among the planetary lords comprehends beastmen evolution better than he. More critically, both Adolf and Jiang Yu have descended upon the same planet, destined to determine their fates as the sole planetary lord. Moreover, there exists a personal vendetta between them, with Adolf intent on eliminating Jiang Yu. While Jiang Yu ponders these matters, a report comes through the communication channel. Report: an archipelago has been discovered ahead. It is advised that the fleet alter its course. Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai exchange glances, recognizing the mutual perplexity in each other's eyes. Qi Minghai furrows his brow and remarks, "This maritime area has an average depth exceeding 1,000 meters. How could there be an archipelago?" Deng Jianjun commands, "Bring up the satellite map of this region." Soon, the detailed nautical chart of the area is displayed on the large screen in the command room. The satellite system has long since enveloped the globe, meticulously charting detailed maritime maps of latitude and longitude, continuously updated in real time. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. This is the maritime chart from 10 days ago. It can be confirmed that there were no island clusters here 10 days prior. The satellite system analyst promptly conducted an assessment, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it was ascertained." Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai exchanged a knowing smile. They swiftly commanded, "Deploy helicopters for close reconnaissance. Ascertain the true nature of those island clusters." The carrier-based aircraft took flight, while the destroyer's vertical launch system readied for action. With the orders issued, 3 helicopters swiftly ascended towards the cluster of islands. 10 F-14 fighter jets launched successively from the aircraft carrier's deck, hastening towards the enigmatic islands above. The vertical launch system of the 055 destroyer activated immediately, opening the launch silos and preparing anti-ship missiles for deployment. Moments later, the astonished voice of a helicopter pilot echoed back to the command center, reporting to the command center, "Those islands are in motion." Chapter 054. The war with the Beast tribe begins deep within the vast ocean. A multitude of islands of varying sizes suddenly emerged, prompting helicopters to swiftly approach for reconnaissance. These islands, some larger than a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier and others comparable to a 10,000-ton destroyer, were adorned with lush tropical vegetation, rocky outcrops, and sandy beaches. Strangely, these islands appeared to be moving across the surface of the sea, and astonishingly, there were over 100 of them, all advancing towards the direction of the human fleet. As 3 helicopters drew closer for investigation, it seemed as though these islands sensed their actions had been detected. No longer moving at an imperceptible pace, they surged forward, slicing through the waves with remarkable speed. Soon, they reached a breathtaking velocity of 20 to 30 knots, surpassing that of cargo ships, fishing boats, and even warships. Reports to the command center indicated that the islands were approaching the fleet at a speed of 25 to 30 knots. The infrared detection system captured intense infrared sources and distinct biological signatures. If conjectures held true, these islands were likely some form of unknown beast tribe. At present, the extent of the threat and the nature of their attacks remained indeterminate. Alongside the pilot's report were high-definition photographs and footage. In the command center aboard the Royal Capital, Commanders Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai, along with their staff, were left in utter astonishment. The islands were not only teeming with tropical foliage but also exhibited rocky terrain and sandy beaches, with birds and beasts visible amidst the forests. Had the helicopters not detected the anomaly, one might never have suspected these islands were inhabited by a beast tribe. What manner of beast tribe is this? I cannot discern any biological characteristics whatsoever. The largest of these creatures is estimated to exceed the size of our aircraft carriers. The staff could not contain their awe. The beast tribe had once again shattered their preconceived notions. Regardless of what these creatures were, the priority was to eliminate them. They resolved to launch anti-ship and ground missiles for a precise strike. Deng Jianjun's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he issued the attack order. Upon the command's issuance, the fleet immediately unleashed over 100 missiles. Each biologically guided missile soared into the sky, targeting the islands struck by missiles appeared to have lost their momentum, their speed diminishing. The immense power of the missiles seemed to pierce these colossal land masses, with seawater rushing in. Before long, the islands began to submerge, their blood staining vast expanses of the ocean. This further confirmed that these mobile islands were, in fact, unknown monstrous entities. The helicopter pilots were astonished to witness that. Amidst the barrage of hundreds of missiles, only a small fraction successfully made contact. Most of the islands adeptly evaded the assault through rapid movement, with missiles detonating nearby and sending towering plumes of water skyward. The relentless onslaught and destruction seemed to incite the wrath of these island beasts. As they accelerated their movements and dispersed in all directions, swiftly advancing towards the human fleet at speeds exceeding 35 knots. The personnel in the command center were left agape at this outcome. It is worth noting that the missiles they had launched were guided by active infrared radar. After reaching their terminal phase, the missiles could alter their trajectory based on the target's movements. Yet, now, despite the launch of hundreds of missiles, only a third of the monstrous entities had been neutralized. This indicated that the beasts executed instantaneous teleportation when faced with imminent strikes. Such rapid displacement was clearly beyond the capabilities of naval vessels. However, there was no cause for concern. The human fleet was armed with a plethora of missiles. If 100 were insufficient, then 200 or even 300 would suffice. A single Type 055 destroyer could accommodate 456 missiles, with its 114 vertical launch systems. Thus, a fleet of 20 destroyers could carry over 9,000 missiles, with the ability to resupply at any moment. Following the orders of Commander Deng Jianjun, the flotilla of Type 055 destroyers launched another volley of hundreds of missiles. The missiles, trailing long tails of fire, streaked through the clear sky towards the horde of beasts. Yet, just as the missiles were nearing their terminal phase, the helicopter pilots once again exclaimed, "Report, those islands are sinking rapidly." Simultaneously, the footage captured by the helicopters was transmitted back in real time. The onlookers witnessed the variously sized island creatures submerging entirely into the ocean within approximately 10 seconds. The surface turbulence and lowered temperatures evidently posed significant interference to the missiles' biological guidance systems. Moments later, they observed hundreds of missiles plunging into the sea, erupting into towering columns of water. After a brief interval, the ocean regained its tranquility, although the missiles did not visibly strike the island beasts. Vivid crimson stains began to surface on the water. Undoubtedly, this batch of missiles had killed or wounded a considerable number of the island creatures. Deploying biological sonar buoys to locate the beast trails, preparations were made for anti-submarine rocket artillery and deep-water bombs. More helicopters were launched to engage in anti-submarine warfare, ensuring the absolute safety of non-combat vessels. Qi Minghai calmly issued orders. Anti-submarine operations were the most extensively trained combat exercises within the Navy. Since its establishment, the fleet had transitioned from coastal to deep-sea operations. Actively seeking out the marine aberrations lurking beneath the waves, we proceeded to eradicate them. With the issuance of the command, helicopters swiftly deployed a multitude of sonar buoys. These sonar buoys were meticulously developed and outfitted for the Navy, tailored to the unique characteristics of the oceanic beasts. Through continuous refinement during prior training operations against these marine anomalies, their performance had proven to be exceptional. Not only could they pinpoint the location of the oceanic creatures by detecting the sounds emitted during their underwater movements, but they were also capable of discerning faint infrared sources to identify the beast's positions. Following the deployment of a significant number of biological sonar buoys into the sea, small red dots swiftly appeared on the radar screens of both the helicopter and the command center. To the astonishment of the helicopter pilots and the personnel at the command center, these dots numbered in the hundreds. Despite the fact that over 100 island aberrations had been decimated by 2 rounds of missile strikes, the radar screen revealed an alarming multitude of targets. It was evident that, in addition to the island aberrations, countless deep-sea creatures were rapidly approaching the fleet. Chapter 055, Vigilant Defense. The dense array of crimson dots sent shivers down the spine. Yet, this was not the source of true unease. As an increasing number of helicopters ascended into the sky, releasing a greater quantity of biological sonar buoys, it became apparent that the entire fleet seemed to be encircled. More and more red dots appeared from all directions, each representing a monstrous creature of the ocean, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. An analysis of the size and luminosity of each that indicated a variety of creature sizes. However, all the crimson dots moved with astonishing speed, surging towards the fleet from depths of several dozen to hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Orders were swiftly issued for all destroyers, frigates, missile boats, and nuclear submarines to prepare for combat, ready to unleash anti-submarine rocket launchers, depth charges, and biological torpedoes. The absolute safety of every non-combat vessel was paramount. Deng Jianjun promptly relayed commands to the entire military, and the fleet's warships sprang into action. Hundreds of helicopters took flight from the decks of amphibious assault ships, while an equal number of F-14 Panda fighter jets launched sequentially from the aircraft carriers. All anti-submarine rocket launchers and torpedo tubes across the vessels were primed for firing. Helicopters loaded with a plethora of depth charges soared toward the clusters of encroaching red dots, poised to drop their payloads at a moment's notice. Soldiers aboard the warships grasped their weapons, moving to the railings to prepare for any potential threats that might slip through the net. A palpable atmosphere of tension spread among the million-strong troops. The overwhelming majority of soldiers felt utterly powerless in the face of such circumstances. Out on the vast ocean, their armaments seemed rendered useless. Even Jiang Yu frowned upon seeing the radar screen cluttered with red dots. The targets displayed were certainly not exhaustive. As more monstrous entities were advancing, no one could ascertain the total number of deep-sea beasts poised to attack the fleet. Journalists from the official television station received the news promptly and activated satellite broadcasting. Dear viewers, this is a reporter from Huanging Television. Just moments ago, the Navy successfully eliminated nearly 100 creatures larger than aircraft carriers. Now, biological radar has detected a massive influx of oceanic beasts surging toward the fleet from beneath the surface. While each warship strives to ensure the safety of non-combat vessels, they will simultaneously endeavor to eradicate the approaching aquatic monstrosities. The fleet has entered a state of heightened readiness, and a battle against the beast horde is imminent. As reports from frontline journalists streamed in, television stations swiftly transitioned from regular programming to live coverage. Viewers at home witnessed helicopters swirling in the skies and fighter jets roaring past. They saw the vertical launch system hatches on warships spring open, with rocket launchers and torpedo tubes prepared for action. The radar screens displayed countless dense red dots, each symbolizing a creature of the deep. Instantly, viewers felt a surge of anxiety, their hearts silently praying. In the vastness of the ocean, the number of human forces capable of engaging was alarmingly limited. Should the vessels laden with soldiers come under attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the hearts of countless individuals hung in suspense, the naval assault commenced with fervor. The anti-submarine rocket launchers unleashed a barrage of fire. Torpedoes were launched from their tubes, and depth charges were cast into the depths. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, sending columns of water soaring into the air across the vast ocean. Each detonation signified the sinking, surfacing, or vanishing of multiple red dots on the radar. It was evident that the anti-submarine rockets, torpedoes, and depth charges were proving to be highly effective. The onslaught of marine beasts from all directions was being significantly diminished, with countless carcasses descending to the ocean floor or rising to the surface. However, the numbers of these oceanic creatures appeared to be inexhaustible. As one batch of red dots faded from the radar, another swiftly emerged to take their place. Humanity had battled the beast clans for millennia, and particularly in the past century, they had gained a profound understanding of the beast's audacity and fearlessness. Unless every attacking beast was utterly eradicated, they would continue their relentless assaults without end. In the command center, the officers observed the radar screen where red dots continually vanished, only to be replaced by a steady influx of new ones. The commander and his strategist bore grave expressions, their eyes alight with a fierce determination. The naval commander scoffed. "We possess ample munitions. I am eager to see how many will come to meet their demise." Under the relentless assault of anti-submarine rockets, torpedoes, and depth charges, innumerable marine beasts were obliterated, staining the waters of the battlefield crimson. For this expedition to the Beast Clan's stronghold, the Navy had mobilized its entire force and prepared a substantial stockpile of ammunition. They had long been ready to engage in combat with the oceanic creatures, having devised numerous targeted operational plans. As they approached the Beast Clan stronghold, located thousands of kilometers away in America, the anticipated attack from the oceanic beasts materialized. The skies were filled with fighter jets and helicopters, while various sizes of warships patrolled the surface, accompanied by nuclear submarines lurking beneath. They were strategically dispersed around non-combat vessels, ready to deliver devastating strikes on any approaching marine beasts. Even those that managed to breach the mid to long-range defenses and surge towards the warships would face annihilation from the close-range weaponry of the ships or the rifles wielded by the soldiers. Soon, the naval forces engaged in combat discerned the nature of the attacking marine beasts. The surface of the water was littered with the corpses of various oceanic creatures. Among them were familiar forms such as colossal octopuses, ferocious killer whales, and cunning merfolk, alongside previously unseen monstrosities like gigantic turtles, dragon-like beasts, and great-toothed orcas. It was only at this moment that they realized the island-dwelling creatures they had observed earlier were indeed the gigantic turtles, their shells still bearing traces of rocks and tropical vegetation. In essence, the marine beasts were significantly larger than their terrestrial counterparts, employing more primitive methods of assault, collisions, and leaps onto the vessels. Undoubtedly, should a ship be struck, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially those small warships, non-combat vessels, and submerged nuclear submarines. Yet how could the naval forces allow such a thing to transpire? It would be an arduous task for the oceanic monstrosities to approach. Just as the naval personnel were engaged in a fierce onslaught, a pilot's astonished voice from a helicopter echoed through the command center. "Report. A colossal oceanic creature is approaching." At that moment, the pilots aboard the helicopter were left utterly dumbfounded. They witnessed, in the distance, the sea surface suddenly erupting into towering waves. A gigantic black entity surged forward with unparalleled speed, cleaving through the water. Occasionally, it would leap from the depths, crashing heavily back into the ocean, sending spray soaring hundreds of meters into the air. This black behemoth was incomprehensibly massive, several times larger than the giant turtle creatures they had encountered before. It was not only swifter but also more agile, with long, bony spines rising from its obsidian skin, each extending over 10 meters. Chapter 056. The indomitable unknown behemoth. Upon beholding the colossal creature, the entire command center gasped in astonishment. The size of this behemoth, reminiscent of a gigantic tortoise resembling an island, was already unfathomable. Now, an even more terrifying entity loomed, several times larger than the tortoise-like beast. Its speed and agility were unparalleled, far exceeding that of other marine monstrosities. Faced with such a titanic creature, one could hardly suppress their shock. The command center quickly grasped the situation. Various aberrations were launching a relentless assault on the human fleet, evidently serving as a diversion. This unknown behemoth was the true aggressor. Its sheer size alone indicated that its destructive capability surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Should it draw near, the towering waves it generated could easily capsize any vessel, including nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Launch anti-ship missiles to eliminate it. We cannot allow this creature to approach. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and issued the command without hesitation. Ship number 3, fire all 10 anti-ship missiles. Commander Qiming commanded resolutely. The destroyer, designated as 055, immediately locked onto the colossal beast. 10 anti-ship missiles soared from their launch silos, trailing crimson flames as they ascended towards the heavens, aimed at the unknown behemoth. Everyone in the command center fixated on the real-time footage relayed by the helicopter, silently praying for the annihilation of this monstrous entity from a distance of several dozen kilometers. Only Jiang Yu remained transfixed on the radar screen, observing as the green dots, representing the 10 missiles, sped towards the red dot, which symbolized the behemoth, a sense of unease stirring within him. From previous missile strikes against the tortoise-like creature, it appeared that these marine beasts possessed acute sensory awareness. They could sense the impending danger and execute evasive maneuvers in real time. Indeed, as the 10 anti-ship missiles approached their terminal phase, the unknown behemoth dove into the ocean and swiftly descended. All 10 missiles struck the surface of the water, creating towering columns of spray. Although the explosive power could still reach depths of several dozen meters beneath the surface, the efficacy of the missiles was significantly diminished in the water, greatly reducing the potential damage inflicted upon the unknown behemoth. Moments later, all eyes were drawn to the surface as the creature breached the water again, charging forward with even greater speed. It appeared that the missiles had inflicted not the slightest harm, instead inciting a more ferocious response from the beast. The unknown behemoth could evade missile attacks with remarkable ease, and it was even more adept at dodging torpedo strikes. If the missiles failed to harm it, deep water bombs would similarly prove ineffective. This realization sent shivers down the spines of the operational commanders. Deploy fighter jets for close-range strikes. Deng Jianjun swiftly issued a new attack order. Helicopters simultaneously closed in to deploy depth charges. For precaution, Deng Jianjun added, I suspect this unknown behemoth has the ability to anticipate missile strikes. He was even inclined to believe that the creature could sense when locked by fire control radar, enabling it to take evasive action in advance. From a distance of several dozen kilometers, once the anti-ship missiles were launched, they required approximately a minute to reach the terminal strike phase, followed by an additional 10 seconds to reach their target. The duration of this moment is indeed fleeting. If the adversary were a colossal vessel, evasion would be nearly impossible, with barely 20 seconds available for interception. However, the opponent is not a ship but a monstrous beast, whose speed and agility are incomparable. Its rapid maneuvers allow it to evade without the concern of overload damaging its components. Given this, the strategy is to have the fighter jets launch close-range combat missiles without affording the unknown beast any reaction time. Additionally, with the deployment of depth charges from helicopters, even the most nimble of creatures cannot escape the dual assault. Upon the issuance of orders, a squadron of 10 F-14 fighter jets and another squadron of 10 helicopters swiftly advanced towards the unknown beast. The fighter squadron reached the creature's airspace first, and as the helicopter squadron arrived, the 10 F-14s initiated their attack. The aircraft's onboard radar had already locked onto the massive beast, and they dove from the sky to minimize the distance and maximize the element of surprise. Descending to within a kilometer of the unknown beast, they unleashed their close-range combat missiles. In a flash, 10 missiles surged towards the creature that had just breached the ocean's surface. A series of thunderous explosions ensued as all 10 missiles struck their target, illuminating the scene with brilliant bursts of fire. Despite the deafening roar of the aircraft, the anguished cries of the unknown beast could not be drowned out. To ensure the beast's demise, the 10 F-14 swooped past, pulling up into the sky, while the helicopters arrived at the creature's zenith, ready to drop depth charges into the adjacent waters. At that moment, the unknown beast had leaped several hundred meters into the air, but after being struck by the missiles, it plummeted back into the sea. Yet, at that very instant, a scene of terror unfolded before all eyes. The unknown creature extended several thick tentacles, sweeping towards the helicopters above as if swatting at bothersome flies. The speed and length of the tentacles were overwhelming. 3 helicopters, caught too close, had no time to evade. Struck by the formidable appendages, the steel machines crumbled like paper, disintegrating violently, with some even exploding in brilliant flames, debris scattering in all directions. 6 helicopter pilots perished on the spot, their remains descending into the tumultuous sea alongside the wreckage. Fortunately, they, along with several other helicopters, had managed to release their depth charges. As the unknown beast sank rapidly back into the depths, the charges detonated in succession, sending muffled reverberations through the water. Subsequently, the waters became eerily tranquil. Neither the fighter pilots nor the helicopter crew, nor the personnel at the command center who witnessed the scene could afford to mourn the fallen pilots. Their sole focus was on assessing the damage inflicted upon the unknown beast. This wave of assault had been executed flawlessly. All 10 close-range combat missiles had found their mark, and the 10 depth charges had similarly inflicted significant harm. Under such a relentless assault, even the most formidable defenses would be reduced to rubble. No one believed that the corporeal unknown behemoth could still survive. If this enigmatic creature were to be vanquished, the fleet's peril would be averted. The loss of 3 helicopters and 6 pilots was deemed a worthy sacrifice. Just as the helicopters were tracking the creature's whereabouts, the command center awaited news with bated breath. Suddenly, a voice crackled through, filled with terror. Ascend quickly, the unknown behemoth is still alive. The instruments indicated, and even the naked eye could perceive, that the creature, submerged hundreds of meters below, seemed to have been revitalized. It surged towards the surface with astonishing speed, akin to a submarine launching a ballistic missile. Merely seconds later, the unknown behemoth burst forth from the ocean, soaring into the sky while extending its long, sinuous tentacles. Boom, boom, boom. 5 helicopters were struck by the tentacles, erupting into fiery explosions. 10 valiant helicopter pilots sacrificed their precious lives. Chapter 57. Adolf's victory is assured. The helicopters swiftly retreated, and the fighter jets ceased their assault. Jiang Yu immediately issued commands. The unknown behemoth could leap hundreds of meters above the ocean surface and travel thousands of meters away. Coupled with its thick, 100-meter-long tentacles, its attack range was significantly amplified. If the helicopters drew near, the likelihood of being struck down by the unknown creature would increase exponentially. Even the F-14 fighter jets, when diving to strike, faced the peril of being shot down. More critically, mid- to long-range missiles would find it exceedingly difficult to make contact. Close combat missiles and deep-sea bombs were ineffective in destroying it. Alternative methods must be devised to confront this menace. Yet, what strategies could effectively eliminate it? Just as commanders Jiang Yu and Qi Minghai found themselves in a predicament, another report arrived from the reconnaissance pilots. Additional unknown behemoths were approaching. The command center's main screen instantly fragmented into 9 smaller displays, revealing 7 more unknown creatures. These 7 beasts were similar in appearance, size, speed, and movement to the first. 8 colossal unknown monsters surged toward the human fleet from 4 directions, their advance menacing and formidable. The sight of these 8 terrifying entities incited a sense of chaos within the command center. However, the presence of His Majesty the Emperor kept the panic at bay. These were monsters that even close combat missiles and deep-sea bombs could not vanquish. And they moved with astonishing speed, leaping hundreds of meters in a single bound and covering thousands of meters in a heartbeat. Should the helicopters and fighter jets approach for an attack, they risked being felled by the behemoth's tentacles. At that moment, the furthest unknown creature was just over 100 kilometers away, while the closest loomed at a mere 60 or 70 kilometers. Given their velocity, it would not be long before they reached the fleet and unleashed a ferocious assault. Whether through crashing their massive bodies or striking with tentacles over 100 meters long, the threat was utterly lethal. At that juncture, the human fleet would find itself powerless, merely spectators as the unknown monsters overturned and shattered their vessels, leading to the demise of countless soldiers, all consigned to the depths of the ocean. Yet, there amidst the tumultuous waves of the ocean, it is utterly impossible to accurately target the unknown behemoths, rendering any hopes of vanquishing them futile. Thus, the only recourse left is to resort to the deployment of small tactical nuclear munitions. A sigh escaped someone's lips as they articulated this suggestion. The accompanying nuclear submarine is capable of launching submarine-launched ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads. It is common knowledge that the devastation wrought by nuclear munitions is formidable. Even a small nuclear device should not be underestimated. Given that medium to long-range missiles are ineffective and close-range combat missiles and deep-water bombs fail to achieve the desired effect. Coupled with the impracticality of employing an electromagnetic pulse cannon, the only viable option remains the use of nuclear ordnance. However, the proximity of our fleet poses a significant risk. Deploying such weapons would inevitably endanger our own forces. Immediately, voices arose in opposition to the nuclear option, asserting that the sheer magnitude of even a small nuclear explosion is excessively perilous. The ensuing shockwaves and monstrous waves unleashed by such an explosion would undoubtedly affect our naval fleet. Moreover, with 8 unknown leviathans converging from all directions towards our forces, it implies that at least 4 small nuclear devices would need to be detonated to ensure their annihilation. The catastrophic implications of detonating 4 nuclear munitions in the vast ocean are incalculable. What, then, shall we do? Shall we remain idle and take no action? A voice, laden with immense difficulty, spoke. The magnitude of the mushroom bomb's power is known fully to commanders and military strategists alike. They evaluated the catastrophic consequences of deploying such a weapon, understanding that the fleet would undoubtedly face tremendous disaster. However, when juxtaposed against the onslaught and slaughter by an unknown monstrous entity, any losses or casualties, no matter how grave, could be deemed bearable. All eyes initially turned towards General Deng Xianjun, the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Clearly, Deng Xianjun lacked the authority to employ the mushroom bomb. The emperor had long since mandated a cautious approach to its use, instituting a stringent protocol that required joint authorization from both the chancellor and the minister of military affairs, even for the smallest variant of the bomb. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, acquiring such authorization was no longer feasible. Thus, the collective gaze shifted towards their emperor, who possessed the ultimate authority to launch the mushroom bomb. At that moment, however, the emperor appeared lost in contemplation. The others hesitated to intrude upon his reflective silence. Unbeknownst to them, a voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ear, that of Beast Emperor Adolf. Jiang Yu, he began, I must concede that the technological advancements of your human race have indeed impressed me. In merely 50 years, you have transitioned from an era of cold weapons to one of firearms, and in an additional 30 to 40 years, you have elevated your civilization to a level 0. 7. Such rapid evolution is exceedingly rare among primitive civilizations. Among your cohort of planetary sovereign students, you stand out as exceptionally gifted. You had the potential to become a revered planetary lord. Yet, you committed a grave folly by offending me. Despite commanding a vast fleet and deploying 1 million elite troops, you shall inevitably find them engulfed by the sea beneath the onslaught of my forces. Adolf's tone dripped with arrogance and unyielding confidence, as if victory over Jiang Yu was already assured. Jiang Yu merely chuckled. Are you so certain that you can defeat me? Aside from employing mushroom bombs, I cannot conceive of any superior strategies you might possess. However, resorting to mushroom bombs is a foolish act that would inflict heavy casualties on both sides. While you may slay 800 of my kind, you would inevitably suffer a 1,000-fold loss. I am indifferent to the losses endured by the Oceanic Beast clan. Yet you bring forth the main strength of the human race. The loss of such armaments and 100,000 elite troops would render the human race incapable of recovery in the near term. At that juncture, I shall lead millions of beast warriors across the ocean to trample upon human territories. Adolf's tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. Before he shifted the conversation, nonetheless, Jiang Yu, given our shared experiences as classmates, I harbor no desire for total annihilation. If you concede now and relinquish your status as the planetary sovereign, I can allow you to return. Upon your return to the higher dimensional realm, you shall cease to pursue Miss Kaisha and publicly acknowledge your defeat before her. I can preserve your identity as a holy citizen and grant you a life of considerable comfort within the higher dimensional world. Chapter 58. Space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon. Listening to Adolf's rambling, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Villains often perish from excessive prattle. This fellow first lavished praises upon himself, then issued threats, and finally made promises. Whether it was flattery, intimidation, or pledges, they all dripped with arrogance and condescension. Yet, to Jiang Yu, it merely revealed Adolf's lack of confidence. If one's strength were formidable enough, there would be no need for such empty words. The competition among planetary sovereigns is fierce and merciless. Although they originate from a higher dimensional realm and graduated from the same planetary academy, the moment they matched with their respective planetary civilizations, they stepped into the dark forest. In this dark forest, only the law of the jungle prevails, the weak are devoured, and the vanquished are cast out, losing their sacred status as citizens. Adolf, are you begging me, or merely revealing your own insecurities? Let me tell you, even if I were to part ways with Miss Kaisha, she would never look upon you with favor. As for your request for me to concede and relinquish my status as a planetary sovereign, that is utterly impossible. After Adolf finished speaking, he was met with Jiang Yu's response, which was akin to a toast that invited punishment. Beg you? Lacking confidence? Adolf was instantly infuriated to the point of laughter. Jiang Yu, you not only face the onslaught of the Ocean Beast clan, but you will also confront the dimensional strikes of the octopod monstrosities that I have painstakingly evolved. The endless oceanic beasts will deplete your fleet's ammunition in no time. Even if your fleet manages to reach the American continent, what combat capability will remain? Moreover, you lack the ability to slay the octopod beasts. Your fleet is destined to be submerged in the sea. My strength far surpasses yours. Why would I lack confidence? As for your departure from Miss Kaisha, I am merely offering you a way out. A failed planetary sovereign, reduced to the status of an ordinary citizen. How could you ever be worthy of the beautiful Miss Kaisha? Jiang Yu replied coolly, Adolf, you are celebrating prematurely. The might of humanity far exceeds your imagination. The common oceanic beasts are nothing but refuse. The octopod monstrosities you take pride in are easily extinguished by me. The human army will undoubtedly penetrate your lair and eradicate all beast clans across the American continent. It is you who should consider conceding and relinquishing your sovereignty, not I. As for Miss Kaisha, you may as well forget her. She is already mine. What did you say? Adolf could hardly believe his ears. Miss Kaisha is already mine. Jiang Yu reiterated. He understood that Adolf cared most about Miss Kaisha. Now, learning that she had become the partner of this lowly individual, how could Adolf, who had pursued her for years, possibly endure it? He was, after all, the noble son of the sovereign of the Virgin Star System, born into the esteemed lineage of sacred citizens. Jiang Yu, you speak nonsense. I cannot believe you. I shall surely defeat you, and I will bring about your demise. I will ensure your utter humiliation, stripping you of your sacred title. Adolf erupted in a frenzied tirade, consumed by a desire to confront Jiang Yu and eliminate him. Yet, Jiang Yu remained unfazed by Adolf's fury, even deriving amusement from the sight of Adolf's explosive rage. Adolf, watch closely as I effortlessly annihilate your prideful octopod beast, Jiang Yu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. He then severed communication with Adolf. Rising from his seat, Jiang Yu cast a glance at the anxious faces surrounding him before striding towards the command console. He seized the satellite phone and issued the command. Initiate the orbital electromagnetic pulse cannon array. With Jiang Yu's command issued, a secret military base in the capital city of Huangjing instantly became a hive of activity. Hundreds of specialized technicians operated an array of instruments, causing countless lights to flicker. In low orbit above Blue Star, 8 satellites, previously in a stable cruise, suddenly altered their trajectories. They maneuvered over the fleet commanded by Jiang Yu while simultaneously charging their weapons. 5 minutes later, 8 dazzling beams of light shot forth from the distant cosmos, crashing into the ocean. These beams, akin to divine retribution, struck the swiftly advancing 8-legged beasts with tremendous force. The once clear sky grew even more radiant, illuminating the eyes of all crew members and pilots. The intense heat generated by the electromagnetic pulse cannon scorched the air, causing the very void to ripple like waves. The speed of the electromagnetic pulse cannon was instantaneous. It locked onto its target and struck without any chance of evasion. At the moment the cannon hit its mark, the colossal 8-legged beast was pierced through with a gaping hole. What missiles and deep-sea bombs could not penetrate was rendered fragile as paper under the assault of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. After the beast's body was breached, The energy beam continued for 7 or 8 seconds as the creature, propelled by its own momentum, surged forward before being utterly torn apart. The 8 beasts had no time to experience pain. Few are aware that such devices are also mounted on satellites. If satellites are equipped with electromagnetic pulse cannons, would it not enable strikes on any location across the globe at any moment? This scene not only astounded the crew members and pilots on the battlefield, but it also unfolded before countless television viewers via satellite transmission. The electromagnetic pulse cannon, a formidable weapon, remains a closely guarded military secret to the general populace. Yet now, the expeditionary fleet reveals this superweapon to the eyes of ordinary citizens. They had just been anxious for the expeditionary forces, fearing that terrifying cephalopod beasts would charge at the fleet. However, in the next instant, these creatures, which could withstand relentless bombardment from missiles and depth charges, appeared as fragile as tofu before the descending electromagnetic pulse cannon. With such an extraordinary weapon, even the might of the beast tribe becomes but a paper tiger. Moreover, with it mounted on satellites, the beasts can no longer hide. The public is filled with confidence in the Army's expedition to the beast tribe's stronghold. After a brief moment of shock, they erupted into cheers. Humanity shall prevail, and may the Emperor reign for 1,000 years. Chapter 059. The dimensional assault of the technological human race, the octopus-like behemoth, impervious to missiles and deep-sea bombs, was obliterated in an instant under the onslaught of the space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon. The ocean itself was violently disturbed, creating 8 profound vacuum columns where endless seawater evaporated. Even as the energy release of the electromagnetic pulse cannon concluded, the spectacle of seawater rushing back was evident. This exemplifies the terrifying might of the electromagnetic pulse cannon, an onslaught from which evasion is utterly futile. How could the populace of the human race remain unexcited in the face of such a formidable superweapon? This sentiment was even more palpable among the valiant sailors battling the oceanic beast race on the front lines. With the annihilation of the octopus behemoth, the threat from the oceanic beast race was substantially mitigated. The ordinary oceanic beasts, under the relentless assault of torpedoes, anti-submarine rocket artillery, and deep-sea bombs, could hardly stir a significant wave. The morale of the combatants surged as they unleashed a barrage of firepower. Any oceanic beast that dared to approach was swiftly obliterated. The precise number of oceanic beasts vanquished remained unknown, but the surface of the sea was littered with countless corpses, staining the waters crimson. The human race rejoiced, even popping champagne to celebrate their victory. Yet, at that moment, Beast King Adolf's countenance was one of profound displeasure, his fury palpable. Damn Jiang Yu, damn the human race. How could a civilization of mere 0.7 level possibly develop energy weapons? Adolf grappled with the incomprehensibility of the situation. The human race was undeniably categorized as a 0.7 level civilization, while energy weapons were the domain of civilizations at level 1, and even then, only in their rudimentary forms. The 8 beams of light that descended from the heavens were unmistakably not kinetic weapons, for there were no visible warheads or explosions. As Adolf wrestled with his inability to comprehend the situation, the mocking voice of Jiang Yu pierced through his thoughts. Adolf, is this the super monster you so diligently evolved? It seems rather fragile to me. What other tricks do you possess? Show them forth. Faced with Jiang Yu's derision, Adolf managed to regain his composure. Retorting with a cold smile, Jiang Yu, do you truly believe that the death of the octopus behemoth signifies the end of my capabilities? Do you think that equipping a space-based energy cannon grants you unbridled power over my beast race? There are billions of beasts on the American continent. Your mere million-strong human army scarcely poses a threat. Come forth, I await you on the American continent. Eager to see your elite human forces engulfed by the vast ocean of my beast army. After delivering his ominous words, Adolf severed the connection with Jiang Yu. Simultaneously, he sensed the increasing presence of phantoms surrounding him. A smirk crept onto Adolf's lips as he mused. Indeed, the space-based energy weapons possess immense power. Yet they demand an equally colossal amount of energy. I refuse to believe that your technological human race has developed nuclear fusion technology and achieved miniaturization. Without compact nuclear fusion devices to provide energy, your weaponry will face significant limitations and cannot be deployed on a large scale. Therefore, no matter how advanced your armaments may be, they will be ineffective against my phantom troops, not even against a mushroom bomb. Let alone the billions of beasts on the American continent, how will your human army withstand such a tide? I shall grant you a brief moment to revel in the fleeting triumph of your kind. Adolf is contemplating his meticulously devised strategy, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the human forces to annihilate them. Little did he anticipate that the humans would strike yet again with their formidable assault. Above, countless luminous points cascade from the heavens like a meteor shower, descending at a speed exceeding Mach 10, aimed directly at the various Beastkin settlements on the American continent. Adolf realized that these were not mere meteors, but a dense barrage of missiles launched by the technologically advanced humans. The human fleet lay several thousand kilometers from the shores of America, and Adolf was utterly unprepared for such an abrupt onslaught. Now, the humans commenced a carpet bombing of the Beastkin enclaves with their ultra-long-range missiles. Adolf was acutely aware that the humans had long since developed satellites and had begun their surveillance of the American continent. It was evident that Adolf's stronghold was under the watchful gaze of the human satellites, leaving little to no secrets. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ultra-long-range missiles launched from the 9 continents fell like raindrops, precisely targeting the Beastkin settlements across America, resulting in cataclysmic explosions. Under this relentless bombardment, innumerable Beastkin were reduced to mere fragments, their remains scattered across the ground. To amplify the devastation, many of these missiles were equipped with cluster munitions. These ultra-long-range missiles, larger and more fearsome than their shipborne and airborne counterparts, unleashed a terrifying explosive yield. Each cluster bomb could release tens of thousands of smaller submunitions, which exploded in the sky like blossoms scattering from a fairy's hand, raining down upon the Beastkin with no means of escape. In this initial wave of bombardment, Adolf's primary forces suffered the loss of over 1 million, a grievous blow. The damned technologically advanced humans had developed ultra-long-range missiles with a reach exceeding 10,000 kilometers. How on earth had Jiang Yu managed to produce such devastating weaponry in a mere few decades? Yet, as Adolf seethed with frustration, the humans unleashed their assault once more. Another deluge of ultra-long-range missiles descended upon every Beastkin settlement. This time, the missiles bore large incendiary bombs, capable of transforming several kilometers into a sea of fire, depleting the oxygen in the area and potentially creating a vacuum. Although the Beastkin had evolved, they remained carbon-based entities, relying on oxygen for survival. No matter how resilient their scales, they were still vulnerable to fire. While Adolf could tolerate the bombardment of incendiary bombs, the third wave of missiles incited a desire within him to vehemently curse Jang Yu for his inhumanity. As the third wave of missiles struck, white phosphorus erupted across the Beastkin encampments, showering the army. Countless Beastkin found themselves covered in white phosphorus, which ignited into searing flames due to a chemical reaction. With an exceptionally low ignition point, once ignited, white phosphorus was nearly impossible to extinguish, clinging to the Beastkin and proving inextinguishable. Even rolling on the ground or plunging into the water proved futile until the bodies of the beastmen were reduced to mere ashes. Witnessing the catastrophic losses inflicted upon the countless beastmen forces by the barrage of long-range missiles, Adolf nearly choked on his own blood. Although he held little concern for the fates of the lower-tier beastmen, he was, after all, their emperor. Using these beastmen as sustenance for the higher-tier ones was certainly preferable to their demise at the hands of human explosives. Moreover, the supply of long-range missiles from the human race seemed inexhaustible, continuously raining down upon them. Under the vigilant surveillance and guidance of satellites, each missile found its mark in the most densely populated areas of the beastmen. Faced with the relentless onslaught from the skies, billions of beastmen were left with no recourse but to endure the bombings. Even their emperor, Adolf, could only lament from afar, bearing the brunt of the technological onslaught unleashed by humanity. Chapter 060. The mighty flying beasts in the final days leading up to the human fleet's approach to the American continent, under Jiang Yu's command. The long-range missile units commenced their assault. Countless missiles of various types rained down mercilessly upon the stronghold of the beast race. Under the vigilant oversight and guidance of space satellites, each missile struck precisely at the gathering points of the Beastkin. Faced with the relentless onslaught of long-range missiles, which descended from the heavens at terminal velocities exceeding Mach 10, the beast race could only passively endure the bombardment. Even the Beast Emperor Adolf found himself powerless. Yet he still commanded his forces to advance towards the coast where the human fleet was poised to land. The human fleet had already demonstrated formidable combat prowess, rendering the oceanic beasts utterly incapable of hindering its progress. Adolf was oblivious to the combat capabilities of the million ground troops accompanying the human fleet. Although this number seemed trivial in the face of billions of beasts, the advanced weaponry of the humans could more than compensate for their numerical inferiority. Adolf was acutely aware that it was futile to obstruct the landing of the human army on the American continent. Yet he was determined to ensure that the humans would pay a heavy price for their invasion. As the human fleet surged towards the shores of the American continent, countless beast troops began their mobilization. The beast armies charged forth, undeterred by losses, fully committed to repelling the human forces and defending their stronghold. This movement of the Beastkin was clearly observed by the satellites in space, which relayed the intelligence back to the fleet's command center. Under Jiang Yu's orders, 30 long-range strategic bombers ascended from Jiuzhou, heading directly for the American continent. Loaded with munitions, these bombers would pave a path for the landing troops. At the royal capital's command center, Jiang Yu reviewed the incoming intelligence while gazing at the imminent shores of the American continent, unable to suppress his curiosity about what further maneuvers Adolf might possess. Thus far, the technological warfare capabilities of the human race had been largely revealed, even necessitating the premature deployment of the space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon, originally reserved for a last-minute strategy. However, concerning the beast race, aside from understanding the strength of the oceanic beasts, they remained in the dark about the evolution of the terrestrial beasts. Nonetheless, retreat was no longer an option. A confrontation with the beast race was inevitable, determining both victory and survival. Report: the fleet is nearing the shore. The beast armies are advancing towards the coast. The long-range strategic bombers are approaching. The bombers require fighter escort. After consolidating the various intelligence reports, the operational staff briefed Deng Jianjun, issuing orders for the naval aircraft to take off in succession to escort the bombers. The fleet had long since prepared for the landing operation, awaiting the bombers to clear the way. Although the long-range missiles had already executed a carpet bombing on the beast forces along the landing coast, such missiles were only effective against larger targets. Smaller targets necessitated close-range bombardment. The dispersed ground forces of the beasts, particularly the potential aerial abominations, required thorough clearing by bombers and fighter jets. The designated landing point chosen by the fleet was a stretch of flat beach and plains, a terrain conducive to the successful landing of ground troops and the smooth advance of armored divisions. Yet the plains are shrouded in dense forests, concealing an unknown number of beastly legions within. The vast expanse of the American continent is predominantly characterized by plains and hills, adorned with fertile lands and thick woodlands. This region is exceptionally suitable for cultivating various crops. If properly developed, it could undoubtedly become the granary of humankind. This is, indeed, the primary reason why Jiang Yu vehemently insisted that the use of mushroom bombs should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yu is confident that under his leadership, the extermination of the beast tribes will herald an explosive increase in the human population. Such a surge in population will necessitate an immense supply of food. And nowhere on Blue Star is better suited for sowing than America. Soon, the sound of thunderous engines approached. 30 enormous bombers soared overhead. One by one, F-14 fighter jets ascended from the aircraft carrier's deck. The bombers and warships were poised to execute a carpet bombing of the dense forest, aiming to eliminate the beastly forces advancing and lurking within its depths. As the F-14s took flight, their onboard radars were set to maximum power. With the aid of the shipborne long-range early warning radar, they scanned the skies over the landing zone. Before long, the voice of the ship's radar operator echoed within each F-14. Attention, all units. Large numbers of flying aberrations are approaching from the north, west, and south. Distance, 260 to 300 kilometers. Altitude, 16,000 meters. Speed, 1.8 Mach. Upon hearing the radar operator's report, all pilots were taken aback. Such altitude and speed were nearing the limits of the F-14's capabilities. What manner of flying creatures could soar so high and so fast? Given their velocity, their maneuverability was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, the pilots felt no trepidation. Especially those tasked with interception, they resolutely advanced towards the approaching threat. Although the number of flying creatures surpassed theirs tenfold, it did little to dampen their fighting spirit. They were the finest pilots, equipped with exceptional skills and experience, able to withstand greater overloads. Each pilot had been injected with ant-like strength genes, enabling their bodies to endure over 20 G of gravitational force. To better shield the long-range bombers during their bombing mission, over 500 F-14s were strategically divided into 3 groups to intercept the advancing beast tribes. Colonel Zhao Li's first flight squadron took the lead, swiftly approaching the incoming aberrations. As the distance closed, their radar screens began to fill with red dots, which had now entered the maximum range of air-to-air missiles at 160 kilometers. However, Colonel Zhao Li refrained from issuing an attack order, opting to close the gap further. The optimal range for the Phoenix air-to-air missile is 120 kilometers. The pilots of the first flight squadron pressed the throttles deep into the fuel tanks. The variable sweep wings of the F-14 reached their minimum angle. As the wings swept back, the aircraft's drag diminished, allowing for increased speed. The audacity of the first flight squadron was commendable. Did they aim to secure the first kill and achieve great merit? Humph, our third squadron would not lag behind. Brothers, hasten your pace and charge ahead. It is evident that Flight Squadron 1 is intent on claiming the foremost achievement. The other accompanying squadrons were instantly incensed, swiftly adjusting their wings to pursue the first squadron. To vanquish the Beast Clan and achieve great merit, especially the primary accolade, none are willing to lag behind. As the distance diminished, they soon approached within the optimal range of 120 kilometers. Colonel Zhao, resolute and unwavering, issued the command, prepare to launch the Phoenix air-to-air missiles. Lock onto the airborne beasts and obliterate them. The first kill and the glory must belong to Flight Squadron 1. Under Zhao's fervent leadership, all pilots of Flight Squadron 1 became invigorated as if they had been electrified. The pilots increased their speed, while the weapons operators had already disengaged the safety mechanism of the Phoenix missiles. Once the fire control radar locked onto the airborne beasts ahead, they unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. Chapter 061. The Power of Advanced Weaponry. A squadron of 20 fighter jets launched a staggering 40 Phoenix air-to-air missiles in unison. Each missile, trailing a long plume of fire, surged toward the formidable horde of flying beasts. At this moment, an intense aerial battle commenced. The 40 Phoenix missiles soared like a barrage of flying swords, traversing over 100 kilometers in mere minutes, arriving before the flying monstrosities. Any human pilot witnessing this assembly of creatures would instantly recognize them as pterosaur beasts, albeit significantly evolved. Compared to their counterparts from decades past, these evolved pterosaur beasts soared higher, faster, and with greater agility. Upon spotting the incoming missiles, the pterosaur beasts instinctively sensed imminent danger. They executed evasive maneuvers, angling perilously close to 90 degrees. At a speed of 1.8 Mach, such drastic turns would spell disaster for an F-14 fighter jet. Yet, the evolved pterosaur beasts performed these feats with apparent ease, showcasing their formidable evolution. However, the Phoenix missiles were equipped with active infrared guidance systems and boasted speeds exceeding 3 Mach. Though the pterosaur beasts managed to evade the initial assault, they had scarcely time to react as the missiles executed a wide arc in the sky and pursued them once more. The pterosaur beasts, now visibly alarmed, realized that these accursed human weapons would not relent. In a panic, they veered again, further increasing their speed. Yet, the faster they flew, the more pronounced their infrared signatures became, making it increasingly difficult to evade the missile tracking. Despite their desperate attempts to accelerate, they could not surpass 2 Mach, leading to an inevitable outcome. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, Only 4 of the pterosaur beasts were fortunate enough to evade the missile onslaught. 36 were obliterated in a cacophony of explosions, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. Well done, comrades. The members of the first squadron erupted in cheers, reveling in their success of downing 36 beasts with a single wave of missiles. This achievement only fueled the envy and admiration of the other squadrons, who hastened to maximize their jets' capabilities to reach optimal firing ranges. Moments later, fiery streaks illuminated the sky as more Phoenix missiles launched toward the beast horde. Due to the considerable distance, the pilots could Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai both experienced the war that occurred 3 to 4 decades ago. They nodded in agreement with Jiang Yu's analysis, instructing the pilots to return swiftly for resupply after depleting the missiles aboard their aircraft, unless absolutely necessary. They were advised against engaging in close combat with aerial beasts. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu issued his command. An F-14 fighter jet is capable of carrying only 6 air-to-air missiles, while each F-14 is also equipped with a 20mm cannon. The flight speed, altitude, and agility of the aerial beasts far surpass those of the previous pterosaur-like creatures. Engaging in close combat would significantly increase the likelihood of the F-14 being destroyed by these aerial adversaries. It is imperative to fully exploit the advantages of air-to-air missiles while minimizing losses of the F-14s. The human race is operating over vast oceans, and the loss of even one aircraft cannot be easily compensated. No one knows how long this expedition will last, nor the number of aerial beasts they will face. Although surface-to-air missiles can eliminate aerial threats, they are far less efficient and convenient than fighter jets. Moreover, the F-14s also have ground support duties, making each aircraft invaluable. Yes, Your Majesty, Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai understood this principle well. However, determining the operational deployment poses a considerable challenge to their command capabilities. They must maintain constant pressure on the aerial beasts while avoiding close-range confrontations. Maximizing the combat effectiveness of their limited F-14 fleet undoubtedly places high demands on the commander's strategic skills. Yet, it is evident that whether it be the Supreme Commander Deng Jianjun, Navy Commander Qi Minghai, or the mid-level officers and support personnel aboard the aircraft carrier, they are all meticulously selected elites. Thus, under the collaborative command of Deng Jianjun, Qi Minghai, the operational staff, and the mid-tier personnel aboard the carrier, F-14s continuously returned and landed on the flight deck for refueling and ammunition replenishment. Simultaneously, numerous F-14s laden with fuel and missiles took to the skies to engage the aerial beasts. Through the seamless cooperation of command, coordination, ground support, and auxiliary personnel, nearly 1,000 F-14s rotated in and out of battle, achieving a perfect synchronization of aerial power. Although a multitude of aerial beasts continued to approach, their speed diminished. More of the aerial adversaries were neutralized, with the F-14s sustaining minimal losses. This ensured that 30 long-range bombers could successfully reach their designated airspace. Various high-explosive bombs, napalm, cluster munitions, and white phosphorus shells were accurately unleashed. Coupled with the naval artillery and mid-range missiles launched from the warships, they began to decimate the gathering beast forces. The coastal beaches, dense forests, and hills, every inch of land, became engulfed in flames as shells and missiles rained down, turning over 100,000 square kilometers into a hellish inferno. Beneath the cover of bombardment, countless beasts attempting to thwart the human army's landing were obliterated, their flesh and blood scattered amidst the chaos of war. In the dense forest, a fierce inferno blazes, while the hills and mountains are scorched by artillery fire, causing the very earth to tremble. The flames and smoke rise skyward, seemingly shattering the void itself. Such a magnificent spectacle of bombardment deeply stirs the hearts of both the ground troops awaiting the landing operation and the millions of citizens watching through satellite broadcasts on television. This exemplifies the terrifying might unleashed by advanced weaponry. No matter how formidable the beastly race evolves, they cannot emerge unscathed. In the face of such a dimensional assault, the sheer numbers of the beastly race prove futile. All they can do is endure the bombardment and flee in panic, confronting death with no alternatives. In the skies, bombers and fighter jets loom, while the seas are rife with countless naval guns and missile launchers. In the vastness of space, satellites vigilantly monitor and direct operations. And even electromagnetic pulse cannons stand ready. The imminent arrival of 1,000,000 ground troops for the landing leaves the beastly race with no advantage, regardless of their numbers or evolution. For millennia, the human race has never decimated the beastly kind as thoroughly as today, without even engaging in direct combat. Chapter 62. The terrifying combat capability of the lone warrior under the cover and assault of F-14 fighter jets. The long-range bombers executed a devastating bombardment. The vast expanse has been reduced to scorched earth, devoid of life, littered with the carcasses of beasts. Upon Jiang Yu's command, the human army commenced its landing. Shielded by the fleet and aircraft, the amphibious assault ships were the first to reach the shore. Helicopters ascended one after another from the deck, while tanks and armored vehicles rolled out. The Marines, under the protection of helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles, stormed the sandy beaches. Subsequently, various transport vessels, large cargo ships, and fishing boats approached the shore as 1,000,000 soldiers surged onto the land like an army of ants. The beastmen along the coastline had been largely eradicated. Perhaps a few survivors remained, but they posed little threat. Despite the continuous onslaught of wyverns, they could not approach due to the relentless blockade of thousands of F-14 aircraft. Once the 1,000,000-strong ground forces had fully landed, they proceeded according to the predetermined plan, advancing in unison toward the various beastman strongholds. A war correspondent from the Royal Capital Television reported with immense excitement, "Dear viewers, thanks to the valiant efforts of our troops, the beastmen along the landing coast have been cleared. 1,000,000 human soldiers have successfully landed. For the first time, humanity has set foot on the beastman stronghold, the continent of America. This is an unprecedented and monumental achievement. The 1,000,000 soldiers will advance separately to eradicate the remaining beastmen on the continent, ultimately securing complete control over America. Humanity shall become the sole masters of the Blue Star, destined to triumph, and may the Emperor of Humanity reign for 10,000 years." The magnificent scene of the 1,000,000 human soldiers landing on the American continent unfolded before the eyes of billions of citizens. The impassioned voice of the war correspondent resonated in the ears of countless individuals. In that moment, humanity erupted in cheers. Some danced with excitement, while others embraced in tears. For thousands of years, the beastmen had relentlessly attacked humanity, constricting their living space. Since the arrival of the Emperor of Humanity, the remnants of mankind have transitioned from the era of cold weapons to that of firearms, evolving from a feudal society to a modern civilization, and advancing from a primitive level 0.2 to a level 0.7 civilization. Following the successful defense against the beastmen's assault on the Ningyuan fortress, a counteroffensive was launched, reclaiming the territories of the 9 continents and conquering the new continent. Now, after traversing over 10,000 kilometers of ocean, enduring countless hardships, humanity has successfully landed on the beastmen's stronghold, the continent of America. The final battle against the beastmen has officially commenced, as humanity vies for the sole dominion of the Blue Star and strives to become the singular ruler of the planet. In just a century, humanity has transformed from weakness to strength, from being mercilessly victimized by the beastmen to mounting a comprehensive counteroffensive. All of this has been made possible under the wise leadership of the great Emperor of Humanity. At this moment, the reverence for the Emperor among all of humanity has reached an unparalleled pinnacle. The rallying cry of humanity shall prevail. May the Emperor reign for 10,000 years. Echoes throughout the populace. At this juncture, the 1,000,000-strong human army divides into 9 contingents, each advancing toward a different beastman stronghold. The distribution of the beastmen across the American continent has long been ascertained by satellites in space, revealing no secrets to be uncovered. The 9 orc settlements have all succumbed to a relentless barrage of long-range strategic missiles, leaving a gruesome carpet of orc corpses in their wake. The human army advances toward these 9 orc strongholds, meticulously cleansing the remnants of their kind along the way. They are poised to achieve an unparalleled feat, the total annihilation of the orc race and the complete conquest of the American continent. 9 divisions push forward with formidable might. The 1st Legion moving with the swiftness of the wind, comprising 200, 000 soldiers, this legion boasts the largest force and the most formidable combat capability. Their mission is the gravest, directing them toward the Orc's most substantial settlement, where satellite imagery suggests the Orc Emperor may reside. Ahead, tanks and armored vehicles carve a path, while helicopters engage in coordinated strikes from above and F-14 fighter jets provide aerial cover. The powerful Wyvern beasts often find themselves dispatched by the F-14s before they even catch a glimpse of their adversaries. As the armies delve deeper, they encounter increasingly fierce resistance from the Orcs. Many commanders and soldiers have participated in battles from 3 to 4 decades prior, and they keenly observe that the Orc forces have indeed evolved. The massive elephantine beasts now exhibit greater agility, and their armor is more formidable than ever. However, the human soldiers wield more advanced weaponry, with destructive capabilities that render even the toughest armor vulnerable. The Orc ranks, comprising more numerous warriors, savage beasts, and bone-devouring six-legged creatures, display heightened ferocity and speed. Yet, every human soldier has at least received an injection of a gene-enhancing serum. With the swiftness of a cheetah, they evade the Orcs' ferocious onslaught, dispatching their foes with modern weaponry. The strength of an ant allows soldiers to forego their arms, capable of obliterating any Orc with a single punch effortlessly, even when facing the colossal and rugged elephantine beasts. A mere 2 or 3 strength-oriented warriors can dispatch them through sheer force. One of the most iconic skirmishes unfolded in a narrow gorge. As the First Legion's 200,000 soldiers traversed this canyon, the Orc forces, lying in ambush on either side, launched a sudden attack. At the gorge's exit awaited thousands of elephantine beasts, which, along with the myriad other Orc warriors, charged recklessly toward the human army in a deathly assault. The ground trembled under the weight of countless Orc warriors, their bloodthirsty aura instilling terror in ordinary men, yet igniting exhilaration in the gene-enhanced soldiers. As they witnessed the Orc horde surging from all directions, the commander of the First Legion's eyes gleamed with fervor as he calmly issued orders. Tanks fired their cannons, and the heavy-caliber machine guns mounted on armored vehicles spat forth torrents of fire. The soldiers unleashed a barrage from their automatic rifles and machine guns, both light and heavy. The Orc army, undeterred by the hail of bullets, pressed forward, relentlessly charging toward the human ranks. As they sustained heavy casualties, they finally breached the human line, their eyes alight with ferocity and eagerness, believing they could shred their foes apart. Yet, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded, prompting all Orcs to question their very existence. Some human warriors darted aside, evading the onslaught like phantoms. With weapons in hand, they effortlessly dispatched the attacking beastmen. Some human soldiers remained steadfast, sheathing their weapons instead of fleeing. They swung their massive fists, striking directly at the beastmen, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the beastmen collapsed. The colossal herd of elephants, too, paid a heavy price as they charged into the ranks of the human army. Just when they believed their immense size would crush the human soldiers into oblivion, a miraculous scene unfolded. Rather than scattering in panic, the human soldiers remained resolute. Organized in groups of 3, they confronted the oncoming colossal elephants, seizing their robust legs with fierce determination. With a mighty roar, they managed to bring the titanic beasts crashing down. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed powerful blows upon the elephants' bodies, shattering their formidable hides. The beastmen had anticipated that by plunging into the heart of the human forces, they could easily trample the soldiers. However, to their astonishment, it was not the humans who were crushed and slaughtered, but rather the formidable beastmen themselves. Chapter 63. The mysterious ghost attack ambushes against the First Legion have transpired across various locales. Each human faction has fallen prey to the surprise attacks orchestrated by the beastly horde. Yet, what astonishes these sentient beast forces is the revelation that the seemingly feeble humans exhibit a remarkable agility and a ferocity in combat that surpasses even their evolved counterparts. Coupled with the modern weaponry wielded by the human soldiers, the casualties inflicted upon the beast forces are devastating, while the damage the beasts inflict upon the humans remains negligible. This battleground is the very heart of the beast empire, where their numbers far exceed those of the human legions. Despite enduring countless losses under the relentless bombardment of human technology, the beasts find it intolerable that their ambushes consistently fail against the humans. Witnessing the human forces advance unimpeded while their own ranks crumble, Beast Emperor Adolf's eyes blaze with a crimson fury. For 30 years, he has spearheaded the evolution of the entire beastkin across the Americas and the oceans, even birthing the formidable 8-armed behemoths capable of withstanding the onslaught of firearms. Yet, to his disbelief, this 7-level civilization of humans has developed rudimentary energy weapons. Although he could begrudgingly accept the loss of some of his beasts, he had anticipated that their overwhelming numerical superiority would ultimately lead to the extermination of the elite human forces. However, what he witnesses is utterly confounding. The frail humans have also undergone evolution, emerging stronger than the beasts themselves. Even with numerical advantage, the ground forces of the beasts are rendered ineffective. Damn you, Jiang Yu, how have you achieved this? Adolf seethes inwardly. Shouldn't the technologically inclined humans be diligently advancing their sciences? Why have they deviated from their technological path to embark upon the evolutionary journey of the beasts? Adolf struggles to comprehend the enigma that is the human emperor Jiang Yu. In less than a century, transforming the ignorant humans into a 7-level civilization is already a grotesque feat, yet he has further endowed these once weak humans with such formidable strength, even eclipsing the beasts in combat prowess. This path of evolution mirrors that of the beasts, leaving them with no recourse. In a fit of rage, Adolf grits his teeth and bellows, Jiang Yu, you must be feeling quite smug at this moment, believing you can defeat me and dominate Blue Star. But do you possess unexpected methods? So do I. His countenance darkens, and the air around him seems to freeze in its intensity. Perceiving the human forces wreaking havoc and advancing within 300 kilometers of his position, flames of wrath ignite in Adolf's eyes. Surrounding him are spectral apparitions, equally chilling in their presence. These phantoms are formless and invisible to all beasts save for Adolf himself. Moreover, they remain impervious to missile bombardments and machine gun fire, even amidst the chaos of mushroom clouds, as long as they are not at the epicenter of the explosions. These phantoms emerge unscathed. While they can only gaze longingly at the aircraft soaring 10,000 meters above, they possess the ability to effortlessly annihilate ground forces. Adolf let out a cold snort, and under the influence of the Beast Emperor's will, an endless army of specters surged forward, ruthlessly attacking the human forces. On board the Royal Capital-class destroyer, within the command center, good news arrived from the troops advancing deep into the heart of the Americas. The armored divisions and helicopter units coordinated their efforts, pushing forward relentlessly. The F-14 fighter jets could eliminate the aerial draconic beasts from beyond visual range. When the ground forces clashed with the beast army, they effortlessly dispatched the foes. The 9 human legions were invincible, advancing over 100 kilometers daily, annihilating countless beasts. At this pace, the extermination of the beast forces on the American continent was imminent. However, they remained vigilant, as the command units pressed on in an orderly fashion. They also had to ensure the smooth supply of resources. The daily material consumption of the million-strong human army was staggering, placing immense pressure on the logistics department. As time passed, the supplies brought by the fleet dwindled and could no longer meet the front line's demands, necessitating transport from the homeland. They had no choice but to dispatch fleets to escort the transport ships, ferrying resources from the 9 continents, with large transport aircraft operating continuously. Nevertheless, under the strategic guidance of the military and political elite, along with the full cooperation of relevant departments, the production and transportation of strategic materials proceeded seamlessly. Jiang Yu was resting in the lounge, contemplating the developmental plans post-war. The extermination of the beast tribe and the dominance over the Blue Star was merely the beginning. Jiang Yu's ambition extended to the vast cosmos, seeking to contend with the other planets in the Milky Way. Ultimately, he aspired to lead the technologically advanced human race to supremacy within the Milky Way, becoming a revered entity among the myriad races. As the emperor of the human race, Jiang Yu aimed to become the sovereign of the Milky Way, evolving into a transcendent being of eternal existence. Just as he was immersed in thought, an intelligence officer suddenly reported, "Your Majesty, The Supreme Commander requests your presence. The First Legion is under mysterious attack and has suffered heavy casualties. A tightness gripped Jiang Yu's heart as he promptly made his way to the Operations Command Center. Generally, battlefield situations did not disturb Jiang Yu unless they were extraordinary. For instance, the last incident where even missiles and deep-water bombs could not bring down the octopus-like behemoth. Ever since the million-strong army landed on the American continent, the campaign had been progressing too smoothly. Jiang Yu had been pondering what other measures Adolf might still possess. Although he believed that Adolf could not possibly have a miraculous system like his own, he was the son of the ruler of the Virgo system, endowed with resources far beyond those of an ordinary planetary lord. Jiang Yu found it hard to believe that the only evolution Adolf achieved was the octopus-like behemoth capable of withstanding missile strikes. Upon arriving at the command center, Jiang Yu observed the officers, their brows furrowed as they stood before the large screen, accompanied by a group of scientists clad in white lab coats. To prepare for unforeseen crises, this expedition had included a substantial number of scientists, especially in the fields of physics and life sciences. Noticing the Emperor's arrival, everyone promptly bowed. And Jiang Yu waved his hand, inquiring, "What is the specific situation?" Deng Jianjun pointed at the large screen and replied, "Your Majesty, the Emperor. Our military operations against the Beastkin have been proceeding remarkably smoothly. However, the First Legion was unexpectedly subjected to an enigmatic assault, resulting in devastating casualties that hindered further advancement. We are currently analyzing the reasons behind this incident based on the imagery transmitted back and insights from the accompanying scientists. Your Majesty, please observe. This footage illustrates the moment the First Legion was attacked." Jiang Yu directed his gaze toward the large screen. The image depicted the First Legion advancing in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, in the forefront of the massive force, several tanks and armored vehicles inexplicably lost control and eventually came to a halt, despite repeated calls from the armored units behind. The occupants of the tanks and armored vehicles ahead remained unresponsive. Soon, more tanks and armored vehicles exhibited the same bizarre phenomenon. Simultaneously, the infantry sheltered by the tanks and armored vehicles suddenly trembled. They halted their advance, collapsing to the ground, motionless. It was then observed that all the fallen soldiers were bleeding from their orifices, completely devoid of life. The soldiers within the tanks and armored vehicles evidently suffered from the same sinister attack, which ultimately caused their vehicles to lose control and cease movement. Chapter 064, Quantum Condensed State Biology. Upon watching the footage, Jiang Yu was immediately plunged into deep contemplation. The First Legion had fallen victim to an unknown and bizarre assault, undoubtedly orchestrated by Adolf. However, the nature of this attack was so peculiar that even Jiang Yu could not ascertain its cause at that moment. "Did you discern anything?" Jiang Yu inquired, casting his gaze toward the others. The group shook their heads. Jiang Yu pressed further. "Have the bodies of the soldiers who met their demise in such a strange manner been retrieved?" Deng Jianjun replied, "The corpses of the soldiers who died under mysterious circumstances are currently being transported back, along with the surviving soldiers." Jiang Yu nodded. "Then let us await their return. Order the First Legion to retreat temporarily in an effort to minimize casualties." "Yes, Your Majesty," Deng Jianjun responded, though he had already issued such orders. Yet, even as the First Legion commenced their retreat, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the inexplicable adversary. Not long after, a helicopter descended onto the deck of the Royal Capital-class destroyer. Jiang Yu promptly made his way to the site, accompanied by Deng Jianjun and a cadre of scientists. Upon reaching the deck, they observed two soldier corpses being carried down from the helicopter. The soldiers tasked with this grim duty were members of the First Legion, their faces etched with sorrow and terror. They mourned for their fallen comrades, gripped by fear at the thought of their inexplicable demise. Once the bodies were lowered, several military doctors and life scientists swiftly approached to commence autopsy procedures. Jiang Yu summoned the surviving soldiers and asked, "Please recount in detail the circumstances of your ambush." A nervous major officer saluted Jiang Yu and replied, "Your Majesty, I am a commander from the 9th Armored Division. At that time, I was directing my armored battalion forward. Our entire battalion was suddenly besieged by a bizarre attack. Even my command vehicle was not spared. My aide-de-camp and chief of staff both fell victim to this strange assault. When they were attacked, I perceived a vague flash of white light. As this indistinct light traversed through their bodies, it generated energy fluctuations. Subsequently, my aide-de-camp and chief of staff perished, and the white light vanished without a trace. However, I sensed the presence of these energy entities everywhere. Our weaponry was utterly ineffective. The energy entities could effortlessly penetrate tank armor, annihilating all soldiers within. The sole piece of good news is that these entities do not seem to move swiftly. If the soldiers engage in rapid, erratic movements, the likelihood of being killed diminishes significantly. Yet, our soldiers cannot maintain constant motion. Once they come to a halt, they become easy targets. The major officer recounted the harrowing details of that. Indeed, Your Majesty, their internal organs were instantly destroyed by extreme low temperatures. Life scientists would find it hard to believe this reality without witnessing it firsthand. A hazy white light, ignoring tank armor, instantaneously freezing human organs. The energy waves generated during an attack on the human body? A sudden realization struck Jiang Yu's mind. As a being from a higher dimensional world, he possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary individuals. Based on the intelligence provided by the major officer in the autopsy report from the biologists, Jiang Yu had deduced the nature of the bizarre energy entity. However, knowing the truth was of little consequence. What mattered was how to combat it. Have you heard of quantum condensation? Jiang Yu inquired, gazing at the scientists. Prior to his traversal to the higher dimensional realm, he had watched a science fiction film titled The Phantom. In this film, a group of spectral energy entities was trapped between life and death. These spectral entities were elusive, invisible to the naked eye, and impervious to conventional weaponry. They disregarded obstacles, capable of striking unseen, and were nearly invincible. The organisms attacked by them experienced skin erosion and burning, while their internal organs were frozen into shards of ice, leading to an instantaneous loss of life. These spectral entities were, in fact, the fifth state of matter based on atomic structures, a quantum form existing between the real and the unreal. The method involved forcibly removing the corporeal form of a living being, leaving only the neural networks and blood vessels, from which neural atoms were extracted. Subsequently, a quantum energy entity was condensed at extremely low temperatures. Of course, Jiang Yu was not entirely clear on how to create such entities, nor could he fabricate them. Yet, he believed that all things in the universe, despite their myriad transformations, remained fundamentally connected. Only the methods of application varied. Quantum condensation? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's question, the scientists appeared bewildered. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before rephrasing his inquiry. You must be familiar with the quantum state of matter. A physicist responded. We are aware of it. As early as 20 years ago, we discovered this groundbreaking field of physics. However, compared to the laws of macroscopic physics, our understanding of the microscopic quantum realm is quite superficial. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the microscopic quantum realm was indeed an exceptionally intricate discipline requiring extensive research. We should first address the current issue. The peculiar attacks on the troops are indeed the work of quantum condensates. Quantum condensate attacks? The scientists once again found themselves perplexed. Jiang Yu elaborated. Quantum condensates are formed by removing the corporeal body of a living being, leaving only the neural networks and blood vessels, from which neural atoms are extracted, and then condensing them into quantum energy entities at extremely low temperatures. You may regard them as a form of life in the fifth state. They are elusive, invisible to the naked eye, and possess the ability to penetrate physical matter, striking without a trace. If I am not mistaken, the quantum condensate beings have been created by the beast monarch specifically to counter the forces of humanity, with considerable destructive potential. After listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, the officers and scientists were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Their understanding of life had been confined to humans, beast folk, various animals, and even microorganisms and bacteria. Never had they envisioned that life could exist in the form of quantum energy bodies, a notion that profoundly expanded their comprehension. Simultaneously, they felt an overwhelming fury towards the Beast Emperor's cruelty. Although the beast folk were adversaries of humanity, they too were living beings. To create such a war machine, one would vivisect these creatures, stripping away their corporeal forms. Only the neural networks and blood vessels remained, from which neural matter was extracted and subsequently refined at extremely low temperatures. Those beings, bereft of physical bodies, could only survive in quantum form. Trapped in a liminal state between life and death, how horrifically brutal. Even Jiang Yu was taken aback by Adolf's merciless methods. He had contemplated countless ways to enhance the combat prowess of the beast folk, yet he had never anticipated such an extreme and cruel approach. Chapter 065, Plasma Weapons. After listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, the scientist had essentially grasped the concept of quantum condensed state biology. Ultimately, quantum condensed state biology is an enigmatic life-energy entity existing in a quantum state. With a clear understanding of the principles and modes of attack associated with quantum condensed state biology, devising a response became relatively straightforward. Jiang Yu refrained from elaborating further, instead awaiting the scientists to propose countermeasures. After a moment of contemplation, one physicist suddenly exclaimed, "I believe that to combat quantum condensed state biology, we merely need to disperse the quantum condensation. Since quantum condensation forms at ultra-low temperatures, employing high-temperature energy should suffice to disband them." Another physicist immediately conceived a plan, exclaiming with excitement, "Your Majesty, I propose utilizing plasma discharge devices to eliminate them. Plasma can instantaneously generate a powerful stream of high-energy charged particles. As long as the energy is sufficient and strikes the target, it can disrupt the quantum condensation. We have been researching the field of plasma for over a decade or two. With our knowledge base, it would not be difficult to manufacture plasma discharge guns or even plasma cannons." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could not help but express his admiration. Excellent, truly excellent. He felt a sense of gratification regarding the physicist's solution. It seemed that humanity's research in quantum physics surpassed his expectations. With just a slight nudge, the scientists were able to swiftly identify the crux of the issue. Plasma, also known as ionized gas, consists of atoms and atomic clusters from which some electrons have been stripped away, resulting in a gaseous state composed of positive and negative ions. Plasma can be captured, moved, and accelerated using designed strong magnetic fields, representing the fourth state of matter beyond solid, liquid, and gas. Although quantum condensed state represents the fifth form of matter, it is still composed of molecules, which in turn are made of atoms composed of positively charged nuclei and negatively charged electrons surrounding them. When subjected to sufficiently high temperatures or other causes, outer electrons escape the nucleus's confinement and become free electrons. This process is termed ionization. At this point, the matter consists of positively charged atomic nuclei and negatively charged electrons, forming a homogeneous slurry, hence colloquially referred to as ionized plasma. The total charge of positive and negative ions within this plasma is equal, rendering it approximately electrically neutral, thus named plasma. The creation of plasma is not particularly challenging. The sun itself is a colossal plasma generator. Plasma exists in the sun, stars, and lightning, constituting 99% of the universe. The most common form of plasma is high-temperature ionized gas, such as the luminous gases found in arcs, neon lights, and fluorescent lamps. Additionally, phenomena like lightning and auroras also fall under the category of high-temperature plasma, utilizing devices that generate electric and magnetic fields to control plasma. The fabrication of ion discharge guns or even plasma cannons is indeed an achievable endeavor. However, Jiang Yu immediately posed a question. While plasma discharge devices can indeed obliterate quantum condensed matter, how can our soldiers perceive these ethereal and invisible quantum entities? After all, if the quantum beings remain unseen, even the most effective weapon would be futile against them. In response to His Majesty the Emperor's inquiry, the minds of the scientists present raced at unprecedented speeds, seeking a resolution to the dilemma. It was evident that since His Majesty had discerned the true nature of the phantoms at a glance, there must exist a means to both perceive and eliminate these apparitions. Yet, His Majesty refrained from articulating this solution explicitly, instead redirecting the challenge to them. Undoubtedly, His Majesty was testing their ingenuity. At this juncture, they could not afford to disappoint him. Moments later, another physicist murmured, "While they are imperceptible to the naked eye and conventional spectrometry fails to reveal them, employing multispectral and hyperspectral imaging devices would certainly allow us to detect them." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, offering high praise for the scientist's proposal. This plan is excellent and highly effective. Let us promptly instruct the relevant departments to expedite the production of plasma weapons alongside the multispectral and hyperspectral imaging devices. The situation at the front lines is dire. Our valiant soldiers are suffering casualties by the minute, and these armaments must be equipped without delay. One leading scientist assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will immediately make the necessary arrangements." With the problem adeptly resolved, General Deng Jianjun exhaled in relief and hastily inquired, "Dr. Tang, our soldiers require at least 3,000 of these weapons. How long will it take?" The First Legion, which Deng Jianjun had painstakingly cultivated, was under constant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Tang confidently responded, "No longer than 3 days at most. We have already mastered plasma discharge technology and hyperspectral imaging. Converting these technologies into weaponry should not pose a significant challenge." General Deng Jianjun rejoiced at the news. "That is splendid. Let the relevant units commence production immediately and arrange for air transport at the earliest opportunity. The sooner these weapons are produced, the fewer casualties we shall endure, and the sooner we can secure victory in this war." Dr. Tang nodded emphatically before striding away to oversee the arrangements. Jiang Yu too felt a sense of relief. He was immensely satisfied with such efficiency. Turning to General Deng Jianjun, he remarked, "The plasma discharge rifles are likely to be cumbersome, not to mention the plasma cannons. Thus, we must assemble a special forces unit, ideally composed of soldiers who have received injections of 2 genetic serums. Command the First Legion to remain highly mobile, evading attacks from the quantum condensed entities, and to endure for 3 days." General Deng Jianjun solemnly assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured. We have already established such a special forces unit. They are not only equipped with the 2 genetic serums, but have also undergone specialized combat training. Today, this elite unit shall finally prove its worth." He then turned to an officer beside him and smiled, saying, "Colonel Chen, it is time for you to take the battlefield. In the coming days, training must be intensified to ensure that His Majesty's expectations are met." This officer is the Supreme Commander of the Special Forces, who has been closely following General Deng Jianjun for several days. He has repeatedly requested to lead his special forces into battle, but has yet to receive approval. Since its formation, the Special Forces have felt rather overlooked, merely observing other units charge into combat during this expedition. They have long been harboring pent-up energy with no outlet for release. Now, with the opportunity to finally engage in battle, how could Colonel Chen not be exhilarated? "I promise to accomplish the mission." Colonel Chen saluted Jiang Yu and Deng Jianjun, then eagerly turned to leave and arrange for his special forces to commence training. Chapter 66. The final reckoning in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly elapsed. On the front lines, the valiant soldiers of the First Legion were engaged in a frantic dance, dodging the relentless pursuit of the specters. They dared not pause, for even a moment's hesitation could spell their doom at the hands of these phantoms. Upon receiving the orders from Deng Jianjun 3 days prior, they had come to understand the nature of their adversary. These entities, insubstantial and invisible to the naked eye, were not mere ghosts, but artificially engineered quantum condensate organisms. Though the concept of quantum condensation eluded their grasp, they comprehended that these beings could enact death without leaving a trace, rendering conventional weaponry utterly ineffective against them. To evade the attacks of these quantum entities, they were compelled to remain in constant motion, engaging in a grueling game of cat and mouse, all while striving to buy time. Throughout these 3 days, each soldier had scarcely found a moment's respite. The mere act of closing one's eyes could lead to eternal slumber. Despite being enhanced warriors, each having received at least one form of genetic augmentation, the unremitting demands of sleeplessness and ceaseless evasion had left even their iron bodies utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the quantum condensate organisms, drifting through the air, remained tireless, incessantly preying upon the human soldiers and harvesting their lives. In the short span of 3 days, over 40,000 soldiers had succumbed to the onslaught of these enigmatic beings. Faced with such an elusive foe, one that could neither be seen nor touched, let alone killed, they could only watch in despair as their comrades fell one by one, their bodies seared by intense heat and their innards frozen into shards of ice. Never before had they fought such a stifling battle. each soldier harboring a seething anger that threatened to drive them mad. Exhausted to their very limits, they dared not rest. Compelled to continue their frantic sprint, executing erratic maneuvers in a desperate attempt to survive. Damn these wretched creatures, show yourselves. I swear, if I lay eyes on you, I will flay you alive. Many soldiers, unable to flee any longer, screamed in rage and fired their weapons blindly, emptying their magazines in vain. Ultimately, they would only glimpse a fleeting white light before it pierced through their bodies, snuffing out their lives in an instant. Upon hearing Adolf's voice, a sense of certainty washed over Jiang Yu. With a sigh, he remarked, Adolf, I had envisioned countless evolutionary strategies for the Beast clan to withstand the onslaught of humanity. Yet, I could never have fathomed that you would resort to such a brutally merciless method. You have skinned and flayed the Beast clan, condensing quantum biology at sub-zero temperatures, trapping life in a limbo between existence and oblivion, knowing only the instinct to kill. Spare me your feigned compassion. Adolf interjected, interrupting Jiang Yu's moralizing. It was hardly surprising that Jiang Yu quickly grasped the nature of his ghostly army. After all, he too was a being from a higher dimensional realm, having graduated from the Planetary Master Academy. If he lacked such fundamental understanding, that would indeed be remarkable. However, Adolf was repulsed by Jiang Yu's self-righteousness. What right did he have to lecture him? With a cold sneer, Adolf retorted, when you bombarded the Beast clan of New Continent with mushroom bombs, why did you not speak of cruelty? Your indiscriminate assaults on billions of lives in America, deploying 1 million troops for extermination. Where was your outcry against savagery? I merely act to thwart humanity's genocide against the Beast clan, to secure their right to exist. If I am deemed bloodthirsty and against the heavens, it is you who has compelled me. It is you who should face the retribution of higher dimensional loss. Jiang Yu was both angered and amused by Adolf's counterattack, if it were not for the Beast clan squeezing humanity into a corner. If they did not treat us as mere sustenance and fodder for evolution, humanity would not rise in revolt, driving the bloodthirsty Beast clan to extinction. Humanity and the Beast clan could coexist peacefully on the same planet. Silence. Cease your hypocritical sanctimony before me, Adolf declared, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. He believed Jiang Yu understood the truth that two tigers cannot share a mountain, yet he persisted in uttering such meaningless rhetoric. In less than 2 months, your elite army of 1 million will be laid to rest beneath the slaughter of my ghostly legion. When that time comes, I shall lead my ghostly troops to the 9 continents, engaging in cordial interactions with millions of humans. Adolf had succumbed to complete madness. Under the influence of the Beast Emperor's will, he unleashed his entire ghostly army. His primary objective was to annihilate the approaching human forces near the Beast Emperor's palace, followed by the eradication of other invading humans. Subsequently, he would create more ghostly legions to counterattack the 9 continents, ultimately extinguishing humanity. On Blue Star, there could be only one planetary master, and that was he, Adolf. In the command center aboard the royal capital, Jiang Yu severed communication with Adolf and inquired of Deng Jianjun. Have the plasma weapons arrived? Time was of the essence. He needed to defeat Adolf and eradicate the Beast clan. If Adolf could transform the Beast clan into quantum condensates today, what horrors might he unleash tomorrow? For the advancement of humanity's technology, action must be swift. Report to His Majesty the Emperor. The weapons are en route by air. My special forces are fully prepared to receive the plasma weapons. Very well, the command of the human army is bestowed upon you, Jiang Yu declared before striding towards the exit. Your Majesty, please hold. Deng Jianjun immediately grasped Jiang Yu's intentions and hurried forward to obstruct him. Although we have developed plasma weapons, we lack combat experience to ascertain their efficacy. It is exceedingly perilous for your Majesty to be present on the front lines. A gentleman does not place himself against a precarious wall. I implore you to reconsider, your Majesty. Unfazed, Jiang Yu continued onward, placing a reassuring hand on Deng Jianjun's shoulder as he solemnly remarked, this battle signifies not merely a final confrontation between the human and beast races, but also the ultimate clash between the human emperor and the Beast Emperor. Today, I must bring a resolution to my conflict with the Beast Emperor. But, your Majesty, Deng Jianjun sought to dissuade him further, yet Jiang Yu's resolve was unwavering. At that moment, none could hinder Jiang Yu's determination to confront the Beast Emperor personally. Chapter 067. The departure of the Special Forces. Jiang Yu understood that a resolution between him and Adolf was imperative. Their conflict transcended the mere rivalry between human and beast. It was, in fact, a struggle for supremacy over the sole planet of Blue Star. The vanquished would not only forfeit their claim to the title of Planet Master, but would also descend into the ranks of ordinary denizens in the higher dimensional realms. Furthermore, personal grievances intertwined with their enmity. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Yu was determined to confront Adolf in a decisive battle, ensuring that Adolf would yield in complete submission. Deng Jianjun realized that he could not dissuade His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, from personally venturing into the perilous battlefield. He resorted to dialing the satellite phone of Colonel Qin, the commander of the Special Forces. At that moment, Colonel Qin's 3,000 elite soldiers were engaged in rigorous training at their encampment. A communications officer hurriedly approached. "Colonel, we have a call from the Commander-in-Chief." A surge of joy filled Colonel Qin's heart as he answered the call, inquiring, "Commander-in-Chief, has our equipment arrived?" The anticipation among the 3,000 Special Forces soldiers was palpable. They were eager to plunge into battle. "The equipment your unit requires will arrive shortly. Prepare to receive it," Deng Jianjun replied succinctly, and before the colonel could respond, he added with utmost gravity, "I have a formidable task to assign to you." Upon hearing the Commander-in-Chief's serious tone, Colonel Qin immediately stood at attention. "Please, Commander-in-Chief, instruct me." "The Emperor of Humanity will accompany your special operations team to the stronghold of the Beast King. Your mission is to ensure the absolute safety of His Majesty. Should he lose even a single hair, I will hold you solely accountable." Colonel Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Emperor would join his forces in battle. The honor of leading his special forces under the direct command of the revered Emperor was immense. Yet, the weight of the impending confrontation with formidable beast foes loomed heavily upon him. With the Emperor in tow, any misstep could result in grave consequences for the 3,000 Special Forces soldiers. "Do you possess confidence? If not, we shall find someone else." Deng Jianjun's impatient voice rang out. Colonel Qin stood firm, his posture unwavering, and declared loudly, "Rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, even if all 3,000 Special Forces perish, we will not allow the beasts to harm His Majesty in the slightest." "Fool! If you all perish, how will you ensure the Emperor's safety?" Deng Jianjun's reprimand echoed again. In a moment of urgency, Colonel Qin quickly corrected himself. "Please, Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Should His Majesty lose even a single hair, we will present our heads to you." After a brief acknowledgement, Deng Jianjun terminated the call. Colonel Qin tossed the satellite phone to the communications officer and bellowed, "All personnel, assemble. Prepare to receive the equipment and welcome His Majesty." Upon hearing the announcement about receiving the equipment, the soldiers in training initially rejoiced. However, when they learned that they were to welcome the Emperor, disbelief washed over their faces. Nevertheless, they promptly ceased their training and gathered in a designated area. Once the troops had assembled, Colonel Qin stepped forward and declared loudly, "In this upcoming battle, the Emperor of Humanity will personally command us. This represents the greatest honor for the Special Forces since our inception. Everyone, muster your spirits. Those who do not perform adequately shall face dire consequences. While we annihilate our enemies, we must also ensure the absolute safety of His Majesty, the Emperor. Should even a single hair be harmed on His Majesty's head, all shall pay with their lives as atonement." Upon hearing Colonel Qin's admonition, the crowd exchanged glances. Feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure, they feared not the beast clans, nor the specters, and were unafraid of death itself. Their only dread lay in any misfortune befalling His Majesty. Yet, with the Emperor in attendance, they dared not voice any dissent, resigning themselves to the task at hand. After a moment, one among them finally responded, shouting, "We vow to accomplish the mission." A resounding chorus of voices erupted, declaring, "We pledge to accomplish the mission." At that moment, the thunderous roar of an aircraft resonated, prompting a wave of exhilaration as everyone looked skyward. A transport plane descended, releasing large crates that subsequently deployed parachutes. They understood that the urgently manufactured plasma weapons had arrived for them. Armed with these weapons, They intended to eradicate the enigmatic phantoms. Soon, the airdrop supplies landed around the Special Forces camp. The soldiers joyfully opened the crates, unveiling an array of futuristic plasma weaponry. Although these plasma rifles bore resemblance to automatic rifles, they were fundamentally different. Rather than conventional bullets, these plasma rifles discharged streams of high-energy charged particles. The magazines contained not ordinary ammunition, but high-density polymer batteries. In addition to the plasma rifles, there were also larger plasma cannons. The plasma cannons were considerably cumbersome. Yet for the Special Forces, this posed no challenge. Each soldier was a super warrior, having been injected with gene serums enhancing strength and speed. It took merely 2 soldiers to maneuver the plasma cannon across the rugged terrain, ready to stabilize and fire at a moment's notice. You have a brief period to familiarize yourselves with the operation of the plasma weapons. We shall depart in 1 hour to eliminate all phantoms, Colonel Chen commanded once more. Instantly, all Special Forces began to peruse the manuals, mastering the operation and shooting of the plasma weaponry. The plasma discharge rifle was designed based on a standard rifle, while the plasma cannon was modeled after a large-caliber mortar. The intricacies of operation and precision shooting were not overly daunting. An hour later, a helicopter approached. All personnel, assemble. We salute His Majesty, the Emperor. Colonel Chen immediately shouted loudly. The helicopter had taken off from the Imperial destroyer, the Huangjing. Undoubtedly, within that helicopter resided their sovereign, His Majesty. 3,000 elite soldiers swiftly assembled, standing as straight as statues. The majority of them had never laid eyes on His Majesty before. Yet now, they found themselves not only in close proximity, but also poised to fight alongside him. Although their expressions remained stoic, their hearts surged with exhilaration. Soon, the helicopter descended onto the flat ground before the Special Forces. His Majesty stepped out of the helicopter and strode confidently towards them, a pair of radiant tiger-like eyes, accompanied by an array of intensely focused gazes, rested upon Jiang Yu. He strode past the impeccably upright ranks of the Special Forces, his heart swelling with admiration as he beheld each formidable figure. These were super soldiers, enhanced by gene serums that augmented their strength and speed. Had they existed on Earth before the cataclysm, they would have been akin to human tanks. In their presence, even elite units such as the Navy SEALs and Alpha Forces appeared trivial. Each soldier bore an automatic rifle slung across their back, while clutching a plasma discharge gun in hand. In addition to standard rifle magazines, they were equipped with high-energy polymer batteries at their waists. Such burdens posed no challenge for them. After surveying his troops, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, eschewing any further words. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "All units, move out." He then boarded an all-terrain vehicle, accompanied by Colonel Chen. This vehicle would serve as the command center for the Special Forces. Subsequently, 3,000 elite soldiers also boarded the all-terrain vehicle. The driver ignited the engine, and the massive convoy surged forward. This was a highly formidable and mobile combat unit, poised to face the quantum-condensed biological entities of the beast race. Chapter 068, The Efficacy of the New Weapon on the Vast Expanse of the Front Line. Commander Lee of the 1st Legion led his troops in a disorganized retreat across the plains. They ran incessantly, weaving erratically, engaged in a chaotic dance of survival. For 3 grueling days, they had been evading the relentless pursuit of aerial phantoms. In this brief span, their ranks had been decimated, with nearly half of the once 5,000-strong force lost. The remaining soldiers, utterly exhausted, could barely muster the strength to continue. Yet, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, acutely aware that halting or even slowing would spell certain death. As the entire battalion teetered on the brink of exhaustion, a seething anger brewed within them, an anger that found no outlet. Each soldier was on the verge of madness, for they could neither see their adversaries nor strike them down. Nor could they predict their own fate in the next fleeting moment. This suffocating anxiety was beyond the comprehension of those who had not experienced it themselves. At this moment, Commander Lee's visage was pale, his face contorted with rage. He continually sought to bolster his soldiers' morale through the radio, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses. Damn those phantoms. If you dare, show yourselves. What kind of skill is ambush? Come out and face me. Just then, a familiar voice crackled through the radio. Commander Lee, you and your troops can rest now. We'll handle these damned phantoms with our special forces. A surge of joy coursed through Li upon hearing this voice. He quickly lifted his gaze, searching for its source. The voice belonged to Colonel Chin of the Special Forces, with whom he shared a close camaraderie. Moments later, the roar of engines filled the air, growing louder as several rugged vehicles appeared on the horizon. Commander Li beheld a convoy of off-road vehicles racing towards him, with a cadre of fully armed Special Forces soldiers standing in the back, each adorned with peculiar visors and wielding heavy, futuristic weaponry. Upon infiltrating the ranks of retreating soldiers, the Special Forces began to unleash a hail of fire upon the invisible enemy. The cumbersome, sci-fi weapons emitted no sounds of gunfire. Instead, brilliant blue beams shot forth from their barrels. With each discharge, it seemed as though something was struck, accompanied by a series of soft, muffled sounds, reminiscent of piercing through thin veils or sheets of paper. Colonel Chin's command vehicle, along with 2 other off-roaders, came to a halt. Dozens of soldiers leapt from the vehicles, swiftly encircling the command center while intermittently firing into the surrounding air, ensuring the security of their position. Standing atop the command vehicle, Colonel Chin seized the radio to issue commands, engage in indiscriminate attacks against the phantoms and establish a protective buffer zone. Brothers of the 1st Legion, please regroup within the buffer area. The elite special operations team commenced their mission upon arrival in the operational zone, establishing a defensive perimeter in a mere 10 minutes. Their actions were remarkably swift and executed with professionalism. The soldiers under Commander Li, initially weary and despondent, erupted in cheers at the sight of the Special Forces' arrival. They understood that their reinforcements had finally arrived, ensuring their salvation. With their last ounce of strength, they sprinted towards the sanctuary established by the Special Forces. Collapsing onto the grass, limbs sprawled, gasping for breath, grateful to be alive. The remaining matters were of no concern to them. They simply needed to place their trust in their comrades from the Special Forces. Surrounding the defensive zone, the Special Operations team formed a circular formation, engaging targets beyond their perimeter. Each member donned hyperspectral tactical goggles, wielding plasma discharge rifles, their focus intensely honed as they scanned their surroundings, unleashing fierce fire upon any approaching adversaries. Their coordination was impeccable. Rarely was there an instance of 2 rifles aiming at the same target. Attention, at 6 o'clock, 200 meters. A phantom is approaching. Maintain combat formation. Team A advance to eliminate. Team B prepare to support. 300 elite soldiers were divided into several specialized groups, each working in unison. Some stood back to back, guarding the makeshift defensive perimeter, neutralizing any encroaching foes. Once the safety of the perimeter was assured, they gradually advanced towards the distant floating targets, determined not to overlook any enemy presence. Each special operations soldier, through their goggles, beheld clusters of ethereal white mist suspended in the air. These misty forms varied in shape. Some resembled orcs, others brutish warriors, bone-chilling 6-legged beasts, and even colossal, exotic creatures. They appeared to be composed of swirling white vapor, impervious to the wind, tightly entwined, clawing and contorting in grotesque expressions, invisible to the naked eye. These misty entities were rendered visible before the hyperspectral goggles. The charged particle streams emitted from the plasma discharge rifles, upon impact, shattered the tightly bound clouds of mist, dispersing them into countless molecules, vanishing into thin air. The myriad quantum condensate entities seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, quickly recognizing their true adversaries. Instead of pursuing the ordinary soldiers fleeing towards the safe zone, they lunged ferociously towards the lethal Special Forces. The soldiers' helmets were equipped not only with hyperspectral goggles but also with combat cameras, transmitting real-time visuals back to the command center of the dreadnought, hundreds of miles away. Upon witnessing the plasma discharge rifles obliterating the floating quantum condensate entities, the command center erupted in jubilant. 3,000 elite commandos were divided into dozens of tactical squads, each dispatched to reinforce the retreating soldiers of the 1st Legion. They quickly grasped that their plasma weapons could utterly annihilate quantum condensed life forms upon impact. Simultaneously, they understood that should these life forms draw near and penetrate their bodies, instant death would ensue. Thus, without hesitation, they pulled the triggers of their plasma weapons. A powerful current surged forth, coalescing into a stream of charged particles that shot outwards. At the moment the quantum condensed life forms were struck by this charged particle stream, they disintegrated into nothingness. Within the command vehicle of the Special Forces, Colonel Chin excitedly reported to Jiang Yu, "Your Majesty, the plasma weapon attacks are effective. The quantum condensed life forms struck have been reduced to ashes." Jiang Yu, seated within the vehicle, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this encouraging news. Chapter 069, The Battle of the Beast Emperor and the Human Emperor at this moment, on the American continent. Within the Beast Emperor's temple at the heart of the Beastman's stronghold, Beast Emperor Adolf sat vacantly upon his throne. His gaze was dim, and his demeanor was one of despair, with no beastmen at his side. He had dispatched all his forces, including the spectral legions, to thwart the advancing human army. Now, he found himself utterly alone, as if forsaken by his kin and forgotten by the cosmos. He could not bear the slaughter of his troops and the annihilation of the pride of his forces, the Spectral Legion. The vast marine beast horde and the super-evolved octopus monstrosities had failed to intercept the massive fleet of humanity. Countless native beastmen were suffering catastrophic casualties under the relentless bombardment of advanced human weaponry. Even the remnants of the beastmen's forces, gathered from across the continent, could not repel the million-strong human army and were instead driven back in defeat. Even the Spectral Legion, which he had so dearly hoped would turn the tide, found their trump card countered by the ingenuity of humanity. At this moment, countless specters, once drifting through the air, were being relentlessly hunted down by human special forces. Adolf had no further recourse. His defeat was all but sealed. In agony, he clutched his head, unable to accept this harsh reality. He had exhausted every means at his disposal, deploying the finest evolutionary resources to create the octopus behemoths impervious to missiles. Yet, to his astonishment, the 0.7 civilization of humanity had developed rudimentary energy weapons. With a single blast from an energy cannon, the once indomitable octopus monstrosity was pierced and sent to the depths of the sea. He had resorted to the most brutal methods, conjuring countless phantoms that defied barriers and kinetic attacks. However, the humans had countered with plasma weapons capable of dispersing these specters. The human special forces, equipped with plasma armaments, responded with remarkable agility and coordination, rendering the Spectral Legion incapable of approaching them, let alone penetrating their defenses to wreak havoc. Now his forces lay in tatters, and the Spectral Legion was nearly extinct. He had envisioned countless times the moment he would counterattack the human stronghold, 9 continents, where the humans would become prey to the beastmen, and the human Emperor Jiang Yu would beg for mercy. Yet, it was the humans who initiated the counteroffensive. A million-strong army surging across the vast ocean, unstoppable and invincible. Even the last resort of his Spectral Legion could not hold them back. Adolf could not accept such a conclusion, nor was he willing to acknowledge his own failure. In a fit of madness, he activated the main communication channel of the higher dimensional world, continuing to provoke Jiang Yu. To his surprise, as soon as the message was dispatched, Jiang Yu's voice resonated from outside the Beast Emperor's temple. "Adolf, do not struggle any longer." Adolf sprang to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief as he turned toward the entrance of the temple. He had never imagined that the human Emperor Jiang Yu would dare to approach the Beast Emperor's sanctum personally. Moments later, the heavy doors of the temple swung open. Jiang Yu, hands clasped behind his back, strode into the hall with an air of serenity, addressing Adolf, who hailed from the same higher dimensional realm. "With indifference, let us discuss matters face to face." The sudden appearance of Jiang Yu rendered Adolf incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Behind Jiang Yu, a battalion of fully armed special forces stormed in. These soldiers gazed at Adolf with disdain, even mocking him. Is this the Beast Emperor? Indeed, he possesses a grotesque visage. Hideously ugly. Only such a monstrosity would associate with repugnant beings. The Beast Emperor's temple has surprisingly become the breeding ground for a quantum-congealed biological army. His Majesty the Human Emperor truly foresaw this, knowing that the Beast Emperor was lurking here. Beast Emperor, you are encircled by us. Why not kneel and plead for mercy before His Majesty the Human Emperor? Fury surged within Adolf, nearly causing him to spit blood. As a being from a higher dimensional world, he could hardly tolerate such scorn and derision from mere mortals. Anger ignited in his heart, and he resolved to annihilate these insignificant humans. Leave the Beast Emperor to me. You all attend to your tasks, Jiang Yu instructed Colonel Chen. Yes, Your Majesty, Colonel Chen replied with a salute, then disregarded the Beast Emperor, directing the special forces to set up a series of timed explosives, evidently intending to reduce the Beast Emperor's temple to ruins. Adolf's rage intensified. He could endure the insults and contempt no longer, but the thought of his temple being destroyed was intolerable. In an instant, he rose, his wings unfurling as he surged towards one of the special forces soldiers with the speed of lightning. Each soldier present was a super soldier, enhanced with gene serums for strength and speed. Yet, none could react in time to Adolf's sudden onslaught. Just as the soldier was about to be struck down by the Beast Emperor, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone in shock. At the very moment Adolf was about to land a devastating blow on the soldier, his body was inexplicably repelled, as if a heavy weight had pressed down on a spring, sending him hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the Beast Emperor's throne. The atmosphere fell silent. All eyes widened in disbelief, jaws dropping in astonishment. No one comprehended what had transpired, only witnessing Jiang Yu standing protectively in front of the soldier. The soldier, who had mentally prepared for sacrifice, was now astounded. He was alive, saved by His Majesty the Human Emperor. What an immense honor. Jiang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, Adolf, your opponent is me, Jiang Yu, the Human Emperor. It was only at this moment that everyone realized the truth. The Beast Emperor had been repelled by Jiang Yu. Yet, no one, not even Adolf, could discern how Jiang Yu had executed such a maneuver. How is this possible? Adolf's face was etched with disbelief. Although Jiang Yu was the Human Emperor, he remained a member of the human race. Despite being a higher dimensional being, since ascending to the throne, he had become no different from ordinary humans, aside from his extended lifespan and the protection of supreme laws. However, Adolf, having undergone super-evolution, was stronger than any beast. Yet he had been sent flying several meters by the Human Emperor. Pain surged through his abdomen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Colonel Chen and his elite special forces could not suppress the swallow of their throats. They were taken aback by the overwhelming power of their emperor. Adolf, Jiang Yu declared, let us settle this today. Your Beastkin have been utterly vanquished by my human race. It is now time for the Emperor of Humanity to confront the Emperor of Beasts. I shall ensure your defeat is both profound and undeniable. His tone was calm, yet he exuded an unparalleled majesty that compelled all present, including the super soldiers, to feel an urge to kneel in reverence. Even Adolf sensed the formidable pressure radiating from Emperor Jiang Yu. You believe yourself worthy to battle me? He scoffed. The truth of the Beastkin's defeat at the hands of humanity was indisputable, leaving Adolf at a loss for words. Yet, the notion of the Beast Emperor Adolf conceding to the Human Emperor Jiang Yu was utterly inconceivable. Rising from the shattered remnants of his chair, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with crimson fury, veins bulging, he was a volcano of pent-up resentment and rage, poised to unleash a cataclysmic force that could obliterate the world. Chapter 070. The Fortunes of the Technological Human Race. One as the Beast Emperor, Adolf orchestrated a grand evolution for his kind, ensuring that he would not be rendered weak himself. Presently, Adolf boasted the formidable physique of an octopod beast, the aerial prowess of a pterosaur, and the agility of a bone-devouring six-legged creature. Conventional weaponry posed no threat to him. Even mushroom bombs would struggle to bring him down, while electromagnetic pulse cannons could hardly hope to target him with precision. It could be asserted that, even if the entire human army laid an intricate snare, they would find themselves utterly powerless against Adolf, a being of such overwhelming strength, a lofty beast emperor, a noble entity of a higher dimension. How could he tolerate such affronts and disdain from mere mortals? The recent ambush by Jiang Yu had caught him completely off guard. He was aware of Jiang Yu's evolution into a potent super soldier and, as the Human Emperor, he had undoubtedly fortified himself as well. However, he had not anticipated the swiftness and sheer force of Jiang Yu. This momentary lapse allowed Jiang Yu to launch a surprise attack, leaving him with minor injuries. Yet, these injuries were insignificant to him. Rather, they ignited the tempestuous fury that had been simmering within. Today, All beings who dared to trespass into the Beast Emperor's sacred sanctuary would meet their demise, including the human emperor, Jiang Yu. Adolf's rage reached a crescendo, and the immense pressure he exerted caused the Special Forces soldiers to pale in fear. Their concern did not stem from their own safety, but from the potential harm that could befall His Majesty, the human emperor. Colonel Chun had previously assured Commander-in-Chief Deng Jianjun that if a single hair on His Majesty's head was harmed, he would present his own head in penance. Yet now, faced with the terrifying aura of the Beast Emperor, he and his subordinates found themselves immobilized, powerless to intervene as the Beast Emperor gathered his formidable power to launch a fierce assault on the human emperor. With a swift motion, Adolf bent his knees and propelled himself like a bolt of lightning towards Jiang Yu. "Your Majesty, be careful," Colonel Chun shouted in alarm. The other Special Forces soldiers were equally distressed. However, in the next moment, they witnessed a miraculous scene unfold. Upon colliding with the human emperor, the Beast Emperor was instantaneously repelled, soaring backward like a bullet, his speed surpassing that of his initial charge. Not only did Adolf shatter his imperial throne, but he was also embedded into the stone wall, falling heavily to the ground as debris cascaded around him. Turning their gaze to Jiang Yu, they saw him standing resolutely, arms behind his back, surveying the world with an air of arrogance. Colonel Chun and his subordinates were left in a state of astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. They had never fathomed that the human emperor could wield such terrifying power. What none of them realized was that Jiang Yu had successfully assimilated the perfect genes of the grass worm. The grass worm possessed remarkable resilience and tenacity. Capable of enduring extreme temperatures and cosmic radiation, gamma rays could not extinguish its life. It could survive in the vacuum of space without any protective measures. Furthermore, the grass worm represented the ideal amalgamation of strength and speed, able to propel itself with a force equivalent to 1/800 times its own weight, far surpassing an ant. Its movement speed reached an astonishing 0.6 meters per second, outpacing a cheetah by countless magnitudes. To comprehend the minute size of grass nematodes, which range from a mere 50 micrometers to 1 millimeter, one must observe them under a microscope. When the capabilities of such diminutive organisms are projected onto the towering figure of Jiang Yu, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, one can only imagine the sheer terror of his strength and speed. Even in a higher dimensional realm, grass nematodes stand as exquisite beings, incomparable to the strongest creature of Blue Star, the tardigrade. Jiang Yu has perfectly assimilated all the abilities of the grass nematode. It is nearly impossible not to be formidable, which is the very foundation of his audacity in confronting Adolf. How could this be? After a considerable time, Adolf, collapsed among the rubble, emitted a voice of disbelief. Struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he appeared utterly defeated, clearly suffering grave injuries. He could not fathom how a seemingly frail human body could transform into such a powerhouse. "Adolf, you have lost," Jiang Yu stated with an air of indifference. "I wish to know how you achieved this," Adolf asked with great difficulty. This simple inquiry encapsulated a multitude of his doubts and incredulities. How could Jiang Yu have propelled the technological human race from a mere level 0.2 civilization to a level 0.7 civilization in less than a century? Although Jiang Yu had chosen the technological human race, his very form was that of a human. How could he evolve to be even more formidable than the Beast Emperor? Such considerations, however, were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had lost. If you admit your defeat voluntarily, you may return to the higher dimensional world with dignity, Jiang Yu reiterated. He could not possibly divulge to Adolf the existence of his transdimensional technological system. Meanwhile, Colonel Chun had already orchestrated his subordinates to fill the Beast Emperor's temple with explosives. At Jiang Yu's command, the temple would be reduced to mere ruins. Even the teleportation portal within would be obliterated. Although Adolf's spirit could still return to the higher dimensional realm and resurrect there, his physical form would be irretrievably lost, a profound humiliation for any planetary lord. Jiang Yu did not wish to be so ruthless, considering they had both graduated from the same planetary lord academy and had shared decades as classmates. There were no deep-seated animosities between Jiang Yu and Adolf. This was merely the outcome of normal competition among planetary lords. Jiang Yu triumphed, while Adolf faced defeat, nothing more. "I have not lost. I cannot lose to you," Adolf was unable to accept such a conclusion and would never acknowledge his defeat. Jiang Yu shook his head. In that case, there was no need for further discourse. Observing Colonel Qin directing his men to finalize the installation of explosives, he turned and exited the Beast Emperor's temple. Just before passing through the grand doors, Jiang Yu cast one last glance at Adolf, who sat vacantly amid the rubble, his gaze distant and unresponsive. With a sigh, Jiang Yu departed the temple with a sense of tranquility. Not far away, a helicopter awaited him. After boarding and shortly after their departure, a series of explosive detonations resonated from behind as the Grand Beast Emperor's temple was reduced to a chaotic heap of debris. In that instant, Jiang Yu's mind was filled with the announcement from the Planetary Lord Academy in the higher dimensional world. Determination, Planetary Lord Adolf has been defeated. Immediately return to the higher dimensional world and reclaim the supreme authority of the planet. Jiang Yu, do not be so complacent. The furious and resentful roar of Adolf echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Determination, Planet Master Jiang Yu has triumphed in the competition. Please continue to strive. Congratulations to Planet Master Jiang Yu for receiving rewards from the higher dimensional world. Technological luck of the human race won. Jiang Yu paid no heed to Adolf's bitterness and threats. The results of the Planet Master Academy's assessment had been released. Adolf's resentment and fury were of no consequence. The Beast Emperor Adolf had been defeated, while the human Emperor Jiang Yu emerged victorious. The technological human race was destined to become the sole ruler of Blue Star. Furthermore, Jiang Yu had received an additional reward, technological luck of the human race won. This luck, intangible and elusive, held a profound significance. Jiang Yu understood that luck was something coveted by all planet masters. There were numerous ways to attain luck, such as advancing one's civilization. However, the most straightforward means of acquiring luck was to vanquish other planet masters. Chapter 071. Advancing towards the interstellar era, Jiang Yu not only garnered the fortune of the technological human race, but also received the rewards from the superdimensional technology system. He acquired over 2,000 technology points, and with the additional 1,000 points from upgrading to a level 0.7 civilization, his total reached over 3,000 points. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu upgraded the civilization mall's level, prompting an immediate system notification. Beep. Consumed 200 technology points. Upgraded level 0.7 civilization mall to level 1 civilization mall. Upon the elevation of the civilization mall, all products within the level 1 civilization mall transformed into selectable red items. Jiang Yu eagerly explored the offerings of the level 1 civilization mall, keen to discover the technological advancements it housed. After all, prior to his arrival in this realm, Earth had only reached a level 0.7 civilization. Though Jiang Yu had spent decades studying at the Planetary Master Academy and graduated with exemplary results, the majority of his education consisted of theoretical knowledge, encompassing a vast array of subjects without depth. In contrast, the items within the superdimensional technology system were concrete technological data specifically suited for the development of the human race. He encountered technological information on fusion reactors, fusion engines, electromagnetic pulse cannons, anti-gravity technology, and interstellar spacecraft manufacturing. The level 1 civilization technology did not far exceed Jiang Yu's understanding. By implementing these technologies, the technological human race could be propelled into the interstellar civilization era. Moreover, these technological documents were largely complementary, interconnected, and often indispensable. For instance, manufacturing interstellar spacecraft necessitated fusion engines and anti-gravity technology. Fusion engines would provide formidable power to these vessels, while anti-gravity technology would mitigate the constraints of planetary gravity, facilitating their departure from celestial bodies. Similarly, energy weapons such as the electromagnetic pulse cannon could not function without the robust energy supplied by fusion reactors. Although the human race had already developed electromagnetic pulse cannons, their effectiveness was limited by the low efficiency of chemical energy, rendering them relatively weak. With fusion energy, the power of the electromagnetic pulse cannon could be amplified by at least 100-fold, capable of penetrating a mountain with ease. In addition to core technological materials, resources related to materials science and computer technology were equally crucial for the advancement of the technological human race. However, Jiang Yu possessed a limited number of technology points, making it impossible to redeem all the technological data available in the Level 1 Civilization Mall. Thus, he could only select a portion of the essential technological materials to transform into tangible assets. Simultaneously, he aimed to derive further related technologies based on these foundational materials, guiding the technological human race towards Level 1 civilization and the interstellar epoch. With the superdimensional technology system and the unwavering collaboration of the entire human race, it could be said that the progression of human civilization faced little to no bottlenecks. In the past century, the technological human race had experienced unprecedented growth, establishing a solid foundation in technology, industry, and manufacturing. Although it would not be overly challenging for Jiang Yu to materialize the selected technological data, such an endeavor would require substantial time and the collective effort of the entire human race to accomplish. With this in mind, Jiang Yu promptly departed from the American continent, returning to the human race's stronghold in the 9 continents. Here, the Supreme Commander Deng Jianjun and Navy Commander Qi Minghai are in charge, leaving no concerns for Jiang Yu. The Beast Emperor Adolf has been defeated, stripped of his planetary sovereignty, and sent back to the higher dimensional world. The remaining beast tribes are hardly a cause for concern. Their complete annihilation by the formidable human soldiers is merely a matter of time. Jiang Yu is still on his way back to the human stronghold of Jiuzhou. The news of the human emperor's victory over the beast emperor and the triumph of the human race has already spread. At this moment, the entire Jiuzhou and the continent of Xinzu are ablaze with excitement. Nearly a century ago, the human race was on the verge of extinction at the hands of the beast tribes. In that critical hour, the great human emperor descended, transforming the human race from the age of cold weapons to that of hot weapons in just 50 years. He repelled the invading beast army and subsequently eradicated the beast tribes on the continents of Jiuzhou and Xinzu. Over the course of an additional 40 years, he elevated the human civilization from a 0.5 level to a 0.7 level. The human emperor led a formidable navy and 1 million soldiers to launch a grand offensive against the beast stronghold in the Americas. The defeat of the beast emperor by the human emperor heralds the imminent obliteration of the beast tribes. The technological human race is destined to become the sole sovereign of the Blue Star, leaving the beast tribes with no hope of resurgence. All of this is attributed to the greatness of the human emperor. Without him, the human race would not enjoy its present glory. Human Emperor Jiang Yu has truly become the deity of the human race. The cheers of "Long Live the Human Emperor" echo throughout every corner of the human territory. Sacred statues of Emperor Jiang Yu have been erected everywhere, and the human emperor's temple is filled daily with people coming to pay their respects. Although Jiang Yu has repeatedly requested to refrain from excessive personal worship, the human race heeds his every word except in this regard, which remains unabated. Jiang Yu, feeling helpless, gradually ceased to concern himself with it. Upon returning to Jiuzhou and the imperial capital, he rejected the idea of a grand victory banquet and immediately convened military and political officials, as well as scientists from various research projects. At the meeting, Jiang Yu stated candidly, "The human race has defeated the beast tribes and will become the sole master of the Blue Star. However, this is merely the beginning for us. Our ambitions should not be confined to our home planet, but should extend to the stars and the sea." After nearly a century of effort, the technological human race has fully entered the era of 0.7 level civilization, and our next objective is the 1.0 level civilization. I possess a wealth of research materials on 1.0 level technology, and it is imperative that our scientists thoroughly comprehend these technologies and transform them into tangible results. Fusion reactors, fusion engines, complete electromagnetic pulse cannons, anti-gravity technology, interstellar spacecraft technology, and more require the collective effort of all humanity to realize. Listening to Jiang Yu's address, all attendees were instantly overcome with excitement, trembling with anticipation, especially the scientists, whose eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. The human emperor has brought countless technological advancements to the human race, paving the way for today's achievements. Now, the human emperor calls upon the human race to gaze toward the stars and the sea, providing the means to achieve these lofty goals. All present seemed to have witnessed the spectacle of humanity stepping into the cosmos, traversing the Alpha Galaxy. The Minister of Technology was the first to rise, trembling as he bowed deeply to Emperor Jiang Yu, before stating, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, all scientists and researchers are wholly committed to this endeavor." Similarly, Governor Zhu Luo also stood, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement as she declared, "The heads of government departments will undoubtedly supervise their respective sectors, ensuring full cooperation with the research initiatives of the various academies." In nearly a century of development, humanity has established complete industrial chains for every technology. From research and development to manufacturing, from scientists to ordinary workers, everyone has been diligently executing their directives, with no one daring to show even the slightest negligence. Jiang Yu firmly believed that with the collective effort and collaboration of all humanity, transforming the technologies exchanged within the hyperdimensional system into tangible forms would not pose a challenge. It would not be long before he could lead humanity into the interstellar age. Chapter 072, Nuclear Fusion and Anti-Gravity. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Jiang Yu's directives were disseminated without delay. It was unnecessary for him to personally oversee the execution of specific arrangements. Instead, Jiang Yu's primary task was to assist scientists in thoroughly comprehending the technological materials he had provided. Subsequently, they would apply and derive these technologies to fabricate various equipment, thus propelling humanity into the realm of Level 1 civilization. Jiang Yu first visited the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, focusing on the study of nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is regarded as the hallmark of a Level 1 civilization and serves as the foundation for other technological innovations. Without nuclear fusion energy, concepts such as fusion engines, electromagnetic pulse cannons, and interstellar spacecraft remain mere illusions. The Nuclear Energy Research Institute has not only developed mushroom clouds and hydrogen bombs, but has also applied nuclear energy to civilian power generation. It is fair to say that the Institute possesses a commendable capability for researching nuclear fusion reactors. What they lacked was a clear scientific direction, and the provision of research materials would be even more beneficial. Jiang Yu not only illuminated their path, but also furnished them with essential research documents. Nuclear fusion refers to the process in which two lighter atomic nuclei combine to form a heavier nucleus under conditions of high temperature, high pressure, and high density. This reaction releases immense energy, surpassing that generated by nuclear fission. The raw materials for nuclear fusion are, in fact, readily accessible. For instance, deuterium is abundantly found in seawater, while tritium can be produced through reactions between lithium and neutrons. Elements such as hydrogen and helium are ubiquitous in the cosmos and can be converted into nuclear fusion fuel. Thus, nuclear fusion fuel is inexhaustible throughout the universe, available in as much quantity as one desires. Jiang Yu divided the research personnel at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute into several small groups and entrusted them with familiar technologies. He encouraged them to delve deeply into these technologies and conduct their own research. Should they encounter perplexities or insurmountable challenges, they were welcome to consult them. Jiang Yu sought to cultivate a cadre of independent researchers, rather than a group that merely followed his instructions step by step. Nuclear fusion energy constitutes the bedrock of a Level 1 civilization. With nuclear fusion energy, interstellar spacecraft can be propelled. With nuclear fusion energy, more potent energy weapons can be manufactured. Therefore, the research projects undertaken by the Institute are pivotal to determining whether humanity can ascend to Level 1 civilization. Jiang Yu consistently reminded all researchers of the paramount importance of nuclear fusion energy, setting aside the incredible power that nuclear fusion can deliver to interstellar spacecraft and the astonishing speeds it can achieve in the vast cosmos. The sheer force unleashed by the rapid release of energy from nuclear fusion far exceeds that of existing weaponry. As humanity embarks upon the interstellar age, intersections and even conflicts with other civilizations are inevitable. Without formidable weaponry, even the most advanced technologies render humanity vulnerable. Jiang Yu firmly believed that energy weapons represent the most promising frontier in the evolution of military armaments. Under his encouragement, all researchers unleashed their utmost enthusiasm. their lives returned to a rhythm of relentless dedication, where research became their singular focus. Devoid of any leisure time, even during meals, one could be seen poring over a plethora of documents. This once again revealed to Jiang Yu the frenzied nature of human scientists when engrossed in their work. Despite Jiang Yu's insistence on their need for proper rest, they feigned compliance, neglecting both sleep and sustenance. Jiang Yu harbored little concern for their health, as these scholars had all received longevity gene therapies. Each possessed a lifespan of 500 years, with less than a century having elapsed. They remained in their youthful prime. Some even underwent strength or speed gene enhancements, further augmenting their physical prowess. After spending some time at the Nuclear Research Institute, and once the research efforts there had gained momentum, Jiang Yu temporarily departed to the newly established Anti-Gravity Technology Research Institute. The objective was to facilitate the effortless ascent and descent of interstellar spacecraft on various planets. The anti-gravity engine played a crucial role in this endeavor. The complexity of this technology was not in the slightest inferior to that of nuclear fusion projects. Gravitation serves as the foundation of all physics and remains an immutable truth of the universe. On any celestial body, gravity exerts a force on all objects. Any entity possessing density cannot escape the clutches of gravity. Yet, to rely on technology to transcend the influence of gravity is a formidable challenge. Even with mature technological support, the realization of such advancements is no simple feat. Should humanity master anti-gravity technology, it would herald a revolutionary transformation in science. Upon arriving at the Anti-Gravity Research Institute, Jiang Yu found himself amidst a fervent debate. The gravity on any planet essentially emanates from the gravitational magnetic field generated by immense density. If one could operate unaffected by this gravitational magnetic field, the effect of anti-gravity would be achieved. To realize anti-gravity, it is imperative to approach the problem from two angles: repulsion and the neutralization of the gravitational magnetic field. Repulsion is a force that mutually excludes itself from the magnetic field. When an object exhibits repulsion, it can counteract the magnetic field. However, the methods to neutralize the gravitational magnetic field are considerably more complex, necessitating the development of technologies capable of counteracting this field. Yet, based on our data analysis, it is evident that repulsion cannot be deemed true anti-gravity. It possesses significant limitations. Indeed, our focus must be on researching genuine anti-gravity technology, as repulsion merely represents a pseudo-anti-gravity approach. Jiang Yu did not intrude upon the scientists and researchers engaged in their vigorous discourse, absorbing their discussions attentively. Prior to his crossing over, Jiang Yu had been an eminent scientist on Earth, having previously investigated anti-gravity technology. However, constrained by the technological limitations of Earth, scientists had sought a shortcut through repulsion to achieve anti-gravity. This method, while seemingly clever, could be viewed as self-deception devoid of true significance. Evidently, scholars on Blue Star also entertain the notion of achieving anti-gravity through repulsion. It can be said that the scientific development of humanity, irrespective of the microcosm, shares commonalities. With the anti-gravity technology data provided by Jang Yu, the inhabitants of Blue Star would undoubtedly pursue the path of neutralizing the gravitational magnetic field. Although this approach is more arduous, it embodies the essence of authentic anti-gravity technology. As their discussions progressed, a model of gravitational negation data materialized on the computer screen. Subsequently, a magnetic field domain was calculated, and a series of commands were inputted to refine the gravitational negation data model. It became evident that among this group of scientists, two prodigious minds in the realm of gravitational negation technology had emerged. Under the guidance of these two scientists, a comprehensive gravitational negation data model gradually took shape. Although numerous errors persisted within the model, Jiang Yu chose not to point them out immediately. Instead, he encouraged them to engage in further discussion before addressing the corrections incrementally. Such an approach would foster a deeper understanding of gravitational negation technology, ultimately streamlining the process of developing gravitational negation devices. Jiang Yu aspired to elevate the scientific research capabilities of humanity as a whole, for one individual alone could not accomplish all research endeavors, let alone transform technology into tangible entities. Chapter 073, A talented woman's struggle without rice. Jiang Yu provided the scientists with comprehensive technical documentation. However, the journey from mastering the technology to actual fabrication is fraught with various challenges. It is akin to knowing the correct answer to a problem, yet needing to understand the process of arriving at that solution. A glaring example of this is Jiang Yu's home country, which lagged significantly in lithography technology prior to his arrival. A prominent foreign lithography giant brazenly proclaimed that even if they were given the blueprints, they would still be incapable of producing the machinery. While this assertion may not have been entirely accurate, the inherent difficulties were substantial. The work Jiang Yu undertook involved supplying the relevant departments with technical schematics and assisting them in overcoming hurdles during the manufacturing phase. He began by addressing the issues encountered in the development of nuclear fusion reactors, followed by anti-gravity technology, fusion engines, energy weapons, materials, and computing technologies. In the Aerospace Bureau of Huangjing, the scientists engaged in fervent discussions over the modeling projections on the experimental table. This structure is inadequate. It does not comply with mechanical principles and must reduce air resistance. The material strength of the engine is insufficient. It cannot withstand high-power energy output and requires alternative materials. Furthermore, the power of the anti-gravity device is grossly inadequate. This will lead to instability in the spacecraft. The scientists passionately debated the design blueprints and simulated models. Their faces flushed and voices raised, nearly coming to blows. They aimed to construct a colossal interstellar spacecraft, starting with the smallest village-class vessel. Even the smallest village-class spacecraft far surpassed the dimensions of the current J-16 twin-engine fighter jet. The subsequent township-class, county-class, and even city-class interstellar vessels would be even larger. While the concept of building an interstellar ship may seem straightforward, the execution proved immensely challenging. The recently acquired rocket technology was still a far cry from a true spacecraft. Lacking experience in this domain, they could only persistently experiment and resolve issues through computer simulations. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. They faced unprecedented difficulties, particularly concerning materials. At that moment, Jiang Yu entered the room. The laboratory fell silent, and all eyes turned to him, their expressions shifting to one of reverence. "Your Majesty." The assembled scientists greeted him, their faces reflecting genuine respect. The achievements of the scientists present were remarkable. They had developed rocket technology from scratch and successfully launched satellites into space. Yet, they were keenly aware that, regardless of their brilliance, they paled in comparison to the Emperor. Any technology Jiang Yu presented was beyond their reach, and their accomplishments were built upon the foundation he provided. Without His Majesty, they would not only have failed to achieve these milestones but would also have been lost regarding their direction. Simultaneously, they felt a surge of excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. They had encountered challenges, but with the Emperor's presence, they believed that any problem could be resolved. "What issues have you encountered?" Jiang Yu inquired straightforwardly after acknowledging them with a nod. "Your Majesty, we possess little experience in the design and development of interstellar spacecraft. During the design process, we have encountered numerous performance deficiencies that fail to meet fundamental requirements. Many technical challenges remain insurmountable, particularly concerning materials." The director of the Space Administration's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded. "It was well known that Your Majesty tirelessly traverses various research institutions daily, assisting them in resolving an array of issues, exerting more effort than any of them could fathom. Yet, Your Majesty operates like an indefatigable machine, moving between research units. While they, despite having been provided with comprehensive technical documentation, are still unable to construct even the smallest interstellar vessel." Jiang Yu nodded, signaling the director to continue, who, bolstered by courage, stated, "Our existing materials are inadequate for the construction of interstellar spacecraft. The current technological conditions render the development of new building materials exceedingly difficult. The material strength is insufficient, and many technical aspects cannot be advanced further." Jiang Yu fell into contemplation. Indeed, the material technology of humanity is woefully inadequate. This was an oversight he had neglected to address seriously. The interstellar spacecraft project is presently stalled at the fundamental materials level. Developing new materials in the short term appears unrealistic. Have we experimented with carbon nanotube materials? Jiang Yu inquired. Carbon nanotube materials exhibit remarkable properties in terms of toughness, strength, and high-temperature resistance. However, they lack sufficient protection against cosmic radiation, failing to safeguard astronauts and electronic equipment within the spacecraft. He added, "These conclusions are drawn from our extensive experiments. We require more advanced materials." Another scientist retrieved experimental data, stating, "Your Majesty, these are the results of repeated experiments. The sole deficiency of carbon nanotube materials is their inability to withstand cosmic radiation, rendering them unsuitable for the construction of interstellar spacecraft. Indeed, carbon nanotube materials represent the pinnacle of our current technological advancements in fundamental materials." Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had completely overlooked the issue of cosmic radiation resistance. Approaching the computer, he accessed the materials database, immediately identifying over 3,000 types of aerospace materials, yet none met the standards for interstellar spacecraft. Lacking suitable materials, he could only attempt to create alloys. Jiang Yu then displayed atomic structure diagrams of various metals, titanium alloy, molybdenum, chromium, solid hydrogen, among others. Populating the large screen with atomic structures, his task was to proportionally combine and synthesize new atomic structures from these elements. Subsequently, experiments would be conducted to identify novel alloy materials suitable for interstellar spacecraft construction. Undoubtedly, this process was tedious and monotonous, yet the tedium was only part of the challenge. As Jiang Yu delved deeper, he uncovered a most alarming issue. The metallic elements of Blue Star were astonishingly scarce. With each viable material synthesis, he found himself lacking one or even several critical elements. This revelation left Jiang Yu astounded. The environment and quality of Blue Star bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth prior to his transmigration. However, the metallic elements were notably fewer by dozens compared to their earthly counterparts. This indicated that crafting more advanced foundational materials on Blue Star would prove to be significantly more challenging than it had been on Earth before his journey. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu immersed himself in the foundational materials laboratory, experimenting with various atomic structures of metals. He tirelessly adjusted the ratios in pursuit of a novel metallic substance suitable for constructing interstellar spacecraft. Yet, the outcomes were disheartening. Scarcely any met his stringent criteria. Even those that did came with exorbitant production costs. In essence, the vast majority of metals on Blue Star were inadequate for use as building materials for interstellar vessels. This left Jiang Yu with a profound sense of helplessness, akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Chapter 074. Discovery of a small asteroid. Although the metallic elements on Blue Star are considerably scarcer than those on Earth prior to my arrival, Jiang Yu remains resolute in his pursuit of suitable materials for the construction of interstellar spacecraft. Materials serve as the foundation. Without basic resources, the notion of interstellar civilization becomes a mere fantasy. Ultimately, Jiang Yu successfully synthesized a nickel-titanium alloy through the precise fusion of nickel and titanium in specific proportions. This alloy exhibits commendable attributes, boasting exceptional strength and radiation resistance, making it well suited for the construction of interstellar vessels. However, despite its merits, the scarcity of nickel-titanium alloy on Blue Star is disheartening, particularly the nickel, which is valued almost by the gram. Is the nickel-titanium alloy the only option? Are there truly no alternatives? Jiang Yu murmurs to himself, grappling with a sense of frustration. He continues to scour the metallic repository of Blue Star. Yet the results only deepen his disappointment, even leading him to despair. Aside from the nickel-titanium alloy, he has managed to synthesize several other promising alloys, but alas, the availability of these metallic elements is woefully inadequate. Utilizing all of these metals from the entirety of Blue Star would yield but a handful of spacecraft, let alone a formidable fleet composed of interstellar vessels from villages, towns, and counties. Jiang Yu refrains from disclosing this disheartening conclusion to the scientists, fearing it might dampen their fervor for research. With remarkable tenacity and a wealth of knowledge, he perseveres in his quest for foundational materials. However, as the days pass, his feelings of despair intensify. Could it truly be that the constraints of material resources prevent humanity from stepping into the interstellar age? Jiang Yu is convinced that Blue Star must harbor the necessary materials for constructing interstellar spacecraft. They simply remain undiscovered. Yet, the pressing issue is that he lacks the time and patience to remain ensnared by the challenge of foundational materials, an endeavor deemed exceedingly unproductive. Perhaps the fatigue of recent times has clouded my thinking. With a deep sigh, Jiang Yu resolves to momentarily relax his taut nerves. As an eminent scientist before his arrival and a higher dimensional being afterward, he is also a possessor of a system. Jiang Yu firmly believes that in scientific research, sometimes a single spark of inspiration holds more value than 100-fold effort. He rises, stretches his limbs, and approaches the simulated star map of the Alpha Star system. The Alpha Star, the sun of this system, shines with a dazzling brilliance. 3 terrestrial planets and 2 gaseous planets orbit around Alpha Star. Following the conventions of his previous life, he names the other 4 planets Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Between Mars and Jupiter lies a dense asteroid belt, while the outer reaches of Saturn encompass the Oort cloud region. Jiang Yu is confident that the other planets and asteroids within the Alpha Star system contain all the metallic elements he requires. Yet, the conundrum lies in the fact that he cannot even construct a single spacecraft capable of interplanetary travel. How, then, could he possibly procure the metallic elements he needs from other planets and asteroids? At that moment, a fleeting glimmer appears on the star map of the Alpha Star system, capturing Jiang Yu's attention. He hurriedly zooms in on the area where the light had flashed. Unbeknownst to him, the sight before Jiang Yu was utterly startling. He beheld a luminous object hurtling towards the blue star. An asteroid poised to collide with the blue star? A foreboding sensation gripped him. Although the blue star, akin to Earth before his transference, possessed a singular moon, this celestial body similarly presented one face to the blue star while eternally concealing the other. Jiang Yu referred to this moon as the Luna. Much like Earth's own moon, it had undoubtedly intercepted countless asteroids that threatened to impact the blue star. Yet, Jiang Yu swiftly conducted a rough calculation, concluding that this particular asteroid would not be intercepted by Luna and bore a significant probability of striking the blue star. A chill of dread enveloped him. He was acutely aware of the terrifying ramifications that an asteroid collision with the blue star could entail. Summoned the director and the scientists. Jiang Yu commanded his temporary assistant without hesitation. The assistant, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly sought out the scientists. Shortly thereafter, a procession of scientists arrived at Jiang Yu's laboratory. "Your Imperial Majesty, what brings us to your summons?" inquired the director of the Space Administration with utmost respect. The other scientists, too, gazed at Jiang Yu with eager anticipation. Could it be that His Imperial Majesty had discovered materials for constructing interstellar spacecraft? To their astonishment, Jiang Yu pointed to a faintly glowing dot on the star map and declared, "An asteroid may be on a collision course with our planet. I require you to observe and calculate its trajectory, size, and the probability of impact with the blue star immediately." Upon hearing this, the scientists were struck dumb. As they understood the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yu spoke of an asteroid, not a mere meteorite. The implications were clear to them. Without a moment's hesitation, they contacted the heads of the departments of astronomy, mathematics, physics, and supercomputing. The departments sprang into action, and indeed, they observed an asteroid barreling towards the vicinity of the blue star. They commenced their observations, calculating the trajectory, size, and likelihood of impact. Their extraordinary efficiency led them to a swift conclusion. The director of the Space Administration reported back to Jiang Yu, "Your Imperial Majesty, after analyzing the asteroid's trajectory, velocity, and position, we have determined that while the asteroid will not collide with the blue star, it will pass perilously close. This asteroid has been en route towards the blue star for 6 years and is nearing its vicinity." Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yu felt a modicum of relief. Should an asteroid collide with the blue star, irrespective of its size, the current technological capabilities of the blue star were insufficient to avert such a disaster. Another scientist added, "Your Imperial Majesty, we have also discovered that this asteroid is rich in minerals and rare metals. It measures 13,200 meters in length and 98,060 meters in width. roughly the size of a village. As the scientists reported their findings to Jiang Yu, they presented simulation graphics, annotating the asteroid's entry into the Alpha Star system, its velocity, proximity to the blue star, and the precise moment it would narrowly bypass the blue star. Jiang Yu gazed at the simulated star map, listening intently to the scientist's reports. His eyes brightened, particularly upon observing the array of minerals and elements contained within the asteroid. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "If we can capture this asteroid, we could procure the metallic materials necessary for constructing interstellar spacecraft." The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback. Could they have heard correctly? Capturing an asteroid? The director of the Space Administration, after recovering from his astonishment, questioned, "Your Majesty, with our current technology, how could we possibly capture an asteroid?" Jiang Yu shook his head, his voice resolute as he replied, "We must devise a way to seize it. This is our only opportunity to forge a county-level spacecraft. In 2 months, this asteroid will pass near Blue Star. If we miss this chance, our interstellar ambitions will come to a halt." Chapter 075, The Asteroid Capture Initiative. Jiang Yu's words left the assembled scientists utterly speechless. Such an endeavor seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the mere presence of the Emperor instilled a sense of boundless possibility. Soon, the faces of the scientists began to reflect an eager anticipation, for they were acutely aware of the abundant minerals and rare metals that lay within the asteroid. To forego this opportunity would mean returning to the arduous task of researching new materials, an endeavor whose timeline remained uncertain. Rather than languishing in wait, they resolved to seize the moment. "We cannot afford to delay humanity's foray into the interstellar era for yet another decade, or even several decades due to material constraints." The scientists unanimously expressed their agreement. None wished to hinder the progress of humankind toward the stars. "Excellent. Let us convene a meeting immediately to discuss the strategy for capturing this asteroid," Jiang Yu commanded, instructing the head of the space agency accordingly. In response to Jiang Yu's directive, key officials and scientists swiftly gathered. Even the chief executive, Zhu Luoyu, and the Minister of Military Affairs, Su Wanjun, astonished by the gravity of the situation, joined the discussion. What the emperor wished to accomplish required unwavering support, both in manpower and resources, without any conditions. Capturing an asteroid represented humanity's first monumental venture into the cosmos, and the challenges were self-evident. However, the greatest challenge lay in acquiring the materials necessary for constructing interstellar vessels, an endeavor that must be undertaken. In the conference room of the space agency, the director began. "According to our calculations, the asteroid will reach Blue Star in 61 days. It will then skim the atmosphere at the second cosmic velocity. The asteroid will only linger near the atmosphere for a mere 10 minutes. We must capture it within this window, or the opportunity will be lost forever. The Emperor has called upon all present to unite in this historic undertaking that will surely be etched into the annals of humanity. Now, I invite any proposals for capturing the asteroid. Let us discuss and refine them," he continued. Although Jiang Yu had already formulated a plan, he was eager to hear the insights of others. After all, diverse perspectives foster clarity, and individuals' thinking is inherently limited. And perhaps the scientist could propose a more effective strategy. A hushed murmur filled the room as discussions commenced. Moments later, a military scientist spoke up. "Our space-based satellites could be equipped with electromagnetic pulse cannons, capable of deploying mushroom bombs. We could launch several of these satellites to incapacitate the asteroid." The room fell silent. And another scientist retorted sharply, "We need the minerals and rare metals from the asteroid. If you shatter it, what good will it be to us? Moreover, fragments raining down would spell disaster." The military scientist clarified, "I did not suggest we obliterate the asteroid. My intention is to utilize the shockwave from the mushroom bomb's explosion to alter its trajectory, compelling it to enter Blue Star's gravitational field, thereby allowing it to traverse the atmosphere and land upon our planet." Another scientist promptly expressed dissent. "I believe this plan is somewhat flawed. Even a small asteroid, no larger than a modest village, possesses immense kinetic energy upon descent. Once it strikes the surface, it will inflict irreparable devastation upon our blue planet." His words cast a heavy silence over the assembly. The ramifications of an asteroid collision with Earth are indeed unpredictable. The military scientist continued. We could redirect the asteroid to fall over New Zealand or the Americas. As it descends, we can launch a nuclear device beneath it to utilize the shockwave to slow its descent. Though we cannot completely negate the impact of the asteroid's collision with Earth, the populations of New Zealand and the Americas are relatively sparse. The implication of the military scientist's statement was clear. Regardless of the catastrophic consequences of the asteroid impact or the radiation pollution from the nuclear detonation, as long as it does not occur in heavily populated areas, it is deemed acceptable. After presenting his proposal, the military scientist turned to Jiang Yu and bowed deeply, taking his seat, seemingly indifferent to whether his suggestion would be adopted. Once he finished speaking, an eerie stillness enveloped the conference room. One could hear a pin drop. They understood that this appeared to be the only feasible solution they could conceive at that moment. However, this plan carried significant risks. A minor miscalculation could lead to disastrous outcomes. Although New Zealand and the Americas are not the strongholds of humanity, with the beast races extinguished, the entirety of the blue planet belongs to humankind. They did not wish to witness their territory devastated by an asteroid, potentially affecting the entire continent of 9 continents. In truth, the suggestion put forth by the military scientist mirrored Jiang Yu's envisioned plan. Yet, such a proposal could not be presented by Jiang Yu, the Emperor of Humanity. Should the plan fail, it would endanger the blue planet and humanity itself, undermining the Emperor's prestige in the eyes of all humankind. It was evident that the military scientist had chosen to shoulder the consequences and responsibilities on behalf of the Emperor. Since no one had a better strategy for capturing the asteroid, they resolved to proceed with his suggestion. In executing this plan, meticulous and precise calculations were imperative. Striving to minimize the potential devastation of the asteroid's impact on Earth, time was of the essence. Relevant departments must exert every effort, as this concerns humanity's grand ambition of entering the interstellar age. All attendees rose in unison, bowing in response. Yes, Emperor of Humanity. Following the conclusion of the meeting, all relevant departments immediately mobilized to execute the Emperor's directives. The military and aerospace sectors collaborated closely to launch satellites capable of deploying nuclear devices into the designated orbit. The military transported strategic missiles armed with nuclear warheads to the Americas, as Jiang Yu intended for the asteroid to descend upon the American continent. In the event of an error, should the asteroid or its fragments veer off course and strike the ground, along with the pollution caused by the detonation of the nuclear device, the Americas lie a considerable distance from the ancestral homeland of humanity, the 9 continents, which serves to mitigate the potential dangers posed by the inadvertent capture of asteroids. Numerous scientists have meticulously calculated the velocity of these celestial bodies and the timing of their approach to the blue planet. They have computed the equivalent yield of mushroom bombs necessary to alter the asteroid's trajectories, as well as the precise locations for their descent. Furthermore, they have assessed the optimal launch points for ground-based missiles to minimize the kinetic energy of the falling asteroids. In summary, this represents a monumental endeavor that harnesses the pinnacle of human technological prowess. The initiative to capture asteroids, its intended purpose, and the possible repercussions have not been concealed from the populace. The government has actively disseminated information to all citizens of humanity, assuring them of a live broadcast throughout the process. Upon hearing this news, the public was initially taken aback, only to erupt into exuberant celebration thereafter. This is yet another event destined to be inscribed in the annals of human history, and anticipation fills the hearts of all. Chapter 76. The most dazzling fireworks display under the personal supervision of Jiang Yu and the unwavering cooperation of the relevant departments. The plan to intercept and capture the asteroid is proceeding efficiently and in an orderly manner. 2 months swiftly pass, and all preparations are completed according to Jiang Yu's specifications. In the heart of a vast desert on the American continent, a colossal temporary military base has been established. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to withdraw from this location. The risks are unnecessary. Your safety is infinitely more precious than that of everyone at this base, pleaded the director of the Aerospace Administration, desperation evident in his voice. Today marks the final day for the asteroid capture operation. Although the plan is meticulously crafted, the inherent unpredictability of an asteroid poses significant risks. The higher echelons of the human race were immediately alarmed upon learning that Jiang Yu intended to personally oversee the capture. Officials such as Chancellor Zhu Luoyu and Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun implored the emperor to remain in the imperial capital and await the outcome. Yet, Jiang Yu resolutely refused, insisting on being present at the site. This decision left Commander Deng Jianjun and the director of the Aerospace Administration in a state of distress. Were it not for the emperor's esteemed status, they might have resorted to forcibly removing him from the scene. Though the command center is situated underground, it does not guarantee absolute safety. Should any unforeseen events arise during the capture, vast expanses of land, spanning hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, could be rendered barren. The soldiers and scientists at the base have long prepared themselves for the worst, yet the emperor must remain unharmed. I possess confidence in this plan and in all individuals involved. I believe there will be no oversights, thus there is no need for me to leave. Jiang Yu stated calmly. Deep down, he harbored uncertainties, yet he was not overly concerned. Even if calamity were to strike, his physical resilience would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to claim his life. The success of capturing the asteroid far outweighed the discomfort he might endure. He must elevate the likelihood of success by personally directing the asteroid capture operation. Seeing the emperor's firm resolve, Deng Jianjun and the Aerospace Administration's director dared not press further. They turned to instruct the necessary personnel to finalize preparations and checks. This operation necessitated the collaboration of countless individuals. The military was to bolster security to prevent any remnants of the Beast clans from causing disruption, while scientists and engineers were tasked with ensuring that all systems functioned flawlessly. Before long, the large screen in the control room displayed the asteroid nearing the atmosphere. At that moment, the gaze of the entire human race converged upon this desert in the Americas. Capturing an asteroid is a monumental feat worthy of being inscribed in the annals of human history, and it garners widespread attention. The space-based fire control system unlocked. The missile launch program began its self-check. The asteroid was merely 20 minutes from the first detonation point. The ground-based fire control system also unlocked, and the missile launch silo initiated its self-check in preparation to intercept the asteroid and decelerate its descent. The director of the Aerospace Administration, holding a communicator, relayed commands to the relevant units. Jiang Yu gazed calmly at the screen, where a small asteroid, trailing a long tail of fiery brilliance, hurtled towards the blue planet. Countless human citizens sat enraptured before their televisions, witnessing the extraordinary endeavor to capture the asteroid, their hearts racing with a blend of tension and anticipation. Attention all units. The asteroid is approaching the optimal interception point, rang out the command. The space-based interception system was primed to launch its missiles. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1 launch. At that moment, the missile launching protocol was activated. With the issuance of the launch command, missile after missile was propelled into the cosmos, deftly guided in direction and velocity to intercept the incoming asteroid. Missiles armed with mushroom bombs swiftly approached the asteroid, detonating upon reaching their designated explosion points. Brilliant bursts of light erupted in the vastness of space, altering the asteroid's trajectory under the force of the shockwaves. Each explosion's yield, timing, and impact on the asteroid had been meticulously calculated and simulated by a team of scientists, their precision honed to the finest degree. As the final mushroom bomb detonated, the asteroid's trajectory was finally adjusted to meet the predetermined criteria, radically altering its course as it began its descent into the atmosphere, plummeting towards the Earth. The asteroid had been completely ensnared by the gravitational pull of the blue planet, marking the successful completion of the first phase of the asteroid capture initiative. Yet, no one dared to relax. Instead, the atmosphere grew increasingly grave, with every individual acutely aware of the potential catastrophe ahead. The asteroid was descending at an extraordinary velocity, capable of affecting the movement of tectonic plates. With the first phase accomplished, the second phase was set in motion. The ground-based missile forces initiated their launches as per the established protocol. Upon the command of the director of the space agency, the ground missile teams pressed their launch buttons in succession. Missiles equipped with both mushroom and conventional high-explosive warheads soared into the sky. The mission of the ground-based missile forces was not to capture the asteroid, but to intercept it with utmost vigor, utilizing the shock waves from the explosions to effectively decelerate the rapidly descending asteroid. As missile after missile was launched, they reached their designated altitudes before erupting in a series of intense explosions, casting dazzling light across the night sky. This was the most magnificent and costly firework display in human history, leaving countless spectators in awe. Calculating the asteroid's descent trajectory. Calculating the asteroid's descent velocity. The ground missile teams prepared for a secondary interception. Beads of sweat formed on the director's forehead as he fixed his gaze on the data displayed on the screen. Not daring to blink, he needed to command the missile forces to execute another effective interception based on the displayed data. The asteroid's descent trajectory was. The asteroid's descent velocity was. The fingers of all members of the computing team danced rapidly over their keyboards. Their calculations directly influenced the number of missiles to be launched and the explosive yield required. Although the asteroid's speed had significantly diminished after the previous interception, it remained alarmingly swift. Gazing at the data displayed on the screen, the director of the Space Administration issued a series of commands once more. Missiles, each armed with high explosive warheads, ascended into the sky. Upon reaching their designated detonation points, they erupted violently. The tremendous shockwaves impeded the ferocious descent of the asteroid. The asteroid plummeted at a speed of 800 meters per second, then 600 meters per second, followed by 400 meters per second. As each missile detonated, the monitoring personnel reported a succession of figures. With the asteroid's altitude diminishing, its velocity gradually decreased. The colossal asteroid resembled a monstrous beast from beyond the heavens, roaring as it barreled toward the Earth. Yet, under the onslaught of the explosive shockwaves, it began to lose its momentum. The asteroid was now 500 meters from the ground. 800 meters. 800 meters. Preparing to confront the impending impact. Chapter 077. Progress in Genetic Engineering. A resounding rumble echoed as a small asteroid crashed heavily to the ground, causing the Earth to tremble and clouds of yellow sand to engulf the sky. The impact site was over 100 kilometers from the underground command center. Yet the ferocity of the tremors shook the entire subterranean base. Dust cascaded down, and countless items fell to the ground as many struggled to maintain their balance. The underground control center descended into chaos, with everyone gripped by the panic of an impending apocalypse. Fortunately, the tumult did not last long, and no one was harmed. At that moment, the director of the Aerospace Bureau clung to the control panel to avoid falling. As he gazed at the data on the screen, tears of excitement welled in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he finally shouted with trembling voice, "We have succeeded." Instantaneously, the entire underground control room erupted in exuberant cheers, momentarily forgetting their fatigue and disarray. They celebrated the successful capture of an asteroid, rejoicing for the Emperor and for humanity itself. Only Jiang Yu's calm demeanor set him apart from the fervor surrounding him. He merely smiled slightly, releasing a gentle sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a reporter from the television station broadcasted this monumental achievement to all of humanity. In that moment, the entire race erupted in jubilation, chanting, "Long live humanity! Long live the Emperor!" With their ingenuity and technology, humanity had successfully captured an asteroid. Though it was merely the size of a village, it was still an asteroid. It had merely passed by, yet humanity had seized it. Such a remarkable feat was undeniably exhilarating. The scientists, besides being overwhelmed with joy, felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Capturing this asteroid had come at a significant cost, but the rewards were far greater. The asteroid was rich in minerals and rare metals, its value immeasurable. With this asteroid, humanity could manufacture interstellar vessels at the village, town, and even county levels. At this very moment, under the command of Deng Jianjun, the military swiftly advanced towards the site of the asteroid's impact. Jiang Yu and the scientists also boarded helicopters, escorted by military protection. The first scientists to arrive conducted a thorough examination of the asteroid. The results indicated that the radiation levels were minimal and within human tolerance. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu witnessed the aftermath of the asteroid's violent impact, which had created a massive crater in the desert, with steam still rising from the surface of the celestial body. As the asteroid traversed the atmosphere, friction had melted away a portion of it, yet the majority remained intact. Additionally, the continuous barrage of missiles and the shock waves from the explosions had reduced the asteroid's descent speed, resulting in minimal damage to its structure. The analysis focused on the asteroid's composition, the minerals and rare elements it contained, and the possibility of extraterrestrial life or viruses. Jiang Yu prohibited anyone other than the personnel in protective gear from approaching the site. A few hours later, the inspectors joyfully relayed their findings. No extraterrestrial life or viruses were detected. This was a planet composed entirely of metal. Analysis revealed that the asteroid contained 179 types of metallic elements, accounting for 30. Among them, there were 265 rare metals, comprising 26, and 98 unknown metals, making up 19. Did it contain nickel? Indeed, an estimated 12,000 tons were present. Listening to the inspector's report, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Over 10,000 tons of nickel could be utilized to create various alloys, sufficient to construct dozens of interstellar spacecraft. The greatest challenge that had long plagued humanity in building these vessels had finally been resolved. As long as humanity set foot on other planets and asteroids, the necessary minerals and metallic elements would be virtually inexhaustible. Moreover, this asteroid harbored hundreds of unknown metals. Once scientists studied these unknown substances, advancements in material technology would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. In summary, this asteroid was a magnificent gift bestowed upon humanity by the universe. At that moment, Jang Yu could not help but believe in the concept of fate. Humanity had triumphed over the beast race, earning a point of high-dimensional world fortune as a reward. Initially, Jiang Yu did not regard this seriously, but it was becoming clear how crucial fortune was for a race. Under Jiang Yu's leadership, the conditions for humanity to embark on the path of the stars were now in place. Who would have thought that they would be hindered by the lack of sufficient materials to construct interstellar ships? Just then, a rich asteroid containing essential elements passed by. If this were unrelated to fortune, Jiang Yu found it hard to believe. The asteroid was successfully captured, and the next step was to conduct research and refinement. The development of the interstellar spacecraft was nearly complete, and the various components had begun trial production. With the final challenge resolved, the manufacturing of the spacecraft could no longer be delayed. Jiang Yu returned to the Space Administration, personally overseeing the interstellar exploration research. During the meeting, the director of the Space Administration was the first to speak. Our immediate objective is to land on the moon as swiftly as possible and extract its resources. The moon holds vast quantities of helium-3, which is the most direct fuel for nuclear fusion reactors. Additionally, there are various minerals and rare metals necessary for constructing spacecraft. We plan to establish a permanent base on the moon. However, there are some disputes regarding the construction of an ecosystem. The Life Sciences Institute believes that the creation of an ecosystem can be temporarily set aside, as their gene transfer project has achieved significant progress. Before long, they will be able to conduct gene transfer experiments on tardigrades. Once the tardigrade gene transfer experiment succeeds, astronauts will only require basic life support. Building an overly extensive ecosystem would merely waste resources. Jiang Yu, quite surprised, inquired, "The gene transfer experiment on tardigrades has made such substantial progress?" Over the years, Jiang Yu had been immersed in the research across various departments of the interstellar spacecraft. I have not paid much attention to the research conducted at the Life Sciences Institute. The tardigrade, renowned for its extraordinary resilience, can thrive in extreme temperatures and radiation. If humanity could successfully transfer the genes of the tardigrade, the ecological demands would indeed be minimal. Astronauts who have successfully integrated tardigrade genes would merely require an oxygen tank, rendering spacesuits unnecessary. Consequently, these astronauts would be capable of withstanding the moon's extreme temperature fluctuations and could carry out various tasks on its surface. This, however, remains somewhat unclear to us. The director of the space agency responded, acknowledging his lack of expertise in this area, and thus was unable to address Jiang Yu's inquiries. Moreover, he was overwhelmed with his own responsibilities, leaving him little time to attend to other matters. You may first deliberate on the establishment of a lunar base. I will notify you regarding the construction of the ecological environment at a later time. Jiang Yu concluded as he rose to make his way to the Life Sciences Institute. Chapter 078. The human race's remarkable evolution through the transfer of tardigrade genes. The transfer of the perfect genes from tardigrades is of paramount importance to the development of humanity. It is noteworthy that those who successfully inherit the genes of these remarkable creatures can survive in extreme temperatures exceeding 200 degrees Celsius and plummeting to -100 degrees. They stand undaunted against nuclear radiation, cosmic rays, and even gamma radiation. With such formidable resilience, the technologically advanced humans, upon stepping onto other planets, can navigate environments that are not excessively harsh with ease. This greatly facilitates humanity's quest to explore the cosmos. Consequently, Jiang Yu's emphasis on the transfer of tardigrade genes is rivaled only by the construction of interstellar spacecraft. Jiang Yu arrived at the Life Sciences Institute, where a monumental experiment was about to commence. The subjects of this experiment were super soldiers who had been infused with genes enhancing strength and speed. The director of the institute addressed the dozen super soldiers with solemnity. The upcoming experiment involves the transfer of tardigrade genes. These genes represent the pinnacle of biological perfection on Blue Star. Upon successful transfer, not only will you endure extreme conditions ranging from 200 degrees to -100 degrees, but you will also be impervious to nuclear radiation, cosmic rays, and even gamma radiation. Under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor, we are poised to venture into space and explore the vast universe. Only super soldiers who have inherited the tardigrade genes will be fit to withstand the majority of extreme cosmic environments, contributing to humanity's ascendance into the stars and to the grand endeavor of expanding our species' habitat under His Majesty's guidance. Only those with the strongest bodies and wills can endure this evolution. However, the transfer of tardigrade genes carries inherent risks. If successful, you shall become the most powerful super warriors. If not, you will transform into oversized tardigrades. Upon concluding his remarks, Colonel Chun, the commander of the Special Forces, proclaimed loudly, "Director, let the experiment commence. These individuals are the strongest warriors I have personally selected. They have undergone the most rigorous training and possess the utmost physical and mental fortitude among the Special Forces. They have prepared their last wills, ready to dedicate themselves to the Emperor's great cause." In unison, the super soldiers, enhanced with strength and speed genes, shouted, "Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Observing the resolute gazes and unwavering convictions of the super soldiers, the director of the Life Sciences Institute nodded and solemnly declared, "Let the experiment begin." One super soldier, with unwavering determination, stepped into the laboratory with measured strides, his expression devoid of emotion. He took a seat in a specially designed chair, where the staff secured him firmly and placed the testing instruments against his body. A genetic engineering scientist retrieved a vial of blue serum from a temperature-controlled chamber and inquired, "Are you ready? Bring it on. Once injected, I shall become the strongest being on Blue Star, haha." The super soldier responded fearlessly, even injecting a note of self-deprecating humor. The genetic engineering scientist regarded him with awe. The genetic serum was then injected into the subject's body. Moments later, the veins on the subject's forehead bulged, and his hands, gripping the armrests of the chair, left deep impressions, revealing the excruciating pain he endured. The subject had previously experienced the agonies of the strength and speed gene serum, which were already akin to torture. However, it was evident that the injection of the tardigrade gene serum inflicted even greater torment. Humanity, since the advent of bipedalism, has been evolving naturally, a process spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Yet now, humanity was forcefully accelerating this process through external means, inevitably bearing the corresponding costs and suffering. After a protracted hour, the subject's hands, which had deeply embedded themselves into the metallic chair, gradually loosened. At this juncture, his garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Nevertheless, the staff did not release him, for they still needed to observe and test the subject. As of now, there were no signs indicating that the subject had transformed into a giant tardigrade. This meant that our experiment had succeeded halfway. The director of the Life Sciences Institute murmured while examining the data. On the display screen, The testing data continued to update. The life scientists could observe that as the subject's genes underwent optimization and evolution, numerous unknown genes also became active, triggering what seemed to be a chain reaction. Until the tardigrade genes completed their fusion and optimization, the subject's genetic makeup experienced a qualitative leap. Unknown genes and cells were mobilized extensively, propelling the subject toward deeper levels of evolution. Approximately another hour passed before the changes in the subject's genes and cells ceased. Although the subject appeared exceedingly fatigued and dispirited, his physique exhibited significant transformation, becoming more formidable. His once ancient mulberry-hued skin tightened further, radiating an aura of strength. Subject, please share your sensations, the director of the Life Sciences Institute inquired through the microphone, peering through the glass window. The subject slowly raised his head, earnestly reflecting on the changes within his body. Once he had organized his thoughts, he articulated, "I feel that my body has become exponentially more powerful than before. It seems I have evolved toward an entirely new tier of existence. This sensation is profoundly extraordinary. I feel as though I have transformed into a monster. No. Rather, I should say I have ascended to divinity." As they gazed at the data displayed on the screen and listened to the subject's reflections, all the life scientists realized their experiment had triumphed. In an instant, they erupted in cheers, embracing their colleagues in jubilant celebration. For this genetic experiment, they had toiled through countless days and nights. Today, they had finally succeeded in creating the first super-evolved genetic warrior. With the assistance of the staff, the subject emerged, still somewhat weak, a natural state after enduring 2 hours of excruciating torment. As he stepped out of the laboratory, the other super warriors immediately surrounded him. They inquired from every direction, their eyes brimming with the hopeful anticipation of becoming stronger. Congratulations are in order. The experiment involving the transfer of tardigrade genes has met with resounding success. You have forged the most formidable superhuman soldiers, marking a significant advancement in the annals of life sciences. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yu's voice resonated through the air, and everyone realized that the Emperor of Humanity had arrived without them noticing. "Your Majesty," the crowd exclaimed, their hearts aflame with excitement as they greeted Jiang Yu. Without the gene engineering techniques and expertise imparted by His Majesty, the Academy of Life Sciences would not have achieved such remarkable milestones. "We have merely taken a small step upon the foundation laid by others," the director of the Academy humbly remarked. They dared not claim credit in the presence of the Emperor. Without His Majesty, there would be no life sciences. All achievements are owed to His benevolence. Chapter 79. Interstellar spaceship landing on the Moon and capturing asteroids. The challenges surrounding the construction of interstellar spaceships have been resolved, particularly concerning the materials required. Additionally, the Life Sciences Academy has successfully addressed the issue of astronauts. This outcome has brought immense satisfaction to Jiang Yu. Indeed, when provided with an opportunity, these scientists can conjure wonders. The next step involves the construction of interstellar spaceships. Jiang Yu has mandated the creation of a town-level interstellar vessel first. A village-level spaceship is comparable in size to a heavy fighter jet, while a township-level vessel corresponds to that of a 10,000-ton destroyer. The town-level interstellar ship is akin to a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. Beyond these smaller crafts, there are county-level, city-level, provincial-level, national-level, continental-level, and even planet-level and star-level spaceships. The larger the interstellar vessel, the more complex the construction process becomes, necessitating higher quality materials. With the current technological and industrial foundation of humanity, the maximum achievable construction is a county-level interstellar ship. When humanity reaches the threshold of a Level 1 civilization, it should then be capable of constructing city-level interstellar vessels. Jiang Yu's insistence on initially building a town-level interstellar spaceship, equivalent to a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier, is primarily to establish a lunar base and extract resources such as helium-3 from the Moon. This lunar base will serve as a foundation for the development of the entire Alpha Star system. The mineral and rare metal resources on Blue Star are regrettably sparse. Under Jiang Yu's leadership and supervision, within less than a year, humanity successfully constructed its first true town-level interstellar vessel. As the town-level ship neared completion and prepared for its maiden voyage to the Moon, Governor Zhu Luoyu and Military Minister Su Wanjun, along with the upper echelons of both military and political spheres, gathered at the Space Administration to witness this monumental historical occasion. Journalists from various television stations were also present, ready to broadcast this grand achievement to all of humanity. At the Space Administration, an extraordinarily large and visually stunning spaceship rested quietly on the testing grounds. This town-level interstellar vessel measured an impressive 366 meters in length, 450 meters in height, and 76 meters in width. It loomed before countless spectators like a colossal steel beast. While they had seen similarly immense 100,000-ton aircraft carriers, this vessel was destined to journey to the moon, embarking on a voyage into the cosmos. Heralding humanity's entry into the interstellar age, its significance was incomparable. In the main control room, an officer, upon noticing Zhu Luoyu and Su Wanjun approaching, immediately offered a respectful salute. Zhu Luoyu waved a hand dismissively and made his way to the large screen in the control room. Jiang Yu stood there with a group of scientists. "Your Majesty, how prepared are you?" Zhu Luoyu inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "The various tests and experiments have been conducted over the past month without any issues." His words served as the utmost assurance for the maiden flight and lunar landing. His voice was an embodiment of authority and truth. With this, the assembly felt reassured. Su Wanjun gazed at the interstellar spaceship outside the control room, reflecting with deep sentiment. For this moment, humanity has exerted tremendous effort. Jiang Yu proclaimed, "All efforts bear fruit. Humanity shall soon embark upon the interstellar age, landing on the moon, establishing a base there, and extracting lunar resources is merely the beginning." Zhu Luoyu, with a humble demeanor, remarked, "The achievements of humanity today are solely due to the wise leadership of His Majesty the Emperor." Jiang Yu had grown completely numb to such flattery and had no intention of responding. Filled with anticipation, Zhu Luoyu expressed, "I wonder when I will have the chance to visit the moon." Jiang Yu casually replied, "Once the lunar base is completed, I shall personally take you on a tour." Governor Zhu Luoyu inherited her father Zhu Qiming's legacy, diligently serving the people, managing government affairs with great efficiency. As a woman, her accomplishments were indeed remarkable. Jiang Yu momentarily pondered how to reward her. "Really?" Zhu Luoyu's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart racing at the thought of being personally escorted by His Majesty to experience the wonders of the moon. The anticipation within her was palpable. Preparations were underway. Suddenly, Jiang Yu spoke, and everyone's thoughts were instantly drawn together. At that moment, the entire focus of humanity was directed towards the town-class spaceship. This mission was to transport the materials and equipment necessary for constructing the lunar base, allowing the first batch of astronauts, infused with tardigrade genes, to commence their work before returning. Should everything proceed smoothly, it would signify humanity's official entry into the interstellar era. Under the watchful eyes of all, the town-class spaceship, named Jang Yu, gradually initiated its launch. Once activated, the fusion reactor's energy output surged, the anti-gravity engine roared to life, and an anti-gravity magnetic field was generated. With a series of launch commands issued, the operators worked seamlessly together, and Jang Yu began to levitate into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, countless viewers were left in awe, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. They did not observe flames erupting from the fusion engine. Rather, the massive Jang Yu astonishingly floated upwards, far exceeding the limits of ordinary imagination. Yet, the true astonishment was yet to come. After ascending to a certain altitude and adjusting its angle, the fusion engine ignited. With an overwhelming burst of energy from the reactor, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the sky. In an instant, the Jang Yu spaceship surged into the heavens, leaving behind ripples in the air from its sudden acceleration. Propelled by the fusion engine, the Jang Yu reached the clouds in mere minutes. The Jang Yu spacecraft continues to amplify its nuclear fusion power output, accelerating at an astonishing rate. Reports resonate in the ears of countless humans. The Jang Yu has reached the first cosmic velocity. The Jang Yu has attained the second cosmic velocity. The Jang Yu has achieved the third cosmic velocity. The Jang Yu has soared beyond the atmosphere, venturing into the vastness of space. The Interstellar spacecraft is set to arrive at the moon in just 15 minutes. As the reports unfold and the satellite broadcasts play out, an electrifying fervor ignites among the populace. Achieving third cosmic velocity in mere minutes is an extraordinary feat indeed. From liftoff to lunar arrival in just 20 minutes shatters all previous perceptions. Such immense acceleration can only be borne by those who have undergone gene injections for power and speed. Moreover, the first batch of astronauts has also been infused with tardigrade genes, undergoing a second evolution. I have heard that with the tardigrade gene serum, they can survive on the moon without the need for spacesuits. The Interstellar spacecraft is already remarkably advanced, yet the astronauts themselves are equally impressive. Regrettably, my frail constitution prevents me from receiving the tardigrade gene and becoming an astronaut. All of this is a gift from our magnificent Emperor, who has ushered humanity into the era of interstellar exploration. Long live humanity for 10,000 years. Long live our Emperor for 10,000 years. Chapter 080. Crafting a combat-ready spaceship. The Jang Yu spacecraft soared into the heavens, departing from Blue Star and entering the vast expanse of space, ultimately achieving a successful landing on the moon. Witnessing this moment, all of humanity was overwhelmed with exhilaration, excitement, and fervor. This monumental event marked a significant stride towards the interstellar era for humankind. At this moment, the Jang Yu had triumphantly touched down on the lunar surface. As the hatch opened, several astronauts, equipped merely with basic life support devices, emerged. They activated a peculiar apparatus, the nature of which was unknown to the layperson. Only the scientists understood that it was a gravity regulation device, capable of simulating an environment conducive to human existence within a designated area. Once activated, the device generated a gravitational magnetic field across a radius of several dozen kilometers, allowing the astronauts to maneuver with ease, akin to their movements on Blue Star. Subsequently, more astronauts descended from the Jang Yu, bearing an array of materials, equipment, and tools. Each of these astronauts had undergone genetic enhancement, rendering them incredibly strong. After all the necessary supplies for the lunar base construction were unloaded, the Jang Yu sealed its hatch and ascended once more. Within mere minutes, it reached the third cosmic velocity, calculated at 16.7 kilometers per second, the minimum speed required to overcome the gravitational pull of Alpha Centauri and venture beyond the star system. Were it not for the mere 380,000 kilometers separating Blue Star and the Moon, the Jang Yu could have achieved even greater speeds. The return journey to Blue Star took approximately 18 minutes, facilitated by the acceleration from Blue Star's gravitational force upon entering its atmosphere. The gravitational force on the Moon is approximately 1/6 that of Blue Star, resulting in different gravitational accelerations between the two celestial bodies. When the Jang Yu landed at the Aerospace Administration's test flight facility, an unparalleled cheer erupted within the agency. The successful test flight of the Jang Yu signified that humanity could now effortlessly traverse between Blue Star and the Moon in just half an hour. Viewers at home were jubilant, dancing with joy. Who would have imagined that such a colossal vessel could transport a cargo of supplies to the Moon so effortlessly? Who could have foreseen that humanity would venture beyond Blue Star and establish a base on the Moon at such an astonishing pace? Who would have thought that humanity, still in the midst of developing their own planet, would now embark on extensive development on the Moon? Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would have believed it. Yet now, these miracles had transformed into reality. Under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor of Humanity, mankind had officially stepped into the interstellar age. His Majesty had once again initiated a new era, destined to guide it forward. This marked one of the greatest milestones in the annals of human history. Established by His Majesty, the radiance of the Emperor would illuminate every inch of Blue Star, and his glorious deeds would inspire every individual on the planet. All of humanity understood that the interstellar age had arrived, ushering in an entirely new epoch. This year would be recorded by historians as the year of the interstellar era. On this day, all of humanity rejoiced, venerating their emperor. The remarkable achievements and glorious legacy of His Majesty would be celebrated by generations to come. In light of these matters, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed and promptly convened a meeting with the relevant personnel. During the assembly, Jiang Yu proclaimed, The lunar landing initiative has met with resounding success. This is indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. However, there is little to be proud of. Achieving a successful lunar landing and establishing a base on the moon is merely a small step towards the interstellar era. We must construct more interstellar spacecraft and exploit the resources of the entire Alpha Star system. In addition to transport vessels, we must also develop combat spacecraft to preempt potential extraterrestrial civilizations. Hailing from a higher dimensional world, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the countless planetary civilizations that exist within the cosmos. Within the Orion Arm, where the Alpha Star system resides, there are at least a dozen distinct planetary civilizations, all within a mere few hundred light-years. In stark contrast to the vastness of the Milky Way galaxy, which spans a staggering 100,000 light-years, this is but a drop in the ocean. In the expansive universe of 100,000 light-years, the number of planetary civilizations remains a mystery, let alone the even broader cosmos beyond the galaxy. As long as civilizations exist, there will inevitably be competition and even life and death conflicts, an inescapable law of the universe. Defeating or annihilating a civilization not only grants access to its resources, but also bestows a certain intangible fortune. The significance of acquiring resources is self-evident, yet the elusive fortune seems even more paramount. For instance, during the last endeavor, we had all the necessary technology to construct an interstellar spacecraft, yet we lacked the required materials. At that opportune moment, a small asteroid passed by, rich in minerals and rare metals. If this were not related to fortune, Jiang Yu would find it hard to believe. Jiang Yu aspired to lead humanity towards a higher dimension of civilization and into the far reaches of the universe, where encounters with other planetary civilizations are inevitable. Even if Jiang Yu refrained from seizing resources from other civilizations, there was no guarantee that they would not attempt to seize from him. The entire universe resembles a vast, dark forest. Thus, the construction of combat-oriented starships is imperative. This notion was not lost on Jiang Yu alone. The others present shared his understanding, having witnessed the conflict between humanity and the beast race. Were it not for the intervention of the human emperor, humanity might not have survived. As Jiang Yu concluded his remarks, a military scientist interjected, "Given our current technological level, constructing combat spacecraft is not a daunting task. We should focus on weapon configurations. After obtaining the complete technology for electromagnetic pulse cannons, we have developed even more powerful models. Our advancements in laser weaponry are also noteworthy, as lasers can complement the electromagnetic pulse cannons. With both electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons at our disposal, I believe there is no need to equip kinetic weapons on the combat ships." Another military scientist countered, "I believe we should not forsake kinetic weapons. Although electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons are light-speed weapons with greater destructive power, each discharge of these weapons demands an immense amount of energy. Kinetic weapons require minimal energy support and, most importantly, are remarkably cost-effective. Furthermore, we are currently exploring Gauss technology, which utilizes electromagnetic forces to accelerate projectiles, enabling them to be launched at higher initial velocities. Such increased velocity allows the projectiles to inflict greater damage on targets in space, owing to their enhanced kinetic energy." An atomic scientist added that, in addition to energy weapons, nuclear armaments should also be equipped. Although nuclear explosions in a vacuum do not generate the devastating shockwaves typical of terrestrial detonations, the area of lethality provided by nuclear weapons is unparalleled by electromagnetic pulse cannons or laser weapons. Our objective is to expedite the launch of nuclear weapons. Consequently, we seek to collaborate closely with the Nuclear Fusion Engine Research Institute to replace the missile engines used for launching nuclear weapons with nuclear fusion engines. Chapter 081. Adolf's reluctance to fail. In the conference, scientists and military experts presented their suggestions and reported on the advancements achieved in technology. Jiang Yu expressed immense approval and commendation for these proposals and accomplishments, particularly satisfied with the achievements in military technology. Scientists in the field of laser technology invented laser weapons, while those in electromagnetic technology developed Gaussian technology. In the realm of atomic energy, scientists proposed utilizing fusion engines as missile propulsion systems. Both electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons are classified as lightspeed weapons, falling under the category of energy-based armaments. The electromagnetic pulse cannon primarily focuses on sustained strikes, whereas laser weapons emphasize pinpoint targeting. These two types of weaponry are destined to become the principal armaments of combat spacecraft. However, Jiang Yu does not intend to forsake traditional kinetic weapons. As articulated by one military scientist, by employing Gaussian electromagnetic technology to accelerate warheads to sufficiently high initial velocities, the absence of atmospheric resistance in space translates to immense destructive potential. Nuclear weapons, of course, remain indispensable, although detonating in the vacuum of space significantly diminishes their effectiveness. Nuclear weapons still represent the most formidable destructive force in the hands of a Type 1 civilization. Hydrogen bombs, in particular, possess an almost limitless capacity for destruction. When equipped with fusion engines, they could evolve into interstellar ballistic missiles. Therefore, Jiang Yu resolved to embrace all the suggestions put forth by the scientists and experts. The attack methods of combat spacecraft must exhibit diversity to enhance the combat efficacy of interstellar warships. This meeting reaffirmed to Jiang Yu the critical importance of nurturing more exceptional scientists. In Jiang Yu's superdimensional technology system Civilization Mall, he possesses all the technical documentation required for ascending to a lower-level civilization. Regrettably, he lacks the requisite technology points to redeem all the documentation. He can only exchange for essential technical materials, encouraging scientists to draw parallels and innovate in other technological domains. Based on his understanding of the superdimensional technology system, Jiang Yu believes that the entire technology tree of a Type 1 civilization must be illuminated before ascending to the next civilization tier. Otherwise, the civilization mall cannot upgrade, nor can it redeem the technological documentation of the next level. Thus, Jiang Yu requires more scientists to unite in a concerted effort to propel the rapid advancement of technology for humanity. To cultivate a greater number of scientists, a larger population base is essential. A more substantial populace increases the probability of producing exceptional or even genius scientists. Jiang Yu contends that any technological civilization necessitates a vast population to nurture more scientists. Even he, possessing the superdimensional technology system, cannot transcend this immutable cosmic principle. Jiang Yu adopted the recommendations of the scientists and experts, establishing regulations for the creation of combat spacecraft. Consequently, the entire human race, under Jiang Yu's call, once again unleashed unprecedented productivity and innovative capabilities, constructing an array of vessels for transportation, construction, mining, and other diverse functions, all while exploiting the resources of the Alpha Star system. In a determined effort to construct combat-type spacecraft and to initially establish the Alpha Interstellar Defense Chain, the aim is to thwart potential invasions from other planetary civilizations. In the higher dimensional realm, at the Academy of Planetary Masters, the former Beast Emperor Adolf has resurfaced as a freshman once again. Following the defeat of his beastly kin by the technologically advanced human race led by Jiang Yu, he was to be stripped of his planetary sovereignty and the sacred status of his people. However, Adolf's father, the sovereign of the Virgin Galaxy cluster, wields significant influence in this higher dimensional world. Thus, although Adolf lost his claim to the title of Planetary Master, he retained his sacred status. Upon re-entering the Academy of Planetary Masters, he has the opportunity to study for 50 years, with the prospect of reclaiming his role as a planetary master. Damn Jiang Yu. Damn the technological humans. He seethes, feeling the profound humiliation inflicted upon him. The technological humans are unworthy of existence in the galaxy of the river, and Jiang Yu, that lowly wretch, is even less deserving of the sacred status. After completing his registration at the Academy, Adolf returned to his quarters, where he raged in his study, transforming it into a chaotic mess. Eventually, he collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily, exhausted from his fury. With the loss of his status as a planetary master, he also forfeited the formidable physique of the Beast Emperor. Now, he is merely a higher dimensional being devoid of special abilities, his once pampered body lacking in strength. As the son of the Virgin Galaxy Cluster's sovereign, Adolf's noble lineage has not shielded him from the disgrace of being bested by the lowly Jiang Yu in the struggle for planetary supremacy. To add insult to injury, the beloved Miss Kaisha has become Jiang Yu's consort, a reality that stings him deeply. He yearns for revenge against Jiang Yu, seeking to strip him of both his planetary and sacred statuses. Thus, he resolves to become a student at the academy once more. After 50 years of study, he intends to rise again as a planetary master to vanquish Jiang Yu. However, he must endure 50 years of academic pursuit, followed by an additional 50-year novice protection period after assuming his new role, meaning it will take at least a century before he can exact his vengeance upon Jiang Yu. For beings of the higher dimensional realm, a century is but a fleeting moment. Yet, Adolf cannot bear to wait that long. Although, after 50 years, he would be able to compete at a higher level of cultural civilization, even if Jiang Yu's technological race advanced over the next century. He is confident in his ability to defeat him. The thought of Jiang Yu living leisurely for another 100 years ignites a deeper fury within Adolf. Imagining Jiang Yu and Miss Kaisha entwined in affection only fuels his rage further. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he growls softly, akin to a wounded and frenzied beast. After a long while, he lifts his head, as brimming with madness. Jiang Yu, do you not consider yourself a technological genius? Did you not elevate the technological humans from a civilization level of 0, 2 to 0, 7 within a century? Even if you advance them to a level 1 civilization, they remain a mere inferior civilization. Such vile and self-serving beings have no rightful place in the cosmos. Adolf muttered nervously to himself, his tone imbued with a chilling foreboding. His voice continued. Within the Orion Arm, there are numerous fellow planetary sovereigns, whose civilizations are not inferior to yours. These planetary leaders have always been guided by my authority. Whatever I command, they shall obey. As this thought crossed his mind, Adolf's expression grew increasingly sinister. He rose and strode purposefully out of his study. No longer hesitating for a moment, Adolf had devised a plan to disclose the interstellar coordinates of Jiang Yu's location. At the very least, to inform those planetary sovereigns who had been obedient to him. Jiang Yu, did you not confidently choose the technological humanity? Did you not proclaim that the technological humanity is not inferior to any other race? Very well, I shall boldly reveal the interstellar coordinates of your technological humanity, drawing all nearby planetary civilizations of the Orion Arm towards us. Chapter 82. The Wandering Crocodilian Civilization 2 light years away. A vast expanse of darkness envelopes the cosmos. Here, no stars illuminate the void, and scarcely any visible light penetrates the gloom. There exists neither a stellar system composed of planets or asteroids. Yet, amidst this desolate universe, a solitary rocky planet traverses swiftly. The nearest star lies 3 light-years distant, yet miraculously, a planet has emerged in this emptiness. Should Jang Yu gaze upon it, a singular name would inevitably spring to mind, the wandering planet. In the cosmos, a unique category of celestial bodies exists. By mass, they undoubtedly belong to the realm of planets. However, they are not part of any stellar system, appearing as solitary entities. Perhaps they once orbited a star, only to be cast adrift for reasons unknown, ultimately wandering the universe without a home. This planet, adrift in the vastness of space, epitomizes the characteristics of a wandering celestial body. Yet it is not a lifeless sphere. Unnatural lights flicker upon its surface. Utilizing a high-precision hyperspectral analyzer would yield a startling revelation. Those twinkling lights are the manifestations of nuclear fusion engines. Should one venture into the planet's atmosphere, a myriad of biological creations would come into view. Within peculiar edifices, from which tendrils of black smoke ascend, the sounds of machinery resonate intermittently. A flat road has been carved into the rugged terrain, where vehicles resembling cars navigate with purpose. In a densely populated area adorned with towering structures, one building stands notably taller, a veritable giant among its peers. Within this lofty edifice, creatures resembling crocodiles traverse upright, seemingly engaged in industrious endeavors. Passing through elongated corridors, one arrives at a grand hall resplendent in gold. Seated upon a golden throne is a crocodilian being, exuding an air of formidable authority. Yet, a certain lack of vigor is evident in his countenance, as if the weight of his high position has dulled his spirit. This being, however, is the supreme ruler of this wandering planet, possessing absolute dominion over its realm. He is none other than Raphael, the crocodilian monarch, dispatched from a higher dimensional world. The planet he presides over is known as Crocodilia, and its civilization is termed the Crocodilian civilization. This civilization is classified as a technological society, having reached the pinnacle of Level 1 civilization. Nonetheless, due to the absence of a primary star and its isolation from any stellar system, the resources of Crocodilia are exceedingly scarce. The harsh environment has resulted in a notably low population. With a diminutive populace comes a dearth of scientists across various disciplines, and even skilled laborers are in short supply. Given these myriad challenges, the prospects for the Crocodilian civilization to ascend to Level 2 are, regrettably, exceedingly bleak. Raphael had initially reveled in his fortune upon aligning with the Crocodilian civilization. In comparison to his contemporaries among newly appointed planetary rulers, he appeared to be exceptionally fortunate, having matched with the civilization at the zenith of Level 1. This was a far superior prospect compared to the planets some of his peers had been assigned. He believed that, upon his arrival on Crocodilia, the knowledge he had acquired would effortlessly elevate the civilization to Level 2. However, upon truly descending to the planet, Raphael quickly realized the harsh reality. The Crocodile planet resides within a binary star system, characterized by a harsh environment. However, this is not the source of Raphael's profound despair. Caught in the gravitational tug-of-war between the two stars, the Crocodile planet was ejected from its original stellar orbit, transforming into a rogue planet. This unforeseen catastrophe dealt a severe blow to Crocodilian civilization, leading to unprecedented environmental devastation. Countless Crocodilians perished in the wake of this disaster, causing the advancement of their civilization to stagnate, if not regress. Raphael's arrival on such a beleaguered planet marked a calamitous beginning. Yet, once a planet master is matched, the possibility of replacement or abandonment is rendered impossible. To relinquish the status of planet master of the Crocodilian civilization would equate to voluntarily forfeiting one's status as a sacred citizen of the higher dimensional world. In that realm, only a fool would abandon such a prestigious standing in favor of a life as a mere ordinary subject. Thus, upon his arrival on the Crocodile planet, Raphael swiftly acclimated to this harsh reality. As a distinguished graduate of the Planet Master Academy, he harbored grand ambitions. For over a century following his descent into Crocodilian civilization, he dedicated himself to a singular pursuit, the quest for a new stellar system. Raphael concentrated all the resources of Crocodilian civilization to construct 100,000 nuclear fusion planetary engines, propelling the Crocodile planet away from its inhospitable binary star system and embarking on a journey to find a new home. Ultimately, after extensive research and analysis by scientists, they identified a stellar system 8 light-years away. After a century of wandering, the Crocodile planet had traversed a long distance of 5 light-years, with only 3 light-years remaining to their chosen star system. The lengthy journey, now halfway completed, would typically warrant celebration. However, as time progressed, numerous challenges beset the Crocodile planet. The foremost issue was energy. The planet was already resource-poor. After more than a century of travel, the global resources had been depleted by over half. The remaining energy could sustain the Crocodile planet's arrival at their selected star system. But the energy consumed to navigate the gravitational influences within that system would be magnitudes greater than that spent drifting through the cosmos. While adrift in the void, as long as there was no urgency to hasten their journey, they could rely on inertia, requiring minimal energy expenditure. In recent years, Raphael was compelled to shut down additional nuclear fusion planetary engines to conserve energy. This reduction in engine operation meant that the Crocodile planet would require an even longer duration to reach the chosen stellar system. The previous century had seen them traverse 5 light-years. The remaining 3 were expected to take even longer. Concurrently, to economize energy, all non-essential energy consumption was halted, including the suspension of scientific research, allowing only for theoretical discourse. Every resource on the Crocodile planet was devoted to sustaining its ecosystem and ensuring the meager survival of its inhabitants. Day after day, Planet Master Raphael languished in the Crocodile Emperor's temple, enduring a life of desolation. To mitigate energy consumption, he even curtailed his daily physical activities. His Highness Raphael, the Crocodile King, felt utterly despondent as the most wretched sovereign of the planet. However, Raphael's sorrow was compounded by the incessant influx of grim tidings. Today, he sat upon his golden throne, eyes closed in a moment of respite. The high priest and more than a dozen priests of Crocodile Star sought an audience with the king once again. Upon receiving permission, they approached Raphael, bowing deeply in homage. "Long live His Majesty the Crocodile King." Raphael wearily gestured for them to rise. "What brings you here?" he inquired, fully aware that their visits seldom bore good news. Yet, as the ruler of the Crocodile Star civilization, he felt compelled to address these vexing matters that plagued him. The high priest and the priest then stood up, albeit still bent at the waist, forming a line. They exchanged glances, as if grappling with the difficulty of articulating their concerns. Yet, it was evident from their expressions that they were burdened with truly grave news. Chapter 083. The exposure of blue star coordinates. Is there anything more dreadful than our aimless wandering in the cosmos? The high priest hesitated to speak, prompting the impatient crocodile Emperor Raphael to interject. Under the emperor's imposing presence, the high priest cautiously stepped forward and communicated, "Your Majesty, in the past 3 months, an additional 387 nuclear fusion engines have ceased operation. Most of these failures stem not from energy consumption concerns, but rather from mechanical malfunctions. As the number of faulty fusion engines increases, we are compelled to resume production of vital components. Otherwise, upon reaching a new star system, we may find ourselves unable to adjust our flight trajectory due to fusion engine failures." The colossal nuclear fusion planetary engine comprises hundreds of thousands of components. The malfunction of even a single part could render the engine inoperable. To conserve energy to the fullest extent, numerous manufacturing plants have currently halted production. Raphael, rubbing his furrowed brow, was left with no choice but to decree, "Let the factories commence operations. After producing a batch of spare parts, they shall cease again. Furthermore, we must intensify the maintenance of the planetary engines to prevent significant issues. The planetary engine is the most crucial apparatus of the Crocodile Star civilization, fundamental to its survival." The high priest continued his report, "Your Majesty, the results of this year's census have been released. The birth rate has declined by 3 percentage points compared to last year, while the death rate has risen by 5 percentage points. The Institute of Life Sciences has yet to achieve breakthroughs in genetic evolution, exacerbating the survival issues faced by our people." Raphael found himself at a loss regarding this matter, as he lacked expertise in genetic engineering. In truth, the physical constitution of the Crocodile Star inhabitants was commendable, otherwise they would not have endured this long, devoid of sunlight and the gravitational influence of a moon. The environment of Crocodile Star is indeed dire. The mere fact that most of its inhabitants have persevered thus far amid such harsh conditions is nothing short of a miracle. In addition to the concerns raised by the high priest, other priests presented numerous issues, further complicating Raphael's predicament. To resolve these challenges, they must either swiftly enter a stellar system and identify a suitable planetary orbit, or the Institute of Life Sciences must develop a genetic remedy that enables the Crocodile Star people to adapt to their perilous environment. However, reaching the designated stellar system will require at least another century. The timeline for the development of a new genetic remedy rests solely in the hands of the divine. The current issues led Raphael to question whether the Crocodile Star civilization could endure until that day. Just as despair began to envelop him, a communication request from a higher dimensional realm suddenly echoed in his mind. This startled Raphael, causing him to break into a cold sweat. At this moment, who would send him a communication from such a transcendent realm? Had the Crocodile Star people encountered another planetary civilization led by a planetary sovereign? As a being from a higher dimensional world, Raphael was acutely aware of the ominous implications of the dark forest theory. Encountering other planetary civilizations amidst the vast cosmos is undoubtedly a precarious affair. Unless one's own civilization surpasses that of the other in development and strength, the situation becomes dire. However, it is evident that the high-dimensional communication request initiated by the other party signifies their awareness of one's existence. while one remains blissfully oblivious. This implies that their power eclipses one's own. Yet, would Raphael dare to dismiss their communication? He could only fervently hope for their benevolence. Upon establishing the high-dimensional connection, a familiar voice resonated in Raphael's mind. "Raphael, this is Adolf. Could you kindly disclose your interstellar coordinates?" Hearing Adolf's inquiry, Raphael exhaled softly, relieved that the other party was unaware of his coordinates, suggesting his safety. Although he had once been subordinate to Adolf in the high-dimensional realm, the tables had turned. Adolf now held the title of planetary sovereign within a civilization. In the realm of planetary civilizations, goodwill is a mere illusion, overshadowed by the relentless pursuit of conquest. Unbeknownst to Raphael, Adolf had been defeated by Jiang Yu, stripped of his status as a planetary sovereign, and had returned to the high-dimensional world, now merely a student at the Planetary Sovereign Academy. Thus, Raphael remained vigilant towards Adolf. Noticing Raphael's silence, Adolf remained unperturbed and continued. "I possess the interstellar coordinates of Jiang Yu's technological race. Would you be interested in knowing them?" Raphael was momentarily taken aback. Aware that Jiang Yu had deliberately opted for the inferior technological race, which was notably feeble. He also understood that Adolf had matched with Jiang Yu on the same planet in a bid to confront him. During his previous return to the high-dimensional world, he had learned that Adolf seemed to be at a disadvantage in their rivalry. Now, Adolf was offering him Jiang Yu's coordinates. Did this imply he wanted Raphael to confront Jang Yu? Or had Jang Yu already been vanquished by Adolf? Was Adolf scouting for his next target? Otherwise, why would he inquire about Raphael's coordinates? As Raphael pondered these questions, he realized that Adolf was attempting to entice him with Jiang Yu's coordinates. A myriad of possibilities flooded his mind. Despite having once been subservient to Adolf during their time in the Planetary Sovereign Academy, Raphael was not foolish. His previous compliance had been born out of necessity. Now, with life and death at stake, to remain blindly manipulated by Adolf would indeed render him a fool. However, Adolf's subsequent words left Raphael utterly astonished. "Raphael, I understand your skepticism regarding my intentions. Yet, I must confess that my motivations are not solely for your benefit. I have been defeated by that ruffian Jiang Yu, losing my status as a planetary sovereign. I desire for you to confront Jiang Yu and vanquish his technological race to avenge me. I am aware that this admission is humiliating, but it is the truth. I am unable to retaliate within the span of a century. Thus, if you are in close proximity to Jiang Yu, I implore you to obliterate his technological race. Jiang Yu's technological human race currently exists at a mere 0.7 level of civilization. I firmly believe you possess the strength to vanquish Jiang Yu." After uttering these words, Adolf promptly transmitted the coordinates of the Alpha Galaxy, where Jiang Yu resided, to Raphael. As Raphael absorbed Adolf's proclamation and gazed at the coordinates of the Alpha Galaxy, a tempest of emotion surged within him. If Adolf's assertions held any truth, this would undoubtedly be monumental news. The Alpha Galaxy lay a mere 1.5 light-years from his current location. Should Raphael travel at full speed, he could arrive within 30 years. Although the Crocodile Star civilization has not fully regained its former prowess, being at less than 50% of its peak strength, confronting a 0.7 level civilization would be effortlessly achievable. Even if the adversary were to ascend to a level 1 civilization, it would pose no concern. The Crocodile Star civilization stands at the pinnacle of level 1, mere steps away from advancing to level 2. Chapter 084. Persuasion of Raphael. Adolf's words held an immense allure for Raphael. The crocodilian civilization had reached a critical juncture, desperately in need of a stable stellar system. It would be even more advantageous if the system harbored a lesser civilization. A star system with biological life would undoubtedly be suitable for the crocodilian survival and advancement. Furthermore, since their home planet had departed from its original galaxy, its resources had nearly been depleted. If they could conquer a planet inhabited by a lower civilization, they would gain access to its resources and potentially its inhabitants as slaves. Consequently, the crocodilian civilization could experience a technological explosion, swiftly ascending into the ranks of level 2 civilizations. However, Raphael was not one to easily trust Adolf's words. Adolf was the son of the ruler of the Virgin Galaxy cluster, possessing development resources that far surpassed those of other planetary sovereigns. Adolf had chosen to ally with the infinitely evolving beastmen. How could they possibly be subdued by the feeble technological human race? Raphael suspected that Adolf had already vanquished Jiang Yu, annihilating the technological civilization under Zhang's command. It seemed that Adolf's beastmen were in dire need of further evolution resources, thus luring other planetary sovereigns to his civilized world, only to ensnare them in traps, obliterating other civilizations to facilitate the grand evolution of his beastmen. Thus, Raphael remained silent, intent on observing Adolf's next move. Indeed, in an effort to gain Raphael's trust, Adolf transmitted a three-dimensional image. This image was encrypted with high-dimensional laws, visible only to high-dimensional beings. Within the image, Raphael beheld Adolf seated in a lavish hall, adorned with artifacts evidently of high-dimensional technology. For the sake of fairness, once high-dimensional beings were matched to their respective planets, they were strictly forbidden from transporting high-dimensional items to their worlds. Moreover, the artifacts surrounding Adolf were merely commonplace items from the high-dimensional realm, of no utility to the development of civilization on Adolf's planet. It was improbable that Adolf would risk punishment by bringing these inconsequential items to his world. Furthermore, without a summons from the Planetary Sovereign Academy, sovereigns were generally not permitted to return to the high-dimensional world unless they had failed in competition against other sovereigns and were forced back after losing their status. Raphael realized that Adolf was presently in his home within the high-dimensional realm, which lent credence to the possibility that everything Adolf had claimed was indeed true. At this moment, Raphael lowered his guard and spoke with a tone of obsequiousness. Adolf, I am most eager to serve you in eradicating the accursed technological human race. Adolf smiled faintly, acknowledging Raphael's declaration of loyalty, and then inquired, Raphael, could you disclose the current level of your civilization? If you are too weak, I will enlist others to deal with Jiang Yu. In truth, Adolf had not only revealed Jiang Yu's interstellar coordinates to Raphael. Other planetary civilizations were either too distant from the Alpha Galaxy to arrive in a short period or otherwise preoccupied. Either the civilizations of other planets are too primitive and lack the capability for interstellar travel, rendering any communication futile. Thus, Adolf must ascertain the civilization level of Raphael's planet and whether it possesses the capacity for interstellar navigation. Only those civilizations that have reached at least the pinnacle of level 1 or have ascended to level 2 are deemed capable. My crocodilian civilization has already attained level 2, equipped with the abilities for both interstellar travel and strikes. Raphael has somewhat exaggerated the status of his planet's civilization, but is reluctant to disclose the difficulties he currently faces. Provided Raphael is given a stable galactic environment, the crocodilians would require merely a few decades to elevate to level 2. In this regard, Raphael has not deceived Adolf. Excellent. Adolf's spirits lifted instantly. It appeared that his ambitions for retaliation, even against Jiang Yu, were within reach. A level 2 civilization could effortlessly overpower a level 0.7 civilization. So, how far are you from Jang Yu? Adolf was filled with anticipation. Less than 3 light years, if I dispatch my warships at full speed. We shall arrive in 30 years. Raphael once again concealed the truth and slightly inflated his own capabilities. That is splendid. You must deploy your interstellar warships immediately to annihilate Jiang Yu's technological human race. However, I must caution you against underestimating them. It would be prudent to send a greater number of ships. Jiang Yu is undeniably a prodigy in technology, and the technological human race is not as feeble as we might imagine. In just over a century, they have advanced their civilization from level 0.2 to level 0.7. By the time your fleet reaches the Alpha system, the technological human race may have ascended to level 1. Adolf's warning was earnest. He did not intend to praise Jiang Yu, but rather to acknowledge the reality. However, to Raphael, Adolf's words seemed like mere excuses for his own potential failures. No race could possibly elevate its civilization level from 0.2 to 0.7 in just over a century. Rest assured, Adolf, I shall deploy half of my interstellar warships, sufficient to eradicate the technological human race entirely. Raphael assured emphatically, unaware that he would be mobilizing the entirety of the crocodilian civilization. Very well, I await your good news. Do not disappoint me. I have once again become a student at the Planetary Master Academy. In 50 years, I shall reclaim the title of Planetary Master. This time, I will be matched with a planet of higher civilization level, and I will take excellent care of you. Adolf did not exaggerate. While other planetary masters relied on system matching, he enjoyed the privilege of free choice. The Milky Way boasts an expansive universe of over 100,000 light-years, with countless subsystems and a myriad of planetary civilizations. Had it not been for the desire to eliminate Jiang Yu, he could have easily selected a planet with a higher civilization level. I shall not let you down. In 30 years, I will bring you good news. I eagerly anticipate your ascension as the new ruler of the celestial realm, contending for supremacy within the galaxy of the Milky Way. At that time, my crocodilian civilization shall gladly serve as your vanguard, heeding your commands. Raphael is undoubtedly aware of Adolf's true identity and harbors complete faith in his capabilities. Provided Adolf is willing, aligning with a higher civilization is but a trivial matter. I only wish that Adolf might remember the bonds of today and not impose undue hardship upon him. Otherwise, the progress of the crocodilian civilization within the Alpha Galaxy shall remain overshadowed by the civilizations that Adolf aligns with. Alas, all roads lead to Rome, yet some are fortunate enough to be born there. Excellent, Raphael, I hold great faith in you. If Adolf aspires to dominate the Milky Way and establish himself as its sovereign, he shall still require loyal subordinates like Raphael to serve him diligently. Chapter 085. Unidentified radio waves. At this moment, the Alpha Star system is bustling with activity. After 3 decades of development, humanity has left its footprints across the entire system. Countless interstellar spacecraft traverse the cosmos, extracting resources and energy from every corner. Apart from Venus, human presence is evident on the Moon, Mars, and the moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn. Humanity has established numerous bases on these resource-rich planets, relentlessly exploring and developing them. These celestial bodies are abundant with all the minerals and rare metals essential for human advancement, with nuclear fusion fuel being virtually inexhaustible. In addition to the countless transport and mining vessels, Jiang Yu has assembled a formidable fleet. This armada is led by a county-level flagship, aptly named the Imperial capital. It comprises 100 town-class ships and 1,000 township-class vessels as its primary combat strength, along with thousands of village-class ships serving as assault forces. This constitutes a terrifying interstellar fleet for humanity, equivalent to 100 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers of 100,000 tons each, 1,000 destroyers of 10,000 tons navigating the seas, and thousands of heavy fighter jets soaring through the skies. However, only Jiang Yu is aware that these ships are not particularly significant. The number of large vessels remains insufficient, and they have yet to construct any city-class ships. In the vastness of space, village-class ships possess minimal combat capability and are not particularly effective. The reason is simple. Interstellar ships require energy weapons, as kinetic weapons are no longer the mainstream choice. Energy weapons are not only massive but also demand an alarming amount of energy. A single electromagnetic pulse cannon can consume the equivalent of a month's worth of electricity for an entire city. Village-class ships can only equip themselves with relatively low energy, less powerful laser and kinetic weapons. At this moment, Jiang Yu is personally leading this vast interstellar fleet on long-distance voyages and combat drills. Though the troops have yet to encounter extraterrestrial beings or witness any alien creations, and the entire Alpha Star system remains tranquil, Jiang Yu continually reminds them that having entered the interstellar era, they must always be prepared for potential encounters with aliens. Only a powerful interstellar fleet can safeguard the security of the Alpha Star system and ensure the continued progress of humanity. Currently, the fleet led by Jiang Yu has sailed to the vicinity of Saturn. Saturn, a colossal gas giant, is adorned with its beautiful rings and accompanied by 16 moons of varying sizes, some larger than the moon itself, while others measure only a few hundred kilometers in diameter. These moons are similarly rich in minerals and rare metals. 5 years ago, humanity's mining and transport vessels arrived at these moons, establishing bases and extracting resources while simultaneously constructing interstellar military installations. Saturn, being the outermost planet in the Alpha Star system, is surrounded by the expansive Oort cloud. Jiang Yu intends to create an interstellar fortress near Saturn's moons, serving as a forward outpost to protect the Alpha Star system. The resources extracted from these moons will be utilized on-site to manufacture various spacecraft and weaponry. Subsequently, Jiang Yu's fleet arrived at the Oort cloud, a distance of 0.8 light-years from Blue Star. This marked the farthest reach of humanity into the cosmos to date. Here, the Sun appears less luminous compared to the stars closer to Alpha Star. The Alpha Star, humanity's sun, has truly become an ordinary star among countless others. As Jiang Yu's fleet continues its journey beyond the galaxy, they occasionally witness meteors of varying sizes hurtling toward Alpha Star, having had their original trajectories altered by the fleet's mass. Within this vast darkness, there are trillions of meteors scattered throughout, with an estimated total mass about 10 times that of Blue Star. Influenced by Jupiter and Saturn, these meteors did not coalesce into a large planet like Venus, Blue Star, or Mars. Aboard a Village-class spacecraft, scientists captured a meteor for research, which contained traces from the early formation of the Alpha Star system. This discovery significantly aids scientists in studying the evolution of stars. Although there are at least trillions of meteors observable in the Oort cloud, their distribution in the boundless expanse makes them appear quite sparse. Without deliberate efforts to seek and capture these meteors, they are seldom seen. The scientists' research contributes to refining humanity's technological tree, hastening the ascension to a Level 1 civilization. Only by advancing to a Level 1 civilization can Jiang Yu upgrade the civilization marketplace to Level 2 in exchange for Level 2 technological data. This serves as a primary motivation for Jiang Yu's fleet to expend vast amounts of energy and invest decades reaching the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud is exceedingly vast, expansive, and dark, compelling the pilots to exercise utmost caution. Throughout their journey, the fleet has encountered not only meteors but also several gas clouds. Each passage through a gas cloud affects the fleet's speed and trajectory, necessitating acceleration and course correction. Each ship is equipped with a pulsar navigation system, ensuring that the fleet remains oriented. The Alpha Star system originated from a colossal gas cloud, which began to slowly contract towards its center billions of years ago, spurred by the disturbance of a supernova explosion. As density and temperature increased, nuclear fusion reactions were ignited, ultimately resulting in the formation of the primordial Alpha Star. Under the influence of the solar winds from Alpha Star, surrounding dust gradually coalesced into individual planets. After billions of years of development, the Alpha Star system took on its current form. Humanity's scientific inquiry into the cosmos has a history of merely a century. Yet it is evident that significant achievements have been accomplished, further enhancing humanity's technological tree and making remarkable contributions to the advancement of human civilization. Thus, Jiang Yu's decision to navigate the vast Oort cloud was not without purpose. In training the fleet's long-range capabilities and simulating interstellar warfare, various scientific studies are also conducted. The technological race of humanity is poised to soon transcend into the realm of Level 1 civilization. However, the technologists continue to rely on the foundations of relativity and quantum theory. The current research endeavors of scientists are essentially laying the groundwork for the grand unified theory. Jiang Yu estimates that when the technologists ascend to a Type 2 civilization, they will be able to attain this grand unified theory. This theory, also referred to as the principle of everything, posits that there exist merely 4 fundamental forces of interaction among microscopic particles: gravity, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. In theory, all phenomena in the universe can be elucidated through these 4 forces. By delving deeper into the relationships and unifications among these interactions, the quest for a theoretical framework or model that can coherently describe all 4 forces is known as the Grand Unified Theory. As Jiang Yu's fleet navigates through the vast and desolate darkness, and while scientists diligently pursue their research, a sudden exclamation arises from the communications officer at the command center of the Flagship, the Imperial capital. "Captain, we have detected a pattern in the radio waves from a rural-class spacecraft. Chapter 086, Capturing the Alien Probe Suddenly. A rural-class spacecraft detected a series of radio waves exhibiting a certain pattern. Upon hearing the report, everyone in the command center was taken aback. Even Jiang Yu stood up from his chair. The subsequent report from the technical advisor heightened the tension among all present. Captain, this radio wave was not transmitted by us. Rather, it is an unknown signal bearing traces of intelligent civilization. It contains 3 segments of 2 repeated waves and 6 segments of 4 repeated waves. Between these segments, there appears to be a rigorous logical connection. Former Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies, Jang Yu, had been appointed as the captain of humanity's first interstellar fleet. Upon receiving the report, he immediately inquired, "Have we located the source of the unknown radio waves?" The technical advisor replied, "The duration of this signal is too brief for us to pinpoint its origin. However, based on our intelligence analysis, the source of the unknown waves is not far from our fleet." The atmosphere in the command center grew even more tense, for it was now certain that an unknown radio signal had been received in the pitch-black void of space, likely emanating from an extraterrestrial civilization. Order the fleet to enter radio silence mode. Shut down the nuclear fusion engines to minimize visible light emissions. Set all observation devices to maximum power to search for the source of the transmission. Jang Yu calmly issued a series of commands. All moving spacecraft promptly ceased their engines. Yet, the entire fleet continued to advance due to inertia. While technicians searched for the source, they began the urgent task of decoding the signal. In this situation, Jang Yu's orders were undeniably correct. For now, the opposing entity had yet to detect humanity's fleet. If the fleet were to halt or change course, it would necessitate an increase in the output of the nuclear fusion engines, thereby generating stronger radiation that could potentially reveal their position and place them at a disadvantage. Thus, 101 vessels floated through space like phantoms. During interstellar travel, small village-class ships typically do not operate independently. They either dock on the exterior of larger vessels or take refuge within them. Within each ship, apart from the basic illumination and operational equipment, there reigned an eerie silence. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the unfolding of events. And so, the vast fleet drifted through space for 10 days. Throughout this period, all was quiet. No further anomalies were detected. The entire crew remained in silent anticipation, preparing for whatever might come next. Finally, the communications officer suddenly reported, "We have detected the unknown radio waves again. Based on our observations and calculations of the signal source, we have approximately located its origin, which lies about 1.2 million kilometers ahead of the fleet, approaching at a velocity of 200 kilometers per second." Upon hearing this report, the hearts of everyone in the command center raced to their throats. If the previous radio waves possibly originated from a distant corner of the universe, lacking any specific intent, the current emission source is a mere 1.2 million kilometers away from the fleet and is rapidly approaching. It is evident that humanity is on the brink of encountering an extraterrestrial intelligent civilization. Moreover, this civilization possesses interstellar travel capabilities, while humanity has yet to venture beyond the Alpha Star system. Has the information been deciphered? Jiang Yu inquired. At this moment, even the seasoned Jang Yu, known for his composure in crises, found himself somewhat at a loss. Jiang Yu was compelled to step forward and personally address certain matters in anticipation of the impending crisis. The information obtained was insufficient for analysis. Jiang Yu was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the written language and logical constructs of each civilization differ significantly. Our analysis suggests that the source of the emission is likely a probe powered by nuclear fusion. The report from the technical advisor offered Jiang Yu a slight sense of relief. The reliance on nuclear fusion for power indicates that this civilization is likely a Type 1 civilization. According to Jiang Yu's studies and deductions at the higher dimensional world Planetary Academy, civilizations below Type 1 utilize chemical energy, while only Type 1 civilizations harness nuclear fusion. Of course, Type 2 civilizations also employ nuclear fusion, but they achieve a higher efficiency in its utilization. The most notable feature of a Type 2 civilization is the possession of shielding technology. Capture that probe. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu issued the command. Given the alignment, whether the opponent dispatched merely a probe or an entire fleet, it is paramount to ascertain their level of civilization and assess their combat capabilities, thereby formulating an appropriate response. Under Jiang Yu's orders, a destroyer-class ship released a village-class vessel. This village-class ship, equipped with a nuclear fusion engine operating at minimal power, approached the alien probe, striving to minimize visible light and energy emissions, thereby reducing the likelihood of detection by the extraterrestrial civilization. As the village-class ship drew closer, it finally identified the probe through its optical detection equipment. It was an oddly shaped device, approximately a dozen cubic meters in size. Upon nearing the probe, the pilot skillfully extended a mechanical arm and successfully grasped it. Subsequently, the vessel altered its course and returned, swiftly delivering the probe to a destroyer-class ship. This scientific research vessel immediately commenced an analysis of the probe. Initially, they examined its material structure, revealing that the components were composed of several common elements. With no materials beyond the scientist's recognition, in fact, its strength and toughness were somewhat inferior to that of human technology. They then analyzed the power system, which could reveal a civilization's technological and societal sophistication. Upon dismantling the system, the scientists encountered a familiar nuclear fusion engine and a power supply system reliant on nuclear fusion energy. Certainly, the fusion engines of the alien civilization exhibit slight variations compared to those of humanity, yet the underlying principles remain identical. Subsequently, modules for quantum computing, power transmission, and remote electronic control came into view. The scientists' analytical results were swiftly relayed to the command center of the spacecraft, Royal Capital. An examination of the energy systems, propulsion systems, computational systems, and electronic circuitry led us to a conclusion. The technological advancement of this civilization surpasses ours, albeit not by a significant margin. Moreover, the trajectory of their development appears to align closely with our own, remaining well within the bounds of our understanding. Upon receiving the report from the scientists, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. He too derived a similar conclusion from their analysis. The progression of technological civilizations tends to follow a comparable path, evolving from the rudimentary to the sophisticated. Although nuances may vary due to differences in civilizations, the overarching direction remains largely the same. For instance, the transition from chemical energy to nuclear fission and then to nuclear fusion. Chapter 087. The tenth search in the vast ocean. The scientists have concluded that the visiting extraterrestrial civilization is slightly more advanced than humanity. This implies that their interstellar spacecraft are swifter and their weaponry more formidable. Upon gaining a preliminary understanding of the technological prowess of the alien civilization, Jiang Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Jiang Yu addressed Deng Jianjun, Qi Minghai, and the assembled advisors. What should be our attitude towards this extraterrestrial civilization? It is my understanding that when two civilizations of comparable technological advancement encounter each other in the cosmos, the most likely scenario is a period of cautious exploration followed by peaceful engagement or exchanges of technology and resources. We have not yet attained a level 1 civilization. We require time to elevate our technological capabilities rather than engage in warfare. Of course, we cannot speculate on their social structure, nor can we ascertain whether their intentions are benevolent or malevolent. Jiang Yu harbored no fear of confronting an alien civilization of similar technological standing. In fact, he even anticipated the possibility of minor conflicts. Based on his comprehension of the superdimensional technological system, he believed that converting technological data from the civilization marketplace into tangible assets could yield technology points once successfully implemented. However, humanity had only just entered the interstellar age, and their fleet's combat capabilities were still inadequate. The technological race was in the midst of significant development, making it imprudent to engage in conflict with extraterrestrials. Establishing peaceful contact to exchange technology or resources would be immensely beneficial for humanity's advancement. The assembly fell into contemplation, recognizing that the current priority for humanity lay in construction and development rather than conflict or war. Nonetheless, engagement with the alien civilization was inevitable, necessitating the formulation of a strategy for contact. After a brief pause, Deng Jianjun responded, "Your Majesty, from the perspective of humanity, if the benefits to be gained require only a modest sacrifice, we should willingly make that sacrifice. Conversely, if the potential gains far exceed the costs, We ought to take the initiative to strike. I believe the logical reasoning of the extraterrestrial civilization aligns with ours, which simplifies the matter. We should convey our desire for peace while simultaneously demonstrating our technological capabilities and military strength to deter them. Former Navy Commander Chi Ming-hai, now appointed as the Deputy Commander of Humanity's inaugural fleet, added, "Your Majesty, I concur with Captain Deng's recommendation. We do not seek conflict, yet we are not afraid of it. Even if their technology surpasses ours, and their vessels are swifter and more powerful, they remain but a single fleet. The extent of their journey unknown. We possess a vast logistical support base and are prepared for any eventuality. Should conflict or war arise, we are confident in our capacity for victory." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, endorsing their perspectives. When two civilizations of similar technological advancement encounter one another, as long as they embody the principles of rational thought typical of civilized worlds, the situation can be navigated with prudence. It is universally acknowledged that if war erupts, the ultimate outcome is mutual destruction. Conversely, if we coexist in peace, both parties stand to gain the maximum benefit. One should recognize the preferable choice. Thus, how might we convey our desire for peace while simultaneously showcasing our military might? I require the Advisory Council to promptly devise an effective strategy based on this notion. Jiang Yu pondered, noting that the balance must be meticulously maintained. Otherwise, misunderstandings may easily lead to unintended conflict. Deng Jianjun and Chi Ming-hai are the most exceptional commanders of the human race. Each member of the fleet's advisory team possesses remarkable mental agility, surpassing Jiang Yu in formulating urgent plans. "Indeed, Your Majesty," the Chief of Staff responded. Jiang Yu turned to Deng Jianjun and stated, "The immediate priority is to locate them. Since we have intercepted their probe, it indicates they are not far from us. Unless there is an unforeseen circumstance, the enemy is aware of our whereabouts while we remain oblivious to theirs. An entity concealed in the shadows, its intentions unknown, poses a significant threat to us." "Yes, Your Majesty," Deng Jianjun replied, issuing a series of commands. "The fleet shall adjust its formation, arranging 100 warships into a detection array. Activate all detection instruments and assemble an extensive radio telescope for comprehensive scanning. No wavelength, infrared, ultraviolet, visible light, X-rays, or gamma rays shall be overlooked. Deploy neutrino and gravitational wave detectors to perform a thorough sweep of the Oort cloud region for meteoroids and gas clouds." Deng Jianjun activated all the fleet's detection capabilities to search within a light-year radius. This endeavor felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet it represented humanity's last recourse. In the pitch-black void of space, locating an object that remains radio silent, emitting no detectable light or radiation, or only feeble emissions, proves exceedingly challenging. Although the human fleet had also entered a state of radio silence upon detecting unknown radio waves, shutting down their fusion engines and masking all forms of radiation, it could not be guaranteed that the enemy's probe had not discerned their presence and relayed the information back. As the human fleet conducted its extensive search for the enemy's traces without any success, it became increasingly evident that the adversary was deliberately concealing itself while assessing the technological capabilities of the humans. Days passed, and the entire human fleet remained in a state of heightened tension, including Jiang Yu. The dark expanse of space appeared tranquil, yet all understood that beneath this facade lay immense peril. "What is the situation?" After more than 10 days, Jiang Yu awoke from a brief slumber and inquired. As was his custom, Deng Jianjun, his eyes bloodshot, replied, "Your Majesty, we have yet to make any discoveries. However, it is certain that the other party is also fervently searching for us, assessing our capabilities, and refraining from taking hasty actions. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. For their arrival in the Alpha system is certainly not for mere tourism." In response to Deng Jianjun's analysis, Jiang Yu expressed his agreement. The presence of the other party in the Alpha system undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. After all, the Alpha system boasts a young and stable star, a well-structured planetary system, habitable orbits, and abundant resources. This is an immense temptation for any Type 1 or Type 2 civilization. Suddenly, a technical advisor exclaimed loudly, "We have detected a faint signal." Jiang Yu felt a tightening in his chest and immediately ordered, "Analyze this signal at once." Soon, the technical department produced their analysis results, which left everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 088, Discovery of a Planet Report. This is the signal from the trigger mechanism of a hydrogen bomb. The signal is located 12,000 kilometers from the fleet, traveling at a velocity of 520 kilometers per second. Upon hearing the technical officer's report, all present, including Jiang Yu, were seized by a cold sweat. Previous analyses indicated that the adversary's technological advancements were only slightly superior to their own. Thus, it was not surprising that the enemy retained such a weapon as the hydrogen bomb. The human fleet also possessed hydrogen bombs and their respective triggers. The operational principle of a hydrogen bomb trigger is both straightforward and effective. It involves installing a device on the bomb that continuously emits a signal. Upon detecting an unknown object within a certain range, it will detonate immediately. The signal emitted by the hydrogen bomb trigger is exceedingly faint and difficult to detect. Had it not been for the human fleet's various detection instruments operating at full power, the invisible hydrogen bomb amidst the vastness of space might have gone unnoticed. Unlike the surface of planets, where incoming targets are relatively easy to detect, space presents a true three-dimensional environment, allowing incoming threats to emerge from any direction. Furthermore, the hydrogen bomb is not launched via an engine, but through a projectile method, relying solely on the kinetic inertia generated by the throw, moving through the resistance-free expanse of space. Additionally, it does not emit visible light, and even the radiation sources that are not visible are exceedingly weak, making detection exceedingly challenging. Although the potency of a hydrogen bomb diminishes in the vacuum of space, a close-range detonation remains formidable. The explosive force unleashed at the moment of detonation can not only obliterate the hull of a ship but also damage the instruments and sensitive components of nearby vessels. The fleet sprang into action, preparing for combat. Jiang Yu, consumed by anger, disregarded the need to conceal the fleet's position. It was evident that the enemy had launched numerous hydrogen bombs. If the fleet maintained a tight formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under Jiang Yu's command, a Xiang-class ship immediately unleashed a barrage of laser beams. As brilliant flames flickered in the dark void of space, visible light rapidly dispersed, utilizing this scattered light source. The detection these space missiles are equipped with nuclear fusion engines, enabling them to travel at speeds significantly greater than those achievable by conventional projectile methods. Naturally, the nuclear fusion engines emit brilliant visible light and radiation, making it easier for adversaries to detect them. However, at this moment, Jiang Yu has little regard for such concerns. After all, it is only fitting to respond in kind when provoked, since the enemy believes that engaging in war will yield greater rewards. Jiang Yu is compelled to abandon any notions of peaceful negotiation. The missiles soar through the cosmos at an astonishing velocity of 3,000 kilometers per second. Before long, brilliant bursts of light erupted in the distant expanse of space. It became evident that the missiles launched by the human fleet were entirely intercepted by the enemy, employing laser weaponry for the task. Given that the speed of laser light is unparalleled, it serves as the optimal means for intercepting space missiles traveling at 3,000 kilometers per second. Simultaneously, the location of the enemy fleet was fully exposed before the human fleet. This was a massive armada, comprising over 2,000 interstellar vessels. Nevertheless, this did not astonish the human fleet. After all, they possessed 100 large township-class ships and over 3,000 smaller village-class vessels. Although the village-class ships have a diminished role in genuine space warfare compared to their larger counterparts, the adage "many ants can kill an elephant" holds true. Missiles carrying nuclear warheads and small laser weaponry launched from these vessels should not be underestimated. What truly left the human fleet in shock was that amidst the explosion's radiance and under the scrutiny of high-precision optical detectors, they discerned not only the multitude of interstellar vessels, but also a planet. Through the calculations of a supercomputer, data regarding this planet swiftly emerged. Its size was approximately twice that of the blue planet, with a mass around 1.8 times greater. Spectral analysis revealed a dense atmosphere primarily composed of sulfur and nitrogen, along with trace amounts of oxygen. All who witnessed this scene were rendered speechless. They found themselves in the vast, unending darkness of the cosmos. where the nearest star to the Alpha star system lies 2 light-years away. Typically, planets orbit stars, yet here was an anomalous planet. There are, of course, special circumstances where a planet exists within a binary or even multiple star system, becoming a rogue planet due to gravitational conflicts. However, in such multi-star systems, the immense gravitational forces typically inhibit the development of a substantial atmosphere. Even if materials conducive to atmospheric formation exist, they are either consumed by stellar gravity or frozen on the planet's surface. On a planet devoid of an atmosphere, the evolution of life is virtually impossible, let alone the emergence of intelligent life. Yet, the planet before them was evidently a rocky world. The presence of over 2,000 ships guarding its forefront indicated that the fleet was aligned with this planet. Moreover, this planet had evidently fostered intelligent life of at least a level 1 civilization. The entirety of this revelation shattered the preconceptions of all fleet members and ignited a fervor of excitement and frenzy among the scientists aboard. This celestial body holds immeasurable significance for their research. The scientists directly connected with the command center of the royal capital, beseeching fervently, "This is indeed a remarkable planet. We implore you to capture it. We wish to study this extraordinary world and everything it encompasses. This planet is of paramount importance to my research on planetary formation and the genesis of life." Listening to the scientists' entreaties, Deng Jianjun and Qi Minghai exchanged glances of concern. They fully comprehended the vital importance of this planet to the scientists. Yet, did the scientists not realize that this celestial body had evolved a civilization far more advanced than that of the blue planet? To seize this planet, one must first conquer the civilized beings that inhabit it and vanquish their fleet. Given that the adversary's technological prowess and level of civilization surpass those of the blue planet, the prospect of capturing this celestial body is far from straightforward. Chapter 089. Jiang Yu's sinister scheme. Following a mutual barrage of hydrogen bomb attacks, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The assaults from the human race were evidently far more ferocious than those of their adversaries. However, the latter refrained from retaliating. In light of this, Jiang Yu chose not to issue commands for further attacks, opting instead to await the enemy's reaction. Both parties were already well informed about each other's positions and fleet sizes. Whether it was fleeing or advancing, any movement would be detected promptly by the opposing side. For the activation of nuclear fusion engines was inescapably accompanied by visible light, a beacon no one could obscure. Yet, days passed without the slightest sign of movement from the enemy, leaving everyone at the command center of the Huangjing perplexed. It was evident to them that the foe possessed a planet as a stronghold, signifying nearly boundless energy replenishment capabilities. As a level 1 civilization, they should not face issues of insufficient supply. In contrast, while the human fleet was backed by an entire star system, their current position in the Oort cloud rendered them several hundred million kilometers away from the nearest Titan base. Thus, their energy resupply was considerably less convenient than that of their opponents, whose energy efficiency surpassed that of the humans. Despite this, the enemy had ceased their offensive and remained suspended in the abyss of space. Jiang Yu convened the commanders and strategists to deliberate on a course of action. Qi Minghai remarked, 7 days have elapsed, and the enemy remains inert. Thus far, aside from our mutual exchange of hydrogen bombs, we have had no communication. We are unable to ascertain their societal structure, moral framework, or even their logical reasoning. Therefore, we are left with only 2 viable options, either to launch a preemptive strike or to retreat to the Titan base. A proactive assault may prove disadvantageous, while a retreat would facilitate swifter resupply. Deng Jianjun interjected, "Given that the enemy has already attacked us, we can ascertain their belief that engaging us yields greater benefits than pursuing peaceful negotiations. The potential rewards must be substantial enough to justify the risks of mutual destruction. What, then, could this immense profit be?" A military scientist pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, could it be possible that what the enemy desires is to enter the Alpha star system in search of a suitable planetary orbit? Or perhaps they have traversed light years in search of a home. No matter how rich the resources of a wandering planet or how well suited its life forms are to a nomadic existence, it pales in comparison to life within a stable stellar system, which not only provides a sun but also abundant energy. The scientists' conclusion ignited a wave of indignation among the strategists. They shall not succeed. This is our territory. We shall not allow others to slumber beside us. The human race has painstakingly eradicated the beast race, establishing themselves as the sole sovereigns of Blue Star and the entire Alpha Galaxy. When a far more formidable civilization arrives, intent on claiming their own dominion, how could they possibly acquiesce? Jiang Yu concurred with the scientist's hypothesis and, after a moment's contemplation, added, "The likelihood of this is exceedingly high. If that is the case, they have traversed no less than 2 light years to reach the Alpha Galaxy. Over such an extensive journey, they must have expended an unimaginably vast amount of energy. According to astronomers' observations, the nearest star to the Alpha Galaxy is indeed 2 light years away. A planet twice the size of Blue Star arriving here could conceivably deplete the energy of an entire planet." The military scientist furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am curious about how they managed to bring this planet here. It is not surprising that a planet could wander far due to the forces generated by stellar gravitational interactions. However, with the cosmos being so immense, what are the odds that it fortuitously drifted to the vicinity of the Alpha Galaxy? This leaves only one possibility. They must have artificially altered the planet's trajectory. To adjust the course of a colossal planet, what magnitude of force would be required?" Jiang Yu elaborated. "Perhaps they did not merely adjust the planet's direction. They might have installed countless nuclear fusion engines on the planet to propel it here." The gravity of Jiang Yu's statement caused all present to gasp in astonishment. The notion of installing nuclear fusion engines to propel a planet seemed utterly implausible given their current technological understanding. Jiang Yu continued, "If the planet did arrive here propelled by nuclear fusion engines, we can be certain that the adversary possesses scant energy reserves for waging a grand conflict. In other words, any war they initiate cannot possibly endure, which is advantageous for us. Determining whether they adjusted the planet's course using nuclear fusion engines or propelled it forward is not particularly challenging." With this thought, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement as a sinister plan began to crystallize in his mind. Without hesitation, he issued a command: "Order the Titan base to manufacture a considerable number of missiles equipped with hydrogen bombs. From this moment onward, instruct the fleet to incessantly launch space missiles toward T. Moreover, with the terrifying production capabilities of the Titan base, there is no shortage of space missiles. The human fleet launches space missiles armed with hydrogen bombs, and the adversary will undoubtedly exert all efforts to intercept them. Given the technological sophistication and fleet strength of the opponent, the interception rate is assuredly high. However, this poses no concern, as the human fleet possesses an abundance of space missiles. Even the launch of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 would not evoke any sense of loss. As long as a single missile evades interception, it suffices. As a level 1 civilization, they must be acutely aware of the catastrophic environmental devastation wrought by a hydrogen bomb detonation on a planetary body. It is inconceivable that they would allow a hydrogen bomb to explode on their home planet. Thus, apart from interception, their only recourse would be evasion. In this manner, one can not only validate the hypothesis regarding whether their planet is equipped with a nuclear fusion engine for propulsion, but also deplete the adversary's energy reserves during their vigorous attempts to intercept the space missiles. In every respect, it is a favorable outcome. Chapter 090, deceived by Adolf. Jang Yu issued commands, and the staff swiftly formulated a comprehensive plan. The entire fleet, including the rear base on Titan, immediately began to execute these orders. Every individual understood the gravity of the situation. After all, this was a war against an alien civilization, a battle to defend their homeland. Instantly, the Titan bases became busier than ever before. Mining workers intensified their extraction of minerals and fuels. Countless transport vessels traversed between the various satellites. All manufacturing plants operated at full capacity, producing an array of military hardware. The newly constructed warships had their materials continuously dispatched to the frontline fleet. Preparations for a decisive confrontation with the alien civilization were underway at both the frontline fleet and the Titan logistical base. Everything occurring at the interstellar front was relayed back to the home planet, Blue Star, by war correspondents. Upon learning that the frontline fleet had encountered an alien civilization and engaged in preliminary skirmishes, the populace of Blue Star was initially taken aback and subsequently filled with rage, prompting many young individuals to enlist in the military. However, only those who had undergone genetic modifications more than twice were deemed eligible. The conditions in space and on other planets were far more arduous than the tranquil existence on Blue Star. Only the mightiest warriors could undertake the complex and perilous interstellar missions. To safeguard their homeland and obliterate the alien civilization, the people of Blue Star were equally diligent, producing various military supplies and constructing interstellar warships and weapons. Fleets of interstellar vessels departed from Blue Star, heading towards the distant front lines. The entire population of Blue Star was preparing for this defense against the invasion of an alien civilization. After painstakingly eradicating the beast tribes to build a peaceful home and lead a stable life, they would not allow any enemy to intrude upon their sanctuary. They vowed to annihilate any adversary entirely. In stark contrast to the fervent preparations of the Blue Star populace, the wandering planet was engulfed in a stifling atmosphere. This wandering planet was none other than the Crocodile Star, governed by the Crocodile civilization led by Emperor Raphael. Following Adolf's directives, Raphael spent 30 years traversing a distance of 1.5 light-years, ultimately arriving near the Alpha Star system. Instead of hastily invading the Alpha system, Raphael deployed thousands of probes to ascertain the technological development status of the human civilization. Prior to this, Adolf had informed him that Jiang Yu's technological humans were merely a level 0.7 civilization, primarily utilizing chemical energy, with no footprint on their own satellites. However, the cautious Raphael did not underestimate the situation. He refrained from rushing into the Alpha system. Instead, he sent out thousands of probes to gather intelligence on the human civilization. Yet, before their probes could even traverse the Oort cloud, they encountered an astonishing sight that left all crocodile inhabitants in disbelief. A colossal interstellar fleet lay before them. Though the fleet primarily consisted of township-class warships, with only one county-level warship serving as the flagship and not a single city-class warship in sight. All these vessels were powered by nuclear fusion. The utilization of nuclear fusion energy marked the threshold of a level 1 civilization. In that moment, Raphael felt deceived by the nefarious Adolf. He could scarcely believe that the technological humanity had evolved from a level 0.7 civilization to a level 1 civilization in a mere 30 years. Subsequently, he commanded his fleet to launch thousands of hydrogen bombs, attempting to annihilate the human fleet in one fell swoop. To his astonishment, the humans detected this assault and detonated all the hydrogen bombs, launching a powerful counterattack. The space missiles fired by the technological humanity, carrying hydrogen warheads, achieved an astonishing speed of 3,000 kilometers per second. This served to illustrate that the technological humanity had advanced in nuclear fusion technology to approximately 80% of the capability of the Croc Star civilization. The protective shield technology of the Croc Star civilization had reached a breakthrough, merely a step away from ascending to level 2 civilization. If the technological humanity was indeed a level 0.7 civilization, even a nascent level 1 civilization would be easily crushed by the Croc Star civilization. However, the current state hardly resembled the characteristics of a newly emerged level 1 civilization. It appeared as though it had spent centuries evolving within this stage, indicating a mature level 1 civilization. The audacity of Adolf in claiming that 30 years prior, the technological humanity was merely a level 0.7 civilization was infuriating. Furthermore, as the Croc people launched their probes into the Alpha Galaxy, the feedback only intensified Raphael's trepidation. En route to the Alpha Galaxy, Croc scientists had already conducted observations and research on the region. The Alpha Galaxy boasted a young and stable star, 3 rocky planets, 2 gas giants, and a belt of asteroids. This was an exceptionally favorable system for the survival and development of biological civilizations, and the scientists were ecstatic. They felt as though the Croc people had received divine favor, finally on the brink of ending their nomadic existence. Once their planet entered the Alpha Galaxy and found a suitable orbital position, the Croc people could stabilize their existence, leading to a monumental leap in technological advancement. As for the level 0.7 technological humanity, it was scarcely worthy of mention. The planets of the technological humanity would merely serve as resource planets for the Croc people, with millions of humans destined to become slaves in the service of Croc development. Yet, they beheld a vast fleet of the technological humanity, witnessing the establishment of a colossal base on the moons of Saturn. Saturn, being the furthest gas giant from the blue planet where the technological humanity thrived, was a testament to their reach. They could extract resources from the most distant celestial bodies. This indicated that the influence of the technological humanity extended throughout the entire Alpha Galaxy, possessing the resources of a whole star system. What, then, did the Croc fleet possess? Merely a barren, wandering planet, stripped of resources after being cast out from their home star system. How could the Croc people contend with a civilization backed by infinite resources? What viable strategies might they propose? Within the Croc Royal Temple, Raphael inquired of the high-ranking officials. In truth, even before the exchange of fire with the technological humanity, Raphael had commanded the Croc leadership to convene and deliberate on countermeasures. However, after prolonged discussions and evaluations, the leadership of the crocodilian race finds themselves at an impasse. Despite the conclusion that their civilization's level and technological prowess far surpassed that of the technological humans, with their interstellar vessels being larger and their weaponry significantly more potent, capable of effortlessly annihilating the human fleet ahead, they possess only 2,000 warships. The barren nature of their planet restricts the production of additional vessels and the replenishment of munitions. Even if they were to obliterate the human fleet before them, they would incur the loss of 1/3 of their own ships. Furthermore, the technological humans can continuously receive reinforcements, with more ships arriving at the front lines and additional weaponry dispatched to the battlefield. Undoubtedly, a civilization facing existential peril will unleash an unprecedented potential for warfare. Each warship lost from the crocodilian fleet diminishes their strength, and each expenditure of munitions reduces their capacity to sustain the conflict. Chapter 091. The Conspiracy of the Reptilians. The analysis results from the upper echelons of the reptilian hierarchy were exceedingly unfavorable for their civilization. This revelation incited great ire within Raphael, who felt utterly deceived and betrayed by Adolf. He had expended vast amounts of energy to transport the reptilian civilization to the Alpha Star system, situated 1.5 light-years away, under the impression that he could easily subdue the technologically advanced human race and secure a stable and prosperous home for his people. However, before even entering the Alpha Star system, they encountered the formidable human fleet, representing a fully developed Level 1 civilization. While the technological prowess and civilization level of the human race did not surpass that of the reptilians, they possessed an inexhaustible supply of energy from an entire star system. The reptilian fleet was confident in its ability to easily defeat the human forces before them. Yet, the complete annihilation of the human civilization seemed nearly impossible. Without eradicating the humans, the reptilians could not hope to claim the Alpha Star system. Should they fail to secure this territory, the fate of the reptilian civilization would be singularly bleak: extinction. The energy reserves on their home planet were dwindling, leaving them bereft of the capacity for further interstellar voyages. The reptilians appeared to have but one path before them: to engage in a full-scale confrontation with the humans. Yet, could they truly vanquish the technologically advanced human race and seize the Alpha Star system? Not a single high-ranking reptilian dared to guarantee success, not even Emperor Raphael himself. He longed to unleash a torrent of reproach upon Adolf, yet he found himself unable to contact him. The limitations of high-dimensional communication imposed distance constraints, preventing any outreach from the lower-dimensional universe to the higher-dimensional realm. Only Adolf could initiate contact with Raphael. Thus, the latter was helpless to seek answers or assistance. The meeting extended for several hours, yet no one managed to propose a viable solution. Ultimately, the high priest, who stood above all others, declared, "Your Majesty the Emperor, given our current dire circumstances, we find ourselves with no alternatives. We must engage in war against the technologically advanced human race, concentrating all our efforts for a decisive battle." On the journey to the Alpha Star system, Raphael elucidated the situation regarding the humans, even revealing that they had vanquished the beastmen inhabiting the same planet. Raphael remained silent, casting glances at his peers. He was acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances and understood that a confrontation with the humans was unavoidable. However, he sought a concrete plan capable of decisively overcoming the humans and claiming the Alpha Star system. The third in command, the chief priest, rose to his feet, saluted Raphael, and stated, "Your Majesty the Emperor, although our technological capabilities surpass those of the humans and our combat prowess is formidable, our resources are severely limited. Should we become embroiled in a protracted conflict with the humans, it would prove exceedingly detrimental to our cause. Thus, I propose that we dispatch peace envoys to negotiate with the human race, beseeching their refuge." No sooner had the ruling priest spoken than the military priest vehemently countered, "I do not concur with the ruling priest's proposal. The Crocodile Star civilization stands as the pinnacle of technological advancement, on the verge of ascending to a level 2 civilization. In contrast, the human race barely qualifies as a nascent level 1 civilization, a lesser species. What merit do they possess to be considered equals with the illustrious Crocodile Star civilization? Moreover, to humbly implore for their shelter is beneath our dignity." The military priest's words swiftly garnered the support of the majority of the high-ranking officials. To solicit refuge from the humans is a blatant display of weakness. Even if we were to plead for their shelter, acceptance is not guaranteed. If the roles were reversed, would we take in an extraterrestrial civilization? Indeed, rather than engage in the humiliating act of beseeching the human race for asylum, it would be far more prudent to conquer them through force. In light of the crowd's support for his stance, the ruling priest elaborated, "I, too, wish to uphold the dignity of the crocodile people. However, esteemed colleagues, our planet's resources are dwindling rapidly. Can we endure the strain of a protracted war? My suggestion to send peace negotiators is merely a strategic maneuver. If the humans agree to provide us refuge, even if it is merely a resource-poor satellite for recuperation, we shall gain a reprieve. Once we attain level 2 civilization, the technological humans will pose no threat. At that juncture, we can wage war against them and seize the entire Alpha Star system without difficulty." The ruling priest's words rendered the assembly silent, for they could conceive of no superior alternative. The current plight of the crocodile civilization indeed cannot withstand an interstellar conflict. A swift resolution may be bearable. Yet if we are ensnared in a drawn-out war, the ramifications could be dire. The military priest furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, we have previously launched thousands of space bombs at the humans. Their vehement retaliation indicates that our actions have undoubtedly incensed them. At this juncture, to initiate negotiations would be futile. They would never consent. Even if they were to agree to negotiations, they would impose exceedingly harsh conditions." The ruling priest replied, "Our assault has inflicted no tangible damage upon them. We can assert that this was merely a probing action against an unknown civilization, designed to convey that the crocodile civilization is a formidable level 2 entity. Our technological prowess far surpasses that of the humans, who are mired in level 1. Should they be willing to engage in dialogue and acquiesce to our terms, they would gain access to our technology, along with our commitment to assist them in advancing their own technological capabilities. I believe such enticing terms would be irresistible to any level 1 technological civilization." The ruling priest's intentions were now unmistakably clear. The appeal for the humans' refuge was but a ruse. The crocodile civilization requires time to recuperate and ascend to level 2. At that point, they would wage war against the technological humans and claim dominion over the Alpha Star system. In pursuit of this objective, the crocodilians must now endure humiliation and bear their burdens. Although this approach lacks integrity and tarnishes their dignity and pride, it remains the most viable solution, as the crocodilians are in dire need of time to recuperate and advance their technology. Observing that no dissenting opinions were raised, the high priest bowed to Emperor Raphael and stated, "Your Majesty, we fundamentally concur with the plan put forth by the governing priest. We beseech your highness to make the final decision." Raphael, too, found himself devoid of superior alternatives. Even if the request for peaceful negotiations were to be rebuffed by the technological humans, he would, when the time came, set aside his pride and reach out to Emperor Jiang Yu. It is his hope that Jiang Yu, considering their long-standing camaraderie, might extend some assistance to the crocodilian civilization. For the sake of the survival and advancement of his civilization, pride and dignity pale in significance, What ultimately matters is the outcome. He harbors no desire for his crocodilian civilization to face extinction, losing its planetary sovereignty and the identity of a sacred people. Thus, let us proceed according to the plan devised by the governing priest, Side Emperor Raphael. Chapter 092. The Temptation of the Crocodile. Star people in the command center of the Huangjing, various departments were enveloped in a flurry of activity. The commander and his advisors were formulating diverse strategies in response to the impending crisis. Monitoring personnel vigilantly observed every movement of the extraterrestrial fleet, while scientists diligently examined the structure of alien detection instruments, endeavoring to decipher the cryptic signals from beyond. The entire fleet was poised and ready for war, with every crew member on high alert. The Titan base was continuously supplying a substantial amount of war materials and completed interstellar warships. An interstellar fleet departing from the blue planet was also racing towards them at full speed. The human race was acutely aware that alien forces had arrived at their doorstep, possessing a level of technology and civilization that surpassed their own, having endured countless years of brutal warfare against the beast races. They had painstakingly achieved the current state of prosperity and stability. The human race would not permit anyone, not even extraterrestrials, to disrupt their hard-won peace. At the helm of the command center, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, aware that the alien civilization, which was superior in every regard, was poised to strike. Despite analyses suggesting that the alien civilization faced critical shortages in energy resources, such conclusions were mere conjecture. Only upon direct engagement could the true extent of their capabilities be ascertained. The aliens were at the pinnacle of Level 1 civilization, while humanity had yet to reach that threshold, creating a significant technological chasm. The sole advantage for humanity lay in their backing of an entire star system, nearly inexhaustible in resources. However, should they falter in their initial engagement, the alien civilization could seize control of Saturn and its moons, thereby acquiring all available resources. The resulting augmentation of the alien forces would undoubtedly intensify the pressure on the human fleet. Thus, it was imperative to thwart the enemy beyond the Oort cloud, resolutely preventing the alien civilization from encroaching even a step into the Alpha Star system. As days passed, Jiang Yu's plans neared completion, and the human fleet was on the brink of launching an offensive against the extraterrestrial threat. Reports began to stream in from various fronts. Report: all necessary materials for the fleet have been secured. The Titan base is operating at full capacity, ensuring logistical support is seamless. Report: the fleet from the blue planet is en route, expected to arrive at the front lines of the Oort cloud in 20 days. Report: the alien civilization is currently exhibiting no unusual activity. All preparations for war proceeded meticulously as per Jiang Yu's directives. Satisfied, he prepared to issue commands when suddenly, the communications officer exclaimed, "Report, the alien civilization has sent a communication." Jiang Yu paused, exchanging astonished glances with Deng Jianjun, Qi Minghai, and the other advisors. They had completed all preparations for war, yet the aliens had initiated communication? What could their intentions be? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Can it be deciphered? Jiang Yu inquired, eager to learn what the aliens wished to convey. The communications officer promptly replied, "It should be decipherable. The message includes a dictionary. We will require 1 hour. Commence the decryption immediately," Jiang Yu commanded. After waiting for so many days, an additional hour was of little consequence. "Understood, Your Majesty." After the communications officer responded, the experts immediately commenced their deciphering tasks. The so-called dictionary was nothing more than a collection of texts from an extraterrestrial civilization, containing all its written characters. To decode the meanings represented by the alien script in the communication, it sufficed to identify the context in which each character appeared. Subsequently, calculations could determine whether a character represented a subject, verb, object, or other linguistic structures. For instance, the isolated character for I holds no intrinsic meaning. However, by analyzing its occurrences within a tome comprising millions of words, one could easily infer that it signifies the speaker themselves. An hour later, the communications officer reported, "Your Majesty, the alien message has been successfully deciphered. It conveys, 'Esteemed unknown civilization, greetings. We are delighted to encounter your esteemed civilization amidst the vast cosmos. We are the crocodilian civilization, hailing from distant interstellar coordinates XX. Our planet was cast out of its stellar system due to the gravitational conflict of two suns. We have wandered through the cosmos for centuries, yet we have never relinquished our hope of perpetuating our civilization through the collective efforts of all crocodilians. We are on the verge of ascending to a level 2 technological civilization. If our assessment is correct, your civilization is also technologically advanced, representing a magnificent level 1 civilization. Various forms of biological civilizations should exist throughout the universe, and as fellow technological civilizations, we ought to engage in peaceful interactions. Our previous explorations and attacks against your civilization were mere tests. We harbored no malice. Upon discovering that your civilization is also technologically advanced, we were filled with profound remorse. Our crocodilian civilization has drifted into your star system and encountered your fleet. This is the serendipitous convergence of our two civilizations, a destiny orchestrated by the cosmos. The crocodilian civilization cherishes peace. We abhor war. We aspire to engage in exchanges of technology and culture with your civilization. We are willing to selflessly share our technological achievements with you, which may expedite your ascent to a level 2 civilization. In return, we require merely a satellite body. After centuries of wandering, we seek a place to recuperate for a time. Once we have sufficiently rested, we shall promptly depart your star system in search of a stellar system suitable for the survival of our crocodilian civilization. Please trust in our sincerity. We eagerly await your response. The message transmitted by the crocodilian civilization was not precisely as stated, yet the deciphered translation rendered it comprehensible to humanity. Upon hearing the translated communication, the expressions of all personnel in the command center varied. This was the inaugural interaction with an unfamiliar extraterrestrial civilization, naturally inducing a degree of excitement. The message from the crocodilian civilization evidently brimmed with earnestness. Moreover, it was clear that the crocodilian civilization had entered the interstellar age for at least several centuries. A stark contrast to the brief few decades of the blue star civilization, marking them as a venerable interstellar civilization. The counterpart is on the verge of ascending to a Type 2 civilization. In terms of technology, culture, and military capabilities, they surpass humanity, particularly in the realm of technology. Acquiring their scientific achievements would be akin to discovering an invaluable treasure for scientists. In military matters, experts yearn for the invaluable experience of interstellar warfare. All they require is a satellite, and once they have recuperated, they will depart. The Alpha Star system is replete with satellites, with Saturn alone hosting dozens of orbiting moons. For the affluent human race, allocating the resources of a single satellite is a trivial matter. However, what humanity stands to gain is the technology of a Type 2 civilization, alongside a wealth of interstellar experience. If a cordial exchange can indeed be established with the Crocodile Star civilization, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for humanity. Chapter 093. Negotiations between two civilizations. The message from the crocodilian civilization was exceedingly alluring to everyone present. Even Jiang Yu found himself somewhat tempted, as he urgently needed the technological advancements of the human race to attain true Level 1 civilization status. Only by achieving this status could the civilization marketplace be upgraded to exchange for Level 2 technological materials. Although the technological human race had already acquired certain Level 1 technologies and produced artifacts of such caliber, they had not truly entered the realm of Level 1 civilization. They could only be considered a quasi-Level 1 civilization. This was due to their technology not fully meeting the requirements of a Level 1 civilization. With their nuclear fusion energy utilization hovering around a mere 80 of that of the crocodilian civilization. Furthermore, there were numerous aspects of their technological tree that required enhancement. If they could obtain the technological achievements of the crocodilian civilization, it would significantly reduce the years of struggle for the human race. Of course, the commander of the command center, along with the advisory team and scientists, were not naive. They were uncertain about the sincerity expressed in the crocodilian message. Jang Yu, well-versed in the dark forest theory, would not hastily conclude that the crocodilian civilization had benevolent intentions. On this matter, the group had no authority to make a decision. They awaited the emperor's judgment. Inform them that we welcome their peaceful negotiation delegation, Jiang Yu commanded. Engaging in negotiations with the crocodilian civilization would not adversely affect their position. Rather, the longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for the human race. Resources for war were continuously being supplied to the front line at the Oort Cloud, while the crocodilian civilization was constrained to a solitary, resource-deprived planet. Regardless of how the crocodilians prepared for war, they could not match the human race's level of preparedness. Naturally, acquiring the technological advancements of the crocodilians would be ideal. If the crocodilians dared to play tricks, war could be postponed until then. 3 days later, a small spacecraft approached the human fleet. Upon seeing this vessel, the humans could not help but twitch their lips. Human spacecraft were typically disc-shaped or spherical, allowing for even stress distribution. However, the crocodilian vessel resembled a gigantic crocodile, albeit one made of steel. Level 1 civilizations had mastered anti-gravity technology, thus eliminating concerns about spacecraft takeoff on planetary surfaces. Moreover, in the vacuum of space, the absence of air resistance allowed for any shape to have little impact. Nonetheless, crafting a spacecraft in the shape of a crocodile seemed rather whimsical, if not somewhat ludicrous. As the vessel docked at the flagship, royal capital, and the crocodilians disembarked, the observers finally understood the reasoning behind the crocodile-shaped spacecraft. The appearance of the crocodilians bore a striking resemblance to the crocodiles of Blue Planet, the only distinction being their ability to walk upright. They had fashioned their vessel in the shape of a crocodile, perhaps indicative of a peculiar narcissism regarding their own form. Under the guidance of designated personnel, the crocodilian representatives arrived at a reception room where Jiang Yu, Deng Jianjun, and Qi Minghai had already been waiting. As the crocodilian beings entered the conference room, the foremost among them bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am the high priest of the crocodilian civilization, and these are my aides." Deng Jianjun introduced, "This is our leader of the human race. I am the captain of the human fleet, and this is my first officer." The high priest was momentarily taken aback, for in their understanding, the leader of the human race equated to their high priest, or even their emperor. The personal audience granted by the human leader underscored the significance that the technologically advanced human race placed on this negotiation. This realization brought a sense of relief to the high priest, who advocated for peace with the technologically advanced humans. It appeared that the human race held the crocodilian civilization in high esteem, filled with a yearning for their level 2 technology. Thus, the forthcoming proceedings seemed promising. Provided the conditions set forth by the technologically advanced humans were not excessively demanding, his negotiation mission would be successfully accomplished. Subsequently, they could embark on the second phase of their plan, allowing the crocodilian civilization a period of recuperation. Given a few decades, they could ascend to level 2 civilization status, leading to a technological explosion and a significant enhancement in their fleet strength. At that juncture, a mere level 1 civilization would pose no threat. The entire Alpha Galaxy would belong to the crocodilian civilization. The prospect filled the high priest with exhilaration. After performing the highest customary salutation of the crocodilian civilization to Jiang Yu, he remarked, "Esteemed leader, thank you for your gracious audience." Jiang Yu gestured. "Our esteemed guest from afar, please take a seat." "Thank you, leader." The high priest and his aides settled on the opposite side of the negotiation table. Once seated, the high priest stated, "Esteemed leader, I believe our previous requests were articulated with clarity. We are eager to understand your civilization's requirements from us." The technologically advanced human race had evolved into a level 1 civilization, demonstrating no trivial capabilities. The high priest was mentally prepared for a battle of wits with the human leader. "We require your civilization's shield technology, material technology, nuclear fusion technology." As Jiang Yu spoke, a lengthy list of technological projects appeared on the computer terminal before the high priest. He nearly choked with indignation. The human race was exceedingly greedy, attempting to strip the crocodilian civilization of its very foundation. "Esteemed leader, we are most willing to share our technological achievements with your civilization. However, this is contingent upon our civilization possessing such advancements. For instance, shield technology is exclusive to level 2 civilizations. While we are conducting research on shield technology, We remain at the pinnacle of Level 1 civilization. Our technological reserves are insufficient to approach its threshold. Thus, we do not possess the shield technology you mentioned. Shield technology signifies the advancement to Level 2 civilization. The crocodilian civilization only possesses rudimentary shield technology, which we regard as our trump card and shall never relinquish. Otherwise, how could the crocodile star civilization maintain an advantage in the war against humanity? Jiang Yu chuckled. He found it difficult to believe the claims made by the other party. Whenever a technological civilization reaches a certain level of advancement, it invariably touches upon the technologies of the next tier and develops products that belong to that higher civilization. Although such advancements may be incomplete and lacking in performance, they are an inevitable consequence of technological progress. It is akin to how nuclear fusion technology and energy weaponry signify the threshold of a Type 1 civilization. The technological human race, at a Type 0.7 civilization stage, had already developed nuclear fission technology and rudimentary energy weapons. If your civilization is unwilling to present the basic shielding technology, there is no need for further discussion. Jang Yu, disinterested in bargaining with the other party, knew that the initiative lay firmly in his hands, and thus had no intention of displaying any cordiality. The ruling priest attempted to interject, but Jiang Yu interrupted him, stating coolly, "If you do not comply, we can procure it ourselves." Chapter 94. Raphael's request: "If you do not comply, we shall procure it ourselves." Jiang Yu's words were a blatant threat. The high priest and his assistants immediately wore expressions of displeasure. They had prepared for the technological demands of the human race, ready to pay on the spot. However, the other party deviated entirely from the expected script. If they refused, the humans would simply seize what they desired, akin to the actions of brigands. The high priest, a moderate among the elite of the crocodile star civilization, could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing such statements. "Esteemed leader, we, the crocodile star civilization, have approached with sincerity. Yet, I perceive no semblance of goodwill from your civilization, only unbridled greed. We are a pinnacle Level 1 civilization, unafraid of threats from any other civilization." Jiang Yu smiled. "This is not a threat. There is an ancient saying among our people, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Your civilization has wandered the cosmos for centuries. The resources on your planet must be nearly depleted. After finally arriving in a resource-rich star system and encountering a hospitable civilization, you ought to cast aside your haughty pride and humbly seek our benevolence. Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To obtain what you desire, you must be willing to pay the price. Your civilization must share all of its technological advancements with us to earn our favor. Otherwise, you will find the door firmly shut against you, with no opportunity to continue your wandering. After all, the nearest star is a daunting 2 light years away. I doubt the resources on your planet can sustain your journey to the next stellar system." The high priest's countenance darkened. "We have come to engage in peaceful negotiations with your civilization, not to beg for charity. We, the crocodile star civilization, exist as a pinnacle Level 1 civilization, while your civilization has merely just stepped into Level 1. We are not on the same tier, yet we still wish to negotiate amicably. Please, do not overreach." Jiang Yu chuckled. The crocodile star civilization resembled a lost dog, yet still maintained an air of superiority. He suspected that their so-called amicable negotiation was merely a fade to achieve their own ends. With that in mind, there was no need for further discourse. He stated, "These are the conditions proposed by our side. I hope your civilization's leaders will consider them seriously. I give you 10 days. If a satisfactory response is not forthcoming by then, I shall personally lead my fleet to visit your planet, and I trust we shall be received with hospitality." Jiang Yu was resolute in acquiring the technological prowess of the crocodile star civilization. Whether through warfare or amicable negotiations, he was determined to achieve his objective. "Are you declaring war?" The high priest stood abruptly, his voice laced with indignation. "That can be one interpretation," Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. The high priest coldly retorted, "Is your civilization so confident? We, the crocodile star civilization, are on the cusp of becoming a Level 2 civilization." Jiang Yu shrugged. "Regardless, the meat served upon one's plate cannot simply fly away." The high priest of governance was seething with rage, on the brink of eruption. yet he managed to restrain himself. Esteemed leader, upon my return, I shall convene a serious discussion among the upper echelons of our civilization. Simultaneously, I hope your civilization understands that the might of a level 2 civilization far exceeds your imagination. Having uttered these words, the high priest departed with his assistant. Eager to leave the place behind, Jiang Yu observed their exit, dismissing the harsh words left in their wake. Should they indeed be a level 2 civilization, he might have to contemplate the matter seriously. However, once he confirmed they were merely at the pinnacle of level 1 civilization, there was little cause for concern. In 10 days, the fleet from Blue Star would reach the front lines of the Orc Cloud. Although the human vessels were somewhat inferior in capability and weaponry, their numerical superiority and superior logistical support provided an advantage. Incremental change would lead to a qualitative transformation. What was there to worry about? The sole concern for Jiang Yu was the adversary's protective shield. The Crocodile Star Civilization and the Crocodile Emperor's Temple. How audacious of the technological humans. What audacity emboldened them to threaten us. We sought them out, and yet they displayed such ingratitude. I have long maintained that there is no merit in negotiations with extraterrestrial civilizations. Now, the dignity of the Crocodile Star Civilization has been affronted. War must be waged immediately. We shall demonstrate our strength and show them the formidable force they have provoked. When the High Priest of Governance relayed the negotiation process and its outcome to Emperor Raphael and the higher echelons of the Crocodile Civilization, chaos erupted within the Crocodile Emperor's temple, with military priests clamoring for war against the humans. Even Emperor Raphael was taken aback by the audacity of the technological humans, who seemed to regard everything with disdain. Your Majesty, I have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. I humbly accept your punishment, said the High Priest, prostrating himself in remorse for actions that undermined the Emperor's dignity. Raphael paid no heed to the uproar among the civilization's leaders or the High Priest's pleas for forgiveness. Instead, he sent a high-dimensional communication request to Emperor Jiang Yu. He had been severely compromised by that rascal Adolf. As the leader of the humans had indicated, he now found himself in a precarious position. He lacked confidence in the Crocodile Civilization's ability to triumph over the technological humans. The remaining resources were insufficient to propel the Crocodile Civilization to the next stellar system. If defeated, they would be unable to even flee from their own planet. Even with 100,000 planetary engines activated, the planet's speed would pale in comparison to that of interstellar warships. Raphael was reluctant to lose the viability of his planetary dominion, nor did he wish to forfeit his identity as a sacred citizen. Unlike Adolf, he had no lofty status. Should he be defeated, he would lose everything. In the command center of the royal capital, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the high-dimensional communication request. He had not anticipated encountering a planetary lord on this rogue planet, particularly one who had a close rapport with Adolf. Raphael, whose misfortune was truly remarkable. Jiang Yu connected the communication, and Raphael's voice immediately resonated. Jiang Yu, this is Raphael. We have lived in the Planetary Lord Academy for 50 years. Although I may have offended you during my time at the Planetary Academy, it was all orchestrated by Adolf. This journey to the Alpha Galaxy was also instigated by that scoundrel Adolf, who has put me in a dire predicament. I beseech you, for the sake of our past camaraderie, to allow my planet to enter the Alpha Galaxy for rest and resupply. Once my planet regains its interstellar travel capabilities, we shall depart immediately, and I assure you, we shall not contend for the Alpha Galaxy. From Raphael's tone, Jiang Yu could distinctly perceive a hint of panic, further confirming the dire scarcity of resources on the Crocodile Star's planetary system. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Crocodile Star's planetary system has reached a critical juncture, struggling even to sustain a war, let alone venture to other stellar systems. One can vividly imagine the desolate scenes that now pervade the Crocodile Star's planetary system. Chapter 095. The crocodilian beings will never compromise. Jiang Yu is not one to hold grudges over trivial matters, whether it be Adolf or Raphael. Their past offenses against him have not weighed heavily on his heart. He understands that when one reaches a certain level of excellence, envy from others is inevitable. However, when it comes to significant issues concerning the advancement of humanity and technology, Jiang Yu will not yield to anyone. In response to Raphael's pleas, Jiang Yu calmly reiterated his conditions. I shall repeat my terms. All technological achievements of the crocodilian civilization must be shared with humanity, including your shield technology. In exchange for your technological advancements, I will, of course, provide you with a satellite for rehabilitation. Though they have been comrades for 50 years, both are now sovereigns of their respective civilizations and must prioritize the welfare of their own people. Jiang Yu is not a bloodthirsty individual. His current objective is to swiftly enhance the technological capabilities of humanity. Only by achieving level 1 civilization can they upgrade the civilization marketplace in exchange for technological resources from the level 2 civilization catalog. As for the potential of harboring the crocodilian civilization, Jiang Yu has no concerns about them overstaying their welcome or harboring intentions towards the Alpha Star system. Although the crocodilian civilization stands at the pinnacle of level 1, a complete ascension to level 2 is unlikely to occur without a century or two of time. Jiang Yu is confident that Raphael lacks any extraordinary advantages. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a desperate situation. In a century or two, humanity will also ascend to level 2 civilization, enabling Jiang Yu to upgrade the civilization marketplace in exchange for level 3 technological resources. After developing initial level 3 technological creations, even if the crocodilian civilization were to advance to level 2, what is there to fear? Receiving Jiang Yu's response, Raphael sensed the absolute lack of room for negotiation. Anger surged within him as he silently cursed Jiang Yu for his audacity. Yet, the initiative lay firmly in Jiang Yu's hands. If the roles were reversed, Raphael would likely have acted even more ruthlessly. With no better alternative, Raphael reluctantly agreed. I consent to share all technological achievements of the crocodilian civilization, including the basic shield technology, provided that the crocodilian civilization is granted a satellite for rehabilitation while progressively sharing our technological advancements. Raphael is no fool. He knows that if the crocodilian civilization shares their technological achievements with humanity without any assurance from Jiang Yu, it would be in vain. Only by securing a resource-rich planet for the crocodilian civilization can they establish a firm foundation before divulging their technological insights to humanity, which would be a fair arrangement. With a resource planet, the scientists of the crocodilian civilization can expedite their research. Raphael does not believe that humanity will surpass the crocodilian civilization in reaching level 2. After all, it would take considerable time for humanity to fully comprehend their technological achievements. Once the crocodilian civilization ascends to level 2, they will regain the upper hand. However, Jiang Yu's response shattered Raphael's illusions. No, the technological achievements of the crocodilian civilization must be shared first. We need to verify the authenticity of these technologies. Only after our scientists have confirmed their validity will the crocodilian civilization be permitted to enter the Alpha Star system. Raphael could no longer contain his fury. Impossible. This is unjust to us. The dark universe is already rife with inequities. Jiang Yu smiled and then pivoted the conversation. You have no right to choose. Release the central computer interface of the crocodilian civilization at once, so we may acquire all the information we seek. Jiang Yu was weary of engaging in pointless dialogue with Raphael. The procrastination of Raphael and his civilization had long since exhausted his patience. Rather than allow the crocodilian civilization to play tricks while sharing technological advancements, it was more prudent to seize what they desired themselves. Do you comprehend what you are saying? You dare to ask me to relinquish access to the central computer? Do you understand what the central computer signifies for a civilization? Raphael felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Jiang Yu's demands were increasingly outrageous. The central computer's database contained the entirety of crocodilian civilization's data. To relinquish access to it would be akin to standing bare before the adversary. Jiang Yu replied calmly, I am aware that my request is somewhat excessive, but do you truly possess the right to choose? I have already informed your ruling priest that should you refuse to comply, we shall have no choice but to acquire it ourselves. You have but 10 days to consider, and 5 have already elapsed. In 5 days, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Jiang Yu abruptly terminated the high-dimensional communication with Raphael. Repeating the same words ad nauseum would only waste breath. Crash. In the Crocodile Emperor's temple, Raphael shattered his exquisite goblet against the floor, having been thoroughly provoked by Jiang Yu. Damn the technological human race. Damn the human emperor Jang Yu. What do you take our crocodilian civilization for? To demand I release access to the central computer interface? Inside the temple, the senior officials were taken aback by Raphael's sudden outburst. From his furious words, they gleaned the source of the emperor's wrath. The emperor had previously stated he would personally negotiate with the human emperor, and it seemed that discussion had already taken place. The outcome was all too evident. Not only had the human emperor shown no respect to their crocodilian majesty, but he had also proposed even more intolerable conditions. It was likely that the human emperor had humiliated their great crocodilian sovereign. The military priest, who had consistently opposed compromise, immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, the technological human race is far too presumptuous. Our crocodilian civilization is the greatest pinnacle of level 1 technological civilization. We cannot yield to the technological human race. Though our planetary resources are dwindling, they are sufficient to wage a substantial interstellar war. If we can repel the human fleet and capture several resource satellites, we will secure a steady supply. From those resource satellites, we shall launch assaults on the planets of the Alpha system until we reach the human homeworld. I believe that with the peak strength of the crocodilian civilization and the bravery of our warriors, we can certainly defeat the technological human race." Even the priest who advocated for peace with the human race had utterly abandoned the scant hope for negotiation. He proclaimed with conviction, "I concur with the military priest's proposal. Our crocodilian civilization shall never accept any unequal treaties." The other high-ranking priests, equally incensed, were instantly invigorated. They could endure humiliation, but they would never tolerate insults directed at their sovereign, the crocodile emperor. Indeed, our crocodilian civilization shall not bow before any adversary. For the sake of our civilization's survival, we vow to fight to the bitter end. Let us immediately launch an assault on the Alpha Star system and eradicate the humans. Observing the fervor and indomitable spirit of those below, Emperor Raphael felt a sense of solace, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of light and hope. Rising from his golden throne, the emperor's majesty enveloped the entire temple. He commanded with authority, "Mobilize the full strength of our civilization and prepare for battle." Instantly, the temple resonated with thunderous cheers. Long live the crocodilians. Long live His Majesty the Crocodile Emperor. Chapter 096. The onset of interstellar warfare as the days unfurl. Both factions diligently prepare for the impending conflict. On the planet of the crocodilians, every inhabitant has rallied, mobilizing the entirety of their dwindling resources. Factories, long dormant, roar back to life, machinery thrumming as they churn out various war supplies. All spacecraft have departed from their homeworld, venturing into the void of space, forming a formidable battle formation before the crocodilian planet. Active military personnel have been recalled from leave, reservists summoned back, and civilian forces have equipped themselves for the struggle ahead. The harsh environment has taken a significant toll on the crocodilian population, yet those who endure are the elite. His Majesty the Crocodile Emperor has issued a proclamation to all crocodilians, declaring that this is a war that will determine the very survival of their civilization. No one can remain aloof. All must engage in the battle. Their only hope of securing the resource-rich planet lies in vanquishing the human fleet. Without the resources from this celestial body, the crocodilian civilization cannot sustain or thrive. A defeat would spell the end of their civilization, with all crocodilians facing extermination or enslavement by humanity. An unprecedented fervor for war has ignited within the crocodilian civilization, with the military's morale soaring to extraordinary heights. They stand at a precipice where the continuation or demise of their civilization hinges on this singular confrontation. On the opposing side, the densely packed human fleet has also assumed a battle formation. In addition to the previously deployed 100 township-class ships and over 3,000 village-class vessels, an additional 100 township-class ships and more than 3,000 village-class ships have arrived from the Blue Planet. In terms of medium to large vessels, the numbers are roughly comparable to those of the crocodilian civilization, yet the small village-class ships vastly outnumber their counterparts. Certainly, whether township or village class. The human vessels are inferior in size to the crocodilian ships. Larger vessels confer greater combat power, swifter speeds, and enhanced maneuverability, as they can accommodate more potent nuclear fusion engines, additional fuel, and more formidable weaponry. From a holistic perspective, the human fleet may not match the strength of the crocodilian armada. However, recent observations suggest that the crocodilian civilization has deployed all available ships. The visible light emitted by their nuclear fusion engines cannot be concealed as they depart from their home world. Conversely, the human fleet enjoys a continuous influx of reinforcements, with combat-ready ships being constructed at their Titan base. Should losses be incurred on the front lines, these newly crafted ships will swiftly join the fray. With streamlined logistical support and ample resources at their disposal, this is the foundation of humanity's confidence in overcoming the crocodilian civilization. At last, the moment of the final ultimatum has arrived. A palpable aura of menace permeates the dark expanse of space. The fleet advances at the command of Jiang Yu. 2,200 township-class ships, under the leadership of 2 county-class vessels, glide forward, while over 6,000 village-class ships continuously emerge from their docks and hangars. The command ship, under the direction of Jang Yu, trailed behind, a formidable vessel among the fleet. This county-level spaceship lacked docking facilities for village-class vessels, as its space was designated for more advanced weaponry systems. Naturally, the royal capital would refrain from participating in combat unless absolutely necessary. Its primary function was to strategize and oversee the broader conflict. Should the situation escalate to the point where the royal capital was compelled to engage, it would signify a dire predicament for the human race. The human fleet was divided into 2 distinct contingents: the long voyage fleet, led by the county-level ship Ningyuan, and the homeland fleet, commanded by the county-level ship Normandy. The commanders of the Ningyuan and Normandy fleets, Zhang Shoqing and Zhou Zhenghang, were renowned as the most distinguished interstellar commanders, having graduated with exceptional accolades from the Interstellar Military Academy, earning the title of the Academy's twin stars. In countless simulated interstellar warfare exercises, their fleets had alternated victories in a rivalry where neither would concede superiority. Today, they were to lead their respective fleets in a united front against an alien civilization's armada. Although their objectives aligned and cooperation was essential, the competitive spirit between them ignited simultaneously. The commander who could vanquish the greater number of alien warships would undoubtedly emerge as the preeminent leader, basking in the glory of their achievements. Thus, even before the conflict commenced, their covert rivalry had already reached a fever pitch. The 2 fleets formed formidable battle formations, advancing resolutely towards their adversary. With a separation of hundreds of millions of kilometers, they approached at a velocity of 500 kilometers per second. In approximately 36 hours, they would make contact. After 30 hours, the distance between them would dwindle to under 100 million kilometers. Zhou Zhenghang and Zhang Shoqing subsequently commanded their fleets to deploy an extensive array of reconnaissance satellites. Space warfare diverges significantly from any terrestrial combat. It is a true 3-dimensional conflict, encompassing a battlefield that spans tens of millions of kilometers. Within such an expansive arena, even thousands of reconnaissance vessels possess limited capabilities. Thus, the deployment of numerous satellites aids fleet commanders in acquiring a more comprehensive understanding of battlefield dynamics. This strategy was the culmination of countless simulations conducted by the Interstellar Military Academy, yielding the most rational approach to space warfare. After 34 hours, the fleets stood 15 million kilometers apart. The Ningyuan and Normandy vessels propelled their fleets forward with palpable intensity. Following 36 hours, with a distance of 80 million kilometers remaining, the initial clash loomed imminent. Over 2,000 township-class ships unleashed a barrage of space missiles, comprising both conventional high-explosive projectiles and heavy missiles bearing hydrogen warheads. Propelled by nuclear fusion engines, these missiles reached astonishing speeds of 3,000 kilometers per second. Their rapidity, diminutive size, and sheer volume posed significant challenges for interception by the opposition. Each wave of missile launches consumed substantial fuel reserves. However, the human fleet remained unconcerned, as their fuel supplies were ample. Concurrently, Over 6,000 village-class ships opened fire as well. They did not launch missiles. Instead, they activated the Gauss cannons. The projectiles fired by the Gauss cannons are accelerated by Gauss electromagnetic coils. Their speed is scarcely inferior to that of space missiles propelled by nuclear fusion engines. These projectiles are smaller in size, swift in velocity, and possess a high density, rendering them nearly impossible to intercept. In comparison to the explosive force of space missiles, the destructive capability of Gauss projectiles is significantly lesser. However, their sheer quantity, low cost, and ability to generate immense kinetic energy in the absence of resistance are formidable advantages. Any spacecraft struck by a Gauss projectile, no matter how robust its material, would inevitably sustain damage. A Type 1 civilization has already developed energy weapons of greater power that are more challenging to evade. However, energy weapons require a charging period for each discharge, with the duration increasing alongside the caliber. Thus, kinetic weapons remain the most commonly utilized and abundant armaments in the current phase of interstellar warfare. Chapter 97. The human fleet's frenzied assault at this moment. The crocodilian civilization's fleet advanced resolutely, determined to maintain control of the battlefield within the vastness of space, ensuring that their adversaries' warships did not approach their home planet. Led by 2 county-level ships, over 2,000 township-level warships surged forward. In the rear of the fleet loomed a vessel slightly larger than the county-level ships, nearly meeting the standards of a city-level ship, serving as the flagship of the entire armada. The military priest commanded this city-level vessel, directing the interstellar conflict against the alien civilization with unwavering authority. The township-level ships concurrently released their village-level vessels, though the number amounted to just over 2,000. Both the township and village-level ships were somewhat larger than the human vessels. Their designs bore a striking resemblance, each resembling a crocodile, but varying in size. Over 4,000 ships moved forth like a formidable assembly of crocodiles, exuding an impressive aura. The flagship, in particular, resembled a prehistoric behemoth, radiating an aura of intimidation and dominance. The human fleet initiated the assault, a move anticipated by the crocodilian fleet's commander, who remained unperturbed. They launched nuclear fusion illumination flares, activating their defense systems in preparation for interception. The military priest calmly issued defensive orders as 2 nuclear fusion illumination flares soared into the expanse before the fleet. The fusion reactors ignited, emitting an extraordinarily brilliant radiance akin to 2 miniature suns, illuminating the boundless darkness of space. The locations of both sides, along with the number of warships, had been thoroughly detected. At this juncture, concealment was not only unnecessary but impossible. As the nuclear fusion flares lit up the cosmos, the incoming missiles and torrents of bullets became starkly visible. Numerous laser weapons, under the command of the defense system, targeted the approaching threats. Once within the defensive range, a barrage of lasers erupted forth, mercilessly obliterating the incoming space missiles. Countless bullets were vaporized by the laser fire. Before the crocodilian fleet, dazzling explosions erupted, illuminating the void with brilliant flashes. In mere seconds, the crocodilian civilization showcased an awe-inspiring display of control and computational prowess. The incoming space missiles numbered in the thousands, while the torrent of bullets reached into the tens of millions. Yet, despite the overwhelming number of targets, the majority were calculated and struck with remarkable precision. Even more astonishing was the fact that no single missile or bullet endured simultaneous targeting by 2 laser weapons. The coordination of over 2,000 township-level ships and tens of thousands of laser weapons reached a level of near perfection. The crocodilian fleet presented the human fleet with a breathtaking spectacle, a display that left onlookers in awe. Of the 4,000 to 5,000 space missiles and tens of millions of bullets, only a scant few vessels sustained minor damage. Such formidable defensive capabilities and impressive achievements were enough to instill pride within the crocodilians. Impressive defensive capabilities indeed, mused the commanders aboard the Jang Yu in Normandy, a sardonic chuckle escaping their lips after their moment of astonishment. The human fleet possesses an almost inexhaustible supply of energy and ammunition. His Majesty the Emperor has reiterated on numerous occasions, in times of scarcity, precision strikes are paramount. In times of abundance, overwhelming firepower is the strategy. Currently, the human fleet is extravagantly wealthy, unconcerned with the consumption of energy and munitions. Under the command of two fleet commanders, successive waves of assaults were unleashed. A relentless barrage of space missiles and torrents of bullets surged towards the Crocodile Star Civilization's fleet. Before the Crocodile Star fleet, countless bursts of fiery explosions illuminated the darkness of space, accompanied by the shimmering trails of laser-evaporated projectiles. Simultaneously, vibrant flashes erupted as high-velocity bullets collided with the enemy vessels, affirming that the human fleet's projectiles had successfully penetrated the adversary's defenses and struck their ships. A few missiles even eluded interception, crashing into the vessels and resulting in violent explosions that obliterated them. This scenario further validated the Emperor's theory. In the face of an unending deluge of missiles and bullets, even the most formidable defenses will inevitably have their vulnerabilities. At such high velocities, the energy of each bullet exceeds that of small explosives by a significant margin. Although the majority of projectiles may strike inconsequential areas, failing to breach the hulls of the ships, even a few bullets finding their mark on the fusion engines or critical components can suffice to annihilate an interstellar vessel within a mere hour. The human fleet had launched over a dozen assaults on the Crocodile Star fleet. Despite the interception of most missiles and bullets, several managed to slip through, damaging or destroying over 100 vessels. The once orderly formation of the Crocodile Star fleet began to descend into chaos, with instances of friendly fire from laser weaponry becoming apparent. Observing the disarray among the enemy ranks, Zhang Shouqing and Zhou Zhengheng continued to issue orders for further attacks, striving for greater victories. Inside the royal capital ship, reports from the front lines streamed in. Our fleet had conducted 18 rounds of assault, successfully annihilating 129 enemy warships. Thus far, the enemy had yet to retaliate. Listening to the updates, Deng Jianjun, Qiming and the staff quickly reached a conclusion. The fact that the enemy had withstood so many waves of attack without countering indicated a severe shortage of energy and ammunition. The enemy fleet had maxed out their speed, evidently preparing for close-range engagement, where hit rates and destructive potential are significantly higher than at a distance. Jiang Yu concurred with their assessment, but found himself intrigued by one point. The shield is the optimal defense against kinetic weaponry. Why then? Were they still employing laser defense systems? Did the Crocodile Star civilization truly lack shield technology? This question also perplexed others. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Jianjun remarked, "Activating shields and withstanding attacks requires a tremendous amount of energy. Could it be that the Crocodile Star civilization's energy reserves are so depleted that they cannot even afford to deploy shields? Otherwise, would it not be a tremendous waste to develop such a formidable battlefield instrument without utilizing it?" Qiming shook his head, suggesting that perhaps they believed it was not yet the appropriate moment to activate the protective shield. The Crocodile Star civilization's fleet was advancing amidst a hail of bullets, clearly intent on engaging us in close combat. Activating the shield at that moment would not only yield an element of surprise, but also significantly conserve energy. Both Deng Jianjun, Qiming and the assembled strategists were firmly convinced that the Crocodile Star civilization had undoubtedly developed shield technology. After all, how could they be deemed a pinnacle level 1 civilization otherwise? Let us then enhance our fleet's capabilities. Jiang Yu found Qiming's analysis to be highly insightful. Since the enemy refrained from activating their protective shield, they should be compelled to do so. The Crocodile Star civilization sought to conserve energy, yet Jiang Yu was determined to thwart their intentions. Chapter 98. The ferocious space battle. The human fleet, having launched several rounds of attacks, has successfully annihilated nearly 200 vessels of the Crocodile Star civilization, predominantly medium to large ships at the town level, as the smaller village-class ships exhibit greater agility. Remarkably, despite the distance of over 1,000,000 kilometers, the Crocodile Star fleet has opted for a defensive strategy, refraining from counterattacks. They appear to be conserving energy, intending to close the gap with the human fleet before unleashing their offensive for maximum efficacy. Conversely, the human fleet harbors no such reservations. Prior to their departure, they had fully stocked their fuel and munitions. Currently, the distance between the two fleets has diminished to less than 100,000 kilometers, the optimal range for electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons. At this proximity, the energy depletion of these formidable armaments is minimal. Aware that the enemy is still conserving energy and has yet to retaliate, Jiang Yu recognizes the necessity of compelling them to respond, thereby exhausting their ship's power reserves. Otherwise, engaging in close combat could allow the Crocodile Star civilization to retaliate without restraint. Given the larger size and presumably greater firepower of their ships, being adequately fueled would prove disadvantageous for the human forces. Under Jang Yu's command, all town-level ships have charged their electromagnetic pulse cannons to full capacity and fired simultaneously. The colossal barrels crackle with blue energy, releasing a torrent of terrifying power akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. Alongside the electromagnetic pulse cannons, the relatively less potent high-power laser cannons are also discharged. In an instant, thousands of beams of energy are unleashed, illuminating the dark expanse of space with an unparalleled brilliance. Almost concurrently with the discharge of the electromagnetic pulse and laser cannons, the Crocodile Star fleet erupts in a spectacle of lightning and flames. Despite executing evasive maneuvers upon receiving locking alerts, dozens of their ships succumb to destruction, suffering severe damage or being penetrated. The integrity of their life support systems is compromised, resulting in a significant escape of gases from the breaches. Both the electromagnetic pulse and laser cannons fall within the realm of energy weapons, differing primarily in their methods of destruction. The energy waves from the electromagnetic pulse cannons agitate matter down to its molecular and atomic components, resulting in extensive damage. In contrast, laser cannons rely entirely on extreme heat to incinerate, melt, or vaporize the ship's exterior and components. Although the power of laser cannons is lesser compared to electromagnetic pulse cannons, their penetrative capacity is superior. Sparks erupted from several Crocodile Star vessels, with flames bursting forth, resembling beautiful blossoms unfurling in the dark void of space, delivering a profound visual impact. Although silent, the scene's explosive intensity surpasses even the most spectacular effects of science fiction films. This onslaught is more ferocious than the previous series of kinetic weapon attacks, inflicting even greater losses upon the Crocodile Star civilization. What was once a somewhat chaotic Crocodile Star fleet now appears increasingly frantic, their battle formations fracturing. At last, the Crocodile, the human fleet, had long been prepared for a counterattack from the enemy. The ship's computer center swiftly calculated the trajectory data of the incoming assault. While evading, countless laser weapons activated a formidable defensive network. Numerous space missiles were intercepted and exploded, while an uncountable number of kinetic bullets were vaporized by the intense heat of the lasers. However, despite the thorough preparations, the proximity of the encounter resulted in several dozen ships being struck by missiles or bullets. Several ships exploded on the spot, and numerous others sustained severe damage. With their hulls penetrated, the crocodilian civilization's vessels indeed surpassed those of humanity in advancement, their firepower more ferocious, and their overall strength significantly greater. Yet, humanity benefited from a greater quantity of smaller vessels and the advantage of a preemptive strike, leading to a far greater loss rate for the crocodilian ships compared to those of humanity. From that moment onward, both sides officially plunged into fierce combat. Countless space missiles darted through the void, while torrents of bullets surged like a breached dam. Both factions activated their laser defense systems to full power, striving for interception. Simultaneously, the distance between them rapidly diminished, ushering in a mode of close-quarters combat. The fray erupted as the battle formations of both fleets were completely disrupted. Ships from both sides surged into the enemy fleet, with the nimble smaller vessels engaging in particularly intense skirmishes. Thousands of ships of varying sizes chased and clashed within a vast expanse of space spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Both factions deployed innumerable miniature satellite detectors, saturating every corner of the battlefield to collect data and relay it back to their respective command ships, providing critical information for the commanders. The crocodilian fleet no longer conserved fuel or ammunition. Their fusion engines roared to maximum power, launching an unrestrained barrage of attack weapons, including their trump card energy weapons. Both sides unleashed fusion illumination flares, creating dozens of artificial suns that illuminated the battlefield with blinding brightness. Amidst the chaos, ships from both factions intertwined, missiles were indiscriminately fired, and bullets flew erratically. Energy and laser weapons unleashed a relentless torrent of fire, plunging the battlefield into disarray. In such a tumultuous environment, any ship that faltered for even a moment risked being struck and obliterated in an instant. This conflict surpassed the imagination of both factions, rendering any attempt to describe it woefully inadequate. The advantages of maneuverability and weapon potency possessed by the crocodilian vessels quickly manifested. Although the number of human small vessels was several times that of the crocodilian small ships, allowing them to target the crocodilian town-level vessels, the human fleet did not establish a decisive advantage. Instead, the conflict displayed a balance of power. Battlefield data relayed back to their respective flagship indicated that the loss ratio of both fleets was comparable. If this situation persisted, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction. Yet, both commanders understood the reality. The crocodilian civilization could not sustain such losses against the technologically advanced human race. For every crocodilian ship lost, their numbers dwindled. The technologically advanced human fleet is continuously replenished. Thousands of newly constructed township-level spacecraft from the Titan base have already launched and are en route at full speed. Moreover, all factories are operating at full capacity, producing more interstellar ships and various weapons. In the command center of the royal capital, the commanders gaze solemnly at the war scenes displayed on the large screen. Witnessing the destruction of their own ships and the countless casualties of brave warriors weighs heavily on their hearts. Yet, this is the grim reality of war. As long as conflict persists, losses of ships and the sacrifice of soldiers are inevitable, provided that the outcome of the war favors the technologically advanced human race. Every loss and casualty is deemed worthwhile. Presently, the battlefield dynamics clearly favor humanity, and victory will ultimately belong to them. At that moment, the communications officer reports, the flagship of the Crocodile Star civilization has been deployed. Chapter 099, The Indomitable Shield. The flagship of the Crocodile Star civilization has been deployed. Upon receiving this news, everyone was taken aback. Typically, a flagship would not take to the field unless absolutely necessary. However, the current situation was evidently unfavorable for the Crocodile Star civilization. Although the battlefield appeared evenly matched, the higher-ups were acutely aware that they could not afford a protracted engagement. Hence, a swift resolution was imperative. They must annihilate the fleet of the technological human race before regrouping and resupplying. Even if reinforcements from the technological human race were to arrive, they would still retain the capacity to fight back. The introduction of the Crocodile Star civilization's flagship would undoubtedly disrupt the equilibrium of the battlefield. This flagship was classified as a municipal-grade vessel, which meant it possessed a more substantial energy reserve and formidable combat capabilities. It is essential to understand that each discharge of an energy weapon incurs a significant energy expenditure. A town-class vessel could, at most, fire 10 energy projectiles, let alone a village-class ship. In contrast, a municipal-grade ship could unleash a greater number of energy projectiles, each wielding greater destructive power than those of its smaller counterparts. While a single energy projectile from a village or town-class ship might not suffice to utterly obliterate an adversary's vessel, one from a municipal-class ship could certainly inflict catastrophic damage, rendering any ship incapable of further combat. At this moment, the colossal municipal-grade vessel surged forth like a prehistoric leviathan, exuding an unparalleled aura. On the battlefield, Fleet Commander Zhang Shouqing and Zhou Zhenghang also beheld the arrival of the enemy flagship. They understood all too well that the addition of this flagship would spell dire consequences for their forces. They promptly issued orders to retreat, and 7 or 8 town-class ships hastily exited the fray. The fleet of the Crocodile Star civilization made no attempt to intercept these retreating vessels. They seemed to possess unwavering confidence in their flagship. As the 8 town-class ships sped away, they activated their electromagnetic pulse cannons. With a flash of brilliance, 8 beams of energy sliced through the air, aimed at the enemy flagship. If even half of these projectiles found their mark, they could incapacitate the flagship, if not destroy it entirely. The flagship of the Crocodile Star civilization merely adjusted its course slightly. evading 3 of the energy projectiles while absorbing the rest. The terrifying force of the 5 remaining energy beams exploded upon impact, unleashing a torrent of charged particles that nearly shattered the very fabric of space. Haha, successful hit. What does a municipal flagship matter? It is but a fleeting cloud before the might of our electromagnetic pulse cannons, boasted the captains of the 8 town-class ships. However, as the wave of energy subsided and the blinding light receded, all 8 captains and their crews were left astounded by the sight before them. The enormous crocodile-shaped municipal flagship remained utterly unscathed. Not only had it sustained no damage, but its hull was also intact. In their shock, they quickly discerned the distinguishing feature of the flagship. It was enveloped in a shimmering, almost ethereal layer of waves, resembling a protective bubble. A shield. It must be a protective shield. The enemy flagship is equipped with a protective shield. Although the technological advancements of the human race have yet to yield shield technology, as a captain of a town-level spacecraft, I still possess a certain comprehension of protective shields. The 5 energy wave attacks are sufficient to obliterate a colossal mountain in an instant. Yet, upon striking this flagship, not even its shell was breached. What else could it be but a protective shield? Why are we standing idly? Immediate evasive maneuvers are imperative. Zhang Shouqing and Zhou Zhonghang, the 2 captains, naturally discerned the situation. They also observed multiple gun ports on the enemy flagship glowing with an eerie blue light. The enemy flagship was evidently preparing to retaliate with energy cannon fire. Meanwhile, the 8 town-level spacecraft they had dispatched remained stagnant on their original course. They promptly alerted their subordinate captains, but it was already too late. In a dazzling flash, 3 fiery explosions erupted, with only 2 of the 5 targeted town-level spacecraft managing to evade disaster. The other 3 were reduced to countless fragments by the energy cannon assault. Indeed, the energy cannon fire of the flagship was extraordinary. This scene not only left the intercepting crew in shock, but also astonished the personnel in the command center of the Huangjing. They had confirmed that the Crocodile Star civilization had developed protective shields, yet they had not anticipated such impenetrable strength. The 5 electromagnetic pulse cannon shots fired from the town-level spacecraft could not breach the shield. Moreover, the power of the energy cannons fired from the city-level spacecraft exceeded all expectations. This served to illustrate the terrifying combat prowess of this flagship from the Crocodile Star civilization. In comparison, their flagship, the Huangjing, was utterly insignificant. Is this where your confidence lies? Jiang Yu pondered as he gazed at the city-level spacecraft. The frontline battlefield was currently in a stalemate, evenly matched. The entry of the enemy flagship would undoubtedly disrupt the balance. Even if the Huangjing flagship joined the fray, it would not alter the situation. How long until our reinforcements arrive? Jiang Yu inquired solemnly. The 1,000 town-level spacecraft constructed at the Titan base were humanity's trump card. Yet they would require 8 more hours to reach the battlefield. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. Should the battlefield dynamics tilt too swiftly in favor of the Crocodile Star civilization, even the timely arrival of the 1,000 town-level spacecraft would prove insufficient. We must allocate 100 town-level spacecraft to mount a full-scale assault on the enemy flagship. Jiang Yu reluctantly made his decision. Although the protective shield was as solid as a fortress, it could surely be breached, regardless of the civilization's advancement or the strength of their shield technology. The principles of conservation of mass and energy must still apply. The shield undoubtedly requires vast amounts of energy for support, and each energy cannon attack consumes an equivalent amount of energy. Furthermore, the shield is not impervious without energy. It has a critical threshold of defensive capacity. Once this threshold is surpassed, the shield will collapse under its own weight. In essence, as long as the spear is sufficiently sharp, there exists no shield that cannot be pierced. Under Jiang Yu's command, 100 town-class spacecraft withdrew from the frontline battlefield. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic pulse cannons gathered energy, launching an assault on the opposing flagship. The Crocodile Star civilization's fleet likewise refrained from obstructing the human town-class vessels, harboring unwavering confidence in their flagship and shield. Moreover, with the absence of 100 town-class ships, the pressure on the Crocodile Star fleet would significantly diminish, enabling them to eliminate more human vessels in a shorter span of time. This was highly advantageous for the strategic deployment devised by the Crocodile Star civilization. In the face of the 100 human town-class ships advancing towards them, the flagship of the Crocodile Star civilization exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, it surged forward with greater velocity into the midst of the human fleet, while the brilliance of the shield shone exceptionally bright. 5 large-caliber energy cannons were accumulating energy, and a relentless barrage of space missiles and bullets was being unleashed. Chapter 100. The Royal Beijing forced into battle. The flagship of the crocodilian civilization surged forth with an air of supremacy, akin to a colossal crocodile unleashed from its cage, targeting the fleet of 100 town-class spacecraft. At that moment, the hunt commenced in earnest. Space missiles, torrents of bullets, and beams from laser guns and cannons erupted incessantly. The energy cannons, now fully charged, unleashed their fury upon the approaching human vessels. Having learned from the swift destruction of 3 of their own, the fleet of town-class ships was well prepared. As the warning alarms blared, they executed evasive maneuvers and utilized laser weaponry to intercept the incoming missiles and bullets. Yet, despite their efforts, 2 vessels were obliterated, and several others were severely damaged under the relentless assault of the Crocodile battleship. The town-class fleet swiftly counterattacked, unleashing a deluge of missiles, bullets, laser fire, and energy blasts. The Crocodile flagship, operating its fusion engine at maximum power, exhibited speed and maneuverability far beyond that of ordinary town-class ships. It evaded most of the onslaught, though over a dozen energy blasts and numerous other attacks struck its hull. However, the energy blasts merely caused the shield's glow to flicker momentarily, while the laser and kinetic weapons were utterly disregarded, akin to mere tickles. This left the human crew members in a state of profound despair. Though they had struck their target, their efforts proved futile. The enemy flagship remained unscathed behind its shell-like shield, while every wave of its counterattack wrought destruction upon several of their own ships. This marked the emergence of an entirely new and asymmetric mode of warfare, a devastating consequence of technological disparity. Attack, attack, attack with fervor. Every assault you launch is indeed effective. Do you not see the enemy flagship expending all its energy to intercept our missiles and bullets? As long as our offensive strength is sufficient, we shall breach their defenses. Jiang Yu could acutely sense the despair among the frontline crew. He grasped the communicator, striving to bolster their morale. Inspired by the Emperor of Humanity, the vessels besieging the enemy flagship cranked their fusion engines to the utmost. A relentless barrage of missiles, bullets, laser weaponry, and electromagnetic pulse cannons rained down upon the opposing flagship. Though their strikes appeared ineffectual, they held unwavering faith in their emperor. They believed they would inevitably shatter the shield and vanquish the enemy flagship. After several exchanges, the enemy flagship seemed to feel the pressure. While returning fire, it rapidly closed the distance towards its own fleet. The human town-class ships, risking annihilation, mounted a vigorous defense. Yet, the formidable maneuverability and offensive power of the Crocodile flagship rendered it unstoppable. It barreled through space, dispatching any vessel that sought to obstruct its path. On the battlefield, the absence of 100 town-class warships intensified the strain on the human fleet. Despite their numerical superiority, the crocodilian vessels possessed greater attacking prowess and agility. Regardless of whether it is a township-level vessel or a more diminutive village-level craft, the number of losses suffered far exceeds that of the adversary. Countless soldiers of the human race have perished, sacrificing their youthful and invaluable lives alongside the destruction of their ships. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, not a single one faltered, nor did any succumb to fear. When their vessels were severely damaged and nearly devoid of combat capability, they resolutely charged towards the enemy. Each soldier was acutely aware that this was a life-and-death struggle between 2 civilizations, far more brutal than their conflicts with the beast race. Such a situation could not persist. Reinforcements were imperative. Jiang Yu muttered a curse under his breath and promptly commanded the Emperor's flagship to engage in battle. However, his order was met with vehement opposition from all sides. Your Majesty, the Emperor's flagship cannot join the fray. Your safety is more paramount than that of any of us. Though the flagship boasted the most formidable firepower, unparalleled maneuverability, and impeccable defenses, with the largest tonnage and size, It was imperative that the Emperor be shielded with the utmost vigilance, and no risk could be taken with the flagship. The enemy's flagship has entered the battle. Why should ours not do the same? The situation at the front is critical. Should we falter, the human defense will collapse in disarray. At this moment, Jiang Yu could no longer heed the counsel of others. Without waiting for further persuasion, he issued the highest command. No one dared to defy the Emperor's will. The Emperor's flagship, the royal capital, sprang into action, rushing towards the front lines. Captain Zhou immediately led 10 township-level vessels to escort the royal capital. If anything were to befall His Majesty, we would all be guilty beyond redemption. Although unable to prevent Jiang Yu's decision, Deng Jianjun would do his utmost to ensure the Emperor's safety. Upon hearing Deng Jianjun's orders, Captain Zhou Jinghang of the Normandy fleet, who had been orchestrating the battle, was taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and commanded the Normandy and the 10 township-level vessels to swiftly converge upon the royal capital. All human vessels could be destroyed, but the royal capital must not suffer harm. All human soldiers could fall in battle, yet the Emperor must remain unscathed. Soon, the flagship, the royal capital, arrived on the battlefield and immediately unleashed its full firepower. Although it was also a township-level vessel, it was notably larger than its ordinary counterparts. It represented the largest combat vessel humanity could construct, possessing unparalleled combat strength. With 3 electromagnetic pulse cannons firing, 1 township-level vessel and 2 village-level vessels were obliterated instantly. The barrage of dozens of space missiles and a torrent of projectiles swiftly devastated and damaged several village and township-level ships. The royal capital surged into the fray like a ferocious beast among a flock, commencing the slaughter befitting the mightiest of warships. With the royal capital's entry into the battle, the tide of the battlefield began to shift, alleviating much of the pressure on the human fleet. The morale of all human soldiers surged dramatically upon witnessing the Emperor himself joining the fight, as they roared in fervor, charging towards the enemy vessels. Simultaneously, the participation of the royal capital attracted the attention of the crocodilian civilization's fleet, leading dozens of township and village-level vessels to launch a fierce assault upon the royal capital. Under the command of Zhou Jinghang, the Normandy and 10 destroyer-class vessels launched a vigorous defense. Each commander of the warships resolutely resolved to sacrifice their own vessels to intercept the lethal strike, if necessary. Consequently, the intensity of the conflict between the two civilizations escalated dramatically. Although the participation of the Emperor capital significantly bolstered the strength of the human fleet, the Emperor capital was not as formidable as the enemy's flagship and lacked a protective shield. The situation on the battlefield remained dire for the human race. How long until the support fleet arrives? Jiang Yu inquired. The operational command of the Emperor capital did not require Jiang Yu's intervention. His role was to strategize and maintain oversight of the overarching situation. They will reach the battlefield in 3 hours, Qi Minghai replied. Redirect their course. I have new orders for them, Jiang Yu commanded thoughtfully, gazing at the interstellar topographical map. Chapter 101. The strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Jiang Yu did not summon the 1,000-town-level spacecraft for support. Instead, he redirected their course, driven by ulterior motives. The flagship of the Crocodile Star civilization was equipped with a protective shield, rendering kinetic weapons nearly ineffective against it, while laser weapons merely grazed its surface. Only the electromagnetic pulse cannon could induce a flicker in the shield, but not every shot could strike home. The enemy flagship would not allow itself to be bombarded relentlessly by energy weapons. Amidst the chaos of battle, the enemy flagship had already plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc as dozens of town-level vessels commenced their protective maneuvers, repelling assaults on their flagship. Under such circumstances, even at great cost, it would be nearly impossible to destroy the enemy flagship. The human fleet, initially evenly matched, found the balance of power swiftly tipped with the arrival of the enemy flagship. Even with the reinforcement from the Imperial capital, the pressure on the human forces remained substantially unfavorable. Summoning the 1,000-town-level ships would only provide a 50-50 chance of turning the tide. Should the entire fleet fail to vanquish the enemy, the Crocodile Star civilization would advance boldly. Thus, in this state of inferiority, how could one target the enemy flagship and secure ultimate victory? The solitary solution lay in concentrating superior firepower to deplete the flagship's energy, thereby rendering its shield vulnerable. However, how could one create an advantageous firepower situation while at a disadvantage? Jiang Yu swiftly conceived a plan, the only feasible one at present, ordering the 1,000 town-level vessels to bypass the battlefield and head straight for the enemy's home planet. This planet lay 50 million kilometers from the battlefield, and at the speed of town-level ships, it would take approximately 6 hours to reach, not accounting for any potential interception. Jiang Yu held little faith that the Crocodile Star civilization had deployed all its combat vessels. Even if they had, the planetary orbital defenses would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, at this moment, he resolved to proceed with his plan. On the main battlefield, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, erupting into violent bursts of light. Each flash signified the destruction or severe damage of a vessel. Clearly, the losses incurred by the human fleet far surpassed those of the Crocodile Star civilization. The human warriors bore immense psychological pressure, yet stood resolute. The enemy flagship rampaged through the battlefield, exuding an air of dominance. Each energy blast could obliterate a human vessel, while the human fleet's assaults failed to inflict any harm upon the enemy flagship. This exemplified the formidable and terrifying nature of shielded ships. They could annihilate you while leaving you powerless to retaliate. The frustration of being unable to vanquish an adversary one despises was profoundly agonizing. At this moment, the reinforcement fleet surged forward at maximum speed towards the home planet of the Crocodile Star civilization. Jiang Yu understood that the movements of the reinforcement fleet could not escape the watchful gaze of the omnipresent reconnaissance satellites. However, this was precisely the outcome he desired. If the opposing fleet disregarded the reinforcement fleet, Jiang Yu's plans would be rendered futile. The reinforcement fleet was originally intended to bolster the frontline forces. Yet the soldiers piloting these vessels were predominantly novices, their combat skills somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, their mission was to attract the attention of the Enoch civilization's fleet. Executing Jiang Yu's strategy of surrounding way to rescue Zhao, Jiang Yu contemplated the interstellar combat capabilities of the Enoch civilization. From the outset, they had not intended to engage in battle relying on their home planet or the human race. They had dispatched over 2,000 township-class ships and an equal number of village-class vessels. When the two sides clashed and the combat was evenly matched, they refrained from sending additional reinforcements, instead opting to deploy their flagship into the fray. Jiang Yu reasoned that no matter how formidable the flagship's combat power, it would not readily engage in battle. Once the flagship entered the conflict, it would inevitably become the primary target for enemy attacks. Should the flagship be destroyed, it would significantly disrupt the coordination and tactics of the entire fleet. This implied that the ships currently on the battlefield likely constituted the vast majority of the Enoch civilization's combat strength. In essence, there would be no more than 500 warships defending their home planet. When faced with an assault from 1,000 township-class warships, the enemy could only rely on these 500 vessels and orbital weapons to mount a defense. The Enoch civilization still possessed the capability to safeguard their home planet, but this battlefield was perilously close to their territory. The reinforcement fleet was equipped with high-yield hydrogen bombs, a formidable gift that Jiang Yu had prepared for the Enoch civilization. Even if the entire reinforcement fleet were to be annihilated, the mere act of dropping a few hydrogen bombs on their planet would yield catastrophic consequences. Repercussions that the Enoch civilization could scarcely endure, given the profound devastation hydrogen bombs wreak upon planetary environments. Consequently, the frontline fleet would undoubtedly divert forces back to intercept and ensure the safety of their home planet. As for the extent of the forces they would withdraw, Jiang Yu could not ascertain. However, it was certain that their flagship could not depart. Their home planet was crucial, yet the frontline fleet was equally vital. Should the main fleet be obliterated, even the most robust planetary defenses would prove futile, no matter how vast. A body twice the size of Blue Star would still harbor vulnerabilities, regardless of how tight the defenses might be. The optimal strategy was to draw away warships while maintaining an even footing on the front lines. Thus, Jiang Yu would have the opportunity to breach the flagship's shield and possibly destroy it. He silently hoped that everything would unfold as he had theorized. Time passed slowly, and the battlefield reached a boiling point. Jiang Yu's reinforcement fleet had approached the Enoch civilization's home planet with great proximity. Yet, the opposing fleet had not recalled any ships for assistance, which left Jiang Yu perplexed. Were they so confident that the ships and orbital weapons on their planet could withstand an assault from 1,000 warships? If that were the case, then let the attack commence, ruthlessly devastating the environment of the Enoch civilization as home planet. Jiang Yu issued the command, and the reinforcement fleet sprang into action. At a distance of several million kilometers, thousands of space missiles were launched in succession. Each of these missiles was armed with powerful hydrogen warheads. Although the distance was considerable, the native defense of the Crocodile Star civilization had ample time to prepare. Nonetheless, the reinforcement fleet possessed a plethora of space missiles and hydrogen bombs. As the reinforcement fleet swiftly approached the Crocodile Star planet, a multitude of reconnaissance satellites were deployed. All information regarding the Crocodile Star planet was transmitted in real time to the command center of the royal capital, directly into Jiang Yu's view. Jiang Yu observed hundreds of bright lights ascending from the Crocodile Star planet, a clear indication that the warships defending their home world had taken to the skies, ready to repel the attacking human fleet. Simultaneously, the orbital weapons stationed in space initiated their assault, unleashing beams of laser fire to intercept the incoming missiles. Chapter 102. The target is the home planet of the crocodilian star race. The potency of hydrogen bombs diminishes significantly in the vastness of space. However, once they penetrate a planet's atmosphere, their inherent terror is unveiled. Therefore, regardless of whether the human fleet's space missiles are equipped with conventional or hydrogen warheads, the defensive systems of the crocodilian star's planetary shield must be infallible, intercepting all assaults before they breach the atmosphere. As thousands of space missiles hurtled towards them at a staggering speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, the orbital weapons of the planet immediately opened fire. A barrage of lasers executed precise interceptions while unleashing a terrifying torrent of bullets. This deluge not only formed a secondary defensive perimeter, but also struck back at the human fleet. The bullets, accelerated by the Gauss coils, achieved a terrifying initial velocity, signifying immense kinetic energy. They were capable of detonating incoming missiles and inflicting damage upon the distant human fleet. Concurrently, over 300 township-class vessels and more than 500 village-class ships emerged, remaining close to their planet. At a distance of 1 million kilometers from the planet, they established the first line of defense. Though their numbers were few, predominantly consisting of village-class small vessels, they stood no chance against the over 1,000 township-class ships of the human fleet. Nonetheless, bolstered by the planetary orbital defense system, they were not without combat efficacy. This may well explain why the main fleet of the crocodilian civilization refrained from offering reinforcements. All units, take heed. The battlefield situation in the Oort cloud is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Our main fleet has suffered grievous losses, with even the flagship, the royal capital, engaged in combat. His Majesty the Emperor is personally commanding the fleet in a desperate struggle against the crocodilian civilization's forces. Our mission is to launch an unrelenting assault on the crocodilian home planet, compelling their main fleet to divert resources for reinforcements, thus alleviating the pressure at the front lines. Therefore, the success of our fleet's mission is pivotal to the outcome of the entire campaign and must not falter. For the human race, for His Majesty the Emperor, even if it means sacrificing our lives, we must fulfill our duty. Commander Gao Jijun of the reinforcement fleet grasped the microphone and bellowed to his inexperienced crew. Victory for the human race is assured. Long live the human race. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Aboard one township-class vessel, the young captain clenched his fists and shouted fervently. His rallying cry quickly reverberated throughout the ships, igniting a chorus of similar exclamations. Victory for the human race. Long live the human race. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. The majority of the reinforcement fleet's crew were novices with limited training time. Yet, in terms of youthful zeal and fighting spirit, they were no less formidable than seasoned veterans. They were filled with the resolve to face death and the courage to perish alongside an alien civilization. Their first voyage aboard the spacecraft was destined for battle against extraterrestrial foes, and they had been entrusted with such a critical operational task by the esteemed Emperor. They had no reason to shy away from the call to arms. The young crew advanced boldly in their vessels, and the weapons operators aimed at the crocodilian home planet, pressing the launch button with determination. Indeed, their target was not the crocodilian fleet standing in their way. Rather, this fleet is guarding the homeworld of the Crocodile Star civilization. They aim to deliver hydrogen bombs to the Crocodile Star surface. Only by inflicting pain and instilling fear upon the Crocodile civilization can their main fleet be compelled to withdraw and defend. In addition to launching space missiles equipped with hydrogen warheads, they also operate laser weaponry to defend against missiles and projectiles fired by the Crocodile civilization. In retaliation, they unleash a torrent of billions of Gauss bullets. The electromagnetic pulse cannon is fully charged and poised to fire upon the Crocodile fleet. From this moment forth, the human fleet has initiated a second battlefield, the intensity of which will rival that of the first. With the fleet separated by a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, a fervent exchange of fire has commenced. The Crocodile fleet aims to thwart the advance of the human fleet, seeking to annihilate them beyond the planet's confines. Conversely, the human fleet is determined to penetrate the atmosphere of the Crocodile civilization's home planet with their hydrogen bombs at any cost. These hydrogen bombs will devastate the planet's atmosphere, emitting harmful radiation that will contaminate the ecological environment of the opposing world. Should it rain on the Crocodile planet, this radiation pollution will spread throughout the planet via the atmospheric circulation system, tainting their air, water sources, and food, rendering every corner of the crocodile world unclean. Minutes later, the missiles and bullet torrents launched by both sides brush past each other in space. Both fleets are fully prepared for defensive interception, with laser defense systems operating at maximum power. At last, the missiles and bullet torrents reach the strike range of both fleets' laser weaponry. With all forces engaged in interceptive defense, the ships maneuver to evade. Gao Jijun, holding a microphone, loudly alerts the captains of each warship. He is filled with concern and apprehension for this group of novice crew members. Instantly, each vessel begins executing wide-angle evasive maneuvers. All laser weaponry aboard the warships roar to life, intercepting all incoming targets. Explosions of light erupt as missiles are successfully intercepted. Simultaneously, several ships are struck by space missiles, either exploding into countless fragments or suffering varying degrees of damage from the blasts and the torrent of bullets. However, these damages do not deter the human fleet, nor do they diminish the morale of the crew members. The nuclear-powered engines of all ships emit brilliant flames, propelling them towards the planet. The Crocodile fleet and orbital weapons also unleash their full firepower, intercepting the incoming missiles and bullet torrents. Yet, they soon realize that the thousands of missiles are not targeting their ships or space-based artillery, but rather hurtling towards their home planet at breakneck speed, akin to a dense meteor shower crashing into the planet's atmosphere. At this moment, those standing on the planet's surface can certainly witness an extraordinarily beautiful meteor shower poised to descend. Despite the friction and degradation from the thick atmosphere, countless remnants will penetrate through and strike their world. However, these will not be lovely meteors. Instead, they are colossal hydrogen bombs capable of catastrophic destruction. The actions of the human fleet immediately instilled terror among the fleet members and the operators of the orbital weapons. The fleet hastily altered its course, exerting every effort to intercept the relentless barrage of space missiles. All accessible space-based orbital weapons unleashed a frenzied hail of fire, driven by the conviction that each missile was armed with a powerful hydrogen bomb. The consequences of failing to intercept even a single missile were unthinkable. Although they exerted their utmost strength, successfully neutralizing the vast majority of the space missiles, they were ultimately caught off guard by the true objective of the human fleet, their home planet. Consequently, several missiles evaded their defenses, hurtling towards the planet with alarming speed. In that moment, the fleet personnel were left in stunned disbelief. The operators responsible for orbital defense were rendered speechless. The high-ranking officials of the Cautionary race, observing the battlefield situation from their planet, were equally dumbfounded. Chapter 103. The vanished crocodilian planet. The human fleet that launched an assault on the homeworld of the crocodilian civilization acted in a manner that defied conventional strategy. Should they not have first eradicated the opposing crocodilian fleet, subsequently breaching the formidable defenses of the orbital cannons, before finally advancing upon the crocodilian homeland? Why then did they choose to recklessly attack the homeworld of the crocodilians, even at the cost of their own vessels suffering damage? Within the command center of the royal capital, Jiang Yu's thoughts were entirely consumed by the raiding fleet. Through the reconnaissance satellites deployed by the fleet, he witnessed the dazzling brilliance of hydrogen bomb explosions. In the midst of this blinding radiance, 3 orbital satellites were engulfed by an overwhelming surge of light and heat. The crocodilian planet lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The detonation of the hydrogen bomb seemed to have rendered the crocodilians dazed and disoriented. Moments later, the second hydrogen bomb, having breached defenses, erupted with a resplendent display akin to a magnificent firework. This bomb had penetrated the atmosphere, casting a dreadful shadow of death upon the crocodilians. Jiang Yu envisioned the chaotic panic that ensued among the crocodilians in the aftermath of the explosion. On the ground, they suddenly beheld an intensely radiant source of light materializing in the sky. This illumination pierced through the darkness, yet it brought not warmth and hope, but the chilling specter of annihilation. The planet possessed an atmosphere. Thus, the radioactive fallout from the hydrogen explosions would inevitably disseminate throughout the globe via atmospheric circulation. If the radiation from the 2 detonations was diluted to a degree insufficient to inflict severe harm upon the crocodilians, what of 10 or even 100 bombs? Ultimately, following the explosion of the 3rd hydrogen bomb, a violent reaction erupted on the crocodilian planet. Various laser weapons on the ground frantically targeted the sky. Jiang Yu could sense their turmoil, their sole desire to obliterate all hydrogen bombs and prevent further explosions above their heads, which would result in even greater contamination. The ground defense systems appeared to be more sophisticated, intercepting the remaining space missiles within the atmosphere. Yet, what purpose did this serve? Even if the bombardment of the ground was thwarted, could they truly halt the spread of nuclear pollution? In the short term, the impact might be minimal, but over time, the vitality of the entire planet would be extinguished. In the ensuing decades and centuries, the harmful effects of radiation would lead to the extinction of all life on this world. Jiang Yu possessed ample time, and the technological human fleet was equipped with an abundance of hydrogen bombs. The raiding fleet would continue to launch space missiles laden with hydrogen explosives. Even if the crocodilians managed to intercept 99, it mattered little, as long as 2 or 3 missiles penetrated their defenses with each assault. The greater number of detonations would hasten the crocodilians' descent into oblivion. Indeed, your vessels are more advanced than ours, and your flagship is truly formidable. However, our stockpile of hydrogen bombs is vast, sufficient to be likened to mere confections. For every 1,000 intercepted, should but 1 slip through, I can ensure you're even too. Jiang Yu gazed at the assault fleet as it unleashed thousands of space missiles once more. The thought of more hydrogen bombs detonating on the crocodilian planet brought an involuntary smile to his face. However, the crocodilians did not adhere to the expected script. Instead, they executed an action that took Jiang Yu by surprise. A powerful beam of light suddenly erupted from a location on their planet, emanating from a colossal nuclear fusion engine. What are you planning? Are you attempting to flee? Do you not think it is too late for that? Jiang Yu couldn't help but mock the foolishness of the crocodilians. A massive planet, no matter how powerful the fusion engine or how swift its propulsion, could hardly outpace a planetary spacecraft. Yet, in the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and he found himself exclaiming in genuine astonishment, "Indeed, a civilization more advanced than ours has conceived such a strategy." As the crocodilian planet activated its nuclear fusion engine, Jiang Yu's initial thought was that they were attempting to escape. However, the planet seemed to shift only slightly, suggesting another possibility. It was evident that they intended to utilize the immense power of the fusion engine to create widespread signal interference encompassing visible light, ultraviolet, infrared, gamma rays, neutrinos, and more. In essence, they aimed to disrupt every reconnaissance method employed by the technological human race without leaving any blind spots. Under the overwhelming interference, the assault fleet was rendered blind. And even Jiang Yu at the command center of the Huanjing could see nothing. "I believed I was sufficiently treacherous, yet you were even more so," Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration, grappling with the insidious tactics of the crocodilians. He found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. Undoubtedly, once this wave of interference subsided, the crocodilian planet would vanish without a trace, making it exceedingly difficult for the assault fleet to locate it again, especially given their distance of nearly 1 million kilometers. Searching for a planet in the pitch-black cosmos from such a distance was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The crocodilians had evidently resolved to annihilate the main fleet of the technological human race. Willing to endure the impact of several hydrogen bombs on their own planet and indifferent to the destruction of over 500 local vessels, Jiang Yu felt that the term treacherous scarcely sufficed to describe the crocodilians. However, as a leader of civilization, he understood that there are no morals in the wars between civilizations. Any means, no matter how despicable or cruel, may be employed for survival. For instance, when Jiang Yu commanded the reinforcement fleet to transform into an assault fleet to launch a surprise attack on the crocodilian homeworld, not with the intent to destroy their ships or orbital weapons, but rather to strike the home planet with hydrogen bombs, his true purpose was to lure their main fleet to divert forces for a defensive maneuver, thereby achieving his ulterior objectives. When the hydrogen bombs detonated on the crocodilian planet, the enemy would undoubtedly curse Jiang Yu as treacherous and cruel. At that moment, if Jiang Yu could hear their vitriolic denunciations, he would merely consider it a compliment from his adversaries. At this moment, Jiang Yu vehemently condemned the adversary as despicable and cruel, which inadvertently served as an accolade for their remarkable methods. Employing such covert tactics, in truth, entails little technical prowess. Yet, ensnared within a mental impasse, the average individual would struggle to conceive an alternative. From Jiang Yu's perspective, particularly as one standing in the shoes of the crocodilian civilization, such thoughts eluded him entirely. Given this circumstance, he resolved to spare their planet for the time being. Once he vanquished the obstructive fleet, he would devise a means to locate them. By then, even if the main fleet were to return, it would not deter him from delivering a formidable package of super hydrogen bombs. With a fierce determination, Jiang Yu issued a strike command to the assault fleet. 1,000 Township-class vessels faced off against 200 Township-class ships and 300 Village-class vessels. Even a cadre of novice combat crew members would not require an extensive duration to prevail, as their strength was unequivocal. Jiang Yu's current objective was to annihilate the blockade fleet and subsequently ascertain the coordinates of the crocodilian civilization's home planet. Chapter 104. Despairing Outcomes under Jiang Yu's command. Gao Jijun's fleet commenced a fierce assault on the crocodilian fleet. To avoid revealing the location of the crocodilian homeworld, their planetary orbital weapons could not support their fleet. It was not difficult for Gao Jijun's 1,000 Township-class ships to annihilate over 500 Village-class vessels. The challenge lay in the front line, where the crocodilian fleet, led by shield-equipped flagship vessels, was steadily pushing the human fleet into retreat. Jiang Yu conducted meticulous calculations. If the crocodilians' main fleet could not be compelled to divert forces for defense within 10 hours, the human fleet would face utter defeat. Even if Gao Jijun's raiding fleet succeeded in destroying the over 500 crocodilian warships and rushed to provide assistance, it would not alter the inevitable downfall of the human forces. Therefore, Jiang Yu had to uncover the concealed crocodilian homeworld in the shortest possible time and launch another hydrogen bomb strike on their mother planet. In the face of the existential crisis of civilization, Jiang Yu could not fathom that the crocodilian main fleet would remain indifferent. Thus, how could one locate a deliberately hidden planet in the vastness of space? The first method was naturally to observe the planet's visible light. However, after the crocodilians interfered with the reconnaissance satellites dispatched by Jiang Yu's fleet, they had cloaked all visible light, even suspending the electrical activities of the planet's inhabitants. The only possible visible light that could be captured was the sunlight reflected off the planet's surface. Yet, the nearest alpha star was nearly 1 light-year away, and by the time light traversed such a distance, it had diminished significantly, rendering the reflected light from the crocodilian planet nearly imperceptible. The second method involved utilizing the recorded positions of cosmic stars by human technology. A decrease in the visible light emitted by a particular star would indicate that a planet was obscuring it. However, the number of observable stars in that direction was in the billions, making it extraordinarily difficult to identify a star whose light had suddenly waned. Despite the formidable challenges posed by these two methods, Jiang Yu felt compelled to pursue them. After all, miracles could happen. The scientists accompanying the main fleet were diligently following Jiang Yu's orders, employing both methods to search for the crocodilian homeworld. However, as time passed, the scientists had yet to deliver any good news to Jiang Yu. He understood well that significant progress was unlikely in the short term. Given enough time, they could potentially locate it, but what Jiang Yu lacked was precisely that, time. The flagship vessels of the human fleet were being systematically obliterated by the crocodilian main fleet. By the time the scientists discovered the crocodilian planet, it would be too late. Both Jiang Yu and the scientists pondered alternative strategies for uncovering the crocodilian homeworld, even attempting primitive methods to detect infrared radiation for broad area searches. Yet, the distance to the crocodilian planet rendered infrared radiation nearly undetectable. Should they order a retreat for the fleet? Allow the crocodilian civilization's fleet to enter the star system? Rely on the defensive fortifications aboard their satellites for resistance? Jiang Yu observed the battlefield's increasingly unfavorable conditions for his side, even contemplating a retreat. However, should a retreat occur, the Crocodile Star Civilization's fleet would seize the opportunity to penetrate the star system and occupy its resource-rich planets. The onslaught from the Crocodile Star Civilization could no longer be impeded, and once they received reinforcements, resistance would be futile. For the wandering planets, the best fate lay in discovering a stable star and establishing a suitable orbital path. The Crocodile Star Civilization had come specifically for the Alpha Star System. If their homeworld were allowed to enter Alpha and secure an optimal orbit, the crocodile beings would gradually dominate the system, making it impossible for the technological human race to contend with them. The crocodile beings represented a pinnacle level 1 civilization. While the technological humans had yet to ascend to that tier, the disparity was insurmountable. After centuries of wandering, once they encountered a stable environment, the crocodile beings would undoubtedly unleash unprecedented potential, rapidly advancing into a level 2 civilization. A star system cannot accommodate 2 civilizations simultaneously, and when that time comes, it would herald the end for the technological humans. I must locate you. Only one of us can survive. If necessary, I shall face destruction alongside you. Jiang Yu sighed, resolutely refusing to command the fleet to retreat even a single step. If the Crocodile Star's homeworld remained elusive, he could only prepare for the worst. Upon the destruction of the fleet guarding the Crocodile homeworld by Gao Jijun's assault fleet, he would return immediately, joining the battle in the Orc Cloud against the Crocodile fleet to fight to the bitter end. Even if the technological human fleet were exhausted, the Crocodile Civilization's fleet would not remain unscathed. With only a few battered ships and a resource-depleted planet, it would not be so easy for the crocodile beings to enter the Alpha Star system. The technological humans still had a chance to mount a desperate counterattack. Damn, Adolf. This is all you're doing. Jiang Yu cursed vehemently in his heart. From his previous discussions with Raphael, the Crocodile Civilization had come to the Alpha Star system under Adolf's direction. Jiang Yu never expected that the disgraced Adolf would continue to trouble him. Moreover, it seemed that Adolf had not lost his status as a divine citizen. Otherwise, how could he have contacted Raphael? I will find a way. I must find a way. I still intend to lead the technological humans to the pinnacle of the universe. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly be defeated by a wandering civilization? Jiang Yu compelled himself to muster courage, suppressing the self-destructive thoughts creeping into his mind. At that moment, the image of a girl floated into his consciousness. Her name was Kaisha. She appeared to stand before him, smiling gently. Her gaze was tender, seemingly soothing Jiang Yu's increasingly agitated spirit. He recalled the time he traversed into the higher dimensional world and became an ordinary citizen. Through his relentless efforts, he ascended from an ordinary citizen to a noble and divine being. He gained admission to the Planetary Master Academy, where he dedicated himself to his studies with an intensity beyond that of his peers. Each time Jiang Yu achieved remarkable results and received accolades and rewards from the Academy's instructors, Kaisha would approach him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, shyly proclaiming, Jiang Yu, you are truly impressive. I knew you would be the best. At that time, Jiang Yu chose to embody the form of a human. and Kaisha likewise embraced the same visage. Among the entire Planetary Master Academy, only Jiang Yu and Kaisha opted for the human appearance. Whenever Jiang Yu encountered challenges in his studies and research, Kaisha would encourage him, saying, "Jiang Yu, I am confident you will find a solution." Chapter 105. Indulge in the hydrogen bomb feast. At that moment, Jiang Yu found himself inexplicably reminiscing about Kaisha. Yet, as the tempest of his emotions began to subside, he reassured himself, "Indeed, I shall find a way." This seemed to be a conversation not only with himself but also a silent acknowledgement towards Kaisha. Discarding the tumult of his thoughts, he plunged into the vast ocean of computer data. As the most exceptional student of the Planetary Master Academy, and a man endowed with a system enhancement, surrender was not an option for Jiang Yu, particularly in the face of such a minor setback. As he commanded Gao Jijun's fleet to relentlessly launch numerous reconnaissance satellites, he meticulously calculated. Gradually, a spark ignited in Jiang Yu's eyes. He suddenly recalled the concept of gravitational lensing, proposed by a great scientist from Earth before his transmigration. Gravitational lensing occurs when visible light emitted by stars is bent as it passes near a massive celestial body. Given that the home planet of the crocodile star civilization is twice the size and 1/6 times the mass of the blue planet, such a colossal entity would undeniably generate a noticeable gravitational lensing effect in space. However, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, the mass of the crocodile star's planet remains relatively small, rendering the gravitational lensing effect not exceedingly prominent. This necessitates highly sophisticated observational instruments to detect the lensing phenomena caused by a planet. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's fleet included a vessel primarily tasked with scientific exploration, equipped with numerous scientists and a variety of precision instruments. Upon sharing his insights regarding gravitational lensing with the scientists, they were initially taken aback, only to soon experience a moment of clarity. The principle behind gravitational lensing was astonishingly simple. It was merely a lapse in thought that had obscured their understanding. This exemplifies why some scientists struggle throughout their lives to attain significant research outcomes, while others achieve miraculous discoveries with a mere flash of inspiration. With Jiang Yu's concept of gravitational lensing in hand, the subsequent tasks became straightforward, relieving him of further concern. The scientists promptly directed all high-precision observational instruments towards the general direction of the crocodile star civilization's planet. They compared data from the stellar database housed in the supercomputer, meticulously examining where the visible light from stars exhibited displacement or distortion. Admittedly, while the process seemed simple in theory, its execution was far from easy. It required not only high-precision instruments but also vast computational data, and more importantly, the scientists' acute perception to detect anomalies in the data. In no time, astronomical quantities of data were processed within the supercomputer, with the observational instruments operating at maximum capacity. The scientists sifted through the original stellar data recorded in the supercomputer, systematically eliminating stars one by one. Each star that was excluded further confirmed the impossibility of the crocodile star civilization's home planet existing in that direction. As time passed, the search area incrementally diminished. At long last, after 3 hours, a scientist exclaimed with exhilaration, "I've found it. I have finally discovered the orientation that triggers the gravitational lensing phenomenon." Upon hearing this exclamation, Jiang Yu rose from his seat, his figure flashing as he instantaneously arrived before the supercomputer's grand display. There, he observed a star located in the constellation Canis Major, a mere 500 light-years distant from the Alpha Star system. The data concerning this star's mass, volume, and spectral type were meticulously recorded within the supercomputer. Through a comparison of the raw data with the empirical data, Jiang Yu discerned a subtle discrepancy. The position of the star in Canis Major had shifted by approximately 1/10,000th of a degree from its original coordinates. Jiang Yu personally conducted a verification, and the results remained unchanged. Indeed, the star had experienced an exceedingly minute deviation. The scientists' activities showed no signs of abating, and soon, an increasing number of stars exhibiting similar shifts were identified. In a mere 50 seconds, the computational data was produced. The location of the star belonging to the crocodile star civilization lay at the confluence of several stars that had undergone displacement. "At last, we have located you. Prepare to face the onslaught of hydrogen bombs," Jiang Yu suppressed his excitement and issued a command to Gao Jijun, instructing his fleet to launch space missiles equipped with hydrogen warheads towards the designated coordinates. Although Gao Jijun did not fully comprehend the reason behind His Majesty the Emperor's directive to fire in that direction, he understood that his role was simply to faithfully execute the Emperor's orders, devoid of the need for explanation. In fact, he even launched a second wave of space missiles, beyond what had been requested by His Majesty. The timing and quantity of the two waves of missile launches bore no discernible pattern, intended to complicate the adversary's interception efforts. "Enjoy the grand feast of hydrogen bombs I present to you," Jiang Yu declared with a fierce satisfaction, his spirits soaring. Yang Jianjun, Qi Minghai, and the other strategists brimmed with anticipation. They firmly believed that their emperor had indeed located the planet of the Crocodile Star civilization. They could almost envision the moment when a multitude of space missiles, each bearing hydrogen warheads, descended upon the Crocodile Star civilization's planet. Thousands of missiles, accompanied by orbital weaponry and over 500 spacecraft, faced interception, yet a dozen hydrogen bombs managed to penetrate the atmosphere of the Crocodile Star civilization. Currently, more than half of the 500 spacecraft had been eliminated, and the remaining vessels were ensnared. How many missiles could still be intercepted solely by orbital weaponry? Every individual within the command center awaited the outcome with bated breath. Although the specifics of the crocodile being's anatomical structure and radiation resistance remained unclear, previous negotiations with their representatives indicated that their physical constitution was likely not formidable. At the very least, they could not be compared to the human super soldiers infused with tardigrade genes. This suggested that the crocodile beings would be wary of the harmful radiation resulting from the hydrogen bomb detonation. The scientists anxiously observed the calculated position. Theoretically, utilizing the concept of gravitational lensing to locate a planet was plausible. However, given the absence of prior experimentation, they could not ascertain the ultimate outcome with certainty. Minutes passed, and thousands of space missiles armed with hydrogen bombs traversed vast distances. At last, a fleeting flash of light, triggered by an explosion, appeared momentarily on their observation screens. A surge of excitement enveloped the scientists as they promptly conducted calculations. The results indicated that the flash was indeed a consequence of the hydrogen bomb's detonation. This suggested that the bomb had either been intercepted and destroyed or had activated its automatic triggering mechanism. Regardless, it confirmed the validity of His Majesty the Emperor's gravitational lensing theory. Simultaneously, it indicated that the scientists had truly located the homeworld of the crocodilian civilization. Soon after, the researchers detected a second faint glimmer, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Ultimately, the observation screens were inundated with a myriad of lights. Each individual flash was dim, yet the convergence of thousands of them created a brilliant spectacle. In this moment, the scientists had not only identified the crocodilian homeworld through the concept of gravitational lensing, but had also discerned it via visible light on their instruments. Chapter 106. Relentless rescue. Thousands of hydrogen bombs were intercepted and destroyed, or triggered automatic sensors that resulted in brilliant explosions. Undoubtedly, this has laid bare the home planet of the crocodilians to the vastness of space. The nearby assault fleet observed this with crystal clarity, while the distant main fleet also bore witness. Gao Jijun's assault fleet, through their observation instruments, beheld countless lasers wildly darting across the cosmos and within the planet's interior. These were the laser weapons of orbital and ground-based artillery engaging in a full-scale interception. Most space missiles equipped with hydrogen warheads were either intercepted and obliterated or detonated upon triggering their automatic sensors. The number of missiles that could penetrate the planet's atmosphere or strike its surface was scant. Yet, the missiles carried not ordinary explosives, but high-yield hydrogen bombs. Jiang Yu could vividly imagine the scene of panic among the countless crocodilians, desperately seeking refuge. They either fled to underground radiation-proof bases or were vaporized in the cataclysmic explosions. Jiang Yu estimated that had it been the pre-genetic enhancement human race, the majority would succumb on the spot under such a concentrated hydrogen bombardment, with only a few seeking refuge underground, surviving like groundhogs in dire straits. As time wore on, the planetary environment would be irrevocably contaminated, plagues would run rampant, and societal order would collapse. The entire world would descend into a post-nuclear apocalypse, and civilization would no longer sustain a semblance of normalcy. Of course, the crocodilians might fare somewhat better, given their advanced technology and superior physical constitution. It was then that Jiang Yu received a high-dimensional communication request from Raphael once more. With a smile, he connected the call, only to be met with Raphael's furious roar. "Jiang Yu, you are nothing short of a demon. The war between our two civilizations should not ensnare innocent beings. But what have you done? Countless innocent crocodilians have been ruthlessly slain by your hand." Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yu burst into laughter. "Raphael, are you jesting? You yourself have stated this is a war between two civilizations, and in such a conflict, no one remains blameless. Moreover, it was your crocodilian civilization that sought to invade the homeland of the technological humans, to enslave or even annihilate them. I offered you an opportunity, a chance for your civilization, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not cast blame upon me." Jiang Yu harbored no doubts that had the human fleet lost this war, the fate of humanity would be far from favorable. As the saying goes, a good wine for a friend, but a shotgun for an enemy. Mercy towards foes is cruelty to oneself, especially when it concerns another civilization, another race that has suddenly encroached upon the doorstep of the technological humans. His words left the furious Raphael in stunned silence. After a brief moment, Raphael's voice returned. But this time it was not filled with rage. Rather, it bore a tone of quiet supplication. "Jiang Yu, I promise you, I will now release the central computer interface. I agree to share all technological achievements of the Crocodile Star civilization with you. We only require a resource-rich planet for my civilization to recuperate for a while. Once we regain our interstellar navigation capabilities, we shall depart, never to be adversaries of the technological human race again." Jiang Yu could sense the seething resentment in Raphael's words, or rather, a burdened humility. However, the initiative rested entirely in Jiang Yu's hands. The fate of the Crocodile Star civilization lay within his thoughts. Even if defeated on the battlefield, the Crocodile Star fleet, bereft of planetary support, faced only annihilation. Jiang Yu stated calmly, "Raphael, it is too late to speak of these matters now. Even if you refuse, we can procure it ourselves." In response to Jiang Yu's refusal, Raphael bitterly threatened, "If we do not yield, no one can seize our technological achievements. Even if we destroy our central computer and obliterate all research equipment, it will not be given to you." Jiang Yu shook his head. "Raphael, you indeed have the capacity to obliterate all technological accomplishments of the Crocodile Star civilization. Yet, I now believe that the destruction of your civilization may yield me greater rewards than acquiring your technological advancements." When Jiang Yu's technological human race triumphed over the beast race, they received a 1-point fortune reward from the higher dimensional world. This single point of fortune enabled humanity to avoid at least a decade of setbacks. Capturing a small asteroid marked humanity's true entry into the interstellar era. If they were to vanquish the Crocodile Star civilization this time, how much fortune would they attain? After all, Adolf's beast race was scarcely a level 1 civilization, while Raphael's Crocodile Star civilization stood at the pinnacle of level 1. Fortune is an elusive and intangible concept, yet it holds profound significance. Should they receive a greater endowment of fortune, the technological human race might experience a monumental technological explosion. By then, the technological achievements of the Crocodile Star civilization would hold little importance for Jiang Yu. Contemplating this, Jiang Yu abruptly severed the higher dimensional communication with Raphael, disregarding his hysteria. He commanded Gao Jijun's assault fleet to intensify their offensive, as Jiang Yu aimed to utterly annihilate the Crocodile Star's home planet. At this moment, the fleet guarding the Crocodile Star homeworld was dwindling. They were unable to protect themselves, let alone halt the onslaught of the human fleet upon their home. They could only watch helplessly as the human fleet launched missile after missile, each armed with hydrogen warheads, towards their home planet. Meanwhile, at the Oort Cloud battlefield, the pressure on the human fleet suddenly diminished. All vessels of the Crocodile Star fleet began to disengage from their entanglement with the human fleet. They turned their course and sped towards their home planet with full throttle. Even their once mighty flagship broke through the encirclement, racing to rescue their home. Observing this scenario, Jiang Yu realized they must have received orders from their planetary leader, Raphael, to return for aid. This was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Yu. In his anticipation, he believed they would only need to dispatch a portion of their fleet to provide assistance. However, at this moment, the entire fleet, all the vessels, were pivoting direction, desperately striving to break free in a bid to rescue their home planet. This strategy was evidently unwise. Without ships to intercept and provide cover, their losses would only escalate. Yet, Jiang Yu could empathize with the warriors of the crocodilian race, whose homeworld was currently besieged. In such dire circumstances, their reckless determination to save their homeland was understandable. Nevertheless, this course of action would only lead them into an irretrievable abyss. The maneuvers of the crocodilian fleet did not escape the keen observation of the human commanders. Without the need for Jiang Yu's command, an order was promptly issued to the entire fleet. Do not allow the crocodilian fleet to escape. Unleash all bullets and space missiles. Activate laser weapons and electromagnetic pulse cannons at full power. The human vessels, long beleaguered and suffering heavy losses at the hands of the crocodilians, seemed to be resurrected with renewed vigor. All combat crew members, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the retreating enemy. Chapter 107. Reckless resistance. The flagship of the crocodilian aliens, equipped with a protective shield, surged through the battlefield like a ferocious prehistoric leviathan, impervious to all. Despite enduring countless strikes, its shield glimmered only slightly dimmer. Possessing an indestructible form and formidable offensive power, this iron behemoth became the most radiant presence on the entire battlefield. Even while leading its fleet to escape the relentless encirclement of the human armada, it pressed forward, unyielding and unstoppable. The main fleet of the crocodilians swiftly broke through the siege, racing towards their home planet at full speed. The powerful tail flames from their nuclear fusion engines illuminated the dark expanse of space. Although the human fleet could not prevent the crocodilian fleet's breakout, they launched a fierce counterattack during the escape, destroying or severely damaging hundreds of crocodilian vessels, allowing the human fleet to vent their pent-up frustrations. Despite the superior speed of the crocodilian ships, the human fleet relentlessly pursued, continuing their vigorous assault upon the enemy, exposing their vulnerable flanks. The crocodilian fleet, unable to retaliate amidst the onslaught, prioritized their escape to their home planet. Near the crocodilian homeworld, an equally fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. The crocodilians, with over 200 town-class ships and 300 village-class vessels, had managed to hold back the advance of over 1,000 human town-class ships, ultimately sacrificing their lives in the process. Meanwhile, General Gao Jijun's fleet had suffered the destruction of over 400 ships, with 300 more sustaining varying degrees of damage. At that moment, Gao received orders from Jiang Yu. Damaged ships were to continue attacking the crocodilian homeworld, while the remaining vessels would fully engage the crocodilian main fleet. Without hesitation, Gao executed the Emperor's command. Over 300 damaged ships proceeded towards the crocodilian homeworld, launching space missiles as they advanced. Their diminished numbers greatly reduced their offensive capability, rendering them incapable of breaching the defenses of crocodilian orbital artillery. Nevertheless, the assault on the crocodilian homeworld could not cease. Even a few missiles penetrating the atmosphere would suffice. They had to deploy hydrogen bombs across every corner of the crocodilian planet before the main fleet arrived. Gao Jijun led over 200 town-class ships to intercept the crocodilian main fleet's reinforcements. At that time, the crocodilian main fleet still boasted over 1,000 village, town, and city-class vessels. The human fleet's 200 ships were but a feeble barrier against such overwhelming odds. Yet, every crew member was prepared to sacrifice themselves for humanity's cause. They launched nuclear fusion illumination flares to confront the impending assault of the crocodilian main fleet. Their mission was to hold their ground until the main force could arrive. The crocodilian main fleet outnumbered them more than threefold, and their combat prowess was vastly superior. However, their mission of resistance was pivotal in the war against the crocodilian civilization. "Brothers, are you confident?" Gao Jijun's voice resonated in the ears of every warrior in the fleet. The resounding voices of the warriors echoed through every spacecraft, affirming their commitment to the mission. "We shall prevail. Humanity shall triumph." Several nuclear fusion illumination shells were launched into the vastness of space, each resembling a miniature sun, illuminating the dark cosmos as if it were day. No missile or projectile could elude the vigilant eyes of the observation equipment, just as the imposing presence of the crocodilian fleet could not hide from its scrutiny. As time passed, when the crocodilian fleet was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Gao Jijun fleet, both sides simultaneously unleashed a torrent of missiles and projectiles, their energy weapons fully charged. The high-speed projectiles, traveling at over 3,000 kilometers per second, soon collided in the void of space. A dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the dark expanse, as streams of missiles and bullets engaged in fierce conflict. Open fire. Intercept. Evade. The commanders of both fleets issued their commands almost in unison. The laser defense systems of the vessels surged into action, their central computers operating at maximum capacity, striving to intercept every missile and bullet. Some missiles and bullets were successfully intercepted, igniting brilliant flashes in the void, while others struck ships, reducing them to debris or inflicting severe damage. High-velocity projectiles pierced through hulls and struck critical points, often causing as much destruction as the missiles themselves. In a single exchange, both sides suffered the loss or damage of several vessels, yet the momentum of their advance remained unyielded. One side fought valiantly to protect their homeworld, while the other pressed forward to halt their adversary's advance. Each side exerted its utmost strength, undeterred by the specter of death. After several rounds of kinetic exchanges, they finally entered the range of energy weapons. Streams of luminous energy beams sliced through the dark expanse, ensuring that any vessel caught unawares would face obliteration or severe injury. Alarms blared within the ships, warning of locks on targets, while warning lights flashed frantically. Many vessels were shattered into fragments, their brave warriors sacrificing their youthful lives. Others sustained heavy damage, with escaping gases drawing warriors into the void. Yet, amid this chaos, no one faltered. The survivors fought with fervor. Everyone understood that the conflict with the hostile civilization had reached a critical juncture. Any act of retreat or cowardice would be a betrayal of their own civilization. After several more rounds of energy exchanges, the fleets were now visible to the naked eye. The Gao Jijun fleet had dwindled to fewer than 200 ships, while the crocodilian fleet boasted over 1,000. Undaunted, Gao Jijun led his fleet into the fray. However, the crocodilian fleet showed no inclination to linger, continuing its relentless advance toward their home planet, where over 300 human vessels were fiercely assaulting the planetary defense line. Waves of space missiles, equipped with hydrogen warheads, relentlessly descended upon their planet. Each missile that evaded interception brought nightmares to the crocodilians. Do they regard us with disdain? Then let them bear the brunt of our assault. Witnessing their ships being blatantly disregarded by the crocodilians, the only time they were met with hostility was when they obstructed the enemy's advance. The crew of the Gao Jijun fleet felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Their orders were to fiercely impede the crocodilian onslaught, buying time for the main fleet to achieve strategic objectives. However, their number of vessels was far too scant, and their firepower exceedingly limited. Numerous crocodilian ships had already passed them by, beyond their capacity to halt. Each ship's captain resolutely decided to abandon evasive maneuvers. They faced the oncoming crocodilian vessels head-on, unleashing their full firepower while charging forward. Even if their ships were destroyed, even at the cost of their own lives, they were determined to take down at least one enemy vessel in the process. Chapter 108. Humanity shall prevail under the reckless tactics employed by the fleet of General Gao Ji, although suffering grievous losses. The relentless assault inflicted upon the crocodilian fleet mirrored the devastation they endured. At this juncture, the crocodilian main fleet was reduced to a mere 900 vessels, of which over 300 were small, village-class ships. Nevertheless, the crocodilian forces managed to breach the blockade set by General Gao's fleet, racing back to their home planet. Simultaneously, the over 300 damaged ships of Gao Ji's fleet, while assaulting the crocodilian planet, nearly obliterated their stationary orbital artillery, poised to penetrate the planet's surface. Of course, their own losses were equally catastrophic, leaving them with just over 100 battered vessels. At that moment, they received the highest command from His Majesty the Emperor to cease the attack on the crocodilian home planet and redirect their efforts to target the main fleet of the crocodilians. Despite the diminished combat capabilities of their remaining ships, the crew fearlessly executed the Emperor's orders, turning their fleet around. The 100 vessels, akin to a pack of battle-scarred beasts, charged towards their formidable adversary. This would inevitably unfold into yet another poignant tableau of warfare. However, for the future of humanity, they pressed on without hesitation. They had already made tremendous sacrifices for this conflict, and were now prepared to expend their final vestiges of strength. The 100 and more Town-class damaged ships maximized their fusion reactor output, advancing towards the Crocodilian fleet. They unleashed the last of their space missiles and a torrent of bullets, channeling all remaining energy into their electromagnetic pulse cannons for one final, lethal strike against the Crocodilians. In the face of incoming missiles, bullets, and energy projectiles from the Crocodilian fleet, they forsook all defense. After firing the last electromagnetic pulse, nearly all the ships were engulfed in a deluge of firepower. 100 vessels transformed into a magnificent display of fireworks in the vastness of space. 1 million kilometers from the Crocodilian home planet. The annihilation of this fleet and the sacrifice of thousands of human warriors were not in vain, for at that moment, the Crocodilian fleet, too, lay in tatters. Under the mutual destruction strategy, they had lost over 100 ships. Thus, the Crocodilian main fleet succeeded in their mission to rescue their home planet, yet paid a price that was almost unbearable. Had they been granted 2 or 3 more hours, they could have obliterated the technological forces of humanity entirely. However, compelled to aid their home planet, they found themselves vulnerable to the relentless assault of the human fleet. During their retreat, they faced fierce attacks from 2 smaller fleets, ultimately left with fewer than 800 battered vessels. Yet this was not the most unbearable consequence. Upon achieving their rescue, they promptly contacted their home planet, only to be met with despair and sorrow, for their home world had suffered a catastrophic hydrogen bomb strike. Uncertain is the number of powerful hydrogen bombs that have penetrated the atmosphere, some even descending to the ground, giving rise to ominous mushroom clouds. The entirety of the Crocodilian planet is shrouded in horrific and harmful radiation, resulting in the tragic demise of countless crocodilians in the explosions. Many more have sought refuge in underground radiation shelters, surviving like mere groundhogs. Their already ravaged homeland is further devastated, rendered uninhabitable for the crocodilians. Yet, this is not the source of their most profound despair. They are on the brink of facing a fierce counterattack from the technologically advanced human race. The surviving fleet of Gao Jijun has reunited with the main armada. The human fleet boasts over 800 vessels, rivaling the number of crocodilian ships. However, the human ships are primarily of a regional scale, accompanied by a substantial supply and landing fleet. At this moment, more than 800 interstellar vessels are undergoing resupply, with countless technicians engaged in urgent repairs. Newly constructed interstellar ships from Blue Star are racing towards the scene, while combat vessels are also taking off from the Titan base. Although limited in number, they represent a nascent force. In stark contrast, the plight of the crocodilians is far more tragic. Their home planet, under the assault from Gao Jijun's fleet, is engulfed in harmful radiation that has spread across half the globe and continues to expand. All surviving crocodilians have retreated into underground shelters, too fearful to surface. Factories on the planet have ceased operations, rendering them incapable of producing ships, weapons, or other wartime necessities. Even the crocodilian main fleet dares not return to their homeworld. Their interstellar vessels are deprived of energy replenishment and emergency repairs. All crocodilians, including their high-ranking officials, are enveloped in despair. Faced with such dire circumstances, even Emperor Raphael finds himself powerless. From the onset of the war, the crocodilians have had no avenue for retreat. They have inflicted losses upon the human race amounting to nearly 10,000 ships, and the toll of fallen soldiers is incalculable. The humans cannot possibly forgive the crocodilians for their acts of war. In the vastness of space, illuminated by nuclear fusion flares, over 800 ships are in the midst of resupply and repairs. Debris from warships drifts throughout the surrounding expanse. War correspondents have captured this harrowing scene, relaying it back to the human home planet, Blue Star. Countless humans have witnessed this heart-wrenching spectacle on television and the internet. Indeed, from the very beginning of the conflict between the two civilizations, the world has been watching with bated breath. They harbor disdain and vigilance toward the crocodilians, who dared to invade the Alpha Star system. As the war has progressed, with nearly 10,000 ships lost and hundreds of thousands of soldiers perishing, their animosity toward the crocodilians has intensified, fueling a desire for retribution. Governor Zhu Luo delivered a televised address, her expression a poignant blend of sorrow and resolve. She called upon all humans to honor the fallen soldiers and provide support to the families of the deceased. She urged factory workers to labor diligently for the production of warships and weapons, emphasizing the ever-present darkness of the universe and the necessity of vigilance against external civilizations. To endure in the shadowy cosmos, every member of humanity must contribute their strength. At last, she proclaimed, the illustrious Emperor of humanity commands the battle at the front lines. His Majesty shall lead the valiant soldiers to fight until the end, ultimately securing victory in the war against the crocodilian civilization. Humanity shall prevail. Long live the Emperor. Zhu Luo's impassioned televised address inspired the entirety of humankind. The resounding cries of humanity shall prevail. Long live the Emperor, echoed across the vast expanse of blue star. Subsequently, all individuals immersed themselves in their work and studies, striving diligently for the future of humanity. Having endured a war with the Beast Clan, humanity now faces the challenge of interstellar conflict, with an uncertain future fraught with potential crises. The people have come to understand the darkness and brutality of the cosmos. To survive in this harsh universe, everyone must exert their utmost effort. Scientists are required to pursue research diligently. Workers must toil in production. Students should devote themselves to learning. And no one can afford to be an outsider in this collective endeavor. Chapter 109. The destruction of the Flagship after a fortnight of comprehensive recuperation. The Human Alliance's fleet of over 800 vessels restored 90% of its combat capabilities. The scientists' relentless observations of the crocodilian planetary system and fleet never ceased. The crocodilian ships did not return to their home world, receiving only minimal supplies. They had utterly abandoned the repairs of the orbital fortifications, leaving a plethora of space debris to orbit the planet. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, during this period, he had not received a single high-dimensional communication request from the crocodilian emperor, Raphael. The fleet's command center also reported no communications from the upper echelons of crocodilian civilization. Everything felt eerily silent. In such circumstances, should they not surrender? Or perhaps they still possess some hidden trump card? A steadfast refusal to yield could indeed render them a worthy adversary. If there remains any hidden strength, I would be intrigued to witness it. Jiang Yu scrutinized the reports in his hands, unable to suppress his conjectures, yet yielding no conclusions. The scientists conducted the most meticulous observations and analyses of the crocodilian homeworld. The findings indicated that the planet resembled a lifeless shell, akin to a dead star. Aside from the crocodilians concealed within underground radiation-proof bases, there were almost no signs of biological activity on the planet's surface. Jiang Yu found it difficult to fathom any countermeasures the crocodilians might still possess. However, the enemy was ultimately a pinnacle-level civilization. He could not afford to underestimate them. Your Majesty, all preparations are complete, reported the fleet commander, Deng Jianjun. Commence the assault, Jiang Yu replied, reining in his thoughts. The conflict between the two civilizations inevitably required a resolution. The full-scale counteroffensive commenced. Following Jang Yu's orders, Commander Deng Jianjun issued the attack command. The replenished fleet of over 800 ships opened fire almost simultaneously. Missile after missile launched into the void, a torrent of destruction akin to a flood bursting its banks. Simultaneously, the nuclear fusion engines roared to life, propelling the fleet forward. The electromagnetic pulse cannons had long accumulated energy, poised for deployment. 2,000 space missiles soared forth with unparalleled moem. The formidable radiation had the potential to incinerate the sensitive components within the spacecraft, wreaking havoc on its circuitry. Unintercepted space missiles hurtled towards them, leaving the ship with no choice but to evade. This barrage of missile attacks immediately disrupted the formation of the crocodilian fleet. They opted not to retaliate, maintaining a defensive posture while awaiting an opportune moment, fully aware of their limited ammunition. Without certainty, they could not afford to squander any resources. In stark contrast, the human fleet harbored no such concerns. They concentrated their firepower on the flagship of the crocodilians. Jiang Yu remained wary of the crocodilian flagship, which was shielded and unscathed. Yet, he had faith in the laws of conservation of mass and energy. No matter how impenetrable the crocodilian shield, it had its limits. Once the energy of the ship was depleted, the shield would inevitably falter. Instantly, all space missiles and bullets were directed towards the enemy flagship. Waves of missiles and torrents of terrifying bullets surged forth, targeting the flagship. The crocodilians could no longer remain passive. Their fleet advanced towards the human forces. While defending their flagship, they unleashed their own missiles and bullets in a counteroffensive. Under the relentless assault, the defenses of the crocodilian fleet began to show significant vulnerabilities. Dozens of space missiles and countless bullets bombarded the flagship's protective shield. Each detonation of a hydrogen bomb diminished the brilliance of the shield. Calculations by scientists indicated that the shield's defensive capacity was waning, visualized in a progress bar that provided data for the fleet's offensive strategy. Jiang Yu trusted the accuracy of this progress bar, for extensive data had been collected during the previous fierce encounters. The crocodilian flagship was the largest vessel on the battlefield, and its size and mass signified enhanced protection and combat capability. However, its considerable bulk also rendered it a primary target for the technologically advanced human fleet. As the two fleets drew closer, under Jiang Yu's command, all firepower was directed at the crocodilian flagship, save for essential defenses. The human fleet's intentions were swiftly noticed by the crocodilians, who promptly intensified their protection of the flagship. Yet, overly stringent defenses could also impede the flagship's combat effectiveness. As the fleets engaged in close-quarters combat, intermingling their forces, the crocodilian fleet could no longer maintain a tight shield around their flagship. Space warfare demanded a truly multidimensional combat approach, with human attacks capable of emanating from any direction. The human fleet had already experienced the formidable power of the enemy flagship and understood that to vanquish the crocodilian fleet, they must first eliminate the flagship. Thus, leveraging their abundant energy and ammunition, the human fleet disregarded the attacks from other crocodilian vessels and the defenses surrounding the flagship. They engaged in a near-suicidal assault, launching an all-encompassing strike on the crocodilian flagship. As time elapsed and the battle escalated to a fever pitch, both sides found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Finally, with 3 electromagnetic pulse cannon shots from the Emperor Jing hitting the crocodilian flagship, the tide of battle shifted. An endless torrent of charged particles bombarded the protective shield, which shimmered momentarily before shattering like a fragile glass sphere. For the first time, space missiles and a deluge of bullets struck the hull of the vessel, tearing it open with numerous jagged gashes of varying sizes. A substantial volume of gas rapidly escaped from within the spacecraft. At the breach, electric arcs flickered wildly, a consequence of the internal circuitry being compromised. Witnessing this, the crew of the human fleet erupted in jubilant exclamations. "Taste my hydrogen bomb, haha. Let us see what defenses you have left." Each commander of the ships roared with exhilaration, launching an even more ferocious assault against the flagship of the crocodilian race. Bullets, missiles, electromagnetic pulse cannons, and even laser weaponry unleashed a relentless barrage. The terrifying intensity of the onslaught overwhelmed the flagship, once a source of pride for the crocodilians. As an incredibly brilliant light erupted in the cosmos, countless fragments shot forth in all directions. The most advanced vessel of the crocodilians, equipped with cutting-edge shield technology, exploded with a resounding blast. Chapter 110. The Brutal War of Civilizations in the Final Moments Before Its Demise. Jiang Yu witnessed 2 hydrogen bomb-equipped space missiles penetrate the core of the flagship of the crocodilian race. Undoubtedly, within the ship's interior lay breathable air and a multitude of other substances. The explosion of the hydrogen bombs would unleash their full destructive potential. The sturdy armor of the spacecraft was torn apart as if it were mere paper, with countless materials vaporized by the searing heat. At that instant, the hydrogen bomb stood indisputably as the sovereign of destruction. No matter how formidable the spacecraft, it was rendered as fragile as tissue before its might. We succeeded. We have triumphed. At last, we shattered its shell. We have vanquished the alien flagship. As the flagship of the crocodilians transformed into a vibrant display of fireworks, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the human fleet. This flagship had obliterated countless human vessels and claimed the lives of innumerable comrades. The soldiers of humanity harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this vessel, which had cowered within its shell, yet felt utterly powerless against it. Now, having finally destroyed it, they had avenged their fallen brethren. The ease with which the crocodilian flagship was obliterated stemmed from its diminished might. It no longer exuded the awe it once commanded. Its energy reserves were evidently depleted, and the glow of its protective shields had significantly faded. Its combat capabilities were markedly inferior, with even the power of its energy cannons substantially reduced. The flagship's strength was far from its former glory, and the entire fleet's prowess had dwindled as well. It was only a matter of time before the flagship was destroyed. With the annihilation of the crocodilian flagship, the combat effectiveness of their fleet was reduced by at least half, igniting hope within the human fleet for a complete victory over the crocodilians. Though they had successfully obliterated the flagship, Jiang Yu lamented the loss of the opportunity to acquire their shield technology. The relationship between humanity and the crocodilian civilization had been irreparably severed, leading to a relentless cycle of vengeance. Even if they ultimately triumphed over the crocodilian civilization, the prospect of obtaining their technological advancements was bleak. It was certain that the crocodilians would have obliterated all technological data upon the invasion of their home planet by human ships. Thus, capturing the crocodilian flagship had been the only pathway to acquiring their shield technology. However, since the crocodilians chose not to surrender, the possibility of capturing their flagship was extinguished. Jiang Yu had no choice but to destroy it, minimizing human losses and casualties. There was no alternative. Humanity would have to develop their own shield technology. Jiang Yu issued the command: launch a full-scale counterattack to annihilate the crocodilian fleet entirely. Even if the crocodilian fleet were to surrender at this juncture, neither he nor the human fleet would entertain such an offer. The destruction of the flagship had clearly incited panic within the crocodilian fleet, disrupting their battle formations further. Deprived of their flagship's command, the crocodilian fleet lost all ability to coordinate their efforts. Each ship fought independently. As the orders were executed, the human fleet unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. One by one, the crocodilian vessels transformed into brilliant blossoms of fireworks amidst the void of space. 3 hours later, the war has finally come to an end. The vessels of the crocodilian race have been completely annihilated, leaving the human fleet with merely over 300 ships. Among these, there are more than 50 capital ships and over 100 regional vessels. The remainder consists of small village-class ships, with even the flagship, the royal capital, bearing numerous wounds. The losses are indeed catastrophic. Jiang Yu sighed as he gazed at the battle damage report presented by Deng Jianjun. Nearly 10,000 combat vessels represent the culmination of over 3 decades of effort by humanity, alongside the sacrifice of thousands of valiant soldiers who gave their youthful lives. We have ultimately triumphed. Deng Jianjun, observing the sorrowful expression of His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, offered words of consolation. As the commander of the flagship fleet, Deng Jianjun shared in this profound grief. Yet, the outcome is favorable. The human fleet has ultimately triumphed over the crocodilian fleet. With war comes inevitable loss and casualties, aspects that cannot be avoided. What might the situation be like on the crocodilian home planet? Qi Minghai remarked, gazing at the distant planet millions of kilometers away. He yearned to lead the fleet to land on the crocodilian civilization's homeworld immediately. In this conflict, humanity has suffered immense losses in both ships and esteemed soldiers. We cannot ascertain the extent of destruction caused by the hydrogen bombs detonated on the crocodilian planet. We are even less certain of the remaining resistance they might possess. The only course of action is to land on their planet for on-site assessment and reconnaissance. However, our consensus is to wait a little longer. The scientists submitted their evaluation report to the command center. Gao Jijun's assault fleet had launched space missiles carrying hydrogen bombs. At least over 100 detonated within the atmosphere and even on the surface of the crocodilian planet. The spread of harmful radiation requires time, as does the assessment of the ultimate environmental devastation. Thus, we shall wait, with a timeframe set for 1 month. After 1 month, the fate of the crocodilians will be announced. Although the future remains uncertain, I believe that victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Jiang Yu issued the final directive. He was not in haste to land on the crocodilian homeworld. Despite the significant destruction wrought by over 100 hydro-terrifying mushroom clouds billow into the atmosphere, as harmful radiation spreads unchecked, the ground defenses of the crocodilian race weaken progressively, with a diminishing arsenal of anti-aircraft missiles and laser cannons. Ultimately, all spaceborne missiles equipped with hydrogen warheads descend to the surface, with no anti-aircraft missiles launching and the laser cannons rendered utterly silent. Yet, Jang Yu refrains from commanding the fleet to commence the landing. His intention is to transform the crocodilian planet into a lifeless sphere, ensuring that when the human vessels descend, they encounter no resistance. It is difficult to fathom the excruciating torment endured by the crocodilians on this planet. This approach is undeniably cruel. Yet warfare between civilizations is inherently a struggle for survival. When Emperor Raphael and the upper echelons of the crocodilian race refused to accept the terms proposed by humanity, it became inevitable that either the crocodilians would conquer humanity and ultimately seize the Alpha Galaxy, or the technologically advanced humans would vanquish the crocodilian civilization, leading to its eventual demise. Chapter 111. Landing on the homeworld of the crocodilians, a month swiftly elapsed. Commander Jiang Yu ordered the fleet to approach the crocodilian planet. 2 million kilometers, 1,200,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers. When the fleet reached 500,000 kilometers from the crocodilian planet, scientists detected a magnetic field approximately 1.3 times that of Blue Star. Jiang Yu felt no surprise at this result. It would indeed be peculiar for a planet devoid of a magnetic field to harbor intelligent life. As the fleet drew closer, at a distance of 300,000 kilometers, the atmospheric composition of the crocodilian planet was ascertained. The atmosphere bore some resemblance to that of Blue Star, with the notable exception of a higher concentration of sulfur. The elevated sulfur content in the air posed a significant risk of corrosion to metals and various instruments. Thus, it was evident that the crocodilians had developed materials with remarkable resistance to corrosion, technology that the human race also sought. The fleet halted in space, 30,000 kilometers from the crocodilian planet, dispatching 100 combat ships and 5 large landing vessels. Aboard the landing ships were 2,000 super soldiers. Injected with tardigrade gene serum, they required only basic life support equipment to ensure their unrestricted movement on this planet. The surface temperature of this world ranged from 20 to 50 degrees Celsius. The core composition of this planet differed significantly from that of Blue Star. While Blue Star's core consisted of iron and nickel, this planet's core was formed from various radioactive elements. Blue Star relies on solar energy for heat, whereas this planet derives warmth from the decay of its core's radioactive elements. This explains the presence of a gaseous atmosphere and its wandering through the cosmos for centuries. Had it depended on nuclear fusion for heat, the planet's resources would have long been depleted. Scientists continued their extensive exploration of the crocodilian planet. Over the course of the month, they launched numerous satellites and probes towards the planet. Soon, 5 landing vessels, escorted by 100 combat ships, traversed the planet's atmosphere. All vessels were equipped with anti-gravity engines, permitting them to navigate freely within the crocodilian atmosphere undisturbed. As the ships descended, the images captured revealed themselves to the scientists. Most regions of this planet were arid deserts, interspersed with oceans, rivers, mountains, and dense jungles. However, despite the vast land area, only a small fraction exhibited signs of biological activity. The vessels recorded not only immense urban complexes but also towering structures reaching heights of 10,000 meters. These colossal edifices served as the supermassive nuclear fusion engines propelling the planet. The scale of the planetary engines provided clear evidence of the crocodilians' advanced technological prowess, far surpassing that of the human race. The material technology of the human race could not possibly manufacture such gigantic nuclear fusion engines. The fleet and landing ships hovered above the largest city, which was likely the capital of the crocodilians. Combat spacecraft hovered ominously above the city, poised to counter any potential assault from the surviving army of the crocodilians. A landing craft descended to the ground, and 2,000 fully armed super soldiers disembarked. Stepping onto alien soil, These super soldiers were not only infused with a gene serum derived from tardigrades, enabling them to thrive in hostile environments, but they were also equipped with advanced Gauss rifles developed by scientists. Unlike conventional firearms, Gauss rifles utilized electromagnetic coil acceleration to propel projectiles, endowing their bullets with an extraordinarily high initial velocity, rendering their lethality severalfold greater than that of ordinary rifles. The architectural style of the capital city was strikingly peculiar. A stark contrast to Blue Star, yet the functional purpose of its structures remained unmistakable: administrative offices, scientific institutions, factories, schools, and more. Perhaps due to its status as the capital, the city had endured relatively intact amidst the onslaught of humanity. However, neither the airborne vessels nor the landing warriors faced any immediate threat. In an effort to illuminate the previously darkened city, combat ships unleashed nuclear fusion flares, transforming the night into a bright semblance of day. The vessels and ground forces commenced a thorough search of the capital, with accompanying scientists exploring under the protection of the super soldiers. One ground unit arrived at the entrance of a low building, its doors firmly sealed. Initially indifferent to the structure, their thermal imaging devices detected anomalies. They promptly breached the heavy doors, advancing in a combat formation. Descending a series of stairs suggested the presence of an underground bunker. Through the soldiers' thermal imaging, numerous moving organisms came into view. These beings stood over 2 meters tall and, with their elongated tails, reached at least 3 meters in length. Undoubtedly, a significant number of crocodilians had survived here, appearing to be civilians. The unit swiftly approached the area where the surviving crocodilians were located. Upon sighting the human forces, the crocodilians huddled in terror in a corner, emitting a range of varied tonal syllables indicative of their advanced intelligence. Report: hundreds of surviving crocodilians discovered. How shall we handle these beings? Awaiting orders, the commander's voice relayed to the flagship, the royal capital. Despite the innocence of these crocodilians, their civilization had been vanquished. As victors, the human forces held no desire to engage in the slaughter of ordinary civilians. Yet, it seemed a merciful release for them to meet their deities. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu ultimately issued his command. He was not devoid of empathy, rather. He sought to end the suffering of the crocodilians. The heavy doors had been breached, allowing harmful radiation to seep in. These surviving crocodilians were destined to perish in the radiation's torment. The entirety of their home world had become inhospitable to any form of life. In addition to the military's intention to eliminate the remaining crocodilians, some scientists advocated for the capture of a few specimens for research purposes. Jiang Yu acquiesced to the scientists' requests, and several robust crocodilians were rendered unconscious and subsequently transported back to the research vessel. Life scientists promptly commenced their research on the crocodilian beings, with data rapidly emerging. The body temperature of these extraterrestrial entities remains consistently around 32 degrees Celsius, and their cranial capacity measures an impressive 3,200 milliliters. They possess remarkably robust digestive and immune systems. Additionally, they have undergone an evolutionary transition from crawling to bipedal locomotion. From a genetic standpoint, these beings boast a lifespan that can extend up to a millennium. However, Jiang Yu found little fascination in these attributes of the crocodilians. In contrast, military scientists could leverage the physiological structure of the aliens to develop more effective weaponry. Life scientists could acquire a plethora of biological specimens, significantly advancing the field of genetic engineering. Particularly noteworthy is the revelation that crocodilians can live for approximately 1,000 years, which has piqued the intense interest of life scientists. It is worth noting that after genetic modification, humans can only achieve a lifespan of around 500 years. Chapter 112. Unbelievable good news. 2,000 super soldiers and hundreds of scientists scoured the capital of the crocodilian aliens. During their search, they detected over a dozen underground bases housing tens of thousands of surviving crocodilians. However, the super soldiers paid them no heed. These surviving crocodilians were destined to meet their demise. Within the city, ground forces occasionally faced armed resistance from crocodilians, yet these encounters were ruthlessly quelled. In fact, at one base within the city, hundreds of small spacecraft trembled into the air, attempting to launch an attack against the invaders. Yet, they were effortlessly neutralized by hundreds of town-class vessels hovering above, incurring no losses whatsoever. The planet of the crocodilians resembled a feeble old man, devoid of any capacity to resist. Even if the human forces refrained from exterminating them, all crocodilians would ultimately perish due to nuclear contamination. The crocodilian homeworld had inevitably transformed into a lifeless orb, and their civilization was on the brink of total extinction. The annihilation of a civilization may seem a cruel affair, yet it is far more preferable than the obliteration of one's own. In the wars between civilizations, morality holds no sway. Only the cold reality of slaughter and destruction prevails. The resistance of the surviving crocodilians did not significantly impede the explorative endeavors of the human forces. Anything of value was meticulously collected and transported back to the vessels in space. An artifact from a civilization at the pinnacle of level 1, even in a state of disarray, retains immense scientific worth. Jiang Yu hoped to salvage remnants from the crocodilian planet to expedite the illumination of the level 1 civilization technology tree for humanity. A ground unit arrived at a structure resembling a research center where scientists encountered the alien computer systems. The computer modules bore little difference from those of human technology, indicating that the scientists could access valuable information, albeit after deciphering the complex encryption system. In addition to all electronic records from crocodilian civilization, Jiang Yu sought to gather comprehensive data about their societal models, productivity structures, moral frameworks, and more. However, due to the devastation wrought by hydrogen bombs and the crocodilians' own destruction, most of what the landing troops and scientists retrieved was fragmented and of limited value. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Yu, as evidenced by the crocodilians' fierce resistance to surrender. The crocodilians were a fiercely proud race, and their desire to prevent humans from acquiring their possessions was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, given the vastness of their planet and the sophistication of their civilization, it seemed improbable that they could obliterate everything. Thus, the search teams continued to discover various mining bases, equipment, and factories that had escaped destruction. They even uncovered, within a concealed manufacturing facility, hundreds of unfinished combat spacecraft. This discovery brought great joy to Jiang Yu and the scientists, as it represented undoubtedly the most valuable find. The human race not only had the capability to complete the construction of these semi-finished vessels, but could also glean insights into the spacecraft manufacturing technology of the crocodilian civilization. From the conflict with the Croc Star fleet, it is evident that the vessels of the Croc aliens surpass those of the technological human race in both strength and advancement. Their superior material technology and powerful nuclear fusion engine technology stand out prominently. However, no shipbuilding facilities of a municipal scale have been discovered, nor has any shielding technology been located. Nonetheless, this has not dampened Jiang Yu's enthusiasm. He has commanded the search teams and scientists to intensify their efforts. For Jiang Yu and all of humanity, even a severely devastated croc planet represents a vast treasure. The mere existence of the shipbuilding facility and the nuclear fusion planetary engines could significantly bolster the technological advancement of humanity. As the terrestrial forces of humanity were vigorously scavenging the entire Croc civilization planet, a notification resonated in Jiang Yu's mind from the high-dimensional world Star Master Academy. Determination, Star Master Raphael has been defeated. Immediately return to the high-dimensional world. Revoke Star Master privileges. Determination, Star Master Jiang Yu has emerged victorious in the competition. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations, Star Master Jiang Yu, for receiving rewards from the high-dimensional world, technological human race luck 2. A wave of joy surged within Jiang Yu. He had finally awaited the judgment notification from the high-dimensional world, along with its rewards, specifically the enhancement of luck for the technological human race. He was already familiar with such determinations and rewards, having previously triggered them when defeating Adolf. Jiang Yu understood that luck value is coveted by all Star Masters, with various means to acquire it, such as fostering the development of one's own civilization. The most direct method for obtaining luck is by vanquishing other Star Masters, which is one of the reasons Jiang Yu was willing to incur substantial costs and casualties for the technological human fleet in order to defeat the Croc civilization and its star master Raphael. Luck, though intangible and elusive, holds an enigmatic significance that profoundly influences the progress of civilizations. Before Jiang Yu could revel in his triumph for long, another piece of good news arrived. What? The Croc Emperor's temple has been discovered? It remains perfectly preserved? Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. The discovery of the Croc Emperor's temple did not surprise him. Yet it is the very palace where Star Master Raphael resided and the central repository of the Croc civilization's computer system. The fact that the Croc Emperor's temple remained intact and the central computer was operational meant that all data regarding the Croc civilization was preserved in its entirety. If the technological human race could decipher the encryption of the central computer, they would gain access to the complete data of a level 1 peak civilization. What would this signify? It would mean that the technological human race could ascend to level 1 civilization in a short span of time and, upon that foundation, facilitate a swifter rise to level 2 civilization for humanity. It would imply the potential to save humanity hundreds of years, even centuries, of time. Although Jiang Yu possessed a transdimensional technology system that could exchange vast quantities of technological data, such an endeavor necessitated a prerequisite. In order to ascend to the next level of civilization, it is imperative to illuminate every technological point within the current civilization's technology tree, thus enabling the exchange for the technological materials of the subsequent civilization tier. For instance, although the current scientific human race possesses certain creations from the first-tier civilization technology, it remains at a mere 0.7 level of civilization. Without illuminating all technological points within the first-tier civilization tree, true recognition as a first-tier civilization cannot be attained. Failing to achieve this status precludes the possibility of exchanging for second-tier civilization technology materials from the civilization marketplace. The principal reason for this predicament is the insufficient technological points acquired by Jiang Yu, which are inadequate to exchange for all technological materials within each civilization. The majority of technologies still necessitate independent development by human scientists. Jiang Yu comprehends the rationale behind the design of the hyperdimensional technology system. If everything could be acquired from the civilization marketplace, the scientific human race would inevitably lose its impetus for progress and endeavor. A race devoid of innovative capacity is destined for a short-lived existence. Chapter 113. An unbelievable harvest. The capabilities of Jiang Yu, an individual, are inherently limited. The advancement of civilization necessitates a collective endeavor from all of humanity. Undoubtedly, acquiring the technological achievements of another civilization and subsequently assimilating them into one's own is equally pivotal for the development of the technological human race, potentially sparing humanity decades, if not centuries, of arduous progress. Currently, the ground forces landing on the Crocodilian planet reported astonishing news. The Crocodilian Emperor's temple remained intact, and the central computer of the Crocodilian civilization was preserved in pristine condition. This revelation was nothing short of monumental for Jiang Yu and the entire technological human race. He promptly commanded the royal ship, the Huangjing, and the scientific expedition vessel to land on the Crocodilian planet and proceed to the Emperor's temple. Jiang Yu insisted on witnessing this reality with his own eyes, a sentiment shared by the eager scientists. Following a thorough sweep by the landing troops, the Crocodilian planet posed minimal threats, and the capital city was deemed safe. Nevertheless, over 100 spacecraft accompanied the Huangjing and the scientific vessel as a precaution, ensuring the utmost safety of His Majesty the Emperor and the invaluable scientists aboard. The military was committed to implementing the most stringent security measures, which were entirely warranted. As they journeyed towards the Emperor's temple, Jiang Yu could not suppress his musings, having just received the notification and rewards from the high-dimensional world. He had now stumbled upon the central computer repository of the Crocodilian civilization. Could it be that these two fortuitous occurrences were intertwined? Jiang Yu attributed the preservation of the Crocodilian central computer system to the enigmatic forces of fate. Had he been defeated by another planetary sovereign, he would have taken every measure to obliterate any assets the enemy sought. Yet Raphael, who had harbored ill intentions towards Jiang Yu during their time at the Planetary Sovereign Academy, had not done so. Jiang Yu found it perplexing to fathom Raphael's motives for this restraint. Before long, the Huangjing and the scientific vessel descended onto the plaza before the Emperor's temple. Jiang Yu, along with Deng Jianjun and a cadre of scientists, emerged from the spacecraft under the vigilant protection of elite soldiers. The gravitational force on the crocodilian planet was 1. For times that a blue star, yet it did not significantly discomfort the group. They swiftly entered the Emperor's temple, which was heavily guarded by the super soldiers. Upon entering, Jiang Yu observed that the scientists who had previously landed on the planet were engaged in their work with palpable excitement. They were diligently attempting to decipher the encryption system of the crocodilian civilization's central computer within the repository. Jiang Yu noted that the scientists had connected a multitude of devices to various interfaces of the central computer. Judging by the displays on the equipment, their efforts were progressing remarkably well. Accompanying Jiang Yu, numerous scientists continued to bring in an array of instruments. Hundreds of experts in computer science joined the endeavor to crack the encryption system. How is the deciphering process proceeding? Jiang Yu inquired of one of the computer specialists. Your Majesty, the most critical encrypted data has been partially decrypted. The computer expert excitedly reported to Jiang Yu while deftly operating the equipment they had brought. An endless stream of data was being extracted from the central computer storage and imported into the human civilization systems. Jiang Yu personally engaged in examining the decrypted information. The first data he encountered pertained to interstellar spacecraft. Indeed, the material technology, nuclear fusion technology, and engine technology of the crocodile star civilization surpassed those of humanity. In terms of foundational materials, the substances manufactured by the crocodile star beings exhibited superior strength, resilience, and resistance to extreme temperatures. The maneuverability of their spacecraft was achieved through more efficient nuclear fusion technology and engine designs. Regarding energy weapons, the crocodile star beings did not pursue electromagnetic pulse cannons, but rather focused on the principles of electromagnetic acceleration of the rhenium element. When rhenium is heated to temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius within a powerful magnetic field, it becomes exceedingly unstable, possessing immense energy. This energy is then projected at speeds of tens of thousands of kilometers per second, causing a minuscule amount of rhenium to explode upon impact. A single rhenium energy cannon requires only a few milligrams of rhenium to unleash destructive power comparable to that of an electromagnetic pulse cannon. Although the rhenium energy cannon does not operate at light speed, its power is formidable, and its energy consumption is significantly lower than that of an electromagnetic pulse cannon. More crucially, the rhenium energy cannon is compact enough to be mounted on small-scale vessels. As for the technology behind the shielding systems, its principle is rather straightforward. It employs a machine to generate a force field. This force field, akin to a magnetic field, can encompass areas ranging from several square meters to hundreds of thousands of square meters. The crocodile star civilization refers to their shielding technology as force field shielding technology. This force field can not only create protective barriers, but can also be utilized to manufacture force field bombs. The principle of a force field bomb involves deploying a force field generator in proximity to the target area, with immense energy backing it. This generator can create gravity thousands of times that of crocodile star within that region. The terrifying gravitational force compresses everything around into a sphere thousands of times smaller than the original target. Force field bombs, being a product of a level 2 civilization, have only been theorized by the crocodile star beings. They have yet to produce a physical version. Fortunately, they have not constructed force field bombs, for otherwise, the human fleet would stand no chance against the crocodile star forces. With the comprehensive spacecraft construction technology data before him, Jiang Yu was confident that the technological prowess of humanity would surely enable the creation of stronger and more advanced interstellar vessels. Undoubtedly, what Jiang Yu valued most was the plethora of technologies contained within. The technological achievements encapsulated within a single interstellar spacecraft are truly immense. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that it embodies the pinnacle of an entire civilization's technological advancements. By mastering these scientific breakthroughs, humanity could ascend to a level 1 civilization. At that point, Jiang Yu could upgrade the civilization's marketplace to level 2 in exchange for level 2 technological data. The technological prowess of humanity would then facilitate the construction of genuinely powerful level 2 civilization spacecraft complete with sophisticated force field shields and force field bombs. Additionally, the decrypted information revealed that the Crocodile Star civilization had developed primitive photonic computers, which are a tier above quantum computers. Jiang Yu also observed that the crocodilian beings were conducting research on a grand unified theory. They even devised a superparticle collider intended to validate this theory. However, due to a scarcity of resources, the crocodilians were unable to construct the collider. Photonic computers, the grand unified theory, and field force shields. These are all creations of a Type II civilization. The crocodilians claimed they had 1 foot already in the realm of Type II civilization, a statement Jiang Yu deemed quite modest. In reality, the crocodilians were significantly further along the path to evolving into a Type II civilization than Jiang Yu had initially imagined. Given a stable environment for measurement and several decades dedicated to research, the crocodilians would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable Type II civilization. Nevertheless, all their technological achievements would ultimately benefit the technological human race. The technological human race would soon ascend to a Type I civilization and even reach the pinnacle of it. In the foreseeable future. Chapter 114. Exposure of interstellar coordinates. The decryption of the central computer of the Crocodile Star civilization is underway with great intensity. An immense volume of data has been transmitted to the human fleet's computer system, subsequently relaying back to Blue Star. Upon learning that the central computer archive of the Crocodile Star civilization is intact and that complete decryption is within reach, the scientific community of humanity erupted in a fervor. Scientists from various technological branches abandoned their ongoing research, gathering around their respective computer terminals to receive the ceaseless stream of data flowing from the central computer system. This data represents the profound accumulation of knowledge cultivated over millennia by a civilization, encompassing a myriad of domains. While there are numerous overlaps with human technology, there are also many distinctions. The rapid advancement of human technology has left many areas unexplored, particularly given the existence of a formidable beast civilization on Blue Star. The primary concern for humanity has always been survival against the beast threat, leading to a nearly singular focus on this aspect, overshadowing other avenues of inquiry. In contrast, the Crocodile Star civilization is characterized by the existence of a single race across their planet and indeed their entire star system. Although internal conflicts arise, they are merely skirmishes that do not jeopardize the survival of the race. However, with the advancement of technology, the Crocodile Star people recognized a significant threat to their civilization's existence. Their planet exists within an unstable binary star system, where the gravitational forces of the two stars could eject them into the void of space at any moment, transforming their world into a rogue planet. Thus, in the face of existential peril, the Crocodile Star civilization united like never before, resulting in a technological explosion. Within a mere few thousand years, they ascended to a Type I civilization, making strides towards becoming a Type II civilization. When scientists predicted that their planet was on the verge of being cast out of the binary star system, becoming a wandering planet, the Crocodile Star people rallied their collective strength to construct 100,000 towering nuclear fusion engines, achieving an extraordinary feat. These engines not only ensured that their planet would not lose its way in the cosmos, but also propelled them at remarkable speeds in search of the next stellar system. Had they not encountered the resolute resistance of the technological humans, their planet would have entered the Alpha Star system, securing a stable orbit around a star and ending centuries of wandering. At that juncture, they would have harnessed the resources of the entire Alpha Star system, leading to a technological explosion that would elevate the Crocodile civilization into the ranks of Type II civilizations. Alas, fate had other plans. They faced the impenetrable resistance of the technological humans and ultimately suffered a catastrophic defeat in their conflict, leading to the complete obliteration of the Crocodile civilization in the annals of history. Nevertheless, the Crocodile civilization remains a magnificent and admirable entity. The vastness of the universe is replete with wonders, and humanity has much to learn. This realization instilled a sense of urgency and a looming crisis within the hearts of the scientists. The cosmos is fraught with peril. Today, it was the Crocodile civilization, and tomorrow it may be another. It is not inconceivable that, in their moment of defeat, The crocodile people might have disseminated the interstellar coordinates of humanity. The Crocodile Emperor's Temple. The decryption of the central computer system of the crocodilian civilization is nearing completion. The process has unfolded with such astonishing ease that it feels as though the crocodilians have intentionally left behind subtle flaws. The final pieces of textual information obtained have validated the scientists' conjectures. This is a letter from His Majesty, the Crocodile Emperor, to the Emperor of Humanity, Jiang Yu. My dear Jiang Yu, my crocodilian civilization has ultimately succumbed to your technological prowess. I harbor no resentment, for I was merely swayed by Adolf's temptations. You need not express gratitude for the legacy of our entire technological achievements that I have bequeathed to you. I have merely allowed your civilization to inherit the cultural heritage of the crocodilian civilization, to ascertain whether our developmental trajectory was indeed correct and rational. It also serves to determine the true nature of this universe, whether it is truly a dark forest or if the extinction of civilizations can enhance one's own fortunes. In the future, your technological civilization may encounter other cultures, as I have disseminated your coordinates along with pertinent information regarding your civilization status. I am keen to witness how your people will respond to the challenges ahead. I anticipate this journey will be nothing short of captivating. Upon reading the transmitted words of the Crocodile Emperor Raphael, an icy chill enveloped everyone present, rendering them as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. They had not yet celebrated their victory over the crocodilian civilization when they were informed that the coordinates of the technological civilization had been laid bare to the cosmos. Everyone understood that the vast universe likely harbors countless biological civilizations, some potentially less advanced than yours, and others possibly surpassing even the crocodilian civilization. Should a more advanced civilization intercept the communication dispatched by Emperor Raphael concerning your people? Could they indeed traverse the boundless expanse of the universe to arrive in the Alpha Star system and locate the stumbling technological civilization? Raphael suggested that the extinction of a civilization could enhance one's fortune. Although luck is intangible and elusive, it undoubtedly possesses the power to bestow favorable outcomes upon a civilization. If such fortune can be procured for one's own civilization, it inevitably motivates the search for and annihilation of others. To traverse the infinite distances to the Alpha Star system would imply the existence of a formidable entity far superior to your technological civilization. How then would the relatively fragile technological civilization respond? The human fleet barely survived the encounter with a wandering crocodilian civilization. Could they contend with a more advanced or powerful existence? The atmosphere was thick with apprehension, not only among the onlookers but also within Jiang Yu, whose brows furrowed deeply, his mind racing with thoughts. He had not anticipated Raphael's malicious intent in transmitting the coordinates and information of the technological civilization, coming from a higher dimensional realm. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the multitude of advanced civilizations and powerful entities that exist within the cosmos. Within merely a few hundred light years of the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, there are dozens of civilizations. This is but a fraction of the vast expanse of the Milky Way galaxy, with a diameter of 100,000 light-years in the even broader universe beyond. All planetary sovereigns recognize the necessity of triumphing in the competition against other civilizations. Not only can one acquire all the resources of another, but one can also obtain rewards from the higher dimensional realm. The value of fortune is one such reward from this higher dimensional world, a fact that Jiang Yu has demonstrated on 2 occasions. If other civilizations have also experienced the defeat or annihilation of other civilizations and subsequently gained fortune, and if this fortune indeed confers immeasurable advantages upon their own civilization, then a more advanced civilization or a more powerful entity, knowing that the technological human race is merely a level 1 civilization, would not hesitate to traverse vast distances to reach the Alpha Star system, either to locate or to extinguish the technological human race. Although there exist countless civilizations in the vast cosmos, the distances between them are often measured in dozens of light years. Thus, locating a specific civilization in such an expansive universe is no trivial endeavor. It requires considerable resources and time, making it rather impractical. However, it is now evident that within the Milky Way galaxy, specifically in the vicinity of Orion's arm, there exists a Level 1 civilization. Chapter 115. Transforming Crisis into Motivation. Upon perceiving the message left by the Crocodile Emperor Raphael, the spirits of all present plummeted to an all-time low. The technological human race was but a mere 0.7-level civilization, akin to a fledgling infant taking its first tentative steps. After all, they had only recently ventured into the cosmos and had yet to fully explore their home star system. Even if they were to assimilate the technological achievements bequeathed by the Crocodile civilization, they would only barely reach the pinnacle of a Level 1 civilization. Should another, more advanced civilization or a more formidable entity emerge, the technological human race would find itself in peril. Observing the despondency that enveloped the assembly, Jiang Yu felt compelled to speak. Indeed, we have received some rather disheartening news. The technological human race will undoubtedly encounter more advanced civilizations in the future. We shall face unprecedented crises. However, I must emphasize that such crises need not be detrimental to us. We ought to transform these challenges into a source of motivation. We must swiftly assimilate the technological advancements left by the crocodilians, igniting a technological explosion within our ranks. I will also unveil technological blueprints reserved for Level 2 civilizations, including force shields and force bombs. In due course, we shall be capable of constructing the most advanced interstellar vessels and the most potent weaponry. Furthermore, we will establish the most formidable defensive fortifications within our star system, thwarting all malevolent extraterrestrial civilizations. Upon the utterance of Jiang Yu's words, a palpable resurgence of spirit filled the room. The scientists, in particular, exhibited a renewed glimmer of hope in their eyes. They harbored no doubts about the veracity of the Emperor's proclamations. Within a mere 50 years, His Majesty had propelled humanity from the age of cold weapons to that of firearms, decisively vanquishing the beast race and establishing humanity as the sole sovereign of Blue Star. Following several more decades, humanity had officially stepped into the interstellar era, triumphing over the crocodile civilization and acquiring its technological legacy. By assimilating the knowledge of the crocodile civilization, humanity could ascend to the pinnacle of Level 1, or even reach Level 2 civilization. At that juncture, human technology would be extraordinarily advanced, and our power would be unparalleled. Coupled with the technological data provided by the Emperor, humanity would achieve a monumental leap in civilization. Even if a more advanced civilization or a mightier entity were to invade the Alpha Star system, the technological human race would be fortified by a robust interstellar defense, allowing us to await our adversaries and vanquish all formidable biological civilizations. Instantaneously, the scientists reignited their fervor for work, resolutely continuing to decode the technological legacies of the crocodile civilization. Jiang Yu continued to issue directives. We shall dispatch scientists and engineers from Blue Star or other resource-rich planets. We will transport nuclear fusion fuel to restart the planetary fusion engines. The crocodilian homeworld shall be relocated into our star system, where we will identify a suitable planetary orbit. Yes, Your Majesty, came the immediate response as orders were swiftly relayed. The crocodilian homeworld harbored an abundance of resources beneficial to humanity, yet it could not be fully utilized in the short term. Thus, Jiang Yu resolved to transport the planet into the star system, facilitating ongoing research and development by human scientists. Jiang Yu had yet another purpose in his actions. Although the malevolent Raphael, the Crocodile King, had maliciously transmitted the coordinates of the human race's interstellar locations, he had also left behind all the technological achievements of the Crocodile Star civilization, which would greatly assist in the advancement of human technology. In return, Jiang Yu was willing to relocate the crocodile people's home planet into a stellar system, placing it in an orbit conducive to their survival. The human race would completely vacate the crocodile home planet, including the removal of 100,000 nuclear fusion planetary engines, leaving the crocodiles with nothing but a desolate, barren world facing a nuclear winter. The survival of the remaining crocodiles would depend solely on their own resilience. A civilization, when faced with the brink of extinction, often conjures miraculous feats. Perhaps the crocodile planet might one day burst forth with vitality anew. The affairs on the crocodile planet would be managed by designated personnel, requiring no concern from Jiang Yu. He departed from the crocodile realm, setting his course for the Blue Star, where myriad tasks awaited him. Firstly, he intended to announce to the entire human populace that the crocodiles had exposed their coordinates. His aim was not to incite panic, but to galvanize the human race into action, urging everyone to mobilize. They must strive to elevate their technological prowess, manufacturing capabilities, and interstellar military strength. No one could remain an outsider. Secondly, after scientists analyzed and assimilated the technological achievements of the crocodiles, humanity would soon ascend to a Type 1 civilization. Jiang Yu anticipated rapidly upgrading the Type 1 civilization marketplace to Type 2, exchanging for critical technological data and producing tangible artifacts. For Jiang Yu, the sense of urgency surpassed that of any other human. He possessed knowledge far beyond the ordinary, fully aware of the universe's darkness and cruelty. Moreover, the fact that Adolf could manipulate Raphael against him suggested he could similarly incite trouble from other planetary sovereigns. Adolf, the son of the Virgo cluster's ruler, held a prestigious status, having garnered the adulation of many during his time at the Planetary Sovereign Academy. It was inevitable that other planetary lords would desire the downfall of Jiang Yu and his technologically advanced human race. As Jiang Yu's spacecraft returned to the Blue Star, it soared towards the central square of the Imperial capital. There was a reason he chose not to land at the Interstellar military base. News of his triumphant return had already spread through various media outlets. In the central square, Governor Zhu Luo, Military Minister Su Wanjun, and other high-ranking military and political officials, along with hundreds of thousands of citizens, awaited his arrival. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the multitude, Jiang Yu's spacecraft finally pierced through the atmosphere, hovering above the central square. To the resounding cheers of "Long live the human emperor," echoing through the air, the spacecraft gently descended onto the elevated platform at the square's center. As the hatch opened, Jiang Yu emerged, and all present bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We welcome the human emperor's triumphant return." Standing upon the high platform, Jiang Yu surveyed the sea of eager faces. "Everyone, please rise." His voice resonated through the sound system, filling the square. Gradually, the crowd stood, their emotions overwhelming, many shedding tears of joy. The human emperor had led the human fleet to vanquish the crocodile civilization, once again saving the entire human race. In the eyes of the human race, Jiang Yu's stature has ascended to unprecedented heights. He is regarded as a supreme deity. With a solemn expression, Jiang Yu spoke. "We have triumphed over the formidable crocodile star civilization and safeguarded our homeland. However, this victory has unveiled the existence of numerous unknown biological civilizations in the boundless universe. They may be less advanced than our technological civilization, or perhaps far more advanced. We could have peacefully developed our technology and cultivated a flourishing home. Yet, the crocodile star beings have disseminated our interstellar coordinates. Countless civilizations will receive the coordinates of our technological race. We shall have no secrets left in the cosmos." Jiang Yu's brief yet impactful words fell upon each individual like a bucket of cold water. The once vibrant and bustling atmosphere abruptly fell into silence, and the expansive square became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 116. The Large Hadron Collider. Jiang Yu's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in a daze. He instructed for the information left by the crocodile emperor Raphael to be projected for all to see. Upon viewing the brief message, a palpable sense of malice from Raphael enveloped the crowd. As silence fell, Jiang Yu's voice resonated once more. To conquer or annihilate a civilization results in the elevation of one's own civilization's fortune. I have verified this principle. It is undoubtedly correct. Under this premise, the universe must be exceedingly cruel and dark. Furthermore, the weaker the civilization, the more desirable it becomes, as it is more susceptible to extinction. The technological human race's advancement to this point is indeed a stroke of fortune, for we have neither been obliterated by the beast race nor discovered by extraterrestrial civilizations. However, the situation has changed. The coordinates of the technological human race have been transmitted. The information will reach the nearest stellar system in approximately 2 years. Should that system harbor an advanced intelligent civilization, they will promptly become aware of our existence. If this civilization harbors ill intentions and possesses advanced technology, They may dispatch an interstellar fleet towards us. Although the technological human race cherishes peace and has no desire to eradicate other civilizations for fortune, we must be prepared to defend against potential attacks from other civilizations. For our survival, we must rapidly strengthen ourselves. From this moment forth, we must remain vigilant towards other civilizations, harboring the most cynical of thoughts about them. Jiang Yu's voice echoed across the square, resonating in the hearts of every individual of the human race through the media. At that moment, the square fell into an even deeper silence, and the populace watching from their screens was similarly plunged into contemplation. The human fleet had just triumphed over the crocodile star civilization, and the citizens had yet to celebrate this victory. Yet, the emperor had delivered such unsettling news. If a civilization that had wandered for centuries could grow so formidable, how would they contend with even stronger civilizations? A wave of panic began to spread among the human race. After a brief pause, Jiang Yu spoke again. Raising his tone slightly, the nearest stellar system is 4.2 light-years away. Scientists have found no evidence of life there. However, the conditions of more distant stellar systems remain uncertain. Therefore, the coordinates sent by the crocodile star civilization will take approximately 8 to 10 years to reach an intelligent civilization. Even if their interstellar spacecraft could travel at the speed of light, it would take around 20 years to reach the Alpha system. This means we still have at least 20 years to develop our technology and enhance our interstellar military strength. I will lead the technological human race into the second-tier civilization era within 20 years, achieving a qualitative leap in our technology and military capabilities. We aspire to construct no fewer than 100,000 super interstellar battleships, forging each planet into an impregnable bastion of space. In such a scenario, even the most advanced extraterrestrial civilizations contemplating an invasion of our homeland to annihilate humankind would think twice. However, achieving this grand objective necessitates the collective effort of all humanity. If you wish to avoid obliteration and the desecration of your homeland, then from this moment forth, strive for the future of our race. Jiang Yu's voice resonated with vigor, invigorating all who listened. The emperor led humanity from the feudal era into the age of interstellar civilization, triumphing over the Beastkin and defeating the nomadic crocodile star civilization. They firmly believed that the emperor could guide humanity through the looming crisis of alien invasion. Governor Zhu Luo was the first to proclaim, "Victory for humanity! Long live humanity! Long live our emperor!" Then, throughout the central square, the populace gathered before their screens echoed in unison, "Victory for humanity! Long live humanity! Long live our emperor!" The chant reverberated, "Victory for humanity! Long live humanity! Long live our emperor!" Jiang Yu may not have been the most eloquent orator, yet his authority was unparalleled, and none dared to question his words. Countless individuals were willing to selflessly dedicate themselves, to strive fervently, and even to lay down their lives for the emperor. Jiang Yu's speech concluded swiftly, and without pausing for rest, he headed to the Academy of Sciences. He intended to personally engage in the analysis of the technological achievements of the crocodile star civilization, aiming to elevate humanity to a level 1 civilization, or even a level 2 civilization, as expeditiously as possible. In the days that followed, scientists erupted with unprecedented zeal for research. The technological advancements of the crocodile star civilization were swiftly deciphered and thoroughly understood, illuminating the path to the level 1 civilization technology tree without any hindrance. Consequently, humanity seamlessly transitioned into the era of level 1 civilization. Yet, the progress of human technology showed no signs of stagnation. Within a decade, it attained the technological level of the crocodile star civilization. Jiang Yu also upgraded the civilization marketplace to a level 2 civilization marketplace and exchanged crucial technological data, including the unified theory, force shields, and force bomb technology. The unified theory, force shields, and force bombs are hallmarks of a level 2 civilization. While the development of force shields and force bombs posed no significant challenge, the verification of the unified theory was a formidable task. Although Jiang Yu proposed a comprehensive unified theory, translating theoretical concepts into applicable technology was no simple endeavor. Without this transformation, humanity could not ascend from level 2 civilization to level 3 civilization. To validate the unified theory, and converted into applied technology. The construction of a large particle collider was indispensable. Even though humanity had yet to enter Level 2 civilization, the creation of such a collider was not hindered. Merely constructing a large particle collider represented a monumental undertaking. Moreover, the conversion of the unified theory into applicable technology would demand an immensely protracted and arduous journey. The mere construction of a large particle collider necessitates at least 8 trillion tons of materials. Furthermore, such a colossal apparatus must be erected in the orbit of a planet or moon, as only in the expanse of space can one find the immense storage capacity required to meet experimental demands. To achieve this grand ambition, Jiang Yu envisions the establishment of this monumental project in lunar orbit, alongside the construction of vast metal processing plants and various manufacturing facilities on the moon. Should the resources or metallic raw materials on the moon prove insufficient, they will be extracted from asteroids or Mars and transported accordingly. The endeavor to build a large particle collider will consume nearly half of humanity's resources and productivity. While this may appear to be a tremendous waste, only the scientific community comprehends its true significance. The unification theory, if left unverified, will remain perpetually theoretical. It is only through the validation of such theories that a plethora of applied technologies can emerge. Chapter 117. The Technological Explosion of Humanity Currently. All applied technologies are developed based on foundational physical theories such as theoretical mechanics, electrodynamics, quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, and statistical physics. The unification theory is poised to serve as the cornerstone for advanced technological civilizations. Its significance is self-evident. Concurrently with the construction of large particle colliders, humanity's communication technology has experienced a remarkable leap. Previously reliant on radio communications, we have now pioneered quantum communication technology. Quantum communication is achieved through the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. This phenomenon entails that two particles in an entangled state will instantaneously respond to any alteration made to one of them. The principle of quantum entanglement is also a communication technology rooted in the unification theory. Although the unification theory has yet to be validated, this does not hinder Jiang Yu from employing its principles. The three fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, uncertainty, measurement collapse, and no cloning, provide an absolute guarantee of security against eavesdropping and computational decryption for communication. Quantum communication is instantaneous and utterly secure. Regardless of the distance between communicating parties or the intensity of interference, it remains unaffected. The precise distance over which communication can occur remains unverified, yet scientists refer to it as quantum superdistance communication. The advantages of developing quantum superdistance communication are manifest, as it eliminates the potential for adversaries to compromise communication security or gain control over weaponry and spacecraft through decryption or interference. Following the development of quantum superdistance communication devices, experiments demonstrated that communication and control between any 2 points within the entire alpha star system would face no interference or delay. In the future, should there be instances where excessive distance affects communication and control, the establishment of relay stations could indefinitely extend the range of quantum superdistance communication. Jang Yu, along with interstellar military experts, has embarked on the design of a comprehensive defense fortress within the Alpha Star system. In addition to Blue Star and the Moon, thousands of interstellar docks will be constructed on Mars, the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and even within the asteroid belt. Deploying tens of thousands of interstellar vessels and over 1 million interstellar artillery platforms. The interstellar artillery platforms will primarily consist of massive energy cannons, laser artillery, and field force bomb launchers. Additionally, more field force bomb interstellar mines, camouflaged as asteroids or meteors, will be deployed within the asteroid belt. These controlled interstellar mines will remain unaffected as friendly vessels pass by. Should any adversaries encroach, these interstellar mines will be detonated, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Jiang Yu aims to transform the entire Alpha Star system into an impregnable interstellar fortress, establishing a comprehensive firepower net. Any foreign spacecraft venturing into the Alpha Star system will be engulfed by an overwhelming barrage of fire. Before long, humanity's materials technology made significant breakthroughs. The first true municipal, it will also provide energy for 20 energy cannons, ensuring that each cannon can fire 50 times. Additionally, it will supply power to the force shield, enabling it to withstand more intense assaults. In Jiang Yu's vision, municipal-class spaceships will serve as the predominant force in interstellar warfare for the foreseeable future. County-class vessels will transition from being the primary firepower to the protectors of municipal-class ships, safeguarding their security. Village-class spacecraft, due to their diminutive size, will be phased out as they cannot be equipped with energy cannons, with their roles assumed by township-class ships. Town-class vessels will primarily function as the motherships for township-class ships, ensuring their endurance and firepower. Jiang Yu plans to construct at least 100 municipal-class ships, 10,000 county-class ships, and 100,000 township and town-class vessels. According to the current capabilities of the ships, a small fleet comprising 1 municipal-class ship, 10 county-class ships, and 100 township and town-class ships would be sufficient to vanquish the previous crocodile star civilization beyond recognition. During this period, the technological advancements of humanity have also made remarkable strides. The newly developed photon computer possesses computational power equivalent to the total computational capacity of the entire technological civilization prior. Photon supercomputers will be deployed on every municipal-class ship, ensuring that fleet command experiences no delays. Under Jiang Yu's leadership, and amidst the immense pressure of potential alien civilization invasions, the entire technological society has unleashed an astonishing developmental potential. One interstellar spaceship after another has been constructed, and interstellar artillery has risen from the ground. Throughout the asteroid belt, countless force bomb mines have been deployed. The entire Alpha Star system is flourishing with vitality. In this atmosphere of collective endeavor, a monumental piece of news arrived 15 years later. The Large Particle Collider, constructed at great expense by humanity, has finally been completed. In lunar orbit, a pipeline extending 8,000 kilometers has been laid from segment A to segment B. This length exceeds that of Blue Star's radius, and 2 such pipelines have been constructed. It is not an exaggeration to call this a civilization's greatest miracle. Jiang Yu initially planned to take 20 years to build the Large Particle Collider. Yet it was completed in just 15 years. What else could this be but a miracle? Once the 2 pipelines were completed, they required connection. Today marks the day for the joining of these 2 tracks. To ensure the connection work was flawless, Jiang Yu arrived at the lunar base. The 2 pipelines, each over 8,000 kilometers long, tower above the lunar orbit. Joining such colossal technological creations in space requires a precision tolerance of no more than 0.1 meters. The meticulous alignment of 2 8,000-kilometer pipelines demands an extraordinary level of technical expertise. This task seems nearly impossible, yet the technological advancements of recent years ensure its feasibility. Jiang Yu traveled by spacecraft to a junction point, personally overseeing the connection work. As anticipated, the pipeline connection proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Upon the completion of the connection between the 2 pipelines, tens of thousands of workers entered the interior of the conduits to lay the lines and install and inspect various instruments and equipment. Subsequently, the debugging of the equipment commenced, a task that required approximately 1 year. Throughout this period, Jiang Yu resided alongside the workers, ensuring the flawless execution of every process. The Large Particle Collider was the culmination of Jiang Yu's immense dedication, and he would not permit even the slightest error. As the years swiftly passed and all preparatory work reached completion, Jiang Yu entered the control room of the Particle Collider. With an air of solemnity, he issued the command, "Initiate the inaugural collision test of the Lunar Ring Large Particle Collider." Chapter 118. The high-dimensional world calls again. The Large Particle Collider is a device developed based on high-energy synchrotrons. Its primary function is to accumulate and accelerate 2 beams of particle streams, injected sequentially from preceding accelerators. When these streams reach a certain intensity and energy, they are collided to generate sufficiently high reaction energy. The types of particle collisions include electron-positron collisions, hadron collisions, proton collisions, and single proton collisions, among others. The objective is to examine and explore the macroscopic effects of microscopic particles, to uncover new laws governing quantum particles, and to understand the forefront of quantum physics and particle physics. Simultaneously, particle collisions serve as a natural particle mechanism, controlling the causes of particle collision mechanisms, exploring the existence of supersymmetry in extra dimensions, and developing new materials. It is also a naturally occurring particle collision mechanism, representing the ultimate exploration of high-energy quantum physics, condensed matter physics, and astrophysics. In summary, the Large Particle Collider plays an indispensable and pivotal role in the future physical science research and applications of humanity. The ability of humanity to successfully advance to a Type 2 civilization, Type 3 civilization, or even higher civilizations hinges significantly on this. This is why Jiang Yu is willing to expend enormous resources to construct the Large Particle Collider. Under Jiang Yu's command, the Large Collider was set into motion. The 200,000 small nuclear fusion devices installed along the pipeline were activated to full power. The formidable energy propelled 2 protons, accelerating them to speeds nearly approaching the speed of light. According to relativity, the energy required to accelerate a proton to such speeds is immense. This explains the installation of 200,000 small nuclear fusion devices along the extensive 16,000-kilometer pipeline. Given sufficient time, Jiang Yu would have yearned to build an even larger collider. The larger the collider, the greater the injected energy, and consequently, the higher the scientific value obtained. Under the impetus of greater energy, the mysteries concealed within the collision of the 2 protons would reveal themselves increasingly. However, Jiang Yu was pressed for time. He needed to expedite humanity's transition to a Type 2 civilization, or even a Type 3 civilization. The Crocodile Emperor, Raphael, transmitted the interstellar coordinates and information of the technological human race deep into the cosmos. Jiang Yu remained uncertain about the advanced civilizations and formidable entities that humanity might confront in the future. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could the technological human race endure in the dark expanses of the universe. As the 200,000 small nuclear fusion devices operated at full capacity, 2 protons were propelled forth, their speed increasing to such an extent that even instruments struggled to capture them, until they finally collided with a thunderous impact. At the point of collision between the 2 protons, the temperature soared to at least 300 billion degrees. The energy released was nearly equivalent to that produced by the collision of 2 neutron stars. Albeit this equivalence pertains only to protons of equal mass and neutron stars of equal mass. Within the fleeting moment of 1/10,000th of a second during the collision, scientists observed the spontaneous emergence of a miniature black hole. However, the duration of this phenomenon was exceedingly brief, and the mass of the 2 protons was too minuscule. Thus, the black hole vanished before it could devour the surrounding matter. Although this black hole existed for merely an ephemeral moment, it nonetheless bestowed upon scientists an unparalleled astonishment. The creation of a black hole by human hands was something previously deemed unimaginable by researchers. During the fleeting existence of the black hole, sophisticated instruments recorded a plethora of ineffable phenomena. The brevity of this moment rendered it impossible for scientists to conduct any analyses or calculations. They could only document their observations for later examination and inquiry. In a single ordinary particle collision, scientists amassed hundreds of terabytes of observational data. This foundational data will provide scientists with the essential empirical basis to delve into the intricacies of the microscopic world, should breakthroughs occur in the study of the microscopic realm. Thereby validating the Higgs mechanism, it may pave the way for the unification of the 4 fundamental forces. This experiment is of utmost significance. Although Jiang Yu provided the physicists with a grand unifying theory, its practical application necessitates a protracted period. Just as the mass-energy equivalence formula, proposed decades before Jiang Yu's time on Earth, only yielded the mushroom bomb many years later, and nuclear power plants appeared after further decades of development. The lag between applied technology and physical theory is an immutable reality. Without the support of physical theory, the direction of applied science remains uncertain. Physical theories and formulas may appear deceptively simple, yet their application becomes increasingly intricate. The complexity reaches a level where an entire civilization, with countless scientists dedicating their lives to the cause, finds it exceedingly challenging to advance. The cumulative efforts of innumerable scientists over decades, centuries, millennia, or even eternities may be required. Certainly, the technological race possesses an unparalleled advantage with Jiang Yu and his transdimensional technological system, which allows for an accelerated pace of development. Nevertheless, the myriad aspects necessary for the advancement of an entire civilization are overwhelmingly extensive. Jiang Yu lacks sufficient technological points to exchange for all available technologies within the civilization's marketplace. Thus, whether in the validation of physical theories or the advancement of applied sciences, the collective endeavor of the entire technological race is indispensable. The inaugural particle collision experiment concluded with resounding success. Subsequently, collisions would occur approximately every fortnight. Each collision yielded unforeseen scientific breakthroughs. In one instance, a boson exhibiting no spin and no electric charge, which immediately decayed post-production, was observed. In another experiment, the fabled Higgs boson, a particle of profound significance, was discovered, bringing immense relief to the scientific community. Moreover, a peculiar phenomenon was uncovered in yet another experiment, an inexplicable increase in mass or energy. The origins of this seemingly spontaneous mass or energy perplexed both scientists and Jiang Yu alike. Consequently, scientists embarked on an exhaustive series of particle collision experiments and studies. Yet they failed to reach definitive conclusions, further igniting their fervor for experimentation and inquiry. They are all aware that the conservation of mass and energy is an immutable law of physics that governs the entirety of the universe. This sudden and peculiar phenomenon, once thoroughly investigated, is believed by scientists to herald a significant leap in understanding, built upon the foundation of existing physical theories. However, their current scientific knowledge and accumulated data render them incapable of providing an explanation. Just as Jiang Yu was engaged in scientific research and had achieved notable results, a notification from the higher dimensional realm resonated in his mind. In light of the planetary leaders having completed the advancement of their civilizations, all planetary leaders are requested to choose a date to return to the higher dimensional realm for a debriefing. This message was personally sent by the president of the Higher Dimensional World Academy of Planetary Leaders. Resigned to the circumstances, Jiang Yu had no choice but to pause his work and prepare for his return to the higher dimensional realm. Chapter 119. The cruelty of the dark forest. Occasional returns to the high-dimensional world offer immense advantages to the planetary lords. The Planetary Lord Academy possesses comprehensive resources on the development of all types of civilizations. Each return to the high-dimensional realm enriches the knowledge reserves of the planetary lords, playing an indispensable role in the advancement of their respective civilizations. Even for Jiang Yu, who possesses a transdimensional technology system, its significance is self-evident. For instance, thus far, his transdimensional technology system lacks any resources related to human genetic engineering. During his last return to the high-dimensional world, Jiang Yu acquired a wealth of knowledge in genetic engineering from the Planetary Lord Academy. This not only augmented his own strength but also significantly aided the technological human race in achieving extended lifespans and remarkable physical evolution. However, Jiang Yu now hesitates to return to the high-dimensional world. The reason lies in the critical juncture at which the technological human race stands, transitioning from a Level 1 civilization to a Level 2 civilization. Should Jiang Yu depart at this crucial moment, the advancement of the technological human race into Level 2 civilization would undoubtedly be considerably delayed. The interstellar coordinates and information of the technological human race have been disseminated by Raphael, leaving them vulnerable to the scrutiny of numerous alien civilizations. The sooner the technological human race ascends to Level 2 civilization, the sooner Jiang Yu can upgrade the civilization marketplace and access Level 3 technological resources. Strengthening the technological human race is essential for their survival and development in this dark and ruthless universe. Yet, the summons of the high-dimensional world cannot be ignored. Every planetary lord must return, and Jiang Yu is no exception. After briefly instructing the governing officials, including Governor Zhu Luo and Military Minister Su Wanjun, as well as the Minister of Science, Jiang Yu proceeded to the Emperor's Hall and entered the portal. Following a moment of mild dizziness, When Jiang Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the matching hall of the Planetary Lord Academy. As Jiang Yu stepped through the portal, his gaze was immediately drawn to Miss Kaisha, who now radiated an even stronger aura of regality. "Jiang Yu, I missed you so much," Kaisha exclaimed, rushing into his embrace, leaving the other planetary lords in the matching hall utterly astonished. The daughter of the supreme ruler of the high-dimensional world, the Angel Queen, behaved as if caught in the throes of infatuation, disregarding the curious stares of those present as she nestled into the arms of a male counterpart. "Kaisha, I missed you too," Jiang Yu replied, unable to conceal his emotions after decades apart. Ignoring the presence of others, he held Kaisha tightly. It was only when the Academy's president entered the matching hall, prompting the planetary lords to greet him, that they reluctantly released their embrace. "Greetings, President," they chorused. Jiang Yu and Kaisha bowed respectfully to the president, who regarded them with a meaningful glance before speaking. "You must strive diligently. If your technological creations achieve faster than light travel soon, you will not have to wait decades to reunite in the high-dimensional world." Kaisha's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unsure how to respond to the esteemed president. Jiang Yu responded earnestly, "Esteemed Dean, I have been diligently striving towards this goal." The dean smiled and inquired, "Isn't your technological civilization nearing the second level of advancement?" Jiang Yu nodded, "Indeed, Dean. The technological civilization will soon ascend to a level 2 civilization." The dean beamed with satisfaction. "I recall when you initially chose the technological civilization. It was merely at 0.2 level. To elevate it from 0.2 to level 2 in just over a century is an extraordinary achievement. You have done remarkably well." "Thank you for your kind words, Dean. I shall continue to exert myself," Jiang Yu replied, bowing once more. The dean nodded and then addressed the assembly. "All planetary lords are present. Let us convene briefly." With that, the dean took his seat of honor, and the planetary lords moved to their respective positions. At that moment, Jiang Yu noticed that more than half of the seats were unoccupied, indicating that, over the past century, more than half of the planetary lords had been vanquished by their peers. Their civilizations might have been extinguished. This was a stark and cruel reality. Once everyone was seated, the dean spoke solemnly. "First, I wish to congratulate each of you for being present today. Those who remain seated are undoubtedly exceptional. You have triumphed over your rivals, allowing your civilizations to endure. Here, I must not only congratulate you, but also remind you that we advocate for competition among planetary lords. Only through vigorous rivalry can civilizations progress, and each microcosm flourish. However, competition does not equate to annihilation. The birth and evolution of each civilization is a formidable endeavor. When a planetary lord fails in competition, they merely lose their status as a lord and their sacred populace. Yet, the demise of a civilization signifies the return of countless innocent souls to oblivion. At this juncture, the dean's expression turned somber. As the head of the Planetary Lords Academy, one of the sovereigns of the higher dimensional realm, he yearned for his students to excel and cultivate their respective civilizations. Yet, witnessing the ruthless extermination of other civilizations in the name of competition pained him deeply. He regarded each planetary lord as his own child, wishing for their greatness, but not at the cost of cruelty. However, certain matters were beyond his intervention. He could only offer heartfelt counsel. He rose, his demeanor reflecting profound sorrow, and stated, "You may have observed that in just over a century, 56 of your cohort of planetary lords have lost their status in the competition. The majority of these lords perished alongside their civilizations, and only those under the protection of the supreme laws could return to the higher dimensional world. Your cohort is the most merciless of all." The dean's mood seemed to weigh heavily, his voice choked with emotion. As Jiang Yu listened to the dean's words, he found himself plunged into profound contemplation. He had believed himself to be sufficiently cold-hearted, yet it appeared that there were countless planetary sovereigns even more ruthless than he. In just over a century, more than half of these sovereigns had been vanquished, and numerous biological civilizations had been utterly eradicated in their fierce competition with others. This is indeed a staggering statistic. It is important to recognize that each planetary sovereign possesses an exceptionally long lifespan, and the evolution of each civilization unfolds over millennia, even eons. In the grand tapestry of history, a mere century is inconsequential. However, The fact that within this brief period, half of the sovereigns have faced defeat and many civilizations have perished raises unsettling questions. What will the landscape be like 1,000 years hence, 10,000 years hence, or even 100,000 years hence? How many of the current planetary sovereigns will endure? Jiang Yu could not help but lament. The vast universe is indeed merciless. Chapter 120. The concerns of Queen Kaisha. Jiang Yu pondered the ruthlessness of the vast cosmos, though his exterior remained undisturbed. Within a mere century, he had obliterated 2 civilizations, and in the future, he would undoubtedly extinguish more. Alternatively, he could fall victim to a malevolent civilization. Jiang Yu was compelled to harbor a profound vigilance towards the boundless universe, even a sense of malice. For it is only the victors who may lament the cruelty of the cosmos, while the vanquished are left to seethe in impotent fury. As an enveloping silence fell over the gathering, each planetary lord lost in contemplation, the dean spoke once more. In accordance with tradition, you, the current planetary lords, shall now face the second phase of development. The Orion arm of the Milky Way, where your civilizations reside, will no longer be shielded. This signifies that the Orion arm will fully integrate with the entire Milky Way galaxy. Henceforth, you shall contend not only with fierce competition amongst yourselves, but also with the brutal rivalry posed by previous planetary lords. Upon the dean's pronouncement, the atmosphere grew even more somber. The Orion arm spanned a mere few thousand light-years, while the Milky Way itself extended over 100,000 light-years. Within that limited expanse, numerous biological civilizations thrived, and one could only imagine the multitude of civilizations that existed within the vastness of 100,000 light-years. The impending loss of protection for the Orion arm and its complete fusion with the Milky Way heralded an intense struggle against former planetary lords, the mere thought of which sent shivers down their spines. While all planetary lords were aware of this customary progression and the immense pressures that would inevitably arise, the announcement from the dean caught most of them off guard. "Very well, my children," the dean continued, his demeanor turning more grave. "You will have a decade to study at the Planetary Lords Academy. Your instructors and I shall be at your disposal to address any challenges you may encounter. Thus, I wish you good fortune, my children." After concluding his remarks, the dean surveyed the assembly one last time before departing. Even after his figure vanished from sight, the planetary lords remained in a state of bewilderment, the silence lingering as they stood as if petrified, lost in their thoughts. Only Kaisha seemed unfazed after the dean's exit. She took Jiang Yu's hand and led him out of the matching hall. Upon leaving the hall and boarding the vessel, they glided smoothly towards Jiang Yu's residence in the higher dimensions. A gentle breeze tousled Kaisha's golden hair, her golden armor shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Though she clung to Jiang Yu's arm, her head resting on his shoulder in a charmingly feminine manner, Kaisha radiated an undeniable beauty and an aura befitting a queen. Exuding regal authority, Jiang Yu remained silent, contemplating which disciplines to pursue during his studies at the Planetary Lords Academy. Despite possessing a transdimensional technological system, he was bound by various limitations. Furthermore, this system solely offered knowledge pertinent to the advancement of humanity. In contrast, the Planetary Lords Academy encompassed the technological wisdom of all biological civilizations. Jiang Yu aspires to discover technologies conducive to the development of the human race, which are absent from the transcendent technological system. For instance, during his recent visit to the main academy of his planet, he engaged in the study of genetic engineering concerning human evolution. Before his return to the higher dimensional world, he received interstellar coordinates and detailed information regarding technological humans from Raphael. While Jiang Yu was deep in thought, he heard Kaisha's slightly worried voice beside him. He was taken aback, realizing that Kaisha had also received the coordinates sent by Raphael. The transmission of this information occurred 16 years ago, traveling at the speed of light. This indicates that Kaisha's angel planet is a mere 16 light-years away from Jiang Yu's alpha galaxy. Raphael is indeed a shameless individual, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly, not wanting to cause Kaisha any distress. As time progresses, more biological civilizations will come into possession of these coordinates. Defeating the planet's ruler and annihilating a civilization can enhance the fortune of one's own civilization. In other words, your technological race might already be under scrutiny. Concern was etched across Kaisha's exquisite visage. My technological race has reached the pinnacle of level 1 civilization and is poised for ascension to level 2. My technological race is remarkably united, exhibiting unprecedented technological and interstellar military prowess. We shall construct formidable starships, transforming the entire Alpha Galaxy into an impregnable interstellar fortress. Should friends arrive, my technological race will extend a warm welcome. If foes approach, they shall meet only annihilation. Just like how Raphael's crocodile civilization, a pinnacle level 1 civilization, was vanquished by a mere level 0.7 civilization of humans. Therefore, dear Miss Kaisha, there is no need for you to worry about me or my technological race. Jiang Yu proclaimed with great confidence. Any level 2 civilization that dares to intrude upon the Alpha Galaxy is practically courting death. Even a level 3 civilization would find it far from easy to defeat Jang Yu and eradicate his technological race. Once his technological race ascends to level 2, Jiang Yu will be able to exchange for level 3 technological data, developing advanced weaponry, combined with the robust defenses of the Alpha Galaxy. He holds no fear of any biological civilization at or below level 3. Kaisha nodded gently, appreciating such confidence in a man. Moreover, she understood that although the coordinates of the technological race are exposed in the cosmos, civilizations of level 1 are generally not of interest to those above level 3. After all, higher-level civilizations are primarily attracted to others of their caliber, as vanquishing or exterminating more advanced civilizations yields greater rewards. To traverse the vast distances merely to obliterate a civilization they deem insignificant would waste their time and draw the disdain of their peers. For instance, would a hunter find interest in pursuing an ant? However, Kaisha suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but express her concern once more. After being defeated by you, Adolf was not stripped of his status as a sacred citizen. Furthermore, he has once again become a student at the Planetary Master Academy. In 50 years, he will emerge as a planetary master once more, most likely aligning himself with a planet of advanced civilization. I fear he may harbor resentment towards you and seek an opportunity for revenge. Kaisha had a fair understanding of Adolf. He was indeed a narrow-minded individual. Jiang Yu smiled gently and replied, Adolf must study at the Planetary Master Academy for 50 years, followed by an additional 50-year novice period. Subsequently, he will endure nearly 2 centuries of initial development before he can venture beyond the star system of the civilization he is matched with. 300 years hence, my technological human race will surely ascend to a more advanced civilization. Thus, I have even less reason to fear him. Chapter 121. Armed Void Engine. Adolf was not stripped of his status as a chosen one and resumed his studies at the Planetary Master Academy. In fact, it was entirely plausible that Adolf would be matched with a more advanced civilization upon graduation, a notion that did not surprise Jiang Yu in the least. After all roads lead to Rome. Some are born into its grandeur, while many others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Adolf's father, the sovereign of the Virgo cluster, still held considerable power. Moreover, the competition between planetary masters and civilizations does not always culminate in the annihilation of one's rivals. Sometimes, defeating the planetary master is sufficient to reap rewards. Thus, within the Milky Way, it is likely that numerous advanced civilizations exist without planetary masters and have not been extinguished. Given that Adolf is the son of a cluster sovereign, it is not inconceivable for him to be matched with such an advanced civilization. However, even if he were to achieve this, participating in the struggle for supremacy in the Milky Way would be a matter of 2 centuries hence. By that time, Jiang Yu was confident that his technological human race would have evolved into at least a level 3 civilization, having developed numerous artifacts of level 4 technological prowess. To obliterate a level 3 civilization equipped with level 4 technological creations, Adolf would need to be matched with a level 4 civilization or one of even greater standing. Within the Milky Way, civilizations of level 4 or higher are undoubtedly scarce. The higher the civilization's level, the fewer entities exist, a law that holds true across the cosmos. Therefore, Jiang Yu felt no trepidation regarding the prospect of Adolf seeking retribution 2 centuries later. His immediate concern was addressing the crises that might arise in the coming decades. He must utilize the next 10 years to learn and develop technologies beneficial to the technological human race. Naturally, Jiang Yu was not in a rush, especially after having not seen Kaisha for decades. He brought Kaisha back to his residence, choosing to relish in their shared happiness before anything else. After the storm, Jiang Yu fell into a deep slumber, while Kaisha, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, remained awake. Despite Jiang Yu's genetic enhancements, he was still a mere mortal. A reality that contrasted sharply with Kaisha, who was an angel, the queen of the angelic realm, verging on divinity. Rest well, you have toiled so hard over the years. Kaisha murmured softly beside Jiang Yu, her beautiful eyes gazing lovingly upon his handsome visage, unable to tear her gaze away. Is it dark already? Why are the lights off? Time passed unknowingly until Jiang Yu groggily awakened, feeling a profound ache throughout his body. Unable to suppress a desire to jest about his predicament with Kaisha, the disparity between mortal and divine forms was indeed vast, and he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in darkness devoid of any light. He could see the stars glittering overhead, yet they provided no illumination to his immediate environment. The weather seemed delightful, and Jiang Yu marveled at the clarity of the night sky. However, he soon perceived something amiss, as it became increasingly difficult for him to vocalize. In fact, the sounds he produced failed to propagate beyond his lips. Surrounded by an absence of air, a peculiar sensation enveloped Jiang Yu, for he did not experience any feelings of asphyxiation. On the contrary, he felt an ethereal lightness, as though gravity had relinquished its hold on him. Rising to his feet, he took a step forward and was immediately struck by a palpable sensation of weightlessness. He then attempted to leap, soaring several meters into the air and propelling himself several meters forward. Jiang Yu was certain he found himself within a realm of zero gravity. As he pondered his extraordinary circumstances, a series of mechanical synthesized sounds resonated in his mind. Beep, the void engine is rebooting. Beep, the void engine reboot successful. Beep, the void engine has successfully equipped the biological entity. Beep, the void engine is commencing self-diagnosis. Beep, the biological computational system is functioning normally. Beep, the biological data storage system is operational. Beep, the biological nuclear fusion power system is running smoothly. Simultaneously, a virtual display screen materialized before Jiang Yu, visible only to him. The information presented on this ethereal screen stirred tumultuous waves of emotion within him. Void engine armament, Jiang Yu. Void divine body, first generation divine body, upgradable. Void energy, biological nuclear fusion, capable of absorbing deuterium and tritium, or transforming materials such as hydrogen and helium. Void abilities, power of the Milky Way, void velocity, 1/5 the speed of light. Eye of insight, effective within a range of 1/5 light year. After absorbing the synthesized sounds and gazing at the virtual screen, Jiang Yu was utterly astounded. What precisely was the void engine? Who had armed him with this enigmatic engine? Did he still retain his humanity after being equipped with the void engine? Could it be that Queen Kaisha had bestowed this power upon him? Yet, he was of the human race, not an angel from the celestial realm. In that moment, Jiang Yu's heart was a tempest of confusion and astonishment regarding the void engine. Setting aside other considerations, the mere existence of the biological computer and its data storage capabilities was nothing short of extraordinary. The biological computer, also known as a bionic computer, is primarily constructed from biological protein molecules, serving as a substitute for traditional semiconductor silicon chips. It employs organic compounds for data storage, transmitting information in waveforms. Utilizing nucleic acid molecules as data sources and biological enzymes and processes as tools for computation. The computational speed of a biological computer surpasses that of existing photon computers by over 10,000 times, with energy consumption amounting to merely 1/1000th of that of photon computers, while possessing the ability for self-regulation and automatic repair. Following the introduction of the biological computer concept within the human scientific community, researchers embarked on its study. As the Emperor of Humanity, Jang Yu occasionally participated in these investigations. However, substantial progress had remained elusive thus far, as the field encompasses diverse domains such as computer science, brain science, molecular biology, and physics. Additionally, biological computers are highly susceptible to external environmental factors, rendering their computational results difficult to verify. The biological and chemical reactions cannot be guaranteed, and protein-based chips prove challenging for textual editing. The resolution of these issues is imperative for the development and application of biological computers. However, Jiang Yu's body has been transformed into a super-biological computer. What astonishes Jiang Yu most is that this super-biological computer is powered by nuclear fusion. The nuclear fusion reaction occurs under conditions of high temperature, high pressure, and high density, wherein two smaller atomic nuclei combine to form a larger nucleus. This reaction releases an immense amount of energy, surpassing that generated by nuclear fission. For Jiang Yu, the raw materials for nuclear fusion are remarkably accessible. For instance, deuterium is abundantly found in seawater, while tritium can be produced through reactions between neutrons and lithium. Elements such as hydrogen and helium are ubiquitous in the cosmos, requiring only artificial conversion for preparation. Remarkably, Jiang Yu's body is capable of absorbing deuterium and tritium or directly converting materials like hydrogen and helium to obtain them. Chapter 122. The most promising power of the celestial river if one could elucidate the concepts of biological computers and nuclear fusion through scientific reasoning. The void divine body and the power of the celestial river veer into the realm of the fantastical. Jiang Yu possesses not only an astonishing velocity of 1/5 the speed of light, but also the extraordinary ability to perceive all tangible and intangible substances within a range of 1/5 of a light year. This remarkable speed translates to an impressive 60,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to 180,000 times the speed of sound. Thus, it is conceivable that Jiang Yu could traverse the Alpha Centauri system and reach distant galaxies in a remarkably brief span of time. Moreover, at this velocity, he need not fret about colliding with celestial bodies or meteors, for he can fully comprehend everything within the scope of 1/5 of a light year, both visible and invisible. In truth, even if he were to collide with a meteor or a planet enveloped in a dense atmosphere, it would pose no threat. This is due to Jiang Yu's possession of the power of the celestial river, which endows him with formidable strength and a resilient physique. Strangely, Jiang Yu perceives that his body does not necessitate respiration, implying that he can exist in the vastness of space without any life support systems. Upon introspection, he discovers a pulsating sphere of energy akin to the size of an egg, situated in the dantian of his abdomen. This entity serves as a biological nuclear fusion reactor, providing an incessant supply of energy for his being. The propulsion system is even more astonishing. Each of his pores functions as a miniature engine. With approximately 20,000 pores in the human body, it suggests that Jiang Yu is equipped with 20,000 micro-nuclear fusion engines. He can regulate the output power of these engines at will, deftly controlling his speed and direction of flight. After digesting this newfound information and experiencing the changes within his body, Jiang Yu feels an overwhelming surge of strength. At this moment, he truly embodies the essence of a superhuman. His emotions swell tumultuously within him when suddenly, he hears Kaisha's melodious laughter echoing in his ears. Following the sound, he gazes into the abyss, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. "Kaisha, where are you? Did you arm me with a void engine?" Jiang Yu ponders, certain that Kaisha is the one who has equipped him with this newfound power. Yet, he yearns for her response, for an array of questions lingers in his mind. "I am right before you," she replies playfully. "Why can't you see me? Utilize the eye of insight, you fool." Realization dawns upon Jiang Yu, undeniably. He stands upon a lifeless planet in the pitch-black cosmos. It is impossible to perceive Kaisha with the naked eye. He endeavors to activate the eye of insight, and in an instant, clarity envelopes him as if the darkness has been dispelled. The enchanting Kaisha hovers gracefully in the void, adorned in golden armor, her white wings gently fluttering. Her eyes, reminiscent of crystalline waters, gaze affectionately down at Jiang Yu. Her golden locks dance lightly upon her shoulders, harmonizing beautifully with her fresh visage. Her radiant smile, graceful demeanor, and enchanting figure momentarily captivated Jiang Yu, leaving him in a state of reverie. He felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of an angelic queen, stirring within him an impulse to kneel and proclaim her as his sovereign. Jiang Yu, come here. Kaisha softly beckoned, her voice imbued with an enchanting queenly allure. As if summoned, Jiang Yu's void engine responded, manifesting a pair of obsidian wings that appeared from thin air. With a mere flick of his toe, the wings unfurled gracefully, unleashing an unimaginable force. In an instant, he propelled himself into the vastness of space. Unable to halt his momentum, after a moment, he realized he was no longer an ordinary human. He possessed a velocity of 1/5 the speed of light, a terrifying pace equivalent to 180,000 times the speed of sound. With this leap, he was unaware of how far he had soared. Lacking both direction and the means to stop, he felt as though he had completely liberated himself from some unseen constraints, soaring freely throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, Kaisha materialized ahead of him, her laughter echoing through the void. Clearly, Kaisha outpaced Jiang Yu with ease, her control over her body far beyond his capabilities. Rather than bringing him to a halt, Kaisha accompanied him as they danced erratically through the inky blackness of space. She understood that he was acclimating to the immense changes bestowed upon him by the void engine. Time slipped by unnoticed as Jiang Yu gradually grew accustomed to his transformed physique, mastering the capabilities of the void engine with newfound finesse. In this moment, he regarded the notion of a superhero as trivial, for the most advanced spacecraft crafted by humanity could not hope to keep pace with him. If he desired to eliminate a city-class vessel, it would pose no challenge. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him, an urge to shout, "Is there anyone else?" Yet, he reconsidered, mindful of the angelic queen Kaisha's presence beside him. In her company, he felt akin to a stumbling infant. Jiang Yu recognized that the void engine was a creation of angelic civilization, now wielded by a human. Not only was he armed with the void engine, but he had also sprouted a pair of wings, transforming him into a male angel. However, he could retract his wings at will, just as Kaisha did when in his presence. Otherwise, returning to Blue Star with such prominent wings would surely cause his fellow humans to regard him as a monster. Once he fully familiarized himself with his bodily transformation, he stood amidst the darkness of space. Under the gaze of the Eye of Insight, the void was illuminated, revealing everything around him. The frigidness of space no longer affected him in the slightest. Kaisha, too, paused in the void, her smile radiating warmth as she regarded him, as if admiring a creation of which she was exceedingly proud. "Thank you, dear Kaisha," he began, then corrected himself. "No, I should now address you as your majesty." Jiang Yu felt an innate respect toward the angelic queen. Kaisha smiled. "I would prefer you to be my king while I serve as your queen." Jiang Yu stepped into the void and approached Kaisha, gently grasping her delicate hands. With a face adorned with gratitude and affection, he spoke, "Kaisha, you will forever be my queen." Kaisha, her countenance radiant with happiness, replied, "Promise me that no matter the circumstances, you will take care of yourself. The only thing I have armed you with is the primordial void engine, which is the most basic warrior among our angelic kin. However, the super gene of the heavenly river possesses a blend of angelic genes from 30,000 years ago, holding immense potential." Kaisha elaborated on the heavenly river's power, detailing how to enhance the divine physique and engage in combat. Although Jiang Yu currently embodied only the primordial divine form, he could transcend the limitations of mortal death, sustaining himself through energy. This means that even if Jiang Yu were to face physical demise, or if his technologically advanced human race were to be vanquished or annihilated by other planetary civilizations, as long as Jiang Yu did not concede defeat, he could still be resurrected, truly immortal, distinct from the soul-based resurrection of higher dimensional realms. Chapter 123. The arc reactor. Kaisha bestowed upon Jiang Yu the most promising void engine of the angel planet, a gesture that equated to offering him her most treasured possession. Aside from her own body, Jiang Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself at a loss for words. In addition to equipping him with the void engine, she also granted him 2 advanced angel technologies: microscopic quantum technology and cold nuclear fusion reactor technology. Quantum, as a concept, represents a discontinuous state of measurement. However, microscopic quantum refers to a tangible substance and a unit of physical measurement. It manifests the discontinuous and discrete nature of quantum phenomena, such as angular momentum, spin, and charge. While quantum states remain elusive and do not directly interact with the tangible world, the external manifestations of microscopic quantum states can significantly influence reality. Quantum pertains to the microscopic realm, whereas microscopic quantum signifies its macroscopic existence. Microscopic quantum technology possesses the extraordinary capability to alter the shape and size of matter at will. Cold nuclear fusion, a branch of nuclear technology, is characterized by its cooler operational conditions compared to traditional nuclear fission or fusion technologies, which are predominantly thermal in nature and significantly less advanced. Cold nuclear technology is remarkably safer than its thermal counterpart, boasts a higher energy efficiency, and can be scaled down to infinitesimal dimensions. Biological nuclear fusion, a variant of cold nuclear technology, further attests to its safety, as it can be integrated into living organisms. Cold nuclear fusion technology can also be referred to as controllable cold nuclear fusion technology, reminiscent of the arc reactor depicted in science fiction films prior to Jiang Yu's transference. The realization of cold nuclear technology lays the groundwork for future utilization of ethereal and dark matter energies. However, the challenges in achieving such technology are formidable. Even with mature nuclear fusion capabilities and the comprehensive cold nuclear techniques provided by Kaisha, Jang Yu faced significant hurdles in its development. Nonetheless, the importance of cold nuclear technology was paramount for him. Upon returning to the Planetary Master Academy, Jang Yu immersed himself in the laboratory, dedicating himself to the relentless study of microscopic quantum and cold nuclear technologies. Kaisha once again took on the roles of both assistant and caretaker. While she could freely share the angel race's technologies with him, mastering and applying them practically required Jiang Yu's own diligence. He commenced his journey from the foundational principles of physics and chemistry, engaging in continuous analysis and deduction until he ultimately derived the physical formulas governing cold nuclear technology. The materials required for cold nuclear and microscopic quantum technologies were exceedingly rare on Jiang Yu's home planet. Yet they were readily accessible and even extravagantly abundant at the Planetary Master Academy. The Academy's mission was to provide all necessary resources in an environment conducive to study and research for the planetary masters. Time was of the essence for Jiang Yu in the higher dimensional world. With merely a decade at his disposal, he was determined to maximize every fleeting moment. In the ensuing days, he resumed a life oscillating between his residence and the research institute. Aside from research, it is research alone, even during meals. He is engrossed in a plethora of materials. This has once again unveiled Jiang Yu's fervent side to the instructors and fellow students at the Planetary Master Academy. With the cold fusion formulas accurately calculated and the low-temperature superconducting model stabilized, he is now poised to embark on cold fusion experiments. After a period of intense study, Jiang Yu gazes at the intricate computational formulas projected in three-dimensional virtual light, exhaling softly in relief before turning to the control console. His laboratory, dedicated to nuclear experimentation, operates entirely through robotic mechanisms, ensuring the utmost safety throughout the experiments. Although Jiang Yu's current physique renders him completely immune to the effects of nuclear radiation, and even the devastation wrought by nuclear explosions poses no threat, he prefers to keep a low profile. He has no desire to publicize the matter concerning the void engine of the armed angel race, as it will serve as one of his vital means of survival in future confrontations with extraterrestrial civilizations. Just as Jiang Yu is preparing to conduct the experiment, Kaisha enters. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Jiang Yu, how is the research progressing? Do you require my assistance? Your support has already been more than sufficient. Allow me to manage this on my own. With Kaisha's assistance, Jiang Yu's research would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. However, he is acutely aware that Kaisha has her own responsibilities to attend to. She too must advance angel technology and cultivate angel civilization, which is far more advanced and intricate than the human technology Jiang Yu is familiar with. Despite being the daughter of the supreme ruler, Kaisha must invest considerable time and effort into her studies. Yet, she frequently seeks him out, providing him with even greater support, for which Jiang Yu is profoundly grateful. Very well, but do not overexert yourself, she replies. Jiang Yu, now exceptionally strong, finds that prolonged research does not weigh heavily upon him. Kaisha, however, still wishes for him to rest more and hopes he can spend additional time with her, especially considering that in 10 years, they will once again depart from the higher dimensional world, with no certainty of when they will reunite. Yet, witnessing Jiang Yu's relentless dedication to the advancement of human technology, she questions what justification she has to monopolize his time, indulging in romantic frivolities. Jiang Yu smiles apologetically, then commands the robot to initiate the cold fusion experiment. The isolation chamber has reached absolute low temperatures, and superconductive reactions begin to occur, gradually facilitating the formation of cold fusion. As multiple hydrogen atoms collide and fuse into heavier atoms, generating superconductive reactions, it signifies the success of the experiment. Jiang Yu maintains a focused demeanor, calmly executing each operation. Wholly immersed in the cold fusion endeavor, his mind unclouded by distractions, Kaisha stands quietly beside him, observing his industrious figure and the chiseled contours of his face. This man, so engrossed in his research, captivates her completely. Under the continuous stream of directives from Jiang Yu, the robots execute the experiment with precision. Following the introduction of core materials, hydrogen atoms within the carbon nanotubes accelerate and collide under the superconductive reaction, merging together. Rings of white light illuminate the circular carbon nanotubes, their radiance gentle yet resplendent, casting a luminous glow throughout the laboratory. All fusion reactions take place within carbon nanotubes, with no trace of radiation or energy leakage. Carbon nanotubes are extraordinarily resilient, circular structures composed of nanomaterials, possessing an astonishing level of toughness and various resistances. Manufacturing such materials in the present-day blue planet would prove exceedingly challenging. However, within the confines of the Planetary main academy, these materials are ubiquitous and hardly worthy of mention. The technological prowess surrounding these materials will be brought back to the blue planet by Jiang Yu, enabling large-scale production. This development will yield one of the most resilient materials that humanity can create. Under Jiang Yu's directives, and through the remarkably precise operations of robots, the controllable cold nuclear fusion experiment has finally succeeded. A smile of joy graces Jiang Yu's face as he continues his assessments. Chapter 124. The successful extraction of microquantum. The experimental process did not elicit much attention from Kaisha, as it was merely a commonplace endeavor in angelic technology. However, with the success of the experiment, she, as the sole witness, felt an overwhelming joy for Jiang Yu's achievement. Congratulations, Jiang Yu. You are truly remarkable. Jiang Yu, naturally elated, instructed a robot to retrieve the cold fusion device. Is this the arc reactor? He mused, holding the device in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. This cold fusion apparatus bore a resemblance to the energy source used by Iron Man in Earth sci-fi films, yet it was more compact and lightweight, encapsulating energy sufficient to power a Starship-S fusion reactor. The notion that such a diminutive object could yield such immense energy was indeed astonishing. Yet, that is the marvel of technology and what makes it so alluring. It is simply perfect, extraordinary, and magnificent, Jiang Yu exclaimed in admiration. With this small object, Jiang Yu envisioned the potential to create numerous highly practical technological inventions. It is indeed flawless, even surpassing the creations of the angelic scientists, Kaisha chuckled. Thank you, Miss Kaisha, for providing me with such a valuable piece of technology. Unsure how to express his gratitude, Jiang Yu embraced Kaisha, who nestled her small head against him, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. As long as she could be with Jiang Yu, she was willing to give everything. Jiang Yu momentarily paused his research and stepped out of the laboratory with Kaisha. They planned to explore together and unwind, preparing for the study of micro-quantum technology. 3 months later, Jiang Yu returned to the Planetary Master Academy, re-entering the laboratory to embark on his research of micro-quantum technology. This area of study posed the most significant challenge he had encountered thus far, as he had limited experience in the microscopic domain. With genetic engineering being one of the few exceptions, the microscopic realm proved to be far more complex than the macroscopic one, primarily due to challenges in theory and understanding. Whereas the macroscopic realm faced difficulties in technology and practice, The difficulty of extracting microquantum from the microscopic field was more than 100 times greater than developing cold fusion technology. Researching microquantum requires not only extraordinarily precise instruments, but also immense computational power and genius-level intellect. The Planetary Master Academy possessed ample precision instruments and computational resources. However, genius thought relied upon the Planetary Master himself. In truth, Jiang Yu did not require the Academy's computational support, for he had transformed into a supercomputer after equipping himself with the armed void engine. With his possession of a transcendent technological system, Jiang Yu could also be deemed a genius. Now, the only element he lacked was time. The transition of quantum states occurs without intermediate phases, with quantum leaps happening instantaneously and randomly. The existence of intermediate states between two particles is marked by distance, which gives rise to the notion of quantum leaps. While intermediate quantum states may be perceived by technologically advanced beings, they do not necessarily exist in the realm of quantum itself. These beings, grounded in their understanding of the material world, perceive quantum leaps as a reality. The perception of spatial magnitude and distance is a consequence of human cognition. While the essence of the material world is continuous and unbroken, I sense its existence, incorporating this constant into my calculations. However, the notion of distance in programming is non-existent, indicating that quantum entities themselves lack distance. The transformation of quantum states is a continuous displacement governed by causal relationships rather than mere quantum leaps. Thus, one might interpret that the microscopic world does not exist, nor does the so-called parallel universe. Yet, how does one explain the traversal from Earth and the Milky Way to a higher dimensional realm? Perhaps both the Milky Way and Earth merely exist as specks of dust within the grand universe. Jiang Yu utilizes the formidable computational power of biological computers to deduce and validate microquantum phenomena. The synergy between the void engine's biological computer and Jiang Yu's consciousness undoubtedly provides immense support for his scientific inquiries. Many seemingly contradictory and unrelated materials become transparent under the might of this computational prowess. Traditional quantum mechanics may have its flaws. My concepts and computational outcomes hold the truth. Upon exploring the microquantum technology provided by Kaisha, Jiang Yu discerned discrepancies between theory and computation. While quantum mechanics is not fundamentally flawed, Jiang Yu possesses unique insights regarding quantum leaps and the randomness of intermediate states. This revelation bears significant implications for his microquantum research, prompting even Kaisha to feel as though Jiang Yu's findings challenged the very foundations of quantum mechanics. Jiang Yu's unwavering dedication to scientific truth evokes both admiration and a hint of embarrassment in Kaisha. Angelic technology undoubtedly surpasses human technology by several tiers. Yet Jiang Yu presents alternative viewpoints regarding it. Moreover, his diligent research in microquantum phenomena culminated in the development of particle technology that surpasses that of angelic civilization. In the realm of quantum theory espoused by angelic scientists, it is believed that microquantum can transition from the three-dimensional material world into the quantum domain. However, after Jiang Yu's refutation of microquantum theory, it was established that microquantum can only alter material states and cannot penetrate the quantum world. This outcome astounds Kaisha, leaving her without counterarguments. Jiang Yu's microquantum research demonstrates that microquantum can not only transform material forms, but also alter density. Consequently, the implications of microquantum are boundlessly profound. Furthermore, 3 years later, based on his own theories, Jiang Yu successfully extracted microquantum capable of changing both material form and density. This achievement holds immense significance for both Jiang Yu's technological human race and Kaisha's angelic civilization. The microquantum alters the form and density of matter, with a maximum duration of 48 hours. However, if the energy supply is sufficient, it can be sustained for an extended period. With the advent of cold nuclear fusion devices and biological nuclear fusion, the source of energy will no longer pose a challenge. Having extracted microquantum and researched cold nuclear fusion technology, Jiang Yu believes he can forge a formidable weapon. As a super soldier equipped with a void engine, it is imperative that he possesses a reliable armament. Although the technological human race no longer prioritizes individual strength, there are instances when considerable personal power can yield unexpected advantages. For instance, the angelic civilization places greater emphasis on the enhancement of individual prowess. Jiang Yu, a male angel armed with a void engine, yearns to amplify his own abilities. Kaisha's arsenal, which includes silver wings and the red crystal holy sword, possesses the terrifying capability to penetrate all forms of matter. Thus, could the fusion of cold nuclear fusion technology and microquantum innovation lead to the creation of a powerful weapon? Jiang Yu is convinced of its feasibility, and a vision of a mighty weapon begins to take shape in his mind. Chapter 125, The Celestial River Power Armor. The first weapon that Jiang Yu intends to forge for himself is a suit of armor. His physical strength has reached an astonishing level, yet the garments he wears are exceedingly fragile. Although Jiang Yu can survive in the void of space and traverse the atmospheres of planets, his clothing is evidently insufficient for such endeavors. As the emperor of the human race, it would be rather undignified for him to fly about unclothed, which would be both shameful and degrading. Moreover, aside from concealing his physique, Jiang Yu requires a means to channel his celestial river power. Thus, an all-encompassing armor that facilitates the output of his abilities becomes essential. Before his transcendence, Jiang Yu had long admired the nanosuit of Iron Man. However, Earth's technology, and even that of the blue planet today, could not conceive such a creation. Yet now, with his research into microquantum technology, this possibility has emerged. The unique properties of microparticles allow for the alteration of form and density, enabling the armor to be reshaped at will. Additionally, the material technology of the higher dimensional realms far surpasses that of the blue planet. Hence, Jiang Yu is entirely capable of crafting a suit of armor from the materials of this advanced world. Consequently, he embarked on designing his armor, meticulously constructing model after model. Individual components were produced via 3D printing and subsequently assembled with precision. With his formidable energy reserves, Jiang Yu's flight speed has reached 1/5 the speed of light. Therefore, his armor need only possess aesthetic appeal and the ability to change form and density. In essence, he must be able to control the armor to seamlessly envelop his body whenever necessary, without the need to consider the complex flight systems, power transmission systems, or self-regulating mechanisms akin to Iron Man's suit. Of course, an energy transmission system and a weapon storage system remain indispensable, as they dictate the output of his celestial river power. Upon returning to the blue planet, should the need arise, Jiang Yu could also design suitable armor for the warriors of the human race. Armed with the Void Engine, he now possesses immense computational capabilities, enhancing his cognitive agility and clarity of thought. Coupled with the sophisticated manufacturing facilities of the Planetary Academy, Jiang Yu's armor was soon developed, far exceeding his expectations. The materials, being rare and unique to the higher dimensional world, boast unparalleled strength, toughness, and resistance. The microparticles extracted from these precious materials are exceptionally vibrant, making the armor's full coverage and retraction remarkably convenient. Months later, the armor Jiang Yu had crafted materialized within his laboratory, tailored to his physique. Its appearance bore a resemblance to the Patriot from the Iron Man films, cloaked entirely in black. Despite being termed steel armor, it was entirely composed of microquantum materials. These materials from the higher dimensional realm exhibit resistance to extreme temperatures, far surpassing that of steel by thousands of times. The sole drawback lies in the arduous manufacturing process, resulting in only 2 pieces being created. Celestial River Power, activate armor, Jiang Yu declared, eager to don his creation. Jiang Yu's biocomputer is linked to the armored combat system. This magnificent and imposing suit of armor has been named the Power of the Milky Way by Jiang Yu. Very well, Your Majesty, the intelligent armor system promptly responded, advancing towards Jang Yu. The moment the armor made contact with him, it began to gradually liquefy, merging with Jiang Yu's body at an astonishing speed reminiscent of liquid metal. In a mere 3 seconds, the armor was completely encased around Jiang Yu. He moved his body slightly, experiencing no discomfort, as if it were an extension of himself. Jiang Yu tested the weapon system, finding the deployment and retraction to be flawless. The weapon system of the armor features a boron energy cannon, known for its compact size and immense power. Furthermore, only a few grams of boron material are required for operation. The energy for the boron energy cannon is derived from the biological nuclear fusion within Jiang Yu. The power of the Milky Way armor surpasses Iron Man's suit by leaps and bounds, as the materials from higher dimensional worlds are unattainable in the Marvel Universe. Moreover, the boron energy cannon is a weapon that cannot be compared to those found on Iron Man's armor. It is a genuine energy weapon, a creation of second-tier civilization technology. Additionally, the armor is equipped with a small-scale force field protective device, which remains active as long as the biological nuclear fusion energy within Jiang Yu is not depleted. With the armor completed and donned, Jiang Yu naturally sought to test its performance. He stepped out of the laboratory and into the playground, preparing to take flight when he noticed Kaisha approaching. She had been preoccupied with her own affairs for some time and had only just found the opportunity to visit Jiang Yu today. Upon seeing the armor he wore, her face was filled with astonishment, for at the moment she laid eyes on him, she began to analyze his suit. The Angel Queen's void analysis ability is unparalleled, allowing her to dissect Jiang Yu's armor in a fraction of a second. Jiang Yu, have you created a micro-quantum armor? Kaisha could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment as she inquired, Indeed, my dear Kaisha, what are your thoughts on this? Although Jiang Yu was aware that his battle armor could not be compared to Kai Luo's golden armor, at the very least, he would no longer be bare while traversing through the atmosphere and the vastness of space. What a magnificent suit of armor! It perfectly complements your demeanor. Kaisha could not help but exclaim. In truth, one of the reasons Kaisha entrusted the quantum technology to Jiang Yu was to facilitate the creation of armor. After all, witnessing Jiang Yu, armed with the void engine yet devoid of any attire, had been quite an embarrassing sight. However, before Kaisha had the opportunity to inform Jiang Yu, he had already succeeded in crafting the armor. I wish to test my armor. Would you accompany me? With great eagerness, Jiang Yu sought Kaisha's consent and gently took her small hand. Suddenly, a pair of wings materialized behind him, unleashing an unparalleled force. In the blink of an eye, he and Kaisha vanished from their original location, only to reappear in the vast expanse of the dark cosmos. In the capital of the high-dimensional world, the gravitational forces exerted little influence in the presence of Jiang Yu's void engine. He traversed the dense atmosphere with an astonishing velocity, his micro-quantum armor remaining utterly unscathed. Had he donned ordinary attire, it would have been completely obliterated by the friction of the air, leaving him in a state of utter undress. Thus, Jiang Yu soared through the cold, dark expanse of space, cradling Kaisha in his embrace. Remarkably, Kaisha did not invoke her celestial powers, nor did she unfurl her silver wings. Instead, she nestled against Jiang Yu like a young girl, allowing him to guide her through the cosmos. She expressed her astonishment repeatedly, exclaiming, Jiang Yu, you are incredible. Your armor is magnificent. Jiang Yu felt somewhat speechless. Despite having armed himself with the most promising Tina power engine, he was merely a nascent divine entity, insignificant compared to the countless generations of divine bodies that Kaisha represented. As for his micro-quantum armor, it paled in comparison to Kaisha's golden armor, rendering it almost inconsequential. Chapter 126, The Research of the Micro-Curvature Engine. Jiang Yu, clad in his battle armor, soared through the cosmos alongside Kaisha. After several days, this journey concluded amidst Kaisha's heartfelt praises. Although Jiang Yu was merely a prototype divine entity, and his armor could not rival the resplendent golden armor of Kaisha, her admiration for him was genuine, even bordering on reverence for his extraordinary talent. Indeed, while most individuals spend their lives striving toward Rome, Kaisha was born into its embrace. Her father was a ruler of a high-dimensional world, matched with the finest angelic planet, whereas Jiang Yu was relegated to the most primitive of civilized planets, the technological human race. Furthermore, Jiang Yu had no background to rely upon, achieving everything through sheer determination. In less than 2 centuries, he led the technological human race from a mere zero, 2-level civilization into the realm of interstellar civilization, a feat that most planetary lords would find insurmountable. A challenge that even Kaisha would hesitate to undertake. Upon returning to the Planetary Lord Academy, Jiang Yu shed his celestial river power armor, which swiftly transformed into a compact suitcase. This was the marvel of micro-quantum technology, capable of morphing its shape and altering its density at will. Changing into a research outfit, Jiang Yu prepared to embark on his next endeavor, the creation of a new weapon. He understood that every angel equipped with a void engine possessed a unique weapon of their own. For instance, the angel Queen Kaisha wielded the red crystal holy sword, a weapon of terrifying power and transformative capability. Jiang Yu, however, was unaware of the technological intricacies and materials that constituted the red crystal holy sword, nor the energy sources that powered it. Yet he possessed ample technological resources to forge his very own celestial river sword. While its potency may not rival that of the red crystal holy sword, it would certainly hold its own. Equipped with a cold nuclear fusion device, microquantum technology, and an anti-gravity propulsion engine, and complemented by the superior materials and manufacturing conditions provided by the Planetary Lord Academy, Jiang Yu felt no significant pressure in his design. The cold nuclear fusion device would serve as the power source for the celestial river sword, while the anti-gravity engine would negate the gravitational constraints of the planet. A microcurvature engine would be developed as the propellant, endowing the celestial river sword with unparalleled speed. Additionally, a miniature computer would connect to Jiang Yu's biological computer, allowing for remote control. The cold nuclear fusion device, anti-gravity engine, microcurvature engine, and the core of the celestial river sword would all be crafted from microquantum materials, ultimately enabling the sword's form and density to fluctuate, rendering it capable of both vast and diminutive sizes. Most of the technology required for the creation of the celestial river sword was already at Jiang Yu's disposal. He merely needed to innovate the microcurvature propulsion system. While developing a fully fledged curvature propulsion system might be beyond his immediate capabilities, crafting a simplified version of the microcurvature engine posed little challenge. After all, Jiang Yu was an esteemed graduate of the Planetary Lord Academy, and the technical documentation on curvature propulsion was but one of the myriad scientific resources available there. This celestial river sword would amalgamate the majority of Jiang Yu's cutting-edge technological research, its complexity and precision truly astonishing. Jiang Yu swiftly immersed himself in the study and research of the microcurvature thruster. According to his understanding, both the curvature engine thruster and the elemental decay engine are technological creations of a Type 3 civilization. Once these two forms of technology are developed, they can enable interstellar spacecraft to achieve light-speed travel. Although the Central Academy of Planets possesses all the research materials pertaining to these technologies, Jiang Yu does not intend to delve into them at this moment. Primarily, it is due to the limited time available to him. Furthermore, it is certain that his hyperdimensional technological system contains these two technologies. Once the human civilization ascends to Type 2, Jiang Yu will be able to exchange them from the Type 3 civilization marketplace. The technologies obtained from the civilization marketplace are the most comprehensive and will directly implant the principles into Jiang Yu's mind. Given the availability of established technologies, why laboriously research them? Were it not for the purpose of forging the sword of the Milky Way, Jiang Yu would not even consider studying the simplified version of the microcurvature engine technology. Although the sword of the Milky Way does not incorporate an elemental decay engine, the cold fusion and anti-gravity engine are capable of providing formidable power output. With the addition of the microcurvature engine, the sword of the Milky Way that Jiang Yu forges could achieve at least sublight speed travel. The theory of the curvature engine essentially revolves around instantaneous travel between 2 points, achieved by distorting space around the spacecraft to create an artificial bubble, thus allowing the vessel to navigate at speeds several orders of magnitude faster than light while evading the relativistic issues of time dilation. Although the microcurvature engine cannot propel a spacecraft beyond the speed of light, it can enable the craft to approach light speed infinitely closely. Once Jiang Yu masters the microcurvature engine, he intends to bring this technology back to Blue Star, allowing its scientists to research interstellar spacecraft capable of sublight speed travel, thereby laying a solid foundation for the true development of curvature engine technology. Warp travel utilizes time distortion and space-time leaps to achieve superluminal flight. A powerful magnetic field can generate a gravitational field, and if the magnetic field is sufficiently strong, the gravitational field becomes even more formidable. The spacecraft can then enter a higher second-dimensional space, navigating at superluminal speeds. This second-dimensional space complements the theory of four-dimensional space-time, allowing for the conversion between gravitational and electromagnetic forces. Nuclear fusion energy can produce a sufficiently strong magnetic field, enabling entry into a virtual second-dimensional space. Jiang Yu was entirely absorbed in the study of the microcurvature engine once more, leaving Miss Kaisha by the wayside. Kaisha, however, had grown accustomed to this. Instead of feeling anger, she admired her man even more. She quietly lingered behind Jiang Yu, gazing affectionately at him as he busied himself. As days passed, Jiang Yu's theoretical research ultimately reached completion, and he began working on the construction of the microcurvature engine, utilizing the immense energy emitted by the cold fusion device. He generated a portion of energy through electromagnetic waves within a metallic space. This approach appeared to present a fundamental issue, seemingly violating the principle of momentum conservation in physics. Just as merely pushing the dashboard of a car propels it forward, so too can a warp engine, in the conventional sense. Be realized if the energy output is sufficiently robust and the resultant gravitational field is sufficiently grand. In the confines of the laboratory, a metallic object hovers serenely in midair, equipped with a cold fusion apparatus and an anti-gravity engine. Additionally, it houses the microcurvature engine devised by Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu meticulously regulates the cold fusion device to continuously emit energy, the magnetic field surrounding the metallic object intensifies, causing space to begin to distort. As the gravitational field reaches a critical threshold, the spatial distortion escalates dramatically. The entire metallic object appears to be enveloped in a nebulous bubble. Although the object, initially stationed at one end of the laboratory, seems immobile, in the blink of an eye, it manifests at the opposite end. Chapter 127. The celestial power blade. The metallic object, imperceptible to the naked eye or even to advanced instruments, had undeniably traversed from one end of the laboratory to the other. This phenomenon was so astonishing that it could only be explained as a miracle in the absence of such technological comprehension. Even Kaisha, witnessing this spectacle, displayed an expression of disbelief. Although the angel planet had long possessed faster-than-light technology, it was achieved solely through the formidable strength of the third-generation divine bodies. Yet, Jiang Yu had accomplished the feat of sublight speed teleportation through technology. Jiang Yu, you have succeeded. You have developed curvature technology. The ships of the technological race can now travel at faster-than-light speeds, Kaisha exclaimed, rushing to Jiang Yu's side with the exuberance of a young girl. Jiang Yu, too, wore a long-awaited smile, feeling a profound sense of relief within. I have merely developed microcurvature engine technology. It does not yet enable the ships of the technological race to achieve faster-than-light travel, Jiang Yu sighed, expressing his regret. He did not wish to mislead Kaisha, as she had previously expressed her desire to see him pilot a faster-than-light ship to find her, thereby putting an end to the years, even centuries, of longing. Despite the fact that Kaisha's angel planet was a mere 16 light-years away from Jiang Yu's technological planet, without faster-than-light travel, it would take hundreds of years, if not longer, to reach her. Today you have made strides in microcurvature technology. It won't be long before you develop true curvature navigation technology. Soon, you will be able to pilot a faster-than-light ship to my angel planet, won't you? Kaisha gazed at Jiang Yu with unwavering confidence, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yes, Kaisha, that day is not far off. Jiang Yu could not resist enveloping Kaisha in his embrace. How he longed to see the beautiful Kaisha at every moment, and if possible, he wished to be inseparable from her. Yet, Jiang Yu understood that while higher-dimensional beings possessed exceedingly long lifespans, they were not immortal. Only by becoming the sovereign of a microcosm could one attain eternal life, including Kaisha, the daughter of the great sovereign, to remain with the one he cherished. Jiang Yu realized he must become the ruler of a microcosm and achieve immortality. For this goal, he would need to exert more effort than Kaisha. As the daughter of the great sovereign, it would not be difficult for her to become a ruler in her own right. However, Jiang Yu was but an ordinary holy citizen in the high-dimensional realm. The aspiration to become a sovereign of a microcosm was no small feat nevertheless. He was resolute in his pursuit of this goal. I will wait for you. I believe that day will come swiftly. Kaisha nestled in Jiang Yu's arms, wishing for an eternity without separation. Jiang Yu reluctantly decided to pause his research work to cherish the time spent with the beloved Miss Kaisha. She often kept him company, and even when preoccupied with her own matters, she would hasten to be by Jiang Yu's side as soon as she was free. However, Jiang Yu often found himself engrossed in study and research, frequently neglecting his beloved Kaisha. While Kaisha bore no grievances and quietly stood by his side, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. He endeavored to carve out moments to spend with his cherished Kaisha, who longed for more of his companionship. Yet, she was determined not to impede his endeavors for too long. Had it not been for her desire for him to rest, she would never have consented to his abandoning his research to return home and be with her. Little did she know that accompanying Kaisha was often more exhausting for Jiang Yu than his scholarly pursuits, as he was merely a first-generation divine body, whereas Kaisha had undergone countless iterations, resulting in a staggering disparity in their physical capacities. To satisfy Kaisha, Jiang Yu frequently had to exert himself to the utmost, even unleashing tremendous energy. After each stormy episode, he would collapse into slumber for an entire day and night. Months later, Jiang Yu returned to the laboratory, determined to forge his weapon within the final year before his return to Blue Star. He aimed to create a formidable flying sword through the power of science rather than fantasy. After constructing a cold fusion device, an anti-gravity engine, a microcurvature engine, and a miniature computer, he was ready to craft the core of the Tianhe sword. The forging of the sword's core was not a mere matter of smelting. Rather, it involved the 3D printing of the strongest materials from a higher dimensional realm, which had been miniaturized. He called forth the models he had meticulously designed, adjusting them to optimal proportions according to the principles of mechanics and engineering. As Jiang Yu issued commands, the robots sprang into action. Is the flying sword's core model adjusted to perfection? Shall we proceed with printing and assembly? Commence printing and assembly, he replied. Under his direction, the 3D printer began to whir to life, producing component after component, which intelligent robots subsequently assembled. Months passed, and eventually, a sleek, jet-black sword stood before Jiang Yu. This blade measured 1 meter in length, 15 centimeters in width, and 3 centimeters at its thickest point. An energy core, the cold fusion device, was exposed at the junction of the hilt and blade. Upon closer inspection, intricate, vein-like grooves adorned the sword's surface. These were energy transmission conduits designed to channel power from the cold fusion device to the blade's core. Concealed within the sword's body were the anti-gravity engine, microcurvature engine, and miniature computer. While the flying sword appeared somewhat unrefined, its simple lines exuded an engineering aesthetic. The overall design possessed an indescribable beauty rooted in the principles of dynamics. Once the Tianhe sword was fully constructed, Jiang Yu focused his thoughts, activating the biological computer within him. The sword spirit, a miniature computer linked to Jiang Yu's biological computer, immediately responded. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yu commanded the cold fusion device to immediately output energy under the control of the microcomputer. The anti-gravity engine and the microcurvature engine ignited simultaneously, lifting into the air propelled by the cold fusion energy. The massive sword spiraled gracefully like a dragon, circling in the air before deftly hovering beside Jiang Yu. He extended his hand, and the colossal sword flew into his grasp, whereupon he effortlessly swung it. A barely perceptible sound of slicing air echoed, seemingly encountering no resistance. A corner of the experimental table, forged from an unknown material, was cleanly severed. The cut surface was impeccably smooth, while the blade remained utterly unscathed. What a remarkable sword! Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He realized that even without unleashing the cold fusion energy contained within the sword, a mere swing could cleave through his own incredibly resilient divine body. Items crafted from the most advanced materials of the technological human race felt as fragile as tofu. If he were to activate the cold fusion energy, he could effortlessly obliterate a city-class spacecraft. Chapter 128. Soaring through space with the sword of the Milky Way. The razor-sharpness of the sword of the Milky Way is merely a trivial aspect of its capabilities. In order to explore its other functionalities, Jiang Yu realized he must venture into the vastness of space. After all, this was the main academy of the planet, and causing any damage here would be most undesirable. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu donned his battle armor once more, slung his formidable sword across his back, and soared into the depths of the cosmos. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu transmitted a high-dimensional message to Kaisha, who had not sought him out for several days. He understood that the time to return to their respective planets was drawing near, and Kaisha had her own matters to attend to. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu longed for Kaisha to join him in sharing his triumphs and joys, while also bidding farewell. After the separation, it was uncertain how many years would pass before they could reunite. Amidst the vast expanse of space, Kaisha swiftly located Jang Yu. Upon seeing him clad in battle armor, wielding a gigantic sword, his face alight with joy, she could not contain her excitement and inquired, "Jiang Yu, do you have more good news to share with me?" With a smile, Jiang Yu replied, "Indeed, Kaisha, this is the sword of the Milky Way." As he spoke, he grasped the sword, and his aura transformed entirely. Armed with a void engine, attired in battle armor, with wings sprouting from his back and the sword of the Milky Way in hand, Jiang Yu appeared as a quintessential warrior of the angelic race. Gazing at Jiang Yu in his current state, Kaisha's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Yu locked onto a small asteroid. In an instant, he zipped past an asteroid several hundred meters in diameter. The seemingly indestructible asteroid was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut remarkably smooth and radiant. "Wow, Jiang Yu, your sword of the Milky Way is extraordinary." Kaisha clapped her hands in delight. Although slicing an asteroid was a trivial feat, the distinction between Jiang Yu's sword and her own red crystal holy sword was immense. Nonetheless, the fact that this sword was crafted by Jiang Yu himself filled Kaisha with joy. Returning to Kaisha's side, Jiang Yu elaborated, "The sharpness of the sword of the Milky Way is merely one of its features." With a flick of his mind, he released the sword, which instantly enlarged more than tenfold before Kaisha's eyes. Grasping her hand, he led her onto the blade and continued, "The sword of the Milky Way is also constructed from quantum tech materials. It is equipped with a cold nuclear fusion device, an anti-gravity engine, a microcurvature engine, and a miniature computer. When operating at full power, the sword theoretically can achieve half the speed of light." As he described its attributes, he deftly maneuvered the sword of the Milky Way deeper into the cosmos. The cold nuclear fusion device emitted a tremendous amount of energy as the microcurvature engine activated. Upon reaching a critical threshold, the sword of the Milky Way seemed to suddenly halt. Surrounding them, the space rippled, enveloping the flying sword and the two of them in a bubble. Although they appeared to be stationary, they traversed millions of kilometers every second. The sword of the Milky Way carried Jiang Yu and Kaisha into curvature travel, approaching half the speed of light. Although Jiang Yu's speed can reach 1/5 of the speed of light, it still pales in comparison to the Tianhe sword. However, Jiang Yu is capable of flying with the sword, achieving a terrifying half the speed of light. He believes that this is merely the prototype of the Tianhe sword. Once he develops a complete curvature engine and an elemental decay engine, and integrates these technologies into the Tianhe sword, true light speed will be attainable. Standing atop the Tianhe sword, Jiang Yu gazes at the data transmitted back from its miniature computer. He realizes that the Tianhe sword fully meets his design specifications, even slightly exceeding his expectations. Experiencing the exhilarating speed of millions of kilometers per second, Jiang Yu feels that the sword flying of the fantasy world pales in comparison to his own. Minutes later, having flown an unknown distance, Kaisha is already trembling with excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. Although the speed of the Tianhe sword is still insufficient compared to Kaisha, this is Jiang Yu's research achievement. And how could she not feel joy? Sensing Kaisha's trembling form and soft sobs, Jiang Yu immediately halts the Tianhe sword and anxiously inquires, "Dearest Kaisha, what is the matter?" It is the first time he has witnessed Kaisha in tears. He tenderly wipes away the tears from her eyes, feeling a pang of heartache. The last thing he wishes to see is his beloved woman in sorrow. Kaisha collapses into Jiang Yu's embrace, whispering, "Jiang Yu, I am overwhelmed with joy. Your technological creation can achieve half the speed of light today, and tomorrow it will soar beyond light speed. Before long, when I think of you, you will be able to pilot a faster-than-light spacecraft to find me. Jiang Yu, do you know? Everyone sees me as the exalted angel queen. Yet who understands that I am just a woman, often feeling lonely? I frequently reminisce about you and the joyful moments we shared." As Jiang Yu listens to Kaisha's heartfelt confessions, he feels the weight of her struggles over the years. She is, after all, just a woman. Yet she manages a vast angelic civilization. Moreover, she bears a greater burden than other planetary rulers because she is the angel queen. The angelic civilization is the most magnificent in every small universe, serving as the rulemaker for its realm. The angelic civilization must be powerful, and the angel queen must be even more formidable, to a height that commands reverence across the cosmos. Everyone sees the resplendent exterior of the angel queen, but few comprehend the immense pressure she endures. This is something Kaisha cannot share with outsiders. Yet Jiang Yu is different. He is the man she deeply loves. Angels have long been capable of faster-than-light travel, but Kaisha cannot leave at will. As the ruler of the angelic civilization and a queen, she must maintain her regal dignity. Thus, when she thinks of Jiang Yu, she yearns for him to traverse endless distances to find her. Now that Jiang Yu's technological creation can engage in curvature navigation, faster-than-light travel is no longer a mere dream. This means that soon, Jiang Yu will be able to visit her whenever he wishes, and how could Kaisha not be elated? The aspiration of every woman, including the angelic queen, is to have her Prince Charming ride upon a rainbow-hued cloud in search of her. Kaisha, trust me, that day will soon arrive. I shall undoubtedly pilot my superluminal spacecraft to the celestial realm to find you. With the profound affection Kaisha harbors for him, how could Jiang Yu not feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude, feeling the longing that Kaisha has harbored for all these years? What reason does Jiang Yu have left to not strive? Jiang Yu held Kaisha tightly in his embrace, vowing silently to himself that he would not allow his beloved to suffer any grievances. The universe is shrouded in darkness, and the wars between civilizations are merciless. Even the angelic civilization is not exempt from the ravages of conflict. Jiang Yu must ensure that the technological human race grows formidable without delay. Any civilization that seeks to harm his woman must be eradicated. Chapter 129. The failure of all physical experiments. 8 decades swiftly elapsed, compelling all planetary sovereigns to return to their respective home worlds. Despite their reluctance, Jiang Yu and Kaisha had no choice but to part ways, albeit temporarily. On Blue Star, the Imperial Hall of Humanity once again radiated a resplendent golden light, a manifestation of the immense energy sustaining the operation of the portal. Yet, in the eyes of millions of human beings, this was the sacred light heralding the return of the Emperor. Outside the Imperial Hall, high-ranking officials, including Governor Zhu Luoyu and Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun, awaited the Emperor's arrival. When Jiang Yu had departed, he had informed them that his absence would span a decade. Today marked the moment of the Emperor's reappearance among humankind, a date that would not be forgotten by the military and political elite, nor by the countless citizens. As the dazzling golden light flickered, Jiang Yu emerged from the Imperial Hall amidst the eager anticipation of the masses. All present knelt in reverence, their hearts brimming with excitement as they proclaimed, "We welcome the descent of His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." Jiang Yu surveyed the throngs of people below, raised his hand, and said, "Please rise." The crowd, filled with profound respect, stood in unison, their eyes fixed upon the magnificent figure upon the steps. Although the Emperor had been away for a decade, his authority had not waned in the slightest. Descending the steps, Jiang Yu approached Zhu Luoyu, Su Wanjun, and the others, expressing his concern. "You have all worked tirelessly over the years." He understood that these officials had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the stability and development of humankind, never faltering in their duties. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that although Zhu Luoyu had nearly reached 2 centuries of age, in the span of over 500 years, she remained in her prime. Yet, throughout these years, she had remained unmarried, wholly absorbed in her strenuous responsibilities. Jiang Yu had often inquired about her personal life, but each time, Zhu Luoyu had deftly evaded the topic with various excuses. He pondered whether, after another decade, she had found a person who captured her heart. "It has not been arduous. It is our duty," Zhu Luoyu replied, her voice trembling. Upon seeing the Emperor again, her heart finally felt at ease. As long as she could frequently behold the Emperor, everything was worthwhile. He was the sole figure in her heart, leaving no room for others. Though she recognized the impossibility of her sentiments, that mattered little. Jiang Yu discerned the flicker of evasion in Zhu Luoyu's eyes, yet refrained from probing into her personal matters. "During my absence, nothing untoward has occurred, I trust?" Jiang Yu, concerned for the well-being of humankind, sought to comprehend the current state of affairs upon his return to Blue Star. The interstellar coordinates of the technological race had been disseminated by Raphael, leaving no secrets within the Alpha Galaxy. By the passage of time, it was clear that numerous alien civilizations had already received this information. If any malevolent intentions lurked among these extraterrestrial civilizations toward the technological race, action would have been taken long ago. The officials exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, it was Zhu Luoyu who replied, "Perhaps it would be best for the Minister of Technology to address His Majesty's inquiry." Jiang Yu discerned from the expressions of the officials that significant events had undoubtedly transpired during his decade-long absence. His gaze swiftly shifted to the Minister of Technology, a foreboding sensation swelling within him. The minister approached Jiang Yu, bowing deeply before responding. "Your Majesty, since the 5th year following your departure, our technological advancements have come to a complete standstill. All experiments with the Large Particle Collider have failed, and research in fundamental physics has made no progress whatsoever." "What?" Jiang Yu interjected, startled, interrupting the minister's report. "What has happened to the Large Particle Collider? Why have all the experiments failed?" The Large Particle Collider experiments are paramount to the validation of the unified theory of physics, a matter of utmost importance for the technological human race. Should the unified theory remain unproven, the 4 fundamental forces cannot be reconciled, and technological progression would be severely hindered. The technological human race would be unable to ascend to a level 3 civilization, and even achieving a level 2 civilization would face substantial obstacles. However, the concern remained. Even if the Large Particle Collider malfunctioned, scientists and engineers should have been able to rectify the issues. After all, Jiang Yu had entrusted all documentation regarding the Large Particle Collider to the scientists. Furthermore, prior to his departure, he had overseen numerous successful particle collision experiments. How could it be that upon his return, all experiments had failed? "Immediately proceed to the Large Particle Collider's control center," Jiang Yu commanded, unwilling to await the minister's reply. He needed to ascertain the situation personally. He had no time to rest, for the implications of the Large Particle Collider experiments were too significant. Soon, a spacecraft arrived, and Jiang Yu boarded it, heading towards the Lunar Experimental Control Center. At this moment, within a conference room at the Lunar Experimental Control Center, a group of scientists engaged in heated debate, their expressions grim. Upon the arrival of His Majesty, the room fell silent. They were already aware of His Majesty's return and his intention to visit. "What precisely has transpired?" Jiang Yu inquired, not pausing to take a seat. "Your Majesty," a distinguished physicist, Dr. Wang, replied with evident distress, 5 years ago, the experiments with the Large Particle Collider suddenly encountered anomalies. We conducted a comprehensive inspection of the collider, yet found no faults. The energy systems were operational, the proton acceleration apparatus functioned correctly, and even the particle collision experiments proceeded smoothly. However, we could no longer observe any physical phenomena. All matter seemed unable to enter a quantum state. Not only have the Large Particle Collider experiments failed, but all other physical experiments have also ceased to yield results. We scrutinized all equipment and revalidated every experimental procedure, but ultimately, we found no issues. Yet, the experiments continue to fail, and we cannot identify the cause, Dr. Zhang, another eminent scientist, lamented. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. The Large Particle Collision experiment has failed. All physical experiments have similarly faltered. Such occurrences are indeed perplexing. Following this, Jiang Yu promptly proceeded to inspect the core apparatus of the Large Particle Collider. Without even settling into his seat, he strode out of the conference room. Jiang Yu arrived at the various central control rooms of the Large Particle Collider, where he directed scientists and engineers to meticulously re-examine the equipment with their specialized instruments. Concurrently, his biological computer connected to the central computer of the collider. It diligently scrutinized all experimental data, examined the state of quantum entanglement, and conducted comprehensive fault diagnostics. The biological computer, possessing computational capabilities 1,000,000 times superior to any photon computer, operated at full power. In that moment, Jiang Yu's body temperature began to rise rapidly. a consequence of the heat emitted by the biological computer. He must swiftly ascertain the underlying cause of the failures in both the particle collider's collision experiments and all physical experiments. Chapter 130. The transformation of physical rules on Blue Star. Under the command of Jiang Yu, scientists and engineers conducted a thorough inspection of the Large Particle Collider. The outcome revealed no faults. The operation of the collider was flawless. Jiang Yu's biological computer also performed over 10,000 checks on the central computer of the collider and all its terminals, again finding no issues. Furthermore, it was noted that the maintenance staff had diligently attended to the upkeep of the particle collider, with the inspection yielding no problems. Jiang Yu instructed the scientists to proceed with particle collision experiments. However, the results left him astounded. The Large Particle Collider was incapable of inducing matter into a quantum state. The experimental procedures were impeccably standardized, yet every result inexplicably failed at the crucial moment. What could possibly be the cause of this? Jiang Yu fell into a state of deep contemplation, as this peculiar phenomenon clearly transcended his understanding. The other scientists were equally perplexed, though they exhibited little astonishment. Over the past 5 years, they had explored every conceivable method and conducted countless experiments, yielding results identical to the present. All instruments and procedures were sound. Yet the experiments continued to fail. Half a month later, the scientists embarked on another particle collision experiment, only to encounter the same outcome as before: failure at the brink of success. After 2 failed attempts, as the scientists prepared for a third trial, Jiang Yu intervened, calmly stating, "There is no need for further experimentation. The quantum sequences and physical rules of the entire Alpha Galaxy have been disrupted. No physical experiment can succeed now. Even if it does, the results will be erroneous. The issue lies not with the machinery nor with the scientists, but rather, someone has interfered with our physical laws." At Jiang Yu's words, the scientists were rendered speechless. What? How is this possible? Who has interfered with the physical laws? Can physical laws even be disrupted? This notion had never crossed their minds. The ability to disturb physical laws implied the potential to annihilate the entire universe. In their understanding, the breach of any constant within the laws of physics would lead to the obliteration of all existence. Moreover, the disruption of all physical laws was an inconceivable notion. Surely even a creator could not accomplish such a feat. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. This is merely an interference with the physical rules of the Alpha Galaxy. It has not led to their destruction. If my conjectures are correct, 5 years ago, an advanced extraterrestrial civilization made its move against the technological human race. They gleaned information about our civilization's rapid technological advancements from the messages sent by the Crocodile Emperor Raphael. Thus, they employed a method beyond our comprehension to disrupt the physical rules of the Alpha Galaxy. The technological civilization of humanity finds itself unable to continue research in cutting-edge fields such as energy, particles, and quantum mechanics. The laws of physics govern the universe and cannot be altered. However, the experiments conducted at the Large Particle Collider have inexplicably failed. This situation can only suggest that the fundamental rules of physics have been disturbed by external forces. With Jiang Yu's intellect and computational prowess, he quickly conceived a possibility. He recalled a science fiction novel from Earth prior to his journey through dimensions, which he had once dismissed as mere flights of fancy from the author. To his astonishment, such advanced technological capabilities truly exist. Jiang Yu's explanation illuminated the minds of the scientists, who, although they could scarcely fathom such extraordinary methods, found reassurance in the words of the emperor, for if he claimed it to be true, it must be so. Such underhanded tactics, how disgraceful! If one possesses the ability, why not approach with integrity? What merit is there in stealth? The scientists erupted in furious exclamations. 5 years had passed, 5 whole years, during which no one knew how these scientists had endured. All experiments had failed, their understanding upended, and technological advancement had come to a complete standstill. Their hair had turned gray with worry, yet they could not discern the cause of their experimental failures. If they were to discover who was clandestinely sabotaging their work, they would not hesitate to enact severe retribution. In the aftermath of their anger, a profound concern took hold. The means by which the physical rules were being interfered with far exceeded their comprehension. They were utterly powerless to eliminate the disruption. Without removing it, Scientific research could not proceed. Humanity's technological progress had stagnated for 5 years, and if the interference continued, it would remain at a standstill. Moreover, it was evident that an advanced alien civilization was obstructing humanity's technological growth, and the malicious intent behind such actions was unmistakable. In a certain sense, Jiang Yu mused, the interference by this extraterrestrial civilization might not be entirely unfavorable. His contemplations left the assembled scientists bewildered. How could the stunted growth of human technology be seen as advantageous? Jiang Yu continued, this indicates that the alien civilization fears our rapid technological advancement. Their journey to the Alpha system is lengthy, which is why they have endeavored to stifle our progress. Therefore, it stands to reason that the technological gap between us and this alien civilization is not insurmountable. As Jiang Yu articulated his reasoning, the scientists nodded in agreement. If the opposing civilization possessed technology vastly superior to that of humanity, they could simply annihilate humanity and seize the Alpha system with ease, without the need for any elaborate schemes. Such a scenario would indeed be despairing. However, if the technological disparity were minimal, then even with the arrival of the alien civilization, humanity would still possess the capacity to defend itself. Although humanity's technological advancement had been hindered, it did not preclude the production of a vast array of existing technological creations. After years of development, humanity had amassed nearly 100,000 interstellar warships, equipped with countless weapons. Moreover, the entire Alpha Star system is replete with the war fortresses of humanity, interspersed with interstellar mines. The Alpha Star system has been fortified to resemble an impenetrable fortress. Any adversary daring to intrude must pay a steep price. Nevertheless, the scientists remain discontented, for the disruption of physical laws hinders their pursuit of scientific inquiry. Without the ability to conduct research, the technological advancement of humanity stagnates, a fate more unbearable than death itself. Do not despair. I shall find a solution, Jiang Yu reassured them. Upon hearing these words, hope ignited anew in the eyes of the scientists. If His Majesty the Emperor declared that a solution could be found, they held unwavering faith in his capabilities. In their hearts, Jiang Yu was a deity of omnipotence. As long as the Emperor was present, they could rest easy. He is the spiritual pillar of all humanity. Jiang Yu smiled gently before proceeding towards the control center, though none noticed the weightiness of his steps. Chapter 131. A comprehensive search for alien artifacts. Jang Yu asserted that he would decipher the means by which extraterrestrial civilizations obstruct the foundational technologies of humanity. In truth, however, he was utterly at a loss regarding how to achieve this, as he remained oblivious to the methods employed by these alien civilizations. His declaration was merely a ruse to pacify the scientists' anxieties. The sensation of being at a loss was one he had not experienced in quite some time. Upon arriving at the experimental center, Jiang Yu fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself. The technological interference of a civilization's physical laws exceeded his comprehension. The only insights he could muster stemmed from a science fiction novel he had read prior to his crossing into this realm. He was unaware whether the intelligent particles that disrupted physical laws, as described in the novel, truly existed, or if other technological means were at play. Yet, it was undeniable that somewhere in the Alpha Star system, or even on Blue Star, there existed one or more devices capable of interfering with physical laws. After all, what else could alien civilizations employ to effect such disturbances? Surely, it could not be merely ethereal psychic energy. If that were the case, Jiang Yu would begin to question whether he had indeed traversed into a fantastical world. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu made his way to the lunar interstellar military base, home to the first fleet of humanity. Captain Deng Jianjun, upon receiving word of the Emperor's arrival, had gathered the senior officers of the First Fleet outside the base in anticipation. When they beheld Jiang Yu, their expressions were one of astonishment. He had not arrived in any spacecraft, nor was he adorned in any life support apparatus. Instead, he descended directly from the Particle Collider Control Center, situated in lunar orbit. As if a celestial being had graced them with its presence, his hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing, he landed gracefully outside the base. While super soldiers infused with tardigrade genes could indeed navigate and survive in the vacuum of space, they still required basic life support gear and propulsion devices to function adequately. Ignoring the incredulous gazes of Deng Jianjun and his compatriots, Jiang Yu strode directly toward the command center. He had no intention of explaining that he was equipped with the void engine of the angelic race. Even if he elaborated, the average individual would hardly comprehend. Upon reaching the command center, he dispensed with pleasantries, issuing a direct command. I require the 5 fleet commanders, Governor Zhu Luoyu, and Minister of Military Affairs Su Wanjun to join a video conference immediately. His orders were executed without delay, and shortly thereafter, 6 large screens illuminated with the faces of those Jiang Yu sought to convene, including Governor Zhu Luoyu, Minister Su Wanjun, and the other 4 fleet commanders, Qi Minghai, Zhang Shouqing, Zhou Xinghang, and Gao Jijun. Once the remote video connections were established, Jiang Yu elucidated his hypothesis regarding the interference of physical laws. Amidst the disbelief etched on their faces, he commanded, "We must identify the alien artifact that disrupts the physical laws of the Alpha Star system. This extraterrestrial creation could be a clandestine alien robot or an apparatus of some sort. In any case, it represents a fundamentally different technological construct from that of humanity. This entity may exist anywhere, encompassing every planet, every expanse of space, and every corner of the cosmos. I require a thorough search of every nook and cranny within a light-year radius of the Alpha system. Mobilize all military forces, all spacecraft, and rally the entirety of humanity for an exhaustive investigation. Halt all non-essential operations in pursuit of potential extraterrestrial creations. Leave no stone unturned, no machine unchecked, and no individual overlooked. This task is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, yet it is imperative that we undertake it. Otherwise, we shall remain under the watchful gaze of an alien civilization, with our technological advancement perpetually stagnated, ultimately leading to unimaginable consequences. Perhaps an alien fleet is already en route. Our time is fleeting." Jiang Yu's expression was grave, and the atmosphere in the conference room was palpably tense. This was the first instance in which the Emperor of Humanity issued such a command, and the first time they witnessed His Majesty approaching a matter with such seriousness. The urgency of impending storms, even the looming threat of existence, was acutely felt. This moment instilled a deeper sense of unease than previous confrontations with the Beast clan or the Crocodilian civilization. After articulating his thoughts, Jiang Yu ordered immediate execution of the plan. No one dared to voice dissent against his command. They simply adhered to the Emperor's directives. His Majesty's orders were enacted with the force of thunder. Across Blue Star, the Moon, Mars, and every satellite, including the Crocodilian planet within the orbit of its star, an unprecedented operation commenced to investigate extraterrestrial creations. The 5 major interstellar fleets, nearly 100,000 spacecraft, sprang into action. All observational and search instruments aboard were set to maximum power, scouring the vast, inky void of space for potential alien artifacts. Each member of humanity remained vigilant. Every soldier exerted their utmost effort, and every scientist dedicated themselves to uncovering alien creations that disrupted the laws of physics. Over the past 5 years, not only scientists but also government entities and military branches recognized that humanity's technological progress had reached an impasse. Since the Emperor's ascent, each year had birthed new technologies and innovations. Yet, in these 5 years, not a single new advancement had emerged, a phenomenon that felt unsettling. Only upon the Emperor's return did they realize that the physical laws of the Alpha system had been disrupted by an alien civilization. It was then they comprehended that for the past 5 years, all of humanity and the entire Alpha system had been under extraterrestrial surveillance. Such a revelation was terrifying. But what lay ahead was even more daunting. Should they fail to identify the alien element obstructing humanity's technological advancement, their progress would be irrevocably stifled. At this very moment, a formidable alien fleet may well be on its way to the Alpha system. If the interference of extraterrestrial civilizations with the laws of physics is not unraveled, and we fail to extricate ourselves from their surveillance, when their fleets truly arrive in the Alpha Star system, humanity may find itself akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Each member of our species is acutely aware that this is no mere hyperbole. This knowledge was garnered after humanity triumphed over the Crocodilian civilization. The interstellar coordinates of our kind had already been disseminated by the crocodilians. Years have passed, and no one knows how many alien civilizations have received these coordinates, nor how many have set their sights upon humanity, dispatching their own interstellar expeditionary fleets. Undoubtedly, these distant extraterrestrial fleets harbor no benevolence and possess technology that surpasses our own. If humanity's technological advancement stagnates and we fail to construct vessels and weaponry of greater potency, what means do we possess to counter the impending threat of these alien civilizations? Chapter 132. Only length and width, no height. Under the command of Jiang Yu, the entire technological human race embarked on an unprecedented grand search. Almost all technological means, as well as every ounce of manpower and resources, were mobilized to locate the extraterrestrial artifact that disrupted the laws of physics. Even Jiang Yu donned the Heavenly River power armor and ascended upon the magnified Heavenly River sword, venturing into space. The biological computer connected all fleets and bases to the central computer, aiding in the search while fully activating the Eye of Insight, conducting a thorough search across the Alpha Star system within nearly 1 light-year. This was the first time Jiang Yu showcased his formidable computational prowess before the human race, leaving the scientists utterly astounded. They had never fathomed that the computational ability of their emperor alone nearly equaled the sum of the entire technological human race's capabilities. The military beheld their emperor, clad in black armor and standing on a colossal sword, soaring through the Alpha Star system at half the speed of light. Such velocity was terrifying, surpassing that of the most advanced municipal starships of the human race by several folds. It could be said that Jiang Yu's efficiency in searching the Alpha Star system alone exceeded that of the entire technological human race. At this moment, countless members of the human race reached an indescribable zenith of reverence for their emperor. Particularly, the commanders of the 5 major fleets secretly conducted simulations to strategize against their emperor. With a total of 100,000 interstellar vessels from the 5 fleets, alongside all interstellar fortresses in the ubiquitous interstellar mines, they realized that if the emperor were to launch an attack, their efforts to thwart him would be nearly futile. The sheer magnitude of the emperor's undisplayed combat prowess was beyond their imagination. Until this point, they remained unaware of the true nature of their emperor's existence. Nevertheless, asserting that their emperor was an omnipotent deity faced no dissent. However, despite the full mobilization of the human race in the emperor's personal search, not a trace of the extraterrestrial artifact that disrupted the Alpha Star system's physical laws was found even after 3 long months. Just as countless search teams sank into despair, Jiang Yu patrolled the asteroid belt nestled between Mars and Jupiter. Here, asteroids of varying sizes occasionally traversed the expanse, while interstellar mines camouflaged as asteroids floated by. Although the area appeared sparse, with perhaps no asteroids or mines within 1,000,000 miles, under Jiang Yu's swift pursuit, it seemed remarkably dense. Had he not previously deactivated all detonation devices on the interstellar mines, he would have faced relentless bombardment within the asteroid belt. Just as Jiang Yu began to feel despondent, his Eye of Insight detected an unknown energy fluctuation. A surge of elation coursed through him as he focused his search on this specific area. At last, the Eye of Insight revealed a shocking sight. Between 2 asteroids, situated 500,000 kilometers apart, lay a peculiar object. This object was circular, approximately 100 meters in diameter, and entirely black, resembling a small asteroid. However, it possessed only circumference and area, devoid of thickness or height. In other words, when viewed from the side, it appeared as if no material existed at all. Is this a 2-dimensional creation? Jiang Yu was instantly taken aback, rendered speechless. The creations of the technological human race exist in 3-dimensional forms. Even the thinnest object possesses length, width, and height. The entire observable universe, too, is a 3-dimensional entity characterized by length, width, and height. Yet, the object before him possessed only perimeter and area, devoid of thickness or height. In other words, this object existed in a 2-dimensional form within a 3-dimensional world, possessing only length and width. Due to Jiang Yu's biological computer being connected with the central computers of various fleets and bases, all search data was shared. Thus, aside from Jiang Yu, many technical personnel and scientists responsible for data collection witnessed this peculiar object. In an instant, Everyone who beheld it was left agape. The scientists understood that this universe is multidimensional. Beyond their comprehension of a three-dimensional world, there exist four-dimensional, five-dimensional, and even higher-dimensional structures, as well as two-dimensional and even zero-dimensional constructs. Both multidimensional and lower-dimensional matter are shrouded in mystery. With the current technological capabilities of humanity, they had yet to achieve the ability to explore the structures of high-dimensional or low-dimensional matter. Nevertheless, they were now witnessing an entity that encompassed only length and width, lacking height altogether. Moreover, this object emitted a discernible energy distinctly different from the energy release methods of the technological human race. It was evident that this was not a naturally occurring phenomenon in the universe, but a creation of technological civilization. This object could very well be an alien artifact disrupting the physical laws of the Alpha Galaxy. Jiang Yu mused aloud, his voice reaching the ears of the military and political elite, as well as the commanders of various bases and fleets, along with the scientists. How splendid! We have finally discovered it. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from many. After an extensive search, mobilizing the entirety of human resources, and even compelling the Emperor to take personal action in the endless expanse of space, they had finally located the alien creation that disrupted the laws of physics, prompting uncontainable excitement. However, a pressing question arose. How do we capture this entity? Suddenly, a scientist posed what seemed a simplistic yet pragmatic inquiry. To an ordinary person, spotting an object would imply that acquiring it would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, to the scientists, this was not a three-dimensional object but a two-dimensional one. Could it truly be grasped? For instance, a piece of paper, no matter how thin, remains a tangible three-dimensional entity. Yet, if that piece of paper only possessed length and width, devoid of thickness or height, from a certain perspective, it could be deemed almost non-existent. Could it then be handled like a conventional piece of paper? The scientist's question was swiftly validated. Jiang Yu, stepping onto a massive sword, gradually approached the object. Viewed from above and below, it was evident that he was drawing near. However, from the side, there appeared to be no material before him. Jiang Yu was moving toward the void. As he drew closer, all eyes remained fixed, breaths held in anxious anticipation. They hoped that the scientist's concerns were unwarranted and that His Majesty could capture that object. However, they witnessed Jiang Yu reaching out to touch it. From a vertical perspective, it appeared that Jiang Yu had indeed made contact with the object. Yet, from a lateral view, his hand extended into an abyss of nothingness. Ultimately, Jiang Yu did not touch any tangible substance. It was only when he immersed himself completely that he passed through it. Throughout this experience, he encountered no sensation of resistance. Everyone present distinctly perceived the existence of something there, yet it seemed as if nothing was truly present. Clearly, the scientists' apprehensions had materialized. They were acutely aware of the object's existence, yet completely unable to grasp it. This underscored the paradox of discovering extraterrestrial creations, yet being incapable of apprehending them. For the object possessed only length and width, devoid of height. Chapter 133. The plan to capture the GZ Jiang Yu traversed the civilization's creation, which possessed only length and width, but no height, several times. Each passage through this entity was devoid of any obstruction, akin to moving through the vacuum of space. Jiang Yu's physical form sensed no presence within, yet he could distinctly perceive its existence. This entity resembled a painting laid flat within the void, allowing Jiang Yu to observe every intricate detail. It was a circular technological construct, showcasing not only its uneven exterior, but also revealing its internal components. One could even deduce that this creation employed advanced technologies such as curvature engines and elemental decay engines. As a being of higher dimensions, Jiang Yu understood that any two-dimensional creation, or anything existing in a two-dimensional form, would hold no secrets under the observation of a three-dimensional entity. This elucidated why Jiang Yu could discern the shape and internal parts of the object. However, he remained oblivious to the methods of its creation and the scientific principles employed. Such two-dimensional constructs were undoubtedly products of a civilization at least of level 3 or above, far surpassing Jiang Yu's comprehension. At present, Jiang Yu needed to contemplate how to capture or annihilate an entity that both existed and seemed to elude existence. Otherwise, the technological human race would harbor no secrets in the eyes of this alien civilization. The physical laws of the Alpha Galaxy would perpetually be influenced by this construct, stalling the development of human technology at a mere level 1 civilization. With a flourish of his hand, the sword of the heavenly river shrank to a meter in length and soared into his grasp. Infusing the blade with immense energy, the dark sword erupted with brilliance. He then raised it above his head and struck down fiercely upon the two-dimensional construct. In an instant, a blade of energy, hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide, sliced through the void. This strike was potent enough to cleave a regional-class spacecraft in two, and even a municipal-class vessel equipped with a force shield would suffer grievous damage. Yet, following the strike, the two-dimensional construct remained unscathed, continuing to float there, emanating unknown waves of energy that persisted in disrupting the physical laws of the Alpha Galaxy. Jiang Yu's attempt left no mark upon it, a fact he anticipated. Yet it plunged countless members of the human race into despair. What exactly was this entity? Why could it not be captured or destroyed? What profound technologies were concealed within it? The Emperor had indeed located it, yet was powerless against it. In this moment, whether military leaders, political elites, fleet commanders, scientists, or ordinary technicians, all felt a profound sense of impotence, confronted by an insurmountable technological chasm that highlighted the frailty of the technological human race. Though the technological human race had entered the interstellar era, their footprints had traversed the farthest corners of the Alpha Galaxy, and their fleets could embark on interstellar voyages at any moment when the need arose. They remained helpless against a mere alien technological creation. Neither can it be captured nor destroyed. What a profound sorrow this is. They believed that the might of His Majesty, the Emperor of humanity, wielding his sword, was sufficiently formidable. They had witnessed His Majesty unleash the energy cannon of the element of lithium. Yet, that object remained suspended in the air, unscathed. A mere entity, approximately 100 meters in diameter, yet utterly indestructible. Should the extraterrestrial civilization responsible for this creation invade the Alpha Galaxy, what could the technologically advanced human race possibly counter with? This is a dimensional strike of a superior civilization against an inferior one, a despair born from an immense technological chasm. At this moment, silence enveloped all present. Just then, the fleet commander received a command from Jiang Yu to dispatch a fleet forthwith. In truth, it was unnecessary for Jiang Yu to issue the order. The fleet nearest to him was already en route. They had initially presumed that His Majesty had discovered an alien artifact, which they could either retrieve or obliterate without his direct involvement, considering such trivial matters hardly warranted his personal attention. However, they now realized their error. This object was beyond capture and destruction. They were uncertain as to why His Majesty had summoned them, yet they dutifully executed his command. Before long, Captain Gao Jijun of the 5th Fleet arrived, leading a formidable armada commanded by a municipal-class spacecraft. An array of vessels encircled the two-dimensional entity, awaiting His Majesty's directive. Jiang Yu entered the command center of the flagship, Normandy. Captain Gao Jijun and others greeted him with salutes. Jiang Yu, disregarding the formalities, made his way directly to the control console, unperturbed by the oppressive atmosphere in the command center. He summoned a three-dimensional projection of the two-dimensional object, marked several coordinates, and commanded, "Deploy the most destructive force bombs at these locations." "Yes, Your Majesty," Gao Jijun promptly responded, executing Jiang Yu's orders. The Normandy launched 8 force bombs to the designated coordinates. This action was immediately noted by all who were observing the two-dimensional object. They instinctively comprehended His Majesty's intentions. He aimed to utilize the force bombs to obliterate that entity. Yet, could a force bomb destroy something that had withstood the might of His Majesty's swarthy inability to inflict damage upon the two-dimensional state of three-dimensional creations arises from the fact that conventional kinetic and energy weapons lack the capacity to influence three-dimensional space. However, the field force bomb inflicts destruction by generating a powerful magnetic field that collapses space, provided that the energy responsible for inducing spatial collapse is sufficiently formidable. It will undoubtedly extricate three-dimensional entities from their two-dimensional state, unless the extraterrestrial creations defy the laws of conservation of mass and energy. Such a scenario is implausible, as the entire universe must adhere to fundamental physical principles, otherwise, the cosmos would cease to exist. Once all preparations were complete and the nearby vessels had retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Yu issued the command to detonate the field force bombs. As 8 field force bombs detonated simultaneously, a blinding radiance illuminated the pitch-black void of space. The vicinity of the so-called two-dimensional creations was suddenly agitated, with ripples spreading through the collapsing space within a radius of several hundred meters. Chapter 134. A comprehensive analysis of the GZ-2. 4 light-years away from the Alpha Star system, a formidable fleet was navigating swiftly through the cosmos. Suddenly, a technical observer's face contorted with disbelief. What was happening? The GZ had been forcibly removed from its two-dimensional state. In a flurry of activity, he hastily operated the computer terminal, only to find the situation was even more alarming. What exactly was occurring? Not only had the GZ been displaced from its two-dimensional existence, but the signal was also fading. Witnessing the gradually diminishing signal, the technical observer could no longer remain seated and promptly reported the news upwards. Esteemed Captain, the GZ has detected a violent spatial collapse field. It has been dragged into a three-dimensional state, rendering it incapable of establishing a connection with the remote monitoring devices. Upon hearing this, the fleet's attention sharpened. How had the technological human race discovered the GZ in its two-dimensional state? The captain was filled with confusion and disbelief as his aide confirmed the news once more. This meant that their GZ could no longer influence the physical laws of the Alpha Star system. Captain, the GZ has indeed lost contact. What shall we do about the droplets we previously launched? The GZ's inability to affect the physical laws of the Alpha Star system means that the droplets will inevitably be discovered by the technological human race. Both the GZ and the droplets are advanced technological creations acquired at great expense from the Alliance. We cannot afford to lose them. The aide expressed in disbelief, noting that after entering a two-dimensional state, even a level 3 civilization would find it challenging to detect. Intelligence reports indicated that the technological human race was merely a level 1 civilization. How had they managed to discover it? Since the GZ has already lost contact. Once the droplets are discovered, we must launch an immediate attack. Command the fleet to make haste towards the Alpha Star system. The captain issued the order coldly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. In the asteroid belt of the Alpha Star system, a peculiar object appeared before the Fifth Fleet. It was a circular metal technological artifact, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Its surface was uneven, with protrusions resembling antennas. The entire metallic creation resembled a spiked sphere. The once two-dimensional anomaly had now manifested itself in three-dimensional form before them. After the initial shock, a chorus of cheers erupted among the crew. We have finally located the architect of our troubles. We can finally capture this entity. This object had concealed itself among them for a full 5 years, stalling their technological advancement for far too long. Today, it had finally been uncovered, allowing them to resume their scientific endeavors. Without His Majesty the Emperor, we would have never been able to detect and capture it. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief and promptly commanded, "Bring this object back to the lunar research base." The 5 fleets will continue their patrol in the Tianhe star system. Finding the GZ does not preclude the existence of other extraterrestrial creations. Under Jang Yu's command, a town-class spacecraft approached slowly, extending its massive mechanical arm to capture the GZ into the vessel. It then soared towards the moon at an unprecedented speed, accompanied by the most distinguished scientists of humanity, all hastening to the lunar research base. This was a technological creation of an alien civilization, the sophistication of which far surpassed that of humankind. If the technology of this object could be deciphered, it would significantly enhance the advancement of human technology. Jiang Yu also made his way to the lunar base, ready to analyze the object as soon as it was extracted into a three-dimensional state. He had already grasped the fundamental technological principles underlying this entity. It operated on energy derived from elemental decay and was equipped with a true curvature engine, both technologies within Jiang Yu's comprehension. However, the method to transition a three-dimensional object into a two-dimensional state, as well as the principles governing interference with the physical laws of the entire Milky Way galaxy, eluded him entirely, surpassing his understanding of technology by a considerable margin. A thorough disassembly and comprehensive analysis of the object might reveal further insights. What Jiang Yu referred to as the GZ was swiftly transported to the Lunar Research Base, where he personally led a team of scientists in an exhaustive analysis. After more than a month of meticulous examination, they finally reached some conclusions. The GZ was identified as a proton detector, representing a highly advanced dimension technology. It utilized microscopic techniques to engrave circuits, with manufacturing processes that far exceeded human capabilities. The microscopic circuits housed an extensive database capable of conducting quantum analyses of spatial properties. Moreover, it could convert spatial energy into high-energy particles, thereby breaching dimensional barriers and accessing two-dimensional layers. The elemental decay engine and curvature engine equipped on the GZ enabled it to traverse at speeds surpassing multiples of light. Its programming was pre-configured to influence all forms of energy within the microscopic realm, altering the states of particles such as atoms, quarks, and protons, and disrupting their structures. This capability allowed for the potential manipulation or even rewriting of physical laws. Unfortunately, while the principles had been elucidated, the level of technological sophistication was exceedingly advanced. Given the current state of human technology, unraveling the intricacies of such advanced technology seemed virtually impossible. The only beneficial aspects for humanity lay in the elemental decay engine and curvature engine technologies, which remained comprehensible within the realm of human understanding and represented the future direction of human advancement. The elemental decay engine and curvature engine constituted Tier 3 civilization technology. Although still distant from humanity's reach, ongoing research could serve as a technological reserve, even if creating a spacecraft capable of surpassing light speed remained unfeasible. Developing one that approached light speed was still attainable. As Jiang Yu spoke, he disseminated the microcurvature technology he had researched in the higher dimensional realm, entrusting it to the scientists for further investigation. He was not in a rush to delve into the elemental decay and curvature technologies, recognizing that humanity's technological reserves were insufficient. Rather than expending vast resources on research, it was wiser to focus on elevating humanity to a Tier 2 civilization. At that point, they could upgrade the civilization marketplace to exchange for the technologies of elemental decay and curvature engines. The technology of microcurvature navigation is remarkably sophisticated. With this innovation, the speed of spacecraft can be significantly enhanced. Once we develop the element decay engine, our vessels will be capable of faster-than-light travel. The scientists were overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving the microcurvature technology data provided by Jiang Yu, trembling with anticipation. Although the microcurvature engine technology pales in comparison to the curvature engine technology of the Sapon, achieving speeds that approach light is still a monumental scientific breakthrough for humanity. The scientists are well aware that progress cannot be rushed. Every journey must be taken step by step. There will come a day when humanity's spacecraft will truly traverse the cosmos at superluminal velocities. Just as Jiang Yu was leading the scientists in the analysis of the Sapon and commencing research on the microcurvature engine, Captain Chi Minghai of the 2nd Fleet sent a report to Jiang Yu. We have discovered something peculiar in the Oort cloud. Chapter 135. The indomitable droplet. Although Jiang Yu had successfully captured the GZ and restored the physical laws of the Alpha Star system to their normal state, he remained vigilant and commanded the 5 major fleets to patrol the entire Alpha Star system. The unknown alien civilization had managed to deliver a GZ silently to the doorstep of humanity, and no one could guarantee that they had not implanted other unknown entities within the technological realm of humankind. At this moment, the 2nd Fleet, tasked with patrolling the Oort cloud, suddenly stumbled upon an exceedingly peculiar object. In the pitch-black void of space, a distortion in the fabric of space-time appeared, as if something was slowly emerging from the tranquil depths of a lake. A pure white, streamlined entity, resembling a droplet of water, materialized before the 2nd Fleet. This object, with a larger head tapering to a smaller tail, bore no discernible signs of its material composition. The fleet's observation instruments immediately conducted analyses, yielding intriguing data. Conventional mirrors reflect only visible light and lower frequency wavelengths. However, this enigmatic object exhibited nearly 100% absolute reflectivity. This indicated that it not only reflected visible light and low-frequency waves, but also laser beams, suggesting that lasers had no effect on it. Furthermore, due to its nearly perfect reflectivity, it appeared devoid of color, adapting its hue to match whatever object it faced, much like a chameleon. This was an unequivocally flawless masterpiece, its surface revealing not a single blemish. Measuring 10 meters in length with a maximum diameter of 3 meters, it approached the fleet at a staggering speed of 1,800 kilometers per second. Fire the A-element energy cannon. The captain of a county-level spacecraft at the forefront of the fleet sensed an imminent threat. Captain Chi Minghai reported to Jiang Yu, and without awaiting further instructions, he issued the command to attack. An object hurtling towards them at 1,800 kilometers per second could inflict substantial damage on the vessel. The only ships in the human fleet equipped with shielding technology were municipal-level vessels, while the county-level ship lacked such protection. The A-element energy cannon on the county-level ship was aimed at the droplet, and as the order was given, a beam of blue light surged forth at a velocity of 1,000,000 kilometers per second, racing toward the droplet. After a mere 0.2 seconds, the energy beam struck the droplet, resulting in a resounding explosion. Jiang Yu's heart raced as he anxiously observed the large screen, waves of turmoil surging within him. He had just discovered the Jizi, and now he was witnessing the droplet. The fantastical elements from pre-transmigration science fiction had inexplicably manifested in reality. For a moment, Jiang Yu was unable to discern whether this was mere coincidence. As the residual glow of the energy cannon's explosion faded, Jiang Yu beheld a startling scene. The droplet continued its relentless advance toward the county-level spacecraft, seemingly unaffected by the blast. It is worth noting that the A-element energy cannon was a fully functional energy weapon, even more potent than an electromagnetic pulse cannon. One shot from the A-element energy cannon could obliterate a small asteroid several hundred meters in diameter. Yet the droplet remained entirely unscathed, its form still flowing with perfect smoothness. Its surface bore no trace. Its reflectivity remained a perfect 100%. Not even dust could settle upon it. What material could possibly be employed in its construction? What substance could withstand the onslaught of an energy cannon unscathed? Is this truly a technological marvel that an advanced civilization could conceive? The technology of a singular subatomic particle has already surpassed comprehension. And now we are presented with a droplet? The name subatomic particle was bestowed by Jiang Yu, while the designation droplet arose naturally among the scientists due to its striking resemblance to a drop of water, a name that would face no opposition. The scientists surrounding Jiang Yu could no longer maintain their composure. This droplet exceeded their understanding by an extraordinary margin. After their astonishment, they turned their gazes toward their emperor, believing there was nothing unknown to him. Yet, the emperor had seemingly vanished from sight. At that moment, Jiang Yu donned the heavenly river battle armor and ascended upon the heavenly river sword, soaring into the cosmos. In the command center of the Second Fleet, Chi Minghai was utterly astounded. The elemental energy cannon proved ineffective against that object. Within the human vessels, a variety of weaponry was at their disposal: Gauss cannons, space missiles, laser weapons, electromagnetic pulse cannons, elemental energy cannons, field force bombs, and auxiliary high-energy particle beam weapons. Given that the elemental energy cannon had failed, it stood to reason that the electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons would also be futile, as they all belonged to the realm of energy weaponry. Thus, they would resort to the space missiles. Chi Minghai issued another command, launching several space missiles equipped with high-yield hydrogen bombs. Though the power of hydrogen bombs diminishes in a vacuum, the instantaneous temperature reaching hundreds of millions of degrees could potentially melt all known materials. Moments later, the space missiles approached the droplet and detonated upon sensing proximity, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of the hydrogen warheads. An intensely blinding white light erupted in the darkness, enveloping the droplet in a scorching heat of billions of degrees. However, as the brilliance subsided, Chi Minghai beheld a startling sight. The droplet remained completely unscathed, its surface still remarkably smooth. Qi Minghai nearly collapsed, weakened at the knees. That was a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. An object without an energy shield could not possibly withstand the bombardment of a hydrogen bomb based solely on its material. This represented the limits of Qi Minghai's understanding, and the droplet before him had clearly shattered that comprehension. It was utterly inconceivable. To call it a miracle would not be an exaggeration, for it signified an insurmountable technological chasm. Report to the captain. The observation instruments indicate that after the hydrogen explosion, the droplet's velocity decreased by 100 kilometers per second. Its shell, though immensely resilient, did not possess kinetic energy beyond our limits of understanding. This implies that the hydrogen bombardment, at the very least, exerted a certain influence on its kinetic energy and speed. A scientist aboard a research vessel promptly reported. Each fleet contained a dedicated team of scientists. They will provide scientific advisory opinions for the fleet commander. This news instilled immense confidence in Qi Minghai, prompting the staff to conduct simulations. Gradually, the team seemed to uncover a glimmer of a strategy to conquer the droplet. The plan was to bombard it with countless hydrogen bombs, depleting its energy. Until its energy was exhausted, the droplet would remain immobile. An immobile droplet poses no threat, after all. It was worth a try. Qi Minghai promptly embraced the staff's recommendation, issuing a new command to execute a progressive bombardment of hydrogen bombs on the droplet. Under Qi Minghai's orders, missile after missile, each armed with hydrogen bombs, was launched into the cosmos. The explosions of the hydrogen bombs illuminated the vast darkness of space, casting an extraordinary brightness across the void. Each explosion unleashed terrifying energy and temperatures soaring into the millions of degrees, relentlessly bombarding the droplet-like entity. However, after the successive bombardments, the outcome left Qi Minghai feeling disheartened. Chapter 136. The frantic slaughter of the droplet. Waves of space missiles were launched, each carrying powerful hydrogen bombs that detonated in a blinding flash of white light, illuminating the dark expanse of space. The temperature soared to hundreds of millions of degrees, causing ripples in the void. Yet, such a terrifying assault merely reduced the droplet's speed by 200 kilometers per second, after which it remained unchanged. The droplet continued on its original trajectory, approaching the second fleet with an elegance and nobility that was striking. Clearly, the hydrogen bomb attacks had lost their effectiveness. In mere minutes, the droplet would pierce through the fleet. No one could foresee the consequences it would wreak upon them. Launch the field bombs. 100 field bombs were fired in unison. Qi Minghai was driven to madness, roaring orders as he watched the massive fleet struggle against a mere droplet. This left him with a sense of futility, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, filling him with discomfort. 100 space missiles, each equipped with field bombs, hurtled toward the droplet. The potential of 100 field bombs was untested by humanity's fleet, but Qi Minghai understood their capacity to obliterate an asteroid with a diameter exceeding 500 kilometers. In less than a minute, the 100 field bombs unleashed their power around the droplet, detonating simultaneously. The cataclysmic energy of nuclear fusion erupted, generating an inconceivable force within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The very fabric of that space twisted violently as all matter succumbed to immense pressure and collapsed. Upon reaching a critical point, space and matter erupted in a fierce explosion, akin to a star meeting its demise, radiating boundless light and heat. After this world-shattering transformation, the area fell silent. Yet, the droplet, perfect in its form, vanished from sight. Had it been reduced to mere dust? Qi Minghai pondered and prayed for such an outcome. However, in the next moment, his hopes were shattered. The droplet reappeared thousands of kilometers away, still hurtling toward him at a staggering speed of 1,800 kilometers per second. Its surface remained impeccably smooth, unmarred by any sign of damage, not even a speck of dust clinging to it. 100 field bombs, capable of pulverizing a 500-kilometer asteroid, had left no impact on a droplet merely 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. At that moment, despair enveloped Qi Minghai completely, for he had unleashed his most potent weapon. He knew he had to create distance before devising another strategy to confront it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, before he could issue the command, The droplet seemed to anticipate his intentions, its speed instantly surging to 4,000 kilometers per second. This velocity surpassed that of any human interstellar vessel. Yet, this was not its ultimate speed. It continued to accelerate. Amidst the sudden acceleration, the foremost County-class spacecraft was caught utterly unprepared. The droplet surged forward, penetrating the vessel instantaneously, only to emerge from the opposite side. In mere fractions of a second, the droplet traversed the entirety of the County-class ship, obliterating its nuclear fusion reactor. The very next moment, the County-class spacecraft erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a colossal fireball, with countless fragments hurtling in all directions. Following closely were the second County-class ship, the third Town-class vessel, and the fourth Village-class craft. Within a mere 5 seconds, the droplet had pierced through 10 County, Town, and Village-class ships, embarking on a merciless slaughter of other interstellar vessels. It was only at this juncture that Qi Minghai grasped the gravity of the situation. Disperse immediately. Engage engines to maximum power. All Village-class ships. Detach from the mothership at once. Qi Minghai bellowed frantically into the communicator. His second fleet comprised 20,000 vessels of various sizes, organized into 5 small squads patrolling the vast Oort cloud. The 2,000 ships he personally commanded had identified the droplet, with 1,000 Village-class ships docked within the Town-class vessels. Although Town-class ships were not smaller than County-class ones, they served as motherships and possessed no combat capabilities. If the droplet were to penetrate a Town-class ship, it would effectively annihilate 50 Village-class vessels. Under his command, all ships revved their engines to full power, rapidly dispersing in all directions. The Village-class ships docked within the Town-class vessels began to emerge. As the ships scattered, they unleashed a relentless barrage against the droplet. Energy weapons, laser armaments, space missiles, and force field bombs were launched without restraint. Yet, regardless of the weaponry employed, none could inflict even the slightest damage upon the droplet. Nor could they slow its momentum. The droplet, in a brutish and straightforward manner, relentlessly collided with every ship in its path. Each vessel it targeted crumbled like mere paper, instantly pierced by its formidable kinetic energy. Furthermore, it precisely dismantled the nuclear fusion reactors within the ships, causing them to explode in an instant. What filled Qi Minghai with despair was the droplet's apparent defiance of the laws of physics. After demolishing one ship, it would almost seamlessly pivot at a 90-degree angle. Wholly unaffected, any human vessel would undoubtedly succumb to such an overload. Order your ships not to retaliate. Escape at maximum speed in different directions. At that moment, Qi Minghai received an urgent command from His Majesty the Emperor. The attacks launched by Qi Minghai's fleet against the droplet and the subsequent counterattacks were all witnessed by Jiang Yu. This scene profoundly shook him, filling him with remorse for not issuing the evacuation order at the earliest opportunity. He should have commanded the fleet to scatter and flee the moment Qi Minghai's second fleet detected the droplet. That droplet was beyond the capability of Qi Minghai's fleet to contend with. In fact, the entire technological might of humanity could not hope to destroy it. However, without Qi Minghai's initial probing, the situation remained unresolved. Jiang Yu could not ascertain whether this droplet was indeed the one he had come to know. After all, the droplet he was familiar with was merely a concept from a science fiction novel prior to his traversal. Yet now, this very droplet from fiction had manifested in reality, unleashing havoc upon the human fleet. Would this droplet, too, annihilate all the vessels of the technological humanity as depicted in the narrative? Jiang Yu could not help but feel a profound sorrow at the thought. In that science fiction tale, the droplet was constructed from a material formed by strong interactions, with a principle based on an extraordinarily orderly and densely packed arrangement of atoms, rendering its own vibrations nearly non-existent. This material surpassed the technological understanding of the technological humanity, rendering it nearly indestructible. Within the theoretical framework of the technological humanity, Jiang Yu found no means to dismantle it. If it could not be destroyed, all human vessels and interstellar fortresses would be imperiled. Indeed, the entire technological humanity could be obliterated by a mere droplet. This notion seemed preposterous. Yet the droplet possessed such terrifying power. Chapter 137. The dimensional strike of the droplet. The droplet wreaked havoc upon the more than 2,000 vessels of the Second Fleet. Despite the fleet's attempts to heed Jiang Yu's orders and flee in disparate directions, the droplet's velocity far exceeded that of the human ships. After obliterating one vessel, it unhesitatingly pursued another. The crew members, overwhelmed by despair, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Hydrogen bombs, gravitational bombs, and energy cannons proved futile against its might. Even the thought of mutual destruction was rendered impossible. In the face of a genuine technological disparity, the will of humanity bore no significance. An hour later, apart from a scant few vessels that managed to escape the droplet's relentless pursuit, nearly 2,000 ships lay in ruins. The Oort cloud was strewn with debris, illuminated by flashes and minor explosions, remnants of electronic circuits from the destroyed ships that had not been entirely obliterated. The droplet, having annihilated close to 2,000 vessels, remained unscathed, its surface as smooth and reflective as ever. This harrowing scene unfolded before Jiang Yu, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Similarly, other fleet commanders and high-ranking military and political officials stood frozen in shock, their bodies trembling with a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. Could we truly do nothing to halt its advance? Was an entire civilization incapable of countering it? Were we to stand idly by as it wreaked havoc in our domain? The scientists conducted analyses and calculations, their findings plunging them into despair. There seemed to be no recourse. All our weaponry was rendered ineffective against it. We remained oblivious to its next intentions, yet we felt utterly powerless. Our sole hope lay in wishing that its energy would gradually deplete amidst its relentless onslaught. Everyone anticipated the droplet's forthcoming actions, yet none could intervene. However, the next development left all in bewilderment, which swiftly morphed into sheer astonishment. The droplet traversed the Oort cloud, heading towards Saturn, its apparent target being the interstellar fortress on one of Saturn's moons. As the droplet assailed the Second Fleet, Jiang Yu had commanded the urgent evacuation of all personnel from the bases on Titan and Ganymede. Nevertheless, they could still remotely control the interstellar fortress on the satellite to unleash the most intense strikes against the droplet: laser weapons, energy armaments, space missiles, gravitational bombs, and space mines, alongside auxiliary high-energy particle beam weapons, all on full display. Though acutely aware that their efforts might prove futile, they persisted nonetheless. Countless observation satellites stationed in space collected data on the droplet. It surged towards Saturn's largest moon with an unfathomable speed. This moon boasted a dense atmosphere and had been modified by humanity, meaning that any human spacecraft entering its atmosphere would face considerable resistance. Yet, the droplet did not decelerate, disregarding all firepower and barreled straight ahead. As it penetrated the atmosphere, the friction did not generate any heat. How could this be possible? This is utterly unscientific. Friction generates heat. That is a well-established fact. However, the observing instruments reveal that the water droplet produces almost no heat. The military officials, government representatives, and commanders of fleets and bases were once again driven to madness by this scene. From the moment the droplet was discovered, it had repeatedly astonished them. Yet, this particular revelation was undoubtedly the most staggering of all. The only conceivable explanation is that the heat generated by friction was neutralized by the low temperature. In other words, the surface temperature of the droplet is near absolute zero. It possesses a cooling system beyond our imagination. We are at a loss as to how it achieves this. Absolute zero is minus 273.15 degrees, the lowest temperature conceivable in physical theory. At this temperature, the molecules and atoms constituting matter cease all motion. Within the theoretical framework of humanity, temperatures lower than absolute zero are deemed impossible. As the droplet hurtled at high speed into the atmosphere, it exhibited no signs of high temperature on its surface. This indicates that the droplet is equipped with a temperature control system that defies scientific understanding. This outcome plunged scientists into despair once more, with some collapsing to the ground. It signified that humanity's hope of depleting the droplet's energy was fundamentally shattered. At the very least, the droplet's reign of destruction within the Alpha Star system would be indefinitely prolonged. The droplet penetrated the atmosphere of a satellite, charging toward a formidable energy cannon amidst fierce bombardment. The colossal artillery was instantly perforated, and the droplet emerged from the violent explosion, soaring high before crashing into the next energy artillery, the space missile launch base. Not even the various factories and structures established by humanity on the satellite were spared. In summary, the droplet wreaked havoc indiscriminately upon everything on the satellite. Decades of human effort were reduced to nothingness in the wake of the droplet's impact. After obliterating all human creations on the satellite, the droplet departed, once again exhibiting no signs of high temperature upon exiting the atmosphere. Upon reaching space, the droplet set its sights on another satellite and accelerated toward it. Those witnessing this spectacle were rendered numb, their faces pale as they envisioned the impending fate. The impregnable galactic defense system, which they took great pride in, proved utterly futile in the face of a mere droplet. This was but a single droplet. Had it belonged to an alien fleet, it would have heralded an even greater despair for humanity. This exemplified a true dimensional strike, a chasm of technological disparity that could not be surmounted. All resistance from humanity would inevitably prove to be in vain. The next target of the droplet was, quite evidently, Mars. Everyone could sense the impending doom that awaited the red planet. After years of transformation, Mars had evolved beyond a mere military outpost. It boasted not only the most sophisticated interstellar defense system, but also a multitude of human settlements. Mars had gradually been reshaped into a planet suitable for ordinary human habitation, serving as humanity's second home. Yet now, there existed no means to thwart a single droplet, which threatened to obliterate humanity's second haven entirely. Chapter 138. The sole means to annihilate the droplet. The news and imagery of a single droplet extinguishing 2,000 spacecraft and obliterating Saturn and its moons had already reached Mars, and even the blue planet. The terrifying power of the droplet left humanity in a state of profound shock, enveloped in an interminable despair that rendered them indifferent to work and leisure alike, leaving only a pervasive sense of impotence. Only moments prior, humanity had reveled in the discovery of an alien artifact capable of disrupting the physical laws of the Alpha Star system. Yet, in the next instant, they were confronted with the stark reality that a mere droplet made them utterly powerless. They had never fathomed that such a singular extraterrestrial creation could wield such terrifying might, highlighting the insurmountable technological chasm between planetary civilizations. If a mere droplet could render the human military impotent, what would happen in the face of a fully fledged alien fleet? Undoubtedly, aside from the intellect and the droplet, there would be other extraterrestrial fleets poised to invade the Alpha Star system. In the face of an unassailable dimensional assault, a profound panic spread through every corner of the technologically advanced human civilization, particularly among the inhabitants of Mars. Both the defensive forces and the civilian populace understood that they were about to face the onslaught of that droplet. Yet, neither the military nor the civilians had received evacuation orders. They were acutely aware that retreat held little meaning against an overwhelming droplet, with the blue planet lying behind Mars. If the Martian base fell, could the blue planet withstand the onslaught? If humanity was destined for annihilation, what difference did it make whether death came sooner or later? Nevertheless, the Martian defense forces had resolved to prepare for a vigorous counterattack. The military factories continued to churn out various weapons and equipment, including interstellar spacecraft. This was largely due to Governor Zhu Luo's persistent televised addresses to humanity. "We shall never surrender until the final moment. His Majesty the Emperor is with us." It was only at this moment that they realized it had been a considerable time since they had received any news of His Majesty. Yet, not long ago, the Emperor had descended upon humanity and personally located the intellect that disrupted the physical laws of the Alpha Star system. For 5 whole years, the intellect had existed in the Alpha Star system, unnoticed by scientists and military forces alike. However, with a mere gesture from the Emperor, the cause of the disruption was uncovered, leading to the discovery of the intellect. The grand image of the Emperor, clad in battle armor and wielding a colossal sword as he traversed the cosmos, had already spread throughout humanity. The Emperor was an indisputable celestial being, capable of resolving any crisis. He had led humanity to triumph over the Beast clan and ushered them into the Interstellar Age. Subsequently, he commanded the human fleet to vanquish the even mightier crocodilian civilization. People believed that, just as in the previous 2 instances, His Majesty would once again rescue humanity from the brink of disaster. The prolonged absence of news regarding the Emperor assured them that he was formulating a strategy to combat that droplet. They held steadfast in their belief that as long as His Majesty was present, humanity would surely overcome this crisis once more. Thus, under the encouragement of the governor, Zhu Luoyu's televised address, the people rallied once more. Their hearts reignited with hope as they awaited the Emperor's pronouncement of good news regarding the annihilation of the water droplet. At this moment, the droplet had traversed the vast asteroid belt and was rapidly approaching Mars. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu had finally reached the outer perimeter of Mars' defense, standing valiantly before the planet. The satellites orbiting Mars captured the striking silhouette of Jang Yu amidst the cosmos. Clad in black armor, he stood upon a colossal sword, his wings gracefully unfurling. This was the first time Jiang Yu's full figure had been unveiled to the entire human race, embodying the true visage of a male angel, akin to a celestial being in the eyes of humanity. At this moment, this divine figure stood before Mars, confronting the incoming droplet head-on. Clearly, the Emperor was poised to engage in direct combat with the droplet. Indeed, in times of crisis, the Emperor would personally intervene. As the present moment unfolded, Jiang Yu's void engine was operating at full capacity, his all-seeing eye having already detected the droplet. The biological computer was in the process of analyzing the droplet. The results of the analysis plunged Jiang Yu into despair once more. To obliterate the droplet, the technological framework of humanity had yet to evolve for countless years. The instantaneous energy release required would need to surpass the current energy cannon levels by a factor of 10,000 at the very least. Only such a level of energy could instantaneously disrupt the atomic density of the droplet. Even the mere disruption of a single atomic structure could trigger a chain reaction, fundamentally dismantling the droplet's strong interaction material structure, akin to shattering a glass by merely fracturing a single point. At this juncture, all offensive measures devised by the technological race were rendered futile against the droplet. Thus, only one method remained, albeit one fraught with uncertainty. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself devoid of alternatives and resolved to make a desperate attempt, leaving the remainder to fate. At this moment, Jiang Yu's biological computer had established a connection with the central computer of Mars, assuming full control of the planet's defense systems. Under his command, every energy cannon and every space missile launch platform directed their fire towards the encroaching droplet. Missiles armed with hydrogen bombs and field force explosives soared into the sky, slicing through the void. Beams of energy surged forth into the inky darkness of space, emanating boundless light and heat. Each hydrogen bomb could unleash temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees, while each field force explosive could collapse a region of space. Every energy projectile had the capacity to obliterate a small spacecraft. Around the droplet, a brilliance more radiant than that of the stars flickered. Yet, despite such intense bombardment, the droplet remained unscathed. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that this level of assault could not impede the droplet's relentless advance. His sole intention was to provide cover for his final strike, ensuring the droplet remained oblivious to his true intentions. For Jiang Yu had but two chances to launch an attack. Should the droplet evade, the technological race would face utter annihilation. His means of assault was none other than his celestial river sword. And like the celestial river armor, only two such swords had been forged. The sword of the celestial river is forged from extraordinary materials sourced from higher dimensional realms, its strength surpassing that of any material known to humankind. Within the sword resides a cold fusion reactor, a microcurvature engine, an anti-gravity engine, and a miniature computer. The anti-gravity engine is capable of neutralizing the gravitational effects caused by the detonation of gravitational bombs. Powered by the cold fusion reactor and the microcurvature engine, the sword of the celestial river can reach velocities of half the speed of light. The miniature computer is interconnected with Jiang Ding's biological computer, allowing Jiang Yu to execute precise control over the sword's point of attack. However, the speed of the water droplet far exceeds that of the sword, and it is capable of performing extraordinary evasive maneuvers. In other words, if the droplet senses impending danger, it may opt to evade, rendering Jiang Ding's assault ineffective. Thus, Jiang Yu commands the Martian defense system to launch a full-scale attack on the droplet, providing cover for the sword of the celestial river's final strike. Chapter 139. A A path for humanity, the Martian defense system stands as the final bastion for Blue Star. Thus, the firepower on Mars is unparalleled, second only to that of Blue Star itself. Upon assuming full control of the Martian defense system, Jiang Yu initiated an unprecedented assault. Countless space missiles and energy cannons were unleashed with reckless abandon. In this moment, Jiang Yu's computational prowess shone brilliantly as he single-handedly orchestrated the entire defense of Mars. Furthermore, should he desire, he could also command the Third Fleet, a formidable armada of 20,000 spacecraft. The coordination among the vessels, as well as between the ships and the Martian fortifications, was rendered far more efficient and flawless than if it were under the command of hundreds of thousands of human operators. However, the assault on Mars was but a mere droplet of water. There was no necessity to direct such a multitude of ships towards certain doom. At that moment, the battlefield on Mars was fraught with intensity. Satellites orbiting the planet broadcasted live updates of the conflict. The inhabitants of Mars, and indeed the entire Alpha Galaxy, were captivated by this theater of war. This was a solitary battle for Jiang Yu, yet it bore the weight of humanity's survival. Despite the Martian fortifications unleashing an onslaught of firepower, the Droplet's offensive remained ferociously relentless. No force could impede its advance, even when struck by devastating explosions. It swiftly returned to its original trajectory. Moreover, its velocity showed no sign of waning in the face of such obstacles. The path of the Droplet was meticulously controlled by Jiang Yu. At last, Jiang Yu unsheathed another heavenly river sword. The cold nuclear fusion device nestled between the blade and hilt activated, releasing a continuous stream of energy. The microcurvature engine, anti-gravity engine, and power systems also sprang to life. The sword trembled violently in Jiang Yu's grasp, akin to a primordial beast striving to escape its confines. With unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze upon the approaching Droplet. Jiang Yu had but two opportunities to strike the Droplet. After that, either the Droplet would perish or humanity would face annihilation. Simultaneously, this was a grand gamble. A victory would ensure a future for the technological race, while a defeat could spell their utter erasure from the cosmos. With resolve, Jiang Yu raised the heavenly river sword, aiming it at the incoming Droplet. He guided the sword through a microcomputer linked to a biological computer. The energy output from the cold nuclear fusion surged, along with the increasing potency of the microcurvature and anti-gravity engines. The power grew to such an extent that Jiang Yu struggled to maintain his grip, poised to carve a path to salvation for humanity. Hasten, faster still. Jiang Yu silently urged himself as time slipped away like grains of sand. The hearts of all humanity raced in unison, for the Droplet was drawing ever nearer to Mars. Weapons launched from the Martian base continued to fail in inflicting harm upon the Droplet. Its surface remained impeccably smooth, with a reflectivity of 100%. It steadfastly maintained its trajectory and velocity, hurtling towards Mars, towards Jiang Yu. As the Droplet inched closer, Jiang Yu was consumed by anxiety. Yet he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He continued to manipulate the firepower of Mars while simultaneously controlling the energy and output of the Sword of the Milky Way. Between the asteroid belt and Mars, ubiquitous reconnaissance satellites provided Jiang Yu with real-time location data of the Droplet. His insight eye firmly locked onto the Droplet, and the Sword of the Milky Way in his hand was precisely aimed. The Droplet was still over 40 million kilometers away from Mars, destined to arrive in a matter of minutes. Jiang Yu commenced the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The Sword of the Milky Way finally soared from his grasp, propelled with unmatched momentum at half the speed of light, hurtling toward the Droplet situated over 30 million kilometers away. Just as the Sword of the Milky Way approached within 5 million kilometers of the Droplet, Jiang Yu severed his connection with the launch sword. Simultaneously, he activated the Sword of the Milky Way beneath his feet. Should the launched sword fail in its attack, the sword at his feet would immediately be unleashed. This represented Jiang Yu's final opportunity. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. If he were to fail, what would he do? Would he take a portion of humanity and flee the Milky Way? He contemplated that he could carry away 60,000 combat vessels, 20,000 transport ships, and 5 million elite humans. At this critical juncture, Jiang Yu pondered the future of humanity. He had to prepare for the worst. The technological remnants of humanity must be preserved. Even if the entire Alpha Galaxy were decimated by the droplet, as long as a certain strength remained. Jiang Yu could lead the surviving humans to find a stable stellar system and continue to thrive. A spark can ignite a conflagration until the last human perishes. Jiang Yu would never concede defeat. When he first descended upon humanity, their population was merely 2 million, and civilization was still in a feudal state. Now, no matter how dire the circumstances, they could not be more challenging than that time. Humanity still retained hope. One day, he would uncover which civilization had obliterated the Alpha Galaxy and avenge the fallen. One day, he would lead humanity to rise anew, establishing the technological remnants of humanity atop the pinnacle of the cosmos. In just a few fleeting seconds, Jiang Yu envisioned subsequently, Jiang Yu beheld an extraordinarily wondrous spectacle. In the vast expanse of space, more than 16 million kilometers away, a solitary droplet of water hovered silently, utterly motionless. Its surface remained impeccably smooth, exhibiting a perfect reflection rate. It was as flawless as when it first appeared, reaching an apex of perfection. Yet, it exuded an overwhelming power, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In the next moment, Jiang Yu seemed to perceive a sharp crack, as if something had shattered. He witnessed a fissure forming in the droplet's immaculate exterior, which then spread like a spider's web. Ultimately, like a flawless crystal artifact, it fractured for reasons unknown, releasing a shard. Following this, a second shard, a third, a fourth, until the entire droplet erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Countless hydrogen bombs, innumerable force bombs, and myriad energy weapons failed to obliterate it. Yet, upon colliding with Jiang Yu's celestial river sword, it generated a fleeting black hole, ultimately succumbing to annihilation. Chapter 140. The Wandering Blue Star Project. The cataclysmic clash between the sword of the celestial river and the droplet unleashed an unfathomable surge of energy, even resulting in the fleeting manifestation of a black hole. Following this monumental collision, the outer shell of the droplet shattered into innumerable fragments, while its internal components were vaporized. Jiang Yu paid a tremendous price, as the sword of the celestial river was also rendered into nothingness. This sword was forged from one of the most resilient materials in the higher dimensions. Given the current technological prowess of humanity, such a creation is utterly unattainable. Fortunately, the droplet was ultimately obliterated. With its destruction, humanity was momentarily enveloped in silence. This was soon followed by thunderous cheers, with some even moved to tears. Had they succeeded? Had the droplet been annihilated? Indeed, His Majesty the Emperor of Humanity had utterly destroyed the droplet. Once again, His Majesty had averted a crisis for humanity, saving them from peril. I had always believed that within this cosmos, there exists no problem that His Majesty could not resolve. Humanity shall triumph. Humanity shall endure for millennia, and His Majesty shall reign for eons. On Mars, on Blue Star, aboard every interstellar vessel. The news of the droplet's destruction by His Majesty resounded in jubilant exclamations of humanity shall triumph, humanity shall endure for millennia, and His Majesty shall reign for eons, reverberating through every corner. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself ensnared in contemplation. The losses to humanity were indeed catastrophic. 2,000 ships, all bases surrounding Saturn and Jupiter, had been obliterated in an instant. The number of energy weapons and space missiles launched exceeded even that of the previous war against the Crocodile Star civilization. Such immense losses, such ferocious firepower, had merely served to annihilate a single droplet. Humanity could still bear these losses. Ships and bases could be rebuilt. But how would they contend with the civilization that had sent forth the droplet? Jiang Yu journeyed to Mars, arriving at the largest military base. He promptly convened military and political officials, base commanders, and scientists for a video conference to formulate a response strategy. The large screen displayed the sequence of events from the discovery of the droplet, through its rampage, to its eventual destruction by Jiang Yu. All participants in the video conference fell into silence, a profound sense of helplessness and urgency enveloping each heart. A single intellect had effectively stymied the technological advancement of humanity. A mere droplet had nearly extinguished all of humanity's resistance. Had Jiang Yu not wielded the armed void engine or forged the sword of the celestial river, it would have been uncertain whether humanity, could have even located the intellect, let alone destroyed the droplet. What then? Of the extraterrestrial civilization that dispatched the intellect and the droplet? How formidable must their power be? Each individual felt the weight of the situation's gravity. Recognizing that humanity's technological civilization was on the brink of yet another monumental crisis. This impending doom felt overwhelmingly desolate and beyond comprehension. Previously, when facing the Crocodile Star civilization, humanity could at least engage in a desperate struggle. But against the civilization that had sent the intellect and the droplet, what could they possibly wield in defense? How is the analysis of the GZ progressing? During the video conference, Jiang Yu inquired of the Minister of Science and Technology. The water droplets, upon colliding with the sword of the Milky Way, were reduced to mere powder, devoid of any research value. However, GZ remained intact, and Jiang Yu hoped to unearth some clues regarding extraterrestrial civilizations from it. The scientists found no valuable intelligence within. GZ was merely a device for receiving commands, and its contents remained inscrutable. The minister's response was anticipated by Jiang Yu. Without an extraterrestrial lexicon, deciphering alien information was nearly impossible. GZ and the water droplets were likely just the vanguard of an alien civilization. Perhaps a fleet from another world was already en route to the Alpha Star system. Jiang Yu sighed softly. GZ and the droplets were astonishingly swift and remarkably small. Clearly, their arrival in the Alpha Star system was far more expedient than that of a large fleet. This simple truth was understood by all, who could likewise surmise that a genuine crisis was drawing near. Yet, there were no strategies to confront this impending peril. The technological human race was significantly outmatched by the extraterrestrial civilization. The two factions existed on entirely different planes, and the technological humans lacked even the qualifications to engage the aliens directly. Perhaps we could emulate the civilization of the Crocodile Star and equip the Blue Star with nuclear fusion planetary engines, transforming it into an interstellar vessel to navigate the boundless cosmos, evading the alien fleet and gaining a slim chance of survival. Jiang Yu possessed no better alternatives. If they could not fight, then they must flee. The technological humans could not even contend with a single droplet against a mightier interstellar fleet. What with the Alpha Star system's defense mechanisms and military deployments, all were rendered futile in the face of absolute power. Thus, Jiang Yu's foremost thought was to have the Blue Star depart from the Alpha Star system, to escape and evade the alien civilization. The attendees remained silent, for aside from this plan, they could conceive of no superior solution. After a moment, the Minister of Science and Technology spoke. The Wandering Planet project will present numerous challenges. First, upon leaving the Alpha Star, the surface of the Blue Star will plunge into extreme cold. Second, departing the Alpha Star system will result in a significant loss of energy. Third, with a population exceeding 10 billion, mostly ordinary individuals, relocating them underground would still be insufficient, as installing planetary engines requires considerable space. Fourth, will the aliens grant us sufficient time? The minister's concerns were not unfounded. The Wandering Planet project faced an array of daunting obstacles. If mishandled, it could incite rebellion. Moreover, transforming the Blue Star into a wandering planet was a monumental undertaking. The mere production of tens of thousands of planetary engines would demand considerable time, not to mention the selection of sites for installation, operational testing, and geological impact considerations. The power of the planetary engines was immense, and if mismanaged, could lead to catastrophic subsidence. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu remarked, "Indeed, the Wandering Planet project will encounter myriad issues, yet it is an imperative endeavor. Moreover, the civilization of the Crocodile Star has provided us with numerous references in this regard. As their planet resides within the galaxy, it is imperative to establish a dedicated team to conduct research on the wandering planets of the Crocodile people. In order to devise a plan suitable for Blue Star, we shall dismantle the planetary engines on the Crocodile S planet, refurbish them, and subsequently install them on Blue Star. Additionally, we must devote our efforts to constructing transport-type municipal spacecraft to accommodate a portion of the population and carry various supplies. Utilizing nuclear fusion technology, we can create artificial suns to provide the essential thermal energy for Blue Star. In summary, The inhabitants of Blue Star must depart from the Alpha Star system to secure a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, when the extraterrestrial fleet arrives, it will mark the demise of the technological race. This plan must be executed without delay, and no one shall be permitted to obstruct its implementation. Chapter 141. The resurgence of humanity's technology. The crocodilian planet has wandered through the cosmos for centuries, possessing an exceptionally refined repertoire of experience and technology pertaining to planetary nomadism. Humanity has acquired these invaluable insights and advancements, even obtaining ready-made planetary engines. Presently, the technological prowess of humanity surpasses that of the erstwhile crocodilian civilization. Transforming Blue Star into a wandering planet presents no insurmountable challenges. Moreover, the advanced technology of nuclear fusion is fully capable of creating artificial suns. Once positioned in the planetary orbit, these artificial suns can provide light and warmth akin to that of the natural sun. Both the artificial and true suns operate through nuclear fusion, ensuring that Blue Star continues to receive its essential illumination and warmth. Simultaneously, it is feasible to fabricate artificial moons, whose luminescence bears a striking resemblance to that of the genuine moon. A gravity manipulation system could emulate the moon's gravitational pull on Blue Star, creating tides without the risk of inundation. Furthermore, the illusion of a starlit sky can be conjured, allowing humanity to feel as though they remain within the Alpha Star system amidst their cosmic wanderings. The sole predicament lies in the fact that the nuclear fusion planetary engines possess immense power and require thousands of units. The activation of such colossal thrust engines may lead to geological collapses and potentially unpredictable tectonic movements. Consequently, the vicinity of each engine would be unsuitable for ordinary habitation, save for personnel directly involved in their operation. The deployment of thousands of planetary engines would consume vast expanses of land, inevitably encroaching upon the living spaces of humanity, whose population now nears 10 billion. The reduction of habitable land would result in overcrowding on Blue Star. Therefore, the construction of numerous residential interstellar vessels has become imperative. After all, not every member of humanity has undergone genetic enhancement. Regardless of the transformations applied to the wandering Blue Star, the environment will inevitably undergo alterations that may prove unsuitable for the unaugmented populace. Additionally, the production of a substantial fleet of transport vessels is of paramount importance. Upon departing the Alpha Star system, humanity may find themselves adrift for hundreds of years or even longer. To secure the survival and advancement of human civilization, a significant reserve of energy must be amassed. Under the directive of Jiang Yu, humanity has embarked on a flurry of activity. Everyone comprehends the imminent challenges that lie ahead. If humanity does not escape the Alpha Star system, annihilation is the only fate that awaits them. They must relinquish their comfortable living conditions and abandon their ancestral home, commencing a journey through the vast expanse of the universe until they locate the next stable stellar system. Across Blue Star, on the lunar surface, and on Mars, factories operate incessantly, churning out products day and night. Energy extraction vessels scour the Alpha Star system for resources and various minerals. The crocodilian planet has long been relocated within the Alpha Star system, following an orbit nearly identical to that of Blue Star. As the environmental requirements of both the crocodilians and humanity exhibit minimal disparity. After years of adaptation, the crocodilian planet is now vibrant with life, having experienced significant environmental improvements, a burgeoning population, and a gradually stabilizing social structure. However, aside from the planetary engines and cumbersome technological artifacts that cannot be easily relocated, nearly all other assets have been appropriated by humanity. The crocodilian beings find themselves compelled to commence their technological advancement from the ground up. Presently, a fleet of spaceships descends once more upon their planet. A multitude of mechanical apparatuses, robots, and Blue Star beings disembark from the vessels, dismantling planetary engines and transporting them aboard their crafts. Countless crocodilians cower in fear, trembling in the shadows, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events in the Alpha Star system and their uncertain fate. The technological human race is poised to depart, leaving the entirety of the Alpha Star system in the hands of the crocodilians. The former crocodilian emperor, Raphael, could scarcely have envisioned such an eventuality. Perhaps the invading extraterrestrial civilization, witnessing the retreat of the technologically advanced humans, deemed the defenseless crocodilians unworthy of their wrath. After several years of development, the crocodilians may well ascend to become the sovereigns of the Alpha Star system. The Wandering Planet initiative is progressing with fervor, and the human race is unleashing unprecedented potential. Scientists are diligently engaged in research, yielding an array of groundbreaking technologies, including the microcurvature engine technology brought back from the higher dimensional world by Jiang Yu. Following the examination of the curvature engine on the intellect particles, the microcurvature engine technology has advanced even further. This innovation will be integrated into newly constructed spacecraft, allowing vessels equipped with microcurvature engines to achieve speeds reaching 1/4 the speed of light. As for the element decay engine technology on the intellect particles, its complexity is exceedingly high, limiting the scientist's ability to decipher its potential, relegating it to a reserve for future study. Most astonishing to Jiang Yu is the significant breakthrough achieved by life scientists in their exploration of the longevity genes of the crocodilians. With an average lifespan of around 1,000 years, the researchers have synthesized the strengths of both human and crocodilian longevity genes, ultimately developing a gene capable of extending human lifespans to approximately 1,600 years. This implies that any human meeting the criteria for gene injection will, upon successful modification, enjoy a lifespan nearing 16 centuries. Initially, the longevity gene serum will be administered solely to key human elites, serving as a prestigious reward announced to society at large. Only those who have made extraordinary contributions to humanity will be eligible for this modification, undoubtedly inspiring greater efforts towards the advancement of the human race. Simultaneously, the cold fusion technology and microquantum technology, both retrieved from the higher dimensional realm by Jang Yu, have been thoroughly explored by scientists and applied across various domains, including weaponry, interstellar ships, and robotics. The cold fusion devices have become more compact, boasting a higher efficiency in harnessing fusion energy. The equipping of energy weapons on small Tau-class spacecraft has become feasible, while larger vessels can now launch a greater number of energy cannons. Moreover, scientists have developed steel armor suitable for super soldiers, modeled after Jiang Yu's celestial battle armor. In the future, the human military is set to establish a formidable Iron Man Legion. Additionally, in accordance with Jiang Yu's directives, a substantial fleet of unmanned spacecraft and robotic soldiers has been constructed. The unmanned spacecraft and robots are predominantly controlled by artificial intelligence during idle times, while Jang Yu personally operates them during combat. The computational prowess of the biocomputer within the Void engine is nearly equivalent to the cumulative processing power of the entire technological human race. With unparalleled computational capabilities at his disposal, Jang Yu is sufficiently equipped to command a vast fleet and an army of robots. Moreover, the coordination between spacecraft surpasses human-directed maneuvers in efficiency and combat strength. Simultaneously managing millions of robotic combatants is as effortless as orchestrating a symphony. Jiang Yu will personally pilot unmanned vessels and robotic soldiers in the most perilous engagements. This approach significantly mitigates the casualties among human warriors, thereby enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the human race. Jiang Yu has already demonstrated his formidable computational abilities in countering the onslaught of the water droplets. Scientists and military personnel are convinced that His Majesty, the human emperor, possesses combat prowess that may even eclipse that of the entire human army. Chapter 142. The commencement of the Blue Star Wandering Plan after decades of collective effort from all of humanity. Jiang Yu's Blue Star Wandering Plan unfolded methodically. Concurrently, humanity's technological advancements experienced a remarkable resurgence, illuminating the first-level civilization's technological tree and propelling them into the second-level civilization. Jiang Yu also successfully upgraded the second-level civilization marketplace to the third-level civilization marketplace. However, before he could exchange for the third-level civilization's technological data, an unsettling report reached him. Your Majesty, based on the astronomer's observations, we have detected anomalous energy radiation waves approximately 0.8 light-years away, the Minister of Science reported, his expression tense. Anticipating a potential invasion by a higher extraterrestrial civilization, scientists had launched numerous reconnaissance satellites beyond the Alpha system. These satellites were equipped with the most sophisticated observation instruments and nuclear fusion engines. After decades of rapid flight, these probes had ventured far beyond the Alpha system. Regardless of their distance, they maintained a close connection with Blue Star through quantum communication technology. Recently, one of the reconnaissance satellites detected unnatural energy radiation fluctuations approaching the Alpha system. Undoubtedly, this heralded the arrival of an extraterrestrial fleet preparing to invade the Alpha system. An emergency meeting was convened. Jiang Yu sighed, expressing his resignation. Although we knew this day would come, we never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. In the expansive conference hall, military officials, political figures, and scientists wore grave expressions, each unable to suppress a sigh. The inevitable had finally arrived. Jiang Yu entered the meeting room and stated directly, "You are all aware of the specifics, so I shall not elaborate. We have been preparing for nearly 50 years for this day. It is time to depart from our homeland, the Alpha system. Now, let us hear reports on the readiness of each unit." Despite the somber atmosphere in the meeting room, there was no sense of panic. Everyone had anticipated this day and had prepared for it over the years. As the moment of departure approached, feelings of reluctance filled their hearts. This was, after all, humanity's home. Yet, there was no alternative. For humanity to survive and continue its development, leaving was the only option, lest they face annihilation. Relevant personnel began reporting their preparation statuses to Jiang Yu. With every report, he nodded appreciatively. Each leader's progress exceeded expectations, demonstrating the immense dedication humanity had poured into preparing for this day. Upon the conclusion of the reports, Jiang Yu announced, in 10 days, the Blue Star wandering plan will commence. The meeting was brief yet efficient, as the relevant procedures had already been rehearsed countless times and required no further scrutiny. Following Jiang Yu's orders, all relevant units and individuals began their final preparations. The settlers on Mars commenced their return, taking with them all they could carry while destroying everything that could not be transported. Whether it is the colonization of Mars or the Moon, the inhabitants shall not return to the blue planet, but instead reside aboard living vessels. The population destined for Mars and the Moon constitutes 1/5 of humanity, amounting to approximately 2 billion individuals. These 2 billion souls will inhabit tens of thousands of habitation vessels, adrift alongside the blue planet, until a stable stellar system is discovered to conclude their journey. The common populace remains oblivious to the precise destination of their endeavor, a knowledge confined to a select few among the elite and scientists, all for the sake of confidentiality. At this juncture, 50,000 planetary engines have been successfully installed on the blue planet. These engines will propel the blue planet away from the Alpha Star system, venturing into the vast cosmos. The crocodilian planet is larger than the blue planet, equipped with 100,000 planetary engines. However, the total power output of the 50,000 engines on the blue planet surpasses that of the crocodilian world. Although the engines were originally dismantled from the crocodilian planet, they have been meticulously modified by human scientists and engineers, incorporating more efficient nuclear fusion reactors and engine systems. Consequently, the velocity of the blue planet's journey through the cosmos will exceed that of the crocodilian planet. Jiang Yu arrived at the control center of a municipal vessel, the nerve center overseeing the activation and deactivation of all planetary engines on the blue planet. Gazing at the simulation displayed on the large screen, Jiang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. This monumental undertaking would have been unimaginable to the inhabitants of Earth prior to his transcendence. "Your Majesty, all planetary engines have been inspected," reported a supervisor. "The engines in Zones A and B have activated at their designated power levels, while those in Zones C, D, and E remain on standby." Possessing unparalleled computational prowess, no one could match Jiang Yu's ability to accurately monitor the status of the 50,000 planetary engines. These engines, strategically positioned across the globe, were calibrated through sophisticated calculations. The activation power of each engine needed to be adjusted according to the local geological stability, demanding extraordinarily precise data. Any miscalculation could lead to unpredictable catastrophes. The engines in Zones A and B were tasked with propelling the blue planet forward. while those in Zone C and D were responsible for guiding its trajectory. The engines in Zone D were designated for deceleration. The harmonious coordination of all 50,000 engines was imperative to ensure the blue planet's successful departure from its original orbit, advancing steadily through the void of space. As Jiang Yu issued his command, the engines in Zones A and B roared to life. In that moment, as tens of thousands of engines ignited, the entire human race felt a profound jolt resonate from the depths of their souls. It was an indescribable sensation, particularly for those on the blue planet, who sensed the very earth beneath them trembling. All activities ceased as individuals flocked outdoors, mindful of potential mishaps. They understood that with the onset of vibrations, their planet was altering its established trajectory. Those in space witnessed a sudden eruption of blue light shooting thousands of meters high from the surface of the blue planet. Each burst of azure light ascending into the sky is a manifestation of a colossal planetary engine expelling its might. Each engine unleashes an unfathomable amount of energy, collectively propelling a celestial body forward. After several minutes of operation from the planetary engines in Zones A and B, Jang Yu commanded a cessation or a reduction in output. The thrust generated by each engine was excessively powerful. Prolonged activation risked overwhelming the crust, potentially causing the engines to sink. There was also the looming threat of triggering earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or even tsunamis, resulting in catastrophic and unpredictable disasters. Under Jiang Yu's meticulous control and the concerted effort of thousands of planetary engines, the blue star's velocity around its sun diminished, gradually drifting from its original orbit. Every data point was meticulously monitored and displayed on the large screen. This remarkable achievement is poised to be etched into the annals of history, marking humanity's formal entry into an era of planetary manipulation technology. Chapter 143. The departure of the technological human race from their homeland with immense computational power at his disposal, Jiang Yu meticulously regulated the output of each planetary engine. His task was to propel the blue planet from its established orbit, guiding it in accordance with a predetermined trajectory to exit the Alpha Star system, all while ensuring that the engines did not exert excessive power that could cause the planet to plummet underground or trigger geological upheaval. The planetary engines in Zones A and B gradually nudged the blue planet away from its orbit, while those in Zones C and D adeptly maintained its course, countering the gravitational pull of the star to prevent the planet from spiraling uncontrollably towards it. Before the blue planet could reach a new stellar system, the engines in Zone E would remain inactive. At that moment, the gaze of the entire human race was fixed upon the blue planet. As all television screens displayed this monumental feat, the demeanor of the people was remarkably composed. They were not anxious about the possibility of the blue planet losing control and hurtling towards the star, for it was the Emperor himself who was deftly managing thousands of planetary engines, guiding the blue planet forward with care. Finally, a series of calculations yielded results. The blue planet's aphelion velocity decreased by 500 meters per second, pushing its trajectory outward by 600 kilometers. The velocity then fell by 800 meters per second, extending the orbit by 100 kilometers. Subsequently, the speed diminished by 500 meters per second, with the orbit advancing by 100 kilometers. Ultimately, the gravitational acceleration exerted by the Alpha Star on the blue planet was measured at 600 meters per second. This indicated that the blue planet had attained a sufficient initial velocity to break free from the gravitational constraints of the Alpha Star. Now, Jiang Yu's objective was to utilize the gravitational acceleration of the Alpha Star as the primary force, supplemented by the thrust of the planetary engines. Through precise calculations, he aimed to achieve the goal of sending the blue planet out of the Alpha Star system. For over a month, tens of thousands of planetary engines operated intermittently under Jiang Yu's exacting control, successfully shifting the blue planet's orbit by 15 million kilometers. Once the risk of the blue planet plummeting into the star had been entirely eliminated, Jiang Yu's responsibilities could conclude. The remaining tasks would then be entrusted to the scientists to ultimately facilitate the blue planet's departure from the Alpha Star system. Another month passed, during which the orbit was extended by 50 million kilometers, and the planet's velocity reached 500 kilometers per second. Only then did Jiang Yu exhale a long sigh of relief. After more than 3 months of tireless effort, He had finally completed the initial phase of relocating the blue planet. Moreover, all data indicated normal conditions, and the surface of the blue planet had not suffered from severe geological or environmental changes. Nearly 8 billion souls aboard the massive vessel of the blue planet began their journey through the vast expanse of space. The next steps are in your capable hands, Jiang Yu remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he addressed the Minister of Technology. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall exert our utmost efforts. The Minister of Technology replied, bowing deeply in respect to Jiang Yu. Throughout these 3 months, everyone had witnessed the Emperor's unwavering dedication. He had worked tirelessly, maintaining precise control over the blue planet's departure from its original trajectory. If this task were undertaken by a team of thousands of scientists, one could not guarantee the absence of errors. In the endeavor of relocating a planet, any miscalculation could yield consequences that are utterly intolerable. This is particularly poignant given that nearly 8 billion souls dwell on Blue Star. Jiang Yu turned away from the central control room, where all present expressed their heartfelt gratitude in a grand farewell. In the ensuing days, Blue Star, accompanied by over 10 billion inhabitants, embarked upon a protracted journey. A colossal planet, propelled by tens of thousands of planetary engines, advanced towards the Alpha Star system. Surrounding Blue Star were millions of combat vessels, habitation ships, and transport crafts in tow. This immense interstellar fleet stirred the hearts of billions, evoking awe for the miracle achieved by humanity. Although they were on the brink of departing their homeland, a sense of reluctance filled their hearts, yet no one succumbed to overwhelming sorrow. They understood that this was an inevitable path they must tread. Ahead lay centuries of arduous travel, with an unknown array of risks awaiting them. However, remaining behind would surely lead to annihilation. As Blue Star gradually receded, only the homeworld of the crocodilian race and the moon remained in its original orbit. To mitigate the tidal influences of the moon, thousands of planetary engines were also installed there. This satellite, which had accompanied Blue Star for billions of years, was ultimately forsaken by its primary planet, now adrift in solitude. Perhaps, on some distant day, if the crocodilian planet were not to be destroyed by alien forces, the moon might be captured by its gravitational pull, becoming a satellite of the crocodilian world. Yet, it is equally plausible that some unknown, uncontrollable factor could send it crashing into the crocodilian planet. At this moment, however, no humans remained to ponder such matters, for their departure might signify an irrevocable farewell. Jiang Yu stood upon the moon, gazing into the vast expanse of space, filled with profound nostalgia. He had never envisioned a day when the human world he inhabited would evacuate from this stellar system. The destination of Blue Star lay 2 light-years away in a stellar system chosen by scientists after extensive observation. Although not an ideal locale, it was deemed the safest haven. This stellar system was known as the Tianyuan star system, which housed a middle-aged star orbited by only 2 rocky planets. Compared to the Alpha Star system, it was relatively barren, yet sufficient to sustain humanity's advancement to a level 4 civilization. The decision to eschew the nearest system, which was merely 2 light-years away, Sirius, was entirely motivated by safety considerations. Should alien civilizations learn of humanity's exodus from the Alpha system, they might pursue the trail of technological humanity until their extinction was realized. While such a scenario was unlikely, no civilization harbored a deep-seated enmity with humanity. They merely sought to eliminate humanity opportunistically to enhance their own fortunes. Since the desired outcome has not been achieved, it seems rather unnecessary to traverse the vast cosmos in search of it. After all, investing decades or even centuries into such an endeavor, spanning immeasurable distances, may yield no fruitful results. For any civilization, this represents a rather unwise investment. However, when Jiang Yu contemplates the deep-seated animosity he harbors towards Adolf, he opts for a relatively protracted path. Adolf, having been vanquished by Jiang Yu, has lost his status as a planetary sovereign, a tremendous humiliation for one who has always held himself in high esteem. Now, Adolf has returned as a student at the Planetary Sovereign Academy. Once he regains his position as the sovereign of a cultured planet, Jiang Yu cannot guarantee that Adolf will not scour the universe for him. Should Adolf seek out Jiang Yu, it would be to exact vengeance against the technological human race. He would likely commence his quest from the Sirius system, the closest to the Alpha system. Jiang Yu must ensure that the technological human race has ample time to develop. Only when the human race has grown formidable will they no longer need to fear Adolf's retribution. Chapter 144. One shot to destroy a planet at this moment. The moon and its orbit are bustling with activity. The moon serves as the second largest research and production base after the blue planet. A significant amount of resources and energy still requires transportation, particularly the Large Particle Collider in lunar orbit, which must be relocated. This colossal particle collider is not only the most magnificent technological creation of humanity, but also crucial to the progression of the Grand Unified Theory, making its abandonment impossible. After all materials have been evacuated from the moon, Jiang Yu will remain here for a while longer. He intends to discern which extraterrestrial civilization has invaded the Alpha Galaxy and eradicated humanity. Once humanity has regained its strength, Jiang Yu will undoubtedly lead the human fleet to annihilate this civilization. Given that this alien civilization has forced humanity to abandon its home of millions of years, it should be prepared to endure the unrelenting wrath of the technologically advanced human race. Once the transportation operations on the moon are concluded, the scene is left in disarray. Jiang Yu resides in a base on the far side of the moon, quietly awaiting the arrival of the alien civilization. Countless reconnaissance satellites are scattered throughout the Alpha Galaxy, and numerous others have been launched beyond its borders. Jiang Yu's biological computer is interconnected with the microcomputers of all reconnaissance satellites, placing the entire Alpha Galaxy, as well as its vicinity, under his vigilant surveillance. Any extraterrestrial entity approaching or entering the Alpha Galaxy cannot evade Jiang Yu's watchful gaze. Days pass, and the blue planet along with the human fleet has already departed from the Alpha Galaxy. Jiang Yu breathes a sigh of relief. Even if an alien fleet were to arrive now, they would be unable to locate the blue planet. He can devote himself entirely to monitoring the Alpha Galaxy and its surroundings. Jiang Yu remains unhurried, comfortably seated in a control room. He is the sole representative of humanity in the entire Alpha Galaxy, aside from the intelligent beings on the Crocodile planet. However, the crocodile beings are not of the same kind as humanity, and communication between them is impossible. Uncertain of how many days have passed, Jiang Yu routinely checks the information relayed by the reconnaissance satellites at regular intervals. Everything appears normal. No satellite has reported any anomalies. The entire Alpha Galaxy and its vicinity are eerily quiet. Suddenly, one of the reconnaissance satellites transmits unusual information. Jiang Yu promptly displays the feed from that satellite on the screen before him. In the depths of the pitch-black cosmos, the satellite has detected a distinctly visible light wave. Jiang Yu immediately remotely controls the reconnaissance satellite to observe and analyze the source of the visible light wave. Data streams back rapidly, confirming that the visible light is emitted by a spacecraft's engine. Furthermore, it is not generated by a nuclear fusion engine. After analysis, he concludes that the visible light originates from an elemental decay engine, conclusively indicating that the spacecraft emitting this light possesses a technological level of at least a Type 3 civilization. Certainly, vessels of a Level 4 civilization may still employ elemental decay engines, albeit with enhanced efficiency. Much like the Level 1 and Level 2 civilizations that harness nuclear fusion as their energy source, there exists a marked disparity in the utilization of this fusion, resulting in superior engine performance. Consequently, Jiang Yu remains uncertain whether this spacecraft belongs to a Level 3 or Level 4 civilization. However, this distinction pales in comparison to his pressing need for comprehensive insights into the extraterrestrial vessels. Jiang Yu meticulously controls the detection satellite to observe the alien craft and has urgently summoned additional satellites to assist in the reconnaissance. Suddenly, the satellite detects an overwhelmingly terrifying energy fluctuation surging towards the Alpha Star system. Astonishingly, the velocity of this energy wave reaches an astounding 0.8 times the speed of light. Jiang Yu promptly analyzes the target of this energy wave and concludes that it is directed toward the planet of the Crocodilians. At this moment, the Crocodilian planet orbits in its established trajectory around the blue planet. What form of matter constitutes this energy wave? Jiang Yu scarcely has time to analyze or judge the situation before an immensely brilliant light erupts. The crocodilian planet subsequently experiences a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the entire world into fragments. The tremendous energy from the explosion instantaneously impacts the moon, propelling it at an extraordinary velocity beyond its original orbit. In that instant, Jiang Yu is rendered speechless. Despite possessing computational capabilities surpassing the sum of all blue planet's resources, his mind is engulfed in an abyss of emptiness. Undoubtedly, this energy wave represents an unknown energy weapon. The destructive power of this weapon is utterly terrifying. A single shot obliterated a planet, the crocodilian planet. Significantly larger and more massive than the blue planet, could not withstand such an attack. What manner of energy weapon is this? Its potency could only be described as apocalyptic. Confronted with such formidable force, Jiang Yu finds himself utterly powerless. In the face of an advanced civilization's onslaught, the technological human race is at a complete loss. Jiang Yu acutely feels the frailty of the Level 2 human civilization. In the eyes of a superior civilization, the diminutive technological human race is likely deemed less significant than a swarm of ants. Fortuitously, the blue planet has already vacated the Alpha Star system. Otherwise, it too would have been shattered. This represents a true dimensional assault, a complete domination of higher civilizations over their lesser counterparts. It is laughable that the human race has established an extensive defense system within the Alpha Star system, ever poised to obliterate invading extraterrestrial civilizations under an impenetrable barrage of firepower. Little did they know that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations would not engage in protracted, brutal planetary warfare with inferior civilizations. A single energy blast suffices to erase a planet from the cosmos. Perhaps this embodies the true brutality of interstellar warfare. This single shot has irrevocably altered Jiang Yu's understanding of cosmic conflict. The energy from the planet's explosion propelled the moon's velocity to over 100 kilometers per second. Jiang Yu felt as though he were crushed against the far side of the moon, as if a colossal mountain were bearing down upon him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he gradually emerged from the depths of shock and sorrow. He then summoned every ounce of strength to operate the biological computer, directing all reconnaissance satellites to seek out the appearance of the spacecraft that had launched the energy cannon. Although the blast had merely obliterated the crocodilian's planet, and the technologically advanced human race had not been annihilated alongside it, Jiang Yu could not suppress the fury that welled within him. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. He could only perceive an endless abyss of darkness, the frigid vastness of space. After the alien vessel had obliterated the crocodilian's planet, it vanished without a trace. Perhaps they believed they had destroyed the home world of the technologically advanced humans. Having accomplished their mission, they saw no necessity to ascertain the final outcome. However, the aliens ought to realize that there may still be members of the human race on the moon and Mars. Chapter 145. The moon collides with Mars. The cataclysmic blast from the extraterrestrial spacecraft left Jiang Yu in a state of profound shock that lingered long after the event. He witnessed the debris of the crocodilian planet scattering chaotically through the cosmos, heralding the emergence of a vast asteroid belt along the former orbit of the planet. The celestial bodies within the Alpha Star system would incessantly be bombarded by fragments of the crocodilian world, each containing the remnants of millions of its inhabitants. Had Blue Star remained, at least 8 billion souls would have perished in an instant. Despite the deceased not being his kin, Jiang Yu was engulfed in a whirlwind of rage, sorrow, and hatred, for this was his domain, the homeland of 10 billion human beings. At this moment, Jiang Yu was propelled through space alongside the moon, venturing beyond the confines of the Alpha Star system. If fate permitted, several years hence, the moon would escape the gravitational embrace of the Alpha Star system, destined to wander aimlessly through the void, its final destination shrouded in uncertainty. The fragments of the crocodilian planet, obliterated by a single energy cannon shot, had met their fates as well. Some would journey toward the sun, others into the vast expanse of outer space, and some would amalgamate to form new celestial bodies. For an extended period, chaos would reign throughout the Alpha Star system. Time slipped by, and as Jiang Yu pondered in profound melancholy, his gaze was drawn to the infinite starry sky, where a few twinkling points caught his attention. These were not the natural twinkles of distant stars, but rather the brilliant flashes resulting from violent explosions. Jiang Yu activated his biological computer and the eye of insight for observation and calculation. By analyzing the mass, velocity, orbital paths, and eccentricity of the planets within the Alpha star system, he arrived at a staggering conclusion that compelled him to howl in disbelief. How could this be? How could it be so fortuitous? Before him lay another planet, alarmingly close to blue star Mars. The luminous explosions were the result of the crocodilian planet's fragments colliding with Mars. Meanwhile, the moon, where Jiang Yu stood, was hurtling toward Mars at a speed of several hundred kilometers per second. At this rate, it would collide with Mars in 3 days, joining the myriad of fragments already on a collision course. Jiang Yu was overwhelmed with astonishment. In the vastness of space, the thought of countless fragments striking Mars was one thing, yet the moon, being a singular entity, colliding was an unimaginable twist of fate. Recalling Earth from 70 million years ago, where a meteor merely 10 kilometers in diameter had triggered the extinction of the dinosaurs, he shuddered at the implications of a collision between the moon, with a diameter exceeding 3,400 kilometers, and Mars, measuring over 6,700 kilometers. The catastrophic consequences of such an impact were beyond his comprehension. The moon and Mars could very well meet the same obliterating fate as the crocodilian planet in this monumental collision. The ensuing ejection of matter and the eruption of rays would devastate the entire Alpha system, scattering the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter into oblivion. What repercussions would arise from massive fragments hurtling toward the Sun? Would the Sun's material be dispersed, hastening its decline into old age, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the entire Alpha galaxy? Even if complete destruction is averted, the Alpha galaxy would surely transform into a terrifying hellscape. Countless fragments would collide chaotically, and bursts of radiation would saturate every corner of the Alpha galaxy. Even with Jiang Yu's remarkable physical resilience, he would likely be instantaneously incinerated in the throes of such an explosion. Although Jiang Yu could reach 1/5 the speed of light, escaping the Alpha galaxy and evading this calamity would prove exceedingly difficult. Naturally, he was unwilling to succumb to death so easily. Thus, his immense computational power began to enter into action. He calculated the trajectories, velocities, and other parameters of planets, asteroids, and innumerable debris. The computational capacity of his biological computer surpassed the aggregate processing power of all blue star combined. Nevertheless, it took him half a day to devise a plan to evade disaster. His destination, Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. He hoped to evade this impending doom. Jiang Yu's strategy involved using Europa as a shield to protect himself from the onslaught of countless fragments and bursts of high-energy radiation. In truth, with his speed, he had ample time to hide behind Jupiter. However, Jupiter, a colossal gas giant primarily composed of hydrogen and trace amounts of helium, possibly harbored a rocky core and heavier elements, yet lacked a distinctly defined solid surface. The debris and radiation from collisions involving the Moon and Mars would also provoke violent reactions from Jupiter itself. Europa, being a rocky moon, could simultaneously evade the catastrophic effects of impacts from both the Moon and Mars, as well as the tumultuous responses of Jupiter. Once he navigated this perilous crisis, Jiang Yu planned to gather sufficient elements from the Jovian rings. Only upon acquiring enough energy could he depart from the Alpha galaxy. For the next several millennia, the entire Alpha galaxy would remain unstable, rife with peril, rendering it inhospitable to any form of life. Contemplating this, Jiang Yu began to understand why the alien spacecraft departed without a backward glance after obliterating the crocodile people's planet. They had evidently calculated the consequences of planetary destruction well in advance. Even if remnants of humanity survived on the Moon, Mars, or other satellites, they would perish in the utterly brutal environment of the galaxy, with no hope of survival. Even if a handful of spacecraft managed to escape the Alpha galaxy, the nearest star would still be 2 light-years away. Without energy resupply, a Level 2 civilization ship could not possibly traverse such vast distances. Given that the outcome had already been determined, the alien vessels had no reason to linger and waste time. To advanced civilizations, billions of intelligent beings are akin to a swarm of ants. Their lives are of no consequence. Yet, The extraterrestrial civilizations could never have anticipated that the homeworld of the technological humans had long since departed this galaxy. The planet they shattered was not the homeworld of the technological humans, but rather the defeated world of the crocodile people. This revelation left Jiang Yu both disheartened and relieved. He was dismayed by his inability to uncover any useful information regarding the aliens, yet grateful that they had not approached for a closer inspection and had instead turned away. Otherwise, given the advanced technology of this alien civilization, they might have discovered that Blue Star had already vacated the region, potentially following the traces left behind during their departure. In due time, the technological race would remain unable to escape the fate of complete annihilation. Jiang Yu, gathering his thoughts, resolved to depart from the moon first. The biological nuclear fusion unleashed an unparalleled force, propelling Jiang Yu's body into the vast expanse of the cosmos. He possessed a velocity of 1/5 the speed of light, while sword flight could attain half that speed, albeit only in the vacuum of space. At present, Jiang Yu needed to break free from the moon's gravitational pull, making such speed unattainable. Furthermore, he had to evade collisions with debris from the crocodilian star's planet or asteroids from the asteroid belt. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's speed still transcended the realm of human imagination. As he soared through the cosmos, he calculated and gradually increased his velocity. Time was of the essence. He needed to traverse hundreds of millions of kilometers in a brief period. He must reach the rear of Europa before the moon collided with Mars, seeking refuge from the ejected matter and radiation blasts. Chapter 146, The Terrifying Cataclysm. As Jiang Yu departed from the moon and journeyed past Mars, he once again witnessed the spectacle of fragments from the crocodilian star colliding with the Martian surface. These celestial remnants were relatively small and did not engender catastrophic consequences. Although the density of Mars' atmosphere is less than 1% of that of the blue planet, its surface atmospheric pressure ranges between 500 to 700 pascals. Consequently, the planetesimals would incinerate partially as they traverse the thin atmosphere, thus sparing Mars from a cataclysmic blow. In contrast to these fragments, the moon loomed as a colossal entity. A collision between the moon and Mars would undoubtedly surpass Jiang Yu's comprehension and imagination. He refrained from scrutinizing the conditions on Mars and swiftly directed his course towards Europa, the largest moon in the Alpha system, whose diameter even exceeds that of Venus. Composed primarily of silicate rock and ice, Europa harbors a rich, iron-laden, fluid core and is the only moon in the Alpha system possessing a magnetic field along with a tenuous atmosphere. For these reasons, Jiang Yu selected Europa as his shield, much like he had utilized the moon during the explosion of the crocodilian star. He felt a surge of gratitude that he had found himself on the far side of the moon at that critical moment. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the lethal projectiles and radiation unleashed by the planetary explosion. Contemplating this, Jiang Yu shivered at the thought of perishing beneath the onslaught of alien artillery. Such an end would surely result in his disqualification from the Stellar Sovereign Academy, extinguishing his aspirations and relegating him to the status of an ordinary denizen in a higher dimensional realm. After 2 days of relentless flight, Jiang Yu finally reached the orbit of Europa. He began to decelerate, traversing through Europa's atmosphere before landing upon its rocky surface. Europa, too, possessed a thin atmosphere rich in atomic oxygen, ozone, and an ionosphere. The landscape was littered with the abandoned factories, mining facilities, and research centers left behind by the technological race, who had invested immense time and energy in the construction of Europa, only to abandon it now. Jiang Yu had neither the time nor the inclination to mourn. At that moment, the moon resembled a ferocious beast, hurtling towards Mars, which was merely twice the moon's diameter. Jiang Yu activated his inside eye and the computational prowess of his biological computer, preparing to witness the monumental collision between the moon and Mars. As time passed, an increasing number of planetary fragments struck Mars before the moon did. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to employ his inside eye, keenly observing the aftermath of these impacts. At one particular impact site, not only was a massive crater formed, but a mountain soaring to heights of over 10,000 meters also arose. After countless years of dormancy, a volcano erupted violently, spewing clouds of ash and smoke that billowed skyward and rapidly enveloped the Martian surface. As fragments continued to bombard Mars, the polar ice caps began to melt, unleashing torrential rains upon the Martian surface. This was merely an appetizer. The forthcoming cataclysmic collision would be the most terrifying yet. At this moment, Europa was approximately 500 million kilometers from Mars. Jiang Yu would require about half an hour to witness the impending impact. He began to wait silently, anticipating the moment that would determine the fates of the Moon and Mars. Everything unfolded as Jiang Yu had anticipated. Half an hour later, he finally beheld an astonishing sight. In the pitch-black expanse of the galaxy, an incredibly brilliant light erupted, its luminosity surpassing that of the Sun by several magnitudes. This phenomenon starkly illustrated the terrifying energy released by the Moon's collision with Mars. Although he could not hear the sound, Jiang Yu could vividly imagine the earth-shattering force of the impact. However, this breathtaking scene lasted but a fleeting moment. An intense, piercing sensation overwhelmed Jiang Yu's mind. The sheer force of the energy explosion had damaged his void engine. Consequently, he was compelled to suspend the inside eye and halt the operations of his biological computer, lest the radiation melt the system. Though he could not witness the scene of the collision, he could envision the monumental power unleashed at that moment. Gradually recovering from the unparalleled shock, Jiang Yu propelled himself away from Europa. The staggering energy from the collision gradually dissipated, no longer posing a threat to his safety. He yearned to witness with his own eyes the repercussions of the Moon's impact on Mars and its effects on the Alpha system. He swiftly navigated towards Mars' orbital trajectory, simultaneously reactivating the inside eye and his biological computer. He remained vigilant to evade the erratically flying debris from the crocodile star and fragments of the Moon and Mars, steering clear of any asteroid collisions. The closer he approached Mars' orbit, the more he sensed the immense light source. Thermal energy and high-energy rays churned vast areas into chaos. Countless fragments and an endless cloud of dust swirled as if caught in a super hurricane under the influence of high-energy rays. These remnants were heated into a dark, crimson torrent, rampaging through the infinite cosmos. High-energy rays spread at the speed of light, radiating throughout the entire Alpha system. Were it not for Jiang Yu's robust physique, he might have been completely vaporized. However, the potency of the high-energy rays was both swift in arrival and departure. Thus, Jiang Yu was not significantly affected. Besides the high-energy rays, Jiang Yu also endured a wave of high-energy charged particle streams. This charged particle stream, colloquially known as solar wind, far exceeded that of the Sun in magnitude, while the solar particle stream is emitted in a steady state. The Moon's collision with Mars was an instantaneous explosion. Naturally, Jiang Yu's body was not composed of electronic components, so the charged particle stream posed minimal harm. Nevertheless, these factors were of little concern to him. His primary focus lay on the outcome of the Moon's collision with Mars. After all, both the Moon and Mars were integral parts of the Alpha system. After several days of travel, when Jiang Yu finally reached Mars' orbit, he was once again astounded. The original Mars still existed, but it was reduced to less than a third of its former self, resembling a shattered domed structure. This dome had taken on a dark crimson hue, as if bleeding, with countless violent cyclones raging across its surface. The fragmented Mars has deviated from its original trajectory, hurtling towards the asteroid belt at a velocity exceeding 500 kilometers per second. As for the Moon, Jiang Yu searched in vain for its remnants, finding not a trace of its existence. Undoubtedly, the Moon has been reduced to countless shards in this cataclysm. In comparison to Mars, the fate of the Moon may be even more tragic. The distance between the blue planet and Mars ranges from 55 million to 250 million kilometers. A similar expanse applies to the Moon. At such great distances, within the vast emptiness of the Alpha star system, it is astonishing that the Moon, propelled by the explosion of the crocodile star's planet, fortuitously collided with Mars. Clearly, this was all meticulously orchestrated, aimed at simultaneously obliterating the blue planet, Mars, and the Moon. The intent was to utterly eradicate nearly 10 billion inhabitants across these celestial bodies. The destruction of the Moon is equally unforgivable as that of Mars. Jiang Yu clenched his fists, seething with indignation. Chapter 147. Elemental Decay and the Curvature Engine. Jiang Yu personally witnessed the cataclysmic explosion of the crocodilian planet. The collision of the Moon with Mars, which plunged the entire Alpha Star system into an abyss of calamity. The human race, fleeing the Alpha system, observed through countless reconnaissance satellites scattered throughout the system the harrowing devastation that unfolded. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped all humanity. They had never fathomed that the annihilation of a planet, or even an entire star system, could be executed with such disconcerting ease. A single energy cannon obliterated the crocodilian world, unleashing an unending barrage of material ejections and ray bursts. The immense energy propelled the Moon into a collision with Mars, resulting in their mutual destruction. The Alpha Star system descended into utter chaos, becoming uninhabitable for sentient beings. Had it not been for the foresight of the Emperor, who ordered the evacuation of humanity from their home in the Alpha system and redirected the crocodilian planet into orbit around Blue Star to mislead extraterrestrial adversaries, billions of lives would have been lost, and the technological civilization of humanity would have been erased from the cosmos. This was the consequence of a staggering technological disparity that resulted in a dimensional strike. Faced with such an advanced civilization, all acts of resistance were rendered futile. Under the propulsion of the planetary engine, Blue Star advanced toward the celestial boundary system. Millions of vessels of varying sizes congregated around Blue Star, embarking on this arduous journey. The scientific community had conducted meticulous observations and assessments of the celestial boundary system, which boasted a stable star and 2 terrestrial planets. As long as Blue Star could be positioned within an appropriate orbit, humanity would have found a new sanctuary. However, the distance of over 6 light-years rendered any observations merely suggestive. The true circumstances would only become apparent upon arrival. The future of humanity remained shrouded in endless uncertainty. Yet, the march of the technological race would not waver, hoping that the alien civilization responsible for the annihilation of the Alpha Star system would not pursue them further. Years later, Jiang Yu caught up with the wandering human host and arrived at the most advanced ship in their fleet. This civilian-class vessel, devoid of any offensive capabilities, was equipped with the most cutting-edge force shields and microcurvature engines. This ship housed the intellect of the technological race, where its principal leaders worked and resided. It was aptly named Hope. Jiang Yu's return alleviated the anxieties of the upper echelons. They recognized that the Emperor was no ordinary being. He was akin to a divine entity. Yet, in the face of the cataclysm wrought by the explosion of the crocodilian planet and the collision between the Moon and Mars, the peril remained palpable. Fortunately, the Emperor had returned unharmed, the linchpin of the technological race safely back at the heart of humanity. Upon his return, Jiang Yu convened a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference hall was thick with gravity, each face shadowed by somber expressions. Their homeland had been obliterated by extraterrestrial forces. Yet they remained ignorant of the perpetrator's identity. They acutely felt the insurmountable technological chasm separating them from alien civilizations. To reach the technological prowess capable of annihilating a star system with a single energy blast would require countless years of advancement. As for seeking revenge against the perpetrators responsible for the destruction of the Alpha Star system, such thoughts were far from their minds. Under the guidance of His Majesty the Emperor, the technological human race was destined to experience swift advancement. However, that alien civilization would not remain stagnant. Jiang Yu surveyed the individuals present, sensing their waning morale. Although he could empathize with their sentiments, he felt compelled to uplift their spirits. Rising to his feet, Jiang Yu proclaimed, "As you all have witnessed, our homeland has been utterly annihilated, though the entire human race has evacuated. The grievance of our shattered home is one we cannot bear. We must seek vengeance. Once our technological prowess reaches a certain zenith, we shall unearth the culprits behind the obliteration of our homeland and bring them to justice." Despite Jiang Yu's impassioned speech, it seemed to have little effect. The devastation of the Alpha Star system and the advancements of the alien civilization had instilled a sense of despair among them. Jiang Yu continued, "Indeed, the alien civilization responsible for the destruction of the Alpha Star system is remarkably advanced and formidable. However, the potential for development within the technological human race surpasses that of any civilization. We are adept at creating miracles. In merely 2 centuries, We have evolved from a primitive feudal society to a level 2 civilization, which stands as a testament to our capabilities. It will take us approximately 300 years to reach the Tianyuan star system, and I aspire to elevate our civilization to level 3 within this time frame. To this end, I will present the majority of the technological data pertaining to level 3 civilizations and refine our level 2 technological framework based on that foundation. The hallmarks of a level 3 civilization are elemental decay and curvature engine technology, and I shall provide comprehensive information on these two technologies. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the attendees suddenly brightened, particularly the scientists, who displayed expressions of astonishment. They had glimpsed the concepts of elemental decay engines and curvature engines from the alien subatomic particles. However, their research revealed that the technological intricacies of these concepts were exceedingly advanced. Not only was replication implausible, but they struggled to comprehend even the fundamental principles. Now, His Majesty the Emperor had declared he would furnish them with the complete technical data for these two technologies. Elemental decay refers to the process by which radioactive elements emit particles and transform into other elements, occurring within the atomic nucleus and typically accompanied by the release of energy. In addition to elemental decay, there is gamma decay, a form of elemental decay that emits gamma rays during the reaction. Gamma decay does not alter the atomic nucleus's charge or mass number. It merely converts nuclear energy into electromagnetic waveforms. However, this description represents only the narrow definition of elemental decay, which is the extent of the technological human race's current theoretical understanding. The broader definition of elemental decay extends far beyond their comprehension. For instance, the elemental decay engine observed on the subatomic particles could virtually convert any substance into energy. The efficiency of this transformation varies with the differing properties of materials. In essence, the development of an elemental decay engine could yield an almost limitless supply of energy. Nuclear fusion energy need not be elaborated upon. A mere piece of iron, a stone, or even household waste can be transformed into energy. Consequently, even if humanity were to wander through the cosmos, there would exist an inexhaustible source of energy. After all, humankind possesses a colossal planet, which serves as a boundless reservoir of energy. The significance of curvature engine technology is self-evident. This technology knows virtually no limits. Provided the advancements are sufficiently sophisticated and the energy sufficiently potent, it can propel any object to speeds approaching or surpassing that of light. The successful development of both element decay engines and curvature engines would signify humanity's acquisition of limitless energy, rendering the barrenness of the Tianyuan galaxy inconsequential. Simultaneously, the interstellar vessels of technologically advanced humanity, and indeed the entirety of Blue Star, could attain velocities near or beyond the speed of light. Chapter 148. The Curvature Navigation Experiment. Jiang Yu's presentation of elemental decay and curvature engine technology undoubtedly served as a potent tonic for everyone present. The ominous shadow of alien civilizations threatening the human home, the Alpha Star System, receded significantly. The technological human race had just crossed the threshold into a level 2 civilization when the Emperor of Humanity unveiled materials pertaining to level 3 civilization technology. The Emperor consistently inspires hope among humankind. Although only 2 pieces of level 3 civilization technology were introduced, they possess the potential to give rise to countless new technologies. Foremost among the transformations will be the revolutionary enhancement in energy utilization efficiency, significantly amplifying the effectiveness of weaponry such as force shields, force bombs, and energy cannons. Furthermore, the curvature engine technology will propel humankind into the age of subliminal and superluminal interstellar travel. These two advancements herald an epoch-defining significance for the technological advancement of humankind. The meeting concluded amidst resounding applause and jubilant shouts of "Long live the Emperor." Scientists immediately embarked on research and applications of elemental decay and curvature engine technology. Life and progress within human society would not cease despite drifting through the cosmos. The technological human race had adequately prepared energy resources capable of sustaining usage for centuries in anticipation of this voyage. Finally, 50 years later, the first city-class spacecraft equipped with elemental decay engines and curvature engines was constructed. Today marks the day of its maiden flight, a momentous occasion signifying a monumental leap forward for all of humanity's technological endeavors. In the vast expanse of dark space, a brand new city-class spacecraft floated majestically. Commanding and controlling this vessel was a small detachment from the Fifth Fleet, led personally by Captain Gao Jijun to ensure the success of the trial voyage. On board the Hope, Jiang Yu presided over the command center, his emotions a whirlwind of exhilaration. Should the trial succeed, it would signify humanity's formal entry into the era of superluminal travel. Upon reaching the Tianyuan star system, Jiang Yu would find himself 18 light-years away from the Angel Planet, a distance that once filled him with despair. However, with the advent of superluminal flight, this distance would no longer seem insurmountable. A round trip of 36 years for beings of elevated longevity constitutes but a fleeting moment. Furthermore, with the advancement of technology, the vessels of the technological human race could achieve multiples of light speed, dramatically shortening the time until Jiang Yu could reunite with the Angel Queen Kaisha. At this moment, both the command center and the trial spacecraft were abuzz with activity. The command center provided data support and issued directives to the trial vessel. The spacecraft was set to traverse a distance of 100 million kilometers at theoretical light speed. Given that light travels approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, the journey would take around 333 seconds. The determination of whether the trial spacecraft achieved light speed would be evident solely through the duration of travel. Exceeding this time would indicate subliminal speed, while falling short would confirm superluminal speed. The velocity achievable by this spacecraft, engineered by the technological race of humanity, will soon be revealed during the upcoming trial navigation. This event will be broadcast live to all of humanity, aiming to elevate morale and inspire a vision of a brighter future. Across the vast expanse of space, stretching over 100 million kilometers, thousands of observational monitoring devices have been strategically deployed. These instruments not only possess real-time broadcasting capabilities, but will also gather comprehensive data from the trial vessel. As the trial spacecraft undergoes its final checks to ensure the absence of unforeseen incidents or discrepancies, billions of individuals are poised with various video terminals, collectively witnessing this monumental moment. From the instant humanity embarked upon the celestial realm, the dream of superluminal travel has resonated in the hearts of countless souls. Today, under the auspices of His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, the inaugural lightspeed flight of our spacecraft is set to become a reality. As time progresses, preparations draw to a close. At last, a series of reports emanate from the trial spacecraft. The elemental decay engine is functioning normally, the energy supply system is operational, and the curvature engine is running smoothly. Upon receiving and verifying these reports, the chief project engineer turned to Jiang Yu, who nodded slightly in affirmation. With a surge of excitement, the chief engineer then issued the command for the trial navigation. In that instant, amidst the watchful gaze of the multitude, the trial spacecraft ignited its engines. 10 massive engines expelled brilliant blue flames, illuminating the dark void of space. As the power of the elemental decay engine and curvature engine escalated, the blue flames transformed into a blinding white blaze. However, unlike other vessels that would dart forth like arrows into the cosmos, this trial spacecraft remained stationary, its body trembling slightly as if the engine struggled to propel it forward. Yet, only the specialists comprehend that curvature travel is not akin to conventional navigation. It is not merely about traversing distance. Traditional flight involves moving from one point to another in a manner that aligns with ordinary visual perception. In contrast, curvature travel relies on the formidable power of the elemental decay engine to fold space itself. To elucidate, if 2 points exist on a sheet of paper, conventional travel is akin to moving from one point to another along the surface. Curvature travel, however, involves folding the paper, allowing the spacecraft to reach the second point almost instantaneously. While the speed of light remains an immutable physical constant that cannot be surpassed, curvature travel does not contravene this principle. Instead, it facilitates the folding of space, bringing 2 points in proximity to one another. Thus, in a practical sense, it achieves superluminal travel. As the power of the elemental decay engine intensifies, the curvature engine begins to uniquely fold the fabric of space. To the untrained eye, the area surrounding the trial spacecraft appears to ripple like the surface of a lake. Within this undulating space, the trial vessel seems to distort and blur, creating an illusion of remaining stationary, when in truth, it has long since departed its original position, traversing an immeasurable distance. Until the very end. The test spacecraft gradually faded from view, eluding even the observational instruments and recording devices. Report to His Majesty the Emperor, the test spacecraft has entered curvature travel. We have completely lost all communication with the test spacecraft. The chief project engineer reported to Jiang Yu, his brow deeply furrowed. Shortly after the test spacecraft commenced curvature travel, it seemed to vanish from the cosmos. Not only had they lost all contact with the test spacecraft, but the monitoring instruments also failed to detect its presence. The only anomaly they could observe was an inexplicable wave fluctuation in the space between the departure point and the destination. This outcome greatly astonished the chief project engineer and all the scientists involved. Their inability to monitor the test spacecraft meant they could not gather relevant data. They were increasingly concerned that the test spacecraft might have encountered an unforeseen mishap or perhaps become disoriented in the vastness of space. Chapter 149. The surge of human combat power. Upon hearing the report from the chief engineer of the project, Jiang Yu sighed deeply. There was no doubt that the test flight spacecraft had successfully entered curvature navigation. The complete loss of contact and trace with the ship during its curvature journey was solely due to the inadequacy of human communication technology, as quantum communication still harbored flaws. This was a conundrum not easily resolved in the short term, unless the grand unified theory was validated and the technology of tachyons was developed. Therefore, Jiang Yu did not dwell on the issue of the spacecraft's disconnection, but instead watched the seconds tick by on the clock. The chief engineer refrained from further elaboration. Even the Emperor could not address this predicament, and it would have to be discussed another time. The test flight spacecraft had vanished entirely from the observable universe as it engaged in curvature travel. All personnel in the control center could do was mirror Jiang Yu's actions. Counting the moments, countless human spectators gazed at their video terminals, bewildered by the disappearance of the test flight spacecraft. They merely assumed that the vessel was moving too swiftly for the filming equipment to keep pace. Their concern did not lie with the issue at hand. Rather, they were fixated on the outcome, whether the test flight spacecraft had indeed surpassed the speed of light. They too watched the clock, awaiting the final revelation. Everyone had been informed that the flight distance of the test spacecraft was 100 million kilometers. The time required for light to traverse this distance was 333 seconds. All they needed to ascertain was how long it took for the test flight spacecraft to cover the 100 million kilometers, enabling them to easily calculate its velocity. Whether scientists and staff in the control center or the countless citizens on the blue planet, all were fixated on the clock, yearning for the ultimate result. Each second felt longer than ever before. 300 seconds, 301 seconds, 302 seconds. Finally, when the time reached 310 seconds, monitoring instruments and filming equipment detected a profound spatial fluctuation 100 million kilometers away. That expanse of space had already been illuminated by nuclear fusion flares, akin to broad daylight. Everyone beheld as the previously tranquil cosmos shimmered like a placid lake, and a colossal ship began to materialize, seemingly emerging from an alternate dimension. In the control center, the chief engineer erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "The test flight spacecraft departed from point A, traversed 100 million kilometers, and arrived at point B, taking a total of 313 seconds. It surpassed light speed by 20 seconds, which means the test flight spacecraft has indeed exceeded the speed of light." As his words resonated, jubilation erupted throughout the control center. The chief engineer's proclamation echoed through the ears of billions of humans via reporters' broadcasts. In that moment, humanity boiled over with excitement. Cheers erupting from every corner. "We succeeded, we succeeded. We have achieved superluminal flight. Unbelievable. We have once again created a miracle. From this day forth, humanity officially steps into the age of superluminal travel. The Tianyuan galaxy is located 6.2 light-years from the Alpha Galaxy. If one were to travel at the speed of light, a mere 6. 2 years would suffice. However, humanity requires nearly 300 years to reach their destination, primarily due to the sluggish pace of the blue planet. In the case of an interstellar spacecraft, the journey could be accomplished in approximately 200 years. Yet this duration remains an exceedingly desolate expanse of time. Presently, vessels equipped with elemental decay engines and curvature drives can make the journey in just 6 years. The technological civilization of humanity can certainly modify existing ships en route to the celestial system of Tianyuan. Nevertheless, humanity's current technological prowess is insufficient to install curvature drives on their colossal vessels. Immediate assessments of the test flight vessels will be conducted to garner as much data as possible. Enhancements to the performance of the elemental decay engines and curvature drives are necessary. Consequently, all our ships will be outfitted with these advanced engines. With this data in hand, Jiang Yu was filled with excitement as he issued directives. The test flight vessel had already surpassed the speed of light. Once improved, the elemental decay engines and curvature drives would enable humanity's ships to potentially exceed the speeds of the test vessel, achieving or even surpassing the theoretical value of 1.3 times the speed of light set by Jiang Yu. In fact, the technology of a Type 3 civilization's elemental decay and curvature drive could allow spacecraft to reach speeds of 5 times light. However, as humanity has only recently entered a Type 2 civilization, significant advancements are still required. Achieving a speed of 1.3 times light for a Type 2 civilization's vessel is already commendable. In the future, with the progression of technology, human spacecraft will only grow faster. Thus, Jiang Yu remains exceedingly pleased with the current outcome. Jiang Yu's orders were swiftly executed. Scientists began comprehensive assessments of the test flight vessel, striving to enhance the performance of the elemental decay engines and curvature drives. In the days to come, humanity is poised to re-enter an era of explosive technological and industrial growth. Technologies related to elemental decay engines and curvature drives will undergo extensive development, fostering the emergence of further innovations built upon these foundational technologies. Significantly, all ships will be retrofitted with elemental decay engines and curvature drives. Moreover, all large space missiles equipped with hydrogen bombs and field force explosives will also transition to these advanced propulsion systems. Humanity's energy sources will undergo a comprehensive shift from nuclear fusion to the more efficient elemental decay energy. In summary, the technological civilization of humanity will experience monumental advancements across various domains, propelling their civilization level forward. Jiang Yu anticipates that in over 2 centuries, when humanity arrives at the Tianyuan system, they may well enter the era of Type 3 civilization. Even if they do not attain Type 3 status, they will at least reach the pinnacle of Type 2 civilization. Everything will progress toward a flourishing future. As the years pass, humanity draws ever closer to the Tianyuan system. When the distance to the Tianyuan system shrinks to a mere 0.5 light-years, although the total number of human vessels has not increased significantly. Each ship is now equipped with elemental decay engines and curvature drives. The total number of combat spacecraft has surged from 100,000 to 200,000, including the construction of a quasi-provincial large combat vessel. The number of city-level ships has reached 200, while county-level vessels have amounted to 20,000. The remainder consists of town-level and township-level ships, with township-level vessels remaining the primary force. However, the current township-level ships exhibit combat capabilities far superior to the previous city-level ships. The extensive application of cold fusion technology has enabled the miniaturization of energy systems. Township-level vessels are now capable of equipping force shields and launching uranium energy cannons. Among the 200,000 combat ships, 100,000 are unmanned. During times of war, all these unmanned vessels will be controlled by Jiang Yu. The combat prowess of Jiang Yu alone will surpass that of the entire human race, as he possesses the combined computational power of humanity. The synergy of the 100,000 ships he commands results in unparalleled efficiency and formidable combat strength, far exceeding that of human operators. After Kaisha equipped Jang Yu with the armed void engine, her intention was to enhance his individual combat power for ensuring his safety during critical moments. After all, each angel possesses formidable combat abilities. and she could never have anticipated that Jiang Yu would utilize it to command a fleet. Chapter 150. The Ascendancy of Unknown Civilizations. Aside from the 100,000 spacecraft under the command of Jiang Yu, the landing-type ships are equipped with 1 million combat robots. These robots are crafted from a new type of microquantum material. Each robot is outfitted with a cold fusion device, anti-gravity engine, microcurvature engine, and miniature computer. They are armed with Gauss weaponry, compact uranium energy cannons, and miniature force bombs, rendering each robot a super soldier. In summary, after more than 2 centuries of advancement, human technology has made significant strides, with humanity poised on the threshold of a Type 3 civilization. Given a stable stellar system and several decades for development, humanity could fully ascend to this civilization tier. The combat prowess of humanity has also seen a substantial enhancement, enabling them to contend on equal footing even against genuine Type 3 civilizations, particularly Jiang Yu. Equipped with a void engine, possesses combat capabilities surpassing that of all humanity combined. At this moment, humanity has emerged from the shadows of their exodus from their homeland, accelerating towards the Tianyuan star system, ready to embrace a promising future. The immense blue star sails majestically through the cosmos, flanked by over 1 million vessels of various kinds. The Tianyuan star system lies just ahead, with the nearest rocky planet a mere 100 million kilometers away. Jiang Yu does not intend to linger here. He aims to position Blue Star into a suitable orbital path. Moreover, the planet closest to the Tianyuan star is deemed more suitable as a base for humanity. Human scientists designate this planet as Planet 1, while another is referred to as Planet 2. However, at that moment, the scientists observed anomalies on Planet 2 through their observation equipment. Planet 2 boasts a diameter 2.9 times that of Blue Star and a mass 2.6 times greater, originally accompanied by 3 orbiting satellites. Unbeknownst to them, a new satellite had inexplicably appeared. Additionally, faint glimmers intermittently emanated from this newly formed satellite. How could a satellite have suddenly materialized? Could it be that another extraterrestrial civilization had seized the opportunity? The scientists were astounded and quickly relayed this information to Jiang Yu. Tension gripped Jiang Yu's heart as he promptly made his way to the command center of the Hope. What is happening? Jiang Yu inquired. For nearly 3 centuries, scientists have never ceased their observations of the Tianyuan star system. While they speculated the potential existence of intelligent life on Planet 2, given its moderate distance from the Tianyuan star and the presence of water, years of observation confirmed that. Even if intelligent beings existed, they had yet to enter an interstellar era. Even if the intelligent life on Planet 2 had advanced to such a stage, it would be impossible for them to conjure a satellite out of thin air for Planet 1. Faced with Jiang Yu's inquiry, the scientists were at a loss for an explanation. Jiang Yu, unwilling to take unnecessary risks, ordered Blue Star and the fleet to begin deceleration. Despite the technological advancements and enhanced combat capabilities of humanity over the past 2 centuries, the resources and energy carried by the fleet had been nearly depleted after such an extensive journey. What the human race urgently requires at present is stability, not conflict. Previously, Blue Star and the fleet had been navigating through inertia. Suddenly decelerating resulted in a profound and vivid burst of visible light. Particularly, the deceleration of Blue Star caused the immense planetary engine to emit a blinding radiance. Minutes later, the inexplicably newly appeared satellite, which had been incessantly flashing, vanished from sight. This further indicated that the luminescence originating from the satellite was not of natural origin, but rather artificially produced. Upon discovering the human planet and fleet, the intelligent beings on that satellite immediately ceased their activities. Clearly, another interstellar civilization had arrived here ahead of them. Given this situation, scientists were finally able to formulate their conjectures. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Hope Command Center became increasingly vigilant. How could such a coincidence occur? A question spontaneously arose in many minds. Although the Tianyuan star system is a relatively stable stellar system, there are countless stellar systems like it within the galaxy. What were the odds that 2 interstellar civilizations would simultaneously focus their attention on this location? Moreover, both had propelled their civilized celestial bodies from billions of miles away to arrive here. Greetings, we are a wandering civilization. Our home star has entered a state of decline. prompting us to leave our original star system and arrive here. May I inquire about your civilization? Jiang Yu transmitted a radio broadcast, accompanied by a dictionary. He understood that since they could navigate a celestial body to the Tianyuan star system, this civilization must be at least a pinnacle level 1 civilization. Though the planet was exceedingly small, even smaller than the moon, it still constituted a celestial body, and propelling such a mass through space is no trivial feat furthermore. The diminutive size of the planet implies that it could not carry substantial resources, which suggests that this civilization possesses a remarkably efficient energy utilization and propulsion method. After all, the nearest stellar system to Tianyuan is over 3 light-years away. Upon sending the message, the command center fell silent, awaiting a response. However, 3 minutes passed, then 5, and then 10. Jiang Yu waited for a full half-hour without receiving any reply. His wariness intensified, and his patience began to wane. The human planet must settle within this stellar system. Their remaining energy resources were insufficient to venture to other star systems. Thus, Jiang Yu dispatched another broadcast. I am aware that you have received our communication. Should you fail to respond, we will consider you an unfriendly civilization. We will remain on high alert and dispatch ships into your star system. Following the transmission, another lengthy wait ensued. Half an hour elapsed once more, yet still, no response was forthcoming. Something felt amiss. Prepare for combat, Jiang Yu commanded resolutely. It is the perfect opportunity to test my combat capabilities. The entire human race has arrived at the threshold of the Tianyuan star system. Establishing a home in the Tianyuan star system is imperative for humanity, and retreat is not an option. Even more advanced civilizations cannot impede the march of humanity, for there exists no path of retreat. The choice is clear: either triumph over the adversary or face annihilation. With Jiang Yu's command issued, the 5 formidable fleets, which had remained on high alert, sprang into action. 100,000 spacecraft assumed a battle formation, densely arrayed before the human planets. Jiang Yu did not remain idle. He boarded his command ship to direct his own fleet. He and the entire human fleet prepared for the worst, resolutely unafraid of any foe for the sake of humanity. The technologically advanced human race, bearing all their possessions, traversed a staggering distance of 2 light-years over nearly 3 centuries, with their new home now within reach. Any alien civilization that dares to obstruct humanity's establishment in this new star system will face their wrath. Chapter 151. Over 10,000 extraterrestrial spaceships. Jiang Yu had calculated that with the current combat capabilities of humanity's interstellar vessels, they held no fear against civilizations of level 3 or below. Moreover, the 100,000 ships under his command exhibited greater agility and formidable strength than any piloted by sentient beings. No matter how proficient a sentient being may be at commanding a fleet, or how high the efficiency of their command structure, they could not possibly rival Jiang Yu. The 100,000 vessels he controlled operated as extensions of his own will, effortlessly maneuvering at his command. In planetary surface combat, Jiang Yu excelled further, for he was capable of simultaneously controlling 1 million combat robots. Thanks to the terrifying computational power of biological computers, Jiang Yu's fleet and robots could unleash unimaginable combat prowess. Under his directive, the human fleet promptly prepared for battle, while Jiang Yu guided his 100,000 ships toward Planet 1. Receiving no response from the opposing side, Jiang Yu's patience began to wane. His fleet comprised 1 flagship of quasi-province level, 200 city-level ships, 20,000 county-level ships, and 80,000 town and village-level ships. The quasi-province level vessel, named Xiang Province, served as Jiang Yu's flagship, a tribute to the province of his homeland prior to his transcendence. With great momentum, Jiang Yu led his fleet toward Planet 1, the engines illuminating the dark expanse of space with brilliant light. When the fleet was 50 million kilometers away from Planet 1, the adversaries finally reacted. Observational instruments detected a sudden burst of light emanating from an extraterrestrial body, designated by scientists as Satellite 4. These lights shot into space, heading directly toward Jiang Yu's fleet. Jiang Yu, utilizing his instruments, swiftly analyzed these lights, which prompted an involuntary chuckle from him. The lights originated from fusion engines, with each beam propelling an object through the cosmos. This indicated that the opposing civilization without hesitation, had dispatched ships to confront Jiang Yu. Fusion engines, indeed? They were merely a level 2 civilization at best. Jiang Yu's heart eased slightly upon discerning the nature of their vessels. The enemy was confirmed to be a level 2 civilization, deploying only small village-level ships, although humanity was also classified as a level 2 civilization. They possessed technologies of level 3. Their ships employed element decay engines and curvature drives, granting them speed and maneuverability far beyond that of fusion-powered vessels. Not to mention the advantages of energy shields, space missiles, and energy weapons powered by elemental decay. Jiang Yu had no doubt that should a battle ensue between his fleet and the adversaries, it would result in a dimensional suppression. He was left to ponder the audacity of the opposing civilization in daring to confront his fleet. However, as the distance between them diminished, a frown creased Jiang Yu's brow. Satellite 4 persistently launched ships into space, with numbers escalating from thousands to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands and millions. As time wore on, the numbers continued to surge. The sheer multitude of spacecraft astounded Jiang Yu. Currently, the number of vessels had reached 5 million and was still on the rise. Despite being village-class ships, each required at least 3 sentient beings for operation. This meant that 5 million ships necessitated the involvement of 15 million intelligent life forms. What if the count escalated to 10 million or even more? Were they truly unleashing their entire fleet? According to Jiang Yu's understanding of a typical civilization, it was implausible for all sentient beings to serve as combatants. Even in a society where every individual could fight, at most 1/5 would be engaged in battle. After all, the elderly and children could not partake in warfare, and one must also ensure the supply of war materials and the maintenance of social order. Furthermore, that planet was even smaller than the moon, and accommodating 2 billion inhabitants was already a considerable feat. Was it truly necessary to deploy such an overwhelming number of ships? Moreover, why only village-class vessels? Shouldn't a fleet consist of flagships, primary warships, and auxiliary vessels? As Jiang Yu pondered these perplexities, the number of ships emerging from that planet had already surpassed 10 million. 10 million vessels, what a terrifying figure, and it was still escalating. Even if humanity boasted a population of 10 billion, it would not be capable of constructing such a vast fleet of village-class ships. After all, small ships often served as cannon fodder in combat. A single burst of ammunition could easily obliterate one, not to mention hydrogen bombs, energy cannons, and force field explosives. This civilization had indeed deployed an astonishing number of small vessels. Were they intent on overwhelming their adversaries with sheer quantity? Was the commander of this civilization devoid of rational thought? A myriad of questions swirled in Jiang Yu's mind. Since the enemy showed no fear of death, he too would not show mercy. He commanded the fleet and prepared all weapons, including the least lethal Gauss kinetic weapons. Jiang Yu aimed to unleash a torrent of bullets upon them. Humanity had ascended to the pinnacle of a level 2 civilization, equipped with formidable force field explosives and energy cannons. The reason for retaining bullets was their low cost. They required minimal energy to unleash a terrifying barrage. Such weaponry posed nearly no threat to alien ships equipped with shields, yet remained a significant menace to any unshielded targets. In the vastness of space, the speed of bullets was extraordinarily swift, and their sheer volume made interception nearly impossible. Kinetic weapons still held a considerable advantage against civilizations below level 2. As the distance between the two sides diminished, Jiang Yu's instruments finally discerned the appearance of the enemy vessels. The myriad of ships bore an exceedingly peculiar design, with uneven surfaces and an irregular disc-like shape. Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although in space, any shape of ship would not affect its speed, the irregularity suggested a shoddy construction devoid of aesthetic value. This certainly did not resemble the vessels of a normal civilization. Even the ships of the Crocodile Star civilization, which appeared as a massive crocodile, at least conformed to the aesthetic sensibilities of its inhabitants. After expressing his inner grievances, Jiang Yu immediately unleashed a torrent of bullets to test the opponent's response. Tens of thousands of spacecraft extended their Gauss rapid-fire machine guns and commenced a fierce assault. Countless tongues of fire erupted, unleashing hundreds of millions of bullets in less than a minute. These projectiles had been accelerated by electromagnetic coils, endowing them with a terrifying initial velocity. In the vacuum of space, devoid of air resistance. Their speed reached 2,000 kilometers per second. At this velocity, the initial barrage of bullets would arrive in 50 minutes. At such a distance, the effectiveness of energy cannons and laser weaponry was limited. However, the cost-effective barrage of bullets eliminated the need for precision targeting. With the enemy fleet exceeding 10 million ships, the concern of missing the target was non-existent. Jiang Yu patiently awaited the adversary's reaction. Contemplating subsequent space, Chapter 152, the suicide assault of the alien spaceship, a torrential barrage of bullets surged towards the fleet of extraterrestrial warships. However, aside from evading with minimal significance, the adversary made no attempts to intercept the oncoming hail of projectiles, allowing them to strike the vessels unabated. Some bullets were deflected, yet a greater number breached the hulls. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu observed no gas escaping from the shattered exteriors, nor did he witness any sparks emanating from damaged components. Aside from a few projectiles striking the nuclear fusion reactors, causing immediate explosions, the warships continued their advance, undeterred by the extent of their damage. Were these vessels entirely unmanned? Jiang Yu silently speculated. If intelligent beings were piloting the spacecraft, even if the vessels remained intact, the moment the pilot was injured or killed, control would be lost. Yet, these crafts, regardless of the extent of their damage, continued their advance. However, you are still woefully inadequate. Even outdated kinetic weapons can inflict such extensive devastation. Thus, the destructive power of hydrogen bombs, field force explosives, and energy cannons will only be greater. Jiang Yu made a rough calculation. This wave of bullet torrents had eliminated at least 300,000 alien ships, even without deploying high-powered weapons merely through the barrage of bullets. He could potentially eradicate more than half when they drew near. With a cold smirk, Jiang Yu continued to maneuver the ship, unleashing another torrent of bullets. The ammunition was inexpensive and abundant. Firing more would not evoke any sense of loss. His vessel continuously spewed forth tongues of flame, releasing countless bullets. Wave after wave of bullets engulfed the alien ships, igniting numerous explosions that lit up the void. A significant number of these extraterrestrial vessels fell to Jiang Yu's onslaught. Yet curiously, they did not retaliate. The ships resembled fearless warriors, relentlessly charging towards their adversary with a human wave tactic. To such a strategy, Jiang Yu could only scoff. In the realm of interstellar warfare, the human wave tactic proved futile. In the face of overwhelming power, reckless bravery held no value. Akin to the obliteration of the crocodile planet by an alien civilization. Had humanity not evacuated in advance and attempted to confront that extraterrestrial force, even 100 billion humans piloting ships would have been in vain. Although Jiang Yu's fleet had not dismantled the extraterrestrial civilization of the Alpha Galaxy, dealing with the inexorable wave of alien ships was effortlessly manageable. In addition to continuously unleashing torrents of bullets, Jiang Yu also launched space missiles. These missiles carried high-yield hydrogen bombs and small field force explosives. While the explosive power of a hydrogen bomb in the vacuum of space was not as formidable as within a planetary atmosphere, it remained a weapon of mass destruction, especially given the sheer number of alien vessels. Upon detonation, a single hydrogen bomb could vaporize nearby ships in an instant due to temperatures soaring into the hundreds of millions of degrees. Vessels further afield would also suffer significant damage, leading to the destruction of sensitive components. Soon, the first wave of space missiles detonated amidst the alien fleet. The hydrogen bombs erupted with tremendous force, radiating an endless expanse of light and heat. One hydrogen bomb could obliterate thousands of small spacecraft. The destructive power and lethal radius of the field force bomb surpassed those of a hydrogen bomb. Furthermore, the field force bomb is largely impervious to environmental influences. Upon detonation, a spatial collapse occurs within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, compressing the alien spacecraft at the epicenter into a spherical form. Vessels situated at a greater distance suffer damage to their components due to the intense magnetic forces at play. As time progressed, Jiang Yu transformed into a relentless engine of destruction, harvesting the lives of extraterrestrial beings. Within a mere half hour, he obliterated over 8 million alien ships. Yet, rather than feeling a sense of relief, his brow furrowed deeper. Despite having annihilated at least 8 million vessels, more than 10 million alien ships continued to advance toward him. It seemed as though an endless stream of ships was emerging from the alien planet, undeterred by their losses. As if they were engaged in a contest of attrition against Jiang Yu, who would exhaust their resources first, the aliens or he. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss, with only the option to continue firing. The alien ships surged forth in relentless waves, while Jiang Yu's fleet drew nearer to the alien planet. His objective was unequivocal: to strike at the heart of the alien world, deploying hydrogen and field force bombs upon it. Uncertain of whether the alien planet possessed an atmosphere, he nonetheless believed that the bombs would yield greater devastation upon impact, rather than endlessly eradicating alien vessels in the void of space. It was more prudent to obliterate their production facilities and diminish their war-making capabilities. Jiang Yu's 100,000 ships surged like a mighty force across the cosmos. As the distance closed, the alien ships, emboldened by their numerical superiority and fearless tenacity, managed to evade the barrage of fire approaching Jiang Yu's fleet. He paid little heed to these smaller vessels encroaching upon him, opting instead to utilize a torrent of bullets and laser weaponry for close-range defense. To his astonishment, he found that his most powerful energy cannons had little practical application. The alien ships were too small, rendering a single shot on such a target inefficient. What perplexed Jiang Yu further was the fact that these ships, now in close proximity, had yet to initiate a long-range assault against his fleet. A civilization harnessing fusion energy would surely be at least a Type 1 civilization, and even the smallest ships could not possibly lack long-range weaponry. However, the reason soon became clear to Jiang Yu. Once the smaller ships breached the close-range defenses, they charged directly at his vessels and detonated their fusion reactors. The explosion of a fusion reactor was 100-fold more powerful than an equivalently scaled hydrogen bomb. City-class, county-class, and town-class ships fared better, as their shields could withstand the suicide attacks of the alien vessels. Nevertheless, the ferocity of the explosions caused the shields to flicker, depleting a considerable amount of energy. Yet, the rural-class ships were not so fortunate. The detonation of a single alien ship's fusion reactor breached their protective shields entirely. Without the protective shield, the provincial-class spacecraft could no longer withstand the suicidal assault of another alien vessel, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Consequently, Jiang Yu's fleet began to sustain losses. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu was left utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the aliens would employ such a tactic. The reason they refrained from launching long-range attacks might be that they were already aware their strikes could not penetrate the enemy's defenses. Thus, they resorted to this extreme method, charging relentlessly towards the enemy ships at any cost. They subsequently detonated the nuclear fusion reactor within their own vessels to achieve the objective of annihilating the adversary's ships. Clearly, their strategy proved effective, albeit at a significant cost. Out of 1 million ships, perhaps only a handful could approach Jiang Yu's fleet. Moreover, this assault method only exhibited pronounced effects against provincial-class vessels, as they specifically targeted these ships for their suicidal attacks. Chapter 153. Infinite Proliferation Civilization. Jiang Yu was utterly astonished to discover that the alien spacecraft resorted to self-destruction to annihilate their own ships. Although this tactic exacted a tremendous toll, it succeeded in obliterating several hundred of Jiang Yu's vessels. Yet, the act of suicidal aggression was not the most shocking revelation for Jiang Yu. As a multitude of alien ships approached, countless debris floated through the cosmos. Particularly, these remnants, propelled by inertia, drifted into the path of Jiang Yu's fleet. A truly astonishing phenomenon caught Jiang Yu's attention. The wreckage appeared not as mere mechanical remnants, nor did it resemble metallic constructs. Upon being destroyed, these vessels expelled a dark green liquid, which was unmistakably not lubricant, but rather akin to biological blood. The debris bore a closer resemblance to severed limbs of living organisms. In that moment, Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. Even the biological computer experienced a brief computational error. Soon, a conclusion surged within Jiang Yu, stirring tumultuous waves of realization. The alien spacecraft were not mechanical creations, nor were they unmanned vessels. Rather, each ship embodied a living entity. In essence, Every ship was an extraterrestrial creature. The vast numbers of these vessels further corroborated Jiang Yu's hypothesis. This alien civilization was a form of infinitely proliferating monstrous life. To articulate it in terms familiar to Earth's pre-transcendent era, this civilization could aptly be referred to as a Zerg civilization. The defining characteristic of such infinitely proliferating entities is their possession of one or more progenitors, which, after consuming resources, metamorphose into offspring. Consequently, their numbers are extraordinarily vast. Provided the resources are sufficient, their proliferation is limitless. To substantiate his conjecture, Jiang Yu dispatched combat drones to collect a substantial amount of wreckage, returning it to the research vessel. Even with the most rudimentary instruments, this conclusion was swiftly validated. These fearless ships were indeed proliferating monstrosities, the offspring of the Zerg. How could I have overlooked this? I am not confronting an ordinary civilization, but rather the Zerg civilization, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all cosmic civilizations. Jiang Yu, overwhelmed by shock, found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had encountered the most troublesome of adversaries. He should have anticipated this. Yet the Zerg had evolved biological fusion organs, leading Jiang Yu to employ conventional reasoning in contemplating the nature of this intelligent civilization. For a fleeting moment, he even considered the possibility that this might be a mechanical civilization. Both mechanical and Zerg civilizations boast vast numbers of tools. However, the distinction lies in their resource allocation. The mechanical civilization dedicates all resources to constructing spacecraft under program control, whereas the Zerg civilization utilizes every resource to breed countless offspring. When Jiang Yu relayed this information back to the command center of the human race, urging them to brace for the impending reality, every military and political leader, fleet commander, and scientist was left in a state of profound shock, their scalps prickling with apprehension. Jiang Yu is a high-dimensional being who has traversed from Earth, possessing a deeper understanding of the insectoid civilization than of humanity itself. The knowledge and perception of humankind are merely confined to their previous coexistence with the beast race. Although the beast race is vast in number, they adhere to the conventional reproductive rules of ordinary life forms. In contrast, the insectoid race can proliferate infinitely as long as resources are available. I require you to utilize our limited resources to the fullest extent to manufacture unmanned aerial vehicles and combat robots at the county level. We must prepare for a protracted and arduous war, as this is pivotal to the future of all humankind. Jiang Yu issued an urgent command to the upper echelons of humanity. Engaging in warfare with a civilization capable of infinite reproduction is imprudent. It takes at least 20 years to cultivate a single exemplary warrior among humankind. Meanwhile, the insectoids can continuously spawn countless entities given sufficient resources. Humanity cannot compete with the insectoids in sheer numbers. Our only hope lies in overwhelming them with technological prowess. The only viable path to victory is through the relentless construction of unmanned vessels and combat robots under Jiang Yu's command. The human fleet can merely ensure the safety of Blue Star, preventing the insectoids from launching a large-scale offensive. Jiang Yu's orders were executed without delay, focusing all available resources on the production of unmanned aerial vehicles and combat robots. They understood that the only force capable of contesting the insectoid numbers was the fleet and robots controlled by His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity. Deploying the human fleet alongside the military to engage the insectoids was utterly unrealistic and likely to end in defeat. The conflict between Jiang Yu and the insectoids continued unabated. Presently, the number of insectoids in space had surpassed 100 million, and this figure was continually on the rise. Such a colossal quantity could easily obscure the inherent weakness of individual combat capabilities. The insectoid race could achieve victory in war through sheer numbers. As Jiang Yu commanded the fleet in battle against the insectoid forces, he activated the Eye of Insight to analyze the insectoid homeworld. Simultaneously, he launched a multitude of reconnaissance satellites toward the insectoid mother planet, employing advanced observation instruments for comprehensive surveillance. However, neither Jiang Yu's Eye of Insight nor the sophisticated observation devices could penetrate the defenses of the insectoid world. An enigmatic energy shield, beyond Jiang Yu's comprehension, thwarted all external probing efforts. Even the reconnaissance satellites he dispatched were obliterated by the insectoid vessels. Jiang Yu observed as the insectoid ships transformed upon nearing the satellites, morphing from spacecraft into a form resembling eight-legged creatures with two sharp forelimbs. They ascended above the reconnaissance devices, seizing them and launching fierce assaults with their razor-sharp appendages, capable of effortlessly piercing and tearing apart the metallic constructs. It was evident that the insectoids would not permit Jiang Yu to gather intelligence on their mother planet, nor would they allow anything to approach it. To thwart my endeavors is not so easily accomplished. What does it matter if there are many? I shall not be intimidated by you. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and bellowed, commanding the spacecraft to unleash a ferocious assault. All ships ceased their hesitance in utilizing energy cannons, abandoning any thoughts of conserving energy. Any Zerg spacecraft attempting to launch a suicidal attack in close proximity will be met with a barrage from energy cannons. Jiang Yu's ship is equipped with elemental decay energy, enabling it to unleash a greater number of energy blasts. Under Jiang Yu's command, the human factories commenced the mass production of the war supplies essential for their needs, channeling all limited resources into this struggle against the Zerg. As Jiang Yu annihilated countless Zerg vessels, he deftly maneuvered the fleet towards the Zerg homeworld. The Zerg ships are spawned from their mother planet. Thus, striking at the Zerg homeworld or eliminating the mother Zerg should effectively hinder the reproduction of additional Zerg ships. Although Jiang Yu may not be able to obliterate the Zerg homeworld with a single strike as he did with the extraterrestrial fleet of the Crocodilians, he is still capable of cleansing the surface of the Zerg homeworld and potentially destroying the mother Zerg. Jiang Yu possesses a considerable arsenal of powerful hydrogen bombs and formidable gravitational bombs, which serve as excellent tools for such a cleansing operation. Chapter 154. The Insectoid Energy Weapon Assault. The combat prowess of Jiang Yu's fleet was undeniably formidable in the face of the Insectoid armada. However, with only 100,000 vessels at his disposal, he was dwarfed by the seemingly infinite swarm of enemy ships. Even if he were to exchange one of his ships for 1 million or 10 million Insectoid vessels, he would still be at a severe disadvantage. Thus, there was but one course of action: to launch an offensive against the Insectoid homeworld and obliterate their boundless reproduction capabilities. Jiang Yu commanded his fleet with unwavering resolve, increasing the power of the elemental decay engines as they surged toward the Insectoid stronghold. A torrent of bullets, a barrage of space missiles, and a multitude of energy cannons forged a path forward. Countless Insectoid vessels were reduced to mere fragments or vaporized in the onslaught. Yet, the Insectoid ships remained undeterred, charging forward relentlessly. Upon nearing Jiang Yu's fleet, they would self-detonate their internal fusion devices, while smaller vessels sustained only minor disruptions to their shielding. The damage inflicted on larger ships was devastating, as their defensive capabilities were limited. However, Jiang Yu could not afford to dwell on such matters without neutralizing the Insectoid homeworld. His fleet would be gradually depleted by the relentless tide of enemy ships. As Jiang Yu's fleet approached the Insectoid homeworld, the mother insect seemed to sense his intentions. The quantity of Insectoid vessels launched from the homeworld increased, not only in number but also in size. The larger ships were equipped with more potent biological fusion engines, enabling them to move faster and execute maneuvers with greater agility, and their self-detonation capabilities were correspondingly more formidable. Certain self-detonations even caused overloads in the shielding systems of county-level ships. The Insectoids exhibited a tactical acumen akin to Jiang Yu's own. The closer one drew to the Flagship, the more formidable the resistance and defense became. Jiang Yu mused silently, recognizing that the Xiong Province-class vessel was his flagship, boasting the strongest combat capabilities and the most rigorous protective measures. The Insectoid homeworld could be likened to the flagship of the Insectoid fleet. As Jiang Yu's forces drew nearer, the intensity of the countermeasures escalated. At this juncture, Jiang Yu's fleet was a mere 30 million kilometers from the Insectoid homeworld. Despite the Insectoids employing incomprehensible methods to thwart external reconnaissance, Jiang Yu's eye of insight managed to glean a general outline of the homeworld after he fully engaged the void engines. The Insectoid homeworld appeared a deep, mottled green, writhing as if it were an immense, pulsating mass of flesh. Its surface was riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes, from which the Insectoid vessels emerged. Not only did Jiang Yu discern the overall appearance of the Insectoid homeworld, but he was also struck by a startling sight. In addition to launching vessels at Jiang Yu's fleet, many insectoid ships were entering the openings. These larger, rotund vessels moved more slowly, traversing between the insectoid homeworld and the first planet, as well as its 3 moons. Jiang Yu immediately surmised that these stout insectoid ships were likely transport vessels. They transport the resources extracted from the first planet and its satellites back to the mother planet, nurturing the endless reproduction of the Zerg offspring by the Zerg Queen. In addition to the combat and transport Zerg ships that Jiang Yu observed, there exists a vast array of resource-extracting Zerg on the first planet and its satellites. The transport Zerg shuttle between the Zerg mother planet and the first planet, as well as its satellites, and upon arriving at the Zerg mother planet, they burrow into those openings. Jiang Yu could surmise that the Zerg Queen must reside in a secure location beneath the Zerg mother planet. This realization intensified Jiang Yu's urgency. Resources on the Zerg mother planet were undoubtedly finite. However, if resources could be mined from the first planet and its satellites, it implied that the resources available to the Zerg mother planet were virtually limitless. The sheer quantity of resources on the first planet and its satellites was beyond Jiang Yu's imagination. What added to his despair was the fact that the Zerg not only dispatched larvae to the first planet and its satellites, but also sent vast quantities of larvae to the second planet. Though the distance prevented him from witnessing their return, this was a troubling development. According to scientific research, the second planet bore a striking resemblance to the blue planet, featuring oceans, land, and intelligent life forms. With a slight modification, it could become habitable for the human race. The technological civilization had already regarded the second planet as a second home. Now, this second sanctuary for humanity was under siege by the Zerg. A civilization yet to enter the interstellar age could not withstand such an invasion. While Jiang Yu was indifferent to the tragic fate of the intelligent beings on the second planet, he could not abide the idea of a beautiful world being ravaged by the Zerg. Furthermore, the resources on that planet would be exploited by the Zerg to create new Zerg entities. This was something Jiang Yu could not permit. Thus, he resolved to save the second planet. With this thought, he instructed his fleet to accelerate and intensify their offensive against the Zerg. Jiang Yu had to carve a bloody path to rain down powerful hydrogen bombs and force bombs upon the Zerg mother planet. At that moment, his fleet was less than 10 million kilometers away from the Zerg mother planet. The route was a veritable ocean of Zerg, shrouding the sky. Jiang Yu unleashed every form of attack at his disposal: torrents of bullets, laser weaponry, hydrogen bombs, force bombs, energy cannons, electromagnetic weapons, and more. Yet, his fleet still struggled to carve a path forward, their advance slowing with each passing moment. Moreover, with each increment of progress, he suffered the loss of hundreds to thousands of ships. Jiang Yu calculated that when his fleet drew sufficiently close to the Zerg mother planet, they would have lost more than half of their subclass ships, with even city and county-class vessels sustaining damage. From this point onward, the Zerg initiated long-range assaults. Jiang Yu witnessed numerous luminous orbs shooting forth from the openings on the Zerg mother planet, flickering with a ghostly blue light. Upon analyzing these orbs, he realized they were rudimentary energy weapons, though their power was relatively modest. A single energy cannon is insufficient to penetrate the spacecraft's force field. However, what if one shot is inadequate? What about 10 shots, 100, or even 1,000? Jiang Yu observed an innumerable array of energy orbs being unleashed from the Zerg homeworld, hurtling towards his fleet at a staggering velocity of 2,000 kilometers per second. Within mere minutes, countless energy orbs reached the vicinity of Jiang Yu's fleet. Although the trajectories of these energy orbs had been meticulously calculated by Jiang Yu, evading them entirely was an impossibility, for countless Zerg vessels were entangled with his fleet. Consequently, a multitude of energy orbs bombarded the spacecraft's force field. The immense energy impacts caused the force field to flicker with radiant light. Several provincial-grade vessels, struck by multiple energy orbs, erupted in resounding explosions, scattering debris in all directions. The city and county-grade vessels, upon being struck by numerous energy orbs, experienced an overload in their force field systems. Chapter 155. Launching the Super Wyvern. As Jiang Yu's fleet drew ever closer to the Zerg homeworld, the resistance he encountered intensified significantly. The rate at which he obliterated the Zerg was far outpaced by the emergence of their spacecraft from the mother planet. Countless Zerg vessels surged toward Jiang Yu's fleet like moths drawn to a flame. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Yu's fleet unleashed a barrage of firepower, kinetic weapons, space missiles, energy weapons, and laser armaments erupted in a frenzy. An innumerable array of Zerg ships was obliterated, and the blinding brilliance of their biological fusion reactors exploding coalesced into a dazzling spectacle. The void of space was littered with the remnants of countless Zerg carcasses, rendering it a veritable slaughterhouse. In addition to the relentless, desperate suicide assaults of the Zerg ships, the energy cannons fired from the mother planet became increasingly concentrated. It was evident that Jiang Yu's actions had instilled fear within the Zerg hive. Consequently, the Zerg homeworld retaliated with fervor, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to engulf Jiang Yu's fleet entirely. This trajectory was untenable. His fleet would soon be depleted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yu resolved to undertake an even more audacious maneuver than the Zerg themselves. He commanded the Xiang province, a quasi-province-level ship, to accelerate toward the fray. The vessels stationed ahead parted to grant the Xiang province a swift passage. Typically, a flagship would remain aloof from direct combat. But given the urgency of the moment, Jiang Yu had little choice. The Xiang province, with a laden mass of 100 million tons, boasted the most robust force field shield and the most formidable offensive capabilities. Additionally, it was equipped with the highest number of elemental decay engines, each of immense power. In every regard, speed, defense, and combat prowess, the Xiang province was unparalleled. With 1,000 elemental decay engines activated, the colossal vessel surged forward. In less than 10 minutes, the Xiang province, which had previously commanded from the rear, charged to the forefront, plunging into the vast expanse of Zerg vessels like an ancient behemoth. Its immense mass, rapid velocity, and unparalleled firepower rendered it invincible among the Zerg swarm. The majority of approaching Zerg ships were annihilated by its overwhelming might. A small fraction of Zerg ships detonated their internal fusion cores upon nearing the Xiang province, yet the vessel's force field shield proved impervious to such feeble explosions. With the Xiang province aimed directly at the Zerg homeworld, its most formidable phosphorus energy cannon completed its charge. Under Jiang Yu's command, it was unleashed toward the Zerg mother planet, releasing a colossal beam of energy imbued with unparalleled might. The Zerg spaceship obstructing the path was instantaneously vaporized, clearing the way for the Xiangxing. Simultaneously with the discharge of the energy cannon, a colossal space missile was launched. This missile, comparable in size to a provincial-class spacecraft, carried a hydrogen bomb with an explosive yield exceeding that of the Great Ivan on pre-transcendental Earth by 100-fold. In theory, there is no upper limit to the yield of a hydrogen bomb, nor to its destructive capability. Should a sufficiently large hydrogen bomb be constructed, Jiang Yu could theoretically obliterate an entire planet. However, constrained by the technological capabilities of humanity, such a bomb remains unfeasible. Additionally, propelling such an immense hydrogen bomb renders it susceptible to interception due to its relatively slow speed. Thus, the creation of a planet-destroying hydrogen bomb is utterly unnecessary, representing a sheer waste of resources and productivity. Nevertheless, the humanity has successfully manufactured numerous hydrogen bombs of 100-fold the Great Ivan's yield. When one of these hydrogen bombs strikes a planet, its destructive power rivals that of a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. If this hydrogen bomb could be successfully delivered to the Zerg's homeworld, it would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage upon them. The energy cannon fired by the Xiangxing obliterated hundreds of thousands of Zerg ships before dissipating into nothingness due to energy depletion. However, it carved a pathway extending millions of kilometers, allowing the hydrogen bomb to traverse unimpeded toward the Zerg homeworld. At this moment, Jiang Yu's fleet was less than 10 million kilometers from the Zerg's mother planet. The Super Great Ivan hydrogen bomb, propelled by several elemental decay engines, had accelerated to a staggering speed of 500 kilometers per second, racing toward the Zerg homeworld. The massive Great Ivan streaked through the inky void of space like a comet, heralding destruction and death for the Zerg. Clearly, the Super Great Ivan instilled terror in the Zerg homeworld. Whether in space or ships launched from the mother planet, Zerg vessels rushed desperately toward the super Great Ivan. Countless energy spheres surged toward it as well. The Zerg, willing to sacrifice everything, endeavored to intercept the super Great Ivan. However, its velocity was too great, and it was shielded by a force field, making interception a formidable challenge. Many Zerg ships resorted to self-detonation from a distance, while some valiant ships emerged from the motherworld, fearlessly colliding with it. Amidst the onslaught of energy spheres, the super Great Ivan was soon engulfed. Ultimately, when the super Great Ivan was less than 2 million kilometers from the Zerg homeworld, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. An incredibly brilliant light illuminated the dark expanse of space, and boundless waves of light and heat swept across vast regions. Although the Zerg successfully intercepted the super Great Ivan, it came at the cost of millions of Zerg lives. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu finally revealed a chilling smile. "I have many more super Great Ivans. Let us see how many you can intercept." With that, he maneuvered his fleet toward the Zerg homeworld with determination. As the Xiangxing ship recharges its formidable energy cannon, 10 minutes pass. The cannon fires once more, with the Super Ivan following in its wake. A similarly spectacular scene unfolds in the vastness of space, as countless Insectoid lives are sacrificed in a desperate attempt to intercept the Super Ivan. However, this time, the Super Ivan is closer to the Insectoid homeworld. The fleet commanded by Jiang Yu draws ever nearer to the Insectoid planet. As the Xiangxing vessel approaches sufficiently, the Insectoids will find themselves unable to halt the advance of the Super Ivan. At this proximity, Jiang Yu observes an array of intricate details on the surface of the Insectoid homeworld. Numerous combat-oriented Insectoid ships launch from their portals, while countless transport vessels take off and land across the surface. Energy spheres are discharged from the Insectoid planet, hurtling into the cosmos. The scene on the Insectoid homeworld is one of frenetic activity, revealing their underlying chaos. Chapter 156. The civilization of the magical planet. With each launch of the super energy cannon aboard the Xiangxing, a passage spanning millions of kilometers is obliterated. The Super Ivan clearly captivates the primary focus of the Insectoid race, instilling in them a palpable fear. While the potency of hydrogen bombs diminishes in the vacuum of space, their sheer magnitude remains overwhelming. Each Super Ivan is capable of annihilating millions of the Insectoid creatures, drawing the attention of the majority of the energy spheres from the Insectoid home planet for interception. Consequently, the pressure on Jiang Yu's fleet has significantly eased. Under Jiang Yu's command, the vast armada embarks on a relentless slaughter. At this moment, the Insectoid home planet descends into further madness. From the numerous openings on the planet's surface, countless Insectoid ships are launched, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres. They desperately attempt to thwart the advance of Jiang Yu's fleet, striving to intercept the Super Ivan projectiles. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's fleet continues its relentless approach towards the Insectoid home planet, accelerating with each passing moment. The Insectoid vessels, produced by the mother insect, are mercilessly dispatched by Jiang Yu. The combat capabilities of the Xiangxing are fully engaged, and its defenses are pushed to their utmost limits. Under the leading charge of the Xiangxing, the Insectoid resistance appears feeble and ineffective. At this juncture, Jiang Yu's fleet is merely 3 million kilometers from the Insectoid home planet. The super energy cannon of the Xiangxing clears the path once more. Another Super Ivan is launched. It is at this moment that the mother insect seems to sense the impending peril. At any cost, it initiates interception, and Jiang Yu witnesses a miraculous scene unfold. On one side of the Insectoid home planet, countless bright orange flames erupt. "This is a planetary engine?" Jiang Yu gasps in astonishment. The blue planet had relied on planetary engines to reach the vicinity of the Tianyuan star system. The sight of those orange flames is all too familiar to him. After a rough calculation, Jiang Yu deduces that the Insectoid home planet has activated no fewer than 20,000 planetary engines. Propelled by these engines, the Insectoid home planet begins to gradually accelerate, gaining speed. Soon, it reaches the escape velocity of Planet 1, breaking free from its orbit. This maneuver mirrors the process by which 100,000 planetary engines propelled the blue planet away from the Alpha Star's orbit. Is it attempting to flee? Jiang Yu swiftly concludes. The super energy cannon aboard the Xiangxing requires a protracted period to recharge. It can only fire the super Wyvern after clearing a passage. As the Insectoid home planet attempts its escape, it does not cease the launching of Insectoid vessels and energy spheres. An endless stream of Insectoid ships, shielded by numerous energy spheres, continues to obstruct Jiang Yu's fleet. The Insectoid vessels sacrifice their lives to buy time for their home planet's escape. Jiang Yu can do nothing but watch helplessly as the Insectoid home planet retreats from Planet 1's orbit. He maneuvers his fleet, unleashing maximum firepower. Yet the sheer number of Insectoid ships is overwhelming. The Insectoid home planet persists in its acceleration, fleeing into the vast emptiness of space. The remaining Zerg ships did not flee alongside their home planet. Instead, they recklessly charged towards Jiang Yu's fleet, initiating a catastrophic biological nuclear fusion explosion. Jiang Yu observed as the Zerg homeworld accelerated rapidly after breaking free from the orbit of Planet 1, successfully evading the threats posed by the Xiangxing-class super energy cannon and the super Wyvern. During its retreat, the Zerg homeworld continued to unleash countless Zerglings upon Jiang Yu's fleet. Jiang Yu realized that his plan to bombard the Zerg homeworld with the super Wyvern had been utterly thwarted. Even if he possessed the capability to pursue, he would refrain from doing so, for he was unaware of how long the Zerg had been in the Tianyuan star system. Nor did he know the extent of the Zerglings that had been dispatched to the planets and moons of this system. Jiang Yu had already witnessed innumerable transport Zerg ships traversing between Planet 1, its moons, and the Zerg homeworld. This indicated that the Zerg were extensively harvesting resources from these celestial bodies, resources that rightfully belong to the technologically advanced human race. He also noted that the Zerg homeworld had launched a significant number of Zerglings towards Planet 2. Jiang Yu was oblivious to the type of Zerglings being sent to Planet 2, especially considering that there could be indigenous intelligent life on that planet. The Zerg would likely engage in a massacre of the native beings, while simultaneously ravaging the resources and environment of Planet 2. This was intolerable to Jiang Yu, who regarded Planet 2 as humanity's second home, a world destined for colonization by the human race. The Zerg's destruction of Planet 2 was something he could not abide. While his uncle might endure it, his aunt would not. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu issued a command to the command center of the Hope. The Zerg homeworld has been driven away. However, they have launched a multitude of Zerglings towards Planets 1 and 2, as well as their respective moons. These Zerglings include combat types, resource harvesting types, and transport variants. As for whether other types exist, it remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the Tianyuan star system is destined to belong to humanity. Our new homeland shall not be permitted to suffer Zerg destruction. I command that, aside from ensuring the safety of Blue Star, the 5 major fleets and their soldiers immediately seize control of Planet 1 and its moons. Eliminate all Zerg present on Planet 1 and its satellites, establishing a human base. Once I have thoroughly cleansed Planet 2 and its moons of Zerg, Blue Star will then enter the star system. After issuing his orders, Jiang Yu intensified the purge of the remaining Zerg ships. Following a certain distance of retreat, the Zerg homeworld ceased launching additional ships towards Jiang Yu's fleet. While it was not difficult for Jiang Yu's fleet to eliminate these Zerg vessels, cleansing the planets and moons of Zerg was a far more arduous task. Jiang Yu alone was insufficient to swiftly eradicate all Zerg from both planets and their 4 moons. He required the assistance of the human fleet. He harbored no fears of a renewed assault from the Zerg homeworld, nor was he concerned about an attack on Blue Star by the Zerg. Although his fleet had suffered nearly half its strength, the core remained intact and was capable of continual reinforcements. With the Zerg homeworld driven away, it would be deprived of the resources from the planets and moons of the Tianyuan star system. Merely relying on the resources of the Zerg homeworld, it is utterly impossible to sustain a protracted war of attrition. One could assert that humanity has already triumphed in the war against the Zerg. The Tianyuan galaxy is destined to fall under the dominion of technologically advanced humans. Just as the human fleet dispatched 3 major armadas to eradicate the remaining Zerg vessels, Jiang Yu was suddenly greeted by a high-dimensional communication request. He was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing. Was there indeed a planetary sovereign within the Tianyuan galaxy? Jiang Yu was unaware whether this high-dimensional communication request originated from Planet 2 or the Zerg homeworld. regardless of whether it came from Planet 2 or the Zerg homeworld. He found it unsurprising that a planetary sovereign had been identified. The diversity of civilizations in the cosmos is vast, and the Zerg represent a form of intelligent civilization, one that is notably formidable. Upon connecting to the high-dimensional communication, an urgent voice immediately resonated. "Greetings, leader of the unknown civilization. I am Jessica, the sovereign of the magical literary star." Chapter 157. Jessica's plea. Jessica, the master of the magical civilization? Upon hearing the self-introduction through the high-dimensional communication, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Jessica was a fellow graduate from the same cohort of the Planetary Masters Academy. She was a remarkably kind-hearted young woman who had once extended her assistance to Jiang Yu. He had taken a slight interest when she matched with the magical civilization's planet. However, the Dark Forest was merciless. Each planetary master possessed their own civilization. Jiang Yu would not extend special consideration merely due to Jessica's kindness and past aid. Thus, he refrained from responding hastily, choosing instead to await her subsequent words. After a brief pause, Jessica continued, "Your civilization is an advanced and formidable technological entity. I am uncertain whether your fleet is merely passing through or has come here deliberately. However, your expulsion of the Zerg from their home planet suggests that you too harbor an aversion towards their civilization. The Zerg are predators of the cosmos, thriving on the annihilation of other civilizations. In contrast, my magical civilization cherishes peace. We simply desire to live happily and quietly. Regrettably, we have fallen victim to an invasion by the Zerg. Our planet is overrun with grotesque and formidable pests. I am leading my people in a desperate struggle against these vile creatures. Yet, their numbers are overwhelming, and our casualties are severe. Therefore, I beseech your civilization to lend us your assistance in eradicating these loathsome pests." Jessica's voice was laden with anxiety, her tone imbued with hope. It was evident that her magical civilization was enduring a catastrophic ordeal at the hands of the Zerg. Jiang Yu found himself intrigued, pondering what means the magical civilization possessed to counter the Zerg. Did a truly magical civilization exist in this universe, one that defied scientific explanation? In response to Jessica's earnest plea, Jiang Yu calmly replied, "It has been a long time. Jessica, I am Jiang Yu." Jessica immediately expressed her surprise. You are brother Jiang Yu? Is it truly you?" Jiang Yu affirmed, "Yes, Jessica. My technological civilization was assaulted by an alien force 3 centuries ago, compelling us to leave our original galaxy in search of a new home. Your magical star system is indeed my destination, although I was unaware of your magical planet's presence here." Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing the truth, regardless of Jessica's response. The technological people would establish their home in the Tianyuan galaxy. His revelation left Jessica in silence. Though gentle and kind-hearted, she was not naive. While she had once assisted Jiang Yu during their time at the Planetary Masters Academy, she understood that each civilization now sought its own development. She was powerless to prevent Jiang Yu's technological people from entering the Tianyuan galaxy or to stop their impending incursion. After a brief moment, Jessica's voice resurfaced, imbued with a tone of inquiry or earnestness as she asked, "Brother Jiang Yu, do you believe that 2 civilizations within a galaxy can coexist in harmony?" Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "I do not know, Jessica, but I shall do my utmost." He could offer no guarantees. Everything hinged upon the advancement of his own civilization. If Jessica's magical civilization posed any threat to the development of the technological human race, he would not hesitate to eradicate it. After another prolonged silence, Jessica ultimately chose to compromise. "Brother Jiang Yu, I choose to trust you. I will first assist you in eliminating those grotesque insects." With no time for further reflection, Jiang Yu resolved to address the matters of tomorrow when they arrived. He proceeded to eliminate the remaining Insectoid vessels while simultaneously directing his main fleet at the swiftest pace toward the magical planet. The residual insect vessels were not a significant concern, yet Jessica's predicament appeared dire. Thanks to the remarkable capability of quantum communication, Jiang Yu felt assured that distance would not sever control over the ships. However, he soon stumbled upon a new dilemma. Due to the gravitational influence of the Tianyuan star system, his fleet was unable to interwarp travel. Perhaps the formidable gravitational pull of the stars and planets rendered the space too rigid for folding. Or perhaps Jiang Yu's warp engine technology was not sufficiently advanced to overcome the reinforced spatial effects. In any case, his fleet was compelled to traverse at conventional speeds toward Jessica's magical planet. As Jiang Yu's fleet approached the magical planet, 1/5 of a light year away, he activated the Eye of Insight to assess the situation on the planet. The Eye of Insight proved to be more effective than any observational instrument within that distance. It enveloped the entire magical planet, revealing a scene that astonished Jang Yu. Before him lay an extraordinarily beautiful world, where the seas shimmered a deep azure and the skies mirrored that brilliance. Towering trees adorned the land, alongside exotic flowers and grasses, while clear streams meandered between the encircling mountains. Quaint, ancient villages were scattered across the vast plains, their houses arranged in charming disarray. The open grasslands were teeming with creatures reminiscent of cattle and sheep, peacefully grazing. This planet was undoubtedly a paradise, a sanctuary capable of purifying a restless soul. Here, one could escape the turmoil of the world and embrace the bounties of nature. Jiang Yu had no doubt about Jessica's words. The denizens of the magical civilization cherished peace. In such an idyllic haven, even Jiang Yu yearned to experience the essence of life. Yet, amidst such beauty, a swarm of unwelcome guests shattered the tranquility. Jiang Yu observed as, in a once quiet village, the inhabitants enjoyed their serene existence. Suddenly, countless colossal insects emerged from the distant mountains. These creatures resembled enormous spiders or mantises. They possess 8 legs and 2 forelimbs resembling sickles. It appears they have caught a whiff of an extraordinarily delectable scent. They rush towards the tranquil village in a fervent frenzy. The emergence of these creatures instantly incites a profound panic. The villagers have long been aware that their home is under siege by the insect horde. The sentinel on duty swiftly discerned the swarm of insects and sounded the alarm. All the elderly, women, and children promptly retreated into their homes in an orderly fashion, while the brave men prepared themselves for battle. The incessant buzzing of the countless insects filled the air with an unsettling resonance. Their 8 slender arachnid legs endowed them with remarkable speed for running and leaping. The sickle-like forelimbs flailed menacingly, capable of tearing through any obstacle or prey with ease. The men of the village stood guard at the entrance, wielding an array of weapons that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Among them were powerful bows and crossbows, as well as long spears and swords. Some bore no weapons, but conjured fireballs with their hands. Behind the men loomed a cadre of cloaked sorcerers and wizards. Chapter 158. The Insectoid Assault on the Capital of the Magicians in a Quaint Village upon the Magical Planet. A violent clash between the insectoid horde and the magical beings commenced. Thousands of scythe-wielding creatures launched their assault upon the village. As the insect army approached within 400 to 500 meters, the archers took the initiative to strike first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sharp arrows sliced through the air, their glinting tips shimmering ominously. With uncanny precision, they seemed to possess eyes, finding their mark upon the insects. The creatures emitted piercing cries of anguish as they were struck. Some fell lifeless, while others were rendered immobile. The magical archers continued to draw their bows, dispatching the insect foes with deadly accuracy. Curiously, they bore no quivers, yet as they drew their bows, arrows materialized from thin air, ready to be loosed. A veritable rain of arrows descended upon the advancing insect horde, each archer a master marksman, with nearly every arrow capable of slaying or wounding the grotesque creatures. Yet, the insect army pressed on, undeterred, surging toward their adversaries like a relentless tide, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, at the rear, wizards and sorcerers chanted strange incantations, their hands weaving intricate gestures. With a commanding shout, they unleashed a barrage of spears that erupted from the ground, piercing the insects' vulnerable abdomens. Ice shards rained down from above, striking the insect horde like a storm. The collective assault of the wizards and sorcerers proved devastating, claiming countless insect lives with each strike. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, and their fearless nature transformed the enemy's attacks into a catalyst for their fury. As the insect army closed in within mere meters of the village entrance, the archers lost their long-range advantage. steeling themselves against the oncoming tide. They charge forth into the fray, transforming their bows into melee weapons, spears, swords, and daggers. With no avenue for retreat, they resolved to fight to the death. For behind them lay their loved ones whom they vowed to protect. The intelligent beings of the magical planet bore a striking resemblance to humans, both in appearance and physique. Yet their strength surpassed that of ordinary folk. The weapons they conjured, spears and swords, were remarkably sharp, capable of piercing the insects' formidable exoskeletons with each thrust, and severing their limbs with every swing. However, in close combat, the advantage rested with the insects, whose scythe-like forelimbs could easily penetrate the bodies of the magical beings. Towering over their adversaries, the insects wielded their elongated appendages to devastating effect. Before long, the magical warriors charging into the insect horde were engulfed, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of their foes. The wizards and sorcerers, being particularly ultimately, the entire village will succumb to the relentless army of insects, leaving the elderly, the weak, and children to face a tragic fate. Such brutal scenes are unfolding across numerous locales on the magical planet. Countless swarms of insects sweep through like a plague of locusts, mercilessly reaping all forms of life. Beyond the scattered villages, the cities of the magical folk are equally doomed to the horrors of slaughter. Although the urban centers are home to a greater number of sorcerers and possess formidable magical armies, they are besieged by an even larger force of insects, accompanied by more powerful creatures. The capital of the magical folk is surrounded by towering, sturdy walls patrolled by soldiers, with sentinels keeping watch from the battlements. This vibrant city is the residence of Queen Jessica, who has long since issued the highest level of danger warning, compelling all magical beings to fight to the bitter end. Daily, grim tidings reach the capital, recounting the horrific consumption of countless magical folk by the loathsome pests. An endless shroud of fear envelopes the hearts of every magical being, even those within the capital, who live in a state of constant anxiety. Though they have yet to engage the insects in battle, they have witnessed the harrowing scenes unfold on televised news. Indeed, the magical folk have also advanced technologically, reaching a level comparable to Earth civilization during the late 20th century. However, their reverence for magic has overshadowed their enthusiasm for technological development, resulting in a lack of advanced weaponry such as aircraft and artillery. The magical planet is a peculiar realm where magic and technology coexist. One day, under a clear sky devoid of clouds, several magical warriors flew back on their enchanted swords, their faces betraying a sense of panic. They soared directly into the capital, heading towards the Queen's temple, where they delivered a dire message to Queen Jessica. Upon receiving the report, Jessica's complexion turned ghostly pale as she murmured, "Brother Jiang Yu, if only you would assist the magical folk through this crisis. I would grant you anything, even if it meant becoming your handmaiden." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jessica rose. She could not afford to display her fear at this juncture. All magical warriors ascended to the battlements to engage in a fierce battle against the hideous insects, determined to protect their kin within the city. The magical folk, favored by divine beings, were assured that powerful warriors would emerge to rescue their people. With that thought, Jessica stepped out of the Queen's temple and made her way to the battlements, resolute to fight alongside her soldiers. At her call, countless magical warriors gathered atop the walls, ready to join their queen in vanquishing the approaching insects. In an instant, the entire capital was shrouded in the ominous clouds of the insect invasion. Jessica reached the highest point of the battlement, safeguarded by the mightiest sorcerers. As she gazed into the distance, her countenance turned ashen once more, for she beheld a vast army of insects surging towards the capital like a flood breaching its banks. Among the familiar grotesque insects were also larger, more formidable variants of the beetles. The battle alarm atop the city tower has been sounded, and the valiant magical warriors stand ready for combat. In their hands, they conjure formidable bows and crossbows, poised to launch a devastating ranged assault against the encroaching horde of insects. Sorcerers and mages commence their incantations, preparing to unleash more potent spells to vanquish the multitude of foes. Soon, an endless swarm of insects surges toward the base of the tower, emitting a sound that sends shivers down the spine, brandishing their scythe-like appendages. Sensing the scent of their prey, they launch an assault against the towering structure. rising dozens of meters into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magical warriors draw their bows and release a deluge of arrows. A torrential rain of projectiles descends from above, piercing countless insects as they advance. Numerous creatures fall, struck by arrows, while those that land upon the ground swiftly dissipate into wisps of azure smoke. Once more, a fresh barrage of arrows is unleashed upon the unending tide of insects. The sorcerers and mages revel in casting spikes and ice shards, each wave claiming the lives of numerous adversaries. Chapter 159. The Descent of the Celestial Beings under the relentless barrage of arrows unleashed by the warriors of the magical clan. And amidst the spikes and ice shards conjured by the wizards and sorcerers, a multitude of grotesque insects fell, slaughtered on the path of their charge. Yet, this carnage did little to deter the ceaseless advance of their kin. A steady stream of these vile creatures emerged from the distant mountains, treading upon the corpses of their fallen brethren and wading through rivers of blood. The repugnant insects, seemingly inexhaustible and undaunted by the specter of death, pressed onward. Before the city walls, the slain insects formed small hills, yet despite their overwhelming numbers, they were still met with the valorous blades of the magical warriors. At this moment, a colossal and sluggish beetle came to an abrupt halt. It pivoted, raising its rear towards the fortifications of the magical folk. After a brief moment of tension, its enormous abdomen began to swell ominously, a surge of blue, ethereal energy coalescing within, growing ever more potent. Just as this energy threatened to rupture its form, it erupted forth violently, sending forth blue orbs, each nearly 10 meters in diameter, arcing toward the walls. Faced with this aerial onslaught, the magical folk found themselves bereft of any means of defense, helplessly watching as the luminous spheres collided with their walls and the city within. With each explosion, the once impenetrable fortifications were rent asunder, massive gaps opening wide. The searing heat of thousands of degrees instantaneously vaporized the magical warriors caught in the blast radius, while those farther away ignited in flames. Quickly, slay those beetles. Jessica's countenance paled at the sight of the devastating power unleashed by the beetles' projectiles. She hastily commanded the wizards and sorcerers to target the grotesque creatures. However, the further the sorcerers cast their spells, the weaker their potency became. While the spikes and ice shards could barely reach the beetles, their lethality was markedly limited. The ground spikes could only lift the beetles, failing to pierce their hardened shells. And the descending ice shards were similarly ineffective, serving only to disrupt their projectile launches. Flying magical warriors, engage those beetles. Jessica was compelled to issue the command for the aerial combatants to risk their lives against the beetles in the rear. Hundreds of magical warriors, mounted upon colossal swords, soared into the sky towards the distant beetles. As they approached, bows and arrows materialized in their hands, and they unleashed their volleys upon the monstrous insects. Some beetles, abandoning their assault on the city walls, redirected their fury towards the airborne archers. Blue orbs shot skyward, detonating violently as they neared the archers. These blue spheres did not need to make contact. The searing heat from their explosions was sufficient to claim lives. Yet the magical archers, undeterred by the threat of death, maneuvered to evade the oncoming projectiles while releasing their arrows. All were acutely aware that there was no retreat in the conflict between the magical folk and the insect horde. It was a battle of survival, where one must perish for the other to endure. Meanwhile, as the city walls were torn open, the endless tide of insects surged forward, converging upon the breaches with fervor, heedless of the rain of arrows that fell upon them. There were simply too many of them. The barrage of arrows was woefully insufficient to eradicate every single insect. With the distant assaults of the beetles, the resistance of the magical folk was significantly weakened. Soon, swarms of insects began to encroach upon the breaches, even infiltrating the city. Within the city, a multitude of magical warriors, adept in close combat, stood ready. Yet, their fighting prowess paled in comparison to that of the magical warriors stationed upon the walls. Nevertheless, at this moment, they exhibited an unprecedented ferocity, charging forth with suddenly materialized polearms and blades, engaging in brutal skirmishes with the considerably larger insects. The enigmatic magical Queen Jessica, present on the battlefield, surveyed the gruesome scene with a countenance etched with anxiety. Although the magical warriors displayed remarkable bravery, the mortality rate of the insects far surpassed that of the magical fighters. She was acutely aware that the numbers of the insects appeared inexhaustible and devoid of fatigue. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the capital of the magical folk succumbed to the onslaught of the insect horde, leaving countless magical beings to become mere sustenance for these vile creatures. The thought sent a chill down her spine, as she had never fathomed the existence of such an evil race in the cosmos. The defense of the capital by the magical folk persisted for several days. In the initial days, they maintained the upper hand. However, as the swarms multiplied, their casualties soared. Despite Jessica's efforts to summon a plethora of magical warriors from surrounding cities to bolster their ranks, the insect forces continued to grow, and the scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of the invaders. Countless insects had already breached the city, rampaging through its streets and alleyways. Although many among the populace possessed some knowledge of magic, their combat efficacy was limited, rendering the extermination of the insects a formidable challenge. Panic spread through the city as countless ordinary folk fell prey to the insects, their anguished cries echoing throughout. The capital's walls had been battered by the beetles, leaving numerous breaches, and the defensive line of the magical folk was effectively in ruins. Yet, led by their queen, they resolutely engaged the insect horde in a final stand, steadfast in their belief that the divine intervention promised by their queen would ultimately materialize. At long last, the defenses of the magical folk collapsed entirely. An uncountable multitude of insects surged into the city, unleashing a wave of carnage. Jessica could only lead her warriors in a strategic retreat. Just as her hopes began to fade and the resolve of her fighters wavered, radiant beams of light suddenly pierced the clear sky, striking down upon the insect army with devastating precision. Each beam claimed the lives of thousands of insects, surpassing the kill rate of any magical warrior. Witnessing this spectacle, Jessica, her face drained of color, felt a surge of exhilaration and could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Brother Jiang Yu, have you finally arrived?" In the next moment, massive technological constructs descended from the heavens, hovering above the insect horde while unleashing countless beams of light. These graceful and aesthetically pleasing vessels were Jiang Yu's class-level spaceships, armed with energy cannons that discharged the beams. After weeks of relentless travel at full speed, Jiang Yu had finally reached the magical planet and promptly joined the fray. Under the relentless bombardment of the rural-class spacecraft, countless insects were shattered into fragments, their severed limbs and broken bodies swirling in the air. The combat spacecraft piloted by Jiang Yu unleashed an assault on these insects that could only be described as a dimensional strike. Although the armored beetles retaliated by launching azure orbs of energy towards the vessels above, a mere few of these blue projectiles could scarcely breach the integrity of the energy shields. Moreover, these beetles were prime targets for the spacecraft's offensive. Each armored beetle that was struck erupted in a violent explosion, releasing some unknown source of energy within them. The detonation of these beetles also wreaked havoc upon swathes of their kind. Jiang Yu's spacecraft descended from the heavens, swiftly engaging in a merciless slaughter. This spectacle, witnessed by countless magical warriors, ignited a spark of hope within their hearts. Many of them could not contain their excitement. Erupting in fervent cries, "Our Savior has finally descended to rescue us." Chapter 160, A Glimpse into the Future finale. Just as the magical warriors found themselves in a dire predicament, Jiang Yu's fleet descended from the heavens, immediately wreaking havoc upon the Insectoid horde. Such formidable combat prowess was nothing short of divine intervention for the indigenous people. Moreover, Jiang Yu did not merely dispatch his fleet to unleash a relentless barrage upon the insect army. He also sent spacecraft to the battlefield where the magical warriors clashed with the bugs. One by one, combat robots emerged from the ships, swiftly engaging the insects entangled in battle with the magical warriors. These combat robots were equipped with cold nuclear fusion devices, providing them with immense energy. Capable of soaring through the skies and racing across the ground, their Gauss rifles surpassed the arrows shot by the magical warriors in both power and precision. Not to mention the even more potent small energy cannons and miniature gravitational bombs. The introduction of these combat robots immediately turned the tide of battle. as the insects crumbled before the might of the Gauss rifles and energy cannons, as fragile as paper. When faced with a swarm of bugs, a single gravitational bomb would compress them into a compact sphere. Such a dimension-reducing strike against the Insectoids seemed to the magical warriors as a power only a deity could wield. In addition to assisting the magical warriors in resisting the insect invasion, Jiang Yu deployed numerous combat robots throughout the city, systematically eliminating the bugs that pursued the magical citizens and rescuing countless lives from peril. The magical folk gazed upon these descending robots with profound gratitude and reverence, perceiving them as super soldiers sent by the gods to deliver them from their plight. With the arrival of this fleet and the influx of combat robots into the fray, the invading insect army was swiftly eradicated. A monumental crisis was rapidly averted with Jiang Yu's fleet's intervention. This was not confined merely to the capital of the magical planet. Wherever there were insect incursions, spacecraft would descend, and combat robots would rise to save the despairing magical populace. The entirety of the magical planet lay under Jiang Yu's vigilant surveillance. Prior to the fleet's arrival, he had launched a multitude of reconnaissance satellites into orbit around the magical planet. No anomaly in any corner of this realm could escape his keen sight. Jiang Yu discovered that within many mountain ranges, the insectoids had excavated numerous caves, each harboring a queen bug tirelessly producing various offspring. Under the scrutiny of advanced infrared detection devices, neither the queen nor her progeny could conceal themselves. Guided by Jiang Yu's immense computational power, his fleet was divided into countless small squads, each dispatched to the farthest reaches of the magical planet to eradicate all insects and their queens. Within less than a day, the capital of the magical civilization was free of all insects. The grounds were littered with the remains of these terrifying creatures, which had been reduced to the status of mere ants in the face of Jiang Yu's fleet and combat robots. The magical people, witnessing the overwhelming power of their savior, knelt in gratitude before their deity. The reverence of the magical beings for the celestial deities once surpassed even their devotion to the magical queen. "Thank you, Brother Jang Yu." Jessica gazed upon the ravaged city, littered with the remnants of the insectoid race. She sent a high-dimensional communication to Jiang Yu, expressing her gratitude. "Jessica, I promised you that I would do my utmost. Now, I have fulfilled my commitment by vanquishing the insectoids. Next, I wish for my technological civilization to establish itself in the Tianyuan star system, finding a suitable orbit to settle down. My technological human race has wandered through the cosmos for 3 centuries and requires a proper respite." Jiang Yu's tone seemed to be seeking Jessica's approval, yet in reality, he was merely informing her. Regardless of Jessica's consent, the technological civilization would indeed take root in the Tianyuan star system. Could I possibly refuse? Jessica mused bitterly to herself. Nevertheless, she articulated her appeal. "Brother Jiang Yu, I hope you will treat my people kindly. I am willing to exchange everything I possess, including nanobot technology and even myself." Jessica harbored no grand ambitions. She simply desired to be a tranquil sovereign of her planet. The only recourse she had was to implore Jiang Yu, as a former classmate, to acquiesce to her request. "Nanobots?" Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Jessica promptly elucidated. "What is referred to as magic within the civilization of the magical planet is, in fact, a form of technology. Whether it be the bows wielded by magic warriors or the earth spikes and ice shards conjured by sorcerers and mages, they are all formed from nanobots that are manipulated by these practitioners, coalescing from the air. As the ruler of a magical civilization, I possess the technology and utmost authority for the production of nanobots." Having attentively absorbed Jessica's explanation, Jiang Yu was utterly astounded. The so-called cultivation of magic was merely a heartfelt communication with these nanobots, subsequently allowing magic warriors, sorcerers, and mages to manifest various magical artifacts. The place's rich in spiritual energy were, in essence, concealed production bases for these nanobots. Upon grasping the true nature of magic, Jiang Yu shook his head and replied, "Jessica, I have no interest in the cultivation of magic." Jessica chuckled. "Who said anything about practicing magic? What I mean is that nanobots can indeed refine various artifacts and swiftly repair damaged spacecraft." In an instant, Jiang Yu comprehended. The nanobots would indeed provide immense assistance in repairing his ships, particularly during battles when they sustained damage. Typically, repairs would necessitate welding and replacing parts. However, with the aid of nanobots, direct repairs could be executed. Just as nanobots could refine magical artifacts, they could also be transformed into various components. Mages controlled these nanobots through thought, while spaceships utilized computers to command them to become different parts. Thank you, Jessica. I assure you, I shall not hinder the development of your civilization. I shall endeavor to safeguard the integrity of your civilization to the best of my abilities. Jiang Yu could not suppress his excitement and promptly assured Jessica. The technology of nanorobots held immense significance for Jiang Yu. Despite the Tianyuan star system comprising merely 2 planets and 4 moons, the resources of the first planet and its 3 satellites were more than sufficient. They could at least elevate humanity to a level 3 civilization. Once the technological advancements enabled humanity to ascend to a level 3 civilization, Jiang Yu would be able to exchange for level 4 technological innovations. At that point, should the resources of the Tianyuan star system be depleted, he could simply lead Blue Star in search of a new stellar system. With more advanced technology at their disposal, the technological race of humanity would be free to explore any realm. Contemplating this, Jiang Yu was once again filled with confidence regarding the future of humanity. After establishing their home in the Tianyuan star system, the technological race could develop in peace. He firmly believed that under his leadership, humanity would undoubtedly thrive. The end. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Dear friends, until we meet again in the next book.